Family, who understands? I dress like a background character from One Piece picking up trash, and dare to let the four emperors call me dad, right from the start. Goodness, let me tell you how absurd this is. Just a second ago, I was standing there fine, and then suddenly clang, a cold soda can hit the back of my head perfectly. When I turned around, I saw a little chubby boy whose face was almost squished by his own fat, laughing at me like a crowing rooster, and his few lackeys were chiming in beside him. Family, who understands? These little brats were bullying me and actually organized a targeted feeding, each of them clutching several empty bottles, ready to launch an attack. Sigh, let me start from the beginning. My name is Wong Li, am 12 years old, and my main job is picking up trash. That day was really cold, the wind was sharp as a knife, and the sweater I was wearing was full of holes. Watching people hurry home on the street, with their wives and children snuggled up warm, to be honest, I was so envious my eyes turned red. But where could I go? The only relative I had was an old man who picked me up. He could barely afford to eat himself, yet he shared his food with me. But that winter was too cold, and he didn't make it. When he left, I didn't cry. I knew crying was useless. Surviving was what mattered. He left me a broken tricycle and a rundown shack that leaked from all sides. That day, I was pushing this broken tricycle, hoping for some luck in front of a middle school. After school, there were many students and plenty of drink bottles. But guess what? The ground was so clean it could be used as a mirror, not a single bottle, not even a hair was on the ground. I cursed in my heart, wondering why the cleaners were suddenly so diligent today. Not wanting to give up, I pushed the tricycle forward, and around the corner was a small garbage dump, my fixed dining hall every day. But when I peeked in, I was completely dumbfounded apart from the stinking garbage. There was nothing of value. I panicked. How was I going to manage tomorrow's meal? Just then, I got hit in the back of the head. That was the scene I mentioned at the beginning. That little chubby boy, he was the one who insulted me last time for no reason and threw stones at me. I was young and impulsive and couldn't hold back, so I charged at him and knocked him down. What happened? His dad showed up, a giant baby version, and without saying a word, he slapped me and sent me flying and still felt unsatisfied, kicking me in the stomach. At that moment, I realized that without strength, I didn't even have the right to be angry. So this time, I cowered. I squatted on the ground, hugging my head with both hands, letting those bottles rain down on me like it was raining. The clattering sound was even more annoying than their piercing laughter. I thought to myself, just wait, you all will pay for this. Finally, when they got tired of throwing, the little chubby boy glanced at his digital watch, probably in a hurry to get home to watch cartoons, and called out, and those little brats scattered like birds. Only then did I dare to slowly stand up. My legs were numb, feeling like needles were poking me. I didn't care about the pain under the dim light of the street lamp. I picked up the bottles one by one and tossed them into my broken tricycle. Looking at the harvest, I couldn't smile at all. I clenched my fist, my nails almost digging into my flesh. Why? Just because I'm a trash picker? Just wait. One day, I will trample all of you underfoot. Dragging my injured and tired body, I returned to that little broken house that didn't even have a door. It was pitch black at night, but I was already used to it. I moved the loot from the tricycle to the pile of grass that served as my bed, my stomach growling louder than anything else. I dug out my last food supply from the grass, a half-cold baked sweet potato. Gorging on it was the happiest moment of my day. Lying on the pile of grass, covered with that dark blanket, I stared blankly at the hole in the roof. I started talking to the old man who had already left as I spoke. I felt my nose getting sour, and I quickly closed my eyes, really afraid that those useless tears would fall. It was so lonely, really, this feeling of being the only person left in the world who understands. Crying, I fell asleep. I even had a beautiful dream, dreaming that I fell into a mountain full of baked sweet potatoes, eating and throwing them around. It was so enjoyable. Then, suddenly, the whole ground started shaking violently. I woke up with a start, and just as I opened my eyes, I saw a dark object crashing down from the ceiling. I didn't even have time to scream before I felt a tearing pain all over my body, and then everything went black. I didn't know anything anymore. When I regained consciousness, I found myself floating. The surroundings were in endless darkness, like the universe, with nothing around. At first, I was scared, but then I found the weightless feeling quite fun, so I started flipping and spinning in midair, having a blast. But after playing for a while, I got bored. How do I get out of this damn place? I started to panic. Just then, in front of me, a blinding light suddenly tore through the darkness. I was so excited it had to be the exit. Without thinking, I desperately paddled toward that light. I trembled and reached out my hand just as I touched that light. It buzzed and exploded like a bomb. The white light swallowed me up, and once again, I lost consciousness. Cough. Cough. I abruptly opened my eyes and found myself lying on a beach. My whole body hurt like it had fallen apart, and my mouth was so dry it felt like it could catch fire. Water, I instinctively called out, but my throat was as hoarse as if it had been rubbed with sandpaper. I struggled to sit up, but my head buzzed, feeling like it had exploded. Two completely different memories started fighting fiercely. One was mine, Wong Li, the trash picker. The other was a boy named Simon, sitting on a merchant ship, encountering pirates. Who am I? Am I Wong Li or Simon? The pain made me roll my eyes and pass out again. When I woke up again, it was because I was choked awake. I opened my eyes to see a little kid about my size, awkwardly trying to pour coconut juice into my mouth, making a mess all over my face. You're awake. The kid looked a bit embarrassed as he hid the coconut behind his back when he saw I was awake. Who are you? I looked at him, my brain still a mess. My name is Shibi. I save you have to thank me. He had a serious face, as if he were saying something monumental. Thank you. My name is Wong. My name is Wong Li. I instinctively reported my name and then realized, looking around, where's this? This is Shibei Village. How did you end up here? Shibi asked curiously. Shibei Village? The fragments of memory in my mind began to piece together rapidly. I finally understood that I, Wong Li, probably died on Earth, buried under that broken house. Then, inexplicably, my soul crossed over to this world, attached to this boy named Simon. I instinctively touched this new body. It was thin and small, but not like my original one. This feeling was too strange. Little Li, what are you doing? Playing a game of talking to yourself? Shibi tilted his head, looking at me. I ignored him. I was still processing this huge amount of information. I died. I came back to life, but this was no longer my world. Hey, you jerk. How can you treat your savior like this? Seeing me stay silent for a long time, Shibi got upset and yelled at me. I was just pondering. Let me tell you, at that moment, my mind was completely blank, and when I snapped back to reality, I saw this little brat glaring at me, puffing out his cheeks. I quickly touched my head and laughed awkwardly. Sorry, I just got distracted for a moment. This kid, Shibi, you have to admit, is really easy to appease. As soon as I apologized, he puffed out his chest and looked down his nose at me, saying, Humph, this lord is magnanimous, so he'll let you off this time. After saying that, he burst into a loud laugh, hands on his hips, looking completely carefree. At that moment, a line of black lines crossed my mind. I couldn't be bothered with him, so I started to look around, and guess what I saw? A coconut that had been smashed open on the ground. Its milky juice spilled everywhere. Wow, I instantly solved the mystery. I pointed at the coconut and looked at him seriously. So it was you. You fed me with this thing and almost sent me away. The little brat panicked right away, stammering, that was an accident. I slipped. Seeing his cowardly look, I couldn't help but laugh. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore, I forgive you. As soon as he heard this, he instantly went from cloudy to sunny, leaning in with a big face, eyes sparkling, and asked, so, are we friends now? Let me tell you, seeing his genuinely silly face made my heart ache a little. In my past life, no one wanted to be friends with me. All I encountered were rolled eyes and mockery. I held back my tears, smiled, and punched him lightly. Of course, we've been friends for a long time, haven't we? That's great. He jumped up in excitement, and then my stomach suddenly growled at the most inopportune moment. I immediately changed my expression, draping my arm over his shoulder, and said, so, idiot Shibi, my friend, I'm hungry. Treat me to a meal? Of course. Come on, let's go to my house. They'll treat you to a feast. He agreed without thinking, then took a couple of steps before realizing, wait, bastard, what did you just call me? You are the idiot. You should call me Mr. Shibi. Okay, Mr. Shibi, I replied, but inside I was already laughing my head off. First, I gave him some mysterious theories to let him practice on his own while I continued to plant my trees. Joz, do you know why I chose you first? I asked mysteriously. Why first, mate? Joz looked innocent and naive. Seeing his expression, I thought to myself, I made the right choice. I looked up at the sky, brewed my emotions for a while, and then slowly uttered two words. Willpower. I chose you because I saw your willpower. As long as you can persist in your training according to my method, rain or shine, it won't be a problem to cultivate you into a royal level powerhouse. Royal level? Jaz's eyes widened. Wasn't that on par with Dad? He swallowed hard with excitement. First, mate, what exactly is the method? I smiled mysteriously. Listen carefully, Jaz. You must remember every word I say next. Jaz stood up straight, like a primary school student. Watching him so serious, I smirked and began my performance. The so-called training method is 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, plus a 10-kilometer run. Do it every day. Jaz was dumbfounded. But that's too simple. Can that really enhance strength? Listen carefully, Jaz, I said seriously. This is just the key to the method. You can't skip any of your 3 meals. The focus is on training willpower. No matter how painful it is, you must persist every day. Even if your legs feel too heavy to move, you must squat. Even if your arms are sore, you must continue doing push-ups, regardless of rain or shine. Stick to it every day. The day you become bald will also be the day you become stronger. I finally looked at Jaws' thick hair and patted his shoulder with satisfaction. That's why I chose you, Jaws. I have faith in your hairline. Jaws was stunned by my nonsense. Although it sounded absurd, he didn't dare to question me, seeing how serious I was. He slapped his head and suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Strengthening willpower through simple exercise. With stronger willpower, the fruit development naturally increases. Hi. Really high. I understand, Deputy Captain YuShows. Jaws bowed deeply to me and then began his 10-kilometer run in my restricted area. Looking at his hard-working figure, I felt extremely gratified. Fewer words and fewer matters are easier to fool. Isn't he the best candidate for guidance? With him practicing here, I could focus on planting my trees. Outside the restricted area, Marco and the others weren't idle either, discussing while training. What do you think the Deputy Captain will teach Jaws? Maybe there's some magic pill that can enhance fruit talent. I think it's devil training. After all, the Deputy Captain could smash Dad's knife 10 years ago. Meanwhile, inside the restricted area, by noon, I went back to sleep after catching bugs as usual. When Jaws returned, drenched in sweat after completing all the tasks, he found that I was already sound asleep. He panted heavily, quietly leaned against my system tree, and began to cool off. As a result, when he looked up, he saw strange fruit on my tree. Let me tell you, this guy was so exhausted and thirsty, and when he looked up, hey, he saw fruit on my precious tree. It looked so abstract, like a turtle shell. His brain probably short-circuited at that moment, mumbling some nonsense about how Deputy Captain YuShows was living well, and then, gulp, he swallowed it whole. Family, who understands? He just ate it for me. After eating, he felt revitalized, fully healed, and started running wildly again, kicking up dust behind him, shouting that my method was amazing. I was still asleep. How would I know? The next second, I was directly jolted awake by the ding sound in my head. Detected that Diamond Jaws has eaten the Dragon Turtle Series Spiked Defense Fruit. Host synchronously obtains advanced skill, rewards 20,000 system coins, system upgrade. Opens the shop in Craftsman Field. I was dumbfounded. Really, just taking a nap, and this immense wealth just smashed into my face? 20,000 points. I had worked all day for only 10 points before. I finally realized, wow, I had treated that tree like my own eyeball, not letting anyone touch it. And it turns out I was the clown. It turns out this fruit had to be eaten by others for me to win the jackpot. Jaws, this guy, is truly my living bodhisattva. I quickly checked this new skill called Spike Defense. When I looked at the skill description, it consumed aura, increased armor and magic resistance, and had rebound damage. I burst out laughing. Family, isn't this exactly the W skill of the Dragon Turtle from that game I played before crossing over? Identical. Moreover, I directly got the level 2 version, which is even more powerful than Jaws level 1. Now, this is great. In the future, whoever plays swords with me, even Hawkeye has to call me brother. Then I want to check the newly opened Craftsman Master, and let me tell you, I was almost drooling. What Berserker armor, rebound armor, endless blade, storm greatsword. All can be made. I imagine myself wearing the rebound armor and then using WL. That picture was too beautiful for me to look at. I must be invincible then, right? Of course, the system reminded me that I needed a forging furnace first. I glanced at the price. 10,000 for the beginner, 100,000 for the intermediate, and 1,000,000 for the advanced. Fine, let's get a beginner one first. I bought it for 10,000 directly. But then I saw that to make the most basic cloth armor, the materials alone cost 1,000. Buying the finished product costs 2,000. I suddenly felt that this immense wealth didn't seem so immense anymore. I still had to work hard to earn money. Forget it. I started hammering away, while on the other side, Jaws was still practicing foolishly. After practicing, he felt in such a great state that he tried out his shiny fruit abilities. Guess what happened? He directly broke through. The bottleneck that had troubled him for 20 years vanished just like that. Not only did his diamond-covered area increase, but he also grew spikes all over his body. He looked like a diamond sea urchin. Not believing in evil, he punched his spiked diamond arm, wrapped in armed color aura. With a thud, Good heavens. His armed color aura fist was directly hurt. He was dumbfounded, then ecstatic. He shouted that he wanted to take down the Navy and then shot out like a cannonball, ready to show off to his good buddies. This guy is also quite the show-off. As soon as he breaks through in strength, the first thing he thinks of is to show off in front of his brothers. He rushes to the swordsmanship arena and just happens to bump into Bista, who is there fighting two opponents and boasting about how he is the strongest warrior of the Whitebeard pirates. Let me tell you, the scene was so cringe-worthy that I wanted to dig my toes into the ground. When Joz heard this, he wasn't happy at all and immediately flipped them off, saying, "Have you asked Diamond Jaws about this?" Then he issued a challenge on the spot. Bista, come out for a one-on-one. Bista and the others were shocked. Aren't you supposed to be in the penalty zone? How'd you get out? Bista even made a snarky remark, joking, "What's wrong? Your talent is so bad that the vice-captain kicked you out?" Ha ha ha. In the past, Jaws would have exploded at this, but today he was different. His mindset was rock solid. He calmly replied, "Sorry, brother, I broke through." Of course, Bista and the others didn't believe him. "Are you kidding? You broke through in just a short time?" Jaws couldn't be bothered to argue and said directly, "Don't believe me? You three can come at me together." As soon as those words came out, Bista exploded on the spot. "Hey Jaws, who do you look down on? One of me is enough to deal with you." The two immediately took their stances. Bista started with a powerful move, his dual blades descending from the sky with a fierce momentum. However, Jaws didn't dodge or evade, and with a single diamond fist, he met it head-on. There was a loud bang. Bista was directly shaken, his hands going numb, and he retreated dozens of steps in the air, completely stunned. He felt a jolt in his heart. "Oh no, this old guy has really gotten stronger." Jaws was there grinning. "How about that, Bista? Is my punch powerful or what?" Bista was so angry his teeth itched, and he directly infused his dual blades with armament hockey, turning them into black blades. No matter how hard your diamond is, can it withstand hockey? Jaws was overjoyed inside. Waiting for this line, Bista made a flashy charge and unleashed a flurry of slashes at Jaws. Then came the most explosive moment. Jaws didn't dodge at all. Suddenly, countless diamond spikes erupted from his body, turning him into a diamond hedgehog. Bista's black blade struck, clanging loudly, and not only did it not cut through, but he was also shaken back by a huge force, almost dropping his sword. The ridiculous part came next. When he looked closely, he found that his own sword technique had bounced back, and with a whoosh, it cut a gash on his own arm. The entire crowd was dumbfounded. Folks, who understands? Standing still and injuring the great swordsman. This is simply the latest physical cheat of 2025. Bista was stunned. "You. How could you use my sword technique?" Jaws was also confused. "What the heck? I can even reflect attacks?" When he talked about how he practiced his deep squats while running, Bista's worldview collapsed. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran towards me, probably wanting to cling to my leg. Once Bista left, Jaws turned to the other two captains with a grin. "Bista's gone. How about you two practice with me?" The two guys turned pale, probably thinking, "Jaws, please be a person." They ran away, but Jaws, let me tell you, after tasting the sweetness, completely went crazy, feeling invincible, and immediately pulled out a snail phone to call someone. "Hello, is this Marco? Bro, where are you? Training with a few captains in Zone 2? Oh, that's great. That's great. Just stand there and don't move. I'll be right over to show you something amazing." Wow, with that tone, if you didn't know better, you'd think he was going to deliver a package. After hanging up, Jaws dashed towards Zone 2 like a runaway husky, shaking the ground beneath him. Meanwhile, I was comfortably hammering away in my little restricted area when suddenly a ringing sound echoed in my head. It was the system's prompt, even more pleasant than a salary deposit. Ding dong. Detected that Diamond Jaws defeated Flower Sword Bista. Reward: 200 experience. Skill spike defense upgraded. Host synchronously obtains advanced skills. Reward: Armament Hockey 10. Reward: 1 medium fertilizer package. Folks, who understands? I didn't do anything, just hammered a few times, and Jaws was working for me over there. Meanwhile, I received experience, hockey, and items galore. This feeling can be summed up in one word: satisfying. The level 3 spike defense, when activated, directly adds 80 armor. Isn't this the legendary laying down to win? I happily opened that fertilizer package and checked the instructions. It can accelerate the ripening of fruits. I quickly glanced at my precious fruit tree. Oh no, I had previously eaten all the ripe ones out of impatience. And now there were only a few crooked and unripe ones left, looking like green lemons. If Jaws hadn't accidentally eaten one, my system probably would never level up. Eating alone harms both others and oneself. System, no more nonsense. Use it up for me. Fertilize those fruits vigorously. At my command, those few small fruits began to grow visibly, like balloons being inflated. Especially the one from the dragon turtle system, it was starting to show signs of ripening. And another ice crystal phoenix fruit was also growing large. I was so excited. If medium fertilizer was this powerful, what would happen with high-level fertilizer? Wouldn't that mean a feast right away? I tried the system's new free detection function to see what skills the fruits had, but the system informed me that I could only see once they were fully ripe. Fine, patience is a virtue. I'll wait a few more days for you all. Just as I was drooling over the fruits, the video phone snail in the restricted area suddenly rang. When I answered, there was Bista's handsome face popping up on the screen. Bista, you looking for me? I was a bit confused. Why was this great swordsman suddenly contacting me? Guess what happened next? Bista did not hesitate, took off his hat, and bowed a 90-degree angle towards the screen, perfectly executed. Respected Vice-Captain EU, please forgive my abrupt intrusion. The way he spoke almost made me think he was about to give a speech. As a swordsman, I yearned to grow stronger. When I saw Jaws making rapid progress under your guidance, my heart became even more eager. I beg you, please guide me as well. Oh boy, I finally understood. So he was envious after seeing Jaws gain a physical cheat. That makes sense. I set up this restricted area to quietly make a fortune. And who would have thought that my system was a shared power bank, needing others to use it for me to level up? So what's the point of having a restricted area? All right, Bista, I can feel your desire to become stronger. Come in, the door's not locked. I said lightly. Bista on the other end was immediately stunned, probably thinking that a high-level person like me would require 3 visits to be met, but didn't expect me to be so easy to talk to. His expression was as excited as if he had won the lottery, instantly treating me like a reincarnated parent. Before long, Bista walked into my little courtyard. He looked around, and finally his gaze settled on me, next to the forging furnace and the fruit tree. At that moment, I was hammering iron with my bare arms, sweating profusely. Bista probably had his worldview collapse again. The unfathomable vice-captain is either planting trees or forging every day. What happened to the promised closed-door training? This scene is all wrong. He hurried over, looking at me with admiration. Vice-Captain EU, do you think there is still room for improvement in my swordsmanship? The little glimmer in his eyes was filled with eagerness, probably thinking, Jaws became superhuman in no time. I'm not asking for much. Just let me train for a month and achieve the same results. I looked at him, feeling a bit troubled. Bro, I want to help you too. But right now the landlord's house has no surplus grain. Not a single fruit on the tree is ripe. I stared at Bista, my mind racing. In those 10 seconds, I tell you, the air was silent. Bista was so nervous he was swallowing hard, probably even thinking about what to name our future kids. After 10 seconds, a light bulb went off in my head. Hey, if there are no fruits, don't we still have the forging furnace? Maybe this thing can also reward me. I quietly scanned with the system, beginner forging furnace, while it could only create beginner equipment. It could forge hero weapons, things like Yasuo's blade without a sheath. Physis trident, as long as the materials are sufficient, I could make them. The problem is materials. When I looked at the crafting recipe for the blade without a sheath, my eyes instantly locked onto Bista. Bista shivered under my gaze, his expression a mixture of vigilance and confusion, probably thinking, no way. Does the vice-captain have some special preference? To become stronger, do I have to sacrifice? He instantly clamped his legs tightly. As it turns out, he was overthinking it. I smiled slightly, revealing a friendly expression. I said, Bista, are you interested in trying out the one-sword style? Bista was instantly confused, a question mark slowly appearing above his head. What is this? One-sword style? You want me, a dual-wielding player, to use a single sword? Isn't that like asking me to uninstall Honor of Kings and start playing Tetris? Isn't that starting all over again? But first mate, ever since I started learning swordsmanship, I've been a dual wielder. When I saw the hesitant look in his eyes, I knew this guy was harder to convince than Joz. No worries, it's not a big deal. My big persuasion mode is activated. Vista, let me ask you, who is the greatest swordsman in the world today? This question, even a 3-year-old knows the answer. It must be Mihawk. He answered honestly. Then I asked him again, is Mihawk a one-sword style or a two-sword style? I smiled at him. Vista got stuck. He has a one-sword style. But that is just an exception, right? It doesn't mean that one-sword style is stronger than two-sword style, right? Hey, that is pretty logical. But do you think that that's the end? I directly increased the intensity. All right, Mihawk is an exception. Then let me ask you, is Old Man strong? ISNT his supreme Blade Songyun Che one-sword style? Vista's expression started to become serious, as if there was some truth to it. I saw the opportunity and continued to press. Let me ask you again, is Pirate King Roger strong? ISNT his beloved sword ace a one-sword style? The current Yonko, Shanks, is he strong? ISNT his famous sword Griffin a one-sword style? And Big Mom, ISNT the Napoleon in her hand, also a one-sword style? With every sentence I said, Vista's eyes widened a bit more. By the end, he looked as if he had been struck by lightning. I unleashed my ultimate move. Let me tell you, even Kaido the Beast, who doesn't use a sword, uses a kanabo, not two. Look, among all the top figures at sea today, is there anyone who uses dual wielding? It's all single-handed output. You still tell me that one-sword style ISNT strong? I can enlighten even those with talents like Jozu. Do you think the path I pointed out to you would be wrong? I squinted my eyes and delivered the final blow. At this moment, Vista was completely broken. His mind buzzed as if he had opened the meridians. No wonder my talent is not inferior to Hawkeye's. And I've been practicing swordsmanship for 20 years longer than him, yet I still can't reach that realm. It turns out I chose the wrong path from the beginning. It's 2025, who still plays with dual swords. The answer to the version is clearly the single sword style. He suddenly had an epiphany, and his eyes were filled with regret and admiration as he looked at me. Don't say that, Vice-Captain, I was wrong. He fell to the ground, almost bowing down, realizing that only the single sword style is the strongest. I apologize for my ignorance and doubts earlier. Please teach me the single sword style. Seeing his sudden realization, I nodded in satisfaction. Got it. I quickly helped him up, looking righteous. Hey, Vista, what are you talking about? We're brothers on the same ship. Why be so formal? Vista was so moved that his eyes turned red, feeling that my magnanimity was broader than the ocean. He sincerely asked, then Vice-Captain, please tell me, how should I practice the single sword style? I frowned. I'm not a swordsman. If you ask me how to practice, you might as well ask Hawkeye. Vista, he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. So you said all that, and shattered my faith in dual swords, yet you can't even do it yourself? Seeing his expression about to crack, I waved my hand. Don't worry, single sword style and dual sword style are pretty similar. You have a good foundation, and the transition will be quick. What I mean is not to teach you how to swing a sword, but I can forge you an unparalleled great sword. Unparalleled great sword. Vista's eyes lit up instantly, and his breathing quickened. That's the ultimate dream of all swordsmen in the world. There are only 12 in the world, and the craftsmen capable of forging such a thing have become living fossils. Now, Vice-Captain Yu actually says he can? This is even more shocking than claiming he can blow up the Red Earth continent with one punch. Yu, can you really forge the unparalleled great sword? His voice trembled. It's not impossible. I pretended to be profound, as long as the materials are sufficient. One of the materials is that little knife pendant hanging from Hawkeye Mihawk's neck. Only by using something from the current #1 swordsman can we forge the future #1 swordsman's treasure blade. Once this blade without sheath is born, I'm confident it will become the top among the 12 forgers. My eyes sparkled, exuding an overwhelming aura. Are you kidding? The system says it has attributes, double critical hit. After hearing this, Vista was completely dumbfounded. The top of the unparalleled great sword. Wow, this promise is too enticing. He was so excited that his face turned red. Don't worry, Vice-Captain. I promise to bring back Hawkeye's little knife for you. After receiving the task, Vista rushed to find Jozu. I had them team up, of course, with my little scheme in mind. Jozu's counterattack is simply the perfect counter to Hawkeye's slashes, making him a reliable tank. Plus, if they end up fighting Hawkeye, Who knows what kind of luxurious gifts I might receive? How could such a good thing be without my chief worker Jozu? On the other side, Jozu had already rushed to Zone 2. Marco, Izo, and the others were practicing there vigorously. Before he even arrived, Jozu's loud voice reached first. Ha ha, brothers, I'm here. Marco stopped training, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Jozu, what has got you so excited on the phone? Ha ha. Jozu posed with his hands on his hips, laughing like a 200-pound child. The greatest news is that I, Jozu, have become stronger. Marco, I'm here to defeat you. Ha ha. Marco's face darkened instantly. Is this guy talking nonsense in broad daylight? How many years have we fought? I know your level. You've only followed Vice-Captain Yu for a short time, and you're acting so cocky already? I said, Jozu, have you overtrained and made yourself foolish? Go away. Jozu waved his hand impatiently. I'm fine. Enough talk. Let me show you my latest form. Bring it on. As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant diamond light erupted from Jozu's body, sharp spikes suddenly protruding from his surface. Instantly, he transformed from a diamond warrior into a diamond porcupine. An ancient dragon tortoise's fierce aura swept through the area, leaving Marco and the other captains stunned. When did they ever see this form of Jozu? Marco was also shocked, his eyes wide. Good job, Jozu actually broke through. Interesting. How about it, Marco? Let's have a fight. Jozu was overflowing with confidence. Good. Marco's fighting spirit was ignited as well. Without saying a word, his arm was instantly covered with a pitch-black armed color hockey, and blue flames of the immortal phoenix ignited on his body. In a flash, he charged toward Jozu. So fast, Jozu was surprised, almost missing his observation hockey. Marco delivered a heavy punch infused with advanced hockey, striking solidly. Jozu wanted to dodge, but found his body had become sluggish, so he resolutely decided not to dodge and went for a direct clash. Boom! The two fists collided violently. A terrifying shockwave spread out. Jozu was pushed back 2 steps by this punch, feeling that Marco was indeed harder to deal with than Bista. But he didn't know that Marco's shock was 100 times stronger than his. My punch, even if it couldn't break your defense, should at least send you flying, right? How come he only took 2 steps back? Since when did his defense become so outrageous? And what else with this terrifying rebound force? Marco clearly felt that he was bearing 2 forces at the same time. One was Jozu's, and the other was my own punch. The 2 forces combined directly forced him to stagger back 5 steps. The surrounding captains felt their scalps go numb. Wow. Not only has Jozu's defense become abnormal, but his strength has also increased. He actually managed to push Captain Marco back 5 steps. On the battlefield, Jozu saw the expression of Marco being at a disadvantage and was so thrilled he could almost fly. He laughed loudly and charged towards Marco like a human tank. Damn, are you serious? Marco was startled and quickly activated his human-animal form, blue flames gathering on his phoenix claws. Phoenix Strike. A blue flame shockwave shot straight at Jozu. Boom! This move hit Jaws solidly, forcing him back 5 steps, but he was still completely unharmed. Marco was almost in tears. This is a skill that consumes blue energy. How can he withstand my Phoenix Strike without a scratch? Besides my old man, who else on the ship can do that? Jaws, are you some kind of devil? Jaws was a bit puzzled too. Shouldn't there be a rebound? Why didn't anything happen this time? Let us try again. Jaws charged forward once more. Thus, an extremely comical scene unfolded in the training field. Jaws charged a few steps forward, only to be knocked back by Marco's Phoenix Strike. The more he got hit, the more excited Jaws became, feeling like a war god. Marco, on the other hand, looked pale. Damn it, my blue energy is almost depleted. I said, Brother Jaws, let us call it a draw for today. A draw? You wish. Jaws grinned. His steps quickened, and he suddenly shouted, Ruthless charge. Marco's face turned ashen in an instant. You bastard Jaws with all those spikes. Are you trying to stab me to death? Let me tell you, at that moment, it was like a large-scale bullying scene. All attacks came crashing down on Jaws alone. Jaws was almost in tears, curling up like a diamond hedgehog, shouting at the top of his lungs, Marco, I suspect you're taking personal revenge. But who cared about him? Boom, boom, boom. For a full 6 seconds of bombardment, Jaws was nearly turned into a pancake. When he finally managed to revert to human form, Marco the crafty one, came over with a stopwatch and seriously announced, "Jaws, cooldown time is 6 seconds. From now on, keep transforming until you master it completely." Goodness, the captains nearby each had a stopwatch, resembling researchers, and the scene was extremely brutal. On my side, I had just sent Bista away and was in my little black room contemplating how to recover my losses from him. I spent 2,000 system coins on iron boron sand to craft that so-called blade without sheath, and it hurt me. Just as I was pondering, I suddenly heard a ding by my ear. Detection of diamond jaws. Spike skill proficiency has reached maximum. Reward: silver 10 consecutive draws. Oh wow, I exclaimed, goodness. Jaws is impressive. He got beaten to max proficiency in just one day. That talent is incredible. The key is he takes the hits, and I get to draw rewards. This deal is too profitable. System, don't dawdle. Just start the silver 10 consecutive draws. What is the point of saving it? Draw ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 points in Conqueror's Hockey. Congratulations, host. You have gained 200 points in Armament Hockey. I tell you, the series of prompts was livelier than New Year's. The best part was the system directly gifted me 2 pieces of high-quality iron ore. Just these 2 stones saved me 2,000 system coins. When I opened the attributes panel, many previously gray columns lit up instantly. Conqueror's Hockey, Armament Hockey, Observation Hockey, all skyrocketing. I couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Good. ISNT this, the legendary passive income? My brothers were leveling up on the front lines while I lay back and harvested rewards. This feeling, who among my family understands, it's simply amazing. In a good mood, I immediately got to work. Whistling a little tune, I swung the hammer. The materials for Bista's knife were still a bit lacking. No rush. I thought, I can't just let Jaws take the hits for free. I must give my swordsman killer some rewards. All right, let us forge him a top-level cloth armor. Bang, bang. The joyful sound of blacksmithing rang out in my restricted area. Meanwhile, on the swordsmanship field, Jaws was completely exhausted. His eyes were as dark as a panda's, his legs trembling, feeling like his body was emptied. Who could withstand being a live target for several hours? But it was worth it. He had completely figured out this set of skills. Look at Marco and the others. All of them were also exhausted, sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. But Marco, the king of diligence, didn't he forget to summarize while catching his breath. Cooldown time is 6 seconds. Lasts for 6 seconds. Movement speed is reduced by 30% when released. Significantly increases physical defense. Slightly increases magical defense. Can rebound physical attacks, but cannot rebound magical attacks. The captains around them gasped in shock. Damn, this ability is terrifying. Yes, under the guidance of Vice-Captain Yu, the shining fruit can actually be developed to this extent. For a moment, everyone looked at me with eyes full of admiration, as if they were looking at a deity. Marco, even more, clenched his fists, his face filled with excitement. With Vice-Captain Yu here, we are bound to win the upcoming Great War. Just as everyone was pumped up, Bista rushed over in a hurry, pulling the collapsed Jaws off the ground. Brother Jaws, let us go. We have a mission. Jaws was almost in tears. Bista, bro, I just got off work. Can I take a break? I'm really exhausted. Bista didn't care about that, directly throwing out the big bomb. This is an order from Vice-Captain Yu. You must go. What? As soon as Jaws heard my name, he instantly revived with full health from his previously exhausted state. Let us go. Bista, brother, the Vice-Captain's order must be fulfilled. The speed of his change was remarkable. The two hurriedly ran towards the dock. Marco, the crafty one, watched from behind, his eyes twinkling, and smiled. Good brothers are out on a mission. That means Vice-Captain Yi will be free, right? I need to hurry and cut in line. Let him guide me. Wouldn't I then be able to surpass Jaws again? Thinking this, he casually found an excuse and transformed into a large blue bird, disappearing in a flash, leaving a group of captains looking at each other in confusion. What is up with these people lately? They all seem like they're racing for treasures. On the way, Jaws and Bista chatted as they walked. Bista finally explained the mission. Brother, this time I need your help gathering materials. Vice-Captain Yu is going to forge me an ultimate great blade. Jaws was stunned. Are you kidding me? The blacksmith who can forge that thing must have grass 3 meters high on their grave. Who still has that ability? Bista smirked, mysteriously countering. Think again. Who developed your shining fruit to its current state? Of course, it's Vice-Captain Yu. Jozu instinctively replied, and in an instant he was petrified. He widened his eyes, his voice trembling. You mean, the one who is going to forge us the ultimate great blade is Vice-Captain Yu? Looks like you're not too stupid after all, Bista said with a knowing expression. Gulp. Jozu swallowed hard. Damn, such overwhelming power. And also proficient in forging skills. What kind of deity is the Vice-Captain? After a long pause, he finally remembered to ask, by the way, where do we get the materials? Bista's expression suddenly became serious, squinting his eyes and spitting out 5 words. Claricana Island. Claricana Island. Jozu exclaimed. The place where the world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk, lives? That's right, Bista continued to explain. The materials we need this time are the small knife pendant hanging around Mihawk's neck. Damn, Jozu finally understood. With Mihawk's temperament, going to snatch something from around his neck would mean a fight, right? I get it. The Vice-Captain wants to use the world's #1 swordsman to test my training results. However, Jozu wasn't too scared at all now. He was my designated swordsman killer. He patted his chest, full of confidence, and said, Don't worry, brother Bista. Don't talk about Hawkeye. As long as it's the Vice-Captain's order, I'll take him down just the same. Bista rolled his eyes at him. Goodness, he used to be such a good kid. How did he become so irritable after getting stronger? The two were on a small sailboat, and not long after setting out to sea, they saw a fire-breathing pterosaur flying above, followed by a large ship flying the flag of the beast pirates appearing in their sight. The 2 major Emperor crews of a new world just collided right at their doorstep. Bista took out his binoculars and frowned instantly. It's the 3 disasters of the beast pirates, Drought Jack, and the Vice-Captain, Blaze Jin. These bastards dare to come to our Whitebeard pirates' territory? They must be looking for death. Jozu's temper flared as well. The Blaze Jin in the sky clearly noticed them, as they were old rivals. He didn't take the 2 of them seriously at all and disdainfully shouted, Oh, isn't that Jozu and Vista? Perfect timing to capture you two. That would be quite a feat. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin dove towards their small boat, ready to flip it over with a single blow. Behind him, Jack was even more excited, shouting, Come on, bring the ship closer. Brother Jin is going to use that move. I've seen him kick a giant ship over with my own eyes. The little brothers of the beast pirates joined in the commotion, acting as if it were a festival. Vista's expression darkened. Jozu, it's that bastard Jin. He wants to kick us into the sea. However, Jozu burst into laughter, leaving Vista confused. Big brother, why are you laughing when a strong enemy is coming? Jozu turned his head, giving him a rare, strange look. Don't worry, brother Vista, with me Jozu around. You'll be just fine. Just watch, that nonsense Blaze and Drought. I'll take them all on myself. After saying that, Jozu was enveloped in a dazzling diamond glow, standing at the bow of the ship, fully charged, ready to take the impact from Jin head on. Jin in the sky was shocked. Does this fool not know the power of my move? Looking for death? Good. Since you want to die, I'll accommodate you. He increased the force in his legs. Boom. A tremendous explosion sounded as Jin's earth-shattering kick landed solidly on Jozu. The terrifying shockwave created towering waves on the sea. Jack on the beast pirate ship was grinning widely, laughing. This fool thinks he can take Brother Jin's move head-on. But the next second, his laughter stopped abruptly, as if someone had choked a duck by the neck. Instead, his face turned blank and incredulous. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his lips trembled. Jin, brother, how is this possible? The entire Beast Pirates crew fell into a deathly silence in an instant. The scene shifted, revealing that at the last moment, Jozu had activated his spike defense. Jin's immensely powerful kick had landed directly on the newly grown diamond spikes on Jozu. It pierced right through him, making him feel a chill as blood dripped from Jin's dragon claws onto the deck. Jin endured the intense pain, staring at the familiar Jozu in front of him, his eyes wide as saucers, his face filled with disbelief. Although he had never been able to beat me, it was at least a 50-50 fight. How come in this encounter I've already been crippled? The little brothers of the Beast Pirates gaped, their views shattered. Damn, our Vice-Captain was actually injured by that guy, who is just a third-team captain? Doesn't that mean our Beast Pirates 3 disasters can't even rank in the top 3 against Whitebeard? Our crew is too pathetic. Some newly joined little minions even started calculating whether they should jump ship. Facing the confused Jin, Jozu naturally smiled slyly. "Come on, don't stop, Jin," he said mischievously. "This little injury won't scare you, will it?" Jin exploded on the spot. As a dignified vice-captain of the Beast Pirates, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? "I'll kill you," he roared, drawing his long knife, the black-armed color instantly covering the blade, and launched a frenzied series of slashes at Jozu. Each strike carried a world-destroying momentum. Jack behind him also prepared to draw his sword, fearing that Vista might sneak attack. However, Jozu didn't give Vista a chance to intervene at all. He was determined to take on both. Facing Jin's fierce blade light, Jozu showed no fear, swinging his diamond fist covered in spikes to meet it head-on. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the clash of blades and diamonds sent sparks flying everywhere, creating an extremely shocking scene. Jozu grew more and more excited, yelling with joy. In contrast, Blaze Jin was already drenched in sweat, his mouth twitching. The reason was simple. With every clash, he felt like he wasn't cutting a person, but instead hacking at a mountain of diamonds covered in spikes. The black blade in his hand buzzed from the impact. His palms were already torn, and his entire arm felt numb. However, Jin knew he absolutely could not let go. If his knife was knocked away, Jozu's spiky fists would definitely disfigure him today. He felt utterly miserable. Let me tell you, he hadn't even begun to taste the bitterness yet. Just as Jin was still stubbornly holding on, analyzing what was up with Jozu, an unexpected change occurred. I was dumbfounded at the sight as I saw dozens of bloody wounds suddenly burst forth from Jin's body like a fountain. Each wound carried his unique armed color domineering. Goodness, did he activate a counterattack? Or was it one that had splash damage and true damage? Jin was immediately turned into a bloody mess by his own attack. Standing there swaying, his mind blank as he asked, "Jozu, you bastard, what did you do to me?" He could clearly feel that those slashes were the ones he had previously dealt out. Although their power was reduced, the essence was still pure. Jozu laughed wildly, filled with pride. "How about it, Jin? Isn't my move returning the favor amazing? I wanted to beat you up for a long time, and you delivered yourself right to my door. It would be a shame not to give you a good beating." After saying that, Jozu didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. He threw a heavy punch directly at Jin's wing. With a crack, countless diamond spikes pierced through, and Jin instantly lost his ability to fly, falling like a kite with a broken string. Beside them, Vista's eyes were wide open, thinking to himself, who understands? Jozu just made Jin look like a fool, pressing the vice-captain of the 4 emperors. If this gets out, our Whitebeard crew's reputation would skyrocket. Vista felt a mix of envy, jealousy, and hatred in his heart, already planning when to find Vice-Captain Yu to pull off a stunt of his own, to double the show Jozu put on today. At that moment, on the Beast Pirate side, Drought Jack, the big elephant, was getting anxious. Watching his big brother being beaten to such a state, he swung his massive trunk fiercely, letting out a thunderous trumpet. And then with a loud bang, he directly rammed the Beast Pirate's giant ship into Jozu's ship. Taking advantage of the moment when the two ships collided and the deck shook violently, Jack dove over, grabbed the bloody Jin, and jumped back. His movements were incredibly fast, but clearly exhausted him as he gasped for breath and asked, "Brother Jin, what should we do?" Jin gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with frustration and unwillingness. But his mind remained clear. "There's no choice, we have to escape. Jozu is too abnormal. We need to investigate this later. I must figure out why he suddenly became so strong." Upon hearing this, Jack, though feeling 100 grievances in his heart, saw that even Brother Gene had knelt down. What else could he do? He could only shout angrily, "Turn the helm. Retreat." The little minions of the Beast Pirates, who were already terrified, felt as if they had been pardoned and hurriedly scrambled to set sail and escape. But could Jozu let them run away just like that? He was furious at that moment. "Damn, saving people in front of me? Jack, you fool, you're really embarrassing me." As soon as he finished speaking, Jozu bent his legs, his muscles bulging, and with a loud roar, he shouted, "Ramming charge." I tell you, that scene was incredible. Jozu shot forward like a human-shaped hedgehog cannonball, tracing an outrageous arc in the air, heading straight for the Beast Pirate's giant ship. Vista, watching from behind, shook his head. It's over, This kid is completely out of control. He used to be such a well-behaved child. How did he become so violent now? Ugh, this is making me itch. Saying this, Vista also drew his twin swords and leaped onto the beast pirate ship. Jozu was fighting the boss. He would clear the minions. He couldn't just stand there and watch, right? Boom! With a huge bang, Jozu crashed directly into the middle of the beast pirate's ship. That was a Yonko ship, reinforced with sea prism stone. Yet, Jozu's charge nearly split it in half. Wood chips flew and dust rose, making it look like a demolition site. When the dust settled, Jozu walked out from the ruins as if nothing had happened. Jack the Drought's mouth twitched. They say I'm tough and resilient, but now I realize compared to you, Diamond Jozu, I'm just a fragile skin. I ram my ship into yours, but you ram yourself into mine? You're the real heavyweight. At this moment, Vista also came up, looking at the destruction. He clicked his tongue in amazement. Brother Jozu, if you had used this move against Marco back then, it would have definitely been a refreshing feeling. The little minions of the beast pirates saw these two killing gods and charged in with a howl. Vista smiled slightly. Just don't you dare compete with me for these small fries. Then, as if going for a stroll, he swung his sword, and with every slash, there were bodies flying and blood splattering. Those who usually acted arrogantly were like wheat being cut down under Vista's hands. Jean and Jack watched as their subordinates fell one by one without even raising an eyelid. Their minds were filled with one question. Jean stared at Jozu with a resentful gaze. Why? Have you become so strong? Ha ha ha. I'm not afraid to tell you. This is all thanks to our vice-captain. Jozu was excited and proud when he mentioned this. Vice-captain? Jean and Jack exchanged a glance, completely dumbfounded. When did the Whitebeard pirates have a vice-captain? Isn't it just Marco? Want to know? Jozu snorted disdainfully. Humph, you're not worthy. Saying this, he stepped closer, and that oppressive feeling made even the reckless Jack unable to bear it. He was the first to explode in anger. Drawing his sword and ready to fight. I'll fight you. You fool. You want to die? Jean shouted sharply to stop him. It had to be Jean. His mind was quick. He knew that he was injured, and even if he teamed up with Jack, they would at most be even with Jozu. Plus, there was also the watchful Vista nearby. This battle was impossible to win. Surviving and reporting to Mr. Kaido was the most important. Jin's eyes sharpened, giving Jack a look. The next second, the two turned around without hesitation and jumped into the sea with a splash. Damn it! Jozu rushed to the back of the ship, furious, cursing that Jack, being a fisherman, must have taken Jean and escaped from the sea. The side effects of this devil fruit are really deadly. Vista patted him on the shoulder. All right, they've escaped. This time, we've achieved a great victory. Forcing the two disasters of the beast pirates to jump into the sea to escape is enough for them to be laughed at for a year. And this ship full of treasures, isn't it fragrant? The two moved the gold, silver, treasures, fine wine, and delicacies from the ship onto their own. Then directly called back to headquarters, asking logistics to come and collect the spoils. The call was answered by the 10th Division Captain, Khalil, who was idly doing nothing at the time. Upon hearing Jozu say they had captured a beast pirate's ship, he thought it was some oblivious junior officer and lazily agreed. However, half an hour later, when he arrived at the coordinates in a small boat and saw the giant ship, which had a displacement of over 10,000 tons and was almost smashed in half, he was completely stunned. What the hell? What the hell? Something's wrong. He jumped onto the ship, looking at the bodies everywhere and the terrifying impact marks, and grabbed a surviving captive to question, leaving him dumbfounded. What? Jozu? That porcupine war god? He single-handedly injured the Blaze disaster gene and forced the two disasters to jump into the sea to escape? Khalil quickly called Marco. Marco! Big trouble. Jozu Oh, I know, he has gotten stronger. You know, you're also trying to get stronger? After hanging up the phone, Khalil was utterly bewildered. Good heavens. The whole crew knows, and I'm the only one kept in the dark. A pure victim in an information cocoon. No way. I need to visit Vice-Captain Yeyu quickly. And just an hour ago, that kid Marco had already brought top-quality steak, foie gras, and a whole box of top-quality red wine from Dressrosa to knock on our Vice-Captain's door, which is my door. I had just finished forging, was exhausted, and my stomach was growling, ready to take a break. As soon as I saw it was Marco, and he brought so much delicious food, it was truly a timely rain. Alright, you can come in. But I have to say, I haven't figured out your method of improvement yet. I'm being honest. Upon hearing this, Marco was even more excited. No problem, Vice-Captain. Just being able to have a meal with you and exchange ideas makes me very content. This kid really knows how to talk. When he entered my restricted area and saw the huge fruit trees and the nearby forge, he was completely stunned. I didn't care whether he was stunned or not. I quickly urged him to take out the food. Hurry up, Marco. I'm starving. I've been forging iron all day. I'm exhausted. Marco must have been internally complaining. Damn, so you really have been forging iron all day? Once the food and drinks were ready, Marco, being bold, directly picked up a bottle of red wine, smiled, and said, Uncle Yu, I toast to you. Then, gulp gulp, in 2 seconds, he finished a whole bottle. I was dumbfounded. This wasn't drinking wine, it was downing cold water. Looking at the bottle again, good grief, 38 degrees. This wasn't red wine. It was practically low-alcohol, white liquor. Come on, Uncle Yu, I'm downing it. You feel free. Marco kept encouraging me. Could I back down? I'm a senior. So I picked up a bottle too. Gulp gulp, and down in one go. Just as I was about to grab some food, Marco picked up 2 more bottles. Uncle Yu, I toast to you again. After that, gulp gulp, 2 bottles went down his throat. I was at my wit's end. Come on, let me eat something. You've already had steak, and I haven't eaten a single bite since the start. But his eyes were fixed on me. And I had no choice. I couldn't lose face. Drink. After downing 3 bottles, Marco finally started asking serious questions, eagerly inquiring if he should focus on fruit development or hockey. Hearing his dilemma that had troubled him for 10 years, I calmly replied, This question is simple. Upon hearing this, Marco's face turned red with excitement, and he lit up without saying a word. He grabbed 3 bottles of liquor, popped the caps, and started chugging them. After finishing, his eyes began to glaze over, and he urgently asked, Uncle Yu, which direction should I go? Please tell me. Watching his crazed state, I couldn't help but twitch at the corner of my mouth. It's just a cultivation issue. Why get so worked up? You're drinking so boldly. It's making me uncomfortable. It seemed I couldn't say much more. When he got excited, he loved to drink, and when he drank, I had to suffer too. There was nothing I could do but also open 3 bottles at once. No matter what, I couldn't let a junior outshine me. Let me tell you, the burps from this alcohol almost sent me away. After finishing 3 bottles, my head was still buzzing, and I just wanted to quickly grab some food to settle my stomach. But this pineapple-headed Marco, with his burning gaze, insisted on pulling me in to ask how he could break through the bottleneck he had been stuck at for 10 years. At that moment, I was almost losing my mind. How would I know how to break through? I just casually said, Isn't it obvious? Develop your fruit. I took another sip of liquor and started seriously rambling. You see, at your age, your physical abilities are basically at their peak. If you want to compare muscles with that old man garb, you might as well wait for your next life. But fruit development is different. That's limitless. Look at our old man. His physical abilities have declined, yet he still plays with his fruit more creatively? Goodness, my few words practically fried his CPU. He stood there dumbfounded, his eyes filled with shock and realization, mumbling something about the simplicity of great truths. I tell you, the way he looked at me was like he was gazing at a deity. The next second, he suddenly grabbed my hand, trembling with excitement, his face flushed. My heart skipped a beat. What the hell? What's going on? We're just having a drink. Why are you grabbing my hand? A bunch of chaotic thoughts flashed through my mind. Think about it. On Whitebeard's ship, aside from one Harda, it's all men. And there's even one who likes to wear a kimono. Who understands? I was really almost ready to pull out a hammer. Marco, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't get handsy. I quickly tried to pull my hand back, but he held on tighter, looking at me with watery eyes. Vice-Captain, you're absolutely right. You're truly my rebirth parents. Please guide me further. How exactly should I develop this fruit? Oh, so that's what it was. You scared me. Thankfully, I just managed to trick him. I breathed a sigh of relief. And to buy some time, so he wouldn't keep urging me to drink, I slowly grabbed some food, chewing as I said, Well, that's simple. I see that your Phoenix Flames are already quite impressive. Why not switch tracks and add some ice to that fire? As soon as those words came out, Marco was completely stunned. His expression was as if to say, Dude, are you drunk? He looked at me with a puzzled face and asked, Vice-Captain, this can't be true, right? Freezing is Green Bull's ability. How could I possibly develop that? I rolled my eyes at him and continued to ramble. What's impossible? Open your mind. Look at Jaws. he developed a rebound ability with just a diamond fruit. Does that have anything to do with diamonds? What's wrong with having a bit of ice with your fire? Let me tell you, Marco is really easy to fool. After I said that, he actually believed me again. He got all excited, looking at me with admiration. Uncle Yu, I shouldn't have doubted you. I was wrong. After saying that, guess what he did? He opened 5 bottles of liquor in quick succession, saying it was all in the drinks, then tipped his head back and started pouring it down. I was dumbfounded. I mean, dude, you can apologize, but why drag me into this? Watching him finish 5 bottles, swaying as he looked at me, what could I do? I couldn't lose face. So I opened 5 bottles too, closed my eyes, and chugged them all down. After finishing those 5 bottles, I felt the world spinning and quickly found an excuse to send him away. All right, that's enough for today. You should head back and remember what I said. Develop your abilities in another direction. Marco finally listened, wobbling as he stood up, clasping his fist to thank me. But after just 2 steps, he fell flat on his face. Wow, turns out he can't hold his liquor as well as I can. He struggled to get up, took a few more steps, and then fell again. It looked like he was about to set up camp in my yard, and I was getting a headache over it when suddenly, ding dong. I'm telling you, that system notification sound was like heavenly music. Detected that Diamond Jaws defeated Flame Calamity. Reward, Golden 10 draw. Holy crap. Golden 10 draw. I instantly perked up. Forget Marco and this mess, I need to focus. My brother Jaws is awesome. Even when he's on a business trip, he can bring me warmth. This feeling of being the host is just too great. I quickly recited in my mind, system, right now, immediately, give me the draw. Goodness, a flash of golden light. What high-grade fertilizer, high-grade iron, or experience points for Conqueror S Hockey, and 10,000 system coins. Although there were few empty rewards, this was a huge profit. While I was happily looking at my system panel, I turned around and saw Marco, the pineapple head, had actually fallen asleep in my yard, and he made a complete mess of my ground. My temper flared. No way. I have to think of a way to get him to leave. Hey, didn't I just draw that high-grade fertilizer pack that can hasten the ripening of skill fruits? Perfect, let us give him one. That way, he won't bother me every day. System, apply fertilizer. A beam of golden light descended, and the fruits on my skill tree visibly grew rapidly. A fruit reserved for Jaws, the Dragon Turtle Taunt fruit, ripened, and more importantly, the Ice Crystal Phoenix fruit nearby also ripened. I quickly scanned it. Ice Crystal Phoenix System Frost Shining Skill Fruit. Releases ice blocks to deal damage and slow down. Can be re-released to explode, causing area damage and stun. What the heck? A stun effect. ISNT, this exactly the freezing power I just casually mentioned? What a coincidence. The system kindly informed me that the skill effect is linked to personal development level. I casually glanced at Marco. Wow, his magic value is pretty high. He has a good foundation. All right, it's decided. You're going to be my second worker. I quickly climbed the tree, picked that crystal clear, cold fruit, walked up to Marco, who was sleeping like a dead pig, and, facing his face, bam, I gave him a loud slap. With a slap, he was completely stunned. He opened his eyes in a daze and asked me, Uncle Yu, is it dawn? My face turned dark. What dawn? It's not dawn. Here, have a fruit to sober up. Eat it and get lost. He probably woke up from the slap, took the fruit, and stuffed it into his mouth, saying while eating, Uncle Yu, this fruit is really delicious. Can I have a few more? Do you think this is an all-you-can-eat buffet? I impatiently kicked him out. Before he left, I pretended to remind him, remember what I said, go back and get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow you'll be able to use the power of ice and fire. Marco looked dumbfounded at that moment, probably thinking he was hallucinating from drinking too much. I confidently repeated it, and he suddenly seemed energized, muttering sleep. Tomorrow practice the power of ice and fire, and ran madly towards the dormitory. On the way, he bumped into several team leaders who greeted him, but he ignored them, leaving them all confused. As a result, early the next morning, before dawn, this kid really ran to the training ground. Let me tell you, that scene was unbelievable. He stood there, eyes closed, doing what I told him, gathering the phoenix fire in his fist, then started. Meditating? Anyway, he was imagining the fire infused with ice. The next moment, a miracle happened. His blue flame fist actually emitted wisps of cold air. He was stunned himself. Then, he experimentally threw a punch at a training dummy. Boom! A loud noise. The temperature in the entire training ground dropped by dozens of degrees. The ground was instantly covered with a thick layer of frost. That unfortunate dummy was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. And on that ice, the blue phoenix flames swirled, looking far more advanced than Chee's broken ice block. Marco was dumbfounded, standing there for a long time, then suddenly burst into wild laughter, flapping his wings and flying into the sky. Ha ha, Yush, just you wait. I have a new skill too. This guy got so excited that he felt he had to let everyone know how awesome he was. So, he pulled out a huge megaphone and, like a lunatic, flew to each captain's dormitory door. Bermank, big news. Gather at the training ground. Cleuo, that mirror. Stop sleeping. Wake up quick. Atmos, Fasa, why are you two big guys sleeping together? Hurry up. There's an important announcement. I tell you, all the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were roused by him. Each one thought the Navy was attacking and charged to the training ground, weapons in hand, full of murderous intent. When everyone arrived, nervously asking him, Marco, what is going on? Are we going to war? The atmosphere at the training ground was tense. Guess what happened next? Marco cleared his throat, stood in the middle, and waved his hand with a proud look. Brothers, don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. Stop with the fighting all day long. Instead of wasting time, improving your strength is the way to go. I tell you, that's what Marco was thinking. The next morning before dawn, he dragged all of us captains out of bed. I was still in a messy hairdo, completely dazed, thinking, who has the fool who has come to ruin our peace? When we got to the training ground, good grief, there was Marco standing there, his smile brighter than the sun. Muir, who usually had the worst temper, immediately exploded. Marco, are you crazy? Disturbing people's sweet dreams early in the morning. Just get to the point. You guess what Marco said? He cleared his throat, put his hands on his hips, and in a tone, as if announcing he'd won 5 million, shouted, Brothers, from today on, I, Marco, am also at the royal level of strength. I tell you, the entire training ground fell silent. There were about a dozen of us, looking at each other, our faces practically screaming, is this guy still asleep? Fawcett directly stabbed his flame sword into the ground and cursed. Damn it. Marco, you dragged me out of bed just to listen to you brag? Muir was also furious. Exactly. You could at least save it for later. But you set up a morning bragging session. Do you believe we won T just pin you to the ground right now? Family, who understands? This guy usually loves to boast, and we're all used to it. But to call everyone up to listen to him brag? That's unheard of. We all started rolling up our sleeves, ready to wake him up physically. But Marco got anxious, looking aggrieved. Who is bragging? Marco, am an honest person, I never lie. As soon as he said that, the entire audience erupted in boos, and middle fingers were practically forming a forest. Come on, if you weren't bragging, even pigs could climb trees. If you have the ability, prove it right now. If it's fake, we'll drink all the good wine hidden in your dorm today. Hey, that hit a sore spot. As soon as this guy heard that his wine might be gone, he immediately got anxious. All right, everyone watch closely. Step aside a bit. If my undying freezing power accidentally hurts someone later, don't say I didn't warn you. We hesitantly made some space for him, thinking to ourselves that we wanted to see what he could pull off. He stretched out his 5 fingers, and that iconic blue phoenix flame ignited on them. But the next second, I felt the temperature of the air drop drastically. That flame was actually emitting a bone-chilling cold. Whoosh! He pointed at the ceiling of the training ground, and a beam of ice blue light shot out, freezing the entire roof in an instant. The cold air felt like a giant cold storage had been opened, and the temperature dropped by several degrees in a flash. Before we could react, his fingers danced like he was playing the piano, shooting several beams of ice in all directions. Let me tell you, the scene was incredible. In just a few seconds, the entire training ground of over 100,000 acres was completely transformed into an ice and snow world. It was no exaggeration to say it was frozen for miles. Marco retracted his hand, looking extremely pleased. Hee, how about it, brothers? Do you recognize my new direction of fruit development? Undying, freezing power? He stood there waiting for us to applaud, but instead, we were all dumbfounded, our mouths agape like we could fit an egg in. The visual impact was 1,000 times more terrifying than Jaws' diamond transformation. After a long while, Bramink dropped the wooden mallet in his hand with a clatter. Stammering, "What the hell? Marco, is this for real? Isn't this the ability of Akiji? How could you?" Izang was crouched on the ground, reaching out to touch the ice, looking like he had seen a ghost. "There's something wrong with this ice. It's been so long, and not only has it not melted, it's getting colder." Everyone's gaze instantly focused on Marco. Good grief. First Jaws, now Marco. Is our Whitebeard pirates going to the sky? Marco was probably overjoyed inside, but he still had to put on a show. He cleared his throat, then pretended to be very troubled and waved his hand. "Sigh. You guys have too many questions. Answering them one by one is really a hassle." I thought about rushing up to punch him. His smugness was infuriating. If we weren't so eager to know the answer, he definitely wouldn't have made it out of the training ground today. He almost laughed out loud at our frustrated expressions, then leisurely said, "Having this ability is of course thanks to Vice-Captain Yeyu's guidance. But mainly I have high talent. I get it with just a little bit." Puffed. Who doesn't know him? He hasn't made any progress in 10 years, and yet he talks about talent? It's obvious that 99.9 of it is Yeyu's credit. He explained further. "As for why it resembles Akiji's ability, don't underestimate me, okay? This is a brand new direction developed for my phoenix fruit, much stronger than his. The reason this ice is getting colder is that it contains my undying power, which is everlasting. Want to break the ice? You have to defeat my undying power first." As soon as the words came out, we all understood. That sneaky guy must have taken advantage of Jaw's absence to secretly seek out Brother Yu for some special training yesterday. No way. We absolutely cannot let him eat alone. Marco was still there, feeling proud. "How about it, brothers? Are you convinced now?" I wasn't bragging, but when he turned around, he was dumbfounded. There was no one behind him. We had all long since dashed off like arrows towards the forbidden zone of Vice-Captain Yeyu, leaving Marco alone in the wind, covering his mouth, regretting, oh no, my big mouth. Does anyone understand? That scene was simply a 100-meter dash to pay for knowledge. One word from Brother, you could be worth decades of our hard training. Whoever runs slow is a fool. The fastest, Harda, was shouting behind. "Harda, wait for me." Harda didn't even look back. "Wait for you? You think I'm waiting to see your taillights? Dream on." The worst off were the last runners, Bulamank and Atmos. Bulamank, that big guy, was lugging a giant hammer, gasping for breath after every step, and seeing that he was about to be left behind, he suddenly had a brainwave and grabbed Atmos's pants. Atmos was bewildered. "What are you doing? Let go." Bulamank played the rogue. "If you don't wait for me, neither of us is going. I'll drag someone down with me." We all rushed noisily to the entrance of Brother Yu's forbidden zone, and it was only 5 in the morning. Brother Yu was awakened by the ringing and sleepily opened the monitor to see a crowd at the entrance. 12 captains looking like they were at market, each one staring eagerly. "Vice-Captain Yeyu, please give us some guidance." "Yes, Vice-Captain, Jaws is not here. Could you give us some special training too?" Brother Yu was dumbfounded at that moment, probably cursing Marco's big mouth 1,000 times in his heart. But he still opened the door and let us in. Once inside, we didn't care about looking at those novel things. We quickly surrounded Brother Yu and showered him with compliments. "Vice-Captain, you are our life mentor. You are my idol." Brother Yu just smiled faintly and waved his hand. "All right, stop saying these useless things. Tell me the problems you've encountered in your training." We babbled for more than 10 minutes, and after listening, Brother Yu summarized, "Oh, dominance, sword intent, fruit development, that's all. These are basic issues, not difficult." What the heck? The bottleneck that had stumped us for decades was just basic issues to him. Not difficult? It's truly a world we don't understand. We were all so excited we were about to cry, almost kneeling before him. Brother Yu looked at our useless expressions and continued. "However, I'll have to think it over. Here's the deal. You guys help me clean up, catch some bugs on this tree, and when you're done, I'll give each of you a small gift." "A gift?" We were a bit confused, and Atmos asked for us. "Vice-Captain, we want to become stronger, not receive gifts." Brother Yu smiled mysteriously. "Who told you that gifts can't make people stronger?" He paused and dropped a bombshell. "As long as you work today, I'll give each of you a healing pearl." "Healing pearl? What is this?" We had never heard of it. Brother Yu explained, "This thing can greatly enhance your recovery abilities, just like the insane self-healing of animal-type fruits." Wow, ISNT this just a low-tier version of Kaido. This gift is too awesome. Goodness. Is brother you running some cyber wish fulfillment electronic charity? As long as you work, you can get god-tier gear. Where else can you find such a good deal? We were all ecstatic. Compliments poured out like there was no tomorrow. Vice-Captain, your heart is broader than the ocean. With you here, any Navy overlord is just waiting to be torn apart by us. Brother you was a bit embarrassed by our praise, cleared his throat, and said, all right, we're all brothers. Just make sure to clean up, especially this tree. Not a single bug can be left. But remember, don't disturb my rest. After saying that, brother you went back to sleep. We, the captains, were all pumped up, holding brooms and cloths, nodding and bowing like little chicks pecking at rice. Don't worry. Vice-Captain, we'll complete the task. The scene was spectacular, but let me tell you, brother, you didn't take this matter to heart at all. I dove straight into my room, lay on the bed, and it felt so good. I was just pondering over the task progress on Jaw's side, when suddenly, something amazing happened. It was like I had installed real-time monitoring in my head. Suddenly, a window popped up, directly showing Jaw's first-person live broadcast. What the heck? What is going on? I quickly tried it with Marco and the others, and found that as long as they were fruit users, I could directly watch their live stream. Does anyone understand? Now, all the captains on our ship were exposed in front of me, and the surprise of opening a blind box was gone. Luckily, these rough guys didn't have girlfriends. Otherwise, would I have to tip a rocket for watching free live streams every day? I almost laughed out loud while lying on the bed. And just as I was secretly enjoying myself, the camera caught Jaws and the flower sword Bista stepping onto Hawkeye's lair, Kragen Island. Let me tell you, that place was like a horror movie set, filled with thick purple mist, graves everywhere, eerie and creepy, feeling like a ghost could jump out at any moment. Jaws, that big brute, immediately complained. I say, Bista, does Hawkeye have some special fetish? Living in a place like this, what is the difference from being in prison? Bista was still analyzing. Well, you know, this is the loneliness of a swordsman, pursuing absolute silence to reach enlightenment. They were chatting aimlessly when suddenly there was an uproar around them, and a large group of baboons burst out from the woods. Can you believe it? These baboons were not only wearing armor, but also wielding all sorts of weapons. The leading giant baboon had a long knife at its waist, looking like a general, exuding an imposing aura. Jaw's eyes nearly popped out. Holy crap, Bista. These baboons have become sentient? Bista had heard that the baboons on this island were human imitators, getting stronger when faced with strong opponents. It seemed they had learned all the human warfare tactics from before, becoming a berserk version. But who was Jaws, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates? He didn't take this group of cosplayers seriously at all. He and Bista continued walking toward the castle as if they were in their own backyard, completely ignoring the baboons. This infuriated the little monkeys, feeling disrespected, and they instantly went berserk, charging at them with loud howls. The scene was overwhelming, with baboons everywhere, a dark mass blocking out the sky. Bista smirked, as if to say they were indeed underestimated by a bunch of beasts. The next second, he drew his knife, and with a few swishes, countless slashes with bizarre arcs bloomed in the air, moving as fast as lightning. Those baboons, still in midair, clawing and screeching, didn't even have time to react. In less than a second, they all fell like dumplings, hitting the ground with a thud. Throughout the process, Bista didn't even glance at them. This move directly stunned the baboons, leaving them frozen in place, not daring to move. But animals, you know, have the bad habit of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. They took one look and, realizing they couldn't defeat the sword-wielding one, turned their attention to the stout and muscular Jaws. Perhaps in their eyes, Jaws appeared, more approachable, with a howl from the Baboon King. All the baboons redirected their weapons, brandishing knives and forks, and charged at Jaws. Bista nearly burst out laughing at this scene. Attacking Jaws? Brothers, you really know how to pick, choosing someone even more terrifying than me. He clasped his hands together and silently prayed for this group of clueless baboons. Let me tell you, Jaws was truly arrogant. Bista at least drew his sword and made a few moves, but Jaws? He couldn't even be bothered to look. He activated his fruit ability and swaggered forward. He even muttered disdainfully, "So annoying, let us just solve this all at once." In an instant, the baboons surrounded Jaws, blocking all escape routes, and a barrage of weapons rained down on him. In their eyes, this stout fellow was slow and doomed. Boom, boom, boom. Swords slashed, axes chopped, and clubs thudded, creating a cacophony of sounds as they struck Jaws. And what was the result? After the baboons finished their assault, they found Jaws still moving forward as if nothing had happened. At this point, all the baboons were dumbfounded, completely frozen. Their minds probably held just one thought. This guy is even more devilish than the one with the sword. Fear is contagious. The entire forest was filled with the terrified screams of the baboons. They turned to run, but just as they jumped a couple of steps, something strange happened. The attacks they had just launched suddenly rebounded back to themselves. Some got hit on the head with a club. Others received knife wounds to their bellies, and some even chopped off their own arms with an axe. Thud, thud, thud. All the baboons, including the baboon king, collapsed to the ground, clutching their wounds. Their eyes filled with despair and admiration. With their meager brain capacity, they arrived at an astonishing conclusion. This guy who looked like a baboon was definitely a baboon god. Only a god could possess such a bizarre ability. If Jaws knew what they were thinking, he would probably be so furious that he'd turn around and kick each of them. Would I look like a baboon? At that moment, in the castle, a man sensed it. Dracul Myhawk, holding a glass of red wine, had a flash of brilliance in his hawk-like eyes. Someone is coming, and they've taken care of that group of baboons. A little girl named Perona, holding an umbrella, was also quite surprised. Myhawk set down his wine glass, strapped on his enormous black sword, Yoru, and walked out. As the cold wind blew, a man wearing a black top hat and a burgundy shirt appeared before Jaws and Bista. His aura was so strong it felt like it came with its own background music. The captain of the Whitebeard pirates? Myhawk spoke mildly. We are not familiar. What do you want from me? Jaws, being straightforward, grinned and got to the point. Hey Myhawk, we're here for that little knife necklace around your neck. Name your price. Myhawk furrowed his brow, his gaze instantly turning cold. That knife had been with him for decades. Could money resolve this? Rude intruder. Get lost before I take action. Even if Whitebeard himself came, I wouldn't give him this face. Bista patted Jaws on the shoulder, implying, I told you it wouldn't work. Jaws pouted. If that's the case, then let's execute plan B. Hey, Myhawk, if I defeat you, will you give me the knife? Hearing this, Myhawk nearly laughed in anger, looking at them as if they were fools. You think you two together can win against me? Using numbers to bully the few is not our style. Jaws shook his fist. Myhawk then turned his gaze to Bista. So, it's you who wants to challenge me? Flower Sword Bista, your name is worthy of a duel with me. Saying this, he drew his black sword, Yoru, pointing its tip at Bista. Bista sighed and pointed at Jaws. To be honest, I would love to fight you, but the main character this time is him. Jaws looked frustrated. Am I not even worth a mention in your eyes, Myhawk? He stepped forward and said earnestly, That's right, Myhawk. If I defeat you, will you give me the cross knife? What do you say? Myhawk looked Jaws up and down with a peculiar expression. You want to defeat me? The disdain in his tone was utterly unmasked. This completely enraged Jaws. That's right, and I'm going to defeat you in 6 seconds. Jaws shouted hoarsely. 6 seconds? That's a bit of a stretch for a joke. Myhawk narrowed his eyes, remained silent for a moment, and suddenly laughed. All right, I accept your challenge. If you win, the knife is yours. But what if you lose? As long as you don't engage in illegal trades, I will give you anything. Jaws was overflowing with confidence. All right. The curve of Myhawk's mouth turned cold. If you lose, you only need to pay with your life. It's a deal. Jaws excitedly bumped his fists together. Defeating the world's greatest swordsman would make a name for himself. Although Myhawk thought these two were a bit too confident, he still took up a stance and coldly said, If you die, I allow your corpse to be returned to the Whitebeard pirates. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved. The overwhelming pressure from the world's greatest swordsman instantly enveloped the entire arena. Just a seemingly simple swing of the sword contained boundless sword intent, causing the entire sky to change color. Faced with this earth-shattering blow, Jaws was filled with excitement and shouted, Yes, just like that. Don't hold back. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, and his body was instantly covered in dazzling diamonds, choosing to take the hit head-on. Boom! The black blade struck solidly against Jaw's arms. The powerful impact instantly stirred up an 8th-degree wind, causing the entire island to tremble. Jaws was forced back a step by this immense force. Just one step. He became even more excited, laughing heartily, as expected of the world's greatest swordsman. You actually managed to push me back a step. Meanwhile, Mihawk's expression completely froze. What the hell? What's going on? He swore that just now. He had used 100% of his strength, prepared to take this clueless guy out in one blow. The result, the other party only took a step back. Mihawk took 2 steps back, his gaze locked onto Jaws, as a layer upon layer of rich, black-armed hockey began to wrap around his black blade, and the sky even strangely crackled with black lightning. This strike you can't dodge. Mihawk's voice was as cold as ice. However, Jaws never considered dodging. He shouted, "Spike defense!" Countless sharp backward spikes suddenly grew from the diamonds on his body, transforming him into a diamond sea urchin. Mihawk was momentarily stunned. What kind of technique is this? But he didn't think much of it. The black blade in his hand instantly struck out 10 terrifying slashes imbued with armed hockey. Each slash was enough to split a mountain in half. Beside them, Vista swallowed hard several times. Is this the power of the world's number one? The gap is too big. However, facing the overwhelming slashes, Jaws showed no signs of fear. Instead, he laughed and charged forward towards the blade light. "Come on, Mihawk, the world's strongest slash. I'm Jaws, here to give it a try." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 slashes struck Jaws like lightning, creating countless dazzling sparks. Each impact felt like it was crashing against a mountain. The aftershocks of the slashes flattened the forest behind him. Even the clouds in the sky were sliced into pieces. But Jaws, like an indomitable war god, walked forward step by step under this terrifying barrage, without a single white mark left on him. Mihawk was completely dumbfounded. Even with his world-class mental fortitude, he was shocked beyond measure at this moment. How is this possible? His eyes widened, and the scene in front of him had completely surpassed his comprehension. Jaws grinned widely, excitedly shouting, "What is the big deal about taking an attack? Are you done? Now it's my turn." He bent his legs and took a charging stance. And at that moment, something even more shocking happened that shattered Mihawk's worldview. Those 10 terrifying slashes he had sent toward Jaws suddenly reversed direction in an instant, returning to him untouched. Armed hockey rebound slash. Mihawk was completely flustered, his mouth agape enough to fit an ague. How can you also do this? What the hell is this signature move of mine? How did this guy, who isn't even a swordsman, manage to pull it off? Hawkeye admitted. At this moment, his CPU was really overheating. But the problem is, my attacks won't wait for his CPU to reboot. I'm telling you, those strikes raining down from the sky like a barrage didn't even give him a chance to contemplate life. They were all hitting him in the face. What else could he do? Hawkeye had no choice but to grit his teeth and pull out his pitch-black big kitchen knife, clanging away with a series of blocks. Goodness. The collision with his top-tier hockey sent sparks flying, and he was actually forced to retreat several steps by my copied and pasted move. Jaws, watching from the side, secretly nodded, thinking to himself that it's no wonder he's the world's number one. That poor guy in the back then had no idea about this move's intricacies and ended up getting hurt by his own attack, suffering a huge loss. Look at Hawkeye. Even in such a dazed state, he was still able to defend against everything. His fundamentals are indeed solid. But who is Jaws? He is a battle god I trained, specializing in taking advantage of your weakness. Seeing Hawkeye still blocking, without saying a word, he suddenly pushed off the ground with his powerful legs, creating 2 massive craters. He charged forward like a giant cannonball studded with diamonds, exuding brute force, shouting, ramming charge. Beside him, the flower sword Bista was speechless, directly shouting, "Damn, Jaws. Take it easy. Who can withstand this move you're using right now?" Halfway through his charge, Jaws realized, oh no, it seemed he had gone a bit too far to show off. But the move had already been unleashed. There was no turning back now. All he could do was silently pray, "Hawkeye, you must hold on." Just as Hawkeye cleared the strikes from the sky, he looked up and saw a massive humanoid porcupine right in front of his face. I'm telling you, the distance was so close he could see Jaws' nose hair. Want to dodge? Absolutely impossible. The only choice was to clash head-on and be a real man. At this moment, the foundation of the world's greatest swordsman erupted completely. Although he had just consumed a large amount of haki, he instantly filled his armed color to the brim again, with layers of black smoke wrapping around his black sword. Night. That gaze, let me tell you, instantly switched from confusion to that of a hunting eagle, sharp enough to be frightening. His biggest wish was to have a fight with Whitebeard, but now, looking at it, good grief, there was such a monster hiding on Whitebeard's ship. So why wait? Let's have a good fight today. He gripped the black sword tightly, murmuring incantations, and the sword intent of the entire island was drawn to him alone. The sky was filled with lightning and thunder, and the wind howled, uprooting trees in the forest like pulling radishes. Behind him, a massive phantom of an eagle seemed to appear, fixating on Jaws. 10 slashes combined, across the seas and realms, in countless worlds. There is no one I cannot cut down. True eagle slash. Bista, watching from the side, was dumbfounded, his clothes flapping in the wind, stuttering. Is this the highest realm of swordsmanship? I thought I was just one step away from him, but now it seems, damn, that's not just a step. It's like a distance across the East Sea. Even Perona in the castle felt it, flying out with her small flower umbrella, muttering, "To force my hawk to unleash his full power, what kind of god is this?" Let me tell you, Jaws looked at the catastrophic scene in front of him, and he was a bit surprised. But was he afraid? Not a chance. After my special training, he had absolute confidence in his Diamond 2.0 version with anti-damage. He directly maximized his diamond ability and armed color, making himself appear darker and brighter in midair, and he shouted his own move. Sword Pierce Defense Upgrade. True Black Piercing Strike. One was the world's strongest slash, and the other was the world's strongest defense. The strongest spear met the strongest shield. Boom! Let me tell you, at that moment, the whole world fell silent. Immediately after, a terrifying shockwave exploded around them, causing the entire Claykana Island to experience a massive earthquake. Perona, who had just flown to the battlefield, hadn't even seen what the person looked like when she was blown away like a kite with a broken string. Tumbling down, dust filled the air, obscuring everything. Bista was sweating profusely, shouting, "Hey, Jaws, you bastard, are you okay?" He knew Jaws could restrain swordsmen, but after all, he was facing Hawkeye. What if he messed up? In the center of the battlefield, there was no movement at all. Suddenly, a woman's scream rang out. Ah, it was Perona. She had seen Hawkeye. Let me tell you, it was a tragic sight. Hawkeye was covered in wounds, his elbow was directly pierced, blood flowing continuously, and he was wrapped in bandages like a mummy. As Perona bandaged him, she was shocked. "My Hawk, how could you be hurt like this?" But Hawkeye paid no attention to his injuries, his eagle-like eyes fixed on the place where the dust was settling. There lay Jaws, lying flat on the ground, completely still. Seeing this, Bista collapsed, scrambling over and shaking Jaws' body vigorously. "Jaws, brother, wake up. Didn't you boast about being a swordsman killer? How come you're dead after meeting a real one?" "Oh no, how am I supposed to explain this to Vice-Captain Yu?" He cried so heart-wrenchingly that even the Oscars would have to give him a little golden man. Perona looked at him disdainfully. You brought this on yourself? This man, though a bit dull, is the world's #1 in strength." However, Hawkeye himself looked confused. "No, that slash he just made didn't he have that feeling of cutting into flesh? It felt more like striking a mountain of diamonds. The recoil nearly knocking his sword out of his hands. He was certain he hadn't broken through Jaws' defense. So, why was this guy lying on the ground? Was he stunned by the shock? Hawkeye squinted, pondering for a long time, and suddenly spoke. You aren't pretending to be dead, are you?" "Huh?" Perona was stunned. Vista also stopped crying, looking down at Jaws. Right, he had been lying there for a while, and not a drop of blood was under him. This was unscientific. So this guy slyly reached toward Jaws' armpit. "Wawahaha, don't mess around. Vista, brother, don't mess around." The 300-pound Jaws suddenly bounced up from the ground, full of energy. Perona's eyes nearly popped out, her lips trembling. Are you kidding me? You took Hawkeye's strongest hit and only got a minor injury?" She had seen the duel between Hawkeye and Shanks. With this move, even Shanks would have to avoid the edge. The fat guy in front of her, is he made of diamonds? Hawkeye's mouth twitched crazily. Damn it, The damage from his strongest attack could be considered pitifully low. The output relied entirely on shouting, with damage in single digits, mainly just a scrape. He looked down and saw a 2-centimeter-long cut on Jaw's chest, like a scratch from a fingernail, and nothing else. Family, who understands? Hawkeye's face was burning red. He was heavily injured, while the opponent only had a scratch. The reputation of the world's greatest swordsman was completely ruined today. How would he survive in these seas in the future? Seeing Jaws bouncing around, Bista instantly turned from sorrow to anger, drawing out his dual swords. Bastard Jaws. You made me shed tears for nothing. I've lost face. I'll kill you. Saying that, he chased after Jaws to slash. Jaws dodged while calling out, "No, brother. It was just a joke. My skills are on cooldown, cooldown." As a result, Bista accidentally stabbed Jaws in the butt, pulling it out and seeing blood on the blade. Bista was also stunned. What the hell, I really stabbed him? Jaws covered his butt, wailing, "Of course. I didn't even activate my armed color. How was I supposed to know you were serious?" Hawkeye and Perona watched these two clowns, completely dumbfounded. Hawkeye thought, my lifelong reputation, I actually lost to an idiot? After enough of the commotion, Jaws and Bista got serious and walked up to Hawkeye. Jaws looked proud. "Sorry, my Hawk, but this time you lost, right? Time to fulfill your promise." Hawkeye, being a man, accepted defeat and directly threw the small cross knife necklace around his neck over. After getting the item, Jaws was about to leave when Hawkeye called out to him. "Jaws, when did you become so strong?" Jaws turned around, proudly patting his chest. "Huh? I'm not afraid to tell you. Our ship's Vice-Captain Yeyu has come out of retirement. This is all thanks to Vice-Captain Yeyu's guidance." After saying that, the two of them swaggered away, leaving Hawkeye alone, confused in the wind. "Yeyu? Who is that? I've never heard of him." A vice-captain who can train a subordinate captain to royal-level standards? That is quite a boast. However, considering Jaws' transformation, Hawkeye felt excited. His swordsmanship had stagnated for 10 years. Perhaps this EU could really help him improve again. At this moment, Perona came over with a letter. The Navy has sent a message, inviting you to participate in the upcoming great battle in a week. Hawkeye didn't think twice and directly tore the letter. Reply to them, "I have more important things to do. I'm not participating." Perona panicked. "Are you crazy? Offending the Navy won't end well." Hawkeye scoffed. "Let them be offended. What can they do to me? I'm one of the Whitebeard pirates to meet that Nightwing. Improving my strength is the only hard truth in this sea." Meanwhile, I, Nightwing, was lying in bed laughing like a capitalist, because my free laborer, Jaws, had brought me an astonishing gift. Ding! Detected that Diamond Jaws defeated the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye my Hawk. Reward, 50,000 mall coins. Reward, Diamond 10 consecutive draws. System upgrade. Oh my gosh, I'm rich. I directly clicked on the Diamond 10 consecutive draws, rubbing my hands and shouting, "System, give me a draw." Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing 20,000 mall coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing 20,000 mall coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,000 points of armament hockey. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 tremor fruit. Let me tell you, when I saw that last reward, I was so excited I almost jumped out of bed. The tremor fruit, and it ignores the sea's side effects, coupled with the previous rewards of hockey and gold coins. My system panel instantly became extravagant. Host, Nightwing dominance. 8, 521 points armament. 11, 781 points observation. 7, 860 points gold coins. 109, 127 devil fruit, tremor fruit, ignores sea side effects. I clench my fists tightly, feeling the continuous flow of power within me. Now, relying solely on my physical skills, I felt I could reach the Emperor level if I added spike defense and then ate the tremor fruit. Taking on 2 Emperors alone wouldn't seem like a problem. What's even more impressive is the system upgrade. The skill pool now includes teleportation, blink, and the equipment pool has added Thor's hammer and blood-drinking mad blade. Wow, this is way better than the 10 consecutive draws themselves. With just 1 Jaws being this powerful, if I train all the captains on my ship to be such role models, it won't be long before I, Nightwing, become invincible in the world. Indeed, Having a system is amazing. I tell you, once this feeling hit me, I couldn't sleep at all. One thought filled my mind. Make money, then spend money. Having money and not spending it is no different from being a salted fish. Just in time. That discount coupon in the system expires today. There's no better day than today. So let's go for a wave of passionate spending. I opened the system all, and wow. The dazzling array of goods almost blinded me, and I was about to drool. But I was clear in my mind. The top priority must be upgrading my meal ticket. The forge system. Smash that 100,000 gold coins to upgrade to a mid-level forge. As soon as I thought of this, I heard a clattering mechanical transformation. Just like Transformers, 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds. The previous black, shabby iron furnace transformed into a golden forge under the sunlight. That brilliance could practically blind someone. I touched this pure gold furnace, feeling incredibly pleased. Upgrading was great, but the problem arose. I still hadn't used that discount coupon, and I had to spend another 20,000 today, or I would be at a loss. What should I buy? I rubbed my chin and started calculating. That kid Jozu is now incredibly strong. He must be equipped with a counter armor, turning him into a hedgehog that makes anyone who touches him bleed. There happened to be a small counter armor in the mall for 5,000. I'll take that. Then there's Bista. I promised to get him a supreme great blade. And just the raw materials cost 3,000. That's 8,000 gone just like that. And although I used a coupon, my heart still bled. No, it won't do. Everyone should benefit. The remaining captains also need to be arranged. I thought for a moment and directly bought 14 healing pearls, giving one to each person to improve the team's survival rate. This thing costs 300 each, totaling 200. I was thinking, if they eat my skill fruit and can bind it, there's no reason they shouldn't be able to bind my equipment, right? If it really works, then this more than 4,000 spent would be totally worth it. After doing the math, I was completely stunned. 15,000 just disappeared like that. In the end, only Marco was left. This kid called Uncle You so sweetly. It wouldn't be fair not to give him a good deal. I immediately searched through the mage equipment. And guess what? Lost Chapter, originally priced at 5,000, is on sale today for 4,800. Wow. Adding that to what I spent before, that's 20,000. Not a penny more, not a penny less. Perfect. Purchase. After all this operation, I've spent 100,000 and bought 120,000 worth of goods. But looking at the system with only over 9,000 left in my balance, my heart just feels cold. Maintaining this group of brothers, spending money like flowing water. Who understands, right? I can only pray that this round of angel investment will bring me tenfold or even 100-fold returns in the future. Thinking of this, I couldn't sit still. So I pushed the door open and had to verify my guess immediately to see if this healing orb could really turn them all into my own people. As soon as I stepped outside, wow, what a scene. These captains, who usually act so arrogantly, were now tiptoeing like hired hands at the landlord's house, carefully cleaning up at my door, even catching the bugs on the ground. I deliberately cleared my throat. As soon as they heard the sound, they all rushed over, flattering me with comments like, "Deputy Captain, how come you're out? Be careful not to catch a cold, and you go inside and rest. We'll take care of things." The most ridiculous was a guy who said, "Are you looking to go to the bathroom? Just give a shout, and I'll bring you a urinal." My mouth twitched at that moment, almost overheating my CPU. But I have to admit, I kind of enjoy this. I cleared my throat again, appearing deep and mysterious, and said, "Did you think I went in just to sleep? Wrong. I went in to prepare gifts for you." As soon as those words were spoken, the eyes of these big men turned red on the spot, so moved that they almost bowed to me. Moreover, the gifts were already prepared, and now it was time to distribute them. Everyone held their breath, their eyes wide open like copper bells, staring intently at my pocket. I slowly took out a healing gem, which was completely green and exuded a mist of life onto the sunlight, instantly raising my prestige. 6th Division Captain Brammick, you go first. The over 300-pound fat man excitedly darted in front of me like a rabbit. I pressed the gem against him, and with a flash of light, it merged right in. "Wow, what a treasure!" Brammick exclaimed, feeling the surge of life energy. The people around were dumbfounded, and Buffalo Atmos urgently asked, "What do you mean by surge? Tell us." Brammick scratched the back of his head. looking awkward. I can't really describe it. It's still up to me to explain. This thing enhances your recovery ability. Don't believe it? Just make a cut and try it. The captain of the 12th Division, are.I'll, a swordsman and a tough guy without saying a word, pulled out a small knife and swiftly made a 2-centimeter cut on Brammick's fatty arm. The next second, everyone witnessed a miracle. The wound healed at a visibly rapid pace. 30 seconds. Just 30 seconds. The wound disappeared without a trace. Not even a scar. The skin was as smooth as new. Wow, what a divine object. With this, who would fear getting hurt in a fight in the future? The captains went completely crazy, looking at me like hungry chicks waiting to be fed. I called out names one by one, distributing the gems and receiving a heap of thanks from the vice-captain. Meanwhile, I quietly opened the system interface and saw, hey, it worked. Except for Ace and Sachi, all the captains present had their avatars lit up, successfully binding. This over 4,000 was definitely the best money I've ever spent. All right, I wave my hand. No need to clean up. Hurry up and cultivate. It's better to improve your strength than anything else. By the way, call Marco over. After sending them away, I started calculating in my heart. Individual combat ability has improved, but I still lacked a support who could buff the whole crew. This must be arranged. I opened the system, rummaged through the skill fruits, and finally locked onto a fruit called Resilient Aria. This thing can heal and provide shields to the group. It's simply a divine artifact for team battles. I smashed 2 bags of high-grade fertilizer to accelerate ripening, and instantly, 2 more fruits appeared on the tree. One was the Resilient Aria from the Bard category that I just selected, and the other was unexpectedly a skill from the Ice Crystal Phoenix category, Ice Barrier, which can create an ice wall. This is perfect for Marco. I slapped my thigh. Originally, I called him over to find me a maid, but now it's just right. I'll give him a sweet reward first, and then let him do the job. He'll definitely be more than willing to help me out. Just as I was thinking, Marco rushed in a panic. Goodness, this kid came in with his head down and a thorny branch on his back, performing a scene of self-punishment for offending me. Vice-Captain Yu, I'm sorry, he said with a mournful face. I shouldn't have been so showy, causing the captains to disturb your cultivation. Please punish me. I couldn't help but laugh and patted him. You're overthinking it. I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know when I could raise their strength. I told him that everyone had already been strengthened. Marco was dumbfounded, looking at me as if I were deity. I casually tossed away the thorny branch on his back and handed him the ice wall skill fruit. He probably thought it was something tasty, so he picked it up and started munching on it. Then I fused his healing gem into him, and then, with a mysterious smile, I said, Marco, you see, I'm here all alone every day, cultivating and reinforcing you all. When do I have time to clean up? Don't you think I need a maid? Marco instantly understood, raising his eyebrows and winking at me. I understand. Don't worry, we'll take care of this. Do you have any requirements for the maid? Just any pirate crew will do. I hinted recently, has anyone been causing trouble in our territory? Marco thought for a long time and then slapped his forehead. Oh right. A few days ago, people from the Beast Pirates sneaked into our waters and were beaten up by Jozu. That NTI Jean and Drought Jack were all scared into jumping into the sea. Upon hearing this, I realized an opportunity had come. I immediately admonished him sternly. Marco, why didn't you say this earlier? Outsiders casually intruding into our Whitebeard pirates' territory. This is an invasion, right? It's only proper to return the favor. You go to Kaido's lair and bring back a few quality female pirates. This will solve the problem. This wave is called the Righteous Cross-Server Team Building. As soon as Marco heard this, he immediately understood the spirit and angrily declared, they are too despicable. This grudge must be avenged. Capturing a few of their maids will be considered a bargain for them. I'm going right now. Wait. I stopped him and handed over the book, The Lost Chapter. After all, the Beast Pirates are one of the 4 emperors, so take this for self-defense. As soon as he got the item, it instantly merged into Marco's body. He froze in place, his eyes wide open, feeling the power of the phoenix inside him becoming as boundless as the endless ocean. Vice-Captain this. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. This is your advance reward for completing the task. I lightly pointed out your ice-freezing power. Don't always think about petty fights. Broaden your perspective. Transform it directly into countless icebergs to block thousands of troops. Do you understand? Marco was completely stunned by my skills and thoughts. He had never dared to imagine this before due to insufficient energy, but now with this infinite blue bar, this operation is completely feasible. He trembled with excitement, finally turning into a firm promise. Vice-Captain, Marco guarantees to complete the task. After saying that, he transformed into a blue flame and soared into the sky. At this moment, on the Onigashima of the Beast Pirates, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like water could drip from it. Kaido sat on his throne, silently finishing a barrel of wine, then smashed the barrel to pieces with a crash. In the center of the hall, Ember was still unconscious, covered in injuries. Bastard! Kaido roared. What happened to the injuries on Ember? Drought Jack trembled and stood up, stuttering. All reporting to Lord Kaido, Ember. It was... Who scared him, stupid? Speak clearly. Kaido smashed another wine barrel at his feet. Jack turned pale, finally crying out. It was the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Diamond Jozu. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell into silence. Everyone looked at Jack with a dumbfounded expression. Quinn, smoking a cigar, was the first to explode. Jack, have you lost your mind? You say you were beaten by Jaws. I believe that. But you're telling me that Jin, our vice-captain, was severely injured by a captain for the 4th Division? Are you joking? Exactly. Are you saying our vice-captain is worse than a 4th Division captain? Kaido was so angry that he stood up from his throne, grabbing his kanabo. Jack, I'm not in the mood to joke around. Who did this to you? Jack was on the verge of tears. Boss Kaido, I'm telling the truth. That Jaws is strong like a monster. Brother Jin, when he fought him, it was less than 6 seconds, and he lost. As soon as he said this, the people around him were even less convinced. 6 seconds? One shot killing the vice-captain? Are you implying that Jaws has the strength of an emperor? What kind of international joke is this? Quinn impatiently waved his hand. All right, Jack, stop talking nonsense. Look at how angry Boss Kaido is. Just tell the truth. Jack's face turned red with anxiety, but there was nothing he could do, no matter how he explained. These people wouldn't believe him. I tell you, looking at Kaido's face, I thought Jack was about to get his head split open by that kanabo any second. Kaido's face was as dark as a pot bottom, pointing at Jack's nose and cursing. You're really a waste. Then he yelled for the medical team. The doctors and nurses rushed in like they were in a 100-meter dash, immediately starting to resuscitate Jin, who was lying on the ground. You can't say the medical level of the Beast Pirates isn't good. After just one injection, Jin coughed twice and slowly opened his eyes. I tell you, the moment he opened his eyes, the air in the entire hall froze. Kaido's loud voice was directly in Jin's face. Tell me, who left you in this state? Jin propped himself up to stand, glanced at Jack's frustrated expression, and instantly understood. Who understands the family dynamics, huh? If he said this out loud, no one would believe it, and he was still in a daze himself. But he gritted his teeth and said clearly, it was Jaws. Diamond Jaws from the Whitebeard Pirates. What the hell? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place gasped. Kaido, Quinn, everyone was dumbfounded. Jack straightened his back immediately, looking so proud. See? I told you. Jaws took down Jin in seconds. You just wouldn't believe me. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and a huge sake barrel exploded right at his feet, sending shards flying. Shut up. Kaido's veins bulged, and his aura was murderous. Ha. Jack's expression at that moment was simply a contemporary workplace reality. Those who speak the truth always get hammered the hardest. Jin shot him a sideways glance, as if to say, bro, can you really talk about getting one shot everywhere? Can you give me some face? Then, Jin began to analyze Jaws' incredible new ability, like rebounding all attacks and growing diamond spikes from his body as weapons. Kaido listened, stunned. This old guy's mind was quick. He immediately suspected that the Whitebeard pirates had gotten their hands on some Germa-like technology. But he didn't want to take risks. Guess what he did? He directly called a snail to contact Big Mom. When the call connected, Big Mom was still showing off her cake. Upon hearing it was Kaido, she immediately cursed. Kaido, you bastard, spit it out. Kaido wasn't angry. He chuckled and lowered his voice. Lin, I have a secret to tell you. That old geezer Whitebeard has gone into seclusion, you see. He is trying to make you a cannon fodder while he reaps the benefits. Guess what happened next? Big Mom rolled her eyes and disdainfully replied, I thought it was some explosive news. I found out about this 2 days ago. Your intel is as slow as a 2G network. You fool Kaido. Click. The call was directly hung up. Kaido's face turned green with rage on Onigashima, but he had to keep a brave face in front of his subordinates, saying that Big Mom would definitely take the bait, and we just needed to wait to reap the rewards. The people below really believed him, laughing wildly at how wise Lord Kaido was. Meanwhile, on another sea, Red-Haired received the news too. He was holding his forehead, looking exasperated at how hard it was to manage this batch of little brothers. What's going on with these people? A major battle is imminent, and they go and leave Jin severely injured, with Whitebeard not home. Are they trying to go to heaven? He felt something needed to be done. He had to personally give Whitebeard as captains a lesson to stop their reckless spending. At the Marine headquarters, things were even more intense. Sengoku was so busy he was about to ascend to immortality when a report came in. 7 warlords, Jinbei, refuses the summons. Sengoku exploded on the spot, slamming the table and shouting, Are you giving him face? Arrest him. Throw him into impel down. Just after cursing, another intelligence officer rushed in, and Sengoku interrupted. Let us hear the good news or the bad news first. The intelligence officer stammered, Bad news. At that moment, looking at Sengoku, I felt he was about to have a heart attack. Then more explosive news came. The world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk. Also 1T come. He said he has more important things to do. Carp, who was munching on Sanbei beside him, almost had his mouth stretched to his ears. Sengoku trembled with anger, feeling like something was starting to quietly spiral out of control on the eve of a great battle. But the most explosive news had to be for Marco. I tell you, after he got that external device from the vice-captain named Nightwing, he was floating. He flew faster than a fighter jet, feeling like his blue bar was infinite. He thought, why not try the new skill? He aimed at the sea ahead and let loose, and with a thunderous roar, a terrifying iceberg 6,000 meters long and 2,000 meters high shot up from the ground. A gigantic sea king that had just shown its head was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Good heavens, Marco was stunned, looking at his hand in disbelief. What the hell? Am I this awesome? Isn't this much more intense than Akiji's Ice Age? It's simply an Ice Age. He was so excited, relying on his ample blue energy, that he flew to Wano country like a bolt of lightning. The guard at the Sky Fortress was Drake, and as soon as he saw Marco, he ordered the cannons to fire. However, the ordinary cannonballs were completely ineffective and passed right through. Just as Drake was shouting switch to Sea Prism stone cannonballs, Marco became impatient. I don't have time to play with you. After saying that, a surge of blue flames erupted from him, instantly transforming into bone-chilling frost. The power of the undying freeze. In the next second, a wave of cold air swept down. In an instant, Drake along with everyone at the Sky Fortress, both people and artillery, were all frozen into translucent ice sculpture artworks. Drake's last thought before being frozen was probably, isn't this Akiji's skill? Is this a crossover? Marco completely ignored them, circled in the sky to admire his masterpiece, and then flew straight into the heart of Wano country. Pejuan was drinking in a tavern in Jiuli when he looked up and exclaimed, What the hell? Isn't that Marco up there? He immediately called Kaido. Kaido was drowning his sorrows over the incident with Ashura and, upon hearing this, snapped wide awake. What? Marco has come to our backyard all by himself? He called the Sky Fortress, but no one answered. Got it. The entire army has been wiped out. Kaido exploded with rage, grabbed a nearby Kanabo, and radiated a terrifying killing intent. Whitebeard, you old bastard, you're going too far. With a thunderous roar, he transformed into a massive blue dragon, charging toward Jiuli with murderous intent. Soon after, the broadcast from Plague Queen echoed throughout Onigashima, issuing the highest order to all members. Arrest Marco. But what about Marco at this moment? Let me tell you, he had no idea he had become the island's public enemy and was still leisurely floating above Jiuli, looking for maids for our vice-captain. I was up in the sky, acting like a picky HR person. This one won't do, too fat. That one is a good figure, but looks a bit unfortunate. Just as I was watching, suddenly, down below, a spiky dinosaur with purple fur let out a roar and leaped toward me with its massive jaws wide open. I was startled. Upon closer inspection, wasn't that Pejuan from the Beast Pirates? As he charged, he shouted, "Marco, you can't escape. I've already informed Lord Kaido." I thought, "You're quite confident, huh?" Just as his big mouth was about to swallow me, I flapped my wings, and a burst of ice-blue flames enveloped him instantly. The guy was dumbfounded, his face filled with question marks. Undying bird flames? Wait, why is it cold? Why am I freezing? Oh crap, Akiji's here too? I almost laughed out loud in the sky. Fool, that's not Akiji. That's a new ability I just developed. I muttered to myself, you can't even back up your bravado. It's only right for me to freeze you into a popsicle. As soon as I finished speaking, the ice rapidly spread, and in an instant, a huge dinosaur ice sculpture crashed down from the sky, creating a massive pit on the ground. The little minions below were stunned, each one shouting, "Pejuan has been frozen." How could Marco use Akiji's ability? Even more amusingly, a few of them actually brought pots of boiling water to pour over the ice block. Family, who understands? If my undying ice flame could be melted by boiling water, what kind of mess would I be in? I looked at those fools and waved my hand. You all have fun, but I have important business to attend to. Goodbye. With that, I prepared to move on to continue my recruitment efforts. However, just as I flew away for 2 seconds, a sweet little girl's voice shouted from behind, "Stop right there, you bastard Marco. How dare you lay a hand on my brother? I won't let you off." I turned around and saw a tall girl with horns, wearing a mask and red high heels, bouncing toward me. My mind went blank for a moment. Isn't that the girl named Runny from the Flying Six? I immediately hit the brakes and stopped in midair. Let me tell you, my eyes lit up. Tall, long legs, a fiery figure, and although a bit aggressive, isn't this exactly the type that our Vice-Captain Nightwing wants? Our Vice-Captain is into this kind of thing. No matter how aggressive she is, can she take on our Vice-Captain? She can't, so she has to obediently take a beating. I was thrilled. This KPI was about to exceed expectations. Runty rushed in front of me, without saying a word, her head covered in armament hockey, and like a woodpecker, she unleashed a barrage of headbutts on me. While I was using my Conqueror's hockey for defense, I cheekily added fuel to the fire. Yes, that's the spirit. The more aggressive you are, the more our Vice-Captain likes it. Ha! Runny was confused, thinking, what Vice-Captain? But she didn't care and continued to attack me like crazy. I smirked, thinking I had played enough with her. In the past, dealing with someone like her would have taken some effort, but now, it's all about efficiency. Ice flash, I shouted, and a giant ice block fell from the sky, hitting the target perfectly. Runny was so focused on her attack that she didn't notice, and with a loud bang, she was frozen into an ice sculpture, her face still showing an angry expression from her attack. I conjured a phoenix claw, extended my left claw, and firmly grasped the frozen Runny, ready to head home. Just then, darkness descended from above, and a terrifying aura pressed down. I looked up and saw a massive black wyvern, flames erupting from behind its head. It was the second in command of the Beast Pirates, Flame Disaster Ashura, coming. The little minions below cheered like they had found their savior, shouting, "Lord Ashura is here. Take down Marco." Ashura and I are old rivals. He squinted his eyes, glaring at me fiercely. "Marco, your Whitebeard pirates are going too far. You won't get away today." I looked at him, noticing the bandages on his wings weren't even fully removed, and couldn't help but mock him. "Oh, look who it is. Isn't this old Ashura? What's wrong? Are your injuries from the last time our 4th Division Captain Jozu beat you up still not healed?" His face turned dark with embarrassment. He probably has PTSD from Jozu now. Knowing he couldn't out-talk me, he drew his sword and charged. Enough talk, die. The guy flapped his wings, and a barrage of fire bullets shot toward me like a machine gun. I didn't care at all, flapped my wings, and covered myself in the blue flames of the undying bird. His little sparks hit me without making sound. He panicked and went all out. With both hands gripping his sword, wrapped in hockey and flames, he unleashed a slashing attack that pierced the heavens, transforming into a roaring flame dragon in midair. The cheerleading squad below went wild, shouting as if they could win. I calmly tapped my ears, disdainfully curling my lips. "What do you think you're doing?" In the next second, a chill emanated from me, and that imposing fire dragon in front of me fizzled out instantly. Not only that, But the cold air followed the trajectory of the flames and spread directly to Ashura's sword, freezing half of his arm along with him. He was stunned, retreating 1,000 meters, looking at me as if he had seen a ghost, beads of cold sweat on his forehead. He gasped as he used his fire to melt the ice on his arm for a long time, ending up exhausting 1/3 of his stamina. He was completely flustered, looking at me and asking, Your freezing power? Is it above Akiji's? I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, proudly telling him, Imagination is quite rich, huh? To be honest, this is a new ability I developed from the Phoenix Fruit, called the Immortal Ice Power. Life goes on. You understand? Jin's face looked as if he had eaten something disgusting. I couldn't be bothered with him, grabbing Run Tea and preparing to leave. It's fine. I'm leaving now. He wouldn't let me go, roaring, The Beast Pirates are not a place where you can come and go as you please. He was determined to hold me back until Kaido arrived. He gathered his strength again, and a fire dragon 10 times larger than the previous one appeared. Meanwhile, on the horizon, Drought Jack brought a large army charging over. I was amused at that moment. No way, no way. This guy Jin can't really think that just because there are more people he can hold me back, right? I was just playing with you earlier to give you face, but now I don't want to play anymore. Jin just obediently turned into an ice block. My gaze turned cold, and another ice flash was unleashed. This time I didn't hold back. The massive ice block collided with that super fire dragon with a loud bang, instantly shrouding the entire 9 li in thick fog. As the mist began to clear, Jin had already turned into a huge ice block, plummeting straight down from the sky. Looking at my masterpiece, I felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Vice-Captain Yu, eternal glory. I couldn't help but shout from the sky. Let us see who can stop me from leaving. Speed, the centaur girl who had just arrived below, quickly dashed over and caught Jin's ice sculpture with her treasure ship. I was enjoying myself when I suddenly noticed another highlight. Wow, Speed looks pretty good too. Here, that's another perfect maid candidate. Plus, she can transform into a centaur. No need for taxis when going out, promoting green travel too. 0. Just as I was considering whether to recruit another one, that iron-headed kid Jack charged up again, transforming into a massive ancient mammoth, swaying his body and preparing to stomp on me. I was overjoyed. Little brother, it's you again? You always end up on the ground looking for your teeth. Don't you remember? All right, today I'll let you have a taste of my ice-enhanced Phoenix print. Same formula, different flavor. Let me tell you, that scene was explosive. I let out a phoenix cry, and a claw print filled with cold air formed under my feet, kicking it towards the mammoth from mid-air with a huge bang. In the blink of an eye, that kick landed squarely on Drought Jack's midsection. Goodness, that 10-ton mammoth was kicked into the sky like a basketball. The centaur girl Speed was immediately petrified, her mouth agape enough to fit a fist, probably dislocating her jaw. She was shaking like she had Parkinson's. Jack, sir, was taken out in one kick. But let me tell you, the funniest part was Jack himself in the sky. This guy was rolling around, and surprisingly, he had a mysterious smile on his face. He was probably feeling great, thinking that Kaido had said that as long as he held me back, it would be a great achievement. So what if he took a beating? With tough skin and meat, let them hit. When the boss arrives, I'll pay them back double. But dreams are beautiful. Reality is harsh, my friends. Just as he was enjoying himself, he suddenly felt something was off. A chill spread from the spot. I kicked him, like a virus. He stared with his dead fish eyes, trying to move, only to find that his arms had already turned into ice pops. Damn it, Marco, you sly one. How could your Phoenix print freeze? In the span of those 2 sentences, with a crack, the entire mammoth transformed into a sparkling ice sculpture, then crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. At this moment, everyone in the Beast Pirates was stunned. The centaur girl named Speed looked at me, her eyes filled with fear. Mumbling, one-shot kill Lord Jack. Lord Jin before must have been the same. This power, could it be royal level? I had no time to listen to her rambling. In a flash, I appeared behind her. She was completely taken aback. Her centaur fruit gave her considerable confidence in her speed, but what happened? I was already behind her before she realized it. Marco, what do you want to do? Lord Kaido won't let you go. She was so scared that her words were stumbling. I grinned and pointed to the ice sculpture of Runny that I was still holding. Don't be nervous. I'm here specifically for you two. Seeing her confused expression, I couldn't be bothered to explain. Dealing with a big target was like child's play. It's not a matter of just poking a finger. I pointed at her from a distance, and a wave of icy air shot out, creating another ice sculpture fresh out of the oven. Who understands, family? This freezing power is simply too useful. In the past, I had to knock people out to take them away. But now I could just poke them and pack them up, focusing on convenience and speed. The little minions on the ground saw me land, and were quite brave, charging up with loud cries. I couldn't even be bothered to turn my head, just tilted it and said, "Courage is commendable, but unfortunately, those without strength who are stubborn generally don't live long." After saying that, I waved my hand, and a wave of freezing air swept over. Those guys were still in a charging pose, and the next second, they all turned into human-shaped ice pops. Good grief. I turned the entire Ninely area into a large ice sculpture exhibition. It looked quite spectacular. Done. I clapped my hands, feeling satisfied. Our vice-captain, Yu, was still waiting for me to report back. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. Let me tell you, those dark clouds looked like they were boiling, with purple lightning crackling everywhere and torrential rain pouring down. I looked up, and a massive green dragon coiled in the sky, its two big eyes like searchlights, scanning the artistic pieces below. Good grief, the beast Kaido has arrived. He looked at his subordinates frozen into ice pops, especially the two big ones, Jin and Jack, and the expression on his dragon face was almost twisted with rage. Damn it, a dragon roar shook my ears. Who did this? Navy Admiral Aokiji? No, they were supposed to be going after Whitebeard. Why provoke me at this critical moment? This guy was up in the sky, puzzled, until his big copper, bell-like eyes finally locked onto the tiny me on the ground. Marco, Kaido's forehead was bulging with veins. Where are your accomplices? Speak. Otherwise, I'll tear you to pieces. At that moment, I had the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Great, I've been found out. Now I'm in trouble. I could only shrug my shoulders. No accomplices, I did it all by myself. Guess what? That dragon, after hearing this, first squinted his eyes, then burst into laughter. Huh? Marco, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Speak. Are you and Whitebeard in cahoots with the Navy, trying to pull some stunt? Now it's my turn to be confused. I'm teaming up with the Navy? Who understands this, my family? I would love to tear them apart to save Ace. And you tell me I'm in cahoots with them? Is this intel from a bargain bin? But then I thought about it, and it makes sense. I just leveled up, and my abilities haven't been uploaded to the new world server yet. Plus, my freezing effect does resemble Aokiji's a bit, so it's normal for him to get confused. I wave my hand dismissively. Believe what you want, but I'm leaving now. I'm in a hurry. I still have 2 maids in my claws. If a fight breaks out and they get hurt, I can't afford that. But could he really let me go? Dream on. Dragon's breath. The giant dragon in the sky opened its mouth wide, shooting a flame pillar several times thicker than the one from the previous fire dragon came straight at me. I shook my head helplessly and had to take it head on. Immortal Thistle. A blue flame shield instantly appeared in front of me. The massive breath hit the shield with a muffled sound, not making any progress. While enduring the attack, I grabbed one ice sculpture little sister in each claw and charged directly towards Kaido in the sky. Kaido was stunned, filled with question marks. Did Marco take the wrong medicine? In the past, whenever he saw me, he would retreat while fighting. Why is he so brave today? Arrogant. If you want to die, I'll make it happen. He started gathering energy for a second breath attack. This time, I'm not holding back. I throw speed and runny into the air, my feet off the ground, and my skills just finished cooling down, directly unleashing my newly developed ultimate move. Ice Phoenix Seal. What I kicked out is no longer flames, but a huge, shimmering phoenix claw print made of ice crystals. The chilling power swirling on it is piercingly cold. Kaido is even more confused. Are you crazy, Marco? Can that broken seal block my dragon breath? While he is still mocking, in the next moment, his observation haki suddenly goes off. So cold. This chill. Is it Aokiji? No. It came from the kick of Marco. Unfortunately, it's too late. My ice crystal phoenix seal has already collided with his dragon breath. In an instant, that terrifying chill not only extinguished his dragon breath, but also used the flames as a medium to charge back, climbing up to his dragon head. With a crack, Kaido's massive dragon head was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. If he hadn't reacted quickly and desperately retreated, he would have probably turned into a frozen dragon. Kaido's heart is in turmoil. Marco was telling the truth. He really mastered the freezing ability. Dual devil fruits? Impossible. Could it be that? The Whitebeard pirates have mastered some divine technology. I don't care what he's thinking. Having struck successfully, I immediately fly into the sky, elegantly catching those two little sisters one by one with a claw. The movement's seamless. So I'm leaving Kaido. I shout to him, I'm in a hurry today. Let's fight properly another day. After saying that, I transform into a phoenix, letting out a long cry, and instantly fly 1,000 meters away. After hearing this, Kaido is almost furious enough to explode. What does he think my beast pirates are? He beat up my first mate, captured my people, and then tells me he's in a hurry? Does he think this is a market where he can come and go as he pleases? In anger, Kaido instinctively wants to roar, but then realizes his mouth is frozen shut, and no matter how hard he tries, he can't open it. What the hell did that old man with a white beard do with his black technology? This freezing effect is even more intense than Aokij's. Actually, this thing is produced by the system, forcing a freeze for 1 second. Even the King of Heaven has to stand still for 1 second. Kaido doesn't know this. When he sees me flying 1,000 meters in just 1 second, he thinks if he delays a few more seconds, he won't be able to catch up. So in his frustration, guess what he did? He actually used his frozen dragon head to smash into a nearby mountain. Bang, 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 hitting it hard. The entire Wano country felt like it was shaking. Finally, with a loud bang, the 1 second mark was up, and the ice on his mouth shattered. But at the same time, one of his big front teeth also broke in response. A trickle of dragon blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Kaido looked at his disheveled reflection in the river and completely lost it, roaring at the sky. Damn, Marco. You broke my tooth. I want to let you go. The next moment, the massive azure dragon came barreling towards me like a whirlwind. I was flying when suddenly I felt a murderous aura behind me. Turning around. What the hell? Why is Kaido chasing me like a mad dog? Huh? Why is there a chunk missing from his tooth? And he's bleeding. I remember he was fine just now. Could it be that a master passed by and took a shot at him? I couldn't worry about that anymore. I still had 2 burdens on my claws, so I could only speed up desperately. Marco, don't run. I absolutely want to let you go. Kaido roared behind me. The more he shouted, the faster I flew. But after all, Kaido is one of the 4 emperors, and in his dragon form, his speed is already fast. With me carrying 2 people, slowly, I started to be caught up. He was even exhausting his stamina to take revenge for that broken tooth. Soon, the distance closed to 500 meters. Bad wind. Kaido opened his mouth and spewed out countless wind blades, sweeping towards me like a machine gun. I activated my observation haki to the max and dodged desperately. Those wind blades whizzed past me, directly slicing a distant mountain in half. No wonder he's one of the 4 emperors. I thought to myself, if it weren't for the burdens I had, I would really want to have a good fight with you. But sorry, Kaido, there's no way I'm letting you catch up. I smirked, and the undying freezing power within me condensed again. Ice barrier. I shouted loudly. Good heavens. A huge mountain range of ice appeared behind me out of nowhere and rapidly spread towards Kaido. Kaido's big copper bell-like eyes widened instantly. What is going on? What kind of technique is this? He didn't have time to react at all, and the spreading ice mountain rushed right in front of him. This iron dragon wanted to withstand it with brute force, but the result was predictable. With a huge bang, he was directly slammed down to the ground by the entire ice mountain, and his massive dragon head smashed hard into a peak. I looked back at the effect, and my heart was filled with joy. This skill is amazing. It can attack and defend, and if you position it right, you can directly knock someone away. Kaido was hit so hard he was disoriented, like he had drunk fake alcohol, and after shaking his head, he finally came to his senses. But when he did, he fell back into confusion. What the hell is going on? Why is there a huge iceberg thousands of meters long in front of me? And he felt a chill in his mouth again. Another one of his front teeth was knocked out by this iceberg. Was it Marco's doing? Kaido looked utterly incredulous. This is even more terrifying than Aokij's Ice Age. They say Marco developed this himself? You wouldn't believe it, even if you beat him to death. He had no choice but to unleash blasts of hot air at the iceberg, trying to burn a hole through it. To his horror, he found that this iceberg was incredibly solid. He had to unleash 10 blasts of hot air just to barely create a small opening, and he was almost out of breath. By the time he finally managed to squeeze out of the hole, Marco was long gone. Kaido's mouth twitched in frustration. As one of the 4 emperors, he couldn't even catch Marco and had lost 2 of his dragon teeth in the process. If this got out, how would he ever show his face again? The Beast Pirates would really become a place where Marco could come and go as he pleased, and he even casually took 2 girls with him. Does he think this is a selection for a bride? The more Kaido thought about it, the angrier he got. And finally, he erupted, transforming into his human form and picking up his kanabo, unleashing a thunderous barrage around him, smashing the nearby mountains to pieces. This is too much. Whitebeard pirates, I won't let this go. Meanwhile, I was already 10,000 meters away. Fortunately, a wall of ice had stopped him. Otherwise, if he caught up to me, I would be in real trouble. This operation not only completed the mission, but also made a big deal out of it for the Beast Pirates. Even Kaido lost 2 of his fangs to me. When I go back to Boast to Jaws, he'll have to take a back seat. Heading back home, I spiraled and flew towards our ship. Meanwhile, on the other side, the second in command of the Beast Pirates, Queen the Plague, was late to the scene because he was busy conducting research in the lab. That guy Marco should have been caught by Lord Kaido. Just right for experiments. As Queen walked, he was calculating. However, when he entered the battlefield, his small eyes nearly popped out. Looking around, everything was frozen for miles, and all his subordinates who came to fight were turned into popsicles. WH. Who did this? His little henchmen were stunned. Only the Marine Admiral Akiji could do something like this, right? That Lord Drought. One sharp-eyed subordinate suddenly pointed at a huge frozen mammoth sculpture and screamed. Queen followed his finger and indeed saw that Drought Jack was frozen solid. Damn Akiji. Queen hurried over and took out a chemical potion from his pocket to drip on the ice block, finally managing to melt Jack. As Jack barely opened his eyes, Queen excitedly grabbed him. Jack, how many Marines came? Did that bastard Akiji run away after hearing that Lord Kaido was coming? Jack just woke up, looking completely confused. What is going on? He used all his strength to roar. It wasn't Akiji. It was Marco. Marco? Queen was dumbfounded on the spot. Marco can freeze? This brother must have been frozen silly. Realizing this, Queen raised his hand and slapped Jack's face with a crisp sound, making him see stars. Jack, wake up. Stop talking nonsense. Quickly tell me where Akiji ran. Who understands, family? Jack felt so wronged. Last time because of Jaws. He told the truth and was laughed at by the whole crew. This time because of Marco. He told the truth and directly got slapped. What the hell did I do to deserve this? He covered his swollen face, wanting to continue speaking, but when he saw Queen's disbelieving eyes, he swallowed his words back. You better speak. Are you really frozen, silly? Queen raised his hand again. Jack was scared and shivered, thinking if I don't speak, you're going to hit me anyway. If I had known it would be like this, I might as well have frozen to death. In this moment of despair, he suddenly had a bright idea. I really don't know anything. However, Drought Jin was also frozen. You can go ask Jin. You know, when getting hit, the brain works fast. Upon hearing that Jin was also frozen, Queen panicked and hurriedly took his men over, using the same method to unfreeze Jin. As Jin opened his eyes, he also looked confused, only to hear Queen muttering, Jin, you pervert. You were also frozen? Tell me, which direction did that Akiji guy run? Jin slowly raised his head, his eyes full of confusion. What Akiji? Let me tell you, Jin was much smarter than Jack, and, after a moment of blankness, his pupils shook. He suddenly realized. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. There were no Marines at all. From start to finish, it was just Marco. Good heavens. As soon as this was said, Queen nearby was dumbfounded, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. What did you say? That kid Marco took Akiji's ability? Jack, who had just regained his composure, happened to sway over and heard this, feeling so wronged. Who understands, family? Just because Jin said the truth, you all believe him. But when I say it, I get slapped. This world is so unfair to me, an honest man. Jin also looked fearful, sighing. Exactly. I was planning to catch him for research. Who knew this guy went into cheat mode? He froze us all into ice sculptures. His combat power, let me tell you, at least doubled from before. Terrifying. Queen frowned. feeling that this matter was not simple. His scientific mind was racing, thinking, doesn't this resemble our smile factory a bit? Marco must have obtained Akiji's genes and used some black technology to turn himself into a walking freezer. Just when these three big shots were at a loss, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed from the sky. A huge blue dragon spiraled in the air. It's Boss Kaido. Jack was the first to shout excitedly. The boss is here. He must have caught Marco. Jin was also extremely excited. Queen shouted even louder. Boss Kaido, we are here. Did you catch Marco? Quickly hand him over to me. I guarantee I can dig out all the secrets from him. But let me tell you, that dragon in the sky, which is Kaido, saw that they had unthawed, and not only did he not look happy, but he had a ghostly expression instead. Hearing the Calamities shout, he pretended not to hear. And, good heavens, with a flick of his dragon tail, he flew even faster. What is going on? Did the boss not hear? Jin was anxious. No, I can fly. I'll go up and call him back. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin transformed into a huge, toothless dragon, flapping his wings, and swooped up into the sky, drifting and blocking Kaido's path. Kaido saw that this iron-headed kid dared to chase after him, and his face turned green with anger. He cursed inwardly. When did you become as stubborn as Jack? You have to crash into the gun barrel, right? Jin didn't care about that. Excitedly asked, Lord Kaido, where is Marco? Did you catch him? Quickly hand him over. I must make him pay for freezing me into a popsicle. Saying this, he began to scrutinize Kaido's huge dragon body up and down. But after searching for a long time, he didn't see a single hair. Strange. Where is Marco? Kaido twitched his mouth, mumbling indistinctly. That kid saw me coming and ran away. Just this sentence exposed the situation in his mouth. Jin was sharp-eyed and immediately saw that there were not only bloodstains in Kaido's mouth, but he was also missing 2 dragon teeth. He immediately covered his mouth, looking in disbelief. Lord Kaido, your teeth. Who knocked them out? Let me tell you, being able to knock out the teeth of Kaido, the strongest creature in the world, is a countable number of people. Whitebeard counts as 1, Garp counts as 1, and now there's another Marco? This is simply unbelievable. Having his weakness revealed right in front of him, Kaido was so furious that his beard nearly exploded, wishing to swat Jin away with his tail. He gritted his teeth and said, I was drunk and accidentally knocked them out. He swore, if Jin asked one more question, he would use this big shot to cut him down today. Less nonsense. Now, immediately, gather all the top executives, the 6, a high-level meeting on Onigashima. Kaido roared, his dragon might shaking the heavens. This is a great humiliation, and Kaido swears to take revenge. Otherwise, how can he continue to mix in the Yonko circle? Jean looked at Kaido's furious expression and instantly figured out that it was highly likely. This was definitely Marco's doing. But he wasn't foolish if this matter was exposed. Where would the boss's face go? He quickly stood at attention. Yes, Kaido-sama. Watching Kaido fly angrily towards Onigashima, Jean also descended back to the ground, ready to share this shocking news with the other 2 unfortunate souls. When Jack and Queen saw him return, they quickly surrounded him. Brother Jean, where's Marco? Did the boss take him away? Yeah. Didn't you tell the boss to hand him over to me? Jean helplessly shook his head and sighed. Marco should have run away. Upon hearing this, Jack and Queen exploded on the spot. He caused such a commotion on our Beast Pirates territory, captured 2 of our senior officers, and then just walked away? If this gets out, what will happen to our Beast Pirates' reputation? Jack was so angry he was stomping his feet. That little punk really got off easy. He didn't even get caught by Kaido, who knew that upon hearing this. Jin's mouth twitched even more, wearing a constipated expression. Jack and Queen were even more confused. Brother Jean, what's with that expression? He ran away. So what else with the frown? Jean lowered his voice, as if sharing a secret. Kaido-sama should have encountered Marco. Encountered? Queen was puzzled. If they encountered each other, why didn't they catch him back? That's not the boss's style. Yeah, did that little punk use some trick to escape? Jack pressed on. Jean took a deep breath, his expression becoming extremely serious and gossipy. Humph, let me tell you the truth, but you mustn't tell anyone else. He looked around and leaned in closer. Just now in the sky, I saw with my own eyes that our Kaido-sama lost 2 of his front teeth. If I'm not mistaken, it was that bastard Marco who did it. As soon as the words came out, Jack and Quinn were frozen in place, their minds blank. Marco, that bastard. Can he really hurt Lord Kaido now? Jack's dead fish eyes widened like copper bells. It must be a joke. The boss is the world's strongest body, and he got 2 front teeth knocked out by Marco? Quinn also had a face that said, "Are you kidding me?" Who else could it be? Jean warned. Just now the boss's face turned green. You two better keep your mouths shut. Don't mention this, or you'll bear the brunt of the boss's anger. Also, the boss said that a high-level meeting will be held immediately. All the executives and the remaining 5 flying members must participate. After saying this, Jean transformed into a pterodactyl and flew towards Onigashima. 1 hour later, Onigashima, high-level meeting. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive, with raging winds and torrential rain outside, mirroring Kaido's current mood. Kaido sat in the main seat, his voice like thunder. The Whitebeard pirates. They must have mastered some kind of terrible technology. This power must not be monopolized by them. Therefore, I have decided to launch a full-scale war against the Whitebeard pirates. He scanned everyone below and dropped a bombshell. All 6 members, listen up. As long as you can take down a captain of the Whitebeard pirates, you will be directly promoted to a top executive. The top 3 executives. Whoever kills the most captains will become the new vice-emperor. Kaido deliberately looked at Jean. Jean, you have no objections, right? This might be a bit unfair to you. I'm telling you, this is the beast pirates wolf culture, emphasizing internal competition. But Jean confidently smiled. I have no objections. After all, the one who kills the most will definitely be me. Nei Jean. We have no objections either. Jack and Quinn shouted. The 6 members and the executives below were even more excited, especially Foz, who had been coveting the top executive position, almost drooling. Very good. Kaido laughed heartily. Once Big Mom, that old hag, gets beaten on Fishman Island, we will join forces with her. Launch a war that sweeps the world. Ha ha ha. Also, notify all external forces, especially that little brat, Doflamingo. If you see anyone from the Whitebeard pirates, arrest them on the spot. 10 billion berries for a captain. The entire Onigashima was instantly drowned in fervent shouts. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, Doflamingo was lounging with his legs crossed, enjoying fine wine. Suddenly, a snail phone rang. Who the hell is calling me at this time? Tired of living? He looked displeased. The maid Baby 5 timidly said, "Report, young master. It's a call from Lord Jack." As soon as he heard it was Jack, Doflamingo instantly put away his nonchalant demeanor. He knew Jack represented Kaido. He answered the phone, letting out his trademark laugh. Fu. Hello, old friend Jack. Jack got straight to the point, his tone unusually serious. Joker, there is something important to convey. You must not leak it. Doflamingo's heart sank. Knowing this was serious, Jack directly relayed Kaido's order. Capture a Whitebeard captain, reward of 10 billion. Fu. Sounds interesting, I got it. Doflamingo hung up the phone. Next to him, Baby 5 asked, "Young master, about the 10 billion berries, should we follow Jack's instructions?" Doflamingo's eyes turned, revealing a cunning smile. Don't act on their instructions just yet. Send my orders. If you encounter anyone from the Whitebeard pirates, capture them. But don't hand them over. Use your abilities to turn them into toys first, and keep them in Dressrosa. Anyone who dares to leak this will be punished to the 9th degree. I'm telling you, Doflamingo is a sly old fox. He can't afford to offend the beast pirates, nor can he afford to offend Whitebeard. He decided to bet on both sides, and from Jack's unusually serious tone, he sensed a hint of a secret. He loves secrets more than anything else. On the other side, our true protagonist, Yu, was having an absolute blast. Marco was rampaging in Wano, and the system rewards were flooding the screen. Ding! Detected that Marco defeated 2,000 minions. Conqueror's Hockey 1, Armament Hockey 1. Ding! Detected that Marco defeated 3 members of the 6 Flying, Devil Fruit Development 500. Ding! Detected that Marco injured the 4 Emperors Kaido, reward of 10 diamond draws. Here it comes. This is it. Yu was rubbing his hands in excitement. Ding! The diamond 10 draws now begin. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30,000 mall coins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 points of Conqueror's Hockey. A series of rewards rolled by, and Yu couldn't keep up with his eyes until the last one. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 glint fruit. Wow, Wow, I can't believe it. The glint fruit, the ability of Kizaru. Yu now had a shaking left hand, a glinting right hand, and he was ignoring the ocean's side effects. This was no longer a cheat. It was as if he had directly modified the server code. Just as he was celebrating, the doorbell rang again. He opened the monitor and saw a crowd of heads outside. It was that group of captains again. Vice-Captain Yeyu. Good news. Yes, Vice-Captain, Jozu is back. These people, ever since they tasted success last time, have become as clever as monkeys, always try to find ways to visit Nightwing every day. This time, when Jaws and Vista returned from their mission, it just gave them an excuse. Nightwing could only open the door with a wry smile. Come in. As soon as the door opened, Jaws rushed in first, his loud voice shaking the whole room. Ha ha ha. Vice-Captain Nightwing, I'm not bragging. This time, I took down Hawkeye my Hawk in 6 seconds. As soon as those words were spoken, all the other captains around were dumbfounded. Hey, Jaws. Are you bragging in front of the Vice-Captain now? You can take down Hawkeye in 6 seconds? I wouldn't believe it, even if you killed me. Jaws panicked. You guys don't understand anything. The skills Mr. Nightwing gave me are specifically designed to counter Swordsman. If you don't believe me, ask Bista. All eyes suddenly focused on Flower Sword Bista. Bista smiled wryly. Although I don't want to admit it, the fact is that I didn't even get a single strike in, and Jaws defeated my Hawk in 6 seconds. Silence fell over the venue. Everyone looked as if they had been struck by lightning. Wow, the world's #1 swordsman. His strength is comparable to that of the 4 emperors, right? Jaws took him down in seconds. Doesn't that mean Jaws is now at the level of a super emperor? Holy crap, stronger than old man. Looking at these naive guys, Nightwing calmly walked over and offered the most frank evaluation. Jaws' ability specifically counters physical attacks, but its effectiveness is reduced against Devil Fruit users. He is not at the Super Emperor level, but he has barely reached the Emperor level. Even so, that is still frightening. The captains looked at Nightwing with even more fiery eyes. Well done, Jaws. Nightwing said, taking something out from behind as a reward. This outfit is for you. What he pulled out was a steel vest covered in spikes. Handmade. It looked like it could really hurt. The entire venue, including Jaws, had a huge question mark appear above their heads. This is the outfit you're giving? Are you trying to stab someone to death? The captains who were previously envious of Jaws now covered their mouths and chuckled, relishing the moment. Jaws, brother, hurry up and thank the Vice-Captain. Look how good he is to you. Jaws' face turned green, cursing this group of good brothers in his heart 100 times. But since it was from a Vice-Captain, he could only accept it with a mournful face. Put on. Nightwing continued. I specially tailored it for you. Huh? Jaws was stunned. How what? Just put it on. Under the gaze of the captains who were about to burst from holding back their laughter, Jaws gritted his teeth and put on the spiky vest. Then a miraculous scene occurred. As soon as the steel vest was worn, Jaws felt a bit prickly, but the next second, the vest, covered in spikes, suddenly whooshed and merged directly into his body, disappearing without a trace. What the hell? Where did the vest go? Vista was dumbfounded. Jaws also looked around. His body was smooth. Where was the vest? These people didn't know, but Nightwing did. This thing is called a little vest. Nightwing explained, it can enhance your immunity to physical damage and increase your reflection damage effect. Even if you don't activate your skills, it can passively reflect a portion of the damage. Little vest. This is something amazing. Jaws was so excited he was nearly drooling. He was worried about the cooldown of his skills, but now with this thing, it was like he was always reflecting damage. Although the passive reflection damage wasn't as insane as using skills, it was perfect for clearing minions. And let me tell you, that's not even the best part. Jaws thought to himself, wow, if I wear this little vest and then activate my spiked defense skill, wouldn't that mean I have a double reflection? Damage stacking, defense stacking, who can withstand that? At this moment, the captains next to them turned green with jealousy, their faces contorted. They were filled with regret, thinking that if they had known the rewards were so outrageous, they wouldn't just be fighting against Hawkeye. Even fighting one of the 4 emperors would have been worth it. Jaws was now feeling quite smug, hands on his hips, starting to taunt. Oh, who was laughing at me just now? Let me tell you, what my brother Yeyu gives is never subpar, right? Your perspective is too small. Just then, the excited Flower Sword Vista rubbed his hands and approached. He had seen with his own eyes how Yu could pull out an incredible little vest. So what about the supreme great knife he promised him? Wouldn't that be something extraordinary? He hurried over to Yu in a few quick steps, grinning like a flower. Vice-Captain Yu, I brought you that little knife necklace from Hawkeye, and about that supreme great knife of mine. As soon as these words came out, the captains around were dumbfounded. What? The supreme great blade? Isn't that a legendary artifact with only 12 in the whole world? Moreover, the forging method has been lost for hundreds of years. And you want this from Yu? Who understands this, family? This is probably making Bista envy Joes to madness, starting to babble nonsense. As a result, my brother Yu's next sentence directly petrified the entire place. Oh, the supreme great blade, just wait. I just need this material. I can get it done in 2 minutes. Holy crap, 2 minutes. A supreme great blade. Let me tell you, if ancient sword masters heard this, they would probably be so furious they'd jump out of their coffins. They would thank the heavens if they could forge one in their lifetime. And you're saying you can wholesale it in 2 minutes? Do you think this is instant noodles? But my brother is just that outrageous. He took Bista's necklace and dual swords and threw them all into the forging furnace. Then he walked to the bellows, pulled hard, and the temperature in the furnace shot up to 10,000 degrees instantly. He didn't even give those materials a chance to react, and they instantly melted into a pool of molten iron. The captains around were like they were under a spell, not daring to breathe, just staring wide-eyed. 2 minutes later, Yu's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Open the furnace." Let me tell you, when that furnace opened, a blinding golden light burst forth, dazzling everyone to the point they couldn't open their eyes. As the light faded, a brilliantly radiant steel blade lay quietly there. Bista was so excited he was about to drool, his hands trembling like he had Parkinson's, and he nervously reached out to touch the blade. "What are you waiting for? Bista? Try the blade," Yu reminded him. Only then did Bista come to his senses and grab the hilt. Just that one moment, this great swordsman understood that the quality of this blade was absolutely top-notch. It was many times stronger than his previous sword. Meanwhile, my brother had already popped up the attributes of this blade in his mind. Wow, I didn't know until I looked, and I was shocked. This thing is called the blade without sheath, and what's its effect? The user's critical hit rate is doubled, and it comes with 4 skills: Steel Slash, Wind Barrier, Forward Slash, and Gale Destruction Slash. Family, is this a blade? This is like directly stuffing Yasuo from League of Legends into it. Especially that ultimate move, Gale Destruction Slash, which deals damage from inside the enemy. What does this mean? It means that no matter how high your Kaido's defense is or how thick your skin is, once they strike, they directly throw a party inside your organs. Bista excitedly asked, "Vice-Captain Yu, what is the name of this blade?" Yu didn't think twice. Blade without sheath. The meaning is, when encountering enemies, no need to unsheath, just attack directly. Great name. Bista was beyond excited, swinging the blade casually at a nearby giant rock. He didn't even use his armed color hockey. Yet sharp sword energy flew out and instantly turned that several-meter-high giant rock into dust. Bista was stunned. Holy crap. This means my combat power has directly doubled. The surrounding captains were so envious their eyes were about to pop out. A single weapon, and it directly doubles combat power? This is more effective than practicing hard for a lifetime. As a result, Yu looked at him like he was a fool. Double? You underestimate me too much. The best part of this blade is that every third strike can knock the enemy back. Also, critical hits are doubled. Critical hits? Were critical hits? Bista looked confused, and other captains were just as puzzled. My brother was speechless. It was impossible to explain clearly to these bumpkins. He simply spent 2,000 points from the system to buy a critical hit glove and threw it to Bista. Put it on. Let you experience what modern technology is. Bista put on a glove, and his critical hit rate jumped to 20. He didn't know what got into him, and with a burst of middle school syndrome, he shouted at another rock in the distance. Face the wind. Hasaji. Boom. A sword energy several times more terrifying than before erupted. And that giant rock didn't even leave dust. It evaporated directly into the air. Now everyone understands. Harda, also a swordsman, trembled as he spoke. That move just now, he didn't even use his dominance. it was just an ordinary slash, which means any random soldier on our ship wielding this sword could achieve such an effect. Hiss! Everyone in the room gasped. How could this be? The position of the world's greatest swordsman might not be changing hands. Jozu and Bista, after receiving their rewards, happily ran to the training ground to get used to their new equipment. But when my brother turned around, he found that none of the remaining captains had left. They were all staring at him with hungry, wolf-like eyes. What is this for? Do you want me to bleed? Sure enough, the next second, this group of people suddenly started acting. The captain of the 6th team, Blamank, a burly man, was the first to start crying. Wah wah. Deputy Captain Yu, the great battle is coming. Our strength isn't improving. We are anxious. Goodness, as soon as one cried, the rest immediately followed, each one crying heart-wrenchingly. If someone didn't know better, they would think my brother did something to them. Yu felt his scalp tingle from their antics. All right, stop crying. I'll give each of you a healing gem. Is that okay? Who would have thought this group wouldn't bite this time? Each one wiped their tears and said, Deputy Captain, we don't want the gems, we also want to get stronger like Xiao Zi and the others. My brother was helpless too. He only had one gem left, and that wasn't enough for so many people. He could only say, there are too many of you. We need to think this over. As a result, Blamank had a sudden idea. We understand. You just need to guide one of us first. We'll choose ourselves. The others nodded frantically. Yes, as long as there is one spot, there is hope. All right then, you decide who it is. Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. The captains were quite straightforward, directly drawing lots to ensure fairness. When the results were announced, the captain of the 9th Division, Blenheim, jumped up excitedly. Brothers, this immense fortune has finally come my way. I'm about to reach the peak of my life. The others, although looking a bit gloomy, reignited their hope. No worries. There will be a next time. If one time doesn't work, there will be two. As long as they keep coming, it will eventually be their turn. My brother looked at this situation, feeling a bit overwhelmed, thinking, good heavens, if everyone becomes a royal-level warrior, there will be no peace for anyone else. The others tactfully dispersed, leaving only the lucky Blenheim. My brother looked at this big, silly fellow and already had a plan in mind. He intentionally tried to bring him down. Blenheim, tell me, what are your strengths? Blenheim puffed out his chest. Reporting, Vice-Captain, I'm strong. Oh, are you stronger than Jozu? No. What about Blamank? He's too fat, doesn't count. How about Marco? He's not fat. Also no. After a few questions, Blenheim was left speechless, feeling worthless, and even thought of giving up his chance. Seeing that the time was right, my brother changed his tone, patted him on the shoulder seriously, and said, Blenheim, although you're a bit lacking in hard power, your loyalty and courage are definitely among the top 3 in the team. While I can't make you stronger in one-on-one combat, I can make your role even more significant than Marco's. Upon hearing this, Blenheim's eyes lit up instantly. More significant than Marco? What have I done to deserve this? The Vice-Captain indeed has a discerning eye. Then, Vice-Captain, how should I train? Well, first, cultivate your selflessness and willingness to sacrifice. See that mess created by Bista? Clean it up first. Consider it your training. Nightwing pointed to the chaotic area. Then, he casually picked a remaining skill fruit from fruit tree and handed it over. Here, take this fruit. Eat it when you're tired or thirsty later. Blenheim, being the honest man he was, believed it instantly, thinking it must be a unique training method from a master. He took the fruit and, without a second thought, began moving stones and cleaning up the trash. After working hard for half a day, sweating profusely, he finally remembered the fruit. The fruit given by the Vice-Captain must be extraordinary. He curiously took a bite, and it melted in his mouth. A warm current instantly spread throughout his body, sweeping away all fatigue. Amazing. He felt revitalized. Blenheim was astonished, feeling full of strength again. So he sprang up like a carp and continued cleaning with enthusiasm. Just as he was getting into the groove, the doorbell suddenly rang like a death knell. I looked over and saw, good heavens, Khalil burst in as if chased by a ghost, breathless and red. Red. Blenheim wondered, what S with a red? Slow down. Khalil shouted in one breath. Red-haired Shanks is here. He specifically wants to see Vice-Captain Nightwing. I tell you, as soon as those words came out, Blenheim's face instantly fell. He held a grudge. Last time Shanks came, his Conqueror's hockey knocked down a bunch of our brothers in one go. It was so arrogant. Now that his old man is in seclusion, this guy is back. Who knows what trouble he'll cause? Just as he was speaking, Nightwing strolled out of the room, clearly having heard everything. He smirked, his expression saying 4 words. This is interesting. Let us go meet this fruit user. Good heavens, I followed along. On the other side, at the stern of the Moby Dick, red-haired Shanks and his 2 subordinates, the chicken leg-eating Lucky Roo and sharpshooter YuShows, had already boarded the ship. The 3 of them waited for a while, and when they heard our crew mention that Nightwing was in charge now, Shanks's brow furrowed immediately. The chubby Lucky Roo shook his head while munching on a chicken leg. Whitebeard is really getting old. Entrusting things to such a young kid? YuShows looked disdainful. I thought he was a big shot, but turns out he's just a little brat. The funniest was Shanks, who was back to his disappointed minner mode, muttering to himself. When that kid comes, I must have a good talk with him for Whitebeard. With the impending battle, managing things so loosely. I even heard he took down Kaido's flame a few days ago. ISNT, that just asking for trouble? This ship is bound to be doomed. Family, who understands? That fatherly vibe was almost spilling out of the screen. After waiting for a long time without seeing Nightwing, Shanks became completely impatient, thinking this kid was too inconsiderate. After all, he was one of the 4 emperors. How dare he make him wait? He waved his hand. Let us go. We'll find him ourselves. As he said this, he charged towards the bow, but our brothers wouldn't let him through, instantly blocking his path. No passage without Mr. Nightwing's orders. Shanks saw the situation and laughed directly, his laughter filled with the arrogance of you bunch of nobodies. He even pointed at a blonde guy and said, Hey you, haven't you learned your lesson from last time? I looked. Oh, this guy had indeed been knocked out by Shanks's Conqueror's Hockey last time, losing face. Now being called out in public, his face turned as red as a monkey's butt. Shanks was even prouder, pointing at the 100 or so people in front of him, acting like a big shot. So, you half-baked fools should stop blocking me. In front of my Conqueror's Hockey, your obstruction is utterly meaningless. After saying that, he raised his foot and was about to step forward. What happened? Our people didn't budge an inch. Shanks was furious. His face darkened. Fine. Since you don't appreciate my kindness, then just lie down. His 2 subordinates were nearby, shaking their heads and looking like they were enjoying a show. Riki said, sigh. They really have to choose to drink the punishment wine instead of the celebratory one. Jesus Boo also laughed. Looks like we can only let them sleep for a while. Just as he finished speaking, buzzing, Shanks' Conqueror's Hockey erupted instantly. Let me tell you about that aura. The ship's deck began to crack. Our group of brothers felt like they were being crushed by a mountain, all of them bending over, faces turning red, and on the verge of collapsing. As a result, Shanks felt it wasn't enough, and one of his subordinates urged him, Boss, we're in a hurry, just finish them off. Shanks smiled. All right, let's amp it up. A surge of Conqueror's Hockey 10 times stronger than before burst forth. Then, the most surreal scene occurred. Shanks was dumbfounded. What the heck? The group of brothers, who had just been struggling, suddenly straightened their backs, their expressions as if nothing had happened, even looking a bit confused. They were just as bewildered as each other, thinking, where did that overwhelming pressure go? How did it suddenly disappear? Could it be that red-haired Shanks had a change of heart? No way. Jesus Boo and Riki were also stunned. Boss, you need to unleash it. We've already taken half a step forward, just waiting to cross over them. Shanks' face turned green. He wanted to curse. Where did my Conqueror's Hockey go? Why did it suddenly stop working? Not believing in evil, he gathered his strength for another push. As a result, the blonde-haired guy in front of him started chatting with someone next to him. Hey, did you feel that? It seemed like a gust of wind just blew by. You're right, it really did. It messed up my hairstyle. Yeah, my heart raced for a moment. It was strange. I almost burst out laughing from the side. The Conqueror's Hockey that red-haired Shanks exerted with all his might turned into a gust of wind in their mouths. And it even messed up their hairstyles. Guys, this was simply an epic public execution. The corners of Shanks' mouth twitched wildly. He knew his Conqueror's Hockey was fine because the ship was about to break. But the problem was these people. How could they possibly withstand it? His 2 subordinates were even more awkward, having taken half a step forward and unable to retract it. Their legs were going numb, so they could only urge him softly. Shanks was now in a tough spot. He had made a tough statement, yet none of them fell. He couldn't personally beat up the minions, right? What about his face as a Yonko? Just when Shanks was about to explode from anxiety, I finally saw that it was YuShows. He had quietly activated a skill from the shadows, granting all of us a group shield. Bruenheim was beside him. Drooling, Deputy Captain, you're too awesome. What kind of divine skill is this? Even red-haired conqueror's hockey can be blocked? YuShows just smiled and then shouted outside, "Let Shanks in." Now that's something. Shanks felt like the person today was thrown to their grandmother's house. He was fierce and wanted to barge in, but ended up being invited in instead. His two subordinates covered their faces, unable to watch. Shanks walked up to YuShows, still fuming, and sarcastically said, "You must be YuShows, looking quite young." The implication being, "How can a little brat like you be in charge?" To which YuShows responded with a slight smile and a shocking statement. "You must be Shanks, huh? What happened?" "Lost an arm." Puffed. Someone on our ship couldn't help but laugh out loud. The vice-captain is this blunt in a conversation, just pouring salt on the wound. Shanks's face twitched at that moment, but he had to maintain the demeanor of a Yonko and laughed heartily. "This arm? I wagered it for the new era." "Oh," YuShows nodded. "Then may I ask what brings you, Mr. Red Hair, this time?" Upon hearing this, Shanks began his usual lecturing, wearing a serious expression like a school principal. "With Whitebeard gone and a great war approaching, you should focus on developing your strength instead of causing trouble everywhere. I heard you severely injured, Ember. Aren't you afraid of being caught between Kaido and the Navy?" His tone was completely that of an elder admonishing a junior. YuShows narrowed his eyes, and before he could speak, a sudden phoenix cry echoed from the sky. Marco was back. He descended from the sky, holding 2 ice pops in his hands. Jozu, with sharp eyes, shouted, "Wait. Those are 2 people, frozen by Marco." Oh my god. Everyone took a closer look and saw that they were indeed 2 long-legged beauties. Is Marco playing like this? Marco landed steadily and bowed to YuShows, reporting to Vice-Captain YuShows, "As per your instructions, these are the maids I captured from the Beast Pirates." Shanks was immediately dumbfounded. What the hell? Maids? Captured from the Beast Pirates? He leaned in for a closer look, and sure enough, they were indeed from the Beast Pirates. One was the real Speed, and the other was actually Run T, one of the 6 powers. Shanks was completely thrown off, pointing at YuShows and the others. So furious he couldn't articulate. You were human traffickers. Injuring Ember was one thing, but now you went to their base to steal people? Aren't you afraid of Kaido coming after you?" He felt this was too absurd and was sure Marco was bragging. So he skeptically asked Marco, "Did you capture them both by yourself? Kaido didn't notice you?" Seeing Shanks there, Marco felt even more inclined to show off. He noticed, and he chased after me. And then? Marco smiled casually. "After he caught up, I knocked out 2 of his front teeth, and he howled in pain. So he didn't dare chase anymore." The expression on red-haired Shanks's face was like watching Godzilla doing the third subject, filled with confusion and disbelief. "You, Marco, can knock out 2 of Kaido's front teeth? Is the strongest creature in the world as defenseless as paper? Can't you come up with a better lie?" Shanks immediately laughed. "Marco, you're bragging again, right? Come on, what underhanded trick did you use to deceive these 2 girls?" Marco was displeased. "Who's bragging? Vice-Captain YuShows definitely believes me. Right, Vice-Captain?" Shanks chuckled, thinking even if YuShows was not very capable, he shouldn't be deceiving alongside his subordinates, right? He looked at YuShows. "Then you tell me, do you believe it?" YuShows smiled slightly. "Well, I naturally believe you, Marco. With your strength, knocking out 2 of Kaido's front teeth is not difficult." After saying that, he waved his hand. "Come, take these 2 long-legged girls and tie them up in the restricted area. I'll go have a good chat with them later." This set of flashy moves left Shanks dumbfounded. Did he really believe it? Did he actually take them in? Are these 2 teaming up to make a fool out of me? "Hey, you 2, are you colluding to trick me?" Shanks was so angry he was hopping mad. He now felt that under YuShows' management, the Whitebeard pirates were facing increasingly serious problems. They were causing trouble externally, and internally they were colluding with each other, full of lies. If you keep this up, the Whitebeard pirates will eventually decline. Shanks began his preaching again. The captains on our side couldn't take it anymore. Marco was the first to retort. "I say, Shanks, aren't you being a bit too meddlesome?" Vista added, "To be honest, under the leadership of Vice-Captain YuShows, we're doing just fine." Jozu even went so far as to mock them directly. "That's right. Under our Vice-Captain's guidance, we've already birthed 3 new emperors. Your red-haired crew can barely manage 2 emperors, right? 3 emperors? Luffy and Jesus Burgess behind Shanks burst out laughing. Luffy pointed at Jozu, laughing so hard that his whole body shook. Ha ha ha. Jozu, you honest guys learned to lie too? 3 new emperors. Who are you trying to fool? You can't be implying one of them is you, right? Ha ha ha. Jozu was instantly fired up, saying he could do it while claiming Vice-Captain Yu couldn't. He rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. I'll tell you, Locky Lou, those 3 new emperors do include me. Jozu, if you don't believe it, I'll spar with red-haired Shanks right now. As soon as those words were spoken, Shanks' face turned completely dark. A Jaws, dare to challenge me? What about my dignity as one of the 4 emperors? Before he could say anything, Lockheed threw the chicken leg in his hand and shouted angrily, What nonsense are you talking? You want to challenge our captain? You have to get past me first. I tell you, when Jaws heard this, his eyes were almost rolling to the sky, looking at the fat guy with disdain. Fight you? I could do that easily. But the problem is, if I knock you down, can I fight Shanks directly? Goodness. Shanks, who was listening nearby, felt the veins on his forehead pop. What the hell is going on? Not only is that Marco acting all high and mighty, but now even Jaws, that iron-headed fool, is getting so worked up. They really don't take me, the red-haired, seriously, and are eager to have a go with me. Lockheed was also taken aback, feeling like he was insulted immensely. What does that mean? From the way you speak, it sounds like getting past me is as easy as going out to buy groceries. Who are you trying to scare? We've fought before. To be fair, they had indeed sparred before, and their strengths were about even, with Lockheed being slightly stronger. But now, Jaws dares to show off like this in front of me? Lockheed exploded on the spot, his face turning red with anger. Captain Red-Haired, I, Lockheed, request a fight. Shanks was also holding back his anger. A big fat guy from Whitebeard dares to jump in my face like this? Fine. He directly made a decision. Jaws, if you can really take down Lockheed, I'll give you a chance to challenge me. Then he turned to his crew and shouted, Lockheed, go all out against him. Perfect. Let those ignorant guys from Whitebeard see that our red-haired crew is not some soft persimmon. Just like that, under my arrangement, Jaws and Lockheed, 2 heavyweight fighters, went straight to the dueling arena on the ship. The scene, I tell you, instantly ignited the atmosphere. Below, all the Whitebeard crew members were cheering like it was a concert. Yush, go for it. Yush, I bet all my pocket money this month on you winning. Don't make me go wash dishes. Give it to him hard. Don't embarrass us. The home advantage was in full swing. Shanks listened nearby, his mouth curling into a disdainful smile. A bunch of rabble. He quietly called Jesus Burgess over. Jesus Burgess, you have good eyesight. Keep a close watch. Don't let them pull any tricks. As long as they don't cheat, Lockheed will definitely win. Shanks was quite confident in his fat crew member. When it comes to hard fighting, besides him and Beckman, Lockheed was the strongest on the ship. Moreover, he knew that during their last spar, Lockheed hadn't even gone all out. If these 2 really fought, Lockheed would definitely win. Jesus Burgess nodded. Understood, boss. In an instant, his observation hockey spread over the entire dueling arena like a radar, ensuring that no movement would escape his hawk-like eyes. What is even more exciting, this clever Shanks, with a mindset of not missing any opportunity, actually placed a bet himself, betting on his own brother Lockheed to win. With a stake of 100 million berries, he emptied his private stash, while muttering to himself, just consider it a small lesson for you guys from the Whitebeard Pirates. With a command from me, the match began. I tell you, it was lightning fast. Before the starting whistle even settled, Lockheed already made his move. He spoke fiercely, Jaws. You fool, today you'll pay for your arrogance. Before his words fell, his hefty body zipped forward like teleportation, directly in front of Jaws. Don't be fooled by his size. He was a top-tier martial arts expert, his agility completely outclassing Jaws. To be frank, if Jaws didn't have that diamond fruit, Lockheed could have taken him out in one hit. In the next second, Lockheed pulled out a handgun and shot Jaws right in the forehead. Bang. The whole process took less than 0.1 seconds. The smell of gunpowder instantly filled the air. After firing, Lockheed even had time to strike a cool pose, starting his one-sided victory declaration. I didn't expect this, Jaws. You were so arrogant just now. I thought you had gotten stronger. But now it seems your strength has regressed. You can't even dodge one of my shots. Ha! The outcome is decided. He was extremely excited, thinking this was an easy win. Instant kill. Now our red-haired crew's reputation was fully restored. Shanks and Jesus Burgess below were also full of admiration, their expressions seemingly saying, "Well done, I'll give you an extra chicken leg tonight." But what about us on the Whitebeard side? Including me. All the captains looked at him like he was a fool, wearing mysterious smiles. Are you kidding? We have seen firsthand how ridiculously strong Jaw's defense is. Even the world's strongest slash from my hawk only gave him a minor injury. And your bullet, Lockheed, what does that compare to my hawk? Lockheed was still urging. Referee, you can announce the result. Jaws has already been hit by my hockey bullet, and when I count to 1, he will fall. 3, 2, 1. He closed his eyes, waiting for the sound of Jaws hitting the ground, but the scene became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. What is going on? Lockheed's heart sank. Below, Shank's expression also changed, quickly reminding. Lockheed, look behind you. Look behind you. Look behind. Before Lockheed could react, he felt a pain in his chest, and, with a pop, a bullet had already embedded itself in his flesh, blood instantly pouring out. And it wasn't over. Immediately after, a fist the size of a clay pot, shining with diamond brilliance, came crashing towards him. Boom! Lockheed was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. In midair, he could clearly hear the sound of the bones around his eye socket shattering. Oh no, am I going to lose? As this thought emerged, he was already flying out of the dueling arena, crashing to the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. The entire match, from start to finish, didn't even last a second. Lockheed was completely obliterated. Family, do you understand? The whole place erupted. Marco was so shocked his jaw almost dropped. What the hell? Jaws, brother, you've gotten stronger again. You can even rebound attacks without using spike defense. Beside him, the swordsman Vista explained, you don't understand. You have to thank Captain Yeyu for the little vest. What is that? Little vest? Marco was completely dumbfounded. Wearing a vest can make you stronger? What kind of new pay-to-win item is this? Lakyo also excitedly added, that's right. It's the reward from Mr. Yeyu to Jaws. And its effect is as awesome as spike defense. Marco's worldview was shattered again, and he was mentally calculating. Goodness, I've also completed my task this time, and I even found 2 maids for Vice-Captain Yeyu. So I should also get a similar reward, right? I can't lose out. On the other side, Shanks and his crew were in shock. It was practically nuclear level. Shanks was completely stunned, grabbing Jesus Burgess beside him and starting his series of confused questions. Jesus Burgess, tell me, is that guy really Jaws? Is Jaws using a gun? Is Jaws' defense this strong? Also, has he developed his fruit to this level? A diamond fist just shattered Lockheed's eye socket. Jesus Burgess wore a boss, if you ask me. Who do I ask? I also want to find someone to ask. At that moment, Lakiru returned, covering his eyes, looking very unwilling. Boss, I'm sorry. I was careless. I didn't expect that guy Jaws' defense would be so terrifying. Shank saw that the main person had arrived. He immediately asked Lakiru the desperate 3 questions again. Was Jaws using a gun? Is his defense really that strong? Did he break your eye socket with just 1 punch? As a result, after listening, Lakiru was even more confused than him. What? Was that a bullet that hit my chest just now? So he used his punch along with a devil fruit ability? No wonder it hurt so much. Good grief. Shanks exclaimed, good grief. After all this time, you, the person involved, can't see it as clearly as I, the bystander. Just go somewhere cooler. Shanks was so angry that he directly stopped talking. Locky Lou was in a panic, chasing after Shanks and asking, boss, answer me. Did Jaws just shoot me with a gun? Shanks felt a buzzing in his head and replied, Locky Lou, if you have questions, go ask Jesus Boo. I have a headache right now. After saying that, Shanks ignored him, bypassed Locky Lou, and walked straight towards Jaws in the arena. He was extremely frustrated. He had confidently claimed he would win and even wagered $1 billion on it, only to be slapped in the face within a second, losing all dignity. Jaws was feeling quite smug. So how about it, Shanks? Now I have the right to challenge you, right? Shanks's face darkened, feeling as miserable as if he had eaten something unpleasant. But the words had come out of his mouth. As one of the 4 emperors, he couldn't go back on his word. Fine, I'll help Locky Lou regain his face myself. Jaws, don't get cocky. I keep my promises. Shanks's voice was icy. Soon, I will make you realize that there's an insurmountable gap between you and the emperors. After saying that, He leaped into the duel arena. Below, Marco and Vista watched with envy and jealousy. Damn, Joz is really lucky to be able to spar with red-haired. Yeah, I want to try out my new weapon too. Why does this fool get to go first? These words reached Shanks's ears, making his expression even darker. Everyone wants to fight me? What do you think I am? Your exclusive sparring partner, a version tester? Just wait. Today I'll beat Joz so badly that even his mom won't recognize him, and show you all what the power of the four emperors means, inviolable. With the referee's signal, Shanks exploded into action. He swiftly drew his famous sword griffin and, filled with anger, unleashed 3 fierce slashes towards Joz. Let me tell you, these are not ordinary slashes. Each one is wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, capable of directly attacking the enemy's insides with empty slashes. Facing such a level of attack, Joz did not dare to be careless. There was no dodging. He could only take it head-on. With a roar, he activated his spike defense, fully enhancing his armament Haki, charging at the 3 slashes like a heavy tank. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 slashes landed solidly on Joz's arms, and the tremendous impact made him take several steps back. I was puzzled at that moment. He didn't retreat this much even when facing Hawkeye. Later, I scanned with the system and found out that, wow, the Conqueror's Haki wrapping was a mix of physical and magical damage. Joz had maxed out his physical defense, but his magical resistance was pitifully low, which is why he suffered. But the most surprising part came next. While Joz was bracing against the attack, the small counterattack effect from the spike defense and the small armor I gave him combined, actually reflecting 3 slashes back, with a power reaching 70% of Shanks's original attack. At the same time, Joz seized the opportunity to throw a heavy punch at Shanks. In the duel arena, Shanks looked at the 3 identical slashes flying towards him, appearing calm on the surface, but inside, he was already overwhelmed. Wasn't he that Locky-Loo's move just now? I thought it could only reflect bullets or something. I didn't expect it could even reflect my Conqueror's Haki wrap slashes. Is this skill a bit too overpowered? A person without Conqueror's Haki could actually unleash attacks wrapped in it? What does this mean for those who have worked hard to cultivate the Conqueror's Haki? Shanks felt incredibly frustrated, but his movements did not slow down. He swung his famous sword griffin, clanging several times, neutralizing the reflected attacks. But he was also pushed back a step. In that moment of shock, Joz's giant diamond fist was already at his face. A flash of red light appeared in Shanks's eyes as he activated Observation Haki. This move was incredible. It could directly interfere with the opponent's prediction. Joz clearly felt he had locked onto Shanks, but when he threw the punch, it landed with a bang, creating a huge pit in the duel arena floor. He missed. Joz's heart sank. Indeed, the 4 emperors were much more terrifying than he had imagined. On the other side, Shanks was equally shocked. He had thought that even if Joz had gotten stronger, he could easily handle it, but who knew that after just one exchange, he was forced to use his ultimate technique, which consumed a lot of Conqueror's Haki. This black fat guy is not simple. Shanks decided to change his strategy, opting for a war of attrition to slowly figure out this guy's abilities. But the problem was, Joz wasn't going to play that game. His spike defense only lasted 6 seconds. Once that time was up, if he took another hit from Shanks's Conqueror's Haki slashes, it would be no joke. So, Joz had to finish this quickly. True black spike defense. Joz shouted, and his entire body was instantly covered in black armament Haki, turning into a form as strong as obsidian, entering its strongest state. In the next second, he charged at Shanks like a madman, throwing punch after punch with reckless abandon. Shanks wanted to curse. What a reckless fool. I'm facing a pure brute. Joz's unreasonable fighting style completely disrupted Shanks's rhythm. He initially wanted to conserve some Haki, but was forced to keep activating Observation Haki to dodge, looking for an opportunity to slash, but couldn't break through Joz's defense. At most, he pushed Joz back 2 steps, but in return, he received the same reflected slash. This trade was a huge loss. The entire battlefield was filled with the sound of Joz's fists smashing into the ground, dust flying everywhere. 3 seconds passed, and only half of the spiked defense time remained. Joz was getting anxious. If he lost today, it would be a huge letdown for my training. He steeled his heart and decided to go all out. Just when he paused to think for a moment, Shanks finally caught his breath. But before he could be happy for 2 seconds, he saw Jaws pouring all his hockey into the spikes. True black spike charge. Jaws transformed into a true black porcupine war god. His entire body covered in dark spikes radiating cold light, locking onto Shanks. Shanks's mouth twitched wildly as he watched Jaws charging at him like a cannonball. Gasping for breath and with a sorrowful expression shouted Jaws, "What do you want to do? Can we take a break?" He had never seen such a fighting style before. Facing the four emperors' plea for mercy, Jaws didn't think twice and angrily shouted back, "No. Are you kidding me? I only have 3 seconds left for this transformation, and if I take a break now, won't you beat me to death in 3 seconds?" He stomped his feet hard on the ground, and his 300-pound weight shot towards Shanks like a cannonball. "Oh no!" Shanks cursed. What a stubborn guy. He hurriedly raised his famous sword griffin, pouring the remaining conqueror's hockey into it, while his eyes turned blood red, desperately activating observation hockey. Just to dodge Jaws' manic attack. Let me tell you, the scene at that moment was incredible. Jaws charged like a rampaging porcupine tank, spikes all over, rushing towards Shanks's face. Those weren't punches. They were like Italian cannons, with one shot expanding the attack range tenfold. On Shanks's side, the pressure was immense. If he wanted to dodge, he had to maximize his observation hockey and adjust the precision to the highest, which consumed hockey like water. If he wanted to counterattack, Jaws' black spike armor had maxed out its defense. Without some conqueror's hockey wrapping, a slash would feel like a mere scratch. Good grief. I was watching from the side and saw Shanks's face turn green. He was definitely cursing inwardly, thinking, as a four emperor, I came to someone else's territory and ended up being beaten by Captain. How am I going to live this down? The two of them were in a stalemate. The entire duel arena had been plowed over by Jaws, with craters everywhere, resembling the surface of the moon. On the red-haired ship, the fat man, Locky Lou, dropped his chicken leg in shock. Jesus, who had a ghostly expression on his face, probably thinking, is this really the diamond Jaws I know? This must be the vibranium Jaws. The crew on Whitebeard's side was fired up, each one shouting, Jaws. Take him down. Let him know the power of our Whitebeard pirates. I could see clearly that red-haired was nearing his limit. His breathing was all over the place. Although Jaws was also panting, his hedgehog armor didn't consume energy. Pure physical defense with counter damage was wearing red-haired down. Just when a match was down to the last second, Jaws went crazy. He poured all his hockey into a full-on barrage of true spike charges. Let me tell you, red-haired's eyes went wide. He must have been thinking, no way, buddy. Are you risking your life at the last moment? But there was no choice. The opponent was all in, so he had to respond too. Red-haired gritted his teeth and emptied his entire arsenal. He desperately used observation hockey, dodging like he was dancing, evading 9 strikes in a row, but by the 10th strike, he was completely out of energy. His hockey gauge was empty. He could only channel all his conqueror's hockey into Griffin and braced himself in a defensive stance. Seeing that he had stopped moving, Jaws was overjoyed. His speed surged again, and he shot right in front of red-haired. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the entire arena was engulfed in dust and smoke. When the smoke cleared, I couldn't believe my eyes. There was a massive pit in the ground, and the burly Jaws had directly pinned red-haired down, with red-haired's one arm pierced through by Jaws' black spikes, blood gushing everywhere. Captain! Jesus Boo and the others rushed over, quickly helping red-haired up. Red-haired, being tough, stood up and admitted defeat. I lost this match. But Jaws, lying spread eagle on the ground, gasping for breath, said, No, you won. I can't move a finger, and you can still fight. Hey, this was a nice little mutual compliment, giving red-haired some face. But Jaws immediately followed up with a jab. Shanks, now do you believe what I said? Red-haired's face darkened. Great. He just picked up his pride, and it got stomped on again. But as one of the 4 emperors, he had to admit defeat. Nodding, I acknowledge that your Whitebeard pirates are stronger than before. Guess what happened next? Marco and Bista, those 2 clowns, came over. Marco looked regretful, sighing, What a waste, Jaws. Why did you injure him? I wanted to spar with him. Bista nodded vigorously beside him. Exactly. After all that trouble, you wasted a chance at a valuable experience package. I was dumbfounded listening to them. Who understands family? These two were practically pouring salt on Redhaired's wound. No, it was like dumping an entire bag of industrial salt. Redhaired's expression at that moment was so furious, he looked like he was about to have a stroke, probably roaring inside. Please, can you be decent? What do you take me for? An experience package? He couldn't stay a second longer, coughed a couple of times, dropped a line about how they better not mess with Kaido, and prepare to leave. We didn't stop him. Captain Yeyu even smiled and said, "Take care. No need to see you off." Redhaired really put on a show, even in that state. He pushed away the crew's support and walked step by step on his own. But just as he got far enough away, and we couldn't hear a sound from our side, he yelled, "Damn, it hurts so much. Someone hold me up." Hilarious. A prime example of a failed act. Once they left, a system notification rang out on Captain Yeyu's side. Jaws won 2 matches, directly rewarded with a diamond 10 consecutive draws, and the system leveled up. Even better, a crown 10 consecutive draw option appeared on the system panel, allowing 3 diamond draws to exchange for 1. Captain Yeyu was practically drooling at that moment, mumbling, "Wow, my system is still a baby, it can still develop." Yeyu was researching the system over here, while Marco sneakily approached over there, rubbing his hands and saying, Deputy Captain Yeyu, about those 2 maids. All right, those 2 girls we captured from the Beast Pirates are still locked up in the restricted area. So Yeyu took Marco to the restricted area. Once inside, well, Speed and Runny had just woken up and were tied up, cursing loudly. "Marco, you bastard, let me go. Be careful, or I'll kill you. If anything happens to my brother, I'll make sure you can't have children." My goodness, with that temper, they're not maids at all. It's like bringing back 2 ancestors. Marco was also awkwardly scratching his head and said to Yeyu, "Deputy Captain, you see, this still needs your personal training." Yeyu had a black line on his face, probably regretting that he only considered looks and not personality at the beginning. Marco still wanted to come up with an idea, saying something about a devil fruit from Wano that could tame people. But he was directly interrupted by Yeyu waving his hand. "No need. I can't even handle 2 women. What am I supposed to do as a deputy captain?" Goodness, this is even more of a show. As soon as Marco heard this, he immediately took the opportunity to ask for his task reward. Yeyu smiled and didn't hesitate. He directly used an item to hasten the growth of a fruit on the system's fruit tree. Then mysteriously said to Marco, "Given your good performance, I'm prepared to personally guide you." As soon as Marco heard the word guide, his eyes lit up, excitedly rubbing his hands. Yeyu told him, "Try gathering your immortal freezing power, change the weather, and create a hailstorm. It can deal damage and slow down enemies." Marco, upon hearing this, suddenly saw the light and ran to one side to develop a new skill, muttering that next time he would knock out Kaido's teeth. While Marco was off training, Yeyu turned to the 2 irritable little girls. I tell you, he directly picked them up, 1 in each hand, like he was carrying little chicks, and brought them into his dorm. He kicked the door shut with a bang. Marco was still outside, making faces. That expression, well, you know what I mean. Anyway, half an hour later, the door opened, and the 2 girls, now in maid outfits, were following behind with their heads down, walking in a bit of a strange way, probably because they were sore. Marco ran over and was dumbfounded, giving Yeyu a thumbs up. "Deputy Captain Yeyu, you really are something." "Of course. I tell you," my vanity shot up immediately. I clear my throat and wave my hand at the 2 defiant girls. All right. You're done here. Go clean my dorm. And remember, it must be spotless." Goodness, one of the girls named Speed was so angry she was stomping her feet, while the other named Runty had her fists clenched tightly, veins popping out. But guess what? They didn't dare say a word and obediently picked up cleaning tools to get to work. Family, who understands? It seems that being sore really isn't pleasant. I watched their backs and thought, I need to strengthen communication in the future and strive to train them to be more professional. Having sorted that out, I slipped over to Marco and pretended to care. "How's it going, little Marco? Have you gained any insights from your training?" Marco's face instantly fell, looking like a bitter melon. "Sigh, Deputy Captain Yeyu, don't mention it. I've been here for over half an hour, and didn't even manage to practice a single thing." I was almost laughing crazily inside. If he could practice anything, that would be a miracle, but I still had to pretend to be profound. "Don't rush. Haste makes waste. Come on, demonstrate it for me first." Marco took my encouragement like a shot of adrenaline, immediately focusing his mind on a large rock in front of him imagining a hailstorm. What happened next? Whoosh! A blast of icy air flew past, bang. That rock was instantly frozen into a huge ice lump. At that moment, I heard a ding from my brain. System notification. Marco's skill leveled up, and I directly synchronized it, my level even higher than his. Hey, what a pleasant surprise. But on Marco's side, his face turned green as he gloomily said, Deputy Captain, look, every time I think of rain, it turns into ice blocks. I was holding back laughter and handed him a fruit. Don't worry, take a break. I'll tell you, you were just too distracted earlier. Try again. This time don't think of anything, just feel that power merging with you. It is you, and you are it. Got it? When the time comes, don't say hailstorms. The whole world will be yours. I was just talking nonsense seriously, purely painting a big pie. Guess what? Marco actually believed it. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and suddenly pushed that power forward. Buzz, I tell you, that scene was incredible. In an instant, the area in front of him turned into an icy world, with hail pouring down like it was free, and the range kept expanding bigger and bigger, as if the whole restricted area was going to be frozen by him. The two maids in my dorm were cleaning the floor, and when they saw this scene outside the window, their mouths dropped open wide enough to fit an egg. They probably thought they had only seen Kaido change the world like this in their lives, and now Marco could do it too. The two exchanged glances and instantly understood. This wasn't Team Marco showing off, it was clearly me guiding him behind the scenes. The way they looked at me instantly shifted from defiance to deep apprehension. Marco realized he had gone too far and quickly retracted his powers, fearing he would destroy my restricted area. Then he jumped up like a student who scored full marks, shouting, "Wow, I did it! Marco succeeded." He was so excited. After all, his skills used to focus on scraping, and now this was a genuine map-wide attack. Plus, the cooldown time was super short. As long as he had stamina, he could keep using it. After he calmed down, he didn't forget to come over and flatter me. Hee, Deputy Captain, this is all thanks to you. Without your guidance, I'd still be practicing for ages. I was overjoyed inside, but joked. How about it? This reward is more worthwhile than giving you a gift, right? Marco nodded vigorously. Of course. This skill. I wouldn't trade for a mountain of gold. Just then, something happened. I saw the captains on our ship rushing over, one by one, in a panic. The one running in front, Khalil, was out of breath and shouted, "Report, Deputy Captain Yu, there's a big problem." I frowned, thinking, could it be the Navy attacking? But Khalil said, "The Fishman Island we're covering has been occupied by that old hag Big Mom." As soon as the words were spoken, Jozu was the first to explode, stepping forward and shouting, "First mate, send me. I must let those Charlotte family's brats know our power." Flower Sorvista also stepped up. "First mate, send me. I've been looking for someone to practice on." Marco overheard and thought, this won't do. He just learned a new skill. This great fortune must be mine to take. He immediately said, "First mate, there's no need to trouble the brothers with such a small task. I can try my new move on them." Goodness, as soon as he said that, all the captains glared at him. "What do you mean no need to trouble the brothers? Aren't you just trying to take all the credit? Hoping to get some guidance from me?" One by one, they started to fight for the job. "Marco, you just got back. Take a break. Leave this to me. Don't fight. Jozu is the most suitable for this." I looked at these people and rolled my eyes. I thought the sky was falling down, but it turned out you all just wanted to grab the credit. I pondered for a moment. Both Marco and Jozu have been strengthened quite a bit. But Flower Sword Vista had just gotten a new sword and learned a new move, so he needed to go out and practice. So I made a decision. "Flower Sword Vista, this task is yours." Vista was so excited he was almost drooling, more thrilled than when he became the world's #1 swordsman. The other captains who weren't called were all looking like wilted eggplants, dejected. Some even begged me, "First mate, is there another task? Give us something too." I was a bit taken aback. Are there people asking to work overtime? All right, it seems I need to think of a way to let everyone have a share. I opened the system and browsed through the forging list, and guess what I found? Thor's hammer. This thing not only lets people fly, but can also control lightning. It's simply a divine artifact. I looked at the materials, most of them I had, just missing a rare Dreyrosan specialty, the king of fighting fish's horn. This thing is quite rare. I need to catch 5 king of fighting fish to gather it. Whose territory is Dreyrosa? Don Quixote, Doflamingo. If I go to get it, that turkey will definitely fight us to the death. I grinned. Isn't this just perfect? A simple task, great rewards, and I can also have a fight with the Shichibukai, perfectly solving the problem of too many people and too few tasks. I clear my throat. Ahem, there is indeed another task. The dejected captains perked up immediately, their eyes shining again. This task requires 3 people. As I spoke, I tossed the materials for forging Thor's hammer into the furnace. Upon hearing it requires 3 people, the odds of being selected greatly increased, and everyone got even more excited, waiting as if for a lottery announcement. The 2 girls in my dorm were staring blankly through the window, probably wondering if the Whitebeard pirates had been injected with adrenaline. Why everyone was so eager to risk their lives. Under everyone's eager gaze, I announced the list. Kier, Bremen K, and Kiel, you 3 go. My selection had its reasons. Collier is a support, needs to be trained. Bremen K happens to use hammers, and this Thor's hammer is tailor-made for him. As for Kiel, purely because he is too weak, it's a matter of targeted poverty alleviation. He needs a boost. The 3 who were named looked like they had hit the jackpot, almost jumping up. Although the others felt a bit disappointed, seeing even someone like Kiel got a task made them feel balanced, thinking good days were still ahead. Once everyone dispersed, I kept the 3 behind. First, I checked Collier's support skills, which were quite decent. He could shield his teammates. I was pleased and pulled out a chapter on lost equipment from the furnace and gave it to him, upgrading his skills directly. Then I felt the combat power of these 3 was still a bit lacking. So I used fertilizer on my skill fruit tree to hasten the growth of a new fruit. I looked at it. Wow, Pantheon SQ skill, the Constellation Spear. How perfect. That kid Kiel uses a spear and shield. I directly gave the fruit to Kiel, gave a brief explanation, and sent this trio out. After finishing all this, I went home for a nap, waiting for the task rewards to come. Meanwhile, on the other side, Flower Sword Vista, who had taken the task, was sailing, preparing to find trouble with Big Mom's pirate crew. However, just after setting out to sea, he saw a small shabby boat ahead with a man sitting on it, his gaze sharp like an eagle. Vista squinted his eyes. No way. Isn't that the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Myhawk? What's he doing here? Vista was no longer the old Vista. I had equipped him with divine gear and taught him divine skills. His combat power had multiplied several times, and he was brimming with confidence. He couldn't miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He immediately turned the boat and approached. Unexpectedly, the usually aloof Hawkeye spoke first, asking, Vista, is your Vice-Captain Yeyu on board? I wish to visit him. Vista knew clearly that it was because last time Jaws had beaten him. He found out he had such a powerful backing and wanted to seek mentorship. He chuckled. Our Vice-Captain is on the ship. You can meet him. I'll introduce you. But what? Hawkeye frowned. But we need to spar first. Vista licked his lips, full of fighting spirit. Hawkeye sighed in relief. He thought it was something serious, but it turned out he just wanted to fight. He figured it could be resolved in a few minutes, so he agreed. The 2 found a small island to land on. Vista immediately drew the new sword I forged for him, blade without a sheath, pointing its edge at Hawkeye. Come on, Hawkeye. But then Hawkeye looked at the sword in his hand, stunned, with a strange expression. Is this your weapon? Vista was so proud. That's right. My new weapon. Supreme Great Blade, blade without a sheath. Hawkeye's expression was like hearing someone claim their brick was the latest smartphone, filled with confusion. He smacked his lips. Isn't the Supreme Great Blade only 12 pieces? I haven't heard of any blade without a sheath. Could it be there's now a 13th? Who would have thought? Vista proudly puffed out his chest. That's right. From now on, the Supreme Great Blade has 13 pieces, and mine will be the top of the Supreme Great Blade. Goodness, I exclaimed. Hawkeye was almost laughing in anger. Vista, have you gone mad over swords? This broken blade? The top of the Supreme Great Blade? The forging method was lost hundreds of years ago. Vista refused to back down, defiantly shouting. Who said it was lost? I'll tell you the truth. This blade was forged by our Vice-Captain Yeyu. Don't believe me? Let us settle it with our hands. Seeing how stubborn he was, Hawkeye didn't bother to waste words and immediately drew his black sword. Yuru, his gaze instantly sharpening, locking onto Vista. Good. I'm in a hurry to meet your Vice-Captain. So let us settle this quickly. The moment he finished speaking, I tell you, the atmosphere on the entire island exploded. The 2 killing intense practically activated physical effects, The birds and beasts in the surrounding forest screeched, fleeing the island with their families, the scene resembling an animal migration. The next second, the two figures directly vanished from spot. With a loud bang, Yoru clashed with Vista's new sword, sparks flying like electric welding. As Hawkeye blocked, he mocked, "Oh, Vista, have you changed your mind? Can't figure out dual swords. Now switching to a one-handed sword? What do you think?" Vista replied. He grinned wickedly and said, "Haha, Hawkeye, let me tell you, after throwing a knife, I'm even stronger. I'll open your eyes right away." After saying that, he held the knife with both hands and delivered a powerful slash towards Hawkeye, shouting an incomprehensible battle cry. "Hasake, I tell you, that sword energy was as fast as a laser cannon, with a sonic boom accompanying it." Hawkeye's pupils trembled, desperately pushing his observation haki to the maximum. He tilted his head just in time, and the sword energy grazed his scalp. With a loud boom, the forest behind him was completely shaved flat, forming a perfectly straight line. It was simply a blessing for those with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Hawkeye was stunned, thinking to himself that if he had dodged just 1 second slower, he would have been done for today. He was just about to say that this speed was something else, but before he could finish, Vista didn't give him any chance to breathe and unleashed another Hasake. This time, the blade was wrapped in armament haki, and the sword energy condensed into a massive black sword, heading straight for Hawkeye's face. At this moment, Hawkeye couldn't hold back anymore, the sword intent taking form. Isn't that a sign of a top swordsman? When did he reach this level? He quickly used his black sword, Yoru, to block, and with a bang, guess what happened? Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, was actually pushed back by the force of that strike. Family, who understands? Hawkeye's expression at that moment was one of utter confusion. Like, who am I? Where am I? This script is wrong. He asked in shock, "What is going on with your sword intent?" Vista was so thrilled he could almost fly, probably thinking, what world #1? It turns out the difference between me and him is just a powerful weapon. His smugness was evident. "My Hawk, I was never weak to begin with. And now, with this supreme blade made by Vice-Captain Yoru, I'm crushing you with sheer strength." When Hawkeye heard the name Yoru, his brain nearly short-circuited. Jozu was boosted by Yoru, and now Vista was taking off with a sword made by Yoru as well. What exactly is this Yoru? No, I must meet him. This is simply my only hope to break through my bottleneck. On one side, Hawkeye is still brainstorming, while on the other, Vista, having tasted success, has gone wild, charging him with a knife. The two are face to face, crazily exchanging blows. The clash of blades is intense, like the entire island has been bombed, with not a single good spot left on the ground. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Vista slashes Hawkeye back several steps, appearing unscathed himself. He grins and says, "How about that? This move is called critical hit." Hawkeye is stunned, thinking, critical hit? What is that? A new swordsmanship style? Why is your basic attack stronger than my ultimate? Is this reasonable? This is unscientific. Before he can figure it out, Vista sends another attack, entwined with armament haki, flying toward him. Hawkeye barely sees the sword energy, relying solely on his top-tier observation haki to predict and awkwardly dodges. The sword energy pierces through the entire island, creating a water column dozens of meters high in the sea. Cold sweat breaks out on Hawkeye's forehead as he looks at Vista, his expression more serious than ever. "I admit, you're the first one who can suppress me in a head-on clash." Vista pretends to be modest and critiques him in return. "My Hawk, you're not bad either. You actually managed to dodge my haki attack." Hawkeye is completely out of patience and humbly asks, "What exactly is the principle behind your critical hit in haki?" Vista lists off, "Haki is a skill that comes with my sword, and it releases as fast as a basic attack. As for critical hit, it's something Vice-Captain Yu taught me. It doubles the damage of my basic attacks." After hearing this, Hawkeye's worldview collapses on the spot. A lifetime swordsman like him listening to others talk about swordsmanship feels like he's reading a foreign language. A skill that releases as fast as a basic attack. Is that even a skill? Basic attack damage can double? Are we playing a game here? But the more he doesn't understand, the more excited he feels. If Vista can get stronger, there's no reason Hawkeye, can't. He suddenly bursts into laughter. "Interesting. So interesting. Vista, as a reward, take this move from me." As soon as the words leave his mouth, The armament hockey on his black blade transforms into a fierce black dragon, and the whole island is engulfed in a storm with thunder and lightning. He points at Bista. Black dragon. The black dragon roars and charges at Bista. I thought Bista would dodge, but instead his competitive spirit kicks in. Thinking if Jaws can take it, why can't he? The sword is drawn, and he won't retreat. Then, the most ridiculous scene unfolds. Hawkeye watches as Bista, facing his ultimate attack, simply raises his hand and performs a basic attack. Hawkeye's inner thoughts. He is going to use a basic attack to counter my ultimate? Is he crazy? He feels like he is the world's greatest swordsman. In fact, Bista only knows one move, hockey. Without a basic attack, he has no other moves. Bista swings his sword at the dragon's head, but no critical hit occurs, and he is knocked back a bit. Just as Hawkeye thinks he is done for, Bista, in the blink of an eye, strikes twice more. A basic attack, followed by a hockey strike, then another basic attack. A smooth little combo, prompting an exclamation from me. Wow. ISNT this the legendary AQA? High-level player. And the most critical part is that the hockey strike triggers a critical hit. The damage explodes. With a roar, the once invincible black dragon is sliced in half, and then obliterated by the third attack. Bista is shocked himself. Whoa, is my basic attack really this powerful? Hawkeye is left speechless, his mind filled with just 4 words, King of Basic Attacks. He hasn't recovered from the shock when Bista's figure suddenly refreshes right in front of him, skipping the entire process. In an instant, he appears right in his face. Hockey. Another slash. Hawkeye hurriedly blocks, and with a loud clang, he is knocked back repeatedly, a cut opening on his hand, blood flowing out. Hawkeye quickly creates distance, truly afraid to clash with Bista head-on, and asks in fear, "What is up with your movement?" Bista looks confused. My movement? What's wrong with my movement? Hawkeye is so angry he is jumping. You just blinked and appeared in front of me. My top-tier observation, hockey, didn't he even react? And you're still pretending. Bista recalls, and it seems true. He scratches his head and seriously says, I'm not sure, but it's probably because of my sword. Hawkeye's expression twists. Because of one sword, your basic attack can crit, your skills have no cooldown, and now even your movement has turned into teleportation? What kind of divine sword is this? He feels like he is going to lose all face as the world's greatest swordsman today. He can't let this happen. He must fight desperately. His eyes turn crimson, and he begins to exhaust his power crazily, all the sword intent behind him coalescing into a gigantic, fierce eagle across the 4 seas and 8 realms. None shall escape my blade. True eagle slash. This is his strongest move. The entire island began to crumble under the pressure of this attack, the ground being forcibly torn up in layers. Faced with this world-destroying strike, Bista not only wasn't he afraid, but he became even more excited. If I can take this hit, I'll be the new #1 in the world. He got in a position and shouted. Being attacked from both sides is a swordsman's disgrace. Just as that terrifying slash was about to engulf him, Bista felt he could barely hold on, his heart filled with extreme reluctance. At that moment, the knife in his hand suddenly glowed. Then almost instinctively, he lightly swiped the knife in front of him. A miracle happened. A wall made of wind instantly rose up before him. Hawkeye's most powerful strike, capable of destroying the island, crashed into this wind wall, not making a single sound, and just disappeared. Behind the wind wall, time stood still. In front of the wind wall, it was the end of the world. Bista stared blankly at his hand, then looked at the knife in his hand, completely dumbfounded. Wow, am I really that amazing? On the other side, Hawkeye, having exhausted all his strength, stood panting among the ruins. He thought Bista had been turned to ashes and even gave a high evaluation to himself. Among all the swordsmen I have fought, no one is better than you. I recognize you as the first under me. As a result, Bista behind the wind wall heard this and immediately laughed, shouting back, I agree with the first part, but I don't accept being below you. Hawkeye was taken aback. Did I just hear that? He could still be alive after taking my strike? When the dust settled, he saw Bista standing there completely unharmed, while his deep, unfathomable slash was just a few meters away from Bista, abruptly stopping. It was as if it had been blocked by an invisible wall. Let me tell you, at that moment, Hawkeye was stunned, his eyes wide open, yelling at Bista, "What the hell is this?" Goodness, not to mention Hawkeye. Even Bista was bewildered. How would he know? Just a moment ago, in a flash, he had only one thought in his mind. Block it for me. And it really got blocked. He originally wanted to say he didn't know either, but when he opened his mouth, four words popped out. Wind barrier. Even more ridiculous. He suddenly had the instruction manual for this move in his mind, saying it could resist all aerial attacks. I was watching from the side and was shocked. What kind of new skin has this guy awakened? When Hawkeye heard this, his face turned green. What the hell? Resist all aerial attacks? Then what the hell am I supposed to do? My strongest move is a range slash, and you blocked it all? Close combat? I can't even cut you down with this monster you become. He helplessly smiled and shrugged. I admit defeat. Family, who understands? The world's #1 swordsman just gave up on the spot. Bista was dumbfounded. This wasn't how the script was written. Hawkeye, however, was frank, saying he had exhausted all his sword intent, and continuing to fight was meaningless. But do you think Hawkeye was truly scared? No. Let me tell you, this guy is an ultimate sword fanatic. He realized that Bista's ability was linked to a big shot named Nightwing. He admitted defeat just to get a backdoor to learn from him and become stronger. To become stronger, what SA face worth? This mindset, I can only say impressive. Bista understood in an instant. This guy, having won once, was already soaring high and directly agreed. All right, since you're so obsessed with the sword path, I'll recommend you. Hawkeye was quite graceful, retorting, aren't you afraid that after I learn, I'll come back and take the #1 spot? As a result, Bista directly mocked. Ha, I'm looking forward to it. I hope you're not so weak next time, or else it won't be fun to fight. I was beside them and couldn't take it anymore. How can someone be so arrogant? Hawkeye's old face turned dark immediately, probably thinking, you've only beaten me once, and you're acting all high and mighty. Then, something even more explosive happened. Bista pulled out a den mushy and, in front of Hawkeye, called Marco, putting it on speaker and shouting, "Brother, I just defeated Hawkeye. I'm now the world's #1 swordsman. Ha ha ha." That laugh was so obnoxious, as if he was afraid people 10 miles away wouldn't hear him. Hawkeye was beside him, his face turning the color of pig liver. I felt his blood pressure was skyrocketing. You think that's the end? Bista was still there gloating. Oh, don't believe me. That guy surrendered to me directly. I originally wanted to play a bit longer, but who knew he was so easy to beat? It was really boring. Let me tell you, when these words came out, Hawkeye almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. This was simply a public execution, even harsher than beating a corpse. Bista, this kid, knows how to manipulate negative emotional value. After he hung up, he still had a face that said I did you a huge favor, patting Hawkeye on the shoulder, humming a little tune as he sailed away. Hawkeye stood there alone, stunned for a long time, then cursed at the sky for a full half hour. His voice hoarse. Thank you, huh? I thank your whole family. But they didn't know that, more than 10 kilometers away, a Navy officer was live-streaming the whole thing with a super telescope. This guy is a special ability user, specifically gathering intelligence, and was so scared he rolled and crawled another 20 kilometers before daring to call Admiral Sengoku. As soon as the call connected, his voice was trembling. Reporting to Admiral Sengoku. Hey, a major incident. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku sensed something was off and quickly closed the doors and windows. After hearing the report, he instantly jumped up from his chair, knocking it over with a crash. Family, that's Sengoku the Buddha. What kind of big winds and waves hasn't he seen? He lost his composure, grabbing the den mushy and asking back, are you saying this is true? Bista really has that strength. This news is too outrageous. After calming down, Sengoku decided to suppress it for now. With a major battle approaching, if this were to be announced, the morale of the Navy would collapse on the spot. So he immediately called an urgent meeting with the 3 admirals, Admiral Fujitora, all the high-ranking officers, and they worked overnight. In the conference room, when Sengoku announced this news, it immediately exploded. Admiral Fujitora was the first to express disbelief. Is this fake news? How could someone who barely reached Vice Admiral level a month ago defeat my hawk? Akiji looked shocked. So, does that mean the Whitebeard pirates are now a double Emperor crew? Kizaru also dropped his usual nonchalant demeanor, clicking his tongue and saying, that's really terrifying, a kind of directly pointed out the most critical issue. Originally, it was already tough for the 3 admirals to go into battle, and now there's an additional Emperor-level pirate. We don't have enough forces. Who will guard Ace? Goodness. The entire Navy High Command couldn't sleep all night because of Bista brainstorming as if the sky was about to fall. On the other side, our behind-the-scenes big boss, YuShows, was lying on a chair in his own forbidden zone enjoying life when suddenly, ding, the system notification sounded. It detected that Bista had defeated Mihawk, rewarding him with 1,000 swordsmanship and a 10-draw diamond summon. YuShows jumped up from his chair, startling the 2 maids beside him. What a surprise. Sitting at home, rewards just fell from the sky. He suddenly realized that if the same boss is defeated by different people, it can yield equipment drops twice. Isn't this a bug? Now, every captain has gained experience. Just as he was excited, Marco came to report. Vice-Captain YuShows, Mihawk requests to see you. Upon hearing this, YuShows was delighted. This fat sheep that was just sheared once actually came knocking again. He had to see him. Let's go, time to shear the sheep. When Mihawk boarded the Moby Dick, he was incredibly humble. In his imagination, someone who could train monsters like Jozu and Bista and create the supreme great sword must be an old man similar to Whitebeard. However, after scanning the room, he couldn't find anyone like that. He directly asked Marco, "Hey, Marco, hasn't your Vice-Captain YuShows arrived yet?" The surrounding captains exchanged glances, and YuShows was speechless in the crowd. So, this handsome guy standing here is being treated like air? It's not scientific. YuShows had no choice but to speak up. "What do you need from me, Mihawk?" "I am YuShows." Mihawk turned to look at the voice and was instantly petrified, his eyes wide open like copper bells. What is this? A young man who looks under 20, with a face full of collagen? "You are the legendary Vice-Captain YuShows." He quickly activated his observation hotkey to investigate, but there was nothing. He couldn't sense anything. Now, he completely understood. This person was either a rookie or so strong that he couldn't comprehend it at all. Combining the examples of Bista and Jaws, there was only one answer. The young man in front of him was an unfathomable monster. Realizing this, Hawkeye immediately lowered his posture and got straight to the point. "It was my lack of insight. I came this time to see if Deputy Captain YuShows could give me some pointers on swordsmanship." As soon as the words came out, Marco and Jozu exploded. "Hey, you Hawkeye, are you cutting in line here? We have our own people waiting in line. Who do you think you are? Why should our Vice-Captain help you? Next time you run out of money for food, are we supposed to feed you?" Everyone chimed in, making Hawkeye's face turn red. But this time he was determined. He didn't care about his face anymore for the sake of becoming stronger. He directly acted shameless. Who says outsiders can't be guided? I'm not leaving until I get some guidance. Goodness, the world's greatest swordsman transformed into a floor-dwelling god of war right on the spot, ready to stay here indefinitely. Marco and the others were dumbfounded. Is this really the aloof Hawkeye from the newspapers? Yatu continued to mock him. "Aren't you afraid we'll spread this around and tarnish your title as the world's greatest swordsman?" Who would have thought Hawkeye would just shrug it off, chuckling bitterly. "Say whatever you want because right now, I'm not the world's greatest swordsman anymore." What the hell is going on, Mihawk? It's better not to ask. Once you do, it directly breaks Mihawk's defense. Let me tell you, he was so aggrieved at that moment, his eyes were almost red, pointing at us and shouting, "You're going too far? Aren't you just bullying honest people? Who hit me? Don't you know? It was that Bista from your Whitebeard crew. Now you're coming over here to ask me knowing full well, are you just rubbing salt in my wounds?" Good Lord, it was only when he shouted that we realized, oh right, it was Bista who did it. Damn, Bista is that fierce? In just a short while, he took down the world's #1 swordsman. Folks, who understands? Now we all get it. No wonder this cool guy Mihawk was acting like a bullied little wife on our ship, desperately wanting our Vice-Captain YuShows to guide him. Turns out he was psychologically scarred by our own people. Just then, let me tell you, the most handsome guy in the room, our ship's true god, Vice-Captain YuShows, spoke up. He casually said, "All right, if you want me to help you improve your strength, I can." Damn, just that one sentence, Mihawk, who was still acting like a bitter woman a second ago, instantly revived, his eyes sparkling, so excited he couldn't speak coherently. Really? Vice-Captain YuShows, you are willing to teach me, an outsider? Hey, I was right there. I totally understood what that kid YuShows was thinking. I could hear his little plan, even from the East Blue. This isn't just teaching. He's treating my hawk like a sustainable boss to farm for resources. Let the captains get stronger one by one, then take turns to farm my hawk, and the rewards will just come pouring in, right? Sure enough, as soon as our captains heard this, they weren't happy and immediately exploded. Vice-Captain, no. He's an outsider. Teach me first. Teach me first, right? Why should he get to learn? Seeing this situation, my hawk's hope was about to be extinguished by these competitive kings. His face turned pale, and he looked more miserable than if he were dead. You saw this and thought, oh, the effect is coming, it's time. He pretended to sigh with difficulty. Sigh, my hawk. That's a dilemma. After all, you are an outsider. What if I make you stronger and you turn around to help the Navy against us? Wouldn't I become a historical criminal? Our captains were quite savvy and immediately started to add fuel to the fire. Exactly. This kid has bad intentions, right? Those who are not of our kind will surely have different intentions. I tell you, my hawk was genuinely anxious, fearing that this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity would slip away. He gritted his teeth and directly dropped a bombshell. Vice-Captain Yeyu, as long as you're willing to teach me, my hawk, am willing to join your Whitebeard pirates' outer circle. Good Lord, when those words came out, the entire place fell silent. The deck was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Marco's jaw almost hit the ground as he stuttered. Dude, you can't be serious, right? You're the hawk, I's my hawk. A lone wolf. The powerhouse that even the Navy headquarters and the 4 Emperors' shanks can't recruit. And now you want to be one of our outer members? My hawk looked helpless. His expression seemed to say, I want to be proud too, but my strength won't allow it. I've already lost my throne as the best. What pride do I have left? He mumbled, forget about being an outer member. As long as it can make me stronger, even if I have to do menial work on the ship, I'll accept it. Now we can't really say anything. After all, forcing someone to this point is also our own doing. And guess what happened? That kid you actually spoke up. Just verbally joining won't do. We Whitebeard pirates have rules. You have to pay us tribute. I almost believe him at that moment. When did our Whitebeard pirates have such a ridiculous rule? That kid you really knows how to make things up on the spot without batting an eye, creating rules as he goes. As a result, my hawk was taken aback for a moment and, without even thinking, agreed. Of course. I was a Navy hunter in my early years, and I've saved up about 5 billion berries. I'll hand it all over. You can send people to my island to collect it right now. 5 billion. Family. Just like that, he offered it. Our captains, each with pockets cleaner than their faces. An eagle-eye directly gambled all his possessions. When Yu heard this, his eyes lit up. He licked his lips and thought, this kid can be taught. He nodded in satisfaction. Well, now there's no problem. Come on, you fight Marco first. I'll check your level. The wool pulling officially began. At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. It's over. Eagle-Eye's going to be educated by our captain team in turns today. Jozu would beat Bista. And after Bista, Marco would take his turn. Poor Eagle, I had no idea he had walked into a den of wolves when he heard he had to fight Marco. He was quite excited, thinking it was an opportunity for Yu to give him a chance to regain his honor. Once on the dueling stage, he was full of fighting spirit. In contrast, Marco looked like he was just playing with a child, wearing an expression that said he could just use a big move later and consider it a loss. At Yu's signal to start, Eagle-Eye shot out like an arrow, his black sword knight wrapped in sword intent, launching a terrifying slash at Marco. That momentum, indeed worthy of being the former world's #1. What happened next? Blue flames erupted from Marco, and the slash passed right through him, causing no damage whatsoever. Eagle-Eye saw this and smirked, as if everything was under his control. He pushed off the ground, closing the distance in an instant, and in 0.1 seconds, he unleashed 10 slashes wrapped in armament hockey, causing a storm in the entire dueling arena. Marco remained calm, his blue flames bursting forth, forming a shield. With a loud bang, the shield shattered, and Marco was knocked back several steps. At that moment, the familiar feeling of being the world's #1 swordsman, in control of everything, returned to Eagle-Eye. He was immersed in this long-lost pleasure when Marco dusted himself off and cheerfully said, Hey, not bad, my hawk. Looks like if I don't show some real skills, I really won't be able to beat you. That tone, that feeling, was just like a senior praising a junior. My hawk was dumbfounded, thinking, wait, this isn't right. The script is wrong. I should be pushing you around. Why does it seem like you're the strong one? But then he thought it through and realized Marco was definitely just bragging. Meanwhile, we were on the sidelines, our mouths never stopping. Oh no, my hawk is not doing well. Marco hasn't even used his big move yet. Yeah, Marco hasn't used his new technique yet. Sigh. It seems Eagle-Eye barely qualifies as an Emperor-level strength. Far from our old man. I tell you, Eagle-Eye's face turned green hearing this. If it weren't for the fight, he probably would have come down to argue with us. He was furious and directly unleashed his big move, his sword intent erupting. The black blade wrapped in armament hockey transformed into a roaring black dragon, charging towards Marco. The scene was simply earth-shattering, but Marco just chuckled. This is somewhat impressive, so I can also show some real skills. The captains around were also excited. That's right, now it's getting interesting. This my hawk does have some skills. I bet when Eagle-Eye heard the word some skills, he felt a murderous intent, just as the black dragon was about to engulf Marco. The temperature in the dueling arena suddenly dropped. Marco flew in midair and kicked the black dragon. And let me tell you, something outrageous happened. What he kicked out wasn't fire, it was ice. A terrifying burst of icy energy exploded instantly. Boom! The ice crystals collided with the black dragon, and in less than a second, the previously imposing black dragon was completely frozen into a crystal-clear ice sculpture from head to tail. The chilling air continued to rush towards Mihawk's face. Mihawk was stunned, his eyes wide like saucers. Freezing power? Isn't that the ability of Admiral Aokiji? How could you? He desperately jumped back to dodge. And when he looked back, the area where he had just stood was now a skating rink for a kilometer. Marco couldn't be bothered to explain, probably tired of the question, and directly raised his foot to unleash another Ice Phoenix strike. Mihawk was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He knew that if he got frozen by this thing, he'd be stuck for a long time. Using his top-level observation hockey and movement techniques, he narrowly dodged, but the blade of the Black Sword Knight had already accumulated a thick layer of ice shards. Now Mihawk knew he couldn't drag it out any longer. He summoned all his strength, his eyes shining brightly, and the sword intent behind him condensed into a giant eagle's phantom. Then he swung his strongest slash at Marco, across the seas and the vast worlds. None shall escape my blade, the true, great thousand worlds. Damn, that black sword light that blotted out the sun was like the sky was collapsing. The roof of the duel arena was instantly shattered by the sword intent, stones falling like rain. We were all dumbfounded, gasping in shock. Jozu was still trying to show off, chuckling and saying, I tanked this move back then, and as a result, it left me a scar a full centimeter deep on my chest. We were left speechless, just as that world-destroying blow was about to land on Marco's face. We all panicked and shouted for him to dodge. And guess what? Marco just stood there, not moving at all. He even had a hint of excitement on his face. Just as the sword energy was about to hit him, there was a loud bang, and an incredibly huge iceberg fell from the sky, perfectly shielding him from behind. Completely solid. We were all stunned. That silly water buffalo Atmos even asked in disbelief, what the hell, what's going on? Did Marco turn into an iceberg after dying? Marco, furious behind the iceberg, cursed, you're the one who died. This is my new move. Mihawk was completely confused as well. Where did this iceberg come from? It even blocked my strongest move? He refused to believe it, and he started wildly attacking the iceberg with his sword, clanging away with dozens of strikes. But in the end, not even a white mark was left. This is not an iceberg. It's definitely the Diamond Mountain. Mihawk's energy is exhausted, and after using his big move, he feels like his body has been hollowed out. Just as he is lost in thought, a bone-chilling cold suddenly envelopes him. He looks down and sees that, without realizing it, the ground beneath his feet has turned into a vast glacier, and hail is pouring down from above. The terrifying cold continuously erodes his weary body. He wants to run, but finds that his speed is greatly reduced on the ice, and this damned glacier keeps expanding. After running for a while, he realizes he is still in the center. Ultimately, under wave after wave of cold assaults, Mihawk can no longer withstand it. With a crisp crack, he is directly frozen into a crystal-clear ice sculpture, his face frozen in an expression of extreme shock from the last moment. I tell you, this scene left Whitebeard and his crew dumbfounded, their jaws dropping to the ground, eyes bulging like searchlights, gasping in disbelief. What the hell? When did Marco learn this move? Goodness, this isn't fighting. This is a natural disaster. He froze Hawkeye into a popsicle. Who understands this? The power inflation is just too fast. Jozu was so envious, muttering that this skill is just too cool. As for Marco, he was beaming with pride, doing a stylish aerial flip and landing steadily in front of Hawkeye's eye sculpture, shouting to Nightwing, "Vice-Captain, this means I won, right? I must have won." Just look at him, showing off his new skill, acting all high and mighty, and effortlessly taking down the world's #1 swordsman. His vanity was practically taking off, expanding to the point where it could barely fit in this dueling arena. Nightwing also nodded with a smile and directly announced, "The winner of this match is Marco." As soon as he finished speaking, Marco snapped his fingers, and the undead freezing power was instantly lifted, causing Hawkeye to emerge from the ice with a crack. He came out, but still dazed, staring blankly at Marco. "Your ice. How was it even more outrageous than Akiji's?" Hawkeye's expression was as if his worldview had just been shattered. It made no sense. "It's just freezing. I shouldn't be unable to break free." He was puzzled, fully confident that even if Admiral Akiji himself came and froze him like this, he could still rely on his haki and sword intent to break free. But what happened? He couldn't move at all against Marco. Marco, feeling quite smug, chuckled. "Of course. This is the undead freezing power derived from my Phoenix ability. Inside that ice, there's the endless power of immortality. It's completely normal that you can't break free." Wow. Hawkeye fell silent upon hearing this. Devil fruits can be played like this? Ice can carry hidden powers? He admitted that he had previously been narrow-minded and felt like a newbie just out of the starting village after coming to Whitebeard's crew. I lost. Hawkeye sighed, feeling completely convinced and clear about his defeat. He felt bitter. He initially wanted to regain some face against Marco. But what happened? He got his face rubbed in the ground instead. In less than a week, the world's #1 swordsman had been used as a punching bag by the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Where could he complain about this? He had even been considering challenging Whitebeard himself, but now that seemed embarrassing. If Whitebeard were here, he might have been taken out with just a finger. That would have been a terrible scene. Hawkeye was directly beaten to the point of questioning his life. Seeing him admit defeat, Marco felt extremely pleased and patted Hawkeye on the shoulder, cheerfully saying, "Haha, it's okay, my Hawk, your strength is still good. Maybe with two of you, you could win against me." As soon as those words were spoken, Hawkeye's face turned green. So, now his combat power unit had turned into 0. 5 horses, huh? At this moment, Yu also walked over, first congratulating Marco, and then changing the subject, pointing at the wrecked duel arena, and said unhappily, "But you two have messed this place up like this. The repair costs will all be on you." Upon hearing this, Marco was instantly dumbfounded. They had been too into the fight earlier and indeed had lost control, especially with that mountain of ice that had been pushed out of the duel arena. It wasn't that he didn't want to pay. Mainly, he was really broke. The other captains were secretly amused, serving you right for showing off. Now you're in trouble. As a result, Hawkeye was particularly quick-witted and directly said, "This money doesn't need to come from my brother Marco. It's all on me." Truly a newly arrived subordinate, his positioning was spot on. After saying that, he looked at Yu with a fawning expression. Mr. Yu, how do you think my swordsmanship?" Seeing how considerate he was, Yu felt a bit embarrassed to keep up the facade. Moreover, let me tell you, at that moment, a notification sound echoed in Yu's mind. Binding character Marco defeating Hawkeye. Reward: 1,000 points in swordsmanship, plus a 10 consecutive diamond draw. Now Yu's mood improved, and with a wave of his hand, he exclaimed, guiding swordsmanship, right? No problem. Today, to celebrate our 3 captains achieving royal level strength, along with the addition of Brother Hawkeye, I've decided to host a banquet. Let's enhance the strength of all the captains." As soon as the captains heard this, they erupted in excitement. Enhanced strength? Who doesn't know that when Deputy Captain Yu says a little bit, it actually means a whole lot? However, Yu cleared his throat and smilingly added that the money for the banquet would come from Mihawk. The captains didn't care who was paying. They had previously had a few small grievances against the newcomer Mihawk, but now they instantly treated him like a long-lost brother. Surrounding Yu as they headed towards his restricted area. When they arrived, Yu told everyone to wait outside while he went in to prepare the gifts. Let me tell you, those captains were like elementary school students waiting for their New Year's money, eagerly guarding the door. This left Hawkeye bewildered, thinking it's just a banquet. What gifts are being prepared? They looked like children who had never seen the world. He found them a bit foolish and leaned over to Jaws. Hey, Jaws, shall we go chat somewhere else? Why are we just standing here like idiots? Without turning his head, Jaws kept his eyes fixed on the door. What are we chatting about? Can't you see these hungry wolves? The moment I step away, they snatch all the gifts. These are treasures for enhancing strength. Wait, Hawkeye's ears perked up. Gifts? That can enhance strength. Looking at the expressions of the captains around him, he realized they were practically drooling. He suddenly remembered that impressive supreme knife that Bista had, which was a gift from Yu. Damn, so this gift is not what I thought it was. Realizing this, Hawkeye immediately activated his observation hockey, locking onto that door like a radar, afraid of missing any signs of movement. Meanwhile, inside the room, Yu was even more excited than the people outside. He directly told the system in his mind. Fusion. 3 diamond, 10 consecutive draws. Give me a crown, 10 consecutive draws. Ding. The system notification sounded, rewards pouring out like rain. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200,000 shop coins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300,000 shop coins. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5,000 points in Conqueror's Hockey. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,000 points in Armament Hockey. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5,000 points in Swordsmanship. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Plank Gift Pack. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Magma Fruit. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the equipment, Randallie's Torment. Good heavens, after a round of rewards, Yu's Conqueror's Hockey, Armament Hockey, Observation Hockey, and Swordsmanship all broke through 10,000 points, directly reaching the peak state of this world. Simply put, he was at max level, capable of deriving new skills. Now, even without the fruit's abilities, relying solely on his basic attributes, he had already surpassed legends like Roger and Garp, definitely at the Super Royal level. Not to mention that Plank Gift Pack, which contained a full set of skill fruits, allowing him to instantly transform into Captain Plank from One Piece. It was simply outrageous. And that equipment called Randallie's Torment, which was a mask that added a burning effect to skills, causing damage based on the enemy's maximum health percentage. Moreover, if the enemy was slowed or controlled, the damage would double. Seeing this equipment, Yu was delighted, realizing it was tailor-made for Marco. Marco's freezing ability focuses on control, and with this, it was practically a life countdown. Who understands? No matter how much health Kaido has, if frozen, just relying on this equipment's passive could wear him down to death. Definitely a major weapon. Satisfied, Yu stored his things and slowly opened the door. The group outside had long been anxious, scratching their heads. Hawkeye humbly asked Jaws, "Brother Jaws, it's just a gift. How exactly does it enhance strength?" Jaws proudly replied, "Do you remember my spike defense? The one that made you suffer back then?" Hawkeye's face darkened at the mention. He would never forget that thing, which not only dealt no damage, but also had a reflection effect. It was simply a swordsman's nemesis. Jaws continued to spill the beans, mister. You gave me a little steel vest back then. Not only does it increase defense, but it can also reflect attacks, just like a mini spike defense. Hawkeye was completely shocked. An equipment piece that directly grants a skill? What kind of deity is Vice-Captain Yu? The way he looked at the dormitory door of Yu instantly changed to that of others, filled with desire. Finally, the door opened. As soon as Yu came out, everyone rushed over in a flurry. Yu smiled mysteriously and pulled out 10 small knives. Your gifts are ready. He explained that these small knives could enhance physical combat power, effective for both martial arts and swordsmanship. Hawkeye was still a bit confused. How do I use it? Does holding this knife automatically improve my swordsmanship? The surrounding captains laughed, their expressions resembling those of a country bumpkin seeing the world for the first time. Since classmate Mihawk had a question, let's start with you. Yu smiled and handed a small knife to Hawkeye. As soon as Hawkeye touched it, the knife whooshed and transformed into a beam of light that fused into his body. He instantly felt his sword intent surge dramatically. Where's the knife? Hawkeye looked at his empty hands, bewildered. Haha, normal. Izang explained from the side. The Vice-Captain's gift fuses with your body. The moment you receive it, your strength has already increased. Hawkeye's heart was shaken. He gripped his black sword, feeling the surging sword intent within him, and without even activating his haki, casually waved at the sky. I tell you, a terrifying sword energy, as solid as a black dragon, shot up into the sky, directly splitting a large patch of clouds in half. The entire sky seemed to be torn open, sword intent taking form. My hawk trembled with excitement. My swordsmanship has broken through. He had been stuck at this bottleneck for decades. He never expected that just this small knife would help him break through that barrier. Thank you, Vice-Captain YuShows, for your rebirth. Hawkeye immediately took off his hat and performed the most standard swordmaster salute to YuShows. It's nothing. YuShows waved his hand, but his expression became serious. However, this matter can only be known to our own people. If I find out you leaked the news, even if you go to the ends of the earth, I will still clean house. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying and unmatched conqueror's haki erupted from YuShows, instantly engulfing the entire area. The surrounding stones cracked with a sound, indicating that the haki had become strong enough to interfere with reality. Marco and Hawkeye, such royal-level experts, instantly broke out in cold sweat, their hearts racing. Hawkeye felt a tremendous wave in his heart. This conqueror's haki was even stronger than Redhaird's, much stronger. In the face of YuShows' haki, he even felt his heart start to become chaotic, a feeling only experienced when facing an overwhelmingly powerful opponent. The other captains felt dizzy, their organs churning, unable to stand steadily. Seeing the effect reach its peak, YuShows satisfactorily withdrew his haki. Hawkeye quickly bowed again, his attitude extremely sincere. Mr. YuShows, rest assured, you have given me a chance at rebirth. I could never betray you. YuShows nodded and then distributed the remaining small knives to the other captains. As expected, after everyone fused, their strength gained a tremendous boost. After distributing all 10 small knives, Marco noticed, hey, where's mine? His face instantly fell. Looking at YuShows with a resentful expression, Vice-Captain, where's my gift? YuShows laughed heartily, explaining that this reward was only for Marco after winning. How could he forget him? Don't worry, I prepared something special for you. Saying this, YuShows took out a strangely shaped crying mask. This is called Landry's Torment. YuShows explained it can not only enhance your offense and defense, but more terrifyingly, any skill you hit the enemy with will inflict a burning effect, dealing 1/5 of their maximum health as damage every second. If the enemy is slowed or controlled, this damage will increase to 2/5. I tell you, when Marco heard this, he nearly drooled. Isn't this tailor-made for his immortal freezing power? As long as he freezes someone, that extra damage of 2/5 of their maximum health per second is devastating. Who can withstand that? Even if Kaido came, if he got frozen, he would be burned to death within a minute. Marco excitedly took the mask, a cold killing intent instantly spreading throughout his body, making his immortal freezing power even deadlier. From now on, let's see who dares to say that Marco only takes hits and has no output. Looking at the top-notch equipment in Marco's hands, the surrounding captains turned green with envy. What good is envy? I tell you, you had already seen through them. Before they could even ask for alms, he waved his hand. Everyone, quiet down. Draw lots. Today there will be one lucky winner, and I will gift you something big. What a big gift. As soon as the captains heard this, their eyes lit up. After following YuShows for so long, who didn't know the value of the big gift he mentioned was extraordinary. I tell you, YuShows was serious about making this big. He directly called the system in his heart, Plank's big gift pack, open. In the next second, unnoticed by anyone, 4 fruits suddenly appeared on his skill tree. The first one, bullet damage explosion, can also crit. The second, even more outrageous. Eating an orange removes all negative effects and restores a large chunk of health. The third directly places a barrel of explosives on the ground. The fourth, the ultimate move. A barrage of cannon fire directly washes the ground with firepower. Isn't this a complete maritime overlord? Meanwhile, the results of the draw also came out. Who? Izang. The one with the lowest presence in the team usually. He was so excited that his hands started shaking, thinking, today, the tail of the crane is finally going to reach the pinnacle of life. When the others saw it wasn't their turn, they tactfully withdrew, gossiping as they left. Jozu asked, "Hey, what level do you think you can raise Izang to this time?" Marco laughed. "Hard to say. But if he can train Izang to royal level, then he is really not human. He is a deity. Family, who understands, turning someone as fierce as Marco into a royal level is understandable. But raising Izang to royal level is equivalent to taking a rocket and jumping up 4 levels. In a restricted area, only Yu and the lucky Izang were left. Izang was so excited, rubbing his hands, asking, "Vice-Captain you see, my request isn't high. I'd be satisfied if I could reach the level of the 3 calamities." Upon hearing this, Yu's brows knitted together. "I'm giving you an epic gift pack, and that's your only aspiration?" As a result, when Izang saw his frown, he panicked, thinking he had asked too much, and quickly changed his words. Then, "If that's not feasible, having the level of Flying 6 will be fine." I was stunned at that moment. Good heavens, how did the request get downgraded? Yu found it amusing and said, "Don't worry, in my hands, no matter how bad it is, it won't be much weaker than Vista, Jozu, and the others." As soon as these words came out, Izumi directly crashed. The worst case is similar to the core captain. Doesn't that means starting at a quasi-emperor level? Tears streamed down his face on the spot, and he cried out to show his loyalty. "Deputy Captain, just tell me, how should I practice? I'll train for you even if I don't sleep." Yu pondered for a moment and said, "If you want to become stronger, just relying on your little broken gun won't work. You need to play with something bigger. Swap your bird gun for a cannon. Got it? First, go get me some barrels of gunpowder, and then give me a cannon." Izumi heard this and thought it was simple. In no time, he had everything ready, hiding them all in his wide kimono. Yu looked at him and nodded in satisfaction. "Good job. In the future, when fighting, just string these barrels together and then use your gun to bang and explode them. As for the cannon, use your domineering aura and will to lock onto the target. And at the crucial moment, unleash a barrage of cannons for fire suppression. And that's it." Izumi was dumbfounded on the spot. He originally thought he would have to practice hard for 10 days or half a month, but it turned out to be this? Just this? He weakly asked, "Deputy Captain, is that all?" Yu thought for a moment and added, "All right, if you get frozen or slowed down, just use your will to break free. That's it. The rest is up to you to comprehend." After saying that, he directly picked 4 fruits from the tree and handed them to Izumi, saying, "Here, this is for you, to replenish trace elements and relieve stress." Then he patted his butt and went back to the dormitory. When Yu returned to his room and looked at his system panel, he saw that he already had over 500,000 gold coins, feeling quite pleased. Once he saved up to 1 million to upgrade the forging furnace, he could make a divine item a day, stacking all the captains to emperor level. That scene, TSK. But just as he was dreaming, he turned around and found something was off. Why was it so messy in the room? He rushed to knock on the maid's door, but nobody answered. Kicking it open, he found it completely empty. What the hell? Those 2 girls took advantage of my hospitality to run away. Yu exploded on the spot, bursting out of the door and yelling at Izumi, who had just swallowed the 4 fruits and was still disheveled in the wind. "Notify all the captains. Those 2 maids have run away. Damn it, bring them back to me." Izumi, hearing this, dare not delay and quickly gathered people. Once the news spread, guess what the captains' reactions were? Not only were they not angry, but they all looked like they had been injected with adrenaline. This wasn't just about catching people. This was clearly a new KPI task, dropping from the sky. Whoever brought them back would definitely get to claim a set of leading-edge equipment from Yu. This tremendous fortune must be seized. In an instant, the entire Whitebeard pirates' crew was mobilized. Marco flew in the sky, creating a path of ice on the sea. Jozu was on the ship scanning the surroundings with a telescope, muttering, "Silly girl, cleaning for Deputy Captain Yu is a coveted job that so many people seek. And you actually ran away." And our lucky Izumi, being the first to receive the task, had already set sail. After searching for a long time without seeing any trace of them, he fell a bit down. He thought, why not try the trick you taught? Let us start with a long-range cannon. He casually picked a small island 500 meters away, thinking of himself as a cannon. Then pulled out cannonballs from his sleeve, and with all his strength, he waved his hand and threw them out. Goodness, he was surprised himself. Wow, my arm strength is so strong. He saw a dense swarm of cannonballs flying over. He quickly took out his telescope, ready to enjoy his explosive feast. Coincidentally, the two runaway maids, Runty and Speed, were hiding in a cave on this small island. Speed was currently flattering Runny. "Lady Runny, you are truly brilliant. Definitely one T expect us to be here." Runny was quite pleased, of course. Once they searched through, we'll swagger out. Just as the words left their mouths, the two felt something was off. Oh no, why did it suddenly get bright? Looking up, their mouths dropped open in shock. Holy crap, why are there cannonballs all over the sky? Have we been discovered? The firepower feels like being surrounded by a fleet. Speed was so scared that her face turned pale. What should we do? If we get caught and taken back, our butts will be beaten to pieces. Run gritted her teeth. Let's fight. The two of them just got ready to attack, shooting at the sky, only to find something even stranger happening. Their attacks, infused with hockey, hit the shells, but had no effect at all. They couldn't even trigger an explosion. They could only watch helplessly as the rain of cannon fire descended upon them. Boom, boom. The entire island was instantly reduced to rubble, and the two of them were blown away in all directions, only to find themselves moving as if they were in slow motion, unable to run fast, shouting for help amidst the flames. There, Izumi was enjoying his masterpiece with a telescope when he suddenly exclaimed, noticing two figures jumping up and down at the explosion center. He quickly zoomed in for a closer look and was shocked. Wait, those two. Aren't they the ones he's been looking for, Runty and Speed? Wow, the goddess of fortune is really taking care of me. Izumi was overjoyed and hurriedly steered his boat over. When the cannon fire ceased, the once mountainous and wooded island was reduced to rubble. Runny and Speed looked like two pieces of charcoal, smoke rising from their bodies. Runny was somewhat okay, but Speed had collapsed on the ground, rolling her eyes. Just as they were about to escape, Izumi's voice leisurely came from behind. Hey, are you just going to leave like that? What about my face? The two turned back and saw only Izumi's boat, and they instantly relaxed. Runny cautiously asked, that cannon fire just now, was it all you? Izumi, filled with pride, exclaimed, Ha, of course it was me. How about that? You weren't blown to bits. So you must be lucky. He hadn't even expected that with just a few casual pointers from Yu, his strength could reach such an exaggerated level. Upon hearing this, Runty and Speed exchanged glances and laughed. Ha, then there's nothing to be afraid of. Runty said disdainfully, Speed, take him down and let's go. This Izumi is just a bottom-tier character in Whitebeard's crew. Izumi's lips twitched in response. Damn it, am I that weak in your eyes? I must clear my name today. Gritting his teeth, he said, shut your mouth and you'll see. Runny didn't waste any words and transformed into her half-beast form, charging at Izumi with a headbutt. Speed also pulled back and shot arrows wildly. In a flash, Izumi drew his twin guns and fired two shots at the two. The first shot, a pitch-black bullet, collided directly with Runny's forehead, creating a loud bang and sending sparks flying, effectively blocking her headbutt. After firing this shot, Izumi felt a surge of inspiration and instinctively shouted, Come on, let's test myself in the flames. Bang! The second shot was fired. The bullet, sparking, directly shattered Speed's hockey arrow into pieces, then continued its path straight towards Speed herself. Speed was stunned, thinking, what? My hockey arrow was blown up by a single shot? She wanted to dodge, but realized the bullet was locked onto her like it had GPS, and there was no escaping. In a panic, she crossed her arms in front of her chest to brace for impact. Boom! With a massive explosion, Speed flew back like a kite with a broken string, passing out on the spot, her eyes rolling back. Izumi himself was dumbfounded, staring at the still-smoking gun barrel. Wow, am I really this awesome? Is this a gun? This is an Italian cannon, right? Runny was also shocked. Did he just take down Speed with one shot? Was this the same Izumi who was at the bottom? She quickly realized, you bastard Izumi, you are hiding your strength well. Izumi proudly puffed out his chest. You got that wrong. I'm this strong now, all thanks to our deputy Captain Yu. Runny's eyes narrowed. She remembered that Marco had also summoned a hailstorm after a few pointers from Yu. This Yu's abilities are terrifying. Seeing her in a daze, Izumi urged. Stop daydreaming. Come with me, or else don't blame me for being rude. Runny's temper flared up. So what if he got stronger? I still don't believe it. She yelled in anger, launching another attack with countless headbutts raining down. Izumi scoffed. You're asking for trouble. He fired his left-hand gun continuously, temporarily suppressing Runny's attack, while his right hand pulled out 3 barrels of explosives from his sleeve and tossed them at Runny's feet, instantly linking them together. He smugly declared, Time to blow you up. After saying that, he raised his hand and shot at the explosives on the ground. The barrels ignited instantly, but Runny snorted coldly. Just some explosives. This fool must have forgotten I can activate my hockey all over. Let me tell you, this girl was incredibly confident. Once her hockey was activated, she didn't even look down at her feet, her expression almost shouting invincible. What happened next? The next second, boom, the entire island shook. This wasn't ordinary explosives. These were special versions from Izumi provided by YuShows, designed to penetrate armor. They exploded from within. Runny flew up like a kite with a broken string and then crashed down, creating a large crater. Instant kill. Who understand this? Izumi was also stunned. Wow, these things are that powerful? He quickly ran over to check for a pulse. Thankfully, there was still breath. After all, she was the deputy captain's potential mate. If she got blown up, wouldn't his reward be gone? That would be a huge loss. Then this guy got energized, carrying the 2 unconscious girls back to the boat, while pulling out his phone bug to boast. Hey, Atmos, stop looking. Your brother Izumi is taken down too. The person on the other end didn't believe it, so he started bragging. I'm telling you, I'm enough by myself. Both of them were knocked out by my explosions. He called each captain to brag, and when they heard it was YuShows' secret technique, they suddenly fell silent. They understood. It was the familiar formula. Half an hour later, in the restricted area, the 2 girls changed into maid outfits and kneeled in front of YuShows. Speed, terrified, exclaimed, Deputy Captain, I was wrong. I won't dare again, afraid of getting punished. But Runny, the hot-tempered girl, defiantly shouted, Bastard YuShows, if you don't let me go, I'll run away sooner or later. I need to go back and see my brother. Oh, it turns out she is a super protective sister. She was afraid that if she wasn't around, her brother would be bullied in the Beast Pirates. YuShows, upon hearing this, laughed and turned to feign blame at Marco. Little Marco, you're in the wrong here. The sister has come to serve us. How can you not bring her brother along? A family should be together. I tell you, Marco's eyes instantly lit up. This ISNT that a KPI delivered right to his door. He shouted, It's my fault, Deputy Captain. I'll go get her brother from Wano right now. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a phoenix and disappeared in a flash, afraid someone else would snatch the task from him. Once Marco left, the remaining captains exploded in outrage. Damn, this dog. I haven't even reacted yet. He can fly, so what? He doesn't care about his brothers for the sake of a solo mission, especially Izumi, who had just achieved a feat and wanted to go back and show off, but was outpaced by little Marco. This was all about speed. YuShows was also amused and could only calm everyone down. All right, 5 people have already been sent out. The base can't be empty anymore. What if the Navy sneaks in? You all wait here for the prize draw. You won't be shortchanged. After he said that, everyone finally settled down. Izumi received an extra critical hit glove for capturing the girls. But the kneeling Runny was completely panicking. You're bringing my brother here? In this hell, won't my brother's temper get him killed? She quickly pleaded, Master, I was wrong. I won't run anymore. Please let Marco come back. You looked at her with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Now you know to be afraid? It's too late. He waved his hand to dismiss the captains and said, All right, meeting dismissed. I need to teach these 2 disobedient girls a lesson. The 2 girls turned pale, directly dragged into the dormitory by YuShows. It is said that the sound of spanking echoed throughout the night. The next morning, the captains were particularly understanding and were all waiting at the door. As a result, YuShows yawned and came out. Oh, you guys are here, great. Help me clean this place up. Water Buffalo Atmos cautiously asked, Vice-Captain, what about those 2 maids? Did they still not listen after being educated all night? YuShows calmly waved his hand. Oh, them? I went a bit hard on them last night. They're lying in bed now. Probably won't be getting up for a few days. Wow. The captains gasped in shock. Goodness, they were beaten so badly they couldn't even get out of bed. Those were the elites of the Beast Pirates. How hard did they get hit? It said that Vice-Captain Yu is a master. But now it seems he's also quite ruthless. While educating the maids over here on the other side, our flower sword Bista had already boarded a coated ship and submerged to Fishman Island. Let me tell you, Fishman Island is currently under the control of the Big Mom pirates. And stationed, there is one of the 3 sweet commanders, Smoothie. This lady is currently sitting there with her long legs crossed, forcing King Neptune to pay protection fees in the Dragon Palace. 100,000 tons of sweets every month, not a pound less. King Neptune was sweating, trying to smile. Lady Smoothie, could you, perhaps, lower the amount a little? He wanted to mention that back when Whitebeard was protecting them, they didn't have to pay a single cent in tribute. But as soon as Smoothie heard the name Whitebeard, she exploded and smashed her wine glass. Are you out of your mind? Whitebeard, their second-in-command ace, is about to be publicly executed, and their old man is severely injured and in seclusion. He can't protect you. The way she looked, she was clearly determined to take Fishman Island. King Neptune's heart sank, just as he was gritting his teeth, ready to submit. An informant rushed in urgently. Report to Lady Smoothie. Smoothie was annoyed and was about to scold him when the informant's words left her speechless. Bista from the Whitebeard pirates has come. He's taken over our sweets factory. Upon hearing this, King Neptune's eyes lit up. There's hope. The Whitebeard pirates haven't forgotten us. Smoothie was furious. How many people did they bring? The informant stammered, just Bista alone. Ha ha ha. Smoothie laughed out loud. One? Whitebeard is sending someone to die. But the informant added, but he's too strong. All 3,000 pirates we had guarding the factory were defeated by him alone. Smoothie sneered, a bunch of useless fools. She then ordered the mobilization of all forces from Fishman Island, marching towards the sweets factory in full force. Goodness, what Kree Minister Opera, what strongman brothers. And the swordswoman Amand, along with a bunch of officers from the Charlotte family, all showed up, surrounding the factory tightly. After a while, Bista leisurely walked out of the factory, still eating a box of sweets. Not bad. It's a pity to give it to that old witch. As soon as he said this, the opposing side exploded. The most temperamental of the Charlotte brothers, Katakuri and Daifuku, shouted and charged forward with a cream fist, flanking him. Ready for KO. Bista couldn't even be bothered to look at them, sending 2 idiots to lead the charge. Mocking them, he lightly sidestepped and dodged their punches. The next second, let me tell you, it was so fast it was almost impossible to see. He shouted 3 times, Hasuke, 3 flashes of sword light passed by. He stabbed his sword into the ground, crossed his arms, and struck a pose. If you want to be my opponent, you're still a long way off. As for those 2 strongmen, they froze in place, maintaining their punching stance, unable to move. The people behind them were dumbfounded. Hey, what are you doing? Only Smoothie and Amand's faces turned pale. Amand said, I think I just saw him make a move. Smoothie was completely taken aback. No, it was 3 moves, especially the second move. Even I couldn't see the trajectory. Just as her words fell, a gust of wind blew past, and those 2 brothers collapsed to the ground with a thud, bleeding profusely, instantly defeated. Now the members of the Charlotte family are all in a panic. Opera shouted directly, let's all go together. Goodness, as expected of the Charlotte family, if they can't win, they gang up on their opponent, focusing on family honor. The suggestion was instantly agreed upon by everyone. Even the star swordsman Smuggy nodded. There was no way around it. She admitted that Bista was stronger than her. To take him down, the face of a swordsman didn't mean anything. Bista was getting impatient, pulling out his sword with a complaining look. Hey, you bunch of lowlifes. Stop wasting my time. Hurry up and come and me together. After all, isn't your Charlotte family known for your tactics of overwhelming the few with the many? Hearing Bista's taunts, the members of the Charlotte family became even more furious. Bista, just keep laughing. No matter what method we use, the best method is to kill you. Those guys shouted, and in the next second, they came at me with everything they had. At Smuggy's command, let me tell you, the scene was filled with a massive crowd of people, 3 great swordsmen, plus someone playing with cream. And the clash of swords and the flames of exploding cream bombs came crashing down on me. If it were before, I might have been a bit flustered, but now? Who understands? This is just like getting a massage for me. A tactic of overwhelming numbers? This works against minions, but against someone like me, it just accelerates their annihilation. I was overjoyed and shouted at them. Don't blink. Let me show you something good. As soon as I finished speaking, I disappeared in a flash. Their attacks all missed, exploding into nothingness. Smuggy's eyes nearly popped out. She probably barely caught a glimpse of my shadow, yelling, "Be careful." How can his physical skills be so abnormal? Too late. Before she could finish her sentence, I appeared like a ghost right in front of that unfortunate guy named Charlotte Rezan. I thought to myself, shouldn't this new move have a cool name? Inspiration just hit. I shouted, "Step forward / Hasagi." A sharp sword energy directly slammed into his face. Let me tell you, using this move felt amazing, way better than the Navy's shave technique and the joy of rushing in front of the enemy like this. Who knows it better than those who use it? I was even thinking if I could weave in and out among the enemies, making them never able to touch me. Wouldn't that double the joy? I'll try it later. While I was leisurely pondering my new gameplay, Rezan was having a rough time. He was dumbfounded. A burly man suddenly appeared in front of him, raising his hand for a deadly slash. He panicked, barely had time to react, and could only instinctively cross his sword in front of his chest. With a loud clang, the force was so great that it shattered his grip, and his sword nearly flew out of his hands. In the end, he managed to hold on by sheer willpower, saving his life. But he was sent flying like a broken sack, tracing a beautiful parabolic arc before crashing into a dessert factory, collapsing the building on him. As he struggled to get up from the rubble, he realized he had a deep sword scar on his chest, 2 ribs broken, completely losing his fighting ability. The surrounding minions were dumbfounded, jaws dropped. Wait, I clearly saw Lord Rezan block that attack. Yes, I saw the sparks fly. How could he still be injured? I stood with my hands on my hips, shouting at the ruins. Rezan, right? Remember this scar I've left you. It's your lifelong glory. After saying that, my aura fully opened, and a sword intent unique to the world's #1 swordsman immediately enveloped the area. Those minions instantly felt weak in the knees. As if a knife was pressed to their throats, several of them collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. The faces of the Charlotte family looked increasingly grim. Just a few seconds, and I had completely incapacitated one of their own. Is this Conqueror's hockey? The cream guy, Opera, stuttered. No way. The female swordsman named Armand, beside him, screamed in disbelief. This is sword intent. Just like Myhawk's sword intent. When did he master it? Smuggy's face turned as green as if she was poisoned. She probably never expected that the one who was once equal to her was now leagues ahead. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, "Everyone keep attacking. Cover each other. I don't believe he can keep dodging." Well, she really doesn't learn. The same trick won't work on me a second time. Who do you think you're looking down on? I couldn't even be bothered to mock her in my mind. With a thought, I used the same trick again. I left a shadow and directly appeared in front of that Opera. This guy had learned from his last experience, trembling in fear, and crazily threw cream bombs at me like they were free. I couldn't help but throw some banter while dodging. Though I wandered the world, I had not lost my true heart. Just as the bombs were about to hit me, I vanished again. The next second, I appeared right in front of the 3 stars, Smuggy. You can't say she didn't react quickly. As soon as I appeared, her long sword slashed down with terrifying sword intent. I thought to myself, thank goodness I've stepped forward / otherwise I'd be in big trouble. I even said, "See you later." With a bang, her massive slash directly blew up a factory boiler, scalding her own people into screams. Smuggy stomped her feet in anger, looking at the spot where I had vanished. Everyone be careful. This guy's movement technique is even more bizarre than shave. He can teleport. Just as she finished shouting, I swooshed again, appearing in front of the female swordsman, Armand. Hasoi! Another steel slash. Thanks to Smuggy's warning, Armand finally reacted, hurriedly pulling out her famous sword. White fish to block. There was a loud crash, sparks flying everywhere. But my sword intent was not so easy to block. The sword energy pierced through her blade, creating a bloody hole in her left shoulder. She staggered back 10 steps, her face pale. You have to know, her white fish is known for its defensive capabilities. But what happened? It blocked it, but not completely. They were really panicked this time. Smuggy directly ordered, "What are you waiting for? Everyone charge." In an instant, all the minions rushed towards me like madmen, and the sky was filled with various slashes and cream bombs. They planned to drown me with sheer numbers. I thought about taking out that opera first, so I unleashed my mental attack on him. Huh? Why isn't it working? Why can't I move? Wait, is my skill on cooldown? I realized that I had been using it seamlessly before. Could it be I can't use it consecutively on the same person? Just as their attacks were about to hit me, I had a sudden idea and randomly locked onto a nearby minion. Whoosh! It worked. I've got it, everyone. I suddenly understood. As long as I don't target the same person, my attack has no cooldown. What else is there to say? The minions on the battlefield became my springboard. I transformed into a happy windmaster in the canyon, darting through the crowd, chanting death like the wind. Always at my side, Hasaji. In just 1 second, I darted in and out 7 times, slicing through thousands, every strike hitting flesh and occasionally landing a critical hit. It was exhilarating. I couldn't help but let out a roar to the sky. I am lightning. Ha ha. So much joy. The few people on the other side turned green with anger. That opera's lips were quivering. This bastard. He's not fighting. He's playing with us. Of course. If it's this much fun, it's playing. Smuggy was furious. He grabbed one of his own men and, like wringing out a towel, squeezed the life out of him, then infused all the energy into his sword, delivering a devastating slash in my direction. The other two also unleashed their skills, and the combined attack looked like it could split the island in half. So what happened? I stepped on their minions, and with a few swift moves, I executed a reverse displacement and flashed right back in front of them. Their earth-shattering attack ended up hitting their own people, causing chaos and screams. After weaving through the minions for so long, let me tell you, I had gathered enough wind. It was time to unleash something big. I shouted at them. Face the gale. Hasaji. A terrifying tornado swept through, carrying countless sword lights. That opera, being clever, saw the situation was not good and quickly transformed into a puddle of cream to hide. But in doing so, he left his companion Armand in a terrible situation. Armand tried to escape but got caught by my wind, her body stiffening and unable to move, helplessly watching the tornado come at her, desperately raising her famous sword. Whitefish, amidst the howling winds, she spat out a mouthful of blood, was lifted into the air, and then fell like a rag doll, never to move again. One-hit kill. I stylishly planted my sword into the ground and pulled out a flask from my pocket, taking a swig. Damn, that was refreshing. The remaining Smuggy and Opera were left dumbfounded. What? What kind of swordsmanship is this? It can blow someone into the sky? Smuggy was in shock. Katakuri had said that Bista's strength was about the same as mine. I wiped the corner of my mouth, amused. About the same? What do you think you are, Smuggy? Let me tell you the truth. A couple of days ago, my hawk was taken down by me. The current world's #1 swordsman is me. Happy, Bista? Your Charlotte family's intelligence is really trash. Of course, Smuggy didn't believe it. Gritting her teeth, she shouted to Opera. Hold him off. I need to absorb energy and charge for the final blow. Oh boy, here comes the juice-squeezing routine again. Opera had no choice but to grit his teeth and unleash all his cream, creating an enormous cream monster that charged at me, engulfed in flames. That thing was so dark it blocked out the sun. I didn't even raise an eyebrow, calmly saying, "You beast, you're blocking my sunlight, you know?" Another nonchalant Hasaji. A terrifying slash flashed by, and the once menacing cream monster was instantly blown away by my sword wind, not leaving a single drop of cream behind. The so-called ultimate treasure, which was said to consume half of his fruit ability, turned to dust in front of me in just 1 second. Pathetically weak, he panicked, turning to his sister Smuggy and shouting, Hey, Smuggy, are you done over there? Let me tell you, Smuggy was busy, with both hands grabbing a pirate minion each, frantically squeezing juice and absorbing energy. Hearing this, she rolled her eyes so hard it almost reached the sky, directly snapping, "Big brother, it's only been 1 second. You asked me if I'm done? Have you lost your mind? Hold on a little longer. This guy is much stronger than we thought. I need to drain 100 people to be enough." 100 people? Is this a shake-a-lot? Hearing this, the cream guy turned pale, looking back at me, and I was leisurely wiping my sword, strolling towards him, still reciting my lines. You wish to meet death. As easy as turning over your hand. This time he was completely thrown off guard. He must be roaring inside. Damn it, my ultimate move was broken in a second. What am I even doing here? Then, let me tell you the most explosive part. This guy, the cream minister of the Charlotte family, actually got so scared he wet himself on the spot. No, it was more like he turned into a puddle of cream and rolled away. Seriously, he just melted into a puddle and disappeared in a flash. At that moment, not only was I stunned, but even his sister, Smuggy, was dumbfounded. I was frozen for several seconds before I reacted, and then I laughed like crazy. Huh, is this the Charlotte family? I've really learned something today. A minister. And he's such a coward. I left Smuggy there alone, listening to my mockery, her face changing colors, looking worse than if she had eaten something disgusting. Her brother was scared off by a captain from the other side. If this got out, where would the face of their mom squad go? The key is that what I said was the plain truth. She couldn't even refute it. Can you imagine how infuriating that is? What was even more infuriating was yet to come. I turned to Smuggy and said, "You just had that idiot brother of yours by time, right?" I smiled and said, "No worries. You continue, I'll give you time. Whenever you're ready, we can fight again." After saying that, I stuck my precious knife into the ground, leaned on the handle, and pulled out my wine gourd to drink. Let me tell you, this move was all about being calmly ahead of the game. Smuggy looked at me like that, stunned, but then she thought I was being arrogant. She was calculating in her mind that her power-up took a long time. But the power was 3 or 4 times stronger than usual. Even her mom had praised it, saying that in terms of strength, it could rival her own might. She didn't believe I truly had royal-level strength. She was probably murmuring to herself, "Smuggy, I'll make you pay for your arrogance later." Thinking of this, her movements became quicker, twisting the pirates she had caught together like wringing a towel, all the water being absorbed into her body. Her figure began to swell, getting larger and larger. After draining a full 100 pirates, good heavens, she transformed into a towering giant over several dozen meters tall. After Smuggy turned into a giant, her confidence skyrocketed, looking down at me and laughing. "Bista, I really don't know whether to say you were skilled or simply reckless for watching me complete this masterpiece." As soon as she finished speaking, she gripped her long sword tightly, raised it high above her head, and with all her strength, she swung down fiercely. This sword strike condensed all the energy she had just absorbed, a terrifying slash that could block out the sun, coming at me with destructive momentum. The pressure. Let me tell you, even before the strike reached me, the ground was already cracking under the weight, just as the strike was about to hit my face. Smuggy had a victorious smile on her lips. "Huh, at this distance you can't dodge it. Fool." I couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, is that so?" I slowly raised my knife, gently slashed at the ground in front of me. Wind barrier. Boom. With a loud bang, her world-destroying slash collided with an invisible wall of wind just 1 meter in front of me, instantly exploding. The entire factory shook, dust rising into the sky. When the smoke cleared, I walked out unscathed. Smuggy's mouth dropped open in shock, unable to speak clearly. "Why you? How did you do that?" She couldn't understand why her attack had stopped right in front of me. She instinctively shouted, "You must have eaten some kind of devil fruit." I scoffed. "Devil fruit? That kind of thing is completely irrelevant to us who pursue the pure sword path." I flicked my knife and gave her what I thought was a cool smile. To be defeated by me, the world's #1 swordsman, Happy Bista, is your honor. That's right. I gave myself a new nickname, Happy Bista. How about that, cool, right? After hearing this, Smuggy's mouth twitched, but she finally got serious and asked, "Did you really defeat my hawk?" You'll find out soon enough." I couldn't be bothered to waste time talking. My figure flickered, and I instantly stepped forward to slash right in front of her. Boom. The clash of swords. Ding. Let me tell you, I seem to hear a crisp sound in my head. Critical hit triggered. A terrifying force instantly sent Smuggy flying back several dozen meters, crashing into a wall before stopping. Just as she steadied herself, she spat out a mouthful of blood, her face full of disbelief. One hit. Made me spit blood? This power is almost as strong as my mom's. I didn't give her time to think, and with a reverse slash, I unleashed a steel slash. Take this. A sharp blade of energy shot straight at her. Smuggy, being stubborn, actually tried to take it head-on despite being injured. The outcome was predictable, with a loud bang. The longsword in her hand was directly knocked away. She was completely terrified, her eyes filled with panic. But what made her even more desperate was that her knife hadn't hit the ground yet, and my next strike was already coming. Let me tell you, This speed was simply like Yasuo's embodiment, in less than 0.1 seconds. I slashed 3 times, each one lethal. Although she sensed it with her observation hockey, her body couldn't react at all, and she could only desperately activate her armament hockey to the maximum, covering her whole body. However, it was useless. Splat! Blood spurted everywhere. My slash directly broke through her armament defense and opened a cut on her abdomen. She widened her eyes in terror and asked, "How did you become so strong with just a regular slash?" I smirked and slowly pulled out my sword. "This is called a critical hit." After saying that, I turned around and walked away, leaving her with just my back. After taking a couple of steps, I felt it wasn't dramatic enough. So I looked up at a 45-degree angle and recited that classic line. "Death is like the wind, always by my side." Only Smuggy was left sitting on the ground, holding her wound, her face filled with shock and despair. She muttered, "Critical hit. Is there such a swordsmanship?" He really replaced Hawkeye and became the world's #1 swordsman. I believe it. I walked towards the palace, and those members of the Big Mom Pirates were so intimidated by my aura that they couldn't breathe and automatically made way for me. I coldly said, "If you don't want to die, tie yourselves up." You guess what happened next? These people really obediently took out ropes and tied themselves up tightly. Just then, the Prince of Fishman Island, Sharkstar, arrived with his army. He was initially sent by King Neptune to see if there was a chance to rescue me. However, upon arriving at the scene, he was completely dumbfounded. The Big Mom Pirates were all wailing on the ground. Even the 3 commanders, Smuggy, were heavily injured and lying down, while I stood there as if nothing had happened. He ran over and stammered, "Mr. Bista, how many people did your Whitebeard pirates bring?" I patted my chest and said calmly, "Oh, you mean them? They didn't come. For just a Charlotte family, I'm enough by myself." Sharkstar was instantly petrified, his expression shifting from shock to admiration, as if he had reached the 5th gear. When I arrived at the palace, King Neptune was anxiously pacing around. Upon seeing me, he thought I had been released and was extremely excited. However, Sharkstar told him impatiently, "Father, except for one who escaped, the rest of the Big Mom Pirates were all taken down by Captain Bista alone and locked up in prison." The entire palace fell silent instantly. Everyone stared at me as if struck by lightning. King Neptune, his face flushed with excitement, immediately announced that he would hold the grandest banquet for me, calling me a hero of Fishman Island. I felt a little lightheaded from the praise, but I had to maintain the demeanor of a master. I waved my hand and pretended to be humble. Oh, what hero or not? It's mainly because the members of the Charlotte family who came this time were too useless. Taking care of them was a piece of cake. The moment I said this, I felt my image in their hearts had risen 10 stories high. At the banquet, while drinking, I asked them, "By the way, I heard that Big Mom forces you to supply how many desserts every month?" King Neptune wiped his sweat and said, "A full 100,000 tons. When I heard this, my wine glass almost shattered. 100,000 tons. These robbers are trying to squeeze the entire Fishman Island dry. I was furious at that moment and swore I originally planned to extort them for a few billion, but now, unless they give me 10 billion berries, no one here is leaving. Meanwhile, on the other side, that terrified opera, who had run away like whipped cream, was hiding on a ship, gasping for breath. Every time he thought of my appearance, he shivered and mumbled, "So terrifying. When did Bista become so strong? I must report to Mama quickly." He tremblingly picked up the den mushy and called Big Mom. Big Mom was eating cake at the time and was initially annoyed. But when she saw the call was from Fishman Island, she immediately became happy, thinking it was good news. However, as soon as the call connected, Opera's panicked voice came through. "Mama, report, Mama. We lost Fishman Island." Big Mom's eating motion instantly halted, her face dark as a pop bottom. "What did you say? Who did it?" Opera swallowed hard. "It was the Whitebeard pirates." Big Mom was puzzled, feeling something was off. Wasn't Whitebeard preparing to fight the Navy? She asked, "How many people did they send?" Opera stammered and couldn't get the words out. Of course, if he said it, the Big Mom Pirates would lose face. Big Mom became furious. "You fool. I'm asking you a question. Do you want to die?" Opera was terrified and quickly spilled everything like a bamboo tube pouring beans. "Report, Mama, they only sent one person." Big Mom was stunned. One person. Could it be that old man Whitebeard made a move himself? Opera began to stammer again. Big Mom's fury exploded completely, and I could feel the killing intent through the den mushy. Opera, if you don't tell me the truth, I will take your life. With that scare, Opera completely broke down and hurriedly confessed everything. It was the 5th Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Bista. I don't know why, but his strength has become incredibly strong. His swordsmanship is fast and vicious, and he can also charge in an instant. Sister Smoogie must have been defeated by him too. In the end, to save face, he specially added, "To tell you this news, I fought my way out of the siege and escaped from Bista's hands." Let me tell you, when Big Mom heard this, she exploded on the spot. Goodness. Her old face turned purple with anger, and with a bang, she smashed the large cake table in front of her into wood chips. She shouted at the snail phone, "What nonsense are you saying? A mere Bista managed to take down your entire reinforced unit? Useless. A bunch of useless people." After finishing her rant, she hung up the phone with a snap, pulled out the emergency snail phone that connects to all the islands of Totoland, and shouted so loudly it could shake the heavens. "Emergency order. All cadres of the Charlotte family, right now, immediately, get to the cake house for a meeting." Let me tell you, the scene was something else. Within 15 minutes, the entire Totoland was in motion. A huge crowd rushed into the cake house. Her eldest son, the long-tongued Perospero, pretended to ask, "Mom, what's the rush?" The cookie person Cracker next to him also chimed in, "Yeah, Mom, you haven't used this full mobilization order in over a decade, right?" Even the usually calm Katakuri looked at his mom with a puzzled expression. Big Mom, with a dark face, recounted Opera's little issue. The scene instantly fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Perospero's jaw nearly dropped. "Mom, what did you just say? I must have misheard. Bista took down Smoogie and the others all by himself?" Cracker was also dumbfounded. "Impossible. I've fought Bista before. His combat power is at best 50-50 with me. Smoogie is right there, with a bounty higher than mine. How could he take them all down by himself?" Katakuri, the only brain in the family, also stepped up. "Mom, this doesn't add up. Bista is just a 5th Division captain. It can't be that outrageous, right? Is there a mistake in the intel?" Big Mom was furious. Opera said it himself. "How could it be false? Our Big Mom pirates have lost face this time." She slammed the table. "I'm sending troops now to directly flatten Fishman Island and bring Bista back to me." Upon hearing this, the people below immediately became energized, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. "Yes, suppress him. Let him know the might of the Charlotte family. I, Owen, request to go to battle. I, Daifuku, request to go to battle." One by one, they shouted like they were going on a spring outing. Just as these people were making the most noise, the cake house's phone rang. Big Mom picked it up and heard a leisurely voice on the other end. "Hello, Big Mom. "Who?" "Bista. Let me tell you, this guy is currently having a party in the Fishman Island Palace, casually reclining with his legs crossed, looking so arrogant." When Big Mom heard his voice, her anger surged. "Bastard. Bista, you dare call me?" Guess what happened next? Bista casually dug in his ear and said nonchalantly, "Why wouldn't I? Fishman Island is originally our Whitebeard crew's territory. All right, if you want your subordinates to live, prepare a ransom of 10 billion berries for me. If I don't receive the money in 3 days, you can come to Fishman Island to collect their corpses." He even added, "I, the happy Bista, say that even the King of Heaven can't save them." After saying that, he hung up the phone with a click. Who understands this? The swagger was off the charts. The princes of Fishman Island looked starry-eyed, showering him with flattery. On the other side, Big Mom was completely dumbfounded. A captain dares to speak to an emperor like that? And he even hung up on me first? She wanted to call back to confront him, but guess what? He had blocked her. Now Big Mom was completely broken, with nowhere to vent her rage. She randomly grabbed a hapless soldier, drained his soul and lifespan in one go, and the soldier instantly turned into a dried corpse on the ground. She roared at her children below. "That bastard Bista dares to extort 10 billion from me. Who does he think he is? I command you all to mobilize and go to Fishman Island to extract his soul." At this critical moment, it had to be Katakuri. The only brain in the family finally stepped up. He knelt in front of Big Mom. "Mom, we need to think this through. If we rush over now, Who can guarantee that that madman Bista won't kill the hostages? We have 5 siblings in his hands. When Big Mom heard this, she got even angrier. Katakuri. Are you saying that our Charlotte family is just going to let someone ride on our necks and defecate? Do you think just because you were the vice-captain, I wouldn't dare touch you? If it were someone else, they would have been scared out of their wits. But Katakuri is still Katakuri. Standing firm under pressure. Mom, that is not what I mean at all. Look, how about we first ransom Smoogie and the others back, guarantee their safety, and then settle the score later? This bill will settle with the entire Whitebeard pirates then, but this might require external assistance. External assistance refers to whom? Kaido of the Beast Pirates. Katakuri is truly treating his siblings like family. To save them, he is even willing to let his mom ally with their enemy. After hearing this, Big Mom's anger finally subsided a bit. She remembered that Kaido had indeed approached her for an alliance before, wanting to take down Whitebeard together. But she had rejected him. Now it seems it's time. But at that moment, her eldest son, Perispero, who had a bit of a personal grudge against Kaido, jumped in to oppose. Mom, absolutely not. That guy Kaido has ulterior motives. I thought to myself, dude, what is your perspective? Your perspective is even smaller than my wallet. Big Mom was also furious when she heard this and slapped him. Then give me a suggestion. If we don't ally with Kaido, are you going to lead a team to take back Fishman Island? Are you going to contend with Whitebeard, who might already be a double Emperor crew? Can you do it? Perispero was directly stunned by the slap, covering his face, not daring to make a sound. Big Mom made a decisive decision. All right, we'll do as Katakuri says. Katakuri, you take people to Fishman Island to pay the ransom. After finishing, she waved her hand irritably to end the meeting and went back to her room to call Kaido. On the other side, on Onigashima in Wano country, Kaido was drinking alone, feeling down. Last time he was beaten up by Marco, who barged into his home and lost 2 girls. He had been holding that anger in. He was pondering whether to call Big Mom again, but the phone rang by itself. Looking, it was Lin. Kaido grinned from ear to ear and quickly answered. Big Mom immediately said, Hey Kaido, you bastard, didn't you want to ally with me before? Is that still on? Kaido lowered his posture. Haha, Lin. As long as it's you, any time is fine. But then Big Mom switched her tone. Kaido, did you know that Bista got stronger and that I can't handle Fishman Island alone? Waiting for me to ask you? Kaido was directly confused. Lin, you've got it wrong. It's Marco who got stronger. Big Mom got even angrier when she heard this. Nonsense. It's Bista. He took down my entire garrison on Fishman Island. 5,000 men. And Smoogie is there too. Kaido was also dumbfounded after hearing this. How could this script be exactly the same as mine? I don't know about Bista, but Marco came here and froze Jack and Ashura into popsicles. He can also use ice. What? Marco can use ice? ISNT, that Akiji S ability? Yes. There S also Jaws, who has some bizarre dragon turtle ability. I seriously suspect that Whitebeard and the others have gotten their hands on some black technology. Let me tell you, these 2 unfortunate souls, oh no, I mean unfortunate siblings, instantly found a kindred spirit and started complaining over the phone. In the end, they concluded that forming an alliance was their only way out. They must completely crush the Whitebeard crew and seize their black technology before the Navy makes a move. And just like that, the 2 emperors of the New World officially joined forces. As for our protagonist, Yu, upon hearing Bista's report, he was ecstatic. A ransom of 10 billion? The more the better. Great job. If they don't pay, just tear up the ticket. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. After hanging up the phone, Yu's system rewards came in like receiving red envelopes. His dominance and swordsmanship skyrocketed, and he was also rewarded with 2 high-grade fertilizer packs and equipment called Lost Chapter. His skills upgraded in sync with Bista's side. Just as he stepped out of the dormitory, the captains outside looked like hungry little birds, rubbing their hands together and gazing at him with shining eyes. Vice-Captain Yu, you're out. Vice-Captain, are you satisfied with the cleaning? Seeing this scene, Yu knew he was in for another round of guidance requests. He cleared his throat. Ahem, today let us leave 1 person behind. Everyone immediately started drawing lots. This time, the lucky one was Harda, the captain of the 12th Division. On Yu's side, after using a fertilizer pack, a new fruit on the skill tree ripened, called Blinding Blow Dart. He called Harda into the restricted area, and let him show off a set of swordsmanship. Harda's swordsmanship was characterized by agility and speed, but power was his weakness. After finishing, he looked at Yu with anticipation. "Mr. Yu, how do you think my swordsmanship is?" Yu stroked his chin and started his performance. "Harda, your swordsmanship is quite good. You could say it's close to perfect." Harda beamed with joy upon hearing this. But then Yu changed his tone. "However, have you considered that this is your biggest problem? Who understand the PUA tactics here? If this were 2025, it would be a master level." Harda panicked. "Huh? What problem? Isn't it good to have good swordsmanship?" Yu wore a profound expression. "The problem is, your swordsmanship has no flaws. If there are no flaws, how can you improve? Your strength has room for improvement, but that takes time. With a battle imminent, do you have enough time?" Upon hearing this, Harda felt like the sky had fallen. If his swordsmanship had reached its limit and he didn't have time to train his strength, then wasn't he useless? He was on the verge of tears. "What should I do? Vice-Captain Yu?" Yu pretended to think for a few seconds, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "I got a solution. Here, eat a fruit to calm your shock." Saying that, he handed over the skill fruit that looked like a mushroom. Harda didn't think much and swallowed it in one bite. Yu continued to persuade him. "You've reached your limit in swordsmanship, but you can change tracks. For example, do you usually use hidden weapons?" Harda quickly pulled out a bunch of items from his sleeve. Darts, poison arrows, explosives, goodness. It looked like a general store. Seeing the poisoned arrows, Yu's mouth curled up. "Good," he took the bait. "How do you usually use these poison arrows?" "I shoot them with a small bow." No, that's too obvious." Yu shook his head. "From now on, switch to blow darts. Shoot them from your mouth. Catch them off guard." After saying that, he casually crafted a small blow dart launcher for Harda using the forge and handed it over. "Here, take my weapon and go practice. This is your new path." After that, he sent Harda on his way. Poor Harda, holding a broken tube, felt completely bewildered after the guidance, thinking he hadn't become stronger at all. But then he thought, since the vice-captain told him to practice, he must find his rhythm in actual combat. So he directly challenged the 13th captain, Atmos, who was about his strength. "Same place, see you at the duel arena." When Atmos saw him, he said enviously, "You brat really makes me jealous. Tell me, what secret skill did the vice-captain teach you?" Harda looked gloomy. "Actually, the vice-captain just told me to practice hidden weapons." "Didn't he teach me anything else?" Atmos didn't believe him, thinking he was hiding his skills. "Oh, so you're keeping secrets from me. Let us see if I can force out the skills you learned." Harda felt helpless. "Sigh. If you can force them out, that's your skill." The battle began. Atmos was a muscular guy, charging in with a big knife, powerful and heavy, with a downward slash that created a whistling wind and tremendous pressure. Harda, short in stature yet agile, swiftly sidestepped this heavy blow. The big knife struck the stone floor of the duel arena, instantly cracking the ground like a spider web. Let me tell you, Harda was furious at that moment, shouting at the big bull across from him, "You idiot, do you really want to send me away?" The next second, his sword was swiftly unsheathed, targeting the openings in Atmos's grand attacks, slicing in at a tricky angle straight towards his face. Don't underestimate Harda's strength. His speed was undeniable. This sword strike was so fast it left afterimages. Atmos felt a jolt in his heart and quickly raised his blade to block. With a loud bang, sparks flew everywhere. The two clashed blades, staring each other down. The tension palpable. Atmos grit his teeth, forcing out a few words. "Harda, today, I'm going to force out your new move." Just as he finished speaking, his muscles crackled, and his strength surged. Harda, who was already struggling, was suddenly sent flying by a massive force. He felt like a kite with a broken string. Luckily, his agility allowed him to step several times in midair, barely stabilizing himself. "I mean, come on, big brother, take it easy." Harda was almost in tears. "I really didn't learn anything new. Don't really chop me. Who understands?" His words were as sincere as could be. But that big bull didn't believe him at all. In his mind, he had only one thought. "You, Harda, have been specially trained by Vice-Captain Yu. How would you not have some skills? Are you putting on a show here? You're just trying not to get hurt. This is blatant mockery. You think I can't force out your big move?" At this moment, the big water buffalo completely lost his cool. He directly entered a berserk mode, swinging his big knife like a fan, every slash lethal, and he unleashed a fierce attack on Harda. Let me tell you, in the past when they sparred, Atmos would use at most 80 of his strength, afraid of hurting his brother. But now he felt that Harda was no longer the same Harda as before. If he didn't use 120 of his power, he might not even see Harda's skill wind up. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with flashes of blades and the howling of fierce winds, all aimed at Harda's forehead. Harda's face turned pale, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. My goodness, this idiot really wants to kill me. I just wanted to find someone to practice with. How did it turn into a life and death battle from a teaching session? He didn't even have time to explain, only able to desperately swing his sword to block. Boom, boom, boom. Each collision shook the entire duel arena, and Harda felt like his arms were about to go numb, his palms cracked, and he could barely hold onto his sword. At this moment, the group of captains, including Zong, Chaozi, and others, rushed over after hearing the commotion. When they saw the scene, their eyes lit up. Wow, it's on. Quick, quick. Let's see what amazing skills Yu taught Harda. No, I mean, come on, Dosan, are you okay? Haven't you eaten? Put in some effort. Yes, yes. Force him to use his ultimate. Force him to use his ultimate. These so-called friends were just watching the excitement and fanning the flames. When Dabanyo heard this, he got even angrier. He increased his strength by another 2 points, directly exceeding the limit. Harda was almost in tears, shouting, "Help! My hands are numb. This silly cow is going to chop me to death." This only earned him a burst of laughter from everyone. Jorzy chuckled. Hey, I understand this trick. First, show weakness to the enemy, pretend you're done for, then suddenly unleash a counterattack, right? It's so glitch, Harda. I give your acting a 0. Itsan also joined in the mockery. Yeah. Too exaggerated, buddy. Come on, stop hiding. Show us your new form. When Atmos heard Harda still calling for help, his anger flared even more. Good. Harda, still pretending, huh? Just wait. I'll beat you back to your original form today. He unleashed his ultimate move. He spun like a top, using that centrifugal force to unleash 100 slashes in an instant. Harda's eyes were about to pop out. Damn, with 100 slashes coming down, I won't die, but I'll definitely lose some skin. He wanted to block, but his 2 arms were already numb and unresponsive, moving a beat too slow. In that moment, Atmos's 100 blades of light were already right in front of his face, less than 20 centimeters away. Now, the captains watching the show nearby also felt something was off. That's not right. Harda's expression doesn't seem like he's faking it, does it? Could it be? He really didn't learn anything? No way. With Deputy Captain Yu's attack, how could it possibly have no effect? He can't be losing to a big water buffalo. At the scene, Atmos was also panicking. Damn, this guy really seems like he's not pretending. But his move, the 100/frenzy, relied entirely on inertia. Now that he wants to stop, he simply can't hit the brakes. Harda used the last bit of his strength to barely lift his sword and block, but his defense was instantly shattered. That terrifying big knife came straight down toward his face. His eyes widened, his mind blank. It's over. I'm not going to die like this, am I? Not dying at the hands of the Navy, but instead dying in a spar with my own brother? Family. Isn't this plot a bit too abstract? Just when he thought he was going to meet his end, a flash of inspiration struck his mind, recalling what Mr. Yu had said to him before. Hidden weapons. Blow darts, right? I still have blow darts. In the blink of an eye, Harda didn't care about anything else and aimed at Atmos, letting out a puff as he shot a blow dart. The poison dart hit Atmos right in the abdomen. Although Atmos had sensed it with observation hockey in advance and had activated his armament hockey for defense, he still felt a sharp pain. However, this little damage was nothing more than a tickle to him. Meanwhile, his 100 strikes had already landed solidly on Harda. Boom, 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 boom. A series of intense strikes sounded, and within a second, 100 strikes, each one hitting flesh. As the final strike landed, Atmos collapsed to his knees with a thud, his face pale and his body weak. He looked at Harda in front of him, completely dumbfounded. It's over. I just killed my own brother with my own hands, he murmured, filled with regret. The surrounding captains rushed over in a flurry, surrounding Harda, shaking and asking, Harda, how are you? Where are you hurt? But strangely, no matter how they checked, there wasn't even a scratch on Harda, not even a red mark. Dizzied by their shaking, Harda asked, I feel really dizzy. Is it because I lost too much blood? The straightforward boy Jaws directly said, you're not hurt at all. Atmos, who was kneeling to the side, crawled over to take a look, and damn, it's true, nothing at all. Instead, he himself felt a dull pain where the blow dart had hit his belly. Now, everyone understood. Jaws pushed Harda's head back to the ground. Good job, Harda. Nice acting. You almost fooled us all. Atmos was also furious, his mouth twitching. You bastard. Is this the ability that Vice-Captain Yu taught you? To nullify all my attacks 100 times? Such a freakish ability, and you say you haven't learned anything? Harda was completely dumbfounded, lying on the ground with a face full of question marks. What the hell? I took 100 hits? Made the attacks all ineffective? When did I have such a cheat? I really didn't lie to you. He explained aggrievedly. Vice-Captain Yu really didn't teach me anything else, just told me to practice more with hidden weapons in the future, especially blow darts, and even gave me a launcher, which I saw as just an ordinary weapon. After listening, Izong suddenly realized and laughed. Haha, I understand. Vice-Captain Yu pointed this out to me back then, too. Just told me to practice more with cannonballs, and then I figured out the super cannonball on my own. Jaws also laughed. Yes. He also told me to strengthen my willpower, and then I learned the spike defense. Harda finally understood, wow. So it turns out that real masters teach their disciples like this? They focus on the information gap, only pointing you in a direction, and the rest is all up to your own understanding. This is truly the world's #1 mentor. Meanwhile, our Vice-Captain Yu is reclining in an armchair, enjoying foot massage services from 2 maidens. Achoo! He suddenly sneezed. Who is it complimenting me behind my back? Ding! Congratulations to the host. Harda has defeated the water buffalo Atmos. Reward gold coins 1,000. Upon hearing the system prompt, Yu laughed. Hey, this happiness came quite suddenly. While he was enjoying himself, the scene shifted. Let's take a look at Bramink and their side. New World, Dressrosa, bullfighting arena. The high-ranking officer Diamante is fighting a giant pirate in the finals. The arena is extremely dangerous, surrounded by deep sea, home to a group of creatures called fighting fish, which are extremely vicious. Whoever falls in will be eaten to the bone. Diamante took out a few fireworks and shot them into the sky, paper flying everywhere, then suddenly turned into spiked iron balls in midair, raining down like a storm. The giant looked stunned. This thing is impenetrable, and with his size, he can't avoid it all. With no choice, he took a deep breath and jumped straight into the sea. As a result, he directly poked the fighting fish nest. The fighting fish, smelling the blood, went crazy and pounced, including 2 giant fighting fish kings with muscular bodies. Their horns were sharp enough to split a giant's head. The audience went wild. Fighting Fish King. It's the Fighting Fish King. It's over. This giant is going to be torn apart. The spectators, including Doflamingo and his cadre, watched with delight. The giant was also in despair, thinking this was the end of his life. Just as the sharp horns of the 2 fighting fish kings were about to pierce his body, suddenly, with a loud bang, a plump figure fell from the sky, swinging a huge wooden mallet, smashing one of the fighting fish kings' heads to pieces. On the other side, a cold light flashed, and with a sound, the other fighting fish king's heart was pierced by a long spear. Bramink and Kill, the captains of the 6th and 14th divisions of the Whitebeard pirates, made a dazzling appearance. After finishing their work, they skillfully broke off the horns of the 2 fighting fish kings. Bramink chuckled. Kill, look, we just arrived and got 4 horns already. Brenheim's idea is great. Just come to the arena to grab them. So convenient. The 2 were chatting and laughing, completely disregarding the people around them. The rescued giant warrior was stunned. How could such fierce fighting fish kings be like paper in front of these 2? They must be from the 4 emperors. The entire bullfighting arena, from the audience to the contestants, was dumbfounded. Who are these 2? Dare to break the rules of the Don Quixote family. Wait, I think I've seen these 2 somewhere. They are the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place was in an uproar. Whitebeard's men crashing the 7 warlords' territory. This was going to be a good show. Doflamingo in the spectator's seat had veins bulging on his forehead, and his fingers were cracking as he clenched them. Young master, Kaido has given the order to kill on sight if Whitebeard's captain is found. His subordinate reminded him. Doflamingo's face darkened. He had truly lost face today. He slammed his hand on the armrest and shouted, Tori Pole, Pika, Diamante, go capture those two guys for me. The three top executives receive their orders and charge down. You Whitebeard pirates really don't put our Don Quixote family in your eyes, do you? Toripole, the snotty-nosed one, shouted angrily. Brillamank patted his big belly, looking disdainful. We Whitebeard are the world's strongest pirate crew. Why should we care about a mere 7 warlords family? Keel coldly added, we're just here to collect some materials. You'd better not cause trouble, or we'll wipe you out. They were already displeased with Doflamingo for selling artificial devil fruits to Kaido. Pika the big guy shouted with a sharp voice, you bastards. You're about to be wiped out by the Navy, and you still dare to act tough? Our young master has already agreed to deal with you at the Navy headquarters. Upon hearing that voice, Brillamank immediately laughed. My God, with your physique and that high-pitched voice. You really understand contrast. Doflamingo must have a heavy taste. This statement nearly made Pika furious enough to pass out on the spot. And it also scolded all the men of the Don Quixote family. Gil's expression also darkened. Oh, your master has promised the Navy to deal with us? Fine, today. Not only will I deal with you, but I'll also take down Doflamingo and bring him back to let Vice-Captain Yu handle it. The feud has completely escalated. Toripole was the first to lose control and launched an attack. Sticky chains. A thick, gooey liquid turned into chains and was thrown towards Brayman K. Brayman K dodged to the side, but his huge wooden hammer was firmly stuck in the goo. Now's the time. Attack! Toripole shouted. After saying that, a large amount of slime appeared on Torpole's nose again, and he directly used his hand to take out the slime, shooting it at Brayman K like a bullet. Pika also disappeared from his spot, merging with the ground, and in the next moment, a massive stone fist charged towards Brayman K. Diamante was not idle either. A large amount of iron shavings, under the control of his fruit ability, rushed towards Brayman K. Brayman K, what are you standing there for? Hurry and dodge. Keel anxiously reminded him from the side, but Brayman K was stubborn. No way. My weapon is stuck by that bastard Toripole. I can't just abandon my weapon, the fat Brayman K said anxiously. Keel, hearing this, was exasperated. Even at this time, he was still thinking about his weapon. With no choice, Keel had to take out his shield and assume a defensive stance. In an instant, various attacks rushed towards Brayman K and Keel. At this moment, the two were like living targets. Keel thought it was bad. His shield could easily defend against an attack from a high-ranking officer, but facing attacks from 3 high-ranking officials at once was indeed overwhelming, especially Pika's attack. The fists in the sky pressed down with overwhelming force, charging recklessly towards the two. Every time it struck his shield, Keel felt like he was bearing the pressure of a mountain. Boom, boom. For a moment, the entire arena was smashed to pieces, filled with debris and dust. Like a thick fog. Chapter 112. Keel brothers tie up Doflamingo. Watching this scene, the 3 high-ranking officials burst into laughter. Hee hee hee. We thought Whitebeard's pirate crew leader was such a formidable guy, but it turns out he could be taken down so easily. The credit for this battle mainly goes to me. If it weren't for my slime sticking them, it would have really taken some effort, Toripole said excitedly. At this moment, it seems like nothing, not even the 4 emperors, matters in my eyes. Ha ha, my attack is still powerful. I directly smashed the captains of the Whitebeard pirates into meat paste, right? Pika said triumphantly. Ha ha, this is the fate of those who dare to offend our Don Quixote family. Diamante also wore a proud expression. The giant warrior, lying on the outskirts of the arena and bandaging his wounds, looked at the scene before him with great regret. It's all because of me that my 2 benefactors were taken down by the Don Quixote family. Damn it, I was too incompetent. I'll fight you all. However, on the arena, Don Quixote Doflamingo had veins bulging on his forehead and his brows furrowed, revealing an incredulous expression. Watch out! Doflamingo shouted loudly. Did I hear that right? Why is the young master telling us to be careful? Haven't the enemies already been dealt with? Torpole looked confused. Just at that moment, without giving Torpole much time to think, a spear suddenly shot down from the sky. The spear flew through the air like a meteor, drawing a dazzling arc. Boom! It directly slammed into Torpole's abdomen. Under the terrifying impact, Torpole felt like he could hardly breathe. The horrific force dispersed all the slime around Torpole's body, leaving only his true form, shriveled and frail like an old man on his last legs. A large amount of blood spurted from Torpal's mouth, and as a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family, he was instantly killed by this spear. Torpal! Torpal! Diamante and Pica, who were nearby, couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, unable to imagine that with Torpal's strength, he could be killed on the spot by a single spear. What a fool, Torpal! Doflamingo cursed inwardly. No longer watching from the spectator's seats, Doflamingo activated the power of the Ito no Mi, stepping on the white lines and gliding through the air towards the arena. As the dust settled, Bramink and Kill reappeared, both completely unharmed. Damn, is my shield really that terrifying? I actually blocked such a high-intensity attack. And where's that guy BR name? He went to pee, and now there's this huge commotion. And he still hasn't come out. Kill looked puzzled and bewildered. Bramink beside him was also confused. He knew Kill's strength was even below his own. Yet Kill had managed to handle 3 opponents at once while he was trapped. At this moment, BR name, having finished his business and hiding in the shadows, was filled with excitement. Ha! I've finally learned the move that Vice-Captain YuShows demonstrated on the Moby Dick. The power that Mr. YuShows showcased back then could even withstand Shanks Conqueror's hockey, and I still have room to grow. BR name said excitedly. After Torpal fell, more and more members of the Don Quixote family sensed that something was wrong and quickly gathered a large number of cadres, including Delinger, Mahabais, and Lauchi, who were closest to the arena and rushed to the scene immediately. Groups of pirates also surrounded the entire arena, ready to trap the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. After Torpal was injured, Bramink finally pulled out his large wooden club. It seems these people are serious, Bramink said solemnly. No matter what, Marco, Jozu, and the others have successfully completed their tasks. We absolutely cannot drop the ball. Kill, on the other hand, felt a surge of fighting spirit. But where did that guy BR name go? Did he fall into the toilet and not come out? But there is no time to worry about that. Brother Kill, let us tie up this Doflamingo, who is trying to help the Navy, and bring him to Vice-Captain YuShows. Bramink shouted. The two then charged straight towards the Don Quixote family like arrows shot from a bow, without any fear. Truly, the Whitebeard pirates, facing our siege, do not seem afraid at all. The muscular old man Lauchi praised, cracking his knuckles. It's just bravado. Watch me crush their heads, Dillinger said disdainfully, revealing his terrifying piranha teeth. Ha! On our territory, even the captains of the Whitebeard pirates are useless. Mahabais directly activated his ton fruit, flying into the sky, preparing to squash the 2 captains who were charging hard into meat patties. Doflamingo, who was in the sky, saw Mahabais' reckless behavior and hurriedly tried to stop him. Ordinary cadres, don't go forward, just harass from the outside, Doflamingo advised. However, Mahabais had already launched his attack, and Doflamingo showed a very helpless expression. Are the intelligence levels of his cadres really this concerning? Sure enough, the 2 charging figures saw Mahabais in the sky, and his fat body, powered by the ton fruit, directly increased the downward force to a weight of 10,000 tons. Young master, just watch. I'll definitely crush them. 10,000 tons Mahabais. Mahabais in the sky, still unaware of the seriousness of the situation, said smugly. Bramink narrowed his eyes, and the dark armament hockey instantly wrapped around his wooden club. He struck upwards with a terrifying wooden hammer. The dark wooden hammer at this moment seemed even harder than diamond, crashing down towards Mahabais in the sky with acceleration. Boom! The 2 terrifying forces collided in the sky, producing a deafening sound that erupted in the heavens and the earth, as if a sonic boom had occurred. Chapter 113. Shocked Doflamingo feeling the terrifying power of Bramink's strike, Mahabais' expression twisted to the extreme. Impossible. My 10,000-ton strength was actually neutralized. After letting out an incredulous scream, Mahabais rolled his eyes and fainted. The world only knows that the top 5 captains of the Whitebeard pirates have terrifying strength. But they forget that as the world's strongest pirate crew, they can't rely solely on those 5 captains, right? Bramink said excitedly. As the 6th captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Bramink's fame had plummeted compared to the top 5 captains, and he had long wanted to prove this. Yes, Let them see the strength of the other captains of the Whitebeard pirates. 14th Division Captain Kill shouted as well. The two paused slightly before charging towards Doflamingo and the others again. Meanwhile, the top cadre Pika and Diamante were not idle either. Various flying knives and giant stones attacked while the two dealt with Mahabais, throwing themselves into the fray. After seeing the tragic situation of Mahabais, Derlinger and Lao Ji became much wiser and quickly pulled back to distance themselves. Meanwhile, the pirates from Dressrosa relentlessly attacked Kiel and Bremen K. With their observation hockey fully activated. The two of them dodged while Kiel hurriedly took out his shield to withstand various attacks. However, this exposed a flaw. As a powerful warlord of the sea, Doflamingo, with his pink sunglasses reflecting a glint of white light, naturally noticed this flaw. 5 color strings. Taking advantage of the moment when Kiel's shield was blocking Pika's massive punch, Doflamingo executed a perfect flight, landing behind Kiel, producing 5 colorful strings in his hand, and heavily grabbing at Kiel's lower back. Kiel had concentrated all his hockey on the shield in his hands, and with this grab, Doflamingo was confident he could leave Kiel bloodied and incapacitated. Kiel's observation hockey also sensed Doflamingo's arrival, but his focus was entirely on the front, leaving him unable to defend against the attack from behind in such a short time. Bremen K was also using his wooden hammer to fend off various attacks, and during a brief moment of respite, his expression suddenly changed. "Kiel, be careful!" Bremen K shouted loudly. Diamante and Pika revealed lewd smiles. "Ha ha! As expected of the young master, when he strikes, it's a bombshell," Diamante said proudly. "With this, we'll take one down first, ha ha." Pika's sharp voice rang out again. Just when everyone thought Kiel was about to be left bloodied and incapacitated, a sound of a qin, a traditional Chinese musical instrument, echoed in the next moment. A colorful light shot directly into the bodies of Kiel and Bremen K. This made both Kiel and Bremen K feel invigorated. Doflamingo's colorful threads were terrifyingly powerful, and one could even hear the sonic boom in the air as he struck Kiel in the lower back. However, after hitting Kiel, Doflamingo, who had previously appeared confident of victory, showed a hint of confusion. Strange, why does the sensation feel like grabbing onto something diamond-like? Upon closer inspection, Kiel's back was completely unharmed. His attack had clearly struck something, but he couldn't quite identify what it was. The members of the Don Quixote family were all completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? The young master's colorful threads grabbed firmly on Kiel's lower back, and he was completely unscathed? Diamante looked utterly incredulous. Pika's eyes were wide open in confusion, not understanding the situation. As for the smaller subordinates like Orlag and Dorinji, they were completely stunned, filled with questions. Just moments ago, they thought the young master's attack would easily take care of Kiel, but who knew they would be slapped in the face so quickly? Could it be that Kiel has some special defensive devil fruit ability that they didn't know about? But according to the Navy's bounty notice, these two had never consumed a devil fruit. The entire Don Quixote family was left bewildered. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner, Blenheim was so excited that he almost laughed out loud. "Deputy Captain Yu, you truly did not deceive me. Indeed, as long as one is thinking of their own brothers, miracles can be created. This technique that Deputy Captain Yu taught me is incredibly powerful. With this move, my brothers have nothing to worry about. As long as I am here as a strong support, no one can hurt you." Gil felt Doflamingo's attack on his back, like something was tickling him, and he couldn't help but be stunned. "Is this all the strength you have, Doflamingo? It seems like that's all there is to it. Have you become foolish from doing business all day?" Gil sneered at Doflamingo. In the next moment, a long spear appeared directly in Doflamingo's line of sight. Although Doflamingo was irritated by Gil's mockery, he had no choice but to adopt a defensive stance. Spiderweb wall. Doflamingo swept his arm to the side, shooting out hundreds, if not thousands, of transparent threads. The threads, wrapped in the color of armament, became exceptionally tough, radiating bursts of black light under the sunlight. They formed a massive spiderweb with a diameter of several hundred meters, the threads densely packed, resembling a gigantic barrier. The pitch-black armament spear was instantly ensnared by this web and trapped within it. Doflamingo's lips curled slightly. Avoiding this attack was more than enough. And as for the invisible defense, it surely required a stronger attack to break through. His colorful threads were merely a mid-level attack. He still had stronger methods beyond the whip and even the 16 holy bullets after awakening, as well as the divine executioner, a great weapon. So there was no need to worry too much. Charge at them. Let's attack together. We can definitely take down these two. They're merely the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, not the core captains, so they won't be hard to deal with. Doflamingo muttered. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a loud crash echoed, as if something had been violently torn apart by immense force. The spear that had been trapped in the spider web directly broke free, shattering the spider web wall created by Doflamingo. The web snapped under the strain, leaving various severed threads floating in the sky. Doflamingo was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? Just the captain of the 14th Division? How can their defensive power and attacking power be so terrifying? It's one thing to withstand my colorful threads, but to shatter my spiderweb wall like this? This power is too fearsome. Frustrated, Doflamingo gathered the armament color around his body, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and assumed a defensive posture. Boom! The sound of iron clashing resonated through the heavens and earth once again. The spear that broke free from the spiderweb, like a shooting star, slammed into Doflamingo's arm. A shower of sparks erupted. At first, Doflamingo remained calm, thinking he had blocked it with his armament. But the next moment, his expression changed dramatically. The terrifying force, under the tremendous inertia, did not diminish due to his obstruction, but instead carried Doflamingo straight toward the building behind him. Doflamingo was forced to retreat, trying to break free from the spear. But under the immense power, he found himself unable to escape and could only be dragged backward by the spear. In the end, he was slammed directly into a wall of a 10-story building by Kill's spear. The building was instantly reduced to ruins, and Doflamingo was buried within it. Young Master. Chapter 114 Doflamingo. My Conqueror's Hockey has failed upon seeing this scene. The members of the Don Quixote family shouted in shock. It is no exaggeration to say that more than half of the strength of the Don Quixote family comes from having Doflamingo as their powerful and intelligent leader. If Doflamingo fell, this rabble would instantly become a second-rate pirate crew. In the ruins, Doflamingo waved his hand, and a large number of bricks were instantly sent flying. He burst out from the rubble, soaring into the air. Due to the previous impact, his hands were now covered in blood. It had been years since Doflamingo, after becoming a warlord of the sea, had suffered such a significant loss for the first time. Kill mocked Doflamingo, who was hovering in the sky. Ha ha, Bremen-K. We were a bit worried about this Doflamingo before, but now it seems he's nothing special. Ha ha. Kill laughed heartily. Bremen-K, however, felt a hint of doubt, wondering why Kill seemed to have become considerably stronger in both defense and attack, even more so than himself, the 6th Division captain. Haha, that's right, Kill. Take down the Don Quixote family. Although Bremen-K was puzzled, he was still excited to see his brother's combat power so strong. Damn it, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Doflamingo's anger had reached its peak, and he clenched his injured hands tightly, trembling from excessive rage. Bastards, do you really think the Don Quixote family can be easily bullied? I am the king of this world. You are nothing but a bunch of insignificant beings. Fine, let me show you what a true king looks like. The extremely furious Doflamingo suddenly erupted with powerful pressure, causing the entire bullfighting arena to be swept by a 10-level gale due to Doflamingo's aura. Black lightning struck down from the sky. The small pirate minions watching the battle felt dizzy in an instant. This is Doflamingo's Conqueror's Hockey. It's terrifying. I feel like my body is out of control, wanting to collapse to the ground. A pirate minion exclaimed in shock. Others, with weaker resistance, rolled their eyes and foamed at the mouth, collapsing to the ground. Even the cadre members of the Don Quixote family felt their breathing become heavier, their hearts racing, and beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. The likes of Dorinji and Rao, ordinary cadres, even had one knee directly kneel on the ground. Is this the young master's Conqueror's Hockey? It's truly extraordinary, Dorinji said, staring wide-eyed. Being younger, it was his first time experiencing Doflamingo's Conqueror's Hockey, so he was quite shocked. Oof. I wonder how the captains of the Whitebeard pirates will feel after witnessing the young master's conqueror's hockey. Renji's lips curled in a sneer. In a hidden corner, Blenheim felt Doflamingo's conqueror's hockey and suddenly remembered the time when red-haired Shanks released his conqueror's hockey on the Whitebeard pirates. Since Vice-Captain Yu could make Shanks's conqueror's hockey ineffective, surely Blenheim, can make a mere warlord's conqueror's hockey ineffective too, right? Feeling playful, Blenheim directly used his will, injecting a colorful glow into Kill, Bremenke, and himself once more. What the hell, Kill? Am I mistaken? This conqueror's hockey looks so cool, but why do I feel like just a light breeze has blown past? Bremenke asked with a calm, yet puzzled expression. Really? I actually feel. Doflamingo's conqueror's hockey crashing into me feels pretty good. I had some back pain before, but after being hit by Doflamingo's conqueror's hockey, not to mention my back doesn't hurt anymore, my legs aren't cramping, I feel like I've become 10 years younger. Kill said excitedly. Reminded by Kill, Bremenke also noticed that it had indeed felt quite nice, so he nodded heavily. That's right. After you mentioned it, it really is the case. The conqueror's hockey from the night demon hit me, and I just felt a wave of refreshing sensation, but I don't know. It seems like all their own people look like they are in a lot of pain. Blamank said seriously. These words naturally reached Doflamingo's ears, and he was so furious while releasing his conqueror's hockey that he almost spat blood. Am I really working so hard to release my conqueror's hockey? And you guys actually say it's comfortable? Do you think I'm giving you a massage? Although his conqueror's hockey could only have a substantial effect on the small fry, and could only cause psychological pressure on regular pirates, making them break into a slight cold sweat or have a quickened heartbeat, it certainly wasn't a comfortable feeling, right? Could it be that these two were pretending, acting calm, but they didn't look like it? Even though their expressions showed enjoyment, there was no cold sweat on their foreheads, and their heartbeats weren't accelerated. He could sense it with his observation hockey. Heartbeats, something that no one can control. Doflamingo just wanted to curse at the sky. What the hell is going on? Seeing that his conqueror's hockey didn't restore his dignity, but instead slapped him in the face and made his pirates fall down in droves. The clever Doflamingo hurriedly stopped releasing his conqueror's hockey. Chapter 115. Why hasn't BR name arrived yet? Huh? Why did it stop? Doflamingo. At this moment, both Kill and Bremenke disagreed. Hearing the words of the two captains, Doflamingo twitched his lips. Bastards. What are you waiting for? Increase the offensive trend. With nowhere to vent his anger, Doflamingo could only unleash it on his subordinates. The members of the Don Quixote family had dark expressions. It was obvious they were being used as punching bags. Moreover, if it weren't for you releasing your conqueror's hockey, blocking our advance, would we be stuck here? Nevertheless, one by one, they charged recklessly towards Bremenke and the others. Doflamingo, known as the Night Yasha, seemed to be stimulated as various threads were instantly summoned to his fingers. Super Strike Whip, Elastic Line, Foot Shaving Line. An enraged Doflamingo unleashed a variety of attacks at the two in front of him. Lines shot out from Doflamingo's hands, feet, and body, all recklessly aimed at the two. The Pika, a user of the Stone fruit, also got serious, directly using his fruit ability to merge into a mountain, which then transformed into a giant stone figure. The towering stone giant charged towards Kill, and the others step by step. Each step caused a massive tremor throughout the entire kingdom of Dressrosa. The people of Dressrosa were thrown into a panic. Those unaware thought a major earthquake had occurred and fled in all directions. It wasn't until they stepped outside and looked up that they realized a stone giant had appeared in the arena of the royal castle, and the massive tremors were caused by that giant. Meanwhile, others like Diamante and Lao Ji, as well as various small pirates, were also attacking the Whitebeard pirates' captains, and the entire sky was instantly darkened by a flurry of attacks, making the atmosphere feel heavy and oppressive. I'll hold off, Doflamingo. You prevent the other captain's attacks. Kill murmured to Bremenke while holding his shield. Faced with the furious strike from the entire Don Quixote family, even Kill and Bremenke, as captains of the Whitebeard pirates, felt a bit of pressure. However, in a hidden corner, Brenheim showed a hint of excitement. You all attack to your heart's content. It's just right for me to practice my skills. If I lose, it's on me. A melody played, and colorful light shot into Kill and Bremank's bodies. Instantly, They felt their combat power surge. Kill drew out his shield, and Doflamingo's various line attacks, like thin snakes, all struck against Kill's shield. Boom, boom, boom. As the line attacks hit Kill's shield, they transformed into severed lines one by one. Doflamingo looked dumbfounded. He was a seasoned warlord of the sea, yet he couldn't even break the shield of a captain from the Whitebeard pirates. On the other side, various attacks were directed at Bremen K. Bremank's large wooden hammer, infused with armament hockey, struck the sky, smashing directly against the stone giant's fist created by Pika. That stone attack can't withstand my armament hockey. Pika, you fool. Bremen K shouted loudly. With a thunderous boom, the giant stone fist in the sky was smashed to pieces by Bremank's wooden hammer. Ha 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 ha. Even if you can withstand my attack, I still have other brothers. Pika's voice was sharp. The next moment, Lao Ji found a gap, and his muscles bulged instantaneously. A powerful punch, charged with gathered energy, surged towards Bremen K. After releasing his attack, Lao Ji charged straight into Bremank's position. Draylin, this is our chance. Let's seize this opportunity and take down this arrogant guy. Lao Ze Sao Det Lao Li. Upon hearing Lao Ji's voice, Draylin also charged forward, raising his high heels, ready to kick Bremank's plump body into a beehive. Even Diamante casually picked up a nearby pirate's steel shield, and under his ability, the steel shield transformed into a shape resembling a bull's horn. With a loud roar, the horn charged directly towards Bremank. Bremank had just used a significant amount of energy with his previous attack, and now, during the gap between attacks, he faced such a barrage and shouted in alarm. Previously, it could be said that most of the attacks were absorbed by Gil's shield, but now with Doflamingo joining the battlefield, a significant portion of the defense was directly taken away. This made Bremen feel quite overwhelmed. The pirate from the Don Quixote family, watching from the side, all displayed smug expressions. Ha! Even if you're the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, it doesn't matter. Having offended our king, we will definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death. Just now, weren't you all so arrogant? Now it seems you can't do anything, right? The pirates laughed wildly, completely forgetting that their situation was entirely due to their numbers overwhelming the few. In the arena, Rao Ji was the first to arrive, taking advantage of Bremank's inability to launch a second attack, and directly unleashed his ultimate fist. Ji! Rao Ji roared loudly, and in the next moment, a towering fist intent appeared, smashing towards Bremank's fat belly. Boom! With a powerful physique Rao Ji had honed over decades, the power of this punch was extraordinary. Bremank's mouth twitched. Damn it, was he really going to be taken advantage of by a mere subordinate? The worst was yet to come. Delinger and Diamante's attacks followed in quick succession. Bremank's eyes widened. Damn, this time he wouldn't just be lightly injured. By the way, was that guy Brunheim constipated? Why wasn't he here yet? Chapter 116 Brunheim appears I seem to be unable to hold on. With Doflamingo joining the battlefield and the Don Quixote family attacking recklessly, Bremen K suddenly felt overwhelmed and desperately needed a helper. But Brunheim seemed to be stuck in the bathroom, which gave Bremen K a headache. Watch out, Bremen K. Kill beside him also shouted a warning. Unfortunately, he had just managed to fend off Doflamingo's attack, and it was impossible for him to pull away and help Bremen K. The only thing he could do now was to remind Bremen K. However, Bremen K also knew he had to be careful, but there was nothing he could do. He could only watch as wave after wave of attacks struck his fat body. Rao Ji's punch struck first, heavily hitting Bremank's belly, followed by Delinger's high-heeled kick, which also landed on Bremank's stomach, and various other attacks followed, all hitting their mark. On the opposite side, Doflamingo, although his attack had been neutralized by Kill, showed a satisfied smile when he saw Rao Ji and the others' attacks all succeed. Great, this is how Rao Ji is fu-fu-fu-fu. Let the captains of the Whitebeard pirates guide me on the might of the Night Demon. After becoming a warlord of the sea and dominating the New World for so many years, did they really think I was a pushover? Doflamingo looked proud. Rao Ji and the members of the Don Quixote family were all extremely excited. Ha ha, we've taken one down. This is the power of our Don Quixote family. Even if you're the Whitebeard pirates, what can you do? At this moment, the Don Quixote family seemed less like the 7 warlords and more like the 4 emperors, their hearts swelling to the extreme. Kill beside them, seeing Bremenke being hit repeatedly, also began to worry. Bremenke, are you okay? Hearing Kill calling out to him, Bremenke hurriedly checked the wounds on his body. However, no matter how much he searched his own fat body, he could not find any injuries. How strange. It doesn't hurt at all. I feel nothing. Ha ha ha. Damn Don Quixote family. You scared me. I didn't expect you all to be such weaklings. Is the Don Quixote family really this weak? Bremenke said with disdain, clearly having taken so many attacks. Yet he felt no damage at all, which only meant that these attacks had no effect on him. Such a fierce operation, and yet the damage was 0.5. After hearing Bremang's words, at first, Lao Ji and the others thought he was just boasting. But the next moment, when they looked at Bremang's body, indeed, there were no wounds left. They were all instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? What's going on? We clearly attacked with so much force. How could we cause no damage to Bremenke at all? Could it be that Bremenke has some special devil fruit ability? One by one, they began to suspect whether Bremenke had eaten something like a barrier devil fruit. Kill was also excited. Holy crap, Bremenke brother, you're amazing. You're not injured at all? I can withstand Doflamingo's attacks because I have a shield, but I didn't expect you to take so many hits with just your body. Kill admired Bremenke immensely. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner, Bruenheim smiled slightly. Taking attacks with just your body? Do you really think you're Kaido of the Beasts? If it weren't for me giving you buffs and shields, you would have been covered in wounds long ago. But he couldn't say this out loud because he was in the shadows. If he shouted to his brothers, the Don Quixote family would definitely discover him, and then he wouldn't be able to supply his brothers with health anymore. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bremenke swung the large wooden hammer in his hand and charged at the nearest Lao Ji with a mighty swing. Boom! The blow landed heavily on Rao Ji's body, and under the terrifying force, Rao Ji's eyes bulged wide, and he fell into a state of unconsciousness. Rao Ji's body was also sent flying out. This scene was witnessed by Don Quixote's family, each of them revealing a look of fear. This is so terrifying. Their attacks hitting Brahmang's body had no destructive power at all, while a casual strike from Brahmang could directly incapacitate one of their officers. This terrifying gap left them wondering how to fight next. Doflamingo was completely stunned by the scene. This monstrous defensive ability could rival that of Marco, the first commander of the Whitebeard pirates, right? When did Brahmang and Kill become so terrifying? However, as a king, Doflamingo's innate qualities allowed him to regain a bit of rationality. A terrifying aura emanated from Doflamingo's body once again, transforming the entire arena, including various buildings and the ground, into shimmering white threads. Seeing this spectacular scene, Diamante and Pika jumped up in excitement. This is amazing. This is the true strength of the young master. Ha ha! The young master is truly powerful, having awakened the devil fruit. Those little pirates from Dressrosa were completely stunned by this sight. They had never witnessed such a terrifying scene. What kind of bizarre ability is this? It can actually materialize the earth and buildings into threads. The string fruit. Isn't it the fruit our king once ate? This must be the work of our king. With such terrifying power, those commanders of the Whitebeard pirates are in deep trouble now. Brahmang and Kill were also shaken by this scene. No wonder Doflamingo has been able to stand in the new world for so many years. He actually awakened his devil fruit ability. Brahmang squinted his eyes. Indeed, looking at it this way, it's really uncertain whether we can withstand the attacks of the awakened devil fruit's Night Yasha. Kill murmured. Giant wave of white threads. Doflamingo didn't give the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates much time to think and directly used his devil fruit ability. In an instant, all the previously materialized threads surged towards Brahmang like gigantic pythons. At this moment, a dramatic scene unfolded on the battlefield. Brenheim, who was hidden in the sewers, suddenly jumped out. Chapter 117. Stone Giant Dam. I never expected that Doflamingo would awaken his fruit ability. Now I have no place to hide. The places I was hiding before have all been turned into threads by that bastard Doflamingo. Brenheim said, holding his sword and cursing. Damn, Brenheim. You only just came out now? Were you hiding in the sewers? Yeah, you're too cunning. Brahmang and Kill complained to Brenheim. Brenheim twitched his mouth. Damn it. I worked hard to give you guys buffs, and you thought I was slacking off? Do you really think you guys are invincible? You two don't actually think I was slacking, do you? If I hadn't been boosting your defenses from the shadows with my thoughts, you two would have been taken down by the Don Quixote family long ago, Brenheim said irritably. At this moment, the two finally realized that Deputy Captain you had mentioned Brenheim's new ability, which was to help teammates boost their status. They thought their combat power had increased, but it turned out to be Brenheim's doing. Hey, this isn't the time to chat. Look above your heads. Brenheim, seeing that these two were still thinking about chatting with him, became even angrier and reminded them. Bramink and Kill looked up at the sky. Good heavens. The white threads that had gathered together were extraordinarily massive, blocking out the sunlight in the entire sky. The threads of silk converged together, like a massive wave blocking out the sun, crashing heavily towards Bramink and Kiel. Just moments ago, the two were busy talking to Brenheim upon seeing his arrival, and in a moment of distraction, they forgot to evade Doflamingo's attack. At this point, it was too late to dodge, and they had no choice but to hide behind Kiel's shield. However, both of them were somewhat overweight, especially Bramink, and this small shield could not cover their entire bodies, leaving their backsides completely exposed. Damn it, Kiel, don't squeeze me, you fatso. Bramink complained as he squirmed beneath the shield. Hearing Bramink's words, Kiel's mouth twisted in anger. This is my own shield that I'm lending you, and you call me fat? You're the one who's nearly 500 pounds, and you're calling me fat? Kiel retorted angrily. These two idiots, even at a time like this, are still chatting away. Sigh, I might as well help them out, Brenheim thought with a wry smile. Suddenly, music began to play in the air, and a white light shot towards Bramink and Kiel, forming a colorful barrier in front of them. Boom! The sound reverberated throughout the universe. The massive wave of white silk directly impacted their bodies. Under the tremendous destructive force, a terrifying power created a huge pit where the two stood, shaking the entire Dressrosa with Doflamingo's strike. Wolfus. Right on target. Doflamingo, floating in the sky, smirked slightly, his scarlet feather coat billowing in the air, resembling a king at that moment. His subordinates cheered one after another. Awesome, awesome. As expected of the young master. The young master awakened his devil fruit powers, and he's not just ordinary strong. However, just as the Don Quixote family celebrated wildly, Kiel and Bramink reappeared before everyone. Doflamingo, your little show looks impressive, but honestly, it's just that. Ha! Kiel and Bramink mocked, giving Brenheim a thumbs up. Knowing that it was Brenheim's ability that helped them, they weren't foolish enough to think their defense was overly strong. The members of the Don Quixote family, who had been laughing moments ago, were now completely dumbfounded. These two brothers seemed impossible to break through. Were they truly made of iron? Seeing the two emerge from his wave of silk, Doflamingo's forehead bulged with veins, his fingers cracking from clenching so tightly. However, despite his anger, Doflamingo, with his high intelligence and observation hockey, realized why their defense was so abnormal. The issue lay with Brenheim. Now, everyone listen to my orders. All of you focus your attacks on Brenheim. He is the key to their invincibility. That guy Brenheim must have a power similar to the barrier fruit. Doflamingo directly conveyed the focal point of the problem to the Don Quixote family members. At that moment, the entire Don Quixote family finally realized that someone had given them a buff. No wonder, I thought, how could someone train their physical body to such a terrifying level? It turns out it was that guy Blenheim's doing. If we take down that guy Blenheim, we can easily defeat them. With a command from Doflamingo, everyone refocused their attacks on Blenheim. 1,000 arrows piercing the heart feather strike line. Doflamingo shouted first, launching an attack on Blenheim. As Doflamingo gave the order, thousands of white lines wrapped in hockey rose from the ground. Under Doflamingo's mental control, these white lines transformed directly into the shape of flamingo wings. The barrage of attacks, like a rain of arrows, locked onto Blenheim, preparing to turn him into a beehive. Looking at the overwhelming attacks, Blenheim felt a bit overwhelmed. Although he had decent defense, he had just realized during the probing that his skills had a cooldown time. This time I could take on the attack myself. But facing the wrath of the entire Don Quixote family, I don't know how long I could hold on. You guys don't worry about me. Hurry up and take care of all these guys. Blenheim said to the worried-looking Keel and Bramink beside him. Boom! At this moment, Pika launched his attack. A massive stone foot that overshadowed everything came crashing down on Burnham. It was determined to turn Burnham into meat paste. Various attacks rained down from the sky. Damn it! We have to find a way to deal with them quickly. Otherwise, the Burnham brothers won't last long. Doflamingo soared in the air, and we couldn't take him down immediately. So we needed to eliminate that troublesome Pika first. Gil quickly devised a combat plan. All right, let me handle it. Bramink volunteered. However, he was directly stopped by Gil. For some reason, I feel that my attack this time is extraordinary. You clear the way for me, and I'll deal with that bastard Pika. Chapter 118. Dazzling Spear. As soon as Gil finished speaking to Bramink beside him, he accelerated and charged at Pika. Bramink, who was behind him, had no choice but to follow Gil's instructions to clear the way. There was no time. The situation was critical, and if they continued to argue, Burnham's life would be at stake. They could only fight according to Gil's plan now, hoping that, as Gil said, he could perform exceptionally this time. The two quickly darted across the arena, like two charming specters, their speed reaching its peak. Seeing them approach, the colossal stone giant Pika revealed a hint of a cold smile. These two must be a loss now. Have they lost their minds? Attacking me? Unfortunately, you've chosen the worst opponent to attack. Ha ha! Pika's voice echoed within the body of the stone giant. Diamante and Drengi exchanged knowing smiles. They naturally knew Pika's abilities. With the power of the stone fruit, Pika could hide in any part of his transformed giant stone body. Finding Pika's location would be extremely difficult. Even if you figured out Pika's position, his haki had already been cultivated to the extent that it could cover his entire body. It's simply like absolute defense. Ha ha! These two guys really picked the wrong opponent. I'm going to create some trouble for them, making their situation even more difficult. Derringer and Diamante exchanged a smile and charged towards Bramink and his brother Keel. I will kick you into a pulp. Derringer, seeking revenge for Lao Ji, transformed using his special physique, and surprisingly, fish fins appeared on his back. His agility and strength reached a new height. Diamante was not idle either. The soft sword in his hand transformed into a dragon's head under his control, ready to stab Captain Whitebeard's crew straight through. Seeing someone coming to disturb, Bramink jumped with his giant hammer in hand. The massive hammerhead crashed heavily towards Derringer. Derringer, be careful, the top officer Diamante shouted, and his soft sword lunged first at Bramink. Boom! Under the immense force, Diamante's soft sword was deformed, but still could not withstand Bramink's attack. This time, Bramink directly suppressed Diamante's soft sword and slammed it towards Derringer. As a low-ranking member of the Don Quixote family, Derringer had never witnessed such a grand scene. In a daze, he hurriedly tried to block with his kick, hoping to withstand Bramink's giant hammer attack. Boom! Another loud sound echoed as the strike landed on Derringer's body. Accompanied by a tragic scream, Derringer's leg was smashed to a pulp by Bramink. Thankfully, Diamante had managed to reduce much of the force with his attack. Otherwise, given Derringer's small frame, he would have been killed on the spot. Terrified, Derringer quickly retreated using his only remaining leg. The pain in his body caused him to lose his sanity for a moment. Bastard! Bastard, you bastard! You smashed my leg. Look at your brother, Brunheim. He will definitely be killed by the young master. And that idiot Keel, without the two of you working together, he could never defeat Lord Pika. Derringer roared. On the other side, Keel jumped into the air, and the spear in his hand emitted a dazzling light. Pika looked surprised, clearly sensing that there was something wrong with that spear. Keel activated his observation haki, locating Pika's position, and locked onto him with the spear in his hand. I found you. You can die now, you fool. Keel shouted loudly. The spear in his hand emitted a brilliant glow again, and he directly threw it at Pika. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the sky like a swiftly passing meteor. The entire sky left a trace due to the spear's attack. Star-piercing spear. Keel instinctively named this strike something impressive, as if a star was crossing the sky. Star-piercing spear was the perfect name. Boom! The massive spear unleashed a terrifying impact, like a giant dragon flying through the sky, with a dragon's roar echoing throughout the heavens. Upon seeing this, Brayman K was stunned. Holy crap, Keel, are you this terrifying? When did you hide this move from me? Brayman K said in shock. Derringer, who had just been roaring, was also completely dumbfounded after seeing this. He initially thought that Pika's stone fruit ability, combined with his insane full-body armament hockey defense, could withstand Keel's attack. But this guy Keel, this attack is a bit too terrifying, isn't it? The terrifying long spear in the sky could even transform into a dragon, and its horrifying impact produced a terrifying sonic boom in the sky. This was the first time I encountered such a situation. Diamante also had a look of disbelief. Pika, be careful. I didn't expect this Keel to be so powerful. With this terrifying, explosive force, I wouldn't believe he was the captain of the 14th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Diamante reminded. Even the nearby Don Quixote Doflamingo showed a worried expression. Hey, Pika, you better be careful. Doflamingo warned. Don't worry, young master. Although this attack is terrifying, you know my ability. His attacks can't possibly hit me. Pika replied to Doflamingo with a sharp voice. In the next moment, Pika began to weave back and forth within the massive stone figure, making it difficult to pinpoint his exact location. Chapter 119. Instant kill on Dringe. Ha ha ha. I almost forgot. Mr. Pika still has the ability to move freely within the stone. No matter how strong your attacks are, you can hardly catch Lord Pika. What use are your attacks then? After witnessing Pika's displayed abilities, Dringe started to boast again. This sentence was directly heard by Kill. You effeminate fool. Even if you have the ability to traverse heaven and earth, I can still defeat you. Kill shouted angrily, and the long spear in the sky became even more dazzling. Its blinding light caused the small pirates watching from a distance to close their eyes. Just then, Pika teleported from the feet of the stone giant to its head. Ha ha, you idiot. You've even attacked in the wrong direction. Do you really think you can defeat me? Pika said proudly, and to be safe, he activated full-body armament hockey inside the giant stone man. Hee, this fool thinks he can kill me. It's simply a delusion. Inside the stone giant, Pika, relying on his absolute defense, showed a relaxed expression. Boom! The massive long spear finally collided with the stone giant. Accompanied by a tremendous sound of impact, the sky was suddenly filled with dazzling lights, and countless stones rained down from above. The stone giant, which had been hundreds of feet tall, turned into rubble under the impact of Kill's piercing spear, and Pika, protected by the armament hockey inside the stone giant, also spat out blood from the attack of the spear. Before losing consciousness, Pika's head was filled with question marks. This terrifying attack power actually destroyed my entire stone giant? Just the aftermath was enough to leave me in such a miserable state. Unwillingness, humiliation, anger, confusion. With a myriad of complex expressions, Pika spat blood wildly and finally crashed heavily to the ground, completely unconscious. Various giant stones fell from the sky, and the pirates of the Don Quixote family, seeing the scene before them, fled in madness. Lord Pika was actually pierced through by a single shot. How terrifying is that? Run, run. If we get hit by the stones from this height, we will surely perish on the spot. The pirates shouted loudly, fleeing in panic. Some who ran slowly, unfortunately, were struck by the terrifying stones, instantly turned into meat paste, blood flowing, collapsing to the ground, unable to stand again. The entire Dressrosa arena was filled with the wails of pirates. Pika! Pika! Seeing such a scene, Diamante and Dellinger also shouted Pika's name loudly. However, the heavily injured Pika did not respond to their calls. The sky above, the night demon Don Quixote Doflamingo also widened his eyes at such a terrifying sight. Are you kidding me? They say he's the captain of the 14th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates? How the hell am I supposed to believe that? This tells me that he is one of the top 3 core captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, and I believe it. With one strike, he actually killed the giant. Stone turned Pika instantly, which is indeed unbelievable. You have to know, even Doflamingo himself wouldn't easily kill Pika with just one hit. Kill's attack as a mere captain of the 14th Division has already surpassed his own. One can imagine the overall strength of the Whitebeard Pirates. Doflamingo admits he doesn't dare to think further. Originally, he planned to stand on the Navy's side in the upcoming Great War, but now looking at it, He wonders if there's still a need to wade through this murky water. If a mere 14th Division captain is this terrifying, who knows which inconspicuous little captain might take him down in the Great War. This is definitely a case of more harm than good. The businessman at heart, the highly intelligent Doflamingo, after Pika was defeated, surprisingly showed no anger, but instead calmly analyzed the upcoming Great War. Bremenke burst into hearty laughter after seeing Kill's performance. Ha ha ha. Derringer, you fool, what did you just say? You said Kill could never break Pika's defense. How does it feel to get slapped in the face? You lost a leg for nothing, and then realized that restraining me was of no use at all. Are you angry? Bremenke mocked and teased. This completely plunged Derlinger into an uncontrollable rage. Bastard! Bastard! After saying that, the irrational Derlinger charged forward, using his remaining leg to kick at Bremenke once more. Diamante, who was standing nearby, was still shocked by the immense destructive power that Kiel had unleashed on Pika. Now, seeing Derlinger recklessly charging at Bremenke, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Are all my teammates this foolish? Derlinger, what are you doing? Are you going to get yourself killed? Come back, Diamante said, filled with frustration. However, Derlinger, whose brain was consumed by anger, had completely lost his reason and couldn't hear Diamante's words at all. His attack on Bremenke showed no sign of diminishing. Watching Derlinger rush towards him in such a furious state, Bremenke cursed inwardly. What an idiot. He then swung his large wooden hammer down heavily towards Derlinger. Boom! The terrifying force directly struck Derlinger's body, and the powerful explosive force penetrated into his internal organs. A large amount of blood, mixed with Derlinger's teeth, gushed wildly from his mouth. And after taking such a hit, Derlinger stood on the ground for less than a second before collapsing, unconscious. Ha! The trash of the Don Quixote family. I can take one out with a single hammer. Bremenke didn't forget to taunt. Seeing Derlinger fall to the ground, Diamante cursed inwardly. It's over. I'm so damn screwed. The Don Quixote family, which had a numerical advantage, instantly turned into the enemy's advantage after losing another member. Watching his teammates fall one by one, Diamante felt utterly frustrated. Meanwhile, Bremenke was toying with the giant hammer in his hand. Next, it's your turn, Diamante. Bremenke said with a smile that sent chills down the spine of anyone who looked at him. Chapter 120. The next home game is for our Whitebeard pirates meanwhile. On the side of Brunhild and the Sky Demon, Brunhild directly activated his abilities, and Doflamingo's various armed color flying needle attacks struck Brunhild's barrier. Brunhild was completely unharmed. Moreover, he launched a fierce slash directly at Doflamingo. However, Brunhild's attack made no progress at all. Doflamingo easily dodged it, but seeing Brunhild's powerful defensive capabilities, Doflamingo was left utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is wrong with these Whitebeard pirate captains? I remember they weren't this terrifying before, right? Take this Brunheim, for example. I could control him even with my sewing puppets, let alone my awakened techniques. But now, the combat power these captains are showing is completely not what you'd expect from a bottom-tier captain. This is clearly the strength of a calamity. Thus, Doflamingo had to re-evaluate the enemy before him, his eyes behind the pink sunglasses moving wildly. To test the waters, Doflamingo waved his hand, sending a large number of threads rushing towards Brunheim again. Brunheim frantically dodged, but boom, a massive amount of white threads crashed beside him, leaving some residual waves that cut into Brunheim's arm, causing a trickle of blood to flow out. Seeing this, Doflamingo instantly understood that such terrifying defense was not permanent. Diamante, don't panic. Do your best to hold them off, Doflamingo commanded, preparing to attack Brunheim again. Brothers, let us focus fire on Doflamingo now, Brunheim said while fleeing. His skills were currently on cooldown, and since his plan had succeeded, what was needed now was to outnumber Doflamingo. After hearing Brunheim's words, Kiel, who had previously taken down Doflamingo with a spear, reached out, retrieving the spear that was in midair back into his hand, and quickly ran towards Doflamingo. Bramank, I'll go help Brunheim. The rest is up to you, Kiel said, although Bramank was somewhat reluctant, thinking he was just cleaning up minions. He still posed in an okay gesture. Bramank believed he couldn't produce that kind of terrifying explosive power like Keel's previous attack, that transformed the dragon into stars. This must have been taught to him by Vice-Captain YuShows. Sigh, once this mission is completed and I return, no matter what, I have to ask Vice-Captain YuShows to teach me properly. This feeling of being surpassed by my brothers is really frustrating. The next home game will directly turn into the home ground of the Whitebeard pirates. Seeing Keel's escape, Diamante immediately activated his ability, ready to intercept Keel. However, how could Brayman K agree to that? Brayman K directly leaped with his heavy wooden hammer, the dark-armed color hockey wrapping around the giant hammer, and smashed it down directly at Diamante. The terrifying explosive power of the blow created sparks in the air, and without a doubt, if Diamante did not react, he would be turned into a meat pie by that hammer. A terrifying wooden hammer attack forced Diamante to retract his abilities to defend against Brayman's assault. Oh no! Even though this Brayman K is overweight, he is surprisingly agile. Young master, there's no other way. I can only hold one of them back. Previously, the colorful cloak that Diamante was wearing flew straight up into the sky. Brayman K swung his hammer down heavily onto the cloak, which had been soft and billowy just moments ago, and at that moment, it turned into an iron garment. The massive wooden hammer struck the cloak as if it were hitting steel. Taking advantage of the iron cloak's obstruction, Diamante hurriedly dodged. Boom! The hammer struck heavily against the ground, directly creating a deep pit dozens of meters deep where Diamante had been standing. You got some skills, huh? After missing his first strike, Brayman K took out his massive wooden hammer again and swung it at Diamante. If one hit wouldn't solve the problem, then 2 hits would do. That's Brayman's life motto. Boom! Boom! With no worries behind him, Brayman K began to unleash his strength, delivering blow after blow with his enormous hammer directly at Diamante. The already devastated ground was further marred by the creation of yet another huge pit with each strike from Brayman's hammer. Faced with Brayman's frenzied attacks, Diamante could only lament in his heart. Bullfighting spear, soft sword snake, bullfighting cloak. He hurriedly drew his weapons to launch an attack against Brayman K in defense. However, although Brayman K had not received the teachings of Vice-Captain YuShows, he was still the 6th captain of the Whitebeard pirates, only beneath the 5th captain, Flower Sword Vista. In terms of strength, he completely overpowered Diamante. Under Brayman's wild onslaught, the only thing Diamante could do, aside from mitigating some damage, was to retreat step by step. In just 3 seconds, Diamante was forced back dozens of steps by Brayman K, and the shock from the hammer's strikes left his hands bloodied and mangled. Drops of blood dripped from his hands, falling from the soft sword to the ground, and before he knew it, a pool of blood had formed beneath his feet. Ha ha! Diamante, I suggest you surrender early, so you won't have to suffer, Brayman K said with a smirk, as the advantage was clearly on the side of the Whitebeard pirates. He had no worries about time and could slowly toy with Diamante. Diamante's face flushed red with anger. But aside from cursing his pig teammate for sending him to his doom, he had no other way out. Chapter 121. Baby 5 can be given to Vice-Captain YuShows just then. A terrifying bomb was suddenly thrown at Brayman K. Sensing it with his observation hockey, Brayman K hurriedly took out his hammer. Boom! The terrifying explosive energy erupted from the hammer, and Brayman K was knocked back 2 steps. Immediately after, various bullets flew towards him. A hot-bodied girl in a maid outfit and a man wearing a steel helmet and goggles appeared. It was Baby 5 from the Don Quixote family and Gladius, the user of the bomb fruit. Upon their arrival and seeing the scene before them, both showed expressions of shock. They never expected that the 3 captains of the Whitebeard pirates could turn the entire Dressrosa into such chaos. Treble was impaled. The burly Pika was battered with his armor shattered and bloodied. Mahabais had his organs turned inside out and fell into a faint. And the unluckiest Delinger had a leg broken and suffered multiple fractures all over his body. The entire bullfighting arena was in ruins, with no intact place left. Only cracks, pits, and debris left by the battle. I didn't know this at all. I thought the Don Quixote family was having a war with the 4 Emperors' pirate crew. The 2 couldn't help but tremble their lips. This is just too terrifying, right? They actually destroyed our Dressrosa to this extent. Damn it, absolutely unforgivable. The 2 of them went from shock to anger, especially Gladius, whose hair stood up due to excessive rage, and the helmet he was wearing was directly blasted into the sky by his hair. Upon seeing the two, Diamante instantly showed a delighted expression, but there was no time to reminisce. "Great, baby 5, Gladius. You two finally arrived. Hurry up and take care of this Bramink. We need to help the young master." "You're finished, Bramink, ha ha." Diamante regained his smile. However, Bramink completely ignored Diamante and instead started to size up baby 5 with his gaze, admiring her exquisite face, perfect figure, and the maid outfit she wore. "This is a professional maid. I don't know how many times more professional she is compared to the maid that Marco brought. If we were to capture baby 5, Captain Yeyu would definitely be very happy, right? And with Captain Yeyu so happy, it wouldn't be a big deal for him to teach himself a lesson, would it?" The more Blamink thought about it, the more excited he became, and he even laughed out loud, revealing a row of big white teeth. Looking at Blamank's expression, Diamante became angrier and angrier. He was about to die, and yet he was still laughing, right? A funeral for half a month, with a terrifying slash, leveraging his unique devil fruit ability. The ground was easily cut open like a block of tofu, and the earth beneath Blamank's feet began to shake. Gladius was not idle either. He turned the gear-equipped device on his left arm, and with a creaking sound of machinery, several gray stone chunks resembling rock balls shot out directly from the device on his arm. As the stones flew through the air, the volume of the sphere continuously expanded, creating a constant feeling of imminent explosion. "Stone bomb!" Gladius exclaimed angrily. He felt an urge to blow Bramink to ashes for daring to disrupt the Charlotte family like this, fueled by his unwavering loyalty to Doflamingo. Baby 5 was not idle either. Her arms transformed into cannons, revealing her long legs as she struck a shooting pose, unleashing a barrage of fire from her arms. In an instant, various attacks surged towards Bramink from all directions. On the other side, Doflamingo seized upon Brunheim's skill cooldown weakness, directly controlling of white strings that coiled in the sky like pythons. With the added enhancement of Haki, the attack power of these threads reached its peak, resembling 16 pythons with cold gazes, firmly locking onto Bramink, filling the sky with a sense of danger. 16 Holy Death bullets, Doflamingo shouted fiercely. This move is the most powerful one of Don Quixote Doflamingo, and he must use it to eliminate the troublesome Brannick. With a command from Doflamingo, 16 black pythons made of the string fruit surged forward at an astonishing speed towards the two in front of him. The terrifying power and extreme piercing speed appeared before them in less than 1/10 of a second. "Oh no, I can't provide us with defense right now. It's all up to you, Brannick," Brannick said seriously. On the other side, facing the overwhelming attacks from all directions, Brannick no longer held back. His fighting spirit reached its peak, and his armament Haki enveloped his wooden hammer. Skillful footwork allowed him to dodge Diamante's slashes, but various explosive stones directly struck his wooden hammer. Boom! Boom! The powerful explosive force blocked Brannick's advance. Tap, 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 tap. A barrage of bullets came raining down, forcing Brannick to activate his full-body armament Haki defense. Various bullets hit him, creating sparks around Brannick. That's it. Increase the firepower. Seeing Brannick's performance, Diamante felt pleased and continued to intensify his slashes towards Brannick. Explosive hair. Gladius' hair stood on end due to the effects of the blast fruit. The intense shockwave from the explosions propelled his hair forward at high speed, leaving trails in the air like sharpened needles. Baby 5 also activated her gun capabilities, and the powerful firepower automatically targeted Brannick, suppressing him with a barrage of fire. Unbeknownst to him, Brannick already bore various scars on his body. Although these wounds weren't severe, they would undoubtedly affect his mobility over time. Under the firepower suppression, Brannick struggled to move. Ha ha, that fat Brannick can't take it anymore. Yeah, that guy's so fat. His mobility is already weak. Under our firepower suppression, his melee wooden hammer has completely lost its effectiveness. That's right, let's take down this fatso. The members of the Don Quixote family laughed mockingly. Chapter 122. Brannick's upgrade. Hearing the mockery from the Don Quixote family members, Brannick became furious. How dare these bastards call me a fatso? Don't they know I hate being called that? It seems I need to use my ultimate move. As the 6th captain of the Whitebeard pirates, I'm not as weak as you guys think. Suddenly, Brannick's figure slimmed down significantly, and a massive amount of energy surged into his wooden hammer. The previous wooden hammer, under the infusion of energy, became even larger. The enlarged wooden hammer successfully withstood all of Baby Five's artillery attacks, and even Gladius's explosive hair was completely blocked by the massive hammer. The members of the Charlotte family were left dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? His weapon has actually expanded tenfold? Baby Five looked incredulous. Diamante, on the other hand, was furious. Damn it, we absolutely cannot let this guy succeed. Increase the attack. Keep increasing the attack. Gladius placed both hands on the ground, and a series of explosions erupted from the surface. He originally intended to knock Bremen K out with a blast, but who would have thought that after losing some weight? Bremang's agility had also become extraordinary. In an instant, Bremen K appeared in the sky, holding a massive wooden hammer high above, blocking out the sun. He swung it heavily down at the three below. The entire process was completed in just 0.1 seconds, and Bremang's agility exceeded the imagination of the three. As the highest-ranking officer, Diamante reacted quickly and dodged first. However, Gladius, who was unleashing his explosive ability, and Baby Five, who had the weakest combat power, both failed to react in time. They only realized that the sky had suddenly darkened, and when they looked up, a massive wooden hammer was already right in front of them. Without any hesitation, Bremenke swung his hammer directly at Gladius's forehead. Boom! The huge hammer struck Gladius's body, pressing him to his limits, and finally, the hammer slammed heavily into the ground. The entire Dressrosa trembled from the massive shockwave caused by the hammer, triggering a minor earthquake. Gladius was knocked unconscious on the spot, lying motionless like a meat patty in the large pit created by the hammer's impact. Under the powerful shockwave, Baby Five was also propelled into the sky, crashing down heavily and losing consciousness on the spot. Meanwhile, Bremenke was feeling dizzy, his head buzzing. This move, which involved burning his body fat to enhance his combat power, could temporarily boost his strength, but the side effects from excessive fat burning were significant. He was panting heavily and sat down on the ground, feeling faint. Diamante, who had been trembling beside him, instantly understood upon seeing Bremang's condition. Bastard, you must have exerted a lot of effort to pull off that attack. Perfect. I'll send you off now. After saying that, Diamante lunged at Bremenke with his soft sword. On the other side, 16 holy death bullets surged toward Brenheim like a thunderbolt. Hearing Brenheim's cry for help, Kiel rushed over in a panic, but he had no defensive means. Fu. You can't possibly defend against 16 holy death bullets. Doflamingo, hovering in the sky, regained his former confidence. Now that Brenheim had lost his steadfast Arya skill defense, it was impossible for him to evade his attack. The overwhelming sense of pressure surged toward the two in an instant. Kiel, damn it, we underestimated Doflamingo again. I'm afraid I can't stop this terrifying attack. Brenheim looked worried. Kiel tightly gripped his spear and tossed his shield to Brenheim with one hand. Brenheim, this time it's my turn to protect you, Kiel shouted, and his spear erupted with dazzling colored light. Ding! Congratulations, host. Kiel has upgraded the star-piercing spear, and the host synchronously acquires a level 3 skill. Reward, 5,000 gold coins. Inside the restricted area, Night Feather, who was watching the battle, heard the system's prompt. A pleasant surprise. It seems that only in battle can the captain's fighting spirit be ignited, allowing them to upgrade their skills. I'll have to make sure these captains practice well, Night Feather said with satisfaction. Host, Night Feather, Conqueror's Hockey, 14,711 points. Armament Hockey, 14,981 points. Observation Hockey, 13,060 points. Swordsmanship, 13,410. Items, a piece of leather armor, a bottle of insecticide, a lost chapter, a bag of advanced fertilizer, prediction skill, skills, spike defense, level 3. Ice Shine, level 3. Ice Barrier, level 2. Steadfast Aria, level 2. Frenzied Taunt, level 2. Glacier Storm, level 2. Star Piercing Spear, level 3. Steel Cutting Flash, level 3. Wave Treading Slash, Level 3. Wind Barrier, Level 3. Gunfire Negotiation, Level 2. Scurvy Remedy, Level 2. Gunpowder Barrel, Level 2. Cannon Fire Screen, Level 2. Blinding Blow Dart, Level 2. Gold, 580,527. Devil Fruits, Tremor Fruit, Ignore C Effect, Flash Fruit, Ignore C Effect, Magma Fruit, Ignore C Effect, Weapons, Sheathless Blade, Equipment, Lost Chapter, Randelli's Torment, Anti-Armor, 14 Healing Jewels, 10 Small Knives. A powerful fighting spirit surged in all directions, countering Doflamingo's 16 Holy Death Bullets in the sky, creating a terrifying aura centered around Doflamingo and Keel. The strong fighting spirit and dazzling light immediately caught Brenheim's attention. Damn, Keel, you're impressive. Have you gotten stronger again? Hearing Brenheim's praise, it was the first time someone acknowledged his strength. This feeling of being praised for getting stronger was really quite enjoyable. Chapter 123. Keel is indeed terrifying. That's right, Keel. Your skills are still on cooldown. So now it's my turn to protect you. Haha. After saying that, Keel threw his spear into the sky. A dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. The spear Keel threw transformed into a fierce dragon, roaring toward the 16 Holy Death Bullets in the sky. Wherever it passed, a cloud of dust was kicked up, and the ground cracked with fissures. The entire sky turned stormy because of Keel's throw, with bolts of lightning as thick as towering trees striking the ground one after another. This terrifying attack immediately captured the attention of everyone present. Blenheim swallowed hard, thinking, damn, the Keel brothers' skills are way cooler than mine. Brahmank, sitting on the ground and gasping for air, was also shocked, his mouth agape. No way. Vice-Captain Yu is so damn biased. Originally, as the captain of the 6th Division, I was supposed to be the strongest in this trio for the Dressrosa mission. But now it seems I was wrong. I'm actually the weakest one. Brahmank exclaimed he couldn't take it anymore. After completing the mission, no matter what it takes, he must cling to Vice-Captain Yu and get some proper guidance. At the very least, he should have half the coolness of the Keel brothers, right? Up in the sky, Doflamingo watched this terrifying blow and also swallowed hard. The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 14th Division is getting more and more outrageous, isn't he? A 14th Division captain, with a single strike causing such a disturbance in the world, Doflamingo exclaimed it was impossible, unscientific. But the fact was right in front of him, and Doflamingo had no choice but to increase the launch force of his 16 Holy Death Bullets. In the sky, the 16 Holy Death Bullets collided directly with the Constellation Spear. It was like a giant dragon wrestling with 16 pythons in the sky. With Keel and Doflamingo at the center, the terrifying energy generated by the collision surged wildly in all directions. A massive shockwave hit the surroundings, sending debris flying everywhere. Diamante, who had just raised his weapon, was knocked back dozens of steps by this terrifying energy and the debris it carried. Braymonkay was also rolled back several meters by the dreadful impact. Braymonkay stood up from the terrifying aftershock, once again marveling at its intensity. Damn, Keel is indeed terrifying. Just this aftershock has pushed me so far away, and it seems that because of this aftershock I might have been saved. Braymonkay murmured as he looked at Diamante, who had been pushed far away, his heart filled with envy for Keel's terrifying power. In the sky, two terrifying energies continued to collide, and Blenheim was not idle either. He launched a slash towards Doflamingo, who was straining to control the 16 Holy Death Bullets. Although he couldn't buff his teammates, and his own attacks were weak in a duel between strong opponents, even a small impact could potentially create a butterfly effect that might influence the entire battle situation. Therefore, Keel decided that even if he could only affect Doflamingo slightly, he should do his best. Whoosh! A sharp slash flew directly towards the sky. Doflamingo, high in the sky, was using all his strength to control his 16 Holy Death Bullets. There was no choice. The combat power displayed by the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 14th Division was simply too formidable, and he had to use all his strength just to barely withstand Keel's attack. Unknowingly, sweat had already formed in layers on Doflamingo's forehead. Upon seeing the fierce slash, Doflamingo felt an urge to curse at such a stalemate. To ambush him was simply too dishonorable. He completely forgot about the earlier events where his Don Quixote family had used numbers to overpower others. Whoosh! A terrifying strike hit Doflamingo's body directly, shattering the pink sunglasses he had been wearing. A horrific scar appeared on Doflamingo's face, and a large amount of blood began to flow slowly from his forehead. Taking advantage of Doflamingo's injury, the constellation spear in the sky shone even more brilliantly. The attack from the 16 holy death bullets, awakened by Doflamingo's fruit, was smashed into fragments under the impact of the constellation spear, and the terrifying spear charged straight towards Doflamingo's heart. Boom! Under the powerful impact, even someone as strong as Doflamingo, a warlord of the sea, was sent flying by the spear, traveling several kilometers and smashing through dozens of buildings before finally being impaled on a mountain. Doflamingo, who was on the spear, hung his arms down, no longer speaking. Witnessing such a terrifying scene, the remaining member of the Don Quixote family, Diamante, was in shock. Young master, are you okay? How could you be defeated by these guys? That's impossible. Diamante's face was filled with shock and unwillingness. Doflamingo, the night demon, was a man with conqueror's haki, chosen after careful selection by their pirate crew. Now he had been taken down by just the captain of the 14th Division of the Whitebeard pirates. Diamante's heart was filled with resentment. Bremen, who was already exhausted, looked at Diamante and slowly revealed a smile. Ha ha! So the final victor belongs to us, Diamante. You can surrender now. Bremen said to Diamante sternly, showing no mercy. Surrender? Hearing Bremen's mocking words, along with the suggestion to surrender, Diamante was furious. Do you think I am someone to surrender? The young master treats me so well, I will naturally follow him. After saying that, Diamante's soft sword transformed into a giant dragon's head and lunged heavily at Bremen. Anyway, you have already lost your fighting capability. I will take you down, and that will be an explanation for the young master, Diamante said angrily. Brabank did not expect this. Doflamingo's charisma was indeed quite strong, capable of making a high-ranking officer follow him so devotedly. Brabank tried to move his body with all his might, but he realized that the side effects of the fat-burning technique he had just used were too obvious, making it difficult for him to move at all. Damn, did I really encounter such a powerful opponent and end up here? I haven't even received the personal guidance from Vice-Captain YuShows yet. Just as the soft sword was about to reach him, a long spear suddenly appeared in the sky. It fell straight down from the sky and landed heavily on Diamante's soft sword, causing a massive shower of sparks upon impact. Under the powerful shockwave, Diamante felt a painful jolt in his hands, and the soft sword was forcibly knocked away. Boom! With the long spear crashing to the ground. The ensuing shockwave sent Diamante staggering back several dozen steps. Damn, Brother Keel, this spear of yours is really awesome. Seeing his good brother come to the rescue, just in time, Brunheim was filled with joy. He had almost lost his life just now. Diamante, pushed back by the shockwave, coughed up blood after retreating a few steps. Ha ha ha, now our mission is complete, Keel exclaimed with excitement. Ha ha, thank you, Brother Keel. I never expected that one day I would be saved by you. Brabank expressed his gratitude to Keel. Only Brunheim wore a puzzled expression. Why is it that Doflamingo has already been defeated by us, yet the threads around us still haven't receded? Brunheim voiced his doubts. Hearing this, Keel and Brabank also noticed the issue. Just as Keel crouched down to touch the threads beneath his feet, a figure suddenly emerged from the threads. 10,000 meters away, on a mountainside, Doflamingo, who had been forcefully pinned to the mountainside, had now transformed into a mass of threads. It turned out that at the moment he was struck, the cunning Doflamingo had quietly used the string fruit to create a clone, replacing his own body while the enemy's attention was focused on Keel's terrifying spear. Meanwhile, Doflamingo's real body had directly blended into the countless threads he had created. The figure that appeared in the arena was none other than the king of this country, Doflamingo. At this moment, all of his subordinates who had come to his aid had been taken out by the Whitebeard pirate's third captain, and now Doflamingo's only option was to eliminate one of the captains. Just now, Keel touching the threads below him had revealed Doflamingo's true form. Fortunately, Doflamingo quickly condensed his already string-formed arm into a thick line resembling a python, enhanced by armament hockey, turning it into a terrifying weapon. He aimed directly at Keel's eyes. Damn, this guy Doflamingo is not dead yet. This guy is really cunning. Brabank, who saw Doflamingo first, shouted loudly. But everything happened too suddenly. Ha ha, even if I can't take you all down, I still have the ability to take out one of you. Doflamingo cackled as he increased the force of his attack. He could clearly feel his hardened arm piercing into something. It felt as though he had directly exploded Keel's eyeball, but when Doflamingo took a closer look, he was completely dumbfounded. His arm had stopped just 1 centimeter away from Keel. Trying to move forward another centimeter felt more difficult than reaching the sky. There was even an invisible force spreading from Keel, which ultimately pushed Doflamingo's arm away. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Brunheim, for completing the skill-resilient Aria victory. The host synchronously acquires level 3 of this skill. Reward for the host, a high-grade fertilizer pack. In the restricted area, YuShows smiled slightly. It was indeed the right choice to have Keel and Brunheim team up. These two people, one a support and the other an aggressive warrior, work together flawlessly. Moreover, under their own task arrangements, they have managed to level up all their skills by 1 level, which further proves that their decision-making is very wise. While staying at home, I casually watched the Captain's Live broadcasts, and the gifts just kept coming. Isn't that nice? Who would have thought that the rewards didn't stop there? As the system's pleasant notification sound rang again. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have accumulated enough experience for a system upgrade. The system is now upgraded, and the shout function is unlocked. Shout function. You can shout to bound characters from distance. YuShows is really happy. This time, the rewards were indeed quite substantial. Isn't this shout feature just like the live broadcasts I watched in my previous life? The only difference is that most of the main characters in the broadcasts I watched were beautiful girls, while the streamers I'm watching now are all big guys. Since there's a shout function, I might as well give it a try and see if it's fun. Nightfeather immediately felt playful and decided to test out this newly opened shout function of the system. In the arena, after Doflamingo's attack failed, he felt as if he had eaten something terrible, clearly just a little bit away from success. Damn it! That bastard actually regained his abilities. Doflamingo gritted his teeth in anger. The combination of Keel and Blenheim's powers was simply too terrifying. One had a freakish offense, and the other had a freakish defense. He had tried to find flaws in both of them, but they complemented each other perfectly, and any openings he found were effortlessly countered by the other. As long as these two stayed together, it was nearly impossible to find a breakthrough. After Doflamingo's attack missed, Keel immediately chose to counterattack. A long spear appeared, and at such close range, its power doubled, slamming directly towards Doflamingo's heart. Chapter 125, Blenheim's Barrier Fruit. Although Doflamingo activated his observation hockey and sensed this terrifying strike, the speed of his spear was too fast, and given the close distance, he found it nearly impossible to evade. The only thing he could do was slightly move his body to try to avoid having his entire heart pierced through. Boom! Puff! With the thrust of the spear at such close range, the terrifying stab pierced through the edge of Doflamingo's heart, and he instantly felt a chilling sensation. A large amount of blood gushed out from his heart. Under this horrifying attack, Doflamingo was completely sent flying, tracing an arc in the sky before crashing heavily onto the ground. After Doflamingo fell to the ground this time, the threads that had previously surrounded him completely retreated, restoring his appearance before being materialized. However, due to the destruction caused by this battle, the area was still in a state of chaos. Doflamingo, lying on the ground, had a large amount of blood at the corners of his mouth, but he couldn't care less about that. Enduring the pain, his fingers trembled continuously as he used his string fruit to initiate cardiac resuscitation in his heart area. In this battle, it can be said that the Don Quixote family, led by Doflamingo, suffered a disastrous defeat. The combat power of the 4 emperors is indeed more terrifying than one could imagine. I never expected that even a mere captain of the 14th Division, Gil, would have such explosive power, and that captain of the 9th Division, Brenheim, has an even more abnormal defense. He can hide in a certain place, and not only enhance his own defense, The most terrifying thing is that Brenheim can actually buff his teammates from an extremely long range, providing group defense. Isn't this even more impressive than the barrier fruit of Kaido's subordinate, Black Charcoal? To prevent Doflamingo from playing any tricks, Gil, Brenheim, and others went straight to Doflamingo. Upon seeing Doflamingo heavily injured, everyone felt a bit more at ease. Bermank, let me heal you. Seeing that Doflamingo had been severely injured and temporarily lost his combat ability, Brenheim finally felt safe enough to heal Bermank. My treatment won't work on you because I'm using a technique to burn fat, Brenheim. Bermank shook his head and said. However, just after Bermank finished shaking his head, Brenheim directly released his determined aria. The beautiful music seemed to resonate from all directions, and as the music came to an end, everyone was astonished to discover that Bermank had actually regained his previous plump figure. Bermank looked at his gradually swelling belly, shocked and curious. Wow, Brenheim, your skill is too incredible. You can even bring back my fat? Bermank said excitedly, picking up the large wooden hammer beside him. Indeed, he could lift it again, and his strength had also returned to the level it was before the battle. Gil was also surprised. Wow, Brenheim, I'm envious of your skill. Brenheim waved his hand. I was just trying out. Deputy Captain Yu once said that as long as you think of your teammates, you can help them regain various abilities. Doflamingo thought, it seems my intelligence-gathering abilities are still lacking. Deputy Captain Yeyu? When did the Whitebeard pirates get a Deputy Captain Yeyu? However, speaking of which, I still envy your skills, Bermank. That terrifying spear attack must have reached the level of a vice-admiral in terms of offensive power, right? The skills taught to you by Deputy Captain Yeyu are no weaker than mine. Brenheim also praised him in return. The two began to exchange pleasantries. Meanwhile, Doflamingo, lying in front of them, felt turmoil inside. Wait a minute. It seems like there's a crucial issue I didn't catch. Just now, that Brenheim said that Deputy Captain Yeyu made her think of the captain, and she gained a special ability. Following that, these two said that their abilities were taught to them by Deputy Captain Yeyu. The key to the problem lies with this Deputy Captain Yeyu. What kind of hero is he to possess such terrifying teaching abilities, capable of training captains with the combat power of the Whitebeard pirates to such an incredible level? Sigh. But speaking of which, Deputy Captain Yeyu really gives our crews Joz, Marco, and Vista some pretty cool skills. Joz took down Red-Haired. Vista defeated Mihawk. And Marco even knocked out Kaido's Dragon Tooth. If we're going to be envious, we should really envy those three guys the most. Gil showed an envious expression. Doflamingo. Below them, Doflamingo, who had just undergone cardiac resuscitation surgery, suddenly felt that the stitches on his heart had come undone. There was no way. After hearing about the feats of those three brothers from the Whitebeard pirates, Doflamingo couldn't keep his heart steady. Especially Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature in the world, can fall from tens of thousands of meters and still not die, possessing an almost immortal physical quality. At the same time, Kaido is also one of the few men he fears. Such a terrifying Yonko was actually knocked out of 2 teeth by Marco. Marco is indeed very strong, but hasn't reached the level of an emperor yet, right? Just because he listened to Vice-Captain Nightwing's guidance, he was able to take on Kaido? This news is too explosive. My heart couldn't help but race several times. And those beats even broke through the recent surgery I had. Reluctantly, Doflamingo had to undergo another surgery on his heart. If it's true, Kaido is really despicable. Knowing how terrifying the Whitebeard pirates are, he still thought about having me kill the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. It's a good thing I was defeated. If I had actually won, the wrath of the Whitebeard pirates would be 100 times scarier than that of the Beast pirates. Chapter 126. Doflamingo's surrender after exchanging pleasantries. The captains began to show concern for Doflamingo, who was lying at their feet. So, Doflamingo, you said this was just about getting some Fish King horns from you. Why did you have to make it such a big deal? Now we can't help it. We have to give you a beating, Gil said hypocritically. Doflamingo twitched at the corners of his mouth. Is that really what you call a beating? Half of Dressrosa has been destroyed by you. This is me, Doflamingo, being blind to the mountain. How about this? I order that you don't have to do it yourself. Just leave the matter of getting the Fish King horns to my subordinates. Doflamingo, lying on the ground, weakly said he had no thoughts of resistance at all right now. All he could think about was meeting Vice-Captain Yu. What kind of expert is he? Able to elevate the captain of the Whitebeard pirates to such a terrifying level. You're quite sensible. Originally, if it was just about the Fish King horns, we could have let you stay in Dressrosa. However, I heard that you're going to the Navy headquarters tomorrow to deploy a war against the Whitebeard pirates. This is serious, Brammick murmured. Upon hearing Brammick's questioning, Doflamingo quickly turned his brain and analyzed the current world situation. If what these captains said is true, then there's no doubt that it's hard to say who is stronger between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy. Only the victors are on the side of justice. And I will always stand on the side of justice, so I really can't rashly join the Navy. If I get completely obliterated by the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, no one will care if I become cannon fodder. More importantly, if Vice-Captain Yi could guide me. In fact, Doflamingo is a man with great ambition. Due to his insufficient strength, he could only produce artificial devil fruits for Kaido of the Beasts. If he really had the ability to compete with Kaido, who would be willing to sell devil fruits? Wouldn't it be better to keep them for himself? And the Vice-Captain Yu that these captains keep mentioning has that ability. The businessman Doflamingo suddenly had a bold idea in his heart. I previously failed to recognize the mountain, and I, Doflamingo, am willing to join the peripheral forces of the Whitebeard pirates. Only the Whitebeard will I follow, Doflamingo said with determination. As soon as this sentence was uttered, the captains around directly burst out laughing. What the hell? Everything was fine, and now another Shichibukai Doflamingo wants to join our organization besides the world's greatest swordsman? Hey, I'm telling you, Doflamingo, are you out of your mind? Yeah, our Whitebeard pirates are not easy to join, so you'd better give up on that thought. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates complained. These captains are not foolish. They quickly guessed Doflamingo's intention. He just wants to join the Whitebeard pirates' peripheral forces to gain some benefits from Vice-Captain Yu and enhance his own strength, right? The Whitebeard pirates already have a scarcity of resources, so if peripheral forces join in, won't that just exacerbate the issue of limited resources? The words of these captains surprised Doflamingo a bit. Normally, wouldn't a Yonko pirate crew be happy and excited to hear that their influence has grown? Why do these captains look at me with such disdain? Am I too weak? That shouldn't be the case. I lost this battle, but in the new world, my strength as Doflamingo is definitely recognized by the strong. Even Kaido once invited me to join the Beast Pirates, and I didn't agree. That means Doflamingo suddenly realized that these captains were afraid of being overshadowed by Vice-Captain Yu's influence. Initially, Doflamingo had some doubts about Vice-Captain Yu's guidance ability. But now it seems that Vice-Captain Yu must possess such abilities. That means I really cannot join. It's the kind of situation where you can't drive me away. With that thought, Doflamingo directly took out various bills from his hands. Haha, captains. This is my tribute to you. 1 billion berries each. Furthermore, whatever I have in Dressrosa, whether it's delicious food, fine wine, beautiful women, or weapons. Even devil fruits, I, Doflamingo, can offer them all, Doflamingo said with a smile. The three captains looked at the bills in their hands and swallowed hard. Good heavens, they exclaimed. A Shichibukai from the New World is so generous? Just the berries alone are 1 billion each. Compared to Doflamingo, these Whitebeard captains are really poor. If any of them has more than 10,000 berries in their pockets, they're considered wealthy. This guy Doflamingo is even more generous than Mihawk. I mean, having more friends is better than having one more enemy, right? Doflamingo could actually be of help to our Whitebeard pirates. How about we let him join the periphery? The soft-hearted Blenheim was somewhat swayed. However, Blamank and Keel were still a bit hesitant. Seeing that there was at least a chance, Doflamingo continued to strengthen his persuasion. Moreover, I can guarantee you that as long as Vice-Captain you take a liking to me and can give me some guidance, I can definitely share the insights that Vice-Captain you provides with you. Our information exchange might even be useful to you, right? Doflamingo said with a smirk. This makes some sense, Bramink. Kira thought for a moment and nodded slightly. However, I must tell you, Doflamingo, we are only bringing you to our Vice-Captain of Nightwing. Whether our Vice-Captain agrees or not depends on your own fortune, Bramink said thoughtfully. That's only natural, of course. Doflamingo hurriedly nodded, fearing that the captains would leave him in Dressrosa and abandon him. Oh, right, and that Baby 5, I have to take her with me. Just to be clear, Baby 5 is the maid I am presenting to Vice-Captain Nightwing, and has nothing to do with you," Bromwich murmured. Doflamingo felt quite frustrated. "Baby 5 is my subordinate, and you just took her as a tribute to Vice-Captain YuShows, which is already bad enough. But all the benefits are yours. I don't get any share of the light." "What? Do you have any objections?" Brayman asked with narrowed eyes, noticing Doflamingo deep in thought. "Well, of course, there are no objections." Doflamingo forced a smile. "There's really no way out. I'm a defeated subordinate now, and I still need something from him. So I can't disagree. Even if I have objections, I can't say it." A child can be taught." Brayman pretended to be cool, imitating something YuShows once said. "Then how about this? Can I offer a few more maids? We have plenty of maids in Dressrosa," Doflamingo said with a smile. Kill and Bruinheim, beside him, slapped their thighs upon hearing this. "Good, that's a good idea. The chosen maids can be counted as our tribute. We were just worried about what to bring to Vice-Captain YuShows." Chapter 127. The Royal Don Quixote family is shocked. YuShows, who was watching the live broadcast, was twitching. "What the hell? Even if you give me so many maids, I don't have enough space. That baby 5 could come over as a professional maid. She could properly teach Speed and Runny some maid skills. It would save these two girls from being noisy and foolish all day. As for the other maids, even if they look good, if they're just average, they probably wouldn't be worth much, right? What if I slap my own, and can't get up for 2 months, and then I have to feed them? That would be pointless. Besides, there are plenty of beautiful pirates in the pirate world. There's no need to take so many maids all at once." So YuShows directly used his new skill, shouting, "Hey, I'm telling you guys, that's enough. Can I handle so many maids? If you want to bring maids, just bring baby 5. The others aren't necessary." After saying that, YuShows directly cut off the connection and lay back down on his bed to enjoy the foot massage service from the two girls. On YuShows' side, everything was calm. But in the Dressrosa arena, everyone was in a frenzy. "What the hell, Brother Kill? Did I just hear things? Did I just hear Vice-Captain YuShows' words?" Brayman said in shock, looking as if he had seen a ghost. "Yeah, I heard it too. I just heard Vice-Captain YuShows say that one maid, baby 5, is enough." Kill was astonished. "Exactly, that's what he said. All 3 of us heard it. There's no mistake. What the hell? What kind of bizarre ability is this? To detect our conversation and even shout at us from afar." Bruinheim's face was filled with shock. The 3 of them were stunned. "Vice-Captain YuShows? Vice-Captain YuShows? Are you in Dressrosa?" But when they shouted to the sky, YuShows' voice disappeared. Looking at it this way, Vice-Captain YuShows hasn't come to Dressrosa. Bruinheim is right. This is definitely a shout from afar. Kill swallowed hard. This ability is simply incredible. If I had this ability, it would be 100 times more convenient than the phone bug. I should wait until I get back and ask Vice-Captain YuShows about this matter. The 3 captains of the Whitebeard pirates were in a heated discussion, while Doflamingo, who was beside them, was completely shocked. He thought to himself that after so many years of adventuring in the new world and witnessing various strange abilities, he had never encountered someone who could hear and see people communicating from thousands of miles away, and even talk to them across that distance. This ability to gather information is far more powerful than that of the intelligence department. In the world of pirates, one of the most important capabilities is intelligence gathering. The Vice-Captain Nightwing of the Whitebeard pirates has become increasingly mysterious in the eyes of Don Quixote, Doflamingo. After the heart pulse revival surgery was completed and some stamina was restored, Doflamingo directly had the dwarf princess Mancheri, who possesses the healing fruit ability, treat everyone. By evening, under the ability of the healing fruit, except for Delinger, who was too severely injured and had lost a leg and could not recover for the time being, the others slowly regained their ability to walk. The 3 captains of the Whitebeard pirates were directly arranged in the top presidential suite, and they could take anything they wanted from Dressrosa. Meanwhile, the Don Quixote family held a meeting in the evening. "I need to go discuss an important matter with the Whitebeard pirates. Baby 5, you come with me. The rest of you stay in Dressrosa." Doflamingo issued the order to everyone. "Young master, have you been kidnapped?" Are.I'll, whose body was wrapped in bandages, voiced his doubts. Upon hearing Are.I'll's words, Doflamingo cursed inwardly, thinking how foolish he was. If he had really been kidnapped, he would have been taken away when he was nearly knocked out. Others are so kind-hearted to let you hold a meeting for your family members here. I say, Are.I'll, You need to supplement your brain food in the future, Doflamingo said angrily. If it weren't for the fact that he was a family member, are.I'll would have probably died 100 times in front of him. However, young master, these guys from the Whitebeard pirates have turned Dillinger into a cripple. Shouldn't we seek revenge? Pika, also wrapped in bandages, was quite resentful towards the Whitebeard pirates' actions. Hearing this, Doflamingo became even angrier. You talk a good game, but the key issue is, can you defeat them? Not to mention that the Whitebeard pirates have various top-tier experts. Just the 3 captains in Dressrosa have almost wiped out our entire Don Quixote family. You just talk big. During the battle, you were directly knocked out by a spear from Kizaru, and in the end, it was me, the young master, who was struggling. In Doflamingo's heart, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Joining the outer forces of the Whitebeard pirates and becoming stronger is the way to go. As for Dillinger, although injured, he is still alive. There is room for negotiation. What? Do you think we can defeat them? Also, there is an important piece of information to share with you today. Anyone who dares to leak it will be permanently expelled from our Don Quixote family, and our family will pursue them for generations. Doflamingo said seriously. The members of the Don Quixote family, sitting around the round table, having a meeting, were all shaken upon hearing this. They understood the thoughts of the young master. He placed great importance on the members of the Don Quixote family. This time, the young master actually said something about expelling the Don Quixote family, which indicates that the news is extremely significant. After hearing Doflamingo's words, all the members also stood up straight, showing serious expressions. This time, the young master was not joking with them. Therefore, Doflamingo directly informed everyone about the news he heard today from the Brinheim group regarding the Whitebeard pirates vice-captain, YuShows. The vice-captain YuShows possesses the ability to enhance people's combat power. Moreover, many captains have been promoted to the emperor level. Doflamingo said seriously. Chapter 128. A second chance in Wano? After hearing the news announced by Doflamingo, the members of the Don Quixote family were completely stunned. Their minds were filled with question marks. The ability to directly elevate someone to emperor level? If such an ability truly existed, the entire ocean, no? The whole world would face a reshuffling situation, right? The Navy might be able to handle an attack from an emperor-level group. But what if it were a double emperor group, a 5-emperor group, or even a 10-emperor group? At that point, the Navy's high-end combat power would be completely suppressed. And no matter how many sailors the Navy had, it would be useless, right? This ability sounds truly unbelievable, and everyone is somewhat skeptical about it. But young master, I can't help but feel that this ability is simply impossible. Yes, young master, this matter is too far-fetched. Are you sure it's not those captains of the Whitebeard pirates trying to deceive you on purpose? Indeed, young master, there might be some kind of trap involved. I think we should be cautious. The members of the Don Quixote family maintained a skeptical attitude toward this. Doflamingo sighed and smiled helplessly. The Don Quixote executives under him were loyal, but their intelligence was quite average. There's no need to say more. I've already considered what you mentioned, but don't you think if it were really fake? How did Kill and Blenheim become stronger? I'm certain they haven't eaten any devil fruits. These people even went into the sea themselves to catch fish for the sake of capturing the fighting fish king. So, their own strength must have another reason. The appearance of Vice-Captain YuShows explains this very well. Doflamingo explained. However, young master, I've never heard of this Vice-Captain YuShows. If he existed, how could our intelligence organization not have information on him? Pika asked with a sharp voice, puzzled. Doflamingo's forehead twitched slightly. I didn't bring this matter up to you idiots, but you started to mention it yourself. Especially you, Pika. Your intelligence unit is your subordinate force. Yet the world's strongest pirate crew gained another vice-captain. And you didn't even know. They came right to our doorstep and only learned from their captain that their strength increase was due to their vice-captain. This can only indicate that our Don Quixote family's intelligence capability is too weak. I can be sure that Kaido bastard knew that the Whitebeard pirates had become stronger, and only then did he inform us to assassinate the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. This is completely a trap. Pika, you need to strengthen the capabilities of the intelligence organization in the future. I personally heard the voice of Vice-Captain YuShows of the Whitebeard pirates at the bullfighting arena. Doflamingo murmured. Since the other members of the Don Quixote family were unconscious at the time, aside from Doflamingo, the others were unaware that Yu had communicated over a distance, each revealing a look of surprise. So, does this mean that Vice-Captain Yu of the Whitebeard Pirates has actually come to Dressrosa? Yes. Have you already witnessed this expert with your own eyes? Young master. Toripole asked in shock, wiping his nose. Doflamingo smiled slightly. No, I haven't seen this Vice-Captain Yu. However, that is the most terrifying thing. That is because the voice of Vice-Captain Yu of the Whitebeard Pirates came entirely through a long-distance communication method from the area of the Whitebeard Pirates. This is a capability I witnessed with my own eyes. There is absolutely no mistake. Doflamingo said seriously. As soon as this sentence was uttered, all members of the Don Quixote family were dumbfounded. Is there really someone in this world who can do such a thing? A master, definitely a master. Thus, after explaining the situation in Dressrosa, early the next morning, the three captains of the Whitebeard Pirates directly took Doflamingo, Baby 5, and others towards the Whitebeard Pirates of Nightjoe. On the other side, the next day, Yu stretched lazily and got out of bed. So comfortable. The system had already issued the rewards for defeating Doflamingo yesterday. 2 small knives, a blue crystal, and an amplification book, which could allow for the crafting of some intermediate equipment. Therefore, Yu took his hammer and went to the forge to start a fire, banging away with his hammer. The Thor's hammer just needs the king of Betta Fish's horn now, so I can free up the forge to craft the lost chapters and the serrated short dagger. These 2 pieces of equipment will be rewarded to Keel and Blenheim. Once the king of Betta Fish's horn is delivered, I can immediately forge the Thor's hammer again and give it to Bramik. Perfect. Host. Yu Conqueror's Hockey. 14. 711 points Armament Hockey. 14. 981 points Observation Hockey. 13. 060 points Swordsmanship. 13. 410 items. A piece of leather armor Ironstone. A bottle of insecticide. Lost chapters. 2 packs of advanced fertilizer prediction skill fruit. Lost chapters. In crafting. Serrated short dagger. In crafting skills. Spike defense. Level 3. Ice flash. Level 3. Ice barrier. Level 2. Steadfast brave tune. Level 2. Frenzied taunt. Level 2. Glacier storm. Level 2. Piercing star spear. Level 3. Steel slash. Level 3. Wave slash. Level 3. Wind barrier. Level 3. Gunfire negotiation. Level 2. Scurvy treatment. Level 2. Gunpowder barrel. Level 2. Cannon barrage. Level 2. Blinding blow dart. Level 2 coins. 580. 527 devil fruits. Shock fruit. Ignore C effects. Flash fruit. Ignore C effects. Magma fruit. Ignore C effects. Weapons. Sheathless blade equipment. Lost chapters. Randally's torment. Reflective armor. 14 healing pearls. 10 small knives. On the other side, Marco had also flown to Kaido's Wano country. Another familiar place. The Heavenly Hazard of Wano. The previous supervisor of the Heavenly Hazard, the 6 Flying Brothers, had been demoted due to Marco's previous practice. And now guarding the Heavenly Hazard was a Zoan-type crocodile fruit user named Leek. Keep a close watch for me. If anything happens, report it to me immediately. I don't want to end up like that unlucky guy last time, being completely wiped out without even being able to send a message. Leek said seriously, having been slapped and demoted by Lord Kaido in a fit of rage. Upon hearing Leek's words, the pirate underlings stationed at the Heavenly Hazard hurriedly took out their binoculars, ready to inform Leek at the first sign of trouble. Even Leek himself took out his binoculars, constantly observing the situation ahead. At the very least, they absolutely could not end up like the previous unlucky guy who was completely wiped out by Marco, without even a message being sent to Lord Kaido. While everyone was observing intently, a chill suddenly swept over them. Strange, in this hot weather, why does it feel like a cold wind is blowing? Leek sneezed and said suspiciously. Taking out his binoculars again, he saw a blue dot in his field of vision that was continuously expanding, gradually becoming clearer. Chapter 129, Marco. You won't survive. 2 minutes. Leek was completely dumbfounded. That familiar figure, the blue flames, the flying ability. Who else in this world could it be but Marco? Damn it, it's Marco. That bastard is back. Leek exclaimed, sweating profusely. Quick, report to Lord Kaido. We absolutely cannot let Marco pass our heavenly hazard so easily. Internally, he was cursing. What the hell is wrong with this Marco? Last time he caused so much trouble for our beast pirates, and now he's back. Can't he just find someone else to mess with? Coming back for a second round? This is really outrageous. Upon hearing Leek's command, the intelligence officer stationed at the heavenly hazard quickly took out a nearby Den Mushy. Fortunately, Lord Leek is quite meticulous, letting us intelligence officers keep the Den Mushy close by, so we can report to Lord Kaido at any time. Yeah, haha, even if he wipes us all out, the pirates from the entire Beast Pirates will arrive here immediately. This time Marco is doomed, the intelligence officer muttered. However, when the intelligence officer's hand was on the Den Mushy, he was shocked to find that there was no signal at all. Looking again, a terrifying chill had instantly engulfed the phone booth, and the intelligence officer was directly frozen into an ice sculpture. Even their Lord Leek was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, and Marco, who didn't know when, had already arrived at their heavenly hazard. The intense chill, combined with Randallie's torment, was constantly torturing their bodies. The 2,000 pirates guarding the heavenly hazard were destined for only one outcome: death. The entire heavenly hazard, the first line of defense carefully crafted by Kaido, was instantly breached by Marco. They had even spotted Marco, but they didn't even have the time to report to Kaido before being instantly killed. Marco slowly landed on the ground, looking at the ice-covered scene with great satisfaction. Ever since Vice-Captain Yu gave me Randallie's torment, my speed, strength, and freezing damage have all undergone a qualitative improvement. Kaido, just wait. Last time, I, Marco, had to escape because I couldn't free my hands and feet while grabbing two maids. This time, I will definitely give you a good beating and then take Peggy-wan away. Marco murmured. Since I'm here again, and it's the second time, if I don't cause a ruckus, I want to feel satisfied. Therefore, without saying a word, Marco ran wildly towards Onigashima. At this moment, inside Onigashima in Wano country, Kaido was giving a speech. That old thief Whitebeard has gone too far. Our beast pirates have now reached a consensus with the Big Mom pirates to launch a super war. At that time, I will deploy 70% of our beast pirates forces, so you guys better not embarrass me, as long as anyone can kill any captain of the Whitebeard pirates. No matter who it is, Kaido will promote them. In the sky above Onigashima, thunder and lightning flashed, and Kaido's speech was quite stirring. In an instant, the sound of killing filled the air. It's true that this pre-battle mobilization speech really boosted the morale of the beast pirates. You must know that the last time Marco came, he directly wreaked havoc on the beast pirates and then left without a second thought, which greatly dampened the spirits of many pirates in the beast pirates. Now, hearing that the Big Mom pirates are a powerful ally, and with Kaido's passionate speech, their morale has indeed recovered quite a bit. On the entire Onigashima, nearly a third of Kaido's forces, almost 10,000 troops, gathered, along with prominent figures like Fire Disaster Ash and Drought Jack, all shouting madly at the sky under Kaido's speech, determined to tear apart the Whitebeard pirates. Meanwhile, Marco, who was rushing through Wano, caused quite a stir. Some of the Wano citizens had already noticed the flying bird in the sky. Wherever Marco passed, a wave of cold air rushed in, causing the citizens on the streets to shiver uncontrollably. Look, there's an ice bird in the sky. This cold wave must be caused by that ice bird. In the quarry of Wano, the elephant man Baba Nookie was drinking tea in his office when suddenly a messenger rushed in urgently. Report. Lord Baba Nookie, the criminals in the quarry can't work now, the messenger said, panting heavily. Upon hearing this, Baba Nookie's face turned furious. These pesky guys actually went on strike? Today is the day Lord Queen is inspecting, and they've affected my reputation. Just wait until I skin these lazy criminals alive. After saying this, Baba Nookie picked up the whip from his desk, ready to give those lazy criminals a good beating. But the messenger gasped for breath again and spoke up. Report, Lord Baba Nookie. It's not that these criminals are slacking off. It's the cold wave. Hearing this, Baba Nookie indeed felt a chill in his body. However, how could a cold wave come on such a hot day? Seeing that Lord Baba Nookie was puzzled, the messenger continued, I heard that this cold wave was caused by an ice bird in the sky. An ice bird? Could it be some rare divine beast that can cause a cold wave? Wait, Something seems off. Babanuki suddenly widened his eyes. Quick, tell me what this ice bird looks like. Babanuki's expression suddenly became serious. Report, according to the citizens, they couldn't see what the ice bird looked like clearly, but they can confirm that it was surrounded by strange blue flames. The messenger said truthfully, Buzz. Babanuki felt his head buzzing. Blue flames. It must be Marco. Although the last time Marco caused a scene in Wano, many people still hadn't seen Marco's true form and mistook him for some giant ice bird. This is not good. I need to quickly report this to Lord Queen, Babanuki said in panic. At this moment, Queen had also come to inspect and saw that the criminals were not working at all, instantly becoming furious. Babanuki, that bastard, get him over here, Queen shouted angrily. Lord Queen, I'm here. Babanuki ran over quickly. As he reached Queen's side, Queen was just about to scold him when he heard the major news. Report, Lord Queen, Marco, that bastard has come to our Wano again. Babanuki nearly shouted. What? This bastard just won't quit? Upon hearing this, Queen was shocked, his eyes nearly popping out. Lord Kaido has an order. If anyone from the Whitebeard pirates is found, they must be reported immediately or face demotion. He didn't want to be implicated and demoted to a warlord, so he directly called the beast Kaido. At that moment, Kaido was rallying his troops and frowned when he saw the din mushi ringing in his hand. Does Queen not know I'm holding a mobilization meeting? Seriously, these subordinates are becoming more and more unreliable. What is it, Queen? Speak quickly. Don't you know that right now, I'm in the middle of a pre-battle mobilization meeting? Kaido said, slightly blaming him. Report, Lord Kaido. Marco, that bastard, has come to our Wano again and is now near the quarry. Queen shouted to Kaido. Kaido, who was passionately giving a speech, instantly showed a hint of ferocity on his face upon hearing Queen's report. That guy Marco had previously caused a ruckus in Wano, knocking out his 2 front teeth, and for that, Charlotte Linlin had laughed at him for a long time. He never expected that Marco would dare to come back, treating the beast pirates like what? Queen, keep an eye on him. I'm coming over right away. After saying that, Kaido transformed into a massive azure dragon. Jean, you stay here and continue the speech. I'm going to capture Marco and kill him to set an example for our upcoming battle. After finishing his words, the colossal dragon soared towards the direction of the quarry. On the other side, near the quarry, the Plague Queen, after receiving the order, wore a face full of melancholy. Should I go stop Marco? Last time, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Not to mention me. Even Jean and Jack were frozen by Marco. Even Lord Kaido himself was directly knocked out cold. This time, I actually have to organize Marco by myself. This task is really difficult. Quinn kept moving around in the quarry. Got it. Babanuki, go bring Marco over here. I want to use my latest mummies and ice demons to deal with him. Quinn patted his thigh. The mummies can make the poison ones feel hot all over, as if they are being roasted in fire, which is perfect for dealing with Marco. And the ice demons can use all the laborers in the quarry to poison them and attack Marco. I'm simply a genius. Even if I can't take you down, Marco, I can definitely hold you back. The Plague Quinn said proudly. Yes, Lord Quinn. After receiving the order, Babanuki directly picked up a super loudspeaker from the quarry. He aimed the speaker at Marco, who was flying in the sky. Marco, you fool, if you have guts, come down. Let's see if I don't break your wings. Babanuki said loudly through the loudspeaker while looking at the sky with binoculars. Marco, who was flying in the sky, suddenly heard someone yelling. Looking over, it was indeed the sound coming from the Beast Pirate's quarry. Good, since I'm not looking for you. You come looking for me. Just right. I've heard from Izumi brothers that most of the prisoners here are followers of Odin. You guys oppress and beat the prisoners here every day, so I might as well liberate this place. After saying this, there was a swoosh. The Marco, who was previously soaring in the sky, suddenly disappeared in a strange manner. Babanuki, who was below watching Marco's trajectory with binoculars, was startled when he saw Marco vanish. Marco, he coming. Turning around, he saw that Quinn had already hidden well. Run, damn it! Babanuki shouted loudly, wanting to find a place to hide, but he had only just moved a couple of steps when he suddenly felt a figure appear behind him. Turning around to look, there was no one there. But the cold chill made Babanuki realize that Marco had definitely arrived. This feeling is truly horrifying. You, where are you? Marco. Babanuki shouted loudly. It was obvious that after Marco obtained the Landry torture equipment, not only had his offensive capabilities greatly increased, but even his speed and control over his undead abilities had also received a significant boost due to the enhancement of his magical power. Just as Babanuki was asking where Marco was, a blue flame descended again. But this time, Marco directly appeared right in front of Babanuki. With a beautiful flying kick lifted high, he delivered a heavy kick to Babanuki's head. Boom! Accompanied by 2 front teeth and a splash of blood soaring through the air, Babanuki's massive body was sent flying. Finally, his heavy body crashed into a huge boulder, which had been incredibly hard before, but was shattered into rubble by Marco's kick. You, this idiot, still want to find trouble with me? I'm about to liberate everyone at the quarry. Marco clapped his hands and said mockingly, You bastard, just wait. Our Lord Quinn will definitely deal with you. Babanuki shouted angrily while holding his bleeding nose. The next moment, however, he felt a chill rising within his body, his mouth trembling from the cold. Say whatever you want. Anyway, with my undead freezing power, you won't last 2 minutes. Marco said with a slight smile, teasingly. Won't last 2 minutes? Although this ability is quite terrifying and feels extremely cold, Babanuki knew that as long as the freezing time wasn't too long, he wouldn't be in any life-threatening danger. Last time, when Marco caused a ruckus in Wano country, not a single one of the 10 from the beast pirates who were frozen had died. Chapter 130. Ice Marco as the warden of the quarry, Babanuki naturally had no problem with this. Ha ha ha, you're exaggerating, Marco. I might be gradually frozen to death by your freezing power in 2 hours, but 2 minutes? Who do you look down on? Although his legs and arms were already frozen, Babanuki still shivered and said. Marco, however, smiled slightly. Oh, is that so? Then feel it carefully, Marco said with a smirk. Reminded by Marco, Babanuki then realized that this freezing power not only had a freezing effect on him, but there was an even more terrifying sensation. As if something was constantly gnawing at him. His blood was being drained a portion every second. You, what did you add to your freezing power? Why does it hurt so much? The quarry warden Babanuki said in horror. Just as he finished speaking, the terrifying freezing power spread throughout Babanuki's entire body, turning him into a massive ice block, rendering him unable to speak. I've heard about your deeds in the quarry. Calling you an executioner is not an exaggeration. This kind of death is quite suitable for you. After Marco coldly said this, he prepared to liberate the entire quarry. In the watchtower at the highest point of the quarry, the cunning Quinn was looking down with a telescope at the situation below. Damn, Marco, he's actually stronger than before. Brothers, hold him down for me. Let him taste the power of the mummies first. After saying this, Play Quinn took out a virus gun from his waist and aimed it at Marco. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of mummy virus bullets charged toward Marco. At the same time, the pirates who had been guarding the quarry all rushed in from all directions. In an instant, the sound of killing filled the air. However, it was clear that these pirates were merely fodder used by Quinn to delay Marco. Facing the bullets in the sky, Marco activated his flying ability and easily dodged them, with each bullet hitting the bodies of the beast pirates instead. A large number of pirates exclaimed that it was so hot. Subsequently, due to the excessive internal temperature, their blood suddenly burst out at a critical point and a massive amount of blood erupted, turning the entire quarry scene into a bloody mess. Quinn, you bastard. You really are cruel, even killing your own subordinates. Marco frowned slightly, beginning to use his observation hockey to sense Quinn's presence. At that moment, however, the prison gate opened. Groups of quarry criminals were released, and their only goal was to stop Marco. You all stop Marco for me, otherwise don't even think about getting the antidote from me. And your fate will be to be tortured to death by my virus. Either capture Marco, or you will all be tortured to death by the virus. The death game has officially begun. Ha ha. Quinn laughed maniacally, his purple lips curling into a wicked smile. After saying this, Quinn took out a machine gun and crazily shot at Marco. Bang, 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 bang. Sparks flew everywhere. For a moment, the entire arena was filled with Quinn's bullets. Marco instinctively dodged, but after he evaded, the bullets hit the bodies of the quarry workers instead. Ah, so hot. So hot. So hot. I feel like I'm going to evaporate. Someone help me. Save me. In an instant, Various workers were hit by Quinn's bullets, collapsing to the ground and struggling madly. Damn it, Quinn, you bastard! As a part-time ship doctor of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco despised despicable people like Quinn the most. A chill surged from Marco's body, and his observation hockey had already detected Quinn's location. He lifted his leg high and unleashed an ice phoenix stamp toward the watchtower. Boom! A terrifying chill instantly struck. Quinn's eyes nearly popped out. Damn, I can't withstand Marco's attack. Just after saying this, the ice crystal phoenix stamp exploded directly on the watchtower, and the terrifying chill surged in an instant, visibly freezing the entire watchtower in massive ice blocks. Previously, Quinn had mocked Jack and Ember for being turned into ice blocks by Marco, but when he truly faced Marco in battle, he finally realized the terror of Marco. This freezing ability is even more terrifying than Akiji, who has consumed the ice fruit. Although Quinn jumped down from the observation deck with all his might, he still suffered a slight erosion from the undead freezing power. This time, not only was there the binding power of freezing and immortality, but what terrified Quinn even more was that this freezing power also had a corrosive effect. This reminded me of the super sulfuric acid in my laboratory, getting touched by something like that wouldn't end well. Quinn, who had jumped to the ground, hurriedly hid in a room, took out a bottle of potion, and applied it to his arm, which had been corroded by the freezing power. Zzz. In an instant, all kinds of gases filled the room, spreading rapidly as if a thick fog had descended. Seeing the dense fog, Quinn was directly frightened. The more fog produced by his potion, the stronger the toxicity of the wound, and Marco's freezing power actually generated a room full of fog, which meant that the red Marco's freezing power not only could freeze people, but also had terrifying ongoing damage. Given the density of the fog, it might completely erode a person in just a minute or two. This made Quinn feel a bit scared. Fortunately, he wasn't as reckless as Jack and didn't rush in, but chose to shoot quietly from a distance. Otherwise, if he had been hit at close range, he would have been instantly killed. The more he thought about it, the more frightened Quinn became. Marco's combat power far exceeded his imagination. In the entire Beast Pirates crew, aside from Lord Kaido, no one could match Marco. On the other side, taking advantage of Quinn's escape and inability to shoot at him, Marco approached the workers. With his freezing powers, he instantly froze those poisoned workers. Although he couldn't rescue them, he could completely halt the spread of the poison. Of course, this was just the power of freezing. He hadn't unleashed any of his other destructive corrosive abilities. He had heard from Izu that these people were once followers of Captain Odin. He had no reason not to save them. However, the workers didn't understand this at all and thought Marco was just afraid of the virus spreading to himself. So he froze them into ice blocks. If we don't take down this pineapple head, we'll all be tortured to death by the virus. They had no choice but to rush towards Marco, shouting. Marco's mouth twitched. Pineapple head? Who are you calling that, me? I have the cool name Phoenix of Ice and Crystal, and you call me Pineapple Head? But Marco had no intention of attacking these workers. Don't misunderstand. I'm here to free you. Just now, I used my freezing powers to freeze those poisoned individuals and stop the spread of the virus. Trust me, I'm Marco. Can cure your virus. Marco shouted loudly to the crowd, rushing towards him. At this moment, among the crowd, an elderly man with a flaming hairstyle paused slightly upon hearing Marco's voice. Marco, that name sounds familiar, right? Lord Odin once said he had an interesting little guy on Whitebeard's ship named Marco. Everyone, don't misunderstand. This is Lord Odin's friend. This old man is naturally the former underworld boss, Leopard Wulong. Because he offended Kaido, he is now mining in the quarry. As a follower of Lord Odin, he still holds a certain level of prestige in the entire quarry. At this moment, the people rushing towards Marco stopped in their tracks and turned back to look at the laborers who had fallen to the ground. Indeed, although they had been frozen into blocks of ice, at the same time, the virus that felt like it was being roasted over a fire was also temporarily suppressed by the freezing power. He was right. It was Lord Yutian's friends. Lord Yutian's friends, who had come to rescue us. The laborers once again recalled that man, Kazuki Odin, and one by one, they began to cry, all kneeling before Marco. Thank you, benefactor. Since you are a friend of Lord Kazuki Odin and have come to save us, we should bow to you. Get up quickly. Marco hurriedly helped the laborers up. Looking at these simple laborers, Marco's inner anger gradually surged. That guy, Queen, didn't treat the laborers as human beings. He cruelly killed them with viruses, which had crossed Marco's bottom line. Just wait, I will rescue you. Marco's eyes blazed with anger as he furrowed his brows and said, Queen, you will pay for this. Meanwhile, Queen, hiding in a corner, saw this scene and immediately cursed. You bastards, you think Marco is here to save you, huh? I'll make sure you all meet the Grim Reaper. With that, Queen immediately took out the newly developed Ice Demon bullets, loading them into his gun, and aimed them at Marco and the others to fire again. Bang, 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 bang. A dense barrage of bullets shot out from Queen's hands. But this time, the targets were not Marco, but rather the pirates of the Beast Pirates. Haha! This Ice Demon can turn the infected into zombies that continue to spread the virus. None of you can escape. Queen said smugly. Sure enough, under the influence of the Ice Demon virus, the infected minions of the Beast Pirates went crazy, tearing at the people around them. The quarry, which had been quiet, descended into chaos again, and within just a few seconds, many laborers were bitten by the zombies of the Beast Pirates, directly turning into ice demons. And Queen's bullets showed no sign of stopping. After all, his main goal was to delay, and there was no need to engage Marco in battle. Bastard! But this completely enraged Marco. Seeing such a despicable Queen, Marco clenched his fists tightly, as if he wanted to draw blood, and a powerful fighting spirit instantly filled the surroundings. Above the sky, which had been clear just moments ago, suddenly became extremely dark under Marco's aura. Dark clouds gathered over the quarry, and then various hailstorms poured down from the sky. The citizens of Wano country surrounding the quarry were shocked by this scene, holding their breath. My God, what's happening? It's a hot day, and it's hailing? It's the ice god. The legendary ice god is said to be an ice crystal phoenix. It must be true. The ice bird that appeared in the sky before must be the ice god. As one citizen spoke the name of the ice god, the Wano citizens, witnessing this spectacular sight, all knelt down. Lord Ice God, you have come to save us. You must have come to save us. Let us pray. Give us back the Wano we once had. In an instant, a large number of citizens around the quarry knelt down, praying towards the direction of the quarry. At the quarry, a massive hailstorm poured down from the sky, instantly bringing a chilling aura, and it also showed a tendency to continue to expand and spread throughout the quarry. The ice demons that had previously been chasing and tearing each other apart in the quarry were instantly turned into one ice sculpture after another under the hailstorm. After releasing the hailstorm, Marco directly flew towards Queen's hiding spot. Queen, in his concealed corner, was shocked and couldn't close his mouth. What kind of ability is this? I never heard from Jean or the others that Marco had the ability to change the weather. This is terrifying. The entire quarry has been indiscriminately frozen by this massive hailstorm. Queen's heart raced. Marco's strength was even more powerful than he had imagined. Kaido, when will you come? If you don't come soon, I'm really going to collapse. Queen complained. Looking again, he saw a figure that had appeared in the blink of an eye, flying towards him. Phoenix stamp. Boom! A heavy kick slammed into Queen's abdomen, and Queen was kicked away on the spot. A large amount of blood sprayed from Queen's mouth, splattering in the air, quite bloody. When Queen landed, he was shocked to find that his abdomen had already been affected by the undying freezing power corroding him. In a hurry, he took out a bottle of potion and sprayed it on himself. But while the undying freezing power was temporarily suppressed, a significant scar immediately formed on his body, likely to be difficult to remove for the rest of his life. Bastard Marco, I'll fight you to the end. Queen's mechanical arm began to spin frantically, turning bright red, with scorching energy contrasting sharply against the surrounding cold. Wetting Feast Hot Fist. I'll burn you to death. Queen shouted in anger. Chapter 131. Marco says goodbye to Kaido upon hearing Queen's words. Marco smiled slightly. Burn me to death? You must have chosen the wrong target. Frozen Phoenix stamp. Marco kicked out again. Boom! Fire and ice collided, and for a moment, the temperature in the entire room suddenly fluctuated, causing an explosion due to the expanding air. Upon contact, the previously bright red mechanical arm of Queen was instantly invaded by Marco's freezing power. The high temperature generated from the friction was insignificant in front of Marco's freezing power. The high temperature on the mechanical arm cooled down immediately, replaced by a terrifying chill. And ice crystals instantly formed on Queen's mechanical arm. Queen took out his potion and frantically applied it, but this time the freezing power was far too intense. And the potion was of no use at all. Even more terrifying was that the corrosive effect of the freezing power had already created numerous pits on his mechanical arm, and the undying freezing power continued to spread towards him. Large beads of sweat dripped down from the back of Queen's plump head. In a moment of desperation, Queen had no choice but to remove his mechanical arm to prevent the spread of the ice crystals. Looking utterly pathetic, terrified, Queen chose to flee. There was no way he could match Marco at this point. Queen, this time, I won't let you escape. Angry, Marco would not give Queen a chance to flee. The undying flames surged on his wings as he chased after Queen. After running just a couple of steps, Queen looked up at the relentless Marco in the sky and felt a wave of helplessness. Marco, when will this end? When our Lord Kaido arrives. I will definitely turn you into minced meat. Queen gasped and shouted loudly. However, what awaited Queen was a massive ice spear. Damn it, I've been hit. I'm definitely going to die. Queen's expression was exaggerated, and as a robot, red lasers shot out of his eyes. Marco looked disdainful. With his freezing power, how could a little technological trick like yours resist him? Boom, boom, boom. Various lasers struck Marco's ice spikes, destroying part of them, but only a portion. The majority of the remaining ice spikes were still intact. The remaining ice spikes continued at full speed and directly impaled Quinn's plump body. In an instant, a scream like that of a slaughtered pig echoed. Layers of freezing power spread through Quinn's body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The stinging sensation, compounded by Landry's torment, made Quinn feel worse than death. Bastard. Just wait. Our Lord Kaido will be here soon. He will definitely not spare you. In excruciating pain, Quinn cursed wildly, nearly losing his sanity. Marco, however, smiled slightly in the sky. Are you talking about that guy Kaido? Sorry, I came here just to beat him up. Marco's expression was extremely arrogant. I'm giving you a chance now, Quinn. If you hand over the antidote, I can spare your life. Marco continued. Ha, don't dream, Marco. Lord Kaido is coming soon, and your death is not far off. As for the antidote, ha, you will never get in your lifetime. The next moment, a wave of immortal freezing power surged again, and under the terrifying cold, the plump body of Quinn was directly frozen into a giant ice block. You will die painfully in my immortal freezing power, Quinn, Marco said coldly. The Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates have always been at odds. And this Quinn is a perverse sadist who enjoys tormenting and killing. So Marco showed no mercy. After doing all this, Marco returned directly to the quarry. Looking at the frozen crowd, Marco appeared calm. His desire to obtain the antidote from Quinn was merely to save time. He had no way to explain that he had no means to rescue everyone. As a user of the Phoenix Devil Fruit, he naturally possessed the ability to cure the virus. Marco immediately thawed one of the workers infected with the ice demon. Once thawed, this worker acted like he had gone mad, clawing and rushing towards Marco. A wave of phoenix flames descended upon this ice demon-infected pirate, finally restoring some of his sanity. What did I just do? Why is my body so uncontrollable? The ice demon virus worker exclaimed in shock, while also trying his best to suppress the impulse to bite. Don't panic, I can try to detoxify you, Marco said seriously, hearing that Marco would detoxify him. The worker showed a disappointed expression. Impossible, the toxin from Quinn can only be cured by Quinn's own antidote. No one else in this world can remove it, the virus-infected worker said with a look of despair. However, the next moment, the worker suddenly felt the coldness within him being stripped away by something. The laborer was instantly dumbfounded, as the one who stripped him of the virus was none other than Marco, standing before him. Marco was also excited. This ice demon primarily relied on lowering human body temperature to allow the virus to invade. Coincidentally, after being guided by Vice-Captain Yu, he had absolute control over the essence of ice, and he could fully control the chill caused by the ice demon. So, while treating the poison worker, Marco simply used his undead freezing ability and instantly extracted the chill from the laborer's body. The rest was simple. All it took was the flames of the immortal phoenix to cure the laborer's toxin. Marco slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Thus, under the shocked expression of the laborer, his body, which had been afflicted by ice poison, slowly returned to normal. My God, am I dreaming? I really have been rescued, the laborer exclaimed almost frantically. Next, one laborer after another gradually returned to normal under Marco's rescue. We were poisoned by the ice demon, and we were actually cured? It's unbelievable. Benefactor, you are truly powerful. The healed laborers once again knelt before Marco. Leopard 5 also showed a look of shock. I really didn't expect this. Lord Odin's friend, your medical skills are simply superb. Marco was quite pleased with all the flattery. Ha ha ha, you flatter me. Leopard 5, I've already frozen all the pirates in this quarry. You go and liberate all the laborers here, Marco said to Leopard 5 beside him. Don't worry, Lord Odin's friend. Leave this to me. You should hurry and escape. With such a huge commotion in Wano, Kaido will definitely come. Leopard 5 said to Marco with a worried expression. Yes, Benefactor, hurry and escape. If Kaido comes, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. The rescued laborers also urged Marco one by one. Marco, however, looked disdainful. Kaido, I've been worried about not being able to find him. If he can come over, it will save me the time of looking for him, Marco said dismissively. The people around were momentarily stunned by this statement. To be honest, they had witnessed Marco's strength firsthand. Even someone as powerful as Quinn was completely insignificant in front of Marco. However, to say that Marco could defeat Kaido, the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, was something no one believed. If he could really defeat Kaido, wouldn't Marco be the 5th emperor of the sea? News would have spread like wildfire. Just as everyone was about to continue persuading Marco, the entire sky suddenly darkened immensely. Purple lightning struck down from the sky incessantly. The gale howled fiercely, sweeping away waves of rubble. Above the dark clouds, a gigantic dragon head suddenly appeared. Chapter 132. Not as cool as Thunder's 8 trigrams beast Kaido hovering in the sky. Saw such a frozen scene and then looked at Marco, instantly revealing a face full of rage. Damn Marco, you bastard. I haven't come to take my revenge on you yet, and you dare to come back? Veins bulged on Kaido's dragon head, his expression filled with fury. One could see flames almost bursting from his lantern-like eyes. Ha ha, let me tell you the truth, Kaido. I'm here to settle the score with you this time. Last time I had someone with me, it was inconvenient to fight, but this time let's have a good duel. Facing Kaido's emperor-level intimidation, Marco showed no signs of fear, but rather a hint of mockery. Seeing Marco's reaction, Kaido became even more furious. Just 2 days since they last met, and Marco already dared to confront him head-on? At that moment, Kaido's eyes suddenly turned to Quinn, and they widened in shock. Quinn, that guy, is he about to die? Kaido exclaimed in alarm. Through his observation haki, he could clearly sense that Quinn's life force was extremely weak at that moment. A wave of heat surged from the sky directly towards Quinn. Under Kaido's heat, the ice surrounding Quinn finally began to thaw, gradually revealing him from his previously frozen state. However, the horrifying wounds on Quinn's body were evident, as if he had been thrown into a pool of sulfuric acid, with corrosion marks everywhere. Kaido furrowed his brows tightly, his face incredulous. You actually injured Quinn to this extent. Marco, what on earth did you do to him? Marco smirked slightly. It's called the Torment of Landry, Marco said with a smile. Kaido was left dumbfounded. The Torment of Landry? What is that? Is it some kind of special technological power? However, before Kaido could think too much about it, Marco suddenly raised his toes, aiming at Beast Kaido. Unding frosen hoenik said. A force of freezing power appeared in the sky, charging straight towards Kaido. Kaido instinctively released his heat breath, but he bizarrely found that his ability had strangely lost its effect in front of Marco's undying frozen power. Damn it! Kaido suddenly remembered that during the previous encounter, Marco's thousands of mountains had also made it difficult for his heat breath to break through its constraints. This was indeed a terrifying ability. With no other choice, since his heat breath was ineffective, he had to think of another way. He, who was known as the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air, had ruled for so many years not just because of a mere fire-breathing skill, In the sky, thunder and lightning crackled, and Kaido's massive dragon body directly dodged Marco's attack. The next moment, Kaido transformed into his human form, his face twisted in a fierce expression. Since my dragon form can't deal with you, let me show you my Thunder's 8 trigrams. Do you really think I'm that easy to bully? Suddenly, the sky became even more thunderous as Kaido wielded his kanabo, the Conqueror's haki wrapping around it, and unleashed a terrifying Thunder's 8 trigrams toward Marco. Leopard Goro, situated at the quarry, looked up at the Thunder's 8 trigrams in the sky, revealing a worried expression. After all, this move had caused Lord Kazuki Oden quite a bit of trouble back in the day. Now, whether Marco could withstand it was still a question. In Leopard Goro's view, Marco was formidable because of his freezing abilities, which happened to counter Quinn's Ice Demon and Kaido's Heat Breath. But when it came to overall combat power, the 4 emperors were still 4 emperors. They were not something an ordinary vice-emperor could surpass. Marco, be careful, Leopard Goro said anxiously. Facing Kaido's powerful strike, Marco showed no signs of worry. Under Kaido's immense pressure, Marco was not afraid at all. Instead, he laughed mockingly. Kaido, you don't really think a mere Conqueror's haki-wrapped Thunder's 8 trigrams could take me down, do you? Marco said disdainfully. Ice barrier. Marco shouted loudly. In the next moment, a gigantic glacier peak was instantly summoned by Marco, crashing towards Kaido. Kaido's Thunder's 8 trigrams, which had been approaching Marco, was now directly blocked by this ice mountain. Boom! A terrifying impact struck the glacier mountain, creating a tremendous sound throughout the heavens and earth. Kaido's hands, gripping the kanabo, struck the massive ice mountain, causing his hands to ache and his palms to tingle. However, it did not budge the ice mountain in the slightest. Watching such a dramatic scene unfold, Leopard Goro's eyes nearly popped out, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. What? What is going on? Thousands of ice mountains. Are they really summoned by Marco? If this is true, this ability is too terrifying. Could it be that after the Phoenix Devil Fruit awakens, he can summon thousands of ice mountains? Leopard Goro said in astonishment. The other laborers, witnessing such a shocking scene, directly revered Marco as a deity. This ability is 100 times cooler than Kaido's Thunderbog, right? Chapter 133, Battle with Kaido on the Battlefield. Kaido of the Beasts looked at the familiar scene in front of him, gritting his teeth in anger. The last time he was also brushed aside by Marco like this, and he never expected that just 2 days later, this terrifying ability would appear before him again. This time, Kaido was quite clever. Instead of continuing to attack the ice mountain in front of him, he directly transformed into his hybrid form, leaped powerfully, and prepared to soar over the mountain. At the same time, as Beast Kaido was in midair, he tightly gripped the kanabo in his hand. The massive kanabo swung continuously in Kaido's hands. Dragon Twister. The Conqueror's haki immediately condensed and wrapped around the kanabo, enhancing its agility and power with his hybrid form, and aimed a strike at Marco's head. The terrifying attack created a crack in the sky, a manifestation of space shattering. Mako! Kaido roared. Marco frowned slightly. Indeed, a Yonko-level opponent was quite troublesome. He could easily take out the calamities, but against a Yonko, he really needed to show his true abilities. In the next moment, Marco activated his full combat power. With the help of his Phoenix abilities and a magical enhancement from his Nightwing equipment, Marco's flying capability had reached an unprecedented height. Whoosh! Marco flapped his wings, and the next moment, Kaido's Dragon Twister smashed down onto a mountain in the quarry. With a tremendous roar, the previously vast mountain range was reduced to fragments of stone under Kaido's strike. Realizing that his attack had missed, Kaido's expression grew increasingly serious. This guy Marco not only gained a peculiar ability, but also significantly enhanced his basic combat power. Kaido had witnessed Marco's strength before. In his hybrid form, Kaido's attack, Dragon Twister, was something Marco could not possibly evade. Yet now, in his enraged state, with a full-force strike launched unexpectedly, Marco had managed to dodge it. This shows that Marco's basic combat power has already reached the threshold of the 4 emperors. Damn it, there are already enough emperors in this world. We absolutely cannot let any other little brat claim the title of emperor. Kaido of the 100 Beasts said angrily. In the next moment, Kaido's figure became illusory again, leaving only a shadow in place. In just an instant, Kaido charged in front of Marco once more. Kung Tashikaz, Kaido shouted in rage. A pillar of energy was released from Kaido's kanabo, drawing an arc in the sky as it shot straight towards Marco. It was like a flash of lightning in the pitch-black night, moving at an incredible speed. The other laborers couldn't discern the power of this move, but Leopard Goro, who once was the boss of the underworld in Wano, could clearly see that Kaido's strike was definitely extraordinary, whether it was speed, destructive power, or attack range. It was much stronger than Kaido's previous moves. Daibutsu Reime Hack. The furious Kaido wasn't done yet. After unleashing a long-range attack, he once again wielded his kanabo and, at an extremely fast speed, unleashed a series of terrifying attacks on Marco in front of him. Looking at the enraged Kaido in the sky, Marco smirked. Indeed, the strength of the four emperors is no joke. However, he is a man who has received personal guidance from Vice-Captain Yu. It is well known that under Vice-Captain Yu's guidance, Jozu and Vista have already defeated Dracula Mihawk, especially Jozu, who directly forced red-haired Shanks to admit defeat in the Whitebeard pirates, and both have entered the ranks of the four emperors. Although revered as a master at the level of the four emperors by the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, has no impressive achievements. The only somewhat decent achievement was just knocking out 2 of Kaido's front teeth. It was that simple. He cannot let the Whitebeard pirates down. Thinking this, Marco's head, empowered by the power of the undead freezing, directly formed a huge barrier. He hurled it towards Kaido. A terrifying chill instantly surged forth. Kaido could feel the dreadful corrosiveness of this chilling aura invading his body. If it weren't for his strong resistance, this coldness alone could have killed him. However, he knew he couldn't retreat now. Kaido was fully aware that if he retreated now, he would never be able to defeat Marco, who possessed such troublesome abilities and had significantly improved his basic combat strength. There was no way back for him now. Roar! Kaido howled, enduring the corrosion brought on by Landry's torment, and the force with which he swung his kanabo not only didn't decrease, but instead accelerated. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with the sounds of Kaido's kanabo colliding with ice blocks. The two forces were in a stalemate, with terrifying aftershocks centered around Kaido and Marco spreading wildly in all directions. Fragments of the undead, freezing power fell from the sky, landing on the ground and instantly forming large frozen areas. The residual power of Kaido's thunderous lightning also fell from the sky, crashing onto the quarry mountains, causing them to shatter into pieces. The minions in the quarry were left dumbfounded. In their minds, Kaido was an existence that could never be defeated. Now, someone was actually able to fight evenly with the enraged Kaido, something they never even dreamed of. At this moment, the nearby pirate minions had already arrived at the quarry. When they saw this scene, their eyes widened in disbelief. Damn, Marco is actually fighting to a standstill against Kaido in his prime. It turns out the rumors about the Whitebeard pirates captains, under the leadership of the mysterious Vice-Captain, gaining powerful technological strength, were true. Quick, go help Lord Kaido. Oh, and report this to Jack and Lord Ashura on Onigashima. Marco's strength is terrifying. It seems like Lord Kaido is struggling alone. On Onigashima, to be honest, after Kaido left, Ashura and Jack were still a bit uneasy. After all, they had personally witnessed Marco's power back then. Jack, I have a bad feeling. Should we go take a look? Ashura asked Jack, who was standing nearby. Upon hearing this, Jack frowned slightly. Unlike Ashura, whose image contrasted sharply with the outside world, Jack was completely obedient to Lord Kaido's orders and dared not defy him. But Lord Kaido said before leaving that we should continue with the war mobilization meeting and wait for him to bring back good news about capturing Marco. If we set off rashly, won't Lord Kaido be unhappy? Jack asked weakly. At that moment, the din-din mushi in the conference hall suddenly rang. Kaido frowned slightly and directly answered the call. The other end informed him of the situation at the quarry. Upon hearing this, Jack's eyes went wide. What did you say? Queen the Plague is in a life-or-death situation? The virus has been conquered, and Lord Kaido is actually fighting Marco to a standstill, with the outcome unknown? A series of explosive news was instantly conveyed to Jack. After hanging up, Jack let out a bitter laugh. Ashura, I think we should go support them. On the battlefield, although Kaido was being eroded by the undead freezing power, even his dragon scales had holes pierced through them, he still held on. After a stalemate of several seconds, Kaido actually began to steadily close in on Marco. Ha ha, Marco, you little brat. Who do you think you are? Who do you think I am? I am the immortal beast, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Only Whitebeard, the captain of your crew, has the qualification to be my opponent. Kaido bared his fangs, regaining his previous confidence, and said smugly. Marco didn't expect that Kaido's fighting power would be so terrifying. Even willing to take damage just to charge at him, he absolutely could not hold back. With this thought, Marco continued to amplify the release of his undead freezing power. However, Kaido showed a strange smile. Inside, he was incredibly meticulous and not as rough as he appeared. The next moment, Kaido suddenly flashed and attacked from behind Marco. Thunderbagwa. Kaido wrapped his Conqueror's haki around his iron rod, gripping it with both hands, and struck directly at Marco's forehead. For a moment, Marco didn't react in time. He wanted to evade with his agility, but realized it was already too late. Damn, am I Marco the first one to flip? Marco's mind was in turmoil. Just when a massive iron rod was about to smash into his face, Marco instinctively remembered his skill, Ice Barrier. If his Ice Barrier wasn't on cooldown, it could definitely withstand Kaido's attack. But he had calculated before that there were still 2 seconds until the cooldown was over, and he couldn't move. In a moment of desperation, Marco decided to give it a try. Ice Barrier. Ding! Congratulations, host. Marco's Ice Barrier skill has leveled up. Congratulations. Host, you have also obtained the advanced version of this skill, Net Erosion. Net Erosion, 200 health, 15 attack. Tenacity, after dealing physical damage to enemy heroes. Recover a total of 2 of maximum health over 6 seconds. The recovery effect for ranged heroes is reduced to 50. Nightwing nodded in satisfaction. This equipment was quite suitable for warrior-type fighters and could be given to Blamank after his Thunderhammer was completed. Opening his panel. Host, Nightwing Conqueror's Haki, 14. 801 points Armament Haki, 15. 011 points Observation Haki, 13. 090 points Swordsmanship, 13. For 150 items. 1 piece of leather armor Ironstone, 1 bottle of insecticide, Lost Chapter. 2 bags of high-grade fertilizer, Predictive Skill Fruit, Lost Chapter, in production. Serrated Short Dagger, in production. Net Erosion. Skills, Spike Defense, Level 3. Ice Flash, Level 3. Ice Barrier, Level 2. Tenacious Courageous Tune, Level 2. Frenzied Taunt, Level 2. Glacier Storm, Level 2. Piercing Star Spear, Level 3. Steel Cut Flash, Level 3. Wave Slash, Level 3. Wind Barrier, Level 3. Gunfire Negotiation, Level 2. Scurvy Treatment, Level 2. Gunpowder Barrel, Level 2. Cannon Fire Curtain, Level 2. Blinding Blow Dart, Level 2. Gold, 580. 527 Devil Fruits, Tremor Fruit, Ignore Sea Effects, Flash Fruit, Ignore Sea Effects, Magma Fruit, Ignore Sea Effects. Weapons, Sheathless Blade Equipment, Lost Chapter, Landry's Torment, Reflective Armor. 14 Healing Orbs, 10 Small Knives. On the battlefield, with Marco's loud shout, a massive iceberg appeared in the sky once again. The enormous iceberg charged directly at Kaido of the 100 Beasts, whose fists smashed against the iceberg. Kaido was also momentarily stuck on the other side of the iceberg. Kaido was secretly astonished. He never expected that Marco could release that terrifying iceberg again so quickly. Moreover, what shocked Kaido even more was that this massive iceberg was even larger than the one Marco had released previously. But that's not all, Kaido. The real show is just beginning, Marco said excitedly. The next moment, a giant ice flash projectile shot directly toward Kaido. Due to Kaido's previous fierce attacks being blocked by the massive iceberg in front of him, he found it difficult to move forward even slightly, causing a noticeable pause in his movement. This slight hesitation immediately gave Marco an opportunity, and the ice flash projectile, containing terrifying freezing power, caught Kaido off guard. Boom! Accompanied by the explosion of the icy shining bomb on Kaido's body, a terrifying chill instantly spread in all directions, freezing the air in the sky. The dragon scales around Kaido were immediately invaded by this terrifying cold. Feeling the immense chill enveloping him, Kaido of the 100 Beasts wore an expression of utmost apprehension. Is this the ice that previously froze Jean and Jack? It's surprisingly terrifying. Chapter 134. Marco awakens Conqueror's Haki previously. Kaido had heard about Jean and Jack and the terror of this move, but as one of the 4 emperors, he naturally didn't take it too seriously. He thought that Jean and Jack were exaggerating a bit to make themselves seem less weak. However, after Kaido truly experienced this ice bullet today, he was horrified to discover the terrifying cold contained within it. He found that he couldn't break free, as if it were a product not of this world. Kaido used all his strength, employing Haki, devil fruit abilities, and martial arts, but the speed at which his body was frozen showed no signs of relief. Just like that, in shock, Kaido's body was directly turned into an ice sculpture. This scene completely stunned the people around. Leopard 5's eyes nearly popped out. This, am I seeing things? Kaido, the strongest creature in the world, has actually been frozen? Leopard 5 exclaimed in shock, his mouth agape. In his eyes, the 4 emperors were beings that even Lord Odin feared. How could a vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates manage to freeze Kaido, one of the 4 emperors of the Beast Pirates? This was entirely beyond his expectations. The other laborers also stood there with their mouths wide open. Lord Odin, the opponent they had previously been unable to defeat, has actually been taken down by the captain of the Whitebeard pirates? These people once followed Yutian, but they have witnessed Kaido's terrifying combat power firsthand. Now, they're astonished to see Marco freeze him. The expressions of the Beast Pirates are even more exaggerated. Kaido. Lord Kaido has actually been frozen by Marco. This can't be real. The Whitebeard pirates are so strong. Their first commander can directly match our 4 emperors. Is this a joke? This is the first time I've seen Lord Kaido in such a predicament. What should we do? Should we go help? Are you kidding? If even Lord Kaido can't defeat this existence, won't we just be walking to our deaths? Just the aftermath could kill us hundreds of times over, right? The pirates of the Beast Pirates said in terror, one after another. Above in the sky, Marco, flapping his immortal wings, looked slightly serious. Beast Kaido is not that easy to deal with. The next battle is the real main event. Suddenly, the sky began to darken, and a massive hailstorm descended, casting a gloomy shadow over the entire area. The temperature in the quarry instantly became chillingly cold. Leopard Wulong, located in the quarry, widened his eyes. Marco has such abilities? The Whitebeard pirates truly deserve to be the world's largest pirate crew. Just Marco alone is this powerful. If it were their captain, Whitebeard, wouldn't he beat Kaido to a pulp? The laborers in the quarry were also shocked, unable to close their mouths. Marco is this strong? Lord Yutian's friend can even change the weather. This is too terrifying. The Beast Pirates were completely dumbfounded. This ability to change the weather is even more domineering than Kaido's. This also left the pirates of the 100 Beast Pirates feeling anxious, unsure if Lord Kaido would be able to win the upcoming battle. At this moment, in the sky above, the flying ability user, Jean, had already arrived nearby. Upon seeing this terrifying scene, an ominous premonition arose in his heart instantly. The terrifying chill, without a doubt, was released by Marco, something he was naturally very familiar with. However, back then, Marco's combat power wasn't this terrifying. How many days have passed, and this undead, freezing power has become stronger? After a moment of hesitation, Ember's eyes widened in disbelief as an incredible scene unfolded before him. He discovered that his master, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, had been directly frozen. Master Kaido, frozen by Marco? How is that possible? Moreover, in an even more terrifying turn of events, Ember sensed through his observation Haki that Kaido's body was continuously dripping blood from within the ice. Kaido is known as the strongest across land, sea, and air, possessing an immortal defense. It's hard to believe that someone could actually injure Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Although he found it hard to believe his eyes, Ember accelerated his flight speed and rushed towards Marco. Meanwhile, hail was raining down from the sky, and within the frozen area, Kaido of the 100 Beasts felt a presence of death. This is a feeling that can only be manifested when fighting a true master. I never expected to feel it one day from Marco's body. Kaido, trapped in ice, had all his muscles bulging, trying to break free from the constraints of the ice. But this ice was too strange. He couldn't escape even a bit. Moreover, various bizarre hailstorms rained down from the sky, freezing the entire quarry for miles. And the terrifying cold continuously eroded Kaido's body, causing relentless, piercing pain. How horrifying! What kind of technological power has the Whitebeard pirates obtained? A series of attacks made the criminals in the quarry jump up in excitement. It's worth noting that even Odin back then couldn't force Kaido to this extent. Marco, hovering in the sky, smiled slightly. Kaido, your time is up. Last time you chased me, you really thought I couldn't defeat you, right? Now you know the power of your grandpa Marco, don't you? Marco said with a smile. After finally freezing a Yonko of this new world, how could it not show off? This feeling, don't mention it, it's really damn. The workers below the quarry heard Marco's words and began to cheer for him, showering him with all kinds of compliments. Marco's inner satisfaction soared, looking at Kaido, frozen in ice, wanting to refute, but realizing he couldn't even open his mouth. Feeling uncomfortable and blushing, Marco was even happier. Ha, Kaido, have I beaten you so badly that you don't even dare to fart? You're really a coward. How about this? I'll send you off to the afterlife now. After saying that, Marco lifted his leg and delivered a powerful phoenix strike infused with the power of undying freezing. The terrifying kick rushed straight towards Kaido, causing the entire sky to freeze into ice shards from the impact, the explosive power creating sonic booms in the air. Undoubtedly, this strike could definitely leave Kaido severely injured. Just as it was about to reach Kaido, a fire dragon suddenly appeared. And just as the undying freezing power phoenix strike was about to hit Kaido, the flame disaster gene rushed in to save the day. The fire dragon, with its intense heat, was directly corroded by the terrifying coldness upon contact with Marco's undying freezing power phoenix strike, transforming into an ice dragon. However, it successfully absorbed a large amount of Marco's undying freezing power, significantly reducing the strike's force. Boom! After sealing the entire Dragon Emperor released by Flame Disaster Gene and Ice, the undying freezing power phoenix strike still maintained its massive momentum and crashed into the frozen Kaido. Kaido was sent flying into a massive mountain range in Wano, followed by a huge explosion. The previously solid mountain instantly shattered into pieces. The terrifying impact made the people of Wano feel a minor earthquake. Kaido was directly buried under the massive mountain, covered by scattered rubble. Boom! In the next moment, the previously buried stones were all thrown into the air, and Kaido stood up again. Ha! Thanks to Eugene. If you hadn't relieved so much power from Marco's strike just now, I might really have been done for here. Kaido squinted his eyes and said seriously. Various scars appeared all over his body, but soon these scars began to heal, looking quite alarming. Boss Kaido, it's great that you're okay. Jean murmured. This is our home turf in Wano. Just give the order, and we'll tear that bastard Marco apart. Jean also said, Oh, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this my former subordinate, the big signboard Jean? I remember last time I turned you into a popsicle. How come you have such a short memory? Marco mocked. And you, Kaido, you still call yourself one of the 4 emperors. How do you plan to use your numbers to bully me, a mere vice-admiral? Aren't you afraid of making the whole new world laugh at you? Marco said thoughtfully as he looked at Kaido. One couldn't help but admire Marco's tongue. These simple words really angered both Jean and Kaido. The corners of Jean and Kaido's mouths twitched, as they were being openly mocked in front of so many members of the Beast Pirates. It was simply too much. Marco, don't be arrogant, Jean angrily said. It's just that you gained technological power. What's there to be smug about? Right? As long as we can capture you and obtain the technological power of your Whitebeard pirates, how could my strength, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, be weaker than a mere Marco? Kaido ordered. Everyone, let's all work together. I don't believe that with so many of us, we can't capture one Marco. Kaido directly issued the command. Although Kaido seemed rough on the surface, he was quite meticulous inside. When he realized that his combat power was not as strong as Marco's, he decisively ordered a group assault strategy to tire Marco out. Once they captured Marco, it would be much easier for him to regain his face. Understood. Unbeknownst to them, thousands of pirates had gathered at Marco's feet, all densely packed together. As soon as Lord Kaido gave the order, Various weapons were hurled towards Marco. Marco curled his lip, truly surprised that the dignified four-emperor pirate Kaido could be so shameless. No wonder Dad and Kaido were sworn enemies. Their personalities were completely opposite. Oof. Am I supposed to be afraid of you? Today, I, Marco, will take on your entire beast pirates alone. Marco said proudly, exuding an aura of dominance. Ding. Congratulations, host. Marco has awakened Conqueror's Haki. Host receives reward. Conqueror's Haki 2000. Host, Nightwing Conqueror's Haki. 16,801 points Armament Haki. 15,011 points Observation Haki. 13,090 points Swordsmanship. 13450 items. A piece of cloth armor, iron stone. A bottle of insecticide. A lost chapter, 2 bags of high-grade fertilizer. Prediction skill fruit. Lost chapter. Under construction. Serrated short dagger. Under construction. Purifying erosion. Skills. Spike defense. Level 3. Ice flash. Level 3. Ice barrier. Level 2. Tenacious courage. Level 2. Frenzied taunt. Level 2. Glacier storm. Level 2. Piercing star spear. Level 3. Steel slash flash. Level 3. Wave slash. Level 3. Wind barrier. Level 3. Gunfire negotiation. Level 2. Bad blood disease therapy. Level 2. Gunpowder barrel. Level 2. Cannon barrage. Level 2. Blinding blow dart. Level 2. Gold coins. 580527 devil fruits. Quake fruit. Ignores sea-related side effects. Flash fruit. Ignores sea-related side effects. Magma fruit. Ignores sea-related side effects. Weapon. Sheathless blade equipment. Lost chapter. Landry's torment. Reflective armor. 14 healing orbs. 10 small knives. Marco awakened Conqueror's Haki. Nightwing, who had been lounging in a chair, enjoying a foot massage, instantly stood up. This startled Run T and Speed, who were kneading Yu's feet beside her. They thought that Yu was very dissatisfied with their foot massage service and was considering punishing them again. As a result, the two ladies turned pale with fear. What's wrong? Yu, master? The two ladies said in panic. Seeing their expressions, Yu found it amusing. These two women were indeed scared after being spanked by her at night. And now, even a small movement from her made them look like this. It's hard to believe that they were once well-known figures in the new world. It's nothing. Just continue with the foot massage, Yu said with a smile. Only then did the two ladies feel relieved. Chapter 135. Quinn is dead. The fury of the beast pirates. Yu returned to her thoughts. Marco actually obtained Conqueror's Haki, and she could also synchronize to gain Conqueror points. It seemed to be due to the system. This allowed the captains who previously could not possess Conqueror's Haki to awaken the physical ability to have it. It could be understood, after all, she intended to cultivate these captains into emperor-level figures one by one. If they did not awaken Conqueror's Haki, how could they be called emperors? Yu nodded in satisfaction. The future was becoming more interesting. One could imagine that during the upcoming Marineford War, if suddenly a dozen emperor-level figures appeared and released Conqueror's Haki together, they would knock down the Navy's 100,000 soldiers. At that time, Sengoku, the fleet admiral of the Navy, would surely have an exaggerated expression. On the other side, on the battlefield, the terrifying Haki instantly spread throughout the quarry. The pirate minions who were still throwing weapons just moments ago were suddenly struck by a terrifying invisible force. They felt dizzy and their feet felt as heavy as lead, making it impossible for them to move. The little minions of the beast pirates looked at each other, their faces filled with confusion, shock, and fear. What was happening? Why did I feel like my body was no longer under my control? One of the pirate minions murmured, and after saying that, he collapsed to the ground and started to vomit uncontrollably. Why did I suddenly feel an inexplicable sense of terror? This feeling I had never experienced before. It was a fear that came from the deepest part of my soul. Most of the pirates felt an inexplicable sense of panic, a terror that continuously stimulated their innermost feelings, making their nerves tense to the extreme. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, more and more people couldn't hold on and fell to the ground one by one, kicking up clouds of dust. These pirates had been flaunting their power one by one, but when they encountered this invisible energy, they were completely dumbfounded. Not to mention fighting, they could barely control their own bodies at that moment. Watching his subordinates fall to the ground one after another, Kaido displayed an extremely strange expression. On the side, Jin was so furious that his fingers trembled uncontrollably. Lord Kaido, if I'm not mistaken this thing is called Conqueror's Haki, right? Only true kings can awaken Conqueror's Haki. When did that guy Marco learn Conqueror's Haki? Could it be that Marco also wants to rule like you? Jin said in shock. Kaido had a dark line on his forehead and an extremely angry expression on his face. His fists were tightly clenched, and his gaze was fixed on Marco as he spoke angrily. There are already too many men in this world with Conqueror's Haki. We don't need that guy Marco squeezing in as well. Listen to my orders, Jin. No matter what, we cannot let Marco leave Wano alive. Even if it's just a corpse, I'm sure that guy Queen can uncover the secrets of the Whitebeard pirates from it. Kaido said furiously. Facing the increasing number of people who sought to rule, Kaido's heart had already begun to feel a sense of unease. You go save Queen first, Kaido said seriously. In the next moment, Kaido blew a special whistle, unique to their beast pirates. Anyone who heard this whistle, no matter where they were or what urgent work they were doing, would have to drop everything and come to his side for a large gathering. Understood, Lord Kaido. Jin responded to the order and transformed into a flame-winged dragon, rushing towards Queen's previous location. Meanwhile, to cover for Jin, Kaido picked up his kanabo and struck hard at Marco with a thunderous attack. Boom! The rolling thunder in the sky was drawn to this moment, striking Kaido's kanabo, adding immense danger to it. Marco gathered his Busashoko Haki at his feet and directly slammed into the thunderous attack in the sky. Unlike before, this time Marco did not use the power of the immortal ice. He relied entirely on his own hard strength and managed to withstand Kaido's thunderous attack. Among them, the equipment that Nightwing gifted to Marco plays a significant role. The boosts to magic power, health, and mana have allowed Marco to achieve a qualitative leap in attack, defense, and sustainability. Just the basic attributes alone have reached the threshold of royalty. The collision of the two monarchs generated powerful shockwaves that instantly surged wildly in all directions. The pirates who had fallen to the ground earlier were swept into the air by this terrifying shockwave, with the bodies of the beast pirates scattered throughout the sky. On the other side, Ember Disaster Jean couldn't care less about it all. After all, they were just the bodies of some small pirates. Their beast pirates were not lacking in manpower. As long as they had the title of the Four Emperors, they could recruit as many small pirates as they wanted. What Jean needed to do now was to save Queen. Although he and Queen had never gotten along, he had to admit that Queen's mastery of technology was very strong, even ranking among the best in the entire world. Therefore, Queen absolutely could not die. Otherwise, their beast pirates would never uncover the secrets of how Marco, Jozu, and others became stronger. With a swoosh, Jean maximized his flying speed and in an instant appeared right in front of Plague Queen. Stepping into the room where Queen was trapped in an ice lamp, he immediately felt the terrifying undead freezing power that brought horrific cooling effects to the room. Even the water vapor he exhaled instantly turned into ice shards upon leaving his body. What a terrifying ability, Ember Disaster Jean murmured, then directly approached Plague Queen. For some reason, as Jean got closer to Queen, he could sense a bloody smell in the air. His gaze locked onto Queen, who was encased in ice, as flames gathered on his long knife. With a strike of the Fire Dragon Emperor, a fire dragon slammed heavily against the ice block that held Queen captive. Boom! The previous ice block was instantly shattered into pieces. With the enhancement of the flames, a large amount of water vapor was released, completely dissolving the ice surrounding Queen's body. Ember Disaster Jean half knelt in front of Queen and was instantly dumbfounded when he saw Queen. He finally understood why there had been a bloody smell when he entered this room. The Queen in front of him was in a completely mangled state. His body was icy cold, and when Jean placed his palm over Queen's nostrils, he found that even Queen's breath had stopped for a long time. In other words, Plague Queen was already dead, and thoroughly dead. What? What is going on? How could Plague Queen be corroded? I remember the last time he was frozen by Marco. He only had the freezing power inside him, with no other injuries. Queen is dead. No one in the Beast Pirates can uncover the secrets of the Whitebeard Pirates captains anymore. Ember Disaster, not knowing the situation, sat dumbfounded on the ground, his face blank, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Then, unconsciously, he touched the remaining ice shards beside Queen and a feeling of heartache suddenly surged through Jin's fingers. At this moment, Jin finally understood. This Marco, his immortal freezing power, actually has a corrosive effect. That's too terrifying. Just the freezing alone is already enough of a headache, and now with the added corrosive effect. One can imagine that if a person is frozen and doesn't receive timely treatment, they will surely meet their doom. This ability seems a bit too overpowered, doesn't it? With this thought, Jin unexpectedly sat down on the ground in a daze. Wait, Lord Kaido, I can't be scared right now. Lord Kaido is still fighting outside. After saying this, Jin transformed into a pterodactyl and charged out again. Once he and Jin flew out, he realized that the 6 flying brothers had already arrived. Along with Kaido's mysterious troops, various warriors even larger than the giant race, and all the gifted forces had completed their assembly. Even the savage overlord has shown up. Jin swallowed his saliva and murmured, Lord Kaido, Queen is already dead. As soon as he went out, Jin conveyed this unfortunate news to the Beast Pirates. Buzz! This news exploded in the hearts of the members of the Beast Pirates like a deep-sea bomb. Kaido's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with raging flames. Queen, that guy's strength is not weak. How could he possibly be dead? Kaido said incredulously. Yes, Lord Queen, how could he be easily killed? He's a cyborg. Even after losing his legs and feet, he could still survive as a tenacious scientist. Black Maria exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. That bastard dared to kill our Lord Plague. We will never let you go. Sasaki said angrily, gripping his steel knife. You bastard, last time you took my sister. And now you've killed our Lord Plague of the Beast Pirates. You will definitely pay for this. Peiwan shouted at Marco, cursing him fiercely. Is he really dead? Are you sure? Could it be that you saw it wrong? Fuzz pretended to mourn, but inside he was already extremely excited. He had been looking forward to the position of the big board for a long time. Now, finally, a spot is opened up, and without a doubt, this position is something he, as a veteran of the Beast Pirates, is determined to claim. I saw it with my own eyes, and at this moment, Queen's body is already completely cold. Although Jin did not want to admit it, he still truthfully informed everyone of the actual situation. This sentence completely ignited the fighting spirit of the Beast Pirates. How could the Beast Pirates ever endure such humiliation? Brothers, let's go together. Even if we have to wear him down, we must make sure this Marco is finished. This is our territory. If we let that guy Marco escape with so many of us here, the Beast Pirates might as well disband right here. For Queen's revenge. Kaido of the 100 Beasts roared in anger. For Lord Queen's revenge. For Lord Queen's revenge. In an instant, the entire quarry was filled with the sounds of battle, as the Beast Pirates surrounded Marco from land, sea, and air, the atmosphere reaching a peak of tension. High in the sky, the towering brute, the mammoth, launched the first attack, hurling gigantic spike clubs directly at Marco. The terrifying force scattered even the clouds in the sky. Marco did not dare to be careless. Although he had gained the strength of a Yonko under the guidance of Vice-Captain Yu, facing an entire Yonko crew alone would still be a challenge. After all, he had not yet reached the legendary battle prowess of great pirates like Roger or Rox, capable of taking on a whole pirate crew by himself. With his observation haki activated to the maximum, Marco flapped his wings, dodging all the various attacks directed at him. Since he had received equipment enhancements, his flying speed had doubled, making the attacks of these brutes ineffective against him. The only thing they did was exhaust his stamina. Soon after, the second wave of attacks came. Sasaki, Fuzz, and the other 6 flying pillars, wielding their great swords enveloped in dark haki, unleashed a series of fierce slashes at Marco. Black Maria continuously unleashed her spiderwebs, trying to capture Marco. Thousands of Devil Fruit users hurled various attacks at Marco in a frenzy. Finally, Kaido, in his half-beast form, swung his spike club down heavily at Marco. The combined might of the elite members of the Yonko crew from the New World was terrifying. Even the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, wouldn't dare to claim he could withstand such an assault. Marco could only smile wryly. It seemed that this time, he had completely angered the Beast Pirates. They all seemed intent on taking his life. However, fortunately, I have the Ice Barrier, a skill that can be considered absolute defense. Marco murmured, believing that although his attributes had significantly improved, he still couldn't withstand such a barrage of attacks from so many pirates. After saying this, Marco immediately summoned his ice barrier, and a terrifying chill swept over the area as countless mountains descended from the sky. The previously aggressive beast pirates were instantly stunned upon seeing the icy mountains crashing down from the sky. The eyes of the devil fruit users widened in disbelief. What is that? Did I see that wrong? How did a mountain just fall from the sky? If such a massive mountain hits, it would probably mean instant death, right? The expressions of the devil fruit users turned to horror. Just as they finished their panicked cries, their ominous words came true. Due to their massive size, nearly half of the mammoths became the first victims. A continuous sizzling sound echoed. This is the unique sound of skull being struck by an object. Those previously fierce barbarian warriors wielding wolf fang clubs suddenly had their heads cracked open under the impact of the ice mountain, with large amounts of blood and brain matter flowing out. Due to their massive size, the blood and brain matter gushed down like a gigantic fountain. The ordinary pirates on land, witnessing such a terrifying scene, collapsed to the ground in fear, vomiting uncontrollably. The enormous ice mountain did not stop and charged towards Kaido again. This time, Kaido had learned his lesson. He had suffered from such an attack before. He knew that this massive mountain was like a bug. It couldn't be stopped and couldn't melt away in a short time. Anyone who tried to face it head-on would surely be asking for trouble. Last time, he had lost his front teeth from such an encounter. Among the beast pirates, Kaido was the most formidable in defense. If it hit anyone else, there would be no doubt that they would either be dead or severely injured. Therefore, Kaido transformed into his dragon form, soaring through the clouds to evade the attack of the massive mountain. Everyone be careful. This mountain is quite strange. Dodge with all your might. Kaido, in his dragon form, reminded everyone. However, the other pirates did not have the same quick reflexes as Kaido. After 5 barbarian warriors were instantly killed, the terrifying mountain smashed down towards the pirates of the beast pirates on land. The oblivious Black Maria used her powers to create a spider web, wrapping herself in it, hoping to evade the attack. Upon seeing this, Kaido angrily shouted, "Idiot! You think you can withstand a glacier mountain that even I can't handle with your little 6 flying abilities?" Unfortunately, even if Kaido warned Black Maria now, it was too late. Helpless, Kaido could only hold his face in his hands, knowing the upcoming scene would be tragic. Sure enough, as Kaido had anticipated, the gigantic mountain slammed down on Black Maria, and her spider web was as if it didn't exist at all, crumbling under the impact of the massive mountain. Black Maria didn't even have time to react before being crushed beneath the mountain, falling completely silent. The other 6 flying abilities fared much better. When they saw the enormous mountain coming down, they, like Kaido, transformed into various animals and quickly dodged the attack. Turning back, they realized Black Maria had been crushed beneath the glacier mountain. Black Maria! Black Maria! No matter how the other 6 flying abilities shouted, they couldn't rouse her. At the same time, nearly half of the gifted troops were crushed into meat patties by Marco's glacier mountain due to their slow reaction time. As a result, half of the barbarian warriors, the elite gifted troops, and 1/6 flying ability were all taken out by Marco's strike. The attacks from the beast pirates had all struck the massive glacier mountain, failing to budge it even slightly. Even the flying NTI, witnessing such a shocking scene, was completely dumbfounded. How many trump cards does Marco have? He could actually summon such a massive mountain? NTI incredulously thought. Now, at a flying height of 1,500 meters, it still could not surpass this gigantic peak. It was just too enormous. Moreover, Kaido had just said that this ice mountain wouldn't melt away in a short time. That was even more terrifying. NTI tried to strike the ice mountain with a fierce slash, turning the massive strike into a dragon in the air. However, this strike, containing the terrifying power of armament hockey, hit the mountain, and yet the entire peak remained unmoved, standing tall and unshaken. This made Jean swallow his saliva in shock. The pirates of the beast pirates were even more shocked beyond measure. This iceberg was actually summoned by Marco? I witnessed Marco's power during the battle with the Whitebeard pirates, but when did he gain such incredible abilities? Phosphor widened his eyes and said, "Just now, Right in front of him, a six-flying squirrel Black Maria had died before his eyes. This Marco, with his current strength, damn. This is definitely on the level of an emperor, right? Sasaki also tightly gripped the long knife in his hand, looking worried. Pagawan was even more frightened and somewhat flustered. He had originally planned to take the opportunity to ask about his sister's whereabouts. But it seemed that the mountains summoned by Marco had completely blocked the advance of the beast pirates. Marco had gone too far this time, directly taking out a major figure from a ship, a six-flying squirrel, along with a large number of elite pirates, and then just left like that. This brings to mind life and death. Damn, Marco, if you have the ability, don't run away. Let's see our beast pirates tear you apart. Peggywan cursed at the towering mountains during the annual review. However, just as Peggywan's voice finished, Marco bizarrely reappeared right in front of him. Who said I was leaving? I'm not done having fun yet. However, I have to say your beast pirates are really foolish, thinking about taking on my Ice Mountain head-on. Marco said mockingly. Marco's sudden appearance startled Peggywan. Even Kaido, who was nearby, looked completely shocked, unable to understand why Marco suddenly came back. Normally, shouldn't Team Marco be escaping? Without giving Kaido much time to think, Marco charged directly at Peggywan, instantly frightening him to the point of wetting himself. Holy crap! He's coming for me. He's coming for me. Peggywan screamed in terror. He simply couldn't understand why such a small fry like himself was targeted by Marco. Why not go after Kaido or the others instead of picking on him? If Marco knew what Peggywan was thinking, he would certainly tell him that this was all thanks to your super awesome sister. If it weren't for your sister's constant noise and fuss about wanting to escape the Whitebeard pirates, who would have the time to fly thousands of miles to find you? Seeing Marco transformed into a phoenix, Peggywan hurriedly transformed into a gigantic Spinosaurus. Faced with Peggywan's desperate struggle, Marco secretly laughed, dealing with a weakling like Peggywan. He didn't even need to use his immortal freezing powers. Just his haki was enough to take care of this kid. Marco concentrated his haki on his foot, and with a kick in midair, he struck Peggywan's gigantic dragon head. Boom! With a loud thud, Peggywan in Spinosaurus form fell hard to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. A buzzing sound came directly from Peggywan's head as it tilted, and he went completely silent. Oh no, that was too hard. I hope I didn't kick this weakling to death. Marco covered his head and said with a bitter smile. If he really kicked Peggywan to death, he believed that with Runny's fiery personality, there would definitely be crying and fussing in the Whitebeard pirates. After the last lesson, Runty couldn't escape, but her crying and fussing would surely drive Vice-Captain Yu crazy, and if Vice-Captain Yu got angry, it would be a disaster if he blamed himself for ruining things and not being able to take responsibility. So, Marco hurriedly went to check on Peggywan's injuries. Sure enough, he found that if he didn't get timely treatment immediately, this little life would be hard to save. This scene left the other members of the Beast Pirates dumbfounded. What is Marco doing? When they saw Marco using his Phoenix ability to directly treat Peggywan, the members of the Beast Pirates were filled with rage, as if they had suffered a great humiliation. Damn it. This guy Marco injured our brother and is still treating him. Does this mean our Beast Pirates are so weak that we need the enemy's help? This is a huge insult, shouted Sasaki. With that said, the surrounding pirates became even angrier. Damn it, I've seen people bully others, but I've never seen anyone bully someone to this extent. They absolutely couldn't let this guy Marco off the hook. Fuzz also shouted loudly. Hearing the words of the Beast Pirates, Marco felt speechless inside. Good grief, your imagination is too rich, isn't it? I'm just afraid my Vice-Captain Nightwing will punish me. When did I ever intend to insult you? Boom, boom. Thunder suddenly roared from the sky, and all the lightning gathered on Kaido's Kanabo. Damn, Marco, you're going too far. Right now, you can't summon the ice mountains, can you? Let's see how you dodge this. Beast Kaido grinned and said. Ember also drew his long sword again, unleashing a terrifyingly huge slash at Marco. Sasaki and Fuzz weren't idle either. With Marco bullying them like this, it greatly united the cohesion of the Beast Pirates. Various pirates and brutes immediately launched their attacks on Marco. These pirates, who were previously like a scattered pile of sand, each with their own ulterior motives, have now inexplicably united because of Marco's actions, and their combat power has instantly risen to a new level. To them, Marco seems completely like a dead man. The terrifying attacks directly locked onto Marco, who at this moment no longer had the ice barrier skill available, as it was still on cooldown. Oh no, I didn't expect my unintentional act to ignite the fighting spirit of the beast pirates, Marco thought helplessly. In the next moment, Marco hurriedly transformed into his phoenix form, grabbing the unconscious Page 1, flapping his wings, and fully activating observation hockey. The previous barrage of attacks became traceable once Marco activated his observation hockey, and with his flight speed reaching a new realm, he could completely dodge these attacks. Chapter 137, So Cold. Not so painful immortal power. Phoenix Strike. Marco initiated his attack first, kicking at Kaido's Kanabo. Dodging others' attacks was manageable, but Kaido's attack had to be taken seriously. An ice bullet struck Kaido's Kanabo, causing Kaido's attack to come to a halt, and a massive amount of ice power spread over Kaido's entire Kanabo. However, Kaido was not angry. On the contrary, he revealed his ferocious teeth and laughed heartily. Kill him for me. Give him a blow that will end his life. He has no defensive skills right now, and during this moment of attack, his defense is at its weakest, Kaido said triumphantly. One must say, as one of the emperors of this sea, Kaido is indeed very meticulous when facing enemies. Hearing Kaido's words, the attackers felt even more confident. Mako, daring to provoke us beasts. Death is your only end. I take this slash. Sasaki and Fuzz released two terrifying slashes, which merged into one and struck straight towards Marco's right. The attacks from the beast pirates followed closely, and this time the marauders learned from Kaido, infusing their Kanabos with lightning power, increasing the strength of their swings. Moreover, attacks from all directions kept coming. If it were before, you might have really killed me. But now I, Marco, am a royal-level big shot. If you want to kill me, it's not that easy, Marco said proudly. In the next moment, an invisible conqueror's haki was released from Marco's body, extending in all directions. Many of the pirates who had previously unleashed attacks had never experienced Marco's conqueror's haki, and now, under its influence, their hearts raced violently. Marco, this guy actually has the ambition to be king. No wonder Lord Kaido would blow the war whistle and wants to personally kill this guy Marco. The pirates shouted loudly. This time, we must make Marco die in our Wano country. Various attacks struck the ground where Marco had stood. Buzz, crackle, boom. In an instant, the sounds of various attacks colliding erupted where Marco had been standing. The location where Marco had been was directly smashed into a giant pit with a depth reaching 10,000 meters due to the furious strikes from the entire beast pirates. A large amount of rubble was lifted due to thousands of attacks. The entire quarry was shrouded in a thick fog. After unleashing their attacks, almost all the members of the beast pirates thought of one thing. Marco must be dead by now. Kaido took the opportunity to use his brute force to shatter the immortal freezing power on his Kanabo, transforming into a blue dragon, and blew away all the smoke in front of him. The previously blurred vision instantly became clear. What lay before the beast pirates was a massive pit. But within this pit, there was not a trace of Marco to be found. Roar! Where is Marco? Where is that bastard Marco? Why is there no body? Kaido growled in frustration, looking up to the sky. The other small fry of the beast pirates scratched their heads, falling into a state of confusion. No way. In that situation, even if it were Marco, he should have been turned into mush, right? How could he suddenly disappear? Do you think it's because our attacks were too powerful, directly turning Marco into air? Hearing the conversations of the beast pirates, Marco found it quite amusing. These little minions still think they can turn themselves into air? I have to say, their imagination is quite rich. Ha ha ha, wanting to kill you, Kaido, is not that easy. This time, consider it a small lesson for your 100 Beast pirate crew. If you dare to provoke our Whitebeard pirate crew again, next time I'll definitely strip your dragon scales off, Kaido, Marco said from an altitude of 10,000 meters in the sky. At this moment, the pirates of the Beast Pirates suddenly realized that this guy Marco had actually escaped to an altitude of 10,000 meters in just a few seconds. This insane flying speed, even their king, the world's strongest creature, Lord Kaido of the 100 Beasts, can't achieve it, right? Upon hearing that he was going to shed his dragon scales, Kaido was so furious that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. It was damn hard to break Marco's ability to summon countless icebergs, but who knew that this guy Marco would now have such a fast flying speed? What the hell is going on? I remember clearly that just a few days ago, when I was chasing Marco, his flying speed was not as freakish as it is now. It has only been a few days, and Marco's strength has experienced a significant improvement in all aspects. The technological power of the Whitebeard pirates, is it really a whole 1,000 years ahead of this world? To make you remember this great gift is for you. Just as the beast pirates were seething with anger, Marco's voice once again echoed from the distant sky. After he finished speaking, various types of hail suddenly appeared in the sky. Meanwhile, the laborers at the quarry had all taken advantage of the chaos to escape. Looking up at the hail, Kaido narrowed his eyes. It was this terrifying hail that had caused him massive damage when Marco had frozen him before. Everyone be careful, don't get caught in it, Kaido shouted loudly. However, the pirates of the Beast Pirates were filled with inner turmoil. Don't get caught in it? Have you ever seen anyone who could avoid a sudden downpour of hail? The elite pirates, like Ash, Six Flying Brothers, and Barbarian Overlord, were okay. They quickly chose to flee the moment they were harmed. But the lower-ranking pirates were in big trouble. Nearly 3,000 pirates, including those who were gifted, were directly caught in the hail. The terrifying hail fell upon the pirates, making them feel a cold, murderous intent rapidly invading their bodies. Following that was the endless chill. Cold, so cold. No, it's not cold, it's pain. Too painful. This is no ordinary hailstorm. It is a strange and eerie rain that can turn pirates into pus and blood. Some pirates, unable to withstand the torment inflicted by Landry, chose to commit suicide on the spot. Many others didn't even have the option to take their own lives, faced with the overwhelming hail. They were instantly frozen into blocks of ice, and then eroded within the ice, turning into pus and blood. The entire quarry was extraordinarily bizarre, filled with the howls of the beast pirates. This terrifying hailstorm lasted a full 10 minutes. Those small pirates caught in the hailstorm were completely dead, turned into piles of bones. Even a ruthless man like Kaido felt a chill down his spine. He wanted to step in and intervene, but there was nothing he could do. He had experienced this terrifying hailstorm himself and was deeply wary of it. Thus, it was impossible for him to save anyone in the hailstorm. Until the entire storm completely dissipated, Kaido did not make any move. Once everything was over, looking at the layers of white bones, the pirates of the Beast Pirates fell into silence. What kind of terrifying enemy were they facing? At this moment, everyone turned their gaze to Kaido of the 100 Beasts, realizing that this battle had directly resulted in the Beast Pirates losing a major figurehead, 6 flying treasures, and nearly half of their forces, including a large number of barbarians and gifted ones. This is Kaido of the 100 Beasts, something that's been kept under wraps for decades. They relied on their dominance to become the Pirate King, but they never expected that just a mere Marco could severely injure them. What's even more frustrating is that the result this time is the same as the last time, and once again, that guy Marco managed to escape. Undoubtedly, it was like Marco giving himself a big slap in the face, and upon their return, giving himself another heavy slap, completely losing face as the Emperor. Looking at the expressions of the surrounding pirates, some even showed pity, while Kaido of the 100 Beasts felt utterly humiliated. Boom! A massive spiked club suddenly smashed down on the body of that poor pirate without warning. Under the immense pressure of the club, the poor turtle man, a devil fruit user, was instantly turned into a pulp. Bastards, what are you all looking at me for? If any of you really have the capability, go and catch Marco for me. If you don't have the ability, then just obediently go back and wait for the upcoming Alliance War. In the upcoming Alliance War, I must team up with Big Mom to completely wipe out the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, leaving not a single one alive. Kaido, feeling frustrated, took out a large bottle of alcohol and gulped it down angrily. The other pirates, hearing this, hurriedly left. Otherwise, their fate would surely be the same as that unfortunate pirate, not killed by the enemy, but instead dying at the hands of their own master. Furious, Kaido returned his Onigashima and instantly smashed everything in sight to pieces, then dialed Big Mom's number. "Hello, Lin. I'm planning to start the war 2 days early. What do you think?" Kaido said angrily. Kaido was now itching to capture Marco and torture that bastard to death. On the other side, Big Mom, hearing this, revealed a serious expression. Kaido, am I any better off? Big Mom's chubby hands clenched tightly, her knuckles cracking. She then directly told Kaido about Bista's actions on Fishman Island. Originally, Kaido thought Big Mom would mock him after hearing this. Who would have thought that after hearing it? Kaido would simply pat his thigh. Lin, listen to me. My situation isn't any better than yours. At least you can ask for a ransom to save people. I was directly done in by Marco, Kaido said, his face turning red. Meanwhile, Big Mom, who had previously looked glum, revealed a hint of delight after hearing Kaido's words. What is wrong with your 100 beast pirates, Kaido? Tell me. I promise I won't laugh at you. Big Mom said curiously. So, Kaido directly told Big Mom about Marco's actions in Wano. When she heard that Kaido had lost a major banner, 2 flying 6, and nearly half of his formidable forces, Big Mom couldn't help but laugh. Your 100 beast pirates are really weak, Kaido. You let a mere Marco kill your major banner on your own turf, and took out more than half of your elite troops? Haha, this is way more embarrassing than what happened to our Charlotte family. At least we didn't show up on Fishman Island because of a lack of personnel, which allowed Bista to easily succeed. You, Kaido, fighting in your own base and ending up in this state is simply too humiliating, huh? I was feeling quite down, but hearing about your side has really lifted my spirits, brother Kaido, Big Mom said truthfully. After hearing Big Mom's words, Kaido, who had previously looked somewhat comforted, instantly turned pale with rage. Didn't you promise not to laugh at me? Isn't that just laughing at 50 steps while mocking 100 steps? This is really too schadenfreude. Damn it, Lingling, don't get too smug. You've lost land and paid compensation. What do you have to laugh at me for? Just give me a straight answer. Can we start the war early? Kaido nearly roared. You fool, Kaido, I still can't give you an accurate answer. Charlotte Lingling murmured. Huh? Hearing Charlotte Lingling's words, Kaido looked confused. They were arguing, but Kaido knew in his heart that Charlotte Lingling hated the Whitebeard pirates just as much as he did. Hey, did you take the wrong medicine, Lingling? Why not attack early? Kaido asked in confusion. That's because a member of my Charlotte family, including a sweet commander, is currently still in the prison of Fishman Island. If I rashly start the war early, that bastard Bista will definitely kill him. Charlotte Lingling bit her fat chin with her teeth, saying hatefully. In the Whitebeard pirates area, Yi lay on the armchair and smiled slightly. Chapter 138. Bista awakens the Conqueror's Haki. You guys could go down now. Yi smiled at the 2 girls who were massaging his feet. After they left, Yi directly opened the panel in his system. Ding! Congratulations, host. Marco caused a ruckus in Wano country, killing Plague Quinn and 6 flying sisters Black Maria, rewarding the host with 1 10-draw diamond summon. Not only did he get a 10-draw diamond summon, but the equipment he was forging in his forge, the Lost Chapter, and the serrated short dagger were also completed. He was just waiting for the arrival of the Fish King horn, and his Thor hammer would also be ready. By that time, the Whitebeard pirates he led could truly be considered strong and powerful, possessing the initial ability to wrestle with the Navy. That's right, this is just the beginning. The Navy's foundation is even more terrifying than what is visible. A massive navy of 100,000 plus countless vice-admirals, and the presence of super big shots like Garp and Sengoku. These are just the obvious combat abilities seen in the anime. Even Garp and Sengoku basically didn't make a move, while the 2 top-tier combatants, Kizaru and Akiji, were just coasting throughout. Even so, it still led to a disastrous defeat for the Whitebeard pirates. This still considers the situation where the Steel Bones, the 5 Elders, and CP0 are not present. Whether these people were lurking during the Marineford War is something no one can clarify. Therefore, the current Whitebeard pirates only possess the basic strength to contend with the Navy. If they want to fight against the Navy, the Whitebeard pirates need to become stronger. Nightfeather also believes that with the continuous upgrades of his system, the current Whitebeard pirates are growing at a geometric rate. Before the Marineford War, he has absolute confidence that he can continue to strengthen the Whitebeard pirates until the day of the Marineford War, suppressing the Navy in all aspects with a king's posture, to become the true overlord of the sea. Host, Nightfeather. Conqueror's Haki, 16, 801 points. Armament Haki, 15, 11 points. Observation Hockey, 13, 90 points. Swordsmanship, 13, for 150. Items: a piece of cloth armor, ironstone, a bottle of insecticide, lost chapters, 2 packs of advanced fertilizer, predictive skill fruit, lost chapters, serrated short dagger. Diamond, 10 consecutive draws, once. Skills: spike defense, level 3, ice flash, level 3, ice barrier, level 2, stalwart heroic tune, level 2, frenzied taunt, level 2, glacier storm, level 2, star piercing spear, level 3, steel slash, level 3, wave slash, level 3, wind barrier, level 3, gunfire negotiation, level 2, scurvy treatment, level 2, gunpowder barrel, level 2, cannon curtain, level 2, blinding blow dart, level 2. Coins, 5. In a great mood, Night Feather switched the scene back to Fishman Island. At this time, Katakuri arrived at Cake Island with Bruley and Oven. In the Fishman Island conference room, Bista was discussing with the king when he heard the news of Katakuri's arrival. A slight smile appeared on his lips. Once he received the ransom, he would return to his Whitebeard pirates. The reward for the Vice-Captain Night Feather was waiting for him. You're that man who will never fall, Katakuri, right? Have you brought the ransom this time? Bista's lips curled slightly. Didn't he take the few people in front of him seriously? Facing Bista's disdain, Oven and Bruley, who were behind Katakuri, were extremely angry. Hey, Bista, how can you talk like that? We haven't even seen a member of the Charlotte family. How can we let you see the ransom first? Oven said angrily. Yeah, Bista, stop showing off. Bruley also roared angrily. However, Katakuri was much more composed than the two of them and directly signaled the two behind him to be quiet. Mr. Bista, this is the ransom from our Charlotte family. We hope you can hand over the members of the Charlotte family to us. After saying that, Katakuri took out the previously agreed ransom, which amounted to a full 10 billion berries, not a single berry less. Seeing Katakuri take out such a large bounty, Bista revealed a smile. You do have some sense. Katakuri, don't worry, Happy Bista keeps his word. Bista's lips curled into a slight arc. With a command from Bista, the princes of Fishman Island directly brought out Smoker, Raisin, and others. Seeing the iron chains binding them, Bruley was filled with anger and hurriedly stepped forward to free them. Smoker sister, how could they treat you like this? Damn bastards, Whitebeard pirates, just wait, you'll pay the price. Bruley shouted loudly. However, this shout frightened Smoker and Raisin beside her, as Bruley had never witnessed Bista's strength. But they had personally fought against Bista. Such a terrifying man could only be matched by their mother. Sister Bruley, we're fine. Let us leave here quickly, Smoker said cautiously, having been frightened. Fortunately, Bista was waiting for the reward from Vice-Captain Night Feather and was in a good mood today, not wanting to argue with Bruley. Take your Charlotte family's defeated soldiers and get out of here quickly. Otherwise, if I, Bista, regret it, I won't hesitate to capture all of you again, Bista said playfully. This sentence made Lazon and the others' hearts tremble. They were more aware than anyone of Bista's terror and did not dare to refute it. However, Burei wanted to continue arguing and was directly silenced by the members of the Charlotte family. If they accidentally angered the man in front of them, they fully believed that Bista would definitely follow through on his threats and capture them again. Burei, be quiet. Unexpectedly, Katakuri, who had been silent before, was the first to speak up to stop Burei's nonsense. Brother Katakuri. Hearing Katakuri's words, Burei indeed quieted down a lot. You all go on the ship first. I have my own matters to handle here, Katakuri ordered. Katakuri held great authority among the siblings of the Charlotte family, so they all listened to his words. Brother Katakuri, please hurry, Burei said worriedly. Brother Katakuri, you must not underestimate Bista. His strength is on par with Big Mom. Charlotte Smoothie also cautiously reminded from the side. Upon hearing Smoothie's words, Katakuri, Owen, Burei, and others were all shocked. A terrifying combat power on par with Big Mom? No wonder. Even the sweet Commander Smoothie was defeated by Bista. After everyone left, Katakuri took large strides directly to Bista's front. I've heard that your combat power is quite terrifying. I want to spar with you and see just how great the gap is between me and this world, Katakuri said seriously. For so many years, I have been searching for a rival who can match me, But my observation haki is so powerful that over the years, I have defeated countless opponents. However, there has never been anyone who could take me down, which is why I have another title. The man whose back will never touch the ground. But Katakuri is very clear in his heart that he is still far from the true strong ones in this world. So, now that he has come here, he wants to see the gap between himself and this world. Hearing Katakuri's request, Vista's lips curled up slightly. To be honest, his fighting power is comparable to that of an emperor now, and he really doesn't take Katakuri seriously. However, as a swordsman, when challenged by others, he naturally wouldn't choose to back down. Well, I'm in a hurry, so I believe I can defeat you soon. Vista's lips formed an arc, already deciding that after defeating Katakuri, he would directly leave Fishman Island to claim his reward from Vice-Captain Yeyu. Then I won't hold back. After getting Vista's permission, Katakuri's eyes instantly emitted a red glow. At the same time, an overwhelming conqueror's haki burst forth from Katakuri's body. The soldiers escorting the Charlotte family members on Fishman Island felt this invisible power and showed expressions of terror one by one. What? What is this? Why does it feel like my body isn't under my control? Seeing this situation, Neptune, the Dragon King, also widened his eyes. It is rumored that Katakuri is a man with conqueror's haki, and it seems to be true. The princes in the Dragon Palace, hearing King Neptune's words and feeling the rapidly flowing water around them, each began to sweat profusely. Conqueror's haki, that is said to be awakened only by those with the qualifications of a king, appearing once in every million people. The princes trembled as they spoke. Looking at the shocked expressions of the Fishman Island soldiers behind him, Vista was very displeased. Forget about strength. Conqueror's haki is really just showing off. Originally, I was the main character in this duel, but now, this Katakuri has stolen my spotlight just because he has Conqueror's haki. Damn Katakuri. So what if you have Conqueror's haki? I don't believe that Vista can't have such a flashy thing. After saying that, Vista actually imitated Katakuri's messy style, clenched his fists tightly, and prepared to release his own Conqueror's haki like Katakuri. Seeing Vista's actions, Katakuri couldn't help but laugh. Hey, don't waste your effort. Conqueror's haki is not something you can obtain just by trying hard. It requires talent, something that is determined from the moment you are born. Katakuri said proudly, and this is the only thing he could boast about in front of Vista. Yes, Vista, don't think that just because you can defeat the sweet commanders, you can have Conqueror's haki. It is a gift from heaven. Unfortunately, it's not for you. Brule, who had already distanced herself and was about to board the ship, shouted loudly in agreement. Yes, if we're talking about Conqueror's haki, apart from Mama, it has to be Brother Katakuri in our pirate crew, Charlotte Oven said proudly. However, an invisible Conqueror's haki suddenly erupted from Vista's body. Katakuri was instantly dumbfounded. Flower Sword Vista, as a swordsman, actually awakened Conqueror's haki? When did this happen? How come I didn't know? Brule and the others behind him also widened their eyes. How? How is this possible? Vista, from the Whitebeard pirates, is actually a holder of Conqueror's haki, not to mention members of the Don Quixote family. Even Vista himself was very surprised. Just now, because he was unconvinced, he imitated Katakuri, and unexpectedly, he really released Conqueror's haki. This is great news. Conqueror's haki, as we all know, is the first choice for showing off. So, after I defeat Katakuri and return to the Whitebeard pirates, I must tell the captains of my crew about this news as soon as possible. Haha. By then, when they see my Conqueror's haki, I'm sure they will be shocked. Looking at it this way, I am currently the only man in the Whitebeard pirates, aside from Pops, who possesses Conqueror's haki. Haha. Vista thought excitedly. I just wonder, how powerful is this newly awakened Conqueror's haki? At this moment, in the sky, two terrifying invisible forces collided directly, causing the entire sky to become filled with thunder and lightning from this invisible clash. The powerful pressure generated by the two invisible forces further cracked the buildings on Fishman Island, causing cracks to appear on their surfaces. You guy actually has Conqueror's haki, and you're on par with me, Katakuri said in disbelief. Oh dear, who just said I didn't have Conqueror's haki? Look, I just awakened it, Vista said with a big smile. This sentence once again shocked Katakuri. Vista's Conqueror's haki had just awakened. Chapter 139. I won't waste too much time fighting you. Katakuri, it should be noted that while the awakening of Conqueror's Haki relies on talent, without training, the pressure produced during the first awakening is generally not very strong. Bista's Conqueror's Haki just awakened and was able to match Katakuri's Haki, which he had trained for decades. This is definitely a monstrous talent. Alright, it seems I didn't choose the wrong opponent this time. Katakuri felt no fear. Instead, he was filled with excitement. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke burst from Katakuri's arm, which was the effect of his devil fruit ability. A large number of rice balls wrapped around the trident weapon, and then, with his arm spinning and thrusting forward, he shouted, "Rice ball charge." A spiral thrust rushed directly towards Bista. The terrifying destructive power even sliced through the air. But to Bista, this terrifying strike seemed like child's play. He merely pulled out his sword slightly, holding the unsheathed blade in front of his chest. With a loud bang, the sound of weapon collision echoed, sparks flying everywhere, and this terrifying strike was effortlessly blocked by Bista. The powerful recoil caused Katakuri's hand to go numb. Katakuri squinted his eyes and looked at Bista in front of him. Such a powerful weapon. So you've become stronger because of this weapon, Katakuri said, narrowing his eyes. As a member of the Yonko in the New World, it is impossible to say there are no conflicts. Although the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates usually have no disputes of interest, it doesn't mean they have no conflicts at all. In the past, Bista and Katakuri had a fierce fight over some territorial disputes. Back then, Katakuri had suppressed Bista in that fight. That's why this time, Katakuri specifically requested a battle with Bista to see why this guy had become so strong. Now, the reason was finally found. It was because Bista had found a treasure sword comparable to the supreme grade sword. Relying on just a sword? No. Although my sword is indeed strong, to say I became strong solely because of a sword is underestimating me too much, Katakuri, Bista murmured. In the next moment, Bista directly launched an attack. He remembered the grudge from the last time he was suppressed by Katakuri. Now that he had the chance for revenge, he would naturally hold nothing back. "Haze K!" Bista shouted as he drew his sword. A white sword light suddenly shot out from Bista's blade, and Katakuri instinctively took out his trident to block. However, under the terrifying attack, Katakuri's trident was actually knocked up. Red light burst from Katakuri's eyes, and with the enhancement of observation haki, Katakuri dodged first, finally avoiding this terrifying strike. However, the sword light shot directly towards the sea behind Katakuri. On the Charlotte family special cake ship, Charlotte Oven looked furious. Is Bista really that strong? Can he defeat big brother Katakuri? Just a moment ago, Charlotte Smoothie confidently said that Bista could completely defeat Katakuri, which made Charlotte Oven somewhat unhappy. Charlotte BRL also looked angry. Yes, Smoothie, you can't think that just because you're not a match for Bista, Katakuri can't do it either. My big brother Katakuri is the strongest man I've ever seen. He has never fallen against any opponent in battle. Charlotte BRL, he said seriously. After hearing Oven and BRLE's words, Reizu, Smoothie, and others all shook their heads slightly. Bista said he has already defeated the world's #1 swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. It seems this news is true. Smoothie said seriously. What? He defeated the world's #1 swordsman, Dracula Mihawk? As soon as this sentence was uttered, the pirates on the ship were completely stunned and fell into silence. At that moment, the sea behind Katakuri was pierced by the terrifying attack of the slash of steel, creating a gaping hole, and the area that was struck could not heal for a long time due to the blow. The Charlotte members who were waiting on the sea for Katakuri witnessed this strike and showed expressions of shock. This blow is enough to rival Mama's full-strength strike with the Emperor's sword, right? Seeing this scene, BRL was so frightened that she collapsed onto the deck. Yes, that is why brother Katakuri not only would be completely defeated, but would also be killed in an instant. The gap between the Vice and the Emperor level is still very large. On the battlefield, Katakuri looked at the whirlpool in the sea behind him that could not heal for a long time, completely shocked. This guy, just with a simple strike, was able to unleash such a terrifying blow. There were rumors that you defeated the world's #1 swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Could be true. Katakuri's eyes locked onto Vista with a serious expression and asked. Vista smirked slightly, playing with his unsheathed blade. That guy Mihawk must be practicing desperately right now to catch up with me, Vista said, showing off. Gulp, gulp. Hearing Vista's acknowledgement, Katakuri was still very shocked. The swordsman who was previously suppressed and beaten by him had now become the world's #1 swordsman. And what about himself? He only had a bunch of titles, like the strongest observation hockey user and the man who never falls on his back. Only Katakuri himself knew that these titles could numb him and could even endanger him one day. The true strong are now right in front of him, and he must see the gap with this world. Thinking of this, Katakuri tightly clenched his fists, transforming his arms into the shape of a machine gun. He aimed the hardened, sticky rice bullets, coated with armament hockey, at Vista. I must defeat you. After saying this, all kinds of bullets surged towards Vista in an instant. Grilled rice cake. Various rice cake cannons gathered in his hands, and then recklessly smashed towards Vista. The entire sky was densely filled with Katakuri's attacks. This powerful firepower. Those who don't know might think it was launched by a pirate crew. No one would expect that all this dense firepower was actually just from one person. Facing a barrage of tens of thousands of bullets, Vista remained motionless. You're like a frog at the bottom of a well. I'm still waiting to collect my reward from Vice-Captain Yu. So, I won't waste too much time. I hope you don't mind, Vista said confidently, a slight smirk on his lips. With a simple slash of his blade, he effortlessly summoned an invisible barrier of wind, capable of blocking all flying attacks, making it the best choice to defend against Katakuri at that moment. Unaware, Katakuri was still desperately unleashing his attacks without a moment's pause. Before he knew it, beads of sweat had begun to form on his forehead, and even his breathing had become noticeably hurried. If members of the Charlotte family saw this, they would surely be astonished, because during battle, Katakuri always gave them a sense of maturity, composure, and calmness. It was the first time they had seen him in such a state. The terrifying firepower exploded across the entire Fishman Island dessert factory. Flames erupted, and all sorts of debris flew everywhere. Owen and Brule, watching the scene through binoculars, showed excited expressions. What a surprise. Vista's swordsmanship is indeed powerful, but his observation hockey doesn't seem that great. Just now, Katakuri's attack, and Vista didn't even dodge it. Charlotte Owen exclaimed excitedly, holding the binoculars. Brule was also in high spirits. Haha, that is Katakuri, the man with the strongest observation hockey. Even the world's greatest swordsman, our Katakuri brother, should have a good chance of winning, right? Brule said excitedly. However, Smuggy shook his head slightly with a bitter smile upon hearing this. Well, it's probably because Vista looks down on dodging, Charlotte Smuggy said with a wry smile. What do you mean by looking down on dodging? Hey, Smuggy, what is wrong with you? Why are you always boosting others? Charlotte Owen and Brule were annoyed. Hearing their rebuttal, Smuggy shook his head even more. If you don't believe me, just keep watching, as far as I know. Vista seems to have a method to withstand all attacks, Charlotte Smuggy murmured. A method to withstand all attacks? The two hurriedly took out their binoculars again, looking in Vista's direction. Sure enough, in their field of vision, Vista casually walked out with his blade. Charlotte Owen and Charlotte Brule were instantly dumbfounded, sitting down on the ship. A method to withstand all attacks? Is he even human? Watching Vista walk towards him, Katakuri bit his lip. Just now you actually created a barrier with the wind. How did you do that? Katakuri said in disbelief. You're quite a bit stronger than that third commander, Smuggy. You actually noticed my attack. But even if you can see it, what does it matter? Just being able to see it doesn't mean you can catch it. It's still useless. Next, I'm going to continue attacking. Let us see if you can catch it, Vista said playfully. In the next moment, in just an instant, Vista appeared directly in front of Katakuri. Katakuri was shocked again. If that strange wind barrier could be considered Vista's absolute defense, then the next strike could definitely be called Vista's strongest attack. Yes, he had completely seen through Vista's next move with his observation hockey. However, that was all, because Vista's next strike was truly something he could not defend against. Rice Cake Shield, Super Rice Cake Defense, Great Rice Cake. A series of devil fruit defenses were applied to Katakuri's body, and that was not all. Katakuri himself transformed directly into a mass of rice cake. Bista smiled slightly, simply uttering 2 words. Critical hit. Boom. The combined power of the steel slash and the critical hit directly produced a sonic boom in the air. This blow directly pierced through the shield created by Katakuri himself. And it wasn't over yet. The shockwave rushed straight toward Katakuri's machi-like body. The speed of this strike was simply too fast. The only thing Katakuri could do was to throw his trident just before being pierced. Bang! The trident collided with the sword aura released by Bista, creating a large amount of sparks in the air. However, under Bista's terrifying impact, this move was minimal, merely dissipating a bit of the sword aura's power. The horrific sword aura directly sent the trident flying away. After spinning a few times in the sky, the trident ultimately crashed heavily onto the hull of the Charlotte family's ship, creating a massive dent in their vessel. After knocking Katakuri's trident away, the powerful aftermath from Bista still surged towards Katakuri. Sensing the trajectory of the sword aura's attack with his observation haki, Katakuri gathered all his armament haki at the point of impact. With that, I should be able to block at least a bit of Bista's sword light, Katakuri comforted himself. Boom! The terrifying critical strike of the sword light directly clashed with the place where Katakuri's haki defense was, creating a close collision. In an instant, a tremor began to spread outwards. Wrapped in glutinous rice, Katakuri revealed a wary expression in his eyes, sweat pouring down his forehead as he exerted all his strength to defend against Bista's attack. However, even with all his haki activated, he could only hold on for a second, and the next moment, the terrifying sword light pierced through Katakuri on the spot. The sword light that pierced through Katakuri showed no sign of stopping, creating a huge pit on the ground of Fishman Island. And a wave of chaotic energy stirred the entire sea within the Dragon Palace. The seawater surrounding the palace began to churn violently. Earlier, the Charlotte family members who were preparing to leave the ship were watching every move of Katakuri's battle, and this time they were completely stunned. Is Bista's attack really that terrifying? Even Mihawk, the strongest swordsman, couldn't unleash such a level of strike, right? Charlotte Oven widened his eyes, clutching his disheveled hair, and spoke in disbelief. Chapter 140. Katakuri, I was killed in one move. I said a long time ago that Bista's fighting power has reached the royal level. Otherwise, do you really think I, Charlotte Smoothie, am just a show? So many people can't take down a single Bista? Charlotte Smoothie hurriedly explained to himself. However, Charlotte are.I'll, he was worried about her brother Katakuri at this moment. Brother Katakuri won't be in trouble, right? Such a terrifying strike won't kill Brother Katakuri, right? Charlotte are.I'll, he said anxiously. Reminded by her, the people around suddenly realized that this attack was aimed at Katakuri. Brother Katakuri. In an instant, everyone began to shout Katakuri's name loudly. On the battlefield, due to the tremendous energy disturbance, Katakuri's scarf fell off, and he was pierced through the right side of his chest by Bista's terrifying strike. A large amount of blood flowed from the corners of Katakuri's grim mouth. Katakuri fell to the ground in a shape. Thus, the man who was said to never fall on his back was killed on the spot by Bista's blow, collapsing directly to the ground. Bista walked past Katakuri. Don't worry, Katakuri, you're not dead yet, but if I aim for your heart next time, whether you'll be okay is hard to say, haha, Bista said with a smile. Now that Bista had completed his task and was in a good mood, having avenged his earlier grudge, he naturally wouldn't stay here any longer. To him, Katakuri was just a minor character now. He was waiting for the Vice-Captain Nightwing to make him stronger. By that time, defeating some royal-level experts would be interesting. So Bista left Katakuri's side. And just after taking 2 steps, Katakuri's hoarse voice suddenly came from behind. You, why are you so strong? The rumors say that your Whitebeard pirates captains became stronger because you mastered technology. But in our battle just now, I can tell that your strength doesn't come from some crap technology. Tell me, why are you so strong now? Katakuri gritted his teeth, enduring the pain to ask for the truth. Hearing Katakuri's words, Bista smiled slightly. I'm this strong now entirely because of the guidance of our vice-captain, Mr. Nightwing. Well then, goodbye, Katakuri. Death is like the wind, always by my side. After saying something cool, Bista left without looking back, leaving Katakuri in a daze. Death like the wind? What the hell? Also, he just said it was because of their vice-captain Nightwing. With the intelligence capabilities of our Big Mom pirates, how come we've never heard of such a person? Meanwhile, members of the Charlotte family rushed over, having observed Katakuri's situation through binoculars, and they all came anxiously to check on Katakuri's injuries. When they arrived in front of Katakuri and saw him lying on the ground, they were completely stunned. The man who was said to never fall had now collapsed to the ground. A shocking wound appeared on Katakuri's right chest, having been pierced through. Fortunately, the wound was on Katakuri's right chest. If it had been on the left, he might have lost his life on the spot. Charlotte are.I'll was in tears, hurriedly taking out her medical kit to treat Katakuri. Brother Katakuri, how did you end up like this? Katakuri could only manage a faint smile. Don't worry, I'm not dead yet. Bista's strength is worthy of being called the greatest swordsman in the world. We need to get back quickly and discuss with Mama. The Whitebeard pirates are much stronger than we imagined. True to his character, even severely injured, Katakuri's first thought was about the Big Mom pirates. After being shocked by Katakuri's superb swordsmanship, the Charlotte family members also left Fishman Island. Blurp blurp, blurp blurp, back on the ship. After a simple bandaging, Katakuri immediately dialed the phone. As a human in the pirate world, especially a strong one, this kind of wound would heal in just a few days. The phone on the other end was answered, and G.N.'s voice came through. How's it going, Katakuri? Have a Charlotte family siblings been retrieved? G.N. squinted his eyes and asked. Report, Mama. They have been redeemed by me, but Katakuri furrowed his brow tightly. Noticing something was off with Katakuri, G's eyes narrowed even more. What happened, Katakuri? Big Mom asked seriously. Knowing Katakuri's character, G understood that if Katakuri was stuttering, something major must have happened. It's like this, Mama. I took it upon myself to fight Bista. Katakuri said truthfully. Upon hearing that Katakuri had fought Bista, Big Mom showed no sign of blame. To be honest, there were rumors circulating that Bista had defeated Mihawk and become the world's greatest swordsman, and she was skeptical about it. Defeating Mihawk? What kind of level is that? That would mean directly advancing to the royal level. So, the result of the battle between Katakuri and Vista can demonstrate Vista's strength. As for Vista, Big Mom has always thought that he has only risen to the level of a vice-captain like Marco, and he is definitely still a step away from being at the Emperor level. This point, the Big Mom of the Emperor level is clearer than anyone else. What was the result? G asked curiously. On the other end of the phone, after a pause, Katakuri slowly spoke. One-hit kill. I was directly one-hit killed. Vista, with just a single strike, completely injured me severely, but fortunately, it wasn't a fatal injury. Katakuri said seriously. As a man with conqueror's haki, he naturally would not hide the outcome of this battle for the sake of his own pride. Upon hearing Katakuri's words, Jien's pupils instantly widened, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. He was very clear about Katakuri's strength. Aside from himself, Katakuri was the strongest fighter in the Big Mom Pirates. And now Katakuri actually said he was one-hit killed by Bista? Chapter 141. Big Mom shocked you were one-hit killed, even if it were himself or Kaido. They wouldn't be able to one-hit kill Katakuri, right? Although she and Kaido are both emperors of this world, their main focus has been on defense. When it comes to attacking power, they're still relatively low in the ranking of the four emperors. What did you say, Katakuri? Say it again. That Bista is really that strong? One strike. Just one strike. And he defeated you? Quickly tell me, Katakuri. This news is simply too explosive for Katakuri, which is why Big Mom nearly went crazy and roared. Katakuri swallowed his own saliva. Although he didn't want to admit it, this defeat was indeed too tragic. But the facts were right in front of him, and he had no choice but to acknowledge it. Bista possesses a more terrifying swordsmanship than Dracul Mihawk. That's right, Mama. It is indeed like that. The current world's #1 swordsman, rumored to be Flower Sword Bista. There's no mistake about it. Katakuri said seriously. After saying this, a busy tone immediately came from his transponder snail. Katakuri couldn't help but smile wryly. There was nothing he could do. Bista was just too strong, and Mama's outburst was completely within his expectations. On Cake Island, after hanging up the phone with Katakuri, Big Mom immediately called Kaido. Kaido, who was on Onigashima and had a worried look on his face, answered the call when he saw it was Big Mom. Kaido, you said you wanted to declare war on the Whitebeard pirates in advance. I agree. Let's do it tomorrow, Big Mom said seriously. Upon hearing this, Kaido's face instantly lit up with joy. Ha ha ha, Lin, what made you suddenly come to this decision? Big Mom then told Kaido about Bista. I think you understand Katakuri's combat power, Kaido. I'm not joking. If we don't form an alliance to deal with the Whitebeard pirates now, we might not have this opportunity in the future, Big Mom said with a sinister gaze. After hearing about Fishman Island, Kaido's eyes widened in shock, and even his drunkenness faded significantly. Instantly killing Katakuri to become the new world's #1 swordsman was not a good thing for their alliance. It seems like a great war is coming, Lin. I suggest we mobilize everyone. Without hesitation, Kaido adopted a stance of fighting to the death. On the other side, G thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The Whitebeard pirates were their greatest enemy, a thorn in their side. To deal with this powerful Whitebeard pirates, mobilizing everyone was the best choice. As for their rear base, as long as they win the war against the Whitebeard pirates, even if it is occupied by others, they can retreat back. If they lose, the rear base would be of no use at all. So, both old foxes knew that they had to act decisively at this moment. Okay, that's a good suggestion. Looking forward to our triumphant return tomorrow. At the same time, the entire sky suddenly lit up with flashes of lightning and thunder, and the whole sky turned dark. The curtain of a great war was officially raised. Meanwhile, on Nightwing's side, Bramink, Brenheim, and Kiel, along with Doflamingo and Y5, returned. The three of them were beaming with joy, as they had perfectly completed their mission and were just waiting for Nightwing's reward. The doorbell outside was almost worn out from being pressed. Nightwing knew exactly what these people were thinking. At this moment, a ripe fruit had already formed on the skill fruit detection, with Nightwing's command. The information of the ripe fruit was displayed, Swift Sonata skill fruit. Swift Sonata provides a 22 increase in movement speed to the user. Gains melody, creates a 3-second aura that provides allied heroes with 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 0, 0, 2 movement speed for 3 seconds. The user's increased movement speed will last at least 3 seconds. This skill is not bad, quite suitable for giving Brenheim, the healer, a group shield and group movement speed boost. This is indeed very suitable for group combat. So, Yu directly picked the skill fruit from a skill tree. At the same time, Yu opened his attribute panel again, with 2 advanced fertilizer packs and a prediction skill. Yu decided to give the prediction skill to Marco. After all, Marco has already gathered 3 skills and only lacks the final weapon, the Frostbite skill. Frostbite. The user blasts the enemy with a bone-chilling wind, dealing 50,75,125,150 magic damage. If the target has been slowed by Frost Shimmer and Glacier Storm, this skill will deal double damage to the target. New Bikuch. This skill, when used properly, can produce magical critical effects if Frost Shimmer and Glacial Storm are triggered. It's perfect for Marco, who has the Ice Crystal Phoenix as a primary single target attack skill, coupled with Landry's Torment, and later crafting a small water droplet for Marco, which continuously increases mana cap and enhances sustainability. Marco can be considered a devastating weapon for the Whitebeard pirates. System. Use the Advanced Fertilizer Pack. Use Prediction Skill. Predict Frostbite. With Yeuyu's command, 2 skill fruits directly appeared on the skill fruit tree, one of which transformed into the Frostbite skill fruit under the influence of Yeuyu's prediction skill. After picking the Frostbite skill fruit, Yeuyu's gaze turned to the only remaining skill fruit on the tree. 1 skill fruit left. System scan. Yeuyu commanded. Chapter 142. The Thunder God's Hammer is born. Ding dong. Scan successful. Shield Leap skill fruit. Shield Leap. The user leaps towards a target, dealing 60,140,180,220 100 AP, physical damage, and a 1-second stun effect. Determined strike bonus. The next attack will hit 3 times, totaling 120 to 165, levels 1 to 18, physical damage. This skill can indeed be left to Kiel. In the future, when my forge is upgraded to a high-level forge, I can create some weapons for Keel that have attack effects, like the Blade of the Ruined King and the Hydra of the Giants. A shield leap can directly trigger 3 attack effects, so whether you're tanky or squishy, if you get caught in Keel's combo with control and damage, you'll definitely lose a layer of skin. Once the 3 fruits were ready, Yu directly took the 3 fruits and walked out. Speaking of which, this time it wasn't just Gil and the other 2. Even that guy Doflamingo had come along. He could have a good chat with him and try to swindle Doflamingo out of his family fortune. After all, Doflamingo, as an underground businessman, had a solid financial foundation. To be honest, he didn't dislike Doflamingo. He even liked him a bit. In this cruel world of pirates, characters like Doflamingo were necessary. If Doflamingo was willing to surrender and showed absolute sincerity, he wouldn't mind giving Doflamingo a position similar to that of Mihawk as a captain of an outer force. Yu opened the big door. After all, Doflamingo was on the losing side, and without Yu's orders, Gil and the others didn't dare to untie him. At this moment, Doflamingo was still in a criminal posture, with various ropes binding his body. Accompanying them was the maid Baby 5, who was also tied up and looked extremely charming. Seeing Baby 5's professional attire, Yu was quite satisfied. This is what a professional maid looks like. I can teach my 2 amateur ones well in the future. Vice-Captain Yu, we have successfully completed our mission in Dressrosa. And this is the kingfish horn we obtained from Dressrosa. Brenheim took out the kingfish horn and handed it directly to Yu. Although he was very excited to see the arrival of the professional maid Baby 5, Yu still maintained a calm demeanor and temporarily did not mention Doflamingo or Baby 5. Instead, he went straight to the forge with the kingfish horn. Not bad. I'll start forging the weapon. After saying that, Yu directly threw the weapon trigger for the Thunder God Hammer into the forge and picked up his bellows to start blowing air. Doflamingo felt a bit overwhelmed by all this. Could it be that he had been fooled? Looking at Yu's attire and demeanor, he didn't seem like a master at all. Instead, he resembled an old farmer from the countryside of Dressrosa or a blacksmith, someone from the lower class. Just as Doflamingo was in a daze, a wave of heat suddenly hit him. Strange, where did this heat come from? Upon closer inspection, he realized that the heat was emanating from Yu's forge. This left Doflamingo in a state of surprise. He knew that he was quite a distance away from the forge, yet the temperature on his side was already close to 100 degrees. The temperature around the forge, needless to say, must be at least 1,000 degrees, and the temperature inside the furnace, even more so, must be around 10,000 degrees Celsius. Yet Nightfeather was standing right by the furnace, his expression completely calm. Just this high-temperature resistance alone was enough to prove that the young man before him was definitely not an ordinary person. The moment Doflamingo was marveling at Nightfeather's heat resistance, Nightfeather directly opened his forge. He used tweezers to take out a hammerhead, and then poured the system's cooling water all over it. Sizzle in an instant, the cooling water splashed onto the glowing red hammerhead, producing a large amount of steam. Suddenly, the entire Forbidden Zone was shrouded in mist. As the weapon dissipated, a hammerhead appeared before everyone, reflecting the moonlight and emanating beams of moonlight in response. At the same time, for some unknown reason, the previously calm sky was now filled with thunder and lightning. Striking bolts of lightning, as thick as towering trees, struck down upon this hammerhead. It was needless to say that this was definitely a treasure. The captains were all excited, drooling at the sight. Such an impressive weapon, if given to anyone, would undoubtedly lead to a qualitative enhancement of their strength. They had precedents for this, such as Bista, who became the world's #1 swordsman after obtaining a weapon from Vice-Captain Nightfeather, piercing several holes in Mihawk. Doflamingo and Baby 5, who were not very familiar with the Whitebeard pirates, were left dumbfounded at such an explosive scene. Doflamingo had the fortune of witnessing such a scene that triggered phenomena in the heavens and earth with lightning and thunder. However, the one who could cause such celestial events was the man who instilled fear in him, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, the world's strongest creature. Nowadays, just the emergence of such a weapon could create this kind of spectacle, making Doflamingo unable to help but swallow his saliva. Even when the supreme Great Blade was unearthed, it wasn't this spectacular. Who exactly is this young man in front of him, capable of forging such divine weapons? Doflamingo thought in shock. Meanwhile, Baby 5 regarded Yeyu as a godlike being, as the scene of this weapon's emergence, triggering phenomena in the heavens and earth completely exceeded her understanding. Hearing the young master say that her main task in the future would be to serve this young man before her, it seemed that she wasn't losing out at all. "It is truly my honor." Immediately, Yeyu began to explain the weapon before everyone. "This hammer, its name is called the Thunder God Hammer," Yeyu said. The captains around swallowed hard again. Being referred to as a divine weapon by Deputy Captain Yeyu was undoubtedly impressive. The person who possesses this weapon can have the ability to fly. Just this first point alone shocked everyone, as flying is quite advantageous in the world of pirates. Moreover, the greatest function of this weapon is that it can summon the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth. It is not an exaggeration to say that among the characters who can currently control lightning, none have the electrical control power as strong as your Thunder God Hammer. Yeyu continued to explain the Thunder God Hammer. Hearing this, the people around were all taken aback. Doesn't that mean that among those with lightning abilities, only the user of Thor's hammer is the strongest? Moreover, controlling electricity naturally includes Thunder God Enel and Bigo. Hearing this, Doflamingo was deeply shocked. Let's not even discuss the combat power of First Mate Yeyu. Just the forging skills alone could allow one to dominate a region, right? The captains were even more excited. Whoever gains this ability would be incredibly cool. As for who could obtain Thor's hammer, it all depends on who can pull it out. As the hammer recognizes its master, Yeyu continued to tease. The reason he said this was because he was worried that there would be disputes when it came time to distribute Thor's hammer. After all, the three of them completed the task simultaneously. Although Bramink was more suited for Thor's hammer, the others would inevitably want to compete for it. So Yeyu thought of this idea. Hearing that whoever could pull out the weapon first would become its owner, Gil rushed over. Even though he already had the holy shield of a long spear, who wouldn't be tempted by such a divine weapon? Of course, he wouldn't give up Thor's hammer just because he already had two weapons. Doflamingo, seeing this scene, couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed that among the three captains, Gil was the smartest. Yeyu's intention was simply that whoever pulled it out first would be the one to claim it, right? You definitely have to rush forward. If I were the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, my agility would definitely be faster than Kazuru's. This opportunity is not to be missed. Once lost, it won't come again. The other two captains finally reacted, but Keel had already reached the Thor's hammer first. He grabbed the hammer with both hands, ready to pull it out in one go. However, something incredible happened. No matter how hard Keel tried, the hammer buried in the ground remained completely motionless. Keel was dumbfounded. His strength was no joke. Yet how was it that he couldn't move the hammer, which was only buried a few centimeters into the ground? This was unscientific. It really was. Ha, Keel. You're quick on the draw, but unfortunately, this hammer doesn't teach you, haha. Bramink laughed loudly. Hey, I said, Keel, have you not eaten? You can't even pull out a hammer like this. If you can't do it, let me have a go. Brenheim also mocked. Doflamingo looked surprised. He originally thought whoever pulled the weapon first would claim it, but he never expected that what Yeyu said was true. The weapon was indeed choosing its master. Doflamingo's admiration for Yeyu grew even more. Baby 5 was completely shocked by this scene. She had never seen anything like it in her life. It wasn't until she reached Yeyu's territory that she realized there were so many incredible things in this world that she didn't know about. Hearing the conversations around him, Keel exerted his last bit of strength, sweating profusely, but after still failing to budge the weapon even a little, he chose to give up. Let you try, Brenheim. I don't believe you can pull it up either, Keel said, feeling frustrated. Immediately, Brenheim took over from Keel, gripping the Thor's hammer with both hands, pushing against the ground with his feet. However, just like Keel, no matter how much effort Brenheim exerted, he still couldn't lift the hammer even a little. At this moment, the people around were completely dumbfounded. Two people, and neither of them could do it? That said, only Bravank remains the big guy. If Bravank also fails to pull out the MJ-Ulner, who will the reward go to? Even Doflamingo, standing nearby, began to have ideas, his eyes shining. What if I, Doflamingo, can pull out this MJ-Ulner and am willing to join the Whitebeard pirates? Wouldn't that mean the MJ-Ulner belongs to me? While thinking this, Bravank walked up directly, spat into his hands, and his face was filled with excitement. After all, the weapon I use is also a hammer. So, I should be able to pull this MJ-Ulner out, right? Thus, Bravainc grabbed the MJ-Ulner with his chubby palms and used all his strength to pull. Whoosh! A blue light appeared in the sky, striking the MJ-Ulner, and in that fleeting moment, Bravainc actually pulled the MJ-Ulner down. At that instant, the sky turned into a thunderstorm, and a violent storm descended. Bravainc also felt a mysterious power rushing into his body at that moment. Wow, Bravainc have made it! I pulled up the MJ-Ulner, haha! Bravainc laughed loudly, and bolts of lightning struck the MJ-Ulner. Holding the hammer, he actually flew around in the air. The leaders of the Whitebeard pirates outside the Forbidden Zone saw the scene inside, and were all very excited. Wow, this time, I don't know who is so lucky. Just witnessing this phenomenon is an incredible feat. Doflamingo, inside the Forbidden Zone, widened his eyes. Previously, during the battle in Dressrosa, Bravainc chose to jump and fight against him in the air, but now, with the gift of the Vice-Captain Nightwing's weapon, he can fly directly. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Bravainc simply waved the MJ-Ulner in the sky, and instantly, a billion volts of lightning was used by Bravainc, striking down towards the ground. A huge rock on the ground was directly vaporized by the lightning strike, completely disappearing from view. Ha! What a powerful MJ-Ulner. Not only has it granted me the ability to fly, but its attack power is also terrifying. After flying around in the sky, Bravainc's chubby body landed, and his face was filled with pride. Haha, it's all because I am too powerful. So the MJ-Ulner chose me instead of you guys. Sorry, brothers. Bravainc was filled with joy. Chapter 143. Doflamingo shocked. A word of guidance makes one stronger. A new era has arrived. The other captains looked on with envy, but there was nothing they could do. After all, the MJ-Ulner, this divine weapon, could choose its master. They couldn't even lift the MJ-Ulner, and even if it was given to them, it would be of no use. However, having completed this mission with great difficulty, they were unwilling to just give up. Vice-Captain Nightwing, look, we may not have contributions, but we have put in effort. We can't just let this MJ-Ulner master itself and leave us with no rewards, right? Blenheim said, trying to negotiate. Kill, standing nearby, also brightened up upon hearing this. Yes, Vice-Captain Nightwing, this time we even brought you a professional maid. If we go back empty-handed, we will be heartbroken. Even a word of guidance would be fine. Kill said earnestly. You must know, Vice-Captain Nightwing, a word of guidance could be worth 10 years of their training results. A word of guidance? Doflamingo, who did not understand Nightwing's abilities, was left confused and bewildered. Is it really that humble? A single piece of guidance can be said to have a negligible impact on a person's combat power, right? Don't worry, there will definitely be guidance. Nightfeather nodded. In fact, Nightfeather had already prepared gifts for them, truly achieving a fair distribution. When the captains heard that Vice-Captain Nightfeather would guide them, they were so excited they nearly jumped up. That's great, Vice-Captain Nightfeather. Thank you so much. Thank you, haha. Doflamingo looked on with a smirk. Is it really that important? Is it really that significant? It's just a piece of guidance. It won't fill your stomach. Even Baby 5 had a puzzled expression. Yes, she admitted that Nightfeather's forging ability was indeed strong, even creating the Thor hammer, a weapon that shouldn't exist in this world. But to say that a single piece of guidance from Nightfeather could greatly enhance people's combat power, she just couldn't believe it. If that were the case, wouldn't all the captains on the ship become kings with a bit of daily guidance from Nightfeather? First you, Brunheim, didn't you realize during the last battle that your intention could increase your teammates' defense? Nightfeather said calmly. Upon hearing Vice-Captain Nightfeather's words, Brunheim hurriedly nodded. That's right, Vice-Captain Nightfeather. Doflamingo also nodded, as Brunheim's ability had caused him quite a bit of trouble. Next time, you could try directly increasing your teammate's speed to enjoy some fruit. Nightfeather said with a smile. Brunheim took a bite of the fruit and instantly felt a significant reduction in his fatigue. Increasing speed. Yes, why didn't I think of that? Thank you so much, Vice-Captain Nightfeather. Brunheim said excitedly. All of this left the tightly bound Doflamingo and Baby 5 completely dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Are you sure this is called guidance and not just fooling around or being perfunctory? It's easy for you to say, but the key issue is how you put into practice. And you, Blenheim, do you have the intelligence of a child? What is there to get excited about with such nonsense advice? Actually, Blenheim was skeptical of Nightfeather at first, but after discovering that he could give his teammates shields, he completely trusted Nightfeather, not to mention increasing teammates' movement speed. Even if Nightfeather, the deputy captain, said he could turn his poop into a poisonous mushroom bomb, he would believe it. Come on, Keel, let me give it a try. Keel, take your fastest speed and run forward. Blenheim was visibly excited. All right. Keel got into position and dashed forward, and as Blenheim cheered for Keel in his heart, it felt like a symphony was playing in his mind. Keel's speed instantly increased. Boom! He crashed into a wall in the restricted area, smashing it to pieces, and a figure appeared atop the rubble. Keel crawled out of the wreckage, looking frustrated. Damn it, Keel, you idiot, your speed is too fast. I couldn't T-stop. Keel cursed. Ha, sorry, we'll fix it. Blenheim said sorry, but his face was filled with joy and excitement. He had just experienced a divine skill. How could he not be happy? To the people of the Whitebeard pirates, all of this seemed quite ordinary. However, in the eyes of Don Quixote Doflamingo, it was almost shocking enough to drop his jaw. Wow, what kind of perverted ability does Vice-Captain Yeyu have that just saying a few words allows others to comprehend it? Isn't this 100 times more powerful than my own artificial devil fruit? No matter what, even if I, Don Quixote Doflamingo, were to be killed today, I must follow Vice-Captain Yeyu in the future. A new era. The new era is about to arrive, and undoubtedly, the ruler of this new era is this young man in front of me who looks like a farmer or a blacksmith. A master. This is definitely a master. The future is limitless. Who knows, even that lord's rule might be overthrown by Yeyu. Doflamingo's heart was tumultuous, unable to calm down for a long time. Next is you, Gil. Yeyu patted Gil's shoulder and stepped in front of him. Gil also had an excited expression. Please, Vice-Captain Yeyu, Gil said excitedly. Your build is quite sturdy. Have you experienced Jaws' Porky Charge? Yeyu asked. Gil recalled the scene of Jaws battling someone before. That Porky Charge nearly pierced Marco through. How could he forget? Of course, I remember. Vice-Captain Yeyu. So, are you saying that you want me to charge like Jaws and deal damage to the enemy? Gil asked excitedly. The specific operation is similar to Jaws, but your main goal is not to inflict damage. Yes, through your charge, you want to put the enemy in a dizzy state. Once the enemy is dizzy, you can unleash your full attack. Yeyu patiently aplain it. Chapter 144, Doflamingo gets knocked out during practice dizziness? Gil pondered slightly. It was his first time hearing this term. Isn't this similar to the effects of Conqueror's Hockey? However, it is clear that my dizziness effect must be stronger than the one brought by Conqueror's Hockey. No problem. Practice slowly. First eat a fruit. Remember, it's not about dealing damage to the enemy, but putting them in a dizzy state through your charge. Do you remember? Yeyu murmured. I remember. Vice-Captain Yeyu, Gil said loudly. After finishing his fruit, Gil began his training. This time, Gil chose the captain for the class. Doflamingo. All right, I forgot to tell you. This is the king of Dressrosa, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doflamingo gave a sheepish smile at Yeyu. Vice-Captain Yeyu, I've long admired your name. Previously, I failed to recognize the mountain and charged at the 3 captains of your Whitebeard pirates. Now I, Don Quixote Doflamingo, am willing to atone for my sins and join your Whitebeard pirates as an external force. What do you think? Doflamingo said cautiously. Who would have thought that Yeyu did not respond? The captains nearby hurriedly spoke up for Doflamingo. It's like this, Vice-Captain Yeyu. This guy Doflamingo is willing to offer Baby 5 as a maid to you. And he also said that to become our external force, he is willing to pay a certain price. Of course, the choice is still in your hands. Vice-Captain Yeyu, Brunheim explained. Yeyu smiled slightly in his heart. He wanted to hear what this price was. It wouldn't be easy to make a businessman like Doflamingo part with something. In the past, the rule was that to join our Whitebeard pirates, one had to offer tribute. Just like that Mihawk, who moved everything from an entire island to join us. So, what tribute do you want to offer to join our Whitebeard pirates? Yeyu said with a smile. Upon hearing the name Mihawk, Doflamingo was instantly shocked, his eyes wide. That is the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, someone that the Yonko and the Navy want to recruit. A man as strong as Mihawk and proud like him actually chose to join the Whitebeard pirates. This is definitely unexpected news. It seems that Vice-Captain YuShows of the Whitebeard Pirates truly has some skills. Managing to convince someone so stubborn to join a faction. Don Quixote Doflamingo, must be smarter than that Mihawk. Reporting, Vice-Captain YuShows. As long as you choose to let me join, I am willing to hand over all the tax revenue of Dressrosa to you. No. In addition to the tax revenue of Dressrosa, I can also give you all the wealth I have accumulated from doing business in the Dark World every year. And all future profits will be turned over to you. If you're interested in artificial devil fruits, I can also create a batch for the Whitebeard Pirates to supply to the army. Doflamingo directly stated. This surprised the three captains around them. When he arrived, Doflamingo revealed that he wanted to give Nightwing 1 billion berries. Now, his words can be said to have basically offered everything he could to Nightwing. Nightwing was also slightly surprised, not expecting that the businessman Doflamingo would be so straightforward, giving all the benefits in his hands to the Whitebeard Pirates. Is this kid trying to play tricks? As far as I know, you deliver some artificial devil fruits to the Beast Pirates at regular intervals. Aren't you afraid that Kaido will come after you if you give them all to me? YuShows squinted his eyes and stared closely at Don Quixote Doflamingo. Being watched like this by a young man made Doflamingo feel as if he was being targeted by an old monster. And it seemed that the young man in front of him could see right through his thoughts. Therefore, Doflamingo dared not hide anything. Report, Vice-Captain YuShows. If I can join the Whitebeard Pirates and become an external force, I wouldn't be afraid of that damn Kaido at all. Besides, cooperating with that guy Kaido isn't easy. I've had enough of that bastard, Doflamingo said angrily. Doflamingo is a clever man. He knows that the Beast Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates have always been archenemies. Just a few days ago, Kaido was thinking about inviting him to kill members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Fortunately, he was smart enough. Otherwise, facing the wrath of the Whitebeard Pirates, a mere Shichibukai like him wouldn't be able to bear it. These words are indeed quite useful for the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates. Nightwing was also very satisfied with Doflamingo's words. Well, you will be our peripheral force from now on. Gil, untie Captain Doflamingo's squad leader and the trusted maid. Nightwing ordered. All right. Gil was willing to untie them. After all, he had enjoyed quite a bit of food and drink from Doflamingo. Use Doflamingo as a target and try out the dizziness effect I taught you. Nightwing murmured. Doflamingo didn't feel any distance at all. To be honest, he really wanted to try the feeling of being dizzy. Otherwise, he was somewhat skeptical, thinking that perhaps the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates were just acting. So to verify Deputy Captain Nightwing's guidance ability, Doflamingo decided to try it himself. All right, Doflamingo. Are you ready? Here I come. After untying Doflamingo, Gil shouted loudly. As soon as Gil finished speaking, he took out his shield, placed it in front of his chest, and charged fiercely at Doflamingo. Seeing Gil's charge, Doflamingo instinctively activated his haki, wondering if a mere collision could knock someone out. He wanted to test its authenticity. The pitch-black haki gathered in front of Doflamingo's chest, emitting a dark glow under the sunlight. Upon seeing Doflamingo activate his haki, Gil also placed his haki on his holy shield. Boom! After a muffled sound, Doflamingo felt darkness in front of him, and then, as if he had lost consciousness, he fell directly to the ground. Young master, Baby 5 shouted from the side. It's okay, he will wake up soon, Nightwing said calmly. Sure enough, only a second had passed when Doflamingo, lying on the ground, rubbed his head, looking completely bewildered. Strange, my head hurts so much, what just happened? Why am I on the ground? Doflamingo touched his head, completely confused. Young master, you just fainted. Baby 5 reminded him from the side. I really got dizzy. That was too fast. I didn't even have time to react. Doflamingo thought instinctively, realizing that what Deputy Captain Nightwing said was indeed true. His brain had short-circuited. If this were on a battlefield, a 1-second brain short-circuit could easily get him killed by the enemy. Chapter 145. Distribution of rewards previously. If it was a one-on-one fight, he had absolute confidence to fight Gil evenly. But now that Gil had this skill, Doflamingo didn't dare to think that way. After all, within that 1 second, if Gil took out that terrifying spear and attacked him a few times while he was unconscious and defenseless, he would definitely be left with a cool breeze inside. It would be a miracle if he didn't get killed. Deputy Captain Nightwing, I admire you. Doflamingo sincerely admired. Gil was also very excited. Great. This skill is simply tailor-made for me. Deputy Captain Nightwing, you really understand me too well. Gil, you did a good job this time. I have an equipment to give you. Nightwing's words excited Gil once again. This weapon is called Purification. In battle, it can rapidly enhance your healing ability. After saying that, Nightwing directly fused the weapon into Gil's body. Doflamingo and Baby 5 were once again shocked by Nightwing's abilities upon witnessing this scene. In Nightwing's territory, they had seen too many unbelievable things. And you, Bruenheim, this lost chapter is for you. Nightwing took a book and directly fused it into Bruenheim's body. Bruenheim had seen Marco use this lost chapter with his own eyes, and it greatly enhanced his overall combat power, especially his sustained combat ability. Naturally, Bruenheim was so excited about possessing such a good equipment that he almost jumped up. As for Blamank, his Thor's hammer was too large. So Nightwing didn't grant him any equipment distribution. Blamank had no objections to this, since just the flying ability and the divine power to control lightning could keep him awake all night with excitement. After the distribution was complete, everyone returned to their respective places. Doflamingo was a clever person. He didn't rush to ask Nightwing for any gifts, which made Nightwing quite pleased. Doflamingo, the others are fine, but those artificial devil fruits, just leave them for your crew. Nightwing instructed Doflamingo. For Nightwing, the attraction of artificial devil fruits was really not great, as they contained many defective products. If someone accidentally ate one, they might end up laughing foolishly every day, which was uncomfortable to watch. Thank you, Deputy Captain Nightwing. Doflamingo was extremely excited inside. Those artificial devil fruits could significantly enhance his power. In the pirate world, money, fine wine, and beautiful women were certainly not as attractive as power. That Deputy Captain Nightwing was willing to give away artificial devil fruits. That was definitely a sign of his favor. Deputy Captain Nightwing, don't worry. You can ask Baby 5 about the maid matters. She is the most professional. After bidding farewell to Nightwing, Doflamingo gave him a knowing look and left with the three captains. Nightwing smiled wryly. He wasn't in the mood to deal with any maid issues, as he had already sensed that Marco and Vista were about to arrive here. If he wanted to spank them then, wouldn't these captains who completed the mission have to wait for him at the door all night? This was being stared at by people, making even spanking lose its interest. Fortunately, I directly distributed gifts to them. Finally, after having lunch, Marco and Vista rushed over. You two finally made it. Hurry up. Today, Brayman K is giving me a professional maid, and I still have to go check it out tonight. Nightwing urged with a smile. Upon hearing this, Marco and Vista were taken aback. Wow. Brayman K has come to his senses. How come we didn't think of that? Especially since Marco and the others had captured a Pejuan upon arriving in Wano country. Looking back, they felt a bit foolish. Capturing Pejuan was also for Miss Runny, right? It would have been better to capture a girl even more beautiful than Miss Runny. Wouldn't that be more appealing? However, it was too late to say anything now. They might as well see what kind of gifts they could get from Vice-Captain Nightwing. Vista was also excited. Last time, Nightwing had crafted a blade for him and gifted him a pair of gloves, which had greatly increased his combat power, surpassing even the world's #1 swordsman. Now, receiving another gift. Wow. Was this trend leading him to become the pirate king of the East Sea? Just as Vista was 5 parts excited, Nightwing took out a dagger from his forge and handed it to Vista. With previous experience, Vista immediately integrated the dagger into his body and could feel that just by merging it, his sword intent had undergone a geometric increase. This weapon was called the Serrated Short Dagger, which could significantly enhance attack power. Moreover, it had an internal destruction effect, making it even more effective against those with strong defensive attributes. Nightwing explained, Vista's heart soared. Not only had his normal attacks greatly improved, but more importantly, he had gained the internal destruction attribute for his attacks, making his ability to duel, especially against the likes of Kaido and Big Mom, even stronger. After receiving the weapon personally gifted by Nightwing, Vista was naturally ecstatic and couldn't wait to try out his swordsmanship. However, fearing to cause damage in the restricted area, Vista left right after receiving Nightwing's gift. Now only Marco remained. At that moment, the knocked-out Pejuan suddenly woke up and happened to see Marco and Nightwing. Pejuan had no impression of Nightwing at all. Marco, you bastard, where is this? Dare to capture me. Our Lord Kaido won't let you off. Pejuan shouted angrily, completely ignoring Nightwing. Slap. Just as Pejuan finished speaking, Marco gave him a big slap. Chapter 146. Pejuan weeping. Sister, why have you become a maid? Lord Kaido, let me tell you the truth. If your Lord Kaido really had the ability, he wouldn't let me capture both you siblings. Do you know that your so-called Kaido almost got killed by me? And you didn't greet our Vice-Captain Nightwing when you saw him. What are you thinking? Marco made a gesture to continue slapping Pejuan, and after taking such a big slap, Pejuan instantly became much more obedient. Don't hit me, don't hit me. Vice-Captain Nightwing. Hello. Pejuan covered his cheek, trying hard to smile, but it looked more like a wilting flower. This smile is even uglier than crying. Just at this moment, a long-legged girl wearing a mask suddenly rushed out from YuShows' room. Behind her were Y5 and Speed. It turned out that just now, Runny had heard Peggy Wan's voice and ran out like crazy. The two wanted to stop Runny, but their sibling bond was too strong to be hindered. Y5 was shocked. She had a very important task here, which was to train the maids. Now that their master hadn't said anything, they had run out on their own, which was a dereliction of duty. If Doflamingo were here, he would definitely have a very unpleasant expression. Y5 had previously boasted to Vice-Captain Yeyu about being a professional maid, and unexpectedly, on her first day, she had caused such a huge embarrassment. At that time, Doflamingo would surely punish Y5. It's my subordinate's dereliction of duty. I hope Vice-Captain Yeyu will punish me. Y5, dressed in a sexy cheapao, directly knelt down. This made Yeyu admire him. In terms of management, this Doflamingo really has a way. It's nothing, Y5, you're overreacting a bit. The reason I brought Peggy Wan here is that I was afraid Run T would run away. Let them recognize each other well. It's nothing. You all can go now. You said to Y5 and Speed. Next, the two siblings directly began to cry in front of everyone. Sister, I thought you were dead. I didn't expect you to be captured in a place like this. And looking at your outfit, are you working as a maid here? How'd you end up like this, sister? Peggy Wan said, tears streaming down his face. Brother, I had no choice either. Whether I work as a maid or not doesn't matter. The most important thing is that I can't stop worrying about you. Now that you're here and I can see you alive and well, I'm satisfied. Run T comforted. Peggy Wan suddenly realized something was off. Sister, with that tone. You didn't ask Marco to have me captured, did you? Peggy Wan suddenly pushed away Run T, who was holding him, and asked suspiciously. At Peggy Wan's question, Run T felt a bit embarrassed. Although it wasn't her request for Marco to capture her brother. It was indeed because she said the wrong thing that her brother ended up in this predicament with her. Let's not talk about that, brother. Now that we're reunited, we have to make the best of it here. Run T guided. Peggy Wan. All right, you've exchanged greetings enough. How about this? I'll give you 10 minutes to meet each day. If you want more time, it depends on your performance. Marco, what positions are vacant in our Whitebeard pirates? Arrange something for Peggy Wan. You said, we do need someone to wash dishes in the kitchen. I think Peggy Wan is quite suitable. All right, then wash the dishes. You've already used your meeting time for today. If you have anything to discuss, do it tomorrow. Today we have the head maid Y5 here, and Yu naturally wants to get some sleep early. In Peggy Wan's cries, he was directly pulled down. This time, Run T was much more obedient. If her brother had to wash dishes, then let him wash dishes. Now, in someone else's territory, if they didn't listen, they would get punished. After Peggy Wan went down, he obediently returned to YuShows' room. Once everyone else had left, the remaining task was to discuss the division of positions with Marco. Opening his panel, YuShows found that the only item left in the entire inventory was a lost chapter, which he intended to give to Marco, just in time to enhance Marco's ability to control the undead freezing power. Marco, you did well this time. I'll give you this lost chapter, YuShows said lightly. To his surprise, Marco didn't seem too happy after receiving the lost chapter. Deputy Captain YuShows, my endurance is strong enough now. And the war in Wano country made me realize that my problem isn't endurance, but rather a lethal finishing move. You see, Deputy Captain YuShows, could you please give me some guidance? Marco said, scratching his head shyly. Sure, Marco, you're getting bolder. YuShows teased with a smile. However, YuShows was in a good mood today, and Marco's request happened to align with his own thoughts. Was Marco weak in combat now? He wasn't weak. But that was due to the torment from Landry and his continuous damage from the hailstorm. That was perfect for dealing with small fry. But if he encountered someone with high agility, or someone like Law who had instant movement abilities, Marco's damage would be greatly reduced. And what was needed was a powerful single-target attack skill to make up for that. Marco, since you're idle anyway, just give me a couple of tips, just a couple. I'll leave immediately. I won't delay your meeting with the new maid tonight. Marco said with a smile. You shot him a glare. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't guide you. Listen up, Marco. Didn't you research the undead freezing power before? You said seriously. Upon hearing that Yu was going to guide him, Marco didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly nodded. Yes, Deputy Captain Yu, this undead freezing power indeed has significant damage, but it requires accumulating enough duration to kill enemies. Do you have any way for me to have a skill that can directly kill strong opponents? Marco said excitedly. Since Deputy Captain Yi, you mentioned the undead freezing power, it meant that he must have his own method, and he just needed to share it with him. Listen carefully. Marco, you can continue to release a cold wind on the enemy after your undead freezing power has infiltrated their body. Use this cold wind to further penetrate the enemy's body that has already been eroded by your undead freezing power, causing a secondary strike, and thus dealing double damage. Yu said, narrowing his eyes. A bone-chilling cold wind, again? Chapter 147. Whitebeard returns. Marco slapped his forehead. He had completely forgotten about this. Since I've already told you, take this fruit and hurry back to train. Yu directly issued an eviction order. He had important matters to attend to that night. Thank you, Deputy Captain Yu. I hope you have a great time tonight. After saying that, Marco immediately left the restricted area. If he stayed any longer, he might ruin Deputy Captain Yu's good fortune, and then no one would guide him properly in the future. His path to becoming an overlord would also be bleak. Yes, you heard it right. Marco had now set a big goal, to become a being that surpasses Dad, to become an overlord. After sending Marco off, Yu opened his panel. Host, Yu Conquerors Hockey, 16, 951 points Armament Hockey, 15, 111 points Observation Hockey, 13, 190 points Swordsmanship, 13, 490 items, 1 bottle of insecticide, 10 consecutive draws of lost diamonds, 1 time, skills, Spike Defense, level 3, Ice Flash, level 3, Ice Barrier, level 2, Resolute Courageous Tune, level 2, Frenzied Taunt, level 2, Glacier Storm, level 2, Star Piercing Spear, level 3, Steel Slash, level 3, Wave Slash, level 3, Wind Barrier, level 3, Gunfire Negotiation, level 2, Scurvy Treatment, level 2, Gunpowder Barrel, level 2, Cannon Barrage, level 2, Blinding Blow Dart, level 2, Shield Leap Attack, level 2, Frostbite, level 2, Swift Sonata, level 2, Gold, 600, 527 Devil Fruits, Tremor Fruit, ignores sea-related side effects, Flash Fruit, ignores sea-related side effects, Magma Fruit, ignores sea-related side effects, Weapon, Blade of the Unsheathed, Thunder God Hammer Equipment, Lost Chapter, Randalese Torment, Reflective Armor, 14 Healing Orbs, 10 Small Knives, Purification. Currently, Yu's skill bar is dazzling, and there are quite a few pieces of equipment. The remaining goal is to focus on the Devil Fruits and upgrading the Forging Furnace. Only by upgrading the Forging Furnace to a high-level furnace can one forge divine weapons with special abilities. At that time, the goal of achieving the status of a captain in the Whitebeard Pirates, reaching the Emperor level, can be accomplished. Overall, Yu is very satisfied. At the very least, he can share skills and equipment with the captains. With so many skills and equipment, he can be considered a formidable demon king. It is not an exaggeration to say that with his current combat power, defeating a pirate king like Rox would be very easy. In terms of attack, he has dozens of small knives, purification, critical strike gloves, terrifying swordsmanship, and Yasuo's skills, capable of a single slash that opens the heavens. In terms of defense, he possesses dragon-type skills, bard-type skills, invincible defenses like Wind Wall, along with over a dozen healing orbs and various health bonuses, making his defense likely comparable to 10 Kaidos. Regarding the Devil Fruits, he alone possesses 3 extraordinary fruits, and with his magic power enhancement, all fruits can be developed to the Awakening level, which is unmatched. Moreover, his hockey has surpassed 10,000 points, making him an absolutely top-tier existence in the pirate world. So many things combined together. YuShows is confident, except for that mysterious old thing, who can easily destroy a country or a massive island, a terrifying existence. As for the powers like the Five Elders, C0, Revolutionary Dragon, and others, he completely has the strength to crush them. Speaking of which, 10 years ago, he secretly developed on his own, and his strategic choices were really wrong. If it weren't for that guy, Jozu, stealing a fruit from him, he might still be hoeing in the fields, preparing to plant trees and forge iron for another 20 years. Now, in less than a month, his combat power is stronger than all the combat power he accumulated in 10 years. YuShows clenched his fists. Not only is he strong now, but the forces under him are also robust and ready to make their move. It's time to let the world see that there is a terrifying monster in the pirate world, and his name is YuShows. Ace, don't worry. I'm coming to save you soon. Vista and Marco returned to their dormitory, unable to sleep excitedly that night, and walked out of their dorms. What's up, Vista? Can't sleep from excitement, either? Marco was the first to spot Vista. Let me tell you, Marco, my normal slash has gotten stronger, and I can now deal damage from within the enemy. Just the title of the world's greatest swordsman isn't enough for me anymore, Vista said proudly. Marco smiled slightly. Not enough? You're still just the world's greatest swordsman. Vista, do you know what I got for Vice-Captain YuShows? My immortal freezing power can now deal critical hits. Yes, you heard it right, critical hits. Not only can you swordsman deal critical hits, but even my devil fruit damage can deal critical hits. Vice-Captain YuShows is definitely a genius, Marco exclaimed excitedly. So the two of them started bragging late into the night and took out their weapons to train in an open space. Hey, see that, Marco? This is my current strength. Next time, even if it's an emperor, I'll chop him down. What's an emperor? I'll tell you the truth. I'm preparing to become the first super emperor of our Whitebeard pirates. Let me show you my magic critical hit, Frostbite. Buzz. The two continued to communicate until deep into the night before finally going to sleep. The next morning, a ship sailed out from a remote island in the Whitebeard pirates' territory. And on that ship was none other than Whitebeard, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, the strongest man in this pirate world. Kahaha. I'm very satisfied with this treatment, and I can finally come out. By the way, there are only a few days left until the war starts. I wonder how my sons are doing. Thinking of this, Whitebeard increased the strength of his rowing, and a small boat began to accelerate towards the Moby Dick. Chapter 148. No need to fear the dual Emperor alliance, just as Whitebeard was feeling relaxed and preparing to share the good news of his successful preliminary treatment with his sons. He suddenly frowned. Then, Whitebeard turned his head toward the back of his ship and saw a fleet of pirate ships about 10 kilometers behind his small boat. Whitebeard could confirm that those pirate ships were definitely not from the Whitebeard pirates, since they weren't from the Whitebeard pirates but appeared in their territory. There could only be one situation. Hostile forces are invading the Whitebeard pirates. What happened to the Whitebeard pirates while I was gone? What's going on? Whitebeard thought to himself with a jolt. He then took out a telescope from the ship and looked behind him, and Whitebeard's mouth dropped open. The worst has happened. Before engaging in battle with the Navy, the two major Emperor crews actually allied to deal with my Whitebeard pirates. Oh no, while I was gone. How did you lead? This is bad. My snail is broken. I have to hurry back and tell my sons about this, Whitebeard punched his chest, feeling frustrated. At this moment, he suddenly spotted Izu, the captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard pirates. Izu showed a delighted expression upon seeing Whitebeard's arrival. Old man, you're finally back. Why didn't you tell us when you returned? We've been waiting for you to come home for a long time, Izu exclaimed excitedly. However, upon seeing Izu, Whitebeard did not rush to catch up. Izu, you're here. That's great. I have something important to tell you, Whitebeard said with a serious expression. Izu, hearing this, showed a puzzled look. What is it, old man, that has you so anxious? Whitebeard then directly told him about the alliance of the two emperors coming to attack the Whitebeard pirates. Upon hearing this, Izu merely nodded slightly. Oh, got it, old man, Izu said in a calm tone, showing no signs of panic. Hey, Izu, did you not understand what I said? Kaido and Lin, those two bastards, actually teamed up to deal with us, the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard shouted. Izu looked confused. I understood, old man. Isn't it just that they want to attack us? If they want to come, let them come. When they arrive, we can catch them all at once. Aizu said confidently. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard was completely speechless. Goodness, just goodness. Whitebeard was even a bit angry. This is such a serious issue. It concerns the survival of the Whitebeard pirates. Yet Aizu was acting so casually. Hey, Aizu, what are you doing? I'm talking about Kaido and Lin Lin, these two emperors. Who in the Whitebeard pirates can withstand them besides me? Whitebeard said excitedly. Well, old man, there are still quite a few who can withstand them. If possible, I'd like to fight those emperors to prove my strength, Aizu said, looking eagerly at the distant pirate ships. Seeing this, Whitebeard said nothing and directly went to the phone snail in front of him, snatching the phone snail from Aizu's hands. Crazy, crazy. Aizu is absolutely crazy, Whitebeard thought. At the same time, Whitebeard directly dialed the signal department's phone. At this moment, the duty officer was Blamank. Hearing the old man's voice, Blamank was very excited. Hello, is it the old man? That's great, old man, you're finally back. Come on, come on. We must have a banquet today to welcome your return, Blamank said excitedly, holding his big belly. Blamank, let's talk about the meal later. I have something very important to tell you. Whitebeard Edward Newgate said sternly. What is it, old man? You look very serious. Blamank asked anxiously, just like Izang. Listen carefully. Blamank, on my way back to our Whitebeard pirates, I discovered that the Beast pirates and the Big Mom pirates, those two despicable guys Kaido and Lin Lin, have actually teamed up to deal with us. Whitebeard said seriously. A puzzled voice came from the other side. Teamed up? So these two guys are quite despicable. I understand, old man. When will you be back on the ship? We'll hold a banquet for you. Blamank continued. Hearing this, Whitebeard's mind was completely in disarray. Something was off, absolutely off. What on earth had happened to the entire Whitebeard pirates? Collective stupidity. Could it be that they were poisoned, having eaten some intelligence-reducing poisonous mushrooms? Brandmark, what on earth is going on with you all? Just now, I told this news to Aizo, and he seemed indifferent. I thought Aizo had gone stupid. But I didn't expect all of you to be foolish. This is war. The two emperors have joined forces against our Whitebeard pirates. It absolutely cannot be taken lightly. Whitebeard was even a bit angry. Aizo, who was beside him, felt quite helpless after hearing Whitebeard's words. On the other end of the phone, Brandmark's laughter came through. Ha ha. Old man, don't worry. Under the leadership of our Vice-Captain Yu, defeating a double emperor alliance is not a problem. Moreover, if the two emperors are coming, I, Brandmark, would actually like to have a good competition with one of the four emperors, Brandmark said proudly. After hearing this, Whitebeard hung up the phone, and Aizo, who was next to Whitebeard, followed him. Old man, look, Brandmark said it's nothing serious, so you can rest assured. Aizo also explained to Whitebeard. Brandmark has said it now, Dad. You should believe it, right? Who knew Whitebeard directly smashed the phone. It's over. It's over. Is this the end for my Whitebeard pirates? I need to hurry and meet Nightwing. What has Nightwing been doing while I've been away? Why are all the captains of the Whitebeard pirates acting so foolish? After saying that, Whitebeard strode forward and rushed towards the Forbidden Zone at high speed, leaving Aizu alone in the wind, feeling disheveled. Why doesn't Dad believe what we say? Sigh, but once Dad sees the Vice-Captain Nightwing's abilities, he will definitely believe. Aizu said helplessly. Chapter 149, Teemo's Ultimate, planting mushrooms on the other side. After having breakfast prepared by the maid, Butler Baby 5, Nightwing also went straight to the Forbidden Zone. Surprisingly, the system tree bore 2 large fruits. Nightwing was quite satisfied. System scan. With Nightwing's command, the system began to scan. Ding! Detected the fruit as Teemo's poison-based skill, planting mushrooms. Planting mushrooms? Yes, you heard it right. Teemo's ultimate is called planting mushrooms. Simple and easy to understand. Planting mushrooms. Use a stored mushroom to throw a trap. If an enemy steps on it, the trap will explode, releasing poison to nearby enemies, slowing them down by 30, 40, 50 for 4 seconds, and dealing 200,325,450, 5 AP, magic damage. The trap lasts for 5 minutes and takes 1 second to deploy in stealth. A mushroom can be collected every 34, 28, 22 seconds. But his backpack can only hold 3, 4, 5 mushrooms. Nightwing's mouth curled into an interesting smile. This skill is quite an interesting one. If not used properly, it could be as useless as trash. However, if used well, it could be a powerful weapon. In the pirate world, there are no true eyes. But Teemo's mushrooms have an invisibility effect. If we have to talk about countering it, perhaps only observation hockey can do it. With top-tier observation hockey, one might be able to foresee the danger and spot the mushroom. However, just because a master can see it doesn't mean others can. This mushroom deals area damage. Imagine that when a master like Akainu senses the presence of mushrooms around him, the surrounding minions can't feel where the mushrooms are and just step on them, causing the area damage to splash onto Akainu, making him poisoned and lose health continuously. What a satisfying feeling that must be. So, you excitedly called Harda. It wasn't long before Harda came over alone. It was clear that Harda was in a very good mood today. Ha ha ha. I have good news for you. Vice-Captain Yu, you taught me how to use the blow dart before, and I've mastered it. I used the blow dart on the water buffalo, Atmos. And guess what? Ha ha. This guy slashed at me dozens of times, but not a single slash caused me any damage. Harda said excitedly. Previously, he was on the same level as the water buffalo, Atmos, but after Yu's guidance, he could instantly kill Atmos with a blow dart, meaning Harda's strength had at least risen a whole level. Who wouldn't be excited? Yu still had a calm expression. He was well aware of what Harda was saying. Calm down. Harda, this is just the beginning. I have even more powerful moves that I haven't taught you yet. Yu said mysteriously. Upon hearing this, Harda felt a surge of excitement. A move even more powerful than the one he learned before? Harda couldn't help but swallow hard. My God, what kind of move is that? If I learn it, will my combat power rise another level? Could I even reach the level of a vice admiral in the future? Harda thought excitedly. This is my breakfast today, a mushroom stew. Try it and see how it tastes. After you finish, I will properly guide you. Yu said with a slight smile. Hearing Yu's words, Harda was incredibly excited and tremblingly took the mushroom soup Yu gave him, drinking it without a second thought. The taste was not great. It felt sour and seemed to be poisonous. However, none of that mattered. After finishing the soup, Vice-Captain Yu would guide him, and that was the key. Not bad. Mushroom soup, Vice-Captain Yu. Please guide me quickly, Harda said eagerly. Well, listen carefully. Harda, your blow dart was able to hit the water buffalo, Atmos. What do you think is the most important reason for that? Yu began to speak seriously. Upon hearing this, Harda immediately showed a serious expression and began to think carefully about Yu's question. Is it because of my accuracy? In a previous battle, I hit the shoulder of the water buffalo, Atmos, so he failed in the subsequent fight. Harda said seriously. No, accuracy is important, but it's not the most crucial reason. Your sword also has high accuracy, yet you didn't inflict any substantial damage on the water buffalo, Atmos. Yu began to ramble. Then is it the timing? I released my blow dart when the water buffalo, Atmos, was nearly in a frenzy. So timing is the most important. Harda said seriously. Yu directly slapped his forehead, pretending to be helpless. Harda was frightened, realizing he might have said something wrong. He thought to himself that if he upset Vice-Captain Yu, who would not teach him anymore, he would be in big trouble. So Harda cautiously spoke up. Vice-Captain Yu, please don't be angry. You know I'm a bit slow. Please enlighten me on what the reason was for defeating the water buffalo, Atmos. Yu waved his hand, took a couple of steps, then looked at Harda and slowly said, Poison. It's poison. Poison? Harda was completely bewildered. How is it poison? Did my blow dart have enhanced toxicity? I had no idea. I know you don't quite understand right now, but don't worry. I've already told you. Just focus on the direction of adding poison going forward. That's the real path you should pursue. Yu continued to talk nonsense. By the way, once you make some achievements in poison, you can consider imagining the poison as a mushroom, and then place the poison anywhere to let it grow like a mushroom. If someone steps on it, they will suffer the damage from the mushroom's poison. Yu directly told Harda how to use poisonous mushrooms. Imagining the poison as mushrooms and using it to set traps? Although it sounded a bit far-fetched at first, upon reflection, it seemed like only Vice-Captain Yu, a true master, could come up with such a brilliant idea. Chapter 150, Whitebeard steps on a mushroom, so poisonous. Yu took out a lost chapter from his space and directly gifted the book to Harda. With this book, your poison will become even stronger. After speaking, Yu patted Harda on the shoulder. This book is meant to encourage you. You are the only captain in our team who uses poison as an attack. Don't let me down, Yu said with authority. Yu placed great importance on the skill of growing mushrooms, as it was a divine skill to annoy enemies. Naturally, he needed to encourage Harda, who possessed this skill. Seeing the support from Vice-Captain Yu, Harda's eyes became a bit misty. That's great, Vice-Captain Yu. I think I understand, Harda said excitedly. After saying that, Harda deeply bowed to Yu and then left the restricted area. As Harda ran, he thought to himself that he absolutely could not let Vice-Captain Yu down. He returned home, took out the poison he used for the blow dart, and began to research it alone. Unexpectedly, something incredible happened. After adding several new toxic ingredients to his poison, it actually formed a mushroom under his will. Harda excitedly imagined the shape of a mushroom in another location and directly set a poison. Then, a miracle occurred. The poison truly transformed into a poisonous mushroom planted in the ground, and it even became an invisibility mushroom. Wow, I'm so freaking awesome right now, Harda said excitedly. Harda's physique was originally small and agile, making him suitable for stealth. If he were in a fight and suddenly found himself behind the enemy, he could plant a few mushrooms right behind them, making them feel as if they had stepped in something disgusting. One can imagine how hilarious that scene would be. After planting the mushrooms, Harda returned to his dormitory to study poison. Since Deputy Captain Yu had said that his main focus should be on poison in the future, he naturally needed to learn how to research powerful toxins. Meanwhile, Whitebeard was anxiously heading towards Yu's restricted area. He could no longer dare to make phone calls. Only by seeing Yu in person and hearing him speak could he understand everything here. As Whitebeard walked, he suddenly sensed something dangerous underfoot. It wasn't until he stepped on a mushroom that his observation hockey finally gave a warning, but it was already too late. Boom! The freshly planted mushroom was triggered by Whitebeard. A large amount of toxin surged forth from the mushroom, causing Whitebeard's health bar to rapidly decrease. Enduring the pain, Whitebeard managed to stay on his feet. However, the damage from the poisonous mushroom lasted a full 4 seconds, during which Whitebeard grimaced in pain and could hardly maintain his usual composure. It wasn't until the mushroom's effects wore off that Whitebeard realized he was injured. That's right, it was because he stepped on a bomb that he got hurt. Who the hell planted this bomb? The power was so great that even after activating his armament hockey, he was still injured? Whitebeard cursed. He knew he was one of the 4 emperors and the strongest man in the world. His defensive capabilities were not weaker than that of the immortal Kaido. Normally, even attacks from certain marine admirals or warlords of the sea wouldn't break through his defenses. Yet, he had been injured by an inconspicuous poisonous bomb, proving that this was definitely not an ordinary toxin bomb. This is a high-tech that only a scientist of the level of Vegapunk could create. What is going on? Why do I have this high-tech poison bomb in the area of the Whitebeard pirates, and I didn't know about it? By the way, before, I heard that Zong and Bremenke were calm even after hearing about the attack from the Yonko crew. Does that mean that during my absence, that little brat Yu brought in some high-tech capable of dealing with the alliance of 2 Yonko crews? If that's the case, I definitely need to thank Yu properly. After saying this, Whitebeard quickened his pace. Since Whitebeard stepped on the bomb, a vision of Whitebeard appeared directly in Harda and Yu's minds. As the continuous damage from the mushroom faded, Whitebeard's vision also disappeared. Harda first looked confused, then became so excited that his hands trembled. I can't believe it. I'm simply a genius. What kind of divine toxin have I created? That the person who stepped on a mushroom could actually see his vision. Dad is back. It looks like we can hold a banquet again today. Ha ha. Harda was filled with excitement. Not knowing the reason, Harda thought it was his own intelligence that led him to create this super poison. Meanwhile, Whitebeard had also entered Yu's restricted area, and Yu, having anticipated Whitebeard's arrival, was already prepared. This time, when Whitebeard arrives, Yu decides to give Whitebeard a big gift. This gift is the ripe fruit from the skill fruit tree. Just now, through the system's detection, Nightfeather has already learned what kind of fruit this is. This is a Berserker skill fruit, the Bloodthirsty Slaughter skill fruit tree. Bloodthirsty Slaughter. Passive. Increases attack power by 5, and for every 1 of health lost. Gain an additional 0. 25 attack power. Active. Spend all rage to recover 40 health, and for each point of rage spent, recover an additional 0. 5 health. This skill, combined with this skill fruit, has the innate Berserker passive effect of battle fury. Every attack or kill of an enemy generates rage, which can be converted into critical hits. With this skill, there's no doubt that it will greatly enhance Whitebeard's normal attacks, even making them more terrifying than those of Dracul Mihawk or Vista. It can be imagined that Whitebeard's fruit development has almost reached its limit. Originally, the supreme great knife that Whitebeard wields belongs to a super swordsman. Now, with normal attacks increasing both damage and critical hits, it must be incredibly terrifying. When Whitebeard swings his great knife at the enemy, it will instantly trigger the Tremor Fruit's attack and critical damage, likely tearing the enemy apart in an instant. With Whitebeard's build and his muscular physique, along with the supreme great knife, combined with his berserker skills, both area damage and single target damage will definitely be maxed out. Just as he was thinking, Whitebeard suddenly arrived at Nightwing's restricted area and, upon entering, saw Nightwing. Chapter 151. Whitebeard bounced back by Jozu. Nightwing. What has happened during my absence? Why are all the captains of our pirate crew acting so foolish? Whitebeard said eagerly as soon as he arrived. This left Yu completely baffled. Are the captains of the Whitebeard pirates dumb? Who are you talking about? Yu said with a confused expression. I've only met Zong and Blenheim, and both of them are acting dumb. Yu, tell me the truth. Have the captains of the Whitebeard pirates been stimulated by something and gone dumb? Whitebeard said with concern. Yu looked bewildered, thinking, this old man has quite the imagination. What are you talking about? The captains of the Whitebeard pirates are all fine. There's no problem. Yu said with a bitter smile. No problem? Then why? I've already told them that Kaido and Big Mom, the two emperors, are teaming up and are about to come to our doorstep, yet they remain indifferent. Whitebeard asked seriously. Seeing Whitebeard's serious face, Yu couldn't help but laugh. Ha! Old man, don't worry, they're not dumb. The reason for their behavior is that under my leadership, the Whitebeard pirates have already produced at least 3 emperors. Yu murmured. This is still an understatement. If we count Brahmank with Thor's hammer and the outer force Hawkeye Mihawk, the Whitebeard pirates have at least 5 new emperors. If we consider Luffy as one of the 5 emperors, then there are even more emperors in the Whitebeard pirates. However, even this minimum standard is enough to shock Whitebeard. What? Previously, there were only 4 emperors in the entire sea, and you managed to cultivate 3 more? Then you must also be an emperor. It sounds like, according to what you said, our Whitebeard pirates could go directly against 3 emperor crews? Whitebeard exclaimed in shock. Yu smiled slightly, and if we count myself, then it really is possible. I am the sum of all the captain's abilities and equipment, plus my top-tier Conqueror's Haki and various top-tier Devil Fruits. Even if Carp and Sengoku teamed up, I would still have a sure win confidence. You could say that, Yu said with a slight smile. This time, I have cultivated a truly terrifying force for Whitebeard, and this old man now owes me a huge favor. I originally thought Whitebeard would praise me well, but unexpectedly, this old man actually started crying in front of Yu. Who did this? Who on earth? Even Yu was dumbfounded. Was it you, Sengoku, you dog thief? Or was it you, Kaido, you insidious and despicable guy who poisoned my lovely sons, making them all foolish? Whitebeard nearly roared. Yu was stunned on the spot. Fortunately, at this moment, Diamond Jaws walked into Yu's restricted area. Report, Vice-Captain Yu, the Big Mom Pirates and the Kaido Pirates have joined forces, and their purpose this time is to swallow our Whitebeard Pirates. We request your orders to let us battle, Jaws said excitedly. I've been itching to fight for a long time and have been looking forward to Yu's gifts. Just after speaking, Jaws saw Whitebeard nearby. Ah, Dud, you finally came back, Jaws murmured. You came at the right time, Jaws. I just told the old man that you already possess Emperor-level strength, but he doesn't believe it at all. Why don't you show him? Yu said with a smile. Now Whitebeard must think our group is foolish, and no matter how I explain to him, it won't work. The only way is to let the facts speak for themselves. If you don't think our Whitebeard pirates can compete with a Double Emperor alliance, then let me show you what the strength of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates is now. Upon hearing this, Jaws was extremely excited. This is the old man who I once thought I could never surpass, and now he is right in front of me. I now have the strength to fight him, so I have to show off a bit. Old man, don't say anything, just strike my head, he said, positioning himself and pointing to his head. Whitebeard looked at him and thought, it's over, this Jaws was silly before I left, and now it seems he's even sillier. However, when Jaws directly activated his porcupine state, Whitebeard was slightly taken aback. In this form, Jaws looks like a divine porcupine descending from the heavens, exuding an impressive aura and a sense of dominance. Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates have truly become stronger during my absence? Whitebeard thought to himself, "Old man, don't worry in this state. As long as Jaws doesn't use his devil fruit abilities, even if you unleash your top-level hockey, you still won't be his match," Nightwing said confidently. Looking at Nightwing and then at the now confident Jaws, Whitebeard hoped what they said was true. He then raised his supreme great blade, Kanji above his head and faced Jaws. "Hey Jaws, I can hit you with all my strength, so be careful," Whitebeard said seriously. Jaws puffed up his spikes confidently and replied, "Come on, old man, when did you become so cautious? You need to unleash your hockey to the max, or else I'm afraid I might hurt you." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard was taken aback. "So you're starting to look down on me, huh?" Without further hesitation, he grabbed his supreme great blade, activated his hockey to the utmost, and with both hands, he swung it towards Jaws' head. Boom! A massive collision echoed throughout the Forbidden Zone. Whitebeard initially felt a bit worried that he had exerted too much force with that strike against Jaws. However, as he felt the hard impact, he realized he was wrong. Jaws' defense was now many times harder than before, capable of withstanding this terrifying blow. Not bad, as expected of my son, Whitebeard thought, but then suddenly felt a huge recoil, as if he had swung his blade at himself. Instinctively, Whitebeard took out his supreme great blade to dodge. Crack! Sparks flew. Chapter 152. Whitebeard's Oath of Resolve, a force equivalent to half of Whitebeard's previous strike rebounded back, striking heavily against Whitebeard's Kanji. Fortunately, Whitebeard's injuries had mostly healed, and his reflexes were much better than before. Otherwise, he might have been caught off guard by this rapid and unexpected attack. Under this terrifying blow, Whitebeard was pushed back a step, his face filled with astonishment. "Was that attack just now from you, Jaws? But that shouldn't be possible. I clearly felt that attack was very similar to my own, and besides, you don't have a weapon, so you couldn't have attacked me with one." Whitebeard analyzed seriously. "Ha! Old man, that's my new ability. I can stand still, and as long as you don't use the Tremor fruit, you won't be able to hurt me at all," Jaws replied proudly. "Goodness, Whitebeard, can't even touch my own son without using a devil fruit," Whitebeard exclaimed. However, thinking about it, it was indeed true. He'd just exerted his maximum strength, yet Jaws hadn't budged an inch, and instead, he had taken a step back. "All right, with an ability like yours, holding off an emperor should be no problem." Whitebeard praised Jaws repeatedly. Who would have thought that Jaws would not be pleased by this? "Old man, who do you think you're looking down on? I can hold off an emperor? Are you sure?" Jaws said with an unhappy expression. Whitebeard was puzzled, wondering why Jaws seemed displeased at his praise. "Jaws, with your current defense, can't you hold off an emperor?" Whitebeard asked in confusion. "Who am I looking down on? Let me tell you the truth. I can at least go toe-to-toe with an emperor. The red-haired Shanks is formidable, right? Just a few days ago, I defeated him in the duel arena. I'm stronger now than I was before," Jaws said angrily. Whitebeard was instantly shocked. Red-haired Shanks, another emperor of the sea, and the youngest one at that. Although he was the youngest, it didn't mean his combat power was the lowest. Possessing the world's strongest conqueror's hockey and observation hockey, he was likely even more terrifying than Kaido and Big Mom. Whitebeard couldn't believe that Jaws had actually defeated him. "Jaws, are you telling the truth?" Whitebeard asked, still somewhat skeptical. "What are you doubting? If you don't believe me, ask Vice-Captain Nightwing. You haven't even seen my truly powerful moves yet. Let me show you a real porcupine charge, and you might not be able to withstand it, old man," Jaws boasted. At that moment, Nightwing walked over. "Old man, I think you should believe it now. Our crew has at least 3 more emperors," Nightwing said calmly. Whitebeard swallowed hard. It was that he didn't want to believe it, but this sounded too far-fetched. As an emperor himself, he knew better than anyone how difficult it was to become one. "I can believe Jaws is an emperor. But you're saying there are 2 more? I think it's possible for them to reach the level of the strongest vice-admiral," Whitebeard stubbornly asserted. Nightwing could only shake his head helplessly. This old man was too stubborn, and he knew no matter what he said, Whitebeard wouldn't believe him. There was only one solution left. If you don't believe, then fine, we'll just have to make you believe in the upcoming battle. Nightwing said confidently. Yush, get ready for battle. Upon hearing this, Joz became even more excited. Okay, Vice-Captain Nightwing, I'm going to fight right now. With that, Joz dashed out. Nightwing had just taken out the gift for Whitebeard, the bloodthirsty slaughter fruit, when Whitebeard, carrying his supreme great blade, also charged out. Nightwing could only shake his head helplessly. This old man was still as hot-tempered as ever. He quickened his pace to catch up with Whitebeard. Old man, come back. I haven't given you your gift yet. Here, this fruit is for you. When you fight, just swing your blade. You'll definitely be able to smash them. Nightwing said confidently. Whitebeard took the fruit and swallowed it in one bite. Even now, he was being given fruit to eat. How could Nightwing be so generous? Just swing my blade. His words are getting more and more ridiculous. Even with Joz's strength, the core members on the opposite side are still twice as many. Just swinging my blade could lead to me being isolated and getting into trouble. However, he didn't say much more. After all, a great enemy was at hand, and Whitebeard couldn't afford to be concerned. At this moment, Nightwing also opened his system panel, and sure enough, he had also synchronized the higher levels of the skills Bloodthirsty Slaughter and Mushroom Cultivation. Host, Night Feather Conquerors Hockey, 16, 959 points Armament Hockey, 15, 119 points Observation Hockey, 13, 199 points Swordsmanship, 13, 517 items, 1 bottle of insecticide, 10 consecutive diamond draws, once, skills, Spike Defense, level 3, Ice Gleam, level 3, Ice Barrier, level 2, Stalwart Courage, level 2, Frenzied Taunt, level 2, Glacier Storm, level 2, Star-Piercing Spear, level 3, Steel Slash, level 3, Wave Slash, level 3, Wind Barrier, level 3, Gunfire Negotiation, level 2, Scurvy Treatment, level 2, Gunpowder Barrel, level 2, Cannon Barrage, level 2, Blinding Blow Dart, level 2, Shield Leap Strike, level 2, Frostbite, level 2, Swift Sonata, level 2, Bloodthirsty Kill, level 2, Mushroom Cultivation, level 2, Coins, 600, 527 Devil Fruits, Tremor Fruit, Ignore C Effects, Flash Fruit, Ignore C Effects, Magma Fruit, Ignore C Effects, Weapon, Blade of No Sheath, Thunder God Hammer Equipment, Lost Chapter, Landry's Torment, Reflective Armor, 14 Healing Orbs, 10 Daggers, Purifying Erosion. In just 2 minutes, Whitebeard and the others had rushed to the forefront of the Whitebeard Pirates area, and all the captains had gathered. Upon seeing Whitebeard's arrival, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates all showed delighted expressions. Old man, it's the old man is back. Great, we must hold a grand feast today to welcome the old man. Whitebeard stroked his beard, a majestic aura emanating from him. Kuahaha, now is not the time for reminiscing. If we win this battle, I will surely host a 3-day banquet, but if we lose, then we will part ways forever. If anyone is fortunate enough to survive and obtain my corpse, please bury my body in my hometown. Chapter 153, Bramming Versus. Flame Calamity Whitebeard delivered an impassioned speech to the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, even moving himself with his words. However, the audience did not applaud. They all looked at Whitebeard with calm, expressionless faces. Whitebeard was momentarily taken aback, wondering what was going on. Shouldn't my sons be filled with tears of emotion? Dad, are you taking this a bit too seriously? It's just Kaido and Big Mom. It shouldn't be that big of a deal for us. Don't worry, Dad. You won't have to fight later. I will take down Kaido and Big Mom. Vista said confidently. Marco also looked excited. Ha. I was just worried about not being able to stretch my muscles. Who would have thought that these two useless pirate crews, the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, would come to deliver themselves to me? Ha. My Glacier Storm will definitely show them the power of destruction. Even the likes of Aizu, Haruta, and Brannick were shouting, determined to make Big Mom and Kaido suffer a bit. The performance of these captains left Whitebeard stunned. If they were facing other pirate crews, it would be one thing. But now, facing the Yonko Alliance, his own captains showed no fear at all. They even advised him to be a bit more cautious. I'm a bit embarrassed myself. Just as I was thinking, the enemy's vanguard suddenly charged in. The first to appear was naturally the flying ability user, Ember Calamity. Whitebeard pirates, you have gone too far. I will take revenge for that guy Quinn, and I will burn your Moby Dick to the ground right now. Ember Calamity said proudly in the sky, and the next moment, a massive fireball shot towards the Whitebeard pirates' flagship, Moby Dick. Not good, Whitebeard shouted. Although the people on his ship had strong combat abilities, none of them had the ability to protect the sailing ship. He shouldn't have exposed his flagship to the enemy's sight. This was a serious taboo. Just as Whitebeard was anxious, Marco stepped forward with a nonchalant expression. This infernal blaze dared to be so arrogant. It's truly a stroke of luck that I didn't kill him last time. Unyielding frost power. In the next moment, Marco unleashed a terrifying chill from within himself, and this chill surged towards the blaze in the sky. Boom! The two forces collided in an instant, releasing a large amount of water vapor from the sky. Unsurprisingly, the infernal blaze's attack was simply insufficient against Marco, and the blaze's fire dragon was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. This scene was vividly witnessed by Whitebeard, who had just returned to the crew. His eyes instantly widened in shock. What is this situation? When did that bastard Marco acquire Akiji's abilities? Does my son already possess the stature of an admiral? Whitebeard said in astonishment. The other captains of the Whitebeard pirates, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle. Ha ha, old man, this is just the beginning. Just sit back and enjoy the show. We said it long ago. The Yonko Alliance is nothing to fear. Whitebeard swallowed hard. It seems that the combat power of the Whitebeard pirates is indeed quite strong, as Marco is able to hold off one of the four emperors. If it's against a Yonko crew, the current strength of the Whitebeard pirates can definitely handle them easily. However, if they face two Yonko crews, Whitebeard still has some concerns. On the battlefield, the expression of Inazuma is quite amusing, as if he has eaten a fly. A familiar formula, a familiar taste. Inazuma suddenly feels his scalp tingle. No way, no way. How come my opponent is Marco again? This Marco has already beaten me up twice recently, and each time I barely escaped with my life. To be honest, Inazuma really doesn't want to continue fighting Marco at this moment. That move, the power of Undying Freeze, directly counters him, and he simply can't defeat Marco. Marco, do you want to fight me? Inazuma said in a terrified voice. This level of opponent should be dealt with by someone at the level of the four emperors. It's quite difficult to handle it myself. Marco tapped his ears. There's no helping it. There's no helping it. Who told us that the Whitebeard pirates only have me who can fly? Facing someone like you, who has flying abilities, I have no choice but to step in. However, to be honest, I really don't want to fight. Just look at your strength, with those little arms and legs. You're not even enough for me to hit. Well, let us just treat this as a little exercise. After I beat you, I still have to play with your boss Kaido, Marco said nonchalantly, then made a move as if to take flight. This left the ash in the sky dumbfounded. Marco's fighting power was something he was well aware of, definitely at the Emperor level, and his abilities could restrain him completely. If they were to fight, he would surely be defeated. The inner thoughts of the flame calamity Ash were filled with grievance. Why was he so unlucky? After all the effort to seek revenge with the Double Emperor Alliance, his opponent turned out to be the tough nut Marco. At this moment, a voice rang out, which instantly eased the frown on the face of the Jin in the sky. Well, let me handle this, Jin, said a big fat man, holding a hammer and laughing heartily. It was Buramek, who had just recently obtained the Thunder God's hammer. Marco just said that after defeating this Jin, he would go for another Yonko. Buramek calculated that he definitely wouldn't be able to secure a Yonko for himself. The vice-captains below the Yonko would also become candidates for selection among the Whitebeard Pirates captains. He needed to act quickly and snatch the Beast Pirates vice-captain from his opponent to avoid getting a Yonko, or worse, a 6 flying brothers for himself after the fight. It would be a disaster for him. After all the effort he put in under the guidance of Vice-Captain Yu to gain such terrifying power, if he ended up with no suitable opponent, he would definitely cry. Fortunately, Marco felt that he had already beaten this Jin so many times, and he only had a few moves. It really wasn't challenging. So, he directly handed this Jin over to Buramek. I'll leave it to you. After all, it's not much of a challenge. Let's see how your combat power is under Vice-Captain Yu's guidance, Marco said with a smile. Jin, who had previously been frowning in the sky, instantly relaxed a lot. Bremank, this big guy, is at most the combat power of Brother Jack S tier, and since I have the ability to fly, defeating him is more than enough, Jean thought happily. Whitebeard was not happy about this. Just now, Marco had a conversation with Bremank that nearly made him furious. Hey, Marco, how could you hand such a dangerous person over to Bremank? He doesn't have the ability to fly. You know that. How can Bremank fight? And you, Bremank, what are you showing off for? Taking on a calamity or a 4 emperors is already your limit, and now you're thinking about fighting the vice-admiral? Why don't you just go to the sky? Whitebeard said with a reproachful tone. Since this was related to the lives of the captains, his tone was a bit heavier. However, Bremank didn't take it to heart. Old man, you underestimate me too much. Vice-Captain, Yu has been training me specifically. Do you still think I'm the same Bremank from before? After saying this, Bremank flew into the sky with Thor's hammer. Upon seeing the flying fat man, Whitebeard was instantly dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes vigorously in disbelief. I can't be seeing this wrong, right? A 500-pound fat man, actually, flew into the sky. Not only was Whitebeard surprised, but even Jean, who was in the sky, was completely stunned. What is going on? Am I seeing things? That 500-pound fat guy, Bremank, has the ability to fly, just like me? The captains of the Whitebeard pirates must have obtained technology even more terrifying than Germa's. This battle must be a success. Ember Jin encouraged himself in his heart. He knew he wasn't a match for Marco, but if he had to face a flying Bremank, he was absolutely confident. Just as he was thinking this, a massive hammer suddenly swung towards his forehead. Due to the intense, emotional fluctuations Ember Jin had just experienced, he didn't notice where the hammer had come from. Who's the blind one trying to sneak attack me? Haha, thinking too much. Ember Jin scoffed. After that, he dodged with a swift move, striking a particularly cool pose. Come on, Bremank, let me show you what I Jin can do. However, before he could finish his sentence, the enormous thunder hammer suddenly returned at high speed. Bang! In its rapid state, it slammed directly into Ember Jin's forehead, and the visible pain caused a torrent of blood to erupt from the back of his head. Bremank gripped the returning thunder hammer and charged towards Ember Jin in the sky. You dare to attack the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates? You want to die? I'm going to smash you, Bremank said to Jin viciously. This scene also left Whitebeard dumbfounded, thinking to himself, when did Bremank learn such a skill? Ember Disaster Jin touched his own head, covered in blood, and immediately fell into a state of rage. Damn it, you guys Marco and Jaws bullying me was one thing. But now even you, a 6th Division Captain, Bremank, can bully me? Jin's eyes turned crimson with anger. He had endured being beaten by Jaws and Marco. But now a 6th Division Captain from the Whitebeard Pirates could also take him down. As a dignified Vice-Captain, he wasn't just losing face for himself. He was also completely losing face for the entire Beast Pirates. Therefore, Ember Disaster Jin immediately opened up his fighting spirit, determined to regain his dignity. Bremank, I will definitely not let you go, Jin roared. After saying that, Jin drew out his long sword, wrapped in dark color hockey, and charged forward at high speed, swinging his black sword towards Bremank. Bremank showed no signs of fear, picking up his Thor's hammer and smashing it down towards Jin's black sword. Boom! The two terrifying forces collided, and Jin felt a tremendous force hit him, sending him flying backward. When Jin stopped and looked, he found a huge notch appeared on his black sword, while Bremank seemed completely unharmed. Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. Damn it, what kind of weapon is this? My black sword was actually knocked out of shape by you? Jin exclaimed incredulously. Bremank, who hadn't expected his weapon to be so strong, also wore a puzzled expression. How would I know? Maybe your weapon's quality is too low? Bremank mocked. Upon hearing this, Jin almost fainted from anger. He had finally found someone he could beat, only to discover the weapon was so freakishly strong. Whitebeard also looked curious. Ha, I really didn't expect that guy Bremank could withstand a full force attack from the Vice-Captain of the Beast Pirates. Speaking of which, I haven't seen that weapon before. Wasn't he using a big wooden hammer before? How did it turn into a big iron hammer now? And judging by this quality, it definitely has the quality of an unparalleled great sword. Otherwise, how could it easily knock a notch into the black sword? Whitebeard asked suspiciously. After not being around for a while, he felt a bit unfamiliar with the Whitebeard pirates. So many things he had to ask as the captain, and if he said it out loud, other Yonko would probably laugh him to death. Well, this is the hammer that Vice-Captain Yu personally forged for Bremen-K, so its quality can naturally rival that of an unparalleled great sword. Vista explained to Whitebeard. Yu? Whitebeard then remembered that Yu often carried that big iron hammer. He originally thought it was Yeyu's weapon, but now he realized it was actually a weapon forged for someone else. Wait a minute. Whitebeard suddenly realized some explosive news. Yeyu directly forged a weapon of unparalleled great sword level. Yeyu, are you a top-level swordsmith? It's been a long time since anyone in this world could forge a weapon of unparalleled great sword quality. Whitebeard said with wide eyes and an exaggerated expression. Yeyu slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Well, it's not that difficult. Yeyu said casually. Those few words left Whitebeard in a state of shock for a long time. Good heavens, forging an unparalleled great sword is a swordsmith's lifelong dream. Yet Yeyu made it sound so effortless. This means that he is still thinking about forging a few supreme great knives in his lifetime. Chapter 154. Whitebeard's sons quickly think of a way to break through. While pondering, Bista, who is currently using the weapon crafted by first mate Yeyu, has the most say in this matter. Yeah, Dad, before making the Thunder God hammer. First mate Yeyu also forged a sheathless blade for me. The quality of my sheathless blade is not inferior to Mihawk's black blade. Yuru, Bista proudly said while stroking his treasured sword. Whitebeard then realized that Bista had actually changed his sword. Moreover, what surprised Whitebeard even more was that Bista now only had one sword left in hand, which meant that he had become a one-sword style user. Bista, you actually abandoned the two-sword style that you had worked so hard to pursue for so many years for just one sword? Whitebeard said in disbelief. He simply couldn't understand why Bista, who had been so obsessed with the two-sword style, would abandon his previous style and start pursuing the one-sword style. Ha, Dad. It turns out that only the one-sword style is the true way. Ever since I got this sword and switched to the one-sword style, I even defeated Mihawk. Bista said excitedly. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard rolled his eyes internally. Although his son's combat power had improved, their ability to boast had grown exponentially. Mihawk is the world's #1 swordsman. Even he might not be able to defeat Mihawk, and Bista is really too good at boasting. If he can really defeat Mihawk, why not start as one of the 4 emperors? Anyway, I only believe that Jozu barely has the strength of a 4 emperor. As for the others, I don't believe it. Fortunately, Whitebeard quickly changed the subject. Let's not talk about this for now. We are in the midst of a great war. After saying that, Whitebeard's gaze turned to the sky. In the sky, after Blamank struck Jin's weapon and created a big dent, anger surged in Jin's eyes. As a member of the Lunaria tribe with a special fire control ability, flames erupted around Jin's weapon. Jin's eyes grew colder, holding a flaming sword, with the blade pointed at Blamank. Kid, I will make you die, Fire Dragon Emperor. Jin glared with anger. In the next moment, a giant fire dragon in the shape of an Easter dragon erupted from the tip of Jin's sword, charging towards Blamank. Seeing this scene, even Blamank was shocked. Although he had a powerful weapon that could suppress Jin during their clash, he had no means to counter such a powerful long-range magical attack. The giant fire dragon was so fast that Blamank found it nearly impossible to dodge. Oh no, oh no. Even with first mate Yeyu's guidance, my dull talent can't defeat the other 4 emperors' vice-captains? Just as Blamank was worried, the Thunder God hammer began to crackle with lightning, which directly flowed over Blamank's body, continuously swirling. At this moment, Blamank instinctively felt that he could control lightning. He remembered that Vice-Captain Yu had told him that this weapon could trigger thunder and lightning. Since there was no way to evade it, he might as well give it a try, using magic to defeat magic. Blamank, wielding the Thunder God hammer, mimicked the stance of Yin Zhaojin and aimed it at Yin Zhaojin. In an instant, a massive thundercloud suddenly appeared in the sky. Rumble! A powerful bolt of lightning, as thick as a giant tree, surged down from the sky, transforming into the image of an Eastern dragon, charging towards the enormous fire dragon. The two terrifying forces collided. In just a moment, The gigantic thunder dragon suppressed the power of the fire dragon. Yin Zhaojin widened his eyes in disbelief as he watched this scene. Damn it, Blamank, have you mastered the ability of the thunder fruit through technological power? He said in a daze. Just as those words left his mouth, the terrifying thunder dragon crashed into Yin Zhaojin's body. Crackle, crackle. The sound of his bones being electrified could be clearly heard. A perfect skeletal outline appeared before everyone under the influence of the lightning, accompanied by the scent of something burnt. This time, it wasn't just Whitebeard. The crew members on the Moby Dick were all taken aback. Wow, amazing! After being guided, Bramink seemed to have gained some divine skills from Vice-Captain Nightwing. This terrifying power was completely equivalent to having eaten a thunder fruit. No, to be precise, it was even more fearsome than the thunder fruit. Whitebeard was shocked beyond measure. Was this really the 500-pound giant Bramink who only knew how to eat and drink on a ship? Feeling the immense destruction he had caused, Bramink began to laugh arrogantly in the sky. Ha ha ha, kill me? Since when did a mere vice admiral dare to speak to a crew member of the Whitebeard pirates? Bramink mocked. At that moment, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and others were leading the 30,000 united forces, also approaching the Moby Dick. Kaido, why is there suddenly a dark cloud in the sky? Charlotte Linlin squinted her eyes and said, feeling it was unusual. Is that so? Beast Kaido transformed into his true dragon form, soaring into the sky and looking far and wide, his expression becoming exaggerated to the extreme. It's Ash. Damn Whitebeard pirates. They actually studied the powers of the thunder fruit. Kaido roared. In the next moment, Kaido accelerated his flight towards the charred and tender Ash. Now, the Beast Pirates had already lost a significant member. Queen, if this Vice Admiral were to die here, he would be the first to bring shame to the four emperors. On the giant Candy Pirate ship, Linlin saw Kaido's reaction and immediately summoned thunderclouds, flying over on them. The two four Emperor-level masters unleashed terrifying speed in an instant, appearing above the Moby Dick in a flash. Upon seeing Whitebeard, they were filled with animosity. Old man, I didn't expect you to return. I'll take you down along with him. Big Mom laughed wildly. Old bastard, you made Ash like this. I will not let you go. Kaido shouted loudly. Big Mom directly summoned her thundercloud Zeus, and under Zeus's influence, the lightning entangled around Ash was finally absorbed completely. Ash fell from the sky, safely caught by Kaido. Mom, be careful. It's my first time encountering such terrifying lightning power. Zeus frowned and reminded Big Mom. You and our Double Emperor Alliance, even if they have lightning power, what can they do? Big Mom arrogantly stated. Clearly, up until now, Big Mom's pirates had only encountered the strength of Vista. As for Jozu and Marco, they had only heard Kaido speak highly of them, but had never fought them. Therefore, Big Mom felt that the Whitebeard pirates were not to be feared at all. As the captain, Whitebeard drew out his supreme great knife, the Cloud Cutter, and an imposing aura surged around him. What if it's the Double Emperor Alliance? Let us fight. His grand voice spread across several kilometers, and the oppressive feeling of being an emperor was vividly displayed at that moment. The terrifying conqueror's haki surged toward Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, who were unwilling to back down. At that moment, both of them also activated their fighting spirit to the strongest state, and the terrifying conqueror's haki clashed with Whitebeard in the sky. In an instant, the entire sky suddenly became overcast, lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and heavy rain poured down. On the sea, a violent hurricane swept through recklessly, and the entire ocean instantly surged, with waves dozens of meters high appearing in an instant. The powerful figures in the Double Emperor Alliance, including Drought Jack, King, Katakuri, and Smoothie, were sweating at the sight before them. Is this the clash of Conqueror's haki at the four Emperor level? It's indeed terrifying. Luckily, we are part of the Double Emperor Alliance this time. Otherwise, who could single-handedly take on Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, even the strongest creature, Kaido? The people in the Whitebeard Pirates area were also shocked, although some among them had awakened their Conqueror's haki under Vice-Captain Nightwing's influence. Their haki was just starting out and couldn't compare to the established four emperors like Whitebeard. After all, they had only just begun to think about becoming kings, while Whitebeard and these old four emperors had shown their kingly demeanor since they could remember. Come on, I haven't felt this passionate in a long time. Whitebeard roared at the sky. Although Whitebeard didn't want to conflict with other forces at Marineford. How could he back down when they were already at his doorstep? Not wanting to cause trouble doesn't he mean he is afraid of it. In the sky, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin glared at him furiously. The great battle officially began. Whitebeard, this time, we will definitely take your head. Behind Kaido and Big Mom, the pirates were a dark mass, getting closer and closer to the Moby Dick. With less than 2 nautical miles left, at the forefront of the alliance were notorious pirates from the New World, including Drought Jack, Fuzz Fuzz, Sasaki, the Beast King, Biscuit Krija, Smoothie, the strongest observation hockey user Karakuri, Owen, and Daifuku. All the pirates raised their weapons and shouted, "Annihilate the Whitebeard pirates! Kill Whitebeard! Annihilate the Whitebeard pirates! Kill Whitebeard!" Even Ash woke up from the lightning, replaced by endless rage. He joined the Alliance army in shouting, and for a moment, the sounds of killing shook the heavens. Kaido and Linlin charged towards Whitebeard with lightning speed without hesitation. Seeing the fierce Kaido and Linlin approaching, Whitebeard waved his hand. "My sons, I will hold off Kaido and Linlin. You find a way to break through," Whitebeard said grandly. Now he could only do this, trying to entangle Kaido and Linlin, the 2 top-tier powerhouses, while the others, under the protection of Nightwing and the royal-level powerhouse Jozu, annihilated the enemies. One could say Whitebeard's plan was to withstand the strongest attack with his own strength, reducing the pressure on his sons. After thinking it through, it was the only way to have a chance of winning against the encirclement of 2 Four-Emperor crews. After saying that, Whitebeard charged forward with his supreme great knife. Whitebeard's departure was so sudden that even Marco beside him couldn't stop him. The serious expression on Whitebeard's face starkly contrasted with the rest of the crew. "Sigh, this old man still has such a bad temper. He tells us not to underestimate the enemy, but when it comes to fighting, he charges alone with a big knife to take on 2 Four-Emperors. I didn't even have time to choose my opponent. It's infuriating," Marco said gloomily. "Yes, it's too cunning. I was initially hoping to share one of the 4 emperors, but who knew that the old man would be so unreasonable, taking 2 for himself?" Bista nodded helplessly and said, "Now, at most, I can only spar with the Vice-Emperor. How boring." Jaws shrugged, looking completely disillusioned. However, at this moment, the returning Bramik looked quite proud. "Ha ha ha, I knew that when it really comes to battle, there wouldn't be enough enemies to share. So I wasn't greedy and found a Vice-Emperor in advance, giving that ember a good beating. Ha ha ha, looking at it now. I guess I'm the one who found the highest level opponent among you," Bramik said excitedly. The surrounding captains rolled their eyes, not expecting that even Bramik would become so cunning in this environment where wolves outnumber the meat. At this moment, Whitebeard, rushing towards Kaido and Linlin, saw his sons behind him, laughing and joking before the big battle. He felt a bit anxious. "Sons, break through. Hurry up and break through," Whitebeard said sternly. However, no one listened to Whitebeard's words. Marco tapped his ears, thinking that the old man was overreacting. When he soloed into Wano country, he single-handedly caused a commotion against the Beast Pirates. With the current strength of the Whitebeard pirates, there was no need to worry about that ridiculous double emperor alliance. "Old man, you can rest easy, but you need to be careful facing 2 emperors alone," Marco said with a wry smile. Just at this moment, the army was pressing in, and the Double Emperor Alliance's forces were only 1 kilometer away from the Whitebeard pirates' territory, landing on nearby islands and rushing towards Whitebeard's side. Suddenly, loud explosions erupted all over the island. The smoke from the explosions took on mushroom shapes. Chapter 155, Whitebeard fights the Double Emperors alone. A large amount of toxins instantly spread across the entire sea. Katakuri's eyes suddenly brightened, his observation haki activated to the extreme, but he couldn't see these toxic mushrooms. However, relying on the instinctive predictions of his observation haki, he still understood that those areas were dangerous and should not be approached. "Hey, Brule, Owen and that. Bray, there's danger ahead for you. And you, Cracker and Daifuku. And you, Mondor." And there were too many people to remind, making it difficult for Katakuri to keep up. As long as one person steps on a mushroom, it could trigger a toxic gas explosion. Boom, boom. One mushroom after another exploded, the strong toxins eroding the bodies of the pirates. Those who were poisoned instantly rolled their eyes and fainted on the spot, while the elites also fell victim to the toxins, bleeding continuously and unable to move. Even a careless little pirate directly stepped on the mushroom in front of Katakuri. Boom! With an explosion, the little pirate rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground, while the unfortunate Katakuri was directly infected by the mushroom toxin because of this careless little pirate. In an instant, Katakuri felt as if his entire nervous system had collapsed, and he sat down on the ground, feeling dizzy and in continuous pain. It lasted for 4 seconds before Katakuri's condition slightly improved. However, although his nerves had awakened, his body had indeed been harmed, greatly affecting his combat state. An angry Katakuri, with flames of fury in his eyes, directly threw the little pirate who stepped on the mushroom hundreds of meters away, into the sea. At this moment, many little pirates swarmed up like locusts. Katakuri's face changed drastically. Hey, you there, the guy with horns on your head. Don't come any closer. This time, the clueless guy is the giver from the Beast Pirates, and Katakuri doesn't even know this person's name. As soon as Katakuri called out, more than a dozen givers immediately stopped in their tracks. However, coincidentally, the one who was really about to step on the mushroom was moving too fast just now and couldn't break in time, causing the mushroom bomb to explode on the spot. Boom! The mushroom bomb concealed itself again, and the more than a dozen givers, along with dozens of pirates nearby, collapsed unconscious after holding out for a second or two. Poor Katakuri was affected again, kneeling on the ground for a full 4 seconds, with only one voice screaming in his heart, "Damn it! Which beast set this trap? It's so disgusting." The strong ones from the Double Emperor Alliance, like Drought Jack, Cracker, and Smoothie, weren't doing any better. At least Katakuri had top-notch observation hockey to predict and reduce some casualties, but theirs was not very useful, making it hard to foresee the danger. Especially Drought Jack, who, like a fool, charged to the front and was always the first to step on the mushroom bomb. He had only charged 100 meters and stepped on 6 mushroom bombs. The toxins on him lasted for a full minute. Damn it, this Whitebeard pirates are getting more cunning. Damn it, I'm about to be blown to pieces. After being blown up, I can't even walk. This is disgusting me to death. Drought Jack clutched his head, filled with anger and helplessness. If it weren't for Drought Jack being tough and hardy, he would have been knocked unconscious long ago by so many mushroom bombs. Just as Drought Jack finished cursing, boom, a loud explosion and a mushroom cloud rose. A pirate next to him triggered the bomb beside Drought Jack, causing him to fall back into a dazed state after the explosion. The entire allied army hadn't even charged yet, and already 10,000 pirates had been blown up by the mushroom bombs, while the strong slowing effect made it extremely difficult for both armies to advance. Watching the battlefield and his masterpiece, Harda burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Let you all experience the power of my mushroom poison. The surrounding captains were also shocked. They didn't expect that Vice-Captain Yeyu would lead Harda to comprehend such a terrifying skill. This skill might not be as powerful as the ones they have in a one-on-one fight, but in a group battle, especially during a war, it's definitely a massive weapon. How cunning they are. Each one of them is too crafty. Before we even charge in, your minions have already taken out more than half of our forces. You crafty guys have almost finished them off. How are we supposed to fight? Marco said with great frustration. Originally, he also had a powerful skill to clear out minions, thinking he could take out tens of thousands and save some face. But he never expected that even Harda, under the guidance of First Officer Yeyu, would become so formidable. Kaido and Big Mom saw Whitebeard's mushroom formation and anger flared in their eyes. "Whitebeard, you despicable guy. You ambushed us in advance. This must be your scheme. I never expected you to be so cunning." Kaido said, "We need to take down Whitebeard quickly and split up to support others. Only then do we have a chance at victory," Big Mom said anxiously to Kaido. For a moment, Whitebeard became the breakthrough point for Kaido and Big Mom. "Old man, do you need help? If you do, I'll definitely assist you," Jozu said. "Yeah, old man. You're getting old, and your legs aren't what they used to be. If you can't handle it, just leave it to me. Vista din." Exactly. Old man, if it's really too much, just take a break. There are only 2 emperors here. It's not enough to split among us brothers. You're old, so don't force yourself to join in. Marco also spoke up. Whitebeard, furious, puffed up his cheeks and glared, feeling like he was holding his son's back, right? Naturally, the proud Whitebeard wouldn't seek help. "These 2 are mine. No one is allowed to take them. Although your old man is aging, his fighting power is still intact. Stop underestimating me, Whitebeard said boldly. After saying that, he directly used the power of his tremor fruit, grabbing at the air in front of him. The entire space shattered due to this terrifying force, and the sea churned violently under this restless tremor ability. Seaquake, it's a seaquake. In just an instant, the horizon of the sea was sliced into multiple sections, and a large amount of seawater surged suddenly to dozens of meters high, crashing heavily onto the nearby islands. A significant portion of the Allied pirate crews was directly smashed by these waves. Kaido and Big Mom, seeing Whitebeard's tremor ability, didn't just stand idle. Big Mom immediately summoned Prometheus. A massive fireball appeared in the sky, resembling a giant sun, glaring down at Whitebeard, flames flickering in its eyes. The temperature around surged by dozens of degrees under Prometheus's influence. Even the sea beneath Big Mom's feet began to boil due to the intense heat. Don't worry, Mama. I'll burn that old man Whitebeard to a crisp. Prometheus roared angrily. In the next moment, a flame shot towards Whitebeard at high speed, leaving a blazing trail in the sky, resembling a fire dragon. Kaido also raised his kanabo, dark clouds gathering above him, with bolts of lightning being attracted to his weapon. The two charged at Whitebeard. The previous tremor power was suddenly enveloped by the flames and lightning, with the three forces clashing in the sky. Under the influence of these three terrifying powers, dark clouds rolled in, torrential rain poured down, and a terrifying wind uprooted trees from the surrounding islands. Ha ha ha. It's been a long time since I felt this exhilarating. I didn't expect that after Roger died, I could still have such an exciting fight with you too. Especially you, Kaido. It seems you've really improved your fighting power. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Although Whitebeard was fighting against two, he possessed the world's most destructive Paramecia devil fruit. And although he was aging and his mobility had decreased significantly, his devil fruit power hadn't diminished much. It resulted in a spectacular scene of 1 against 2 emperors. Even Marco, who had previously thought to let Whitebeard take a break, now widened his eyes. As expected of the old man, fighting against 2 emperors alone, his prowess is still intact. Marco said excitedly. Jozu, Vista, and others were also amazed. They had previously thought about surpassing the old man, but now they realized they still had to keep working hard. Meanwhile, Kaido and Big Mom, despite their combined efforts, found themselves unable to gain the upper hand against Whitebeard's tremor power, which left them feeling quite embarrassed. Kaido, this guy Whitebeard's devil fruit ability is still as powerful as before. We need to engage him in close combat and utilize our physical abilities. He is old and weak. He definitely can't withstand our close-range attacks. Big Mom reminded Kaido. Upon hearing this, Kaido's face lit up with joy. Indeed, how did he not think of that? Big Mom was quite thoughtful. So, the two instantly appeared beside Whitebeard and attacked him. Thunderbagwa, Kaido shouted. The lightning in the sky was absorbed by his kanabo, adding extra force to Kaido's attack. Napoleon attack. Kaido wielded his kanabo while Big Mom brandished Napoleon. The two struck down at Whitebeard with terrifying power. Whitebeard's face showed a serious expression as he hurriedly drew his supreme great blade to defend. The two forces collided directly with Whitebeard's supreme great blade. Due to Whitebeard's age and his body just recovering, he was pushed back 2 steps by the combined force of Kaido and Big Mom. On the side, Blenheim, seeing Whitebeard's situation, immediately activated his ability, and a surge of heart blood echoed in the air. On the battlefield, Kaido and Big Mom, seeing Whitebeard's performance, revealed expressions of delight. Ha ha ha, just as we expected, Whitebeard may not have weakened much in his devil fruit ability, but his body has definitely weakened. He can't withstand our attacks. Kaido and Big Mom's excitement was palpable. Prometheus, Big Mom shouted, flames suddenly engulfing Napoleon's blade. Kaido also transformed into his strongest hybrid form. Rumblegagwa, Kaido shouted, with Conqueror's haki wrapping around his weapon. The two raised their weapons and slammed down heavily on Whitebeard again. Sweat poured down Whitebeard's forehead. He originally hoped to buy some time for his sons to break through, but he didn't expect that at his age, facing the attacks of 2 emperors would be so strenuous. Boom! Under the 2 terrifying forces, Whitebeard felt a jolt in his hands, his insides churning, and the supreme great blade he held finally revealed a flaw. This time, the supreme great blade in Whitebeard's hand was directly deflected. Now Kaido. Now Big Mom. Kaido and Big Mom seized the opportunity and used their combined skill against Whitebeard. See dominance. The two launched their attacks simultaneously, a strike said to be capable of destroying everything rushed towards the exposed Whitebeard. Whitebeard widened his eyes. This is bad. I'm really going to embarrass myself this time. People really can't refuse to grow old. Against either Kaido or Big Mom, Whitebeard had absolute confidence. But two fists can't compete with four hands, and what's more, Kaido and Big Mom's cooperation was incredibly tacit. If he got hit by this sea dominance, he would definitely be injured, and the remaining battle would be even harder. Whitebeard's face was filled with worry, not for himself, but mainly for his sons. If he was heavily injured, how would his sons face the encirclement of two Yonko crews? Boom! While he was worrying, Kaido and Big Mom's combined technique directly struck Whitebeard's body. In an instant, the powerful aftermath swept around, and a small island next to Whitebeard was completely submerged by the waves of sea dominance, disappearing without a trace. A large amount of dust was lifted high at that moment. Chapter 156. Don't worry, Dad, if you're injured. It counts as my loss. Kaido and Big Mom watched Whitebeard take this hit with glee on their faces. Ha ha, after all these years. I didn't expect us to still be so in sync when we teamed up, Kaido. Big Mom laughed widely. Ha ha. I was a bit worried that Whitebeard would have Marco help him, but I didn't expect him to be so arrogant. Now it's much easier. Kaido also smiled with satisfaction. Next, they just needed to keep Marco and Vista occupied, and with their numerical advantage, they would definitely win this great battle. At that moment, a voice came over. Dad, you fight with confidence. If you get hurt, it's my loss. This person is Blenheim. After so many days of practice, Blenheim can now skillfully use his abilities. Just when his teammate is about to get injured, adding a buff allows the teammate to continue fighting. The figure of Whitebeard is also gradually becoming visible, his eyes widening in surprise as he looks at his own body. These two guys combined have a powerful dominance over the sea, and I actually haven't been injured? Ha ha! Blenheim, did you eat the barrier fruit? Whitebeard said excitedly. It's not the barrier fruit. This was taught to me by Vice-Captain YuShows. Blenheim said proudly. That kid you again? Whitebeard is beginning to believe it now. If even Blenheim is this strong, it's possible that during these days, YuShows really has trained 3 of the 4 emperors. Goodness. Such terrifying teaching abilities. If they had come out of the mountain earlier, wouldn't the Whitebeard pirates have been invincible? At the same time, Whitebeard remembered what YuShows had said to him before. During the battle, just slash directly, and it will definitely blow them up. Kuha, not bad, let's try it now. Whitebeard suddenly burst into laughter, and a wave of mighty conqueror's haki surged forth, causing the entire sea to churn violently due to this terrifying aura. Kaido and Big Mom were completely stunned upon seeing Whitebeard's figure. He was hit by our haki, and this old man is still fine? Big Mom widened her eyes and said incredulously, that Blenheim just said that he assured Whitebeard he wouldn't get hurt while fighting. Could it be that Blenheim has some technology similar to the barrier fruit? Kaido frowned and said with narrowed eyes, not only have Marco and the others become stronger, but even a captain like Blenheim has become stronger, which made Kaido feel a sense of dread. Lingling, if we want to defeat the Whitebeard pirates, we can only do it now. Otherwise, if we let them develop further, we might never have a chance to turn the tables. Kaido said anxiously. Big Mom nodded heavily in agreement. That's right, Kaido, let's fight him. After saying that, Big Mom descended from the sky on a thundercloud and launched a lightning attack directly at Whitebeard. Whitebeard jumped up, landing on a giant island with immense strength, preparing to fight with all his might and find a suitable battlefield. Kaido and Big Mom chased after him. Kaido arrived first, as if transformed into one of the 4 heavenly kings. Dragon's Might. The conqueror's haki, thick as fog, wrapped around his kanabo, and in an instant, he swung hundreds of times. The sky was filled with the afterimages of Kaido swinging his kanabo. Whitebeard was not to be outdone either. He activated his Tremor fruit, infusing it into his supreme great knife, Kuroyuki. He began to clash with Kaido. Boom! Boom! The entire island was blasted into massive craters under the collision of these two unparalleled powerhouses. The ground was torn apart into unfathomable deep cracks due to the effects of the tremor fruit. Kaido's Kanabo was also terrifying. Every strike from his hundreds of swings could flatten a mountain. As the two clashed, sparks flew in the sky. In the midst of the collisions, Whitebeard's rage reached its peak, triggering a critical hit. Kuhaha, this feels great. It's been a long time since I've had such exhilarating combat power. It feels like the longer the battle goes on, the stronger my strikes become. Boom! The vibrating critical hit of the Supreme Great Knife struck directly against Kaido's Kanabo, sending it flying on the spot. The Supreme Great Knife slashed directly at Kaido's chest, leaving a blood mark that splattered into the air. Immediately afterward, the vibrating power invaded Kaido's body, causing a secondary injury on the existing wound. The powerful, vibrating force turned Kaido's wound into a bloody mess, and a large amount of blood splattered out from his body. Seeing the power of his own strike, Whitebeard was momentarily stunned. Strange, am I back to my younger self? Whitebeard muttered to himself. Whitebeard was well aware of Kaido's strength. It was absolutely impossible for Kaido to defeat him in a one-on-one fight. However, he absolutely believed that Kaido's defense was above his own. Even as the strongest man in this world, not at his peak, it would be nearly impossible for him to inflict significant damage on Kaido. Yet just now, he had forcibly broken through Kaido's Kanabo and dealt such a huge amount of damage, which was indeed a bit unbelievable. Kaido felt extremely frustrated. The one known for the strongest defense was so easily broken by Whitebeard. That's right, it must be the power of technology. This Whitebeard must have developed some black technology again, and he's there pretending to be clueless. It's so damn infuriating. Damn Whitebeard, you've hurt me. But why act like that? Don't think I don't know. This is the latest technological power obtained by your Whitebeard pirates. Kaido cursed. Whitebeard had a bewildered expression. Technological power. He had no idea about that all. This was truly a misunderstanding. At this moment, Big Mom suddenly approached Whitebeard, getting close to him and suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Kaido, even though you're injured, I have to praise you. You distracted Whitebeard and gave me a great opportunity to attack. You! Big Mom shouted excitedly while holding Napoleon. Chapter 157. The power of the gunpowder barrel. Kaido saw Big Mom's Napoleon swing down heavily toward Whitebeard's head, and surprisingly, Whitebeard didn't notice. Despite the pain from his wounds, he couldn't help but laugh at Whitebeard. Ha ha ha, Whitebeard, it doesn't matter how you became so strong. Today, this island will be your burial ground. Kaido laughed arrogantly. Whitebeard frowned secretly and hurriedly picked up his supreme great blade to counterattack, but it was too late. Everything had already passed. This strike was extraordinary, as Big Mom's Napoleon was infused with her own soul power. The entire sword body was entwined with various flames and the power of lightning. The Mingguang's sword, accompanied by the sun and thunderclouds, it struck heavily towards Whitebeard. One could feel the entire sky becoming illusory due to this bizarre and terrifying power. But Big Mom had no intention of letting Whitebeard go. Waigwa, a pure sword intent, reappeared, and under the influence of this powerful sword intent, a 10-level gale swept across the entire island. With the mentality of taking advantage of the situation, Big Mom unleashed almost all the moves she could use in this short time. Marco, who was watching the battle from the side, showed a hint of concern upon seeing this scene. Oh no, Dad has shown a gap, and Big Mom has seized it. With such a fierce attack, Brenheim, can you block it? Marco said worriedly. Brenheim said nothing more, raised his palm, and a green light flew directly into Whitebeard's body. At this moment, Night Feather's system suddenly remembered the sound of the upgrade of Blenheim's tenacious aria. Boom! Big Mom's signature attack hit Whitebeard's body, shaking the entire island. However, at this moment, Whitebeard's body was protected by an invisible barrier. All the flames and lightning energy from Big Mom's Thunder Sword were completely blocked. The massive wave country slash struck Whitebeard's chest, breaking through his hockey defense, leaving a scar. But before the scar could even last a millisecond, it was completely healed by the green light, restoring the area instantly without leaving a trace. Haha! Now I can even withstand the fierce attacks of the 4 emperors. The ability you taught me Deputy Captain Knight Feather is truly powerful. Feeling that his father's crisis was completely resolved, Blenheim's expression was extremely excited. On the battlefield, Big Mom, who had just been excited, was now staring at Whitebeard, who stood before her completely unharmed, with bloodshot eyes, completely dumbfounded. What's going on? What is happening? How can my fierce attack be withstood? Big Mom said in disbelief. Whitebeard touched his chest, revealing an excited expression. Koo-ha, Blenheim, your ability is too practical. Tonight, I'll give you an extra chicken leg. Whitebeard said excitedly. Even with Big Mom's terrifying double strikes, he could withstand them thanks to Blenheim's barrier. So what attack could he not endure? Now, he was completely in an invincible position, with nothing to fear. Thinking of this, Whitebeard activated the Tremor Fruit's power again, attaching it to the Supreme Great Blade, and swung it at Big Mom. Big Mom saw the Supreme Great Blade in the sky and showed a wary expression, hurriedly raising Napoleon to defend. With full fury, Whitebeard triggered a critical hit again. Boom! Under the powerful critical hit force, Big Mom felt her arms go numb, and her hand was shaken apart, causing Napoleon to be sent flying. Big Mom's eyes widened in disbelief at Whitebeard's immense power. Even in his prime, Whitebeard didn't have such terrifying strength, did he? The Supreme Great Blade, infused with the Tremor Fruit, continued to swing towards Big Mom's head. Manga! Oh. Napoleon cried out in pain from the sky. The previous collision nearly knocked him out. Big Mom's face was filled with terror. Homies! Big Mom shouted for help. Prometheus and Zeus sensed her plea for help and immediately positioned themselves in front of Big Mom. Boom! ZZZZ. The powerful shockwave directly caused severe tremors in Prometheus and Zeus's bodies. Under the immense force, the flames and lightning within the two homies were completely expelled. Their souls were also thoroughly withered. Watching the scene before her, Big Mom was completely stunned. If that previous hit had landed on her, it could have cost her life. Kaido, relying on his terrifying recovery ability, was gradually regaining his composure. Damn, Whitebeard, I didn't expect your pirate cruise technology to be so advanced. Far surpassing my cruise queen by several times. I absolutely cannot let you go. Kaido's body was gradually recovering, but it was clear he had a new scar. Big Mom also used her abilities to revive Prometheus and Zeus. Lingling, let's use our trump card. Otherwise, we might not be able to defeat this Whitebeard. Charlotte Lingling nodded heavily. On the other side, the Double Emperor Alliance was also charging madly towards a Moby Dick, although they lost 10,000 pirates to the Mushroom Formation. Fortunately, the Double Emperor Alliance had a large number of pirates, and 2,000 more charged forward. Marco saw the group of pirates rushing in and displayed an excited expression. Now let you see my power. But before he could finish speaking, a row of explosive barrels suddenly detonated beneath the rushing pirates, instantly taking out 2,000 of them. Sasaki, Hold'em, Raisin, and other elite pirates were knocked out by the explosion. The pirates who had just bravely charged forward were completely dumbfounded upon witnessing this scene. What is this? The Whitebeard pirates have too many traps. Just as we stepped out of the Mushroom Formation, how do we step on explosive barrels again? They questioned in confusion, but these explosive barrels were not actually stepped on by them. They were detonated instantly by Aizu. However, Aizu was very skilled now. The moment he released the explosive barrels, he detonated them, giving the impression that the Double Emperor Alliance had stepped on them. There was a wave of exclamations from the Whitebeard pirates. Wow, Brother Aizu, your explosive barrels, though not as damaging as the Harder Brothers, are still quite powerful. I see many of Big Mom's cadres were knocked out by you. Their hockey armor blown apart. Chapter 158, Run. Marco is unleashing his secret weapon. I didn't expect you to be so powerful now. Aizu. Yes, Aizu. What ability did Deputy Captain Knight Feather teach you to be so formidable? The surrounding people marveled at Aizu, feeling the envious gazes of those around him. Aizu couldn't contain his joy. Ha ha, this is just the beginning. Let me show you the ultimate move that Deputy Captain Knight Feather taught me. Let these ignorant fools taste my death bombardment. Let us smash them. Cannon fire rain. Aizu raised his weapon towards the sky and fired. Aizu, are you crazy? Why are you shooting at the sky? Jaws asked in confusion. Aizu grinned. You'll know soon. Just as Aizu's words fell, The bullets in the sky instantly transformed into thousands of cannonballs, raining down from above. The members of the Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates looked up at the sky. What is that? A meteor? Jack asked, bewildered. Katakuri also looked up at the sky, activating his observation haki, his eyes flashing with a red light. Then Katakuri showed a shocked expression. That's not a meteor. Those things are cannonballs. Everyone take cover. Katakuri exclaimed in surprise. After saying that, Katakuri was the first to act, activating his Machi fruit, covering his hands with haki, and detonating the cannonballs one by one. Fire Calamity also activated his flying ability, soaring into the air to slash at the cannonballs above. Various other ability users also began to destroy the cannonballs in the sky. However, the number of cannonballs was simply too many, and some fell from the sky, causing the entire ground to explode instantly. Boom, boom. Various bombs exploded on the ground, and each cannonball created a huge crater. A large number of pirates, caught off guard, were instantly swept away by the artillery fire. Boom, boom. In an instant, a large group of pirates from the Yonko Alliance was blown away, and under the cannon fire, flames erupted, igniting the surrounding pirates, who began to flee in panic. These fleeing pirates further spread the flames. Suddenly, the entire Yonko Alliance was filled with various cries of despair. Ah, what is this? It's so terrifying. I'm going to be burned to death. Help! Help! Someone come save me. But those engulfed in giant flames, fearing the repercussions, were unwilling to help each other. Seeing the scene around him, Katakuri furrowed his brows. Accelerate and charge forward. Do not stop. Only by doing this can we quickly get past. And once we reach their base, the traps will disappear. Katakuri from the Big Mom Pirates instantly identified the problem. The longer they stayed, the greater the danger. They needed to rush in front of the Whitebeard Pirates and, taking advantage of their numbers, engage in close combat, which was their current advantage. Yes, let us accelerate and engage in hand-to-hand combat on their territory. Fighting from a distance is too disadvantageous for us. The Calamity Ash also gradually recovered from some injuries and issued commands to the pirates of the Beast Pirates. The entire Yonko alliance of pirates accelerated forward, and Aizu killed another 1,000 pirates, allowing the group to finally break through Aizu's defenses. Marco looked on in panic, realizing that his ultimate move was the real weapon of war. This is great. First, I was overshadowed by Harda's mushroom formation, and now I'm being overshadowed again by Aizang's cannonball. At this rate, when will it be my turn to take the stage, Marco? So, a blue wing sprouted from Marco's back, and he charged towards the alliance. The pirates who had just escaped from Aizang's cannonball had just let out a sigh of relief when they saw Marco in the sky, their eyes widening as they revealed their nervous expressions once more. It's Marco, the first mate of the Whitebeard Pirates. Hearing the shouts, Inzer also looked up and, upon seeing Marco's figure, was startled. He had witnessed Marco's combat power in Wano. It was undoubtedly of royal caliber, and his own race's fire abilities were completely suppressed by Marco. If Marco comes over and gives himself a beating, I won't be able to handle it. Even if Marco doesn't hit me with his super powerful move similar to Akiji's Ice Age, who could withstand that? While I was pondering, Marco's wings trembled, and the powerful undead freezing power instantly gathered in the sky. The temperature within a 10-kilometer radius suddenly dropped by several degrees, and tiny snowflakes began to fall to the ground. This left the pirates of the Big Mom Pirates looking completely bewildered. Charlotte Mondor, flipping through his book, felt the snowflakes around him and wore a confused expression. Strange, why is it snowing in the middle of summer? Beside him, Charlotte Snag also showed a curious expression. Yes, why did it suddenly start snowing? Could it be the devil fruit ability of the Whitebeard Pirates? But I know the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates well, and none of them have freezing abilities, right? In stark contrast to the Big Mom Pirates, the pirates of the Beast Pirates showed expressions of terror. It's Marco. Marco is about to unleash a big move. Run, run. The pirates of the Beast Pirates were scared out of their wits, starting to flee in panic. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, meanwhile, still looked bewildered. Perispero licked the lollipop staff in his hand, squinting his eyes in surprise. Did I hear that correctly? Marco. Isn't Marco's devil fruit a mythical Zoan, The Phoenix? When did he gain freezing powers? Beside him, Charlotte Daifuku looked at the reactions of the Big Mom pirates with a disdainful expression. It seems that the pirates of the Beast pirates were scared out of their minds by the mushroom formation and cannon fire earlier. How could Marco possibly possess Akiji's freezing power? Just as Charlotte Daifuku finished speaking, the sky suddenly lit up with lightning and thunder, fierce winds howled, and hail began to pour down. The pirates of the Two Emperors Alliance found themselves unable to move an inch, while the people of the Big Mom pirates shivered in the cold. Is this going to freeze us to death? One by one, as they spoke, their mouths were instantly frozen into icy sculptures. Chapter 159. The captains fight with full confidence. Even some of the executives of the Big Mom pirates were instantly frozen. Executives like Charlotte Daifuku activated their haki to shatter the ice on their bodies, but they found that their mobility was severely hindered in this icy environment. No, this isn't just a freezing ability. What is this painful sensation all over my body? Charlotte Daifuku's face showed a painful expression. After walking just 5 or 6 meters, he fell to the ground in agony, and as he fell, he was once again encased in the hail, instantly becoming an ice sculpture, devoid of any signs of life. Under Marco's glacier storm, apart from Charlotte Oven, who relied on the heat fruit to temporarily protect the surrounding pirates, most of the others were frozen to death. When they died, they maintained various poses, but the expressions on their faces were largely the same, an expression of immense pain. It was as if they had suffered inhuman torment in life. The pirates of the Big Mom pirates finally understood, just before their deaths, why the pirates of the Beast pirates were so terrified when facing Marco. It turned out that they had already experienced this inhuman torment before them. Marco's glacier storm can be said to be the biggest challenge faced by the alliance of the Two Emperors, with a slowing effect, long duration, and incredible lethality. When the pirates of the Beast pirates desperately ran to the vicinity of the Moby Dick, only about 8,000 of them remained, a significant portion of whom had been eliminated by Marco's glacial attacks. Watching Marco's ice storm, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates all showed expressions of admiration towards him. Even Whitebeard, who was fighting fiercely at that moment, noticed Marco's powerful move. Ha ha ha. No wonder Nightwing said he has trained at least 3 emperors. I didn't believe it at first, but now I completely do. This kid's ultimate move rivals the destructive power of my Tremor fruit, Whitebeard said excitedly. Beside him, Kaido and Charlotte Lin looked troubled. They initially thought that by entangling Whitebeard, the others could leverage their numerical advantage to achieve victory. They truly didn't expect that out of 30,000 men, more than half would be lost in less than an hour of fighting. Lin, it seems that Whitebeard is the only breakthrough point. We need to step up our efforts and definitely take down this old man, Kaido said seriously, furrowing his brows. After hearing Kaido's words, Big Mom nodded heavily. She really hadn't anticipated that the captains of the Whitebeard pirates would be so formidable. The only way to break through was to focus on Whitebeard. Having said that, the two continued to attack Whitebeard. However, due to the support from are.I'll, every time they felt they were about to take down Whitebeard, a ray of light would appear to protect him. Meanwhile, Whitebeard's slashes, combined with the power of the Tremor fruit, grew more and more fierce. He would occasionally unleash a massive slash that was overwhelming, making it difficult for the two of them to withstand together. So while they verbally claimed they would take down Whitebeard, deep down, they were still quite anxious. On the islands near the Moby Dick, the pirates of the alliance of the Two Emperors finally charged to the front lines. We finally made it. Let's fight them. The pirates of the alliance of the Two Emperors excitedly exclaimed. The clash between the alliance of the Two Emperors and the captains finally began. The sounds of battle echoed loudly. Both sides' elites rushed to the front lines. The first to charge was Smoker, who directly grabbed a small pirate and, using his smoke fruit, extracted all the moisture from the pirate's body on the spot. As Smoker continued to extract one pirate after another, his body actually transformed into a giant, shaking the ground with every step. Then, Smoker picked up his large sword and swung it towards the Whitebeard pirates. Buzz! A slash that blotted out the sky instantly appeared in everyone's view, heading straight for the Moby Dick, clearly aiming to cut the entire ship in half. Seeing Smoker's slash, the nearby Fire Calamity showed a satisfied expression. The strong members of the Big Mom Pirates were indeed numerous. Just by taking one pirate's life, they could unleash such a terrifying slash. What a bargain. Subsequently, Fire Calamity activated his armament Haki, and the long sword in his hand was instantly enveloped in Haki armor. With flames rising from the blade, Fire Calamity then unleashed a surging flame slash directly towards the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates. The strike directly transformed into the shape of a fire dragon, clawing at the crew of the Moby Dick. Emperor of the Fire Dragon. As the dual Emperor Alliance approached, two terrifying slashes appeared in the sky. If it were ordinary pirates facing such devastating slashes, especially two of them, they would surely show expressions of difficulty and seriousness. However, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates looked quite relaxed, especially the four strongest captains of the Whitebeard pirates who, upon seeing the slashes in the sky, revealed expressions of excitement and eagerness. The war they had been waiting for was finally about to begin. If they could defeat a few strong opponents in this great battle, not only would they gain fame on the seas, but more importantly, they could take credit for it after the war's victory and commend Vice-Captain Yeyu. Ha, brothers, don't be afraid. Watch me use my undying freezing power to freeze those two slashes in the sky, Marco said excitedly. After numerous practices, Marco had mastered his undying freezing power. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates, positioned behind the four captains, felt a great sense of security. When you're with the Whitebeard pirates, if the sky falls, someone will step up. Chapter 160. Ja's Fury and the Awakening of Conqueror's Haki Captain Marco. Let us see how you use the undying freezing power to freeze those slashes in the sky. Yeah, Captain Marco. I really didn't expect your undying freezing power to have such mysterious effects. Show us something new. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates spoke excitedly one after another. Hearing the praise from the surrounding pirates, Marco felt thrilled and smiled at them. However, at that moment, Vista suddenly stepped forward. What is there to brag about resisting two slashes? Vista can withstand both of them with just one slash. The likes of Enza and Smuggy are nothing to worry about, Vista said as he prepared to unleash a steel slash against the sky with his unsheathed blade. After all, he was currently being guided by Vice-Captain Yeyu, and his steel slash could strike at a great distance. He fully had the strength to knock down the two slashes in the sky. The little pirates of the Whitebeard pirates once again showed excited expressions upon hearing this. Yeah, it's not just Captain Marco. There's also Captain Vista. Right, Captain Vista, let us see your powerful slash. I've heard that you defeated the world's #1 swordsman. These pirates, although they had heard that Vista's combat power was terrifying, most of them had never witnessed Vista's strength after being guided by Vice-Captain Yeyu. Each of them was filled with anticipation. Being looked at with such envious eyes by so many people brought immense satisfaction to Vista. However, Marco beside him couldn't bear to watch any longer. This was a rare opportunity for him to perform well and hopefully gain proper guidance from Vice-Captain Yeyu after the mission was accomplished. Such a good opportunity. How could it be snatched away by this guy Vista? Vista, what are you thinking? I was the one who got first. You need to understand that there should be a first-come, first-served principle. Got it? Marco said angrily. Upon hearing this, Vista just chuckled. First come, first served? If I understood that principle, I would have let Marco here get the powerful guidance of the Vice-Captain Nightwing before me. Marco, it seems a bit inappropriate for you to say that. After all, you can't even do it yourself, right? Vista said with a smile. The two of them started to argue like this. This scene was naturally witnessed by Smudge and Flame Calamity. The expressions on their faces were ashen. Such a powerful slash would have scared an ordinary pirate to the point of losing control. These two guys are something else. They actually fought to take on their strikes. But there's no helping it. They've seen the fighting power of these two, and they really have that capability. Bastard Marco, Yenzai Jean said resentfully. Bastard Vista. Smuggy also spoke almost at the same time. Both of these individuals have brought shame to their respective pirate crews, so currently, they are both extremely angry. Therefore, they have also intensified the release of their sword intent. Two fierce slashes cut through the sky, and under the powerful pressure of their sword intent, one can clearly feel the wind on their face like being sliced by small knives. The young pirates of the Whitebeard pirates all showed expressions of terror. Captain Marco. Captain Vista. Please stop arguing. The slashes. The slashes are coming soon. The young pirates around the Whitebeard pirates spoke in panic one after another. At this moment, Marco and Vista finally realized that, well, if it really doesn't work, they could just split it evenly, each taking one hit. At that moment, a terrifying conqueror's haki suddenly swept in. Marco and Vista were both taken aback, realizing that another person on the ship had awakened the conqueror's haki, and that person was Jozu. The members of the Blackbeard Alliance, rushing over, also sensed the conqueror's haki immediately. Some weaker pirates at the front collapsed and fainted on the spot. The expressions of Jin and Smoker, who were at the forefront, turned extremely awkward. Even Whitebeard and the others, who were in battle, momentarily shifted their attention to Jozu. Kaido and Big Mom's faces were extremely grim. Damn it, do they all want to be kings? This sea can't accommodate so many kings, Kaido said, veins popping on his forehead as he tightened his grip on his kanabo. Big Mom also looked shocked. What's going on? Could it be that the Conqueror's haki is also realized through the power of technology? What have you done to your crew's captain, Whitebeard? Why are they all awakening the Conqueror's haki? Big Mom said in disbelief, her face filled with shock. Whitebeard, equally confused, replied, what does it mean that they all awakened? Isn't it just me and Jozu who awakened the Conqueror's haki? What are you talking about, Big Mom? I don't understand. I've said it before. It's the power of technology. I have no knowledge of everything concerning my sons. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Big Mom's fingers trembled with anger, and without finishing her words, she unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning toward him. Kaido also charged forward with his kanabo, saying, I'll show you, Whitebeard. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. Unexpectedly, Jozu had also awakened the Conqueror's haki. How many Conqueror's haki users are there in the Whitebeard pirates? Katakuri also wore a troubled expression. He had previously witnessed Vista's Conqueror's haki and thought it was already rare for Vista to awaken it, but now Jozu had awakened the Conqueror's haki too? Katakuri was baffled. How many kings were there in the Whitebeard pirates? Jozu, awakening the Conqueror's haki for the first time, also looked astonished. So this is what the Conqueror's haki feels like. He could stun a crowd without even moving. What a great thing, absolutely a great thing, Jozu said excitedly. In the next moment, spikes suddenly appeared on Jozu's armament armor, activating his defensive spikes. With his arms spread wide, he charged forward. Come on, let me see how powerful your slashes are. Jozu roared at the two in front of him, exuding an imposing aura of a single person standing against thousands. Chapter 161. Fighting for dominance. The pirates of the Blackbeard Alliance, except for a few who had witnessed Jozu's combat power, were all very surprised. Zippus and Hold'em exchanged glances and smiled. What a fool, Jozu, thinking he can withstand Lord Disaster slashes. It's simply a joke. Zippus laughed heartily. Yeah, this is simply the most reckless act in history, Hold'em said, patting the fire-breathing lion on his belly, also looking down on Jozu. These two people had only witnessed Marco's powerful combat abilities and had no idea about the terror of Jozu and Vista. They laughed ignorantly. While the two were gloating, suddenly, a massive hand came crashing down on them, leaving them stunned. They covered their cheeks, looking aggrieved. Lord Jack, please calm down. Did we make a mistake? The two were bewildered, completely unaware of why their superior Jack was hitting them. It was only when they saw Jack's expression that they realized the situation was not as simple as they had imagined. They noticed beads of sweat forming on Drought Jack's forehead and his serious demeanor. Moreover, they saw something in Jack's eyes that they had never seen before. Fear. Fear of the strong. Except for facing the three disasters in Kaido, they had never seen Jack like this. They were very clear about their superior. To put it bluntly, he was like a reckless youth, fearless of anything. So why was Jack so afraid when facing Jozu? Could Jozu be as terrifying as Marco? Finally, Jack spoke up. Shut up. Don't you see what the situation is? If you laugh again, I'll chop off your heads with my cutlass. Do you believe me? Drought Jack said furiously. What was the situation? The two were even more confused. Wasn't it just the alliance of the two emperors surrounding Whitebeard? Although the Whitebeard pirates had the terrifying Marco and some with special technological powers, could they really turn the tide against the attack from two emperor crews? While they were pondering, two slashes struck Jozu's body. The powerful slashes hit Jozu, but he managed to block both terrifying forces alone, no matter how destructive the slashes were. Jozu didn't even lose a hair. Hee, are you guys just tickling me? Can you put in a bit more effort? Jozu said with a smile. Ember had previously witnessed Jozu's abilities, so he was somewhat accepting. However, Smog had no accurate information about Jozu and looked shocked, incredulous. What? What is going on? Our attacks were just blocked by this guy Jozu, Smog said, swallowing his saliva in disbelief. His slash could easily be compared to Big Mom's normal attacks, especially when combined with the slashes from Ember of the Beast Pirates. The two's attacks were something even a 4 Emperor-level master would have to think twice about. But Jozu? He easily blocked them and even asked them to try harder? There was such a terrifying guy in the Whitebeard pirates besides Marco and Bista. Ember's face turned pale, looking very grim. Jozu, that guy has incredibly strong defense, and you need to be careful, a rebound slash is coming, Ember said, gripping his weapon tightly and speaking very seriously. Smog was initially a bit confused and didn't understand. He looked at Ember with a puzzled expression. What? What do you mean by rebound slash? Is it a swordsman technique from the Whitebeard pirates? Suddenly, 2 slashes appeared in the sky, almost identical in appearance to the slashes they had released earlier, except for slightly smaller in size. A small fire dragon slash shot towards Yin Jai Jin, who hurriedly drew his sword to block. Under Yin Jai Jin's reminder, Smug also managed to block the previous attack, but was forced back several steps by his own rebound attack. Only then did Smug finally understand what Jin meant by rebound slash. After witnessing Ja's rebound ability, Smug became completely unsettled, continuously swallowing his saliva, his voice trembling as he spoke. This is the rebound slash you mentioned? Such a capability actually exists in the world. How can a swordsman still fight? On the other side, Marco was also shocked. Damn, don't compete with me, Bista. Look at that scoundrel Jaws. He has already taken the spotlight for us, Marco said with a twitching mouth. He realized he was being petty, still fighting over who would act first with Bista, while Jaws quietly took action. If he had known he should have just acted directly instead of arguing with Bista, it would have been better. Bista, seeing this, cursed internally. Damn it, looking at it this way, Marco, Jaws, and even Bramek have at least put on a show once. As the world's greatest swordsman, he hadn't even gotten a chance to show off yet, which was incredibly frustrating. At that moment, Bista directly drew his supreme great knife, the unscabbard blade, and charged towards the Dual Emperor's Alliance. Since you Dual Emperor's Alliance are running slow and still haven't arrived, then I'll personally go out to welcome you. Marco, seeing that Bista, that dog, had also learned from Jaws and moved without a word, secretly cursed him for being cunning, and then followed him, grabbing Bista and pulling him behind him. Then, relying on his wings, Marco flew directly forward. Bista cursed at Marco as he ran. Marco, you don't follow the rules of combat. Why are you pulling me? Flying is so impressive, huh? Bista scolded while running. In the sky, Marco circled around and then revealed a smile. Sorry, brother Bista, flying is indeed impressive. I'm off to fight monsters. You can catch up slowly. After saying that, Marco increased his flying speed and with a whoosh, disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a trail of ice crystals. Chapter 162. Jaws, you don't want me to think, so you come and cut me on the battlefield. Jaws was the first to choose 2 opponents, namely the vice-captain of the Beast Pirates and Smug from the Big Mom Pirates. It was a situation where wolves were many and meat was scarce. Being able to choose these 2 was already a great advantage. Worried that others would compete with him, Jaws taunted Jean and Smug while avoiding the center of the battlefield. That useless Smug and that stinky bug who doesn't even dare to take off his mask. If you have the ability, come fight me. Jaws taunted. Smug hated being called useless the most, and Jean wore a mask due to some past he didn't want to recall. Upon hearing this, both rushed toward Jaws. Since you can rebound slashes, then I want to see if you can rebound this move of mine. Blade of the Dual Emperors. Yin Jai Jin roared. After saying this, Yin Jai Jin spread his wings, and an array of fire bullets appeared from behind his wings, unleashing a barrage towards Jaws, like a machine gun. Smug also activated his Devil Fruit ability. Bastard, turn into a dry corpse for me. Let us see how you block my Devil Fruit ability, Smug said angrily. The attack from Yin Jai Jin hit Jaws' body, but in Jaws' spike defense form, he felt as if it was just scratching an itch. It was completely painless. Gene, your move is really not bad. Can you increase the strength a bit? If you increase it a bit more, it might even have a massage effect. Right now, this painless feeling doesn't even have a massage effect, Jaws said with a grin. In the sky, Gene's mouth twitched, nearly passing out. So his powerful fire bullet attack wasn't even worth an itch in Jaws' eyes? While feeling frustrated, a large number of bullets appeared in Jin's line of sight. Each one was just like the fire bullets he had fired earlier, all shooting towards him at high speed. Gene hurriedly picked up his weapon to block, and waves of bullets were all cut down. This is quite tricky. Even Jozu can block his own bullets. Now we can only wait and see what Smuggy will do. Just after Jozu deflected the attack from June, Smuggy closely followed up, and a mysterious energy appeared between his hands. The moisture around him was completely drained under this energy. One hand took advantage of Jaws' inattention and directly inserted itself into Jaws' body. Subsequently, an excited expression appeared on Smuggy's face. Jaws, although your abilities are tricky, don't forget, I am a user of a paramecia-type devil fruit. Even without using a swordsman's techniques, I can still kill you with my devil fruit powers, Smuggy said with great enthusiasm. In the sky, Gene also showed an excited expression. Ha ha ha. Indeed, this Jaws is much easier to deal with than Marco. Although he has practiced his defense against ordinary attacks to an extreme level, I must say his defense against devil fruit powers is utterly lacking. Well done, Smuggy. Once we take care of Jaws, we can turn our attention to dealing with the other pirates. The key to victory in this battle lies with us, Gene said happily from the sky. Upon hearing this, Smuggy slightly curved the corners of his mouth and increased the intensity of his devil fruit ability. Jaws could only feel the moisture in his body gradually disappearing, and at the same time, it seemed that his powers were being absorbed by Smuggy. What nice ability you have. It's rumored in the New World that your Big Mom pirates possess various tricky devil fruit abilities, and it seems to be true. But, do you really think Jaws will just stand still and let you hit me, only to rebound the attack? You are currently within my attack range. Smuggy, Jaws said with a grin. Seeing Jaws smile, Smuggy suddenly felt a bit scared and instinctively wanted to step back. However, a strange thing happened. Smuggy's legs seemed to have a mind of their own, and instead of moving back, they walked forward a considerable distance. What's going on? Smuggy's face changed dramatically. Just now, Gene was soaring in the sky, full of confidence, but upon seeing Smuggy on the ground, he suddenly stopped outputting his devil fruit powers. A look of confusion appeared on his face. What are you doing, Smuggy? Why did you suddenly stop attacking? It was hard to get this opportunity to launch a magical attack on Jaws, and then you just stopped? Why is that? Gene said, puzzled. Jaws smiled at Gene in the sky. No need to ask. Right now, she can't control her body at all, can she, Smuggy? Jaws said with a grin. Smuggy's beautiful eyes trembled. Jaws was right. Her body felt as if it was being mocked by some terrifying force, and instinctively, she wanted to draw her sword and slash. Slash, wait. Smuggy suddenly realized the crux of the problem. If she slashed at Jaws, wouldn't Jaws retaliate and end up killing her? This strange ability can't be something that Jaws has as part of his rebound power, right? If that's the case, it would be terrifying. Someone, please save me. I'm being controlled by Jaws. Smuggy shouted loudly. Then, as if losing control, he directly swung the long knife in his hand at Jaws with reckless abandon. In an instant, the sword intent surged around him. Smuggy unleashed almost all the slashes he could muster. Smuggy's heart sank. This is not cutting Jaws. It's like cutting into oneself. Just thinking about so many slashes is painful. After hearing Smoker's words, the figure in the sky, Jinbi, became even more confused. His head was filled with question marks. Is his body being controlled by Jaws? If I remember correctly, this Jaws should have the diamond fruit, right? Can diamonds control a person's body? So, it must be the black technology of the Whitebeard pirates. Let me try to see if I can interrupt Jozu. I took out the long knife in my hand, infused it with haki, and unleashed a flame slash at Jozu. Dragon King slash. In an instant, various slashes gathered around Jozu from all directions. Jozu nodded in satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. The chaotic taunt that first mate Yu taught me is just too satisfying. In close range, if you taunt the enemy, They become like a living corpse, stopping all their actions and freely slashing at you. This effectively resolves the situation where the enemy doesn't want to strike at you. You don't want to, but I do. So just go ahead and chop. Chapter 163, Smuggy Stop. I don't want to chop anymore. At this moment, Jozu wasn't idle either. The spike defense was activated to its strongest state, resembling an ancient magic turtle. His body emitted a glow, and a powerful aura transformed into a domineering presence, sweeping wildly around. This made both Jean and Smudgy's expressions change drastically, secretly thinking that the situation was not good. Crackling. In an instant, sparks and lightning surrounded Jaw's body. Various slashes struck Jaw's body, but these slashes were easily neutralized by Jaws, and then his rebound ability activated. Various rebound slashes charged toward the enemy. Jean in the sky easily blocked the fire dragon he had just released, then sighed. It seemed that it would be difficult to interrupt Jaws and save Smudgy. The flame calamity Jean sighed helplessly. Smudgy was in trouble. Previously, he had struck Jaws dozens of times, and now all of it was being bounced back. After being wildly taunted, Smudgy wanted to defend himself, but found that his hands had no intention of stopping, still wildly slashing at Jaws. It's over. This time it's really over. Stop. You have to stop. Smudgy felt like he was about to collapse at any moment, and his hands still showed no sign of stopping. One rebound slash after another struck Smudgy's body, blood flowing continuously from his legs, and his upper clothing was tattered from his own slashes. Jaws was momentarily stunned. Damn, that old hag. Her daughters are indeed quite beautiful. I just wonder if giving this woman to Vice-Captain Yeyu. I wonder if it would allow Vice-Captain Yeyu to teach me properly. Then Jaws remembered that he was in a battle, not in a mood for pity, and began his attack on Smudgy directly. Armament hockey gathered on his fist, forming a pair of spiked gauntlets on Jaws' iron fists. He slammed towards Smudgy. Smudgy felt his head buzzing from the impact. After a few punches, Jaws delivered a flying kick, and poor Smudgy was defeated and knocked out in less than 2 rounds. Next is Eugene. After completing this series of fluid movements, Jaws looked up at the sky. Feeling Jaws' gaze, cold sweat suddenly appeared on Jin's forehead. This Jaws is even stronger than before. This is probably already on par with Marco, reaching the royal level, right? The captains of the Whitebeard pirates are all so terrifying. Why am I so unlucky? After finally getting past that bastard Marco, who counters me, I now encounter such a freak as Jozu. At that moment, NTI couldn't care less about his pride. Fortunately, he had the ability to fly, so escaping shouldn't be too difficult. Thus, NTI directly flapped his winged dragon wings, preparing to leave. Damn it, are they all freaks? No way. I need to change my opponent. NTI stammered, his face clearly filled with fear of Jozu. Seeing NTI preparing to escape into the sky, Jozu revealed a smile. So you think you can run away just like that? Weren't you just so arrogant? Now you want to run? It's not that easy. Real hedgehog warrior? Hedgehog charge! Jozu shouted loudly, activating his diamond abilities to the extreme, his armed color covering his entire body. With double defense and his body covered in spikes, he emitted a strange black light under the sunlight. He charged directly at NTI in the sky. Boom! The powerful recoil caused the ground beneath Jozu's feet to be blasted into a massive pit. Jozu shot towards NTI like a massive bomb, covered in spikes. NTI only felt a chill behind his head, then turned to look back. He widened his eyes in shock, seeing Jozu covered in spikes, looking like an ancient demon turtle, utterly terrifying, and he nearly wet himself. Are you even human? I've already started to escape, and you're still chasing me relentlessly. If those spikes hit the wrong place, won't I be doomed? The key was that Jozu's speed was incredibly fast, and NTI found it hard to dodge at that moment. How did Jozu do it? Why is he so fast? Can he fly too? NTI said in terror. Just as he finished speaking, Jozu, like a human cannonball, crashed into NTI's body. A large amount of blood instantly sprayed from NTI's mouth, creating an arc in the air before falling to the ground. Jozu, you bastard. With all those spikes, you hit me in the wrong place, bastard. NTI wanted to say more, but suddenly his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. his massive body falling from the sky like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily on the ground. The ground was smashed into a massive pit from Enei's fall. Without the ability to fly, Jozu also fell from the sky after his inertia ran out, his over 500-pound weight crashing down onto Enei's body. Boom! A huge sound echoed, deepening the previous pit by several meters. Jozu, relying on his own weight, dealt a second blow to the already unconscious Enei. After being crushed, the fainted Enei let out a muffled groan, then fainted again. After getting up, Jozu saw Enei beneath him, injured and struggling, and touched the back of his head, revealing an apologetic expression. No wonder I felt those spikes in my butt. If I accidentally killed Enei, that would be too unjust. Sorry, but technically you're already unconscious. So it would be a bit unfair for me to harm you again. But isn't this just a coincidence? Chapter 164. Oh, and Marco, you're too restrained against me, but don't worry, I'm not that heavy. I've been on a diet recently, just over 500 pounds. I just forgot to retract my spikes, and they got you? Sorry. Jozu said with a smile. On the other side, Marco had also arrived at the battlefield first, searching for his target in the sky. Damn Jozu, he even led Enei away from me. I need to find a stronger opponent, Marco muttered to himself. After a moment of thought, the first opponent Marco chose was Katakuri, as the second in command of the Big Mom Pirates, known as the man whose back never touches the ground, and possessing the strongest observation haki. He could barely accept him as his opponent. Speaking of which, it's all my old man's fault. Insisting on fighting two emperors alone, Marco thought gloomily. There's really nothing I can do. Now, the only ones left in the entire Yonko alliance who can stand up are just a few of Katakuri's crew. So Marco flew straight towards Katakuri. On the ground, the small pirates of the Yonko alliance yelled and attacked Marco. But their various arrow attacks hadn't even touched Marco before they were frozen in midair, falling from the sky, flying nearly 1,000 meters behind Marco's flight path. Snow fell, creating a layer of ice on the ground, and a large number of pirates were frozen to death by Marco's undead freezing power. Finally, he saw Katakuri's figure, undead frozen phoenix strike. As soon as Marco saw Katakuri, he kicked out. Instantly, a massive ice phoenix claw print appeared out of thin air, rushing towards Katakuri with a powerful chill. Katakuri, who was fighting at that moment, noticed the coldness approaching and immediately showed a wary expression, his eyes flashing red as he activated his observation haki to the fullest. This is Marco's attack. It's so terrifying, Katakuri said in shock. Although he had predicted all the trajectories of the Phoenix Strike with his observation haki, he still couldn't withstand this powerful force. All he could do was minimize his own damage. The next moment, Katakuri wrapped everything around him in machi, forming a massive machi ball, like a city wall. Boom! Just as Katakuri's defensive stance was set, Marco's undead frozen Phoenix Strike kicked directly onto Katakuri's body. The powerful chill instantly froze the previously warm machi ball into ice shards. Katakuri was also sent flying alongside the frozen machi by Marco's immense power. The entire battle unfolded in the blink of an eye, until Katakuri was kicked away. Charlotte Oven and Charlotte Daifuku, standing nearby, finally realized that their brother, who had been fighting alongside them, had been kicked away. The overwhelming icy aura approached, and they all looked up, seeing Marco flying towards the direction where Katakuri had been kicked away. The two instantly furrowed their brows. Although they hadn't fought Marco before, they knew he was the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates, just a step away from the royal level. Coupled with the shock they felt when Marco's freezing power instantly killed a large number of people at the start of the battle, they were well aware that Marco was definitely not weak. Damn it, it's Marco. He actually attacked brother Katakuri. Charlotte Owen clenched his fists, the temperature around him suddenly rising as he said angrily. Beside him, Charlotte Daifuku also furrowed his brows tightly and summoned back his demon created from the SP-Man series of the SP-Man fruit. Damn Marco, let's go help brother Katakuri, Charlotte Daifuku said. The three of them were biological brothers, so their relationship was very close, and Charlotte Daifuku directly proposed to help Katakuri. Charlotte Owen also nodded heavily, and then the two rushed towards Marco's direction. Marco naturally noticed the situation behind him and showed a pleased expression. Not bad, not bad. With so many monks and little porridge, being able to get these 3 guys is already quite good. After landing, the ice layer on Katakuri also melted away. As Katakuri emerged from the ice, he looked at Marco with a shocked expression. What kind of technological means has the Whitebeard pirates obtained that all of you are so bizarre? Katakuri said in astonishment. That's right, it is indeed bizarre. Just now, Katakuri, who was encased in ice, had sensed this very well. It's not just as simple as being frozen like Admiral Akiji. More importantly, after being frozen, one is continuously subjected to corrosive power within that ice layer. Although it only lasts for a little over a second, Katakuri can feel the damage that corrosive power inflicts on him. If those pirates who can't break through the ice layer are frozen, they would be completely tormented to death in just a few minutes. And by the time they're thawed a few minutes later, it would already be too late. The power of this freezing, I originally thought it was a devil fruit, but since Marco himself is a devil fruit user, it must be the power of technology. As the vice-captain of the Big Mom Pirates, he often interacts with Germa. Initially, Germa's technology was shocking enough. But I didn't expect the Whitebeard pirates to possess technology that is 10 times more powerful than Germa's. Hearing Katakuri's question, Marco patiently began to explain. After all, now that Katakuri had been kicked to the edge of the battlefield, no one would come to compete with him for people. This is not the power of technology. This was taught to me by Vice-Captain Yeyu. It's a new direction developed from my Phoenix Devil Fruit. Understand? Marco said with a smile. Upon hearing Marco's response, Katakuri squinted his eyes. Tot, I'm not stupid. Just 2 months ago, I saw Marco clash with the Big Mom Pirates, and at that time, he hadn't mastered any undead freezing power. Now, just 2 months later, he's been taught this. Moreover, Marco has the mythical Zoan Phoenix Devil Fruit, which has nothing to do with freezing power. Marco, this is getting boring. I previously thought you were straightforward, but now it seems you're just a petty character. Katakuri said unhappily. Hearing Katakuri's response, Marco felt helpless, whether friend or foe. Everyone asked him why he had become so powerful, and he always answered honestly, but others just wouldn't listen. He initially thought Katakuri was smart enough to understand and believe what he said, but now it seemed impossible. If you don't believe it, then forget it. Enough small talk. Can our battle start now? Since you don't believe me, I have no intention of convincing you. I'll just take you down first. Katakuri also narrowed his eyes, vividly recalling the scene where Vista had defeated him in an instant. Facing Marco, Katakuri dared not let his guard down, activating his observation haki to the fullest. At the same time, a powerful battle intent erupted from within him. An invisible conqueror's haki suddenly surged. The surrounding pirate henchmen, regardless of friend or foe, instantly rolled their eyes back and trembled with fear under Katakuri's Conqueror's Haki. This is Conqueror's Haki. Who is releasing Conqueror's Haki? Damn, this feeling of fear, my body just won't listen. The one releasing Conqueror's Haki is Lord Katakuri. He's my idol. Indeed, a man like Katakuri looks so cool even when releasing Conqueror's Haki. The henchmen affected by the Conqueror's Haki all fainted. Looking at his masterpiece, Katakuri showed a proud expression. Conqueror's Haki awakens in only 1 in a million, and only true strong individuals can possess such Haki. Although Marco is powerful, his heart is too despicable. He clearly relies on technological power, but refuses to admit it. Such a person does not deserve to possess Conqueror's Haki. You see, Marco, even if your strength is greater than mine, I will not easily yield. My Conqueror's Haki signifies my will. This Conqueror's Haki is something that awakens in only 1 out of 100,000 people, someone like you. Before Katakuri could finish his words, Marco directly unleashed his own Conqueror's Haki. Is this the Conqueror's Haki that awakens in 1 out of 100,000? And what is wrong with me? You don't really think I'm unworthy of having Conqueror's Haki, do you? Marco said with a grin. A pure and powerful Conqueror's Haki emanated directly from Marco's body. The powerful Conqueror's Haki collided with Katakuri's in midair. Under the terrifying force, the shockwaves surged wildly in all directions, causing pirates within a kilometer radius to faint on the ground one after another. The Big Mom Pirates, who had never witnessed Marco's Conqueror's Haki before, were were completely dumbfounded by this scene. Strange, who is clashing Conqueror's Haki with Marco? It's Marco. Besides Whitebeard, Jozu, and Vista, the Whitebeard pirates now had another possessor of Conqueror's Haki. I believe technology can grant them abilities, but how did they obtain this Conqueror's Haki? They were all shocked by the Conqueror's Haki Marco released. Even Big Mom, as one of the four emperors, felt puzzled. After slashing at Whitebeard several times, she spoke to him. Whitebeard, what is going on with your crew? Do they all want to become kings? Whitebeard laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect this kid Marco to awaken Conqueror's Haki too. Kaido's expression turned awkward. Whitebeard, why are you so happy? Have you forgotten rocks? He failed because he had too many subordinates who wanted to become kings. Kaido said maliciously. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard naturally understood Kaido's ulterior motives and didn't take it to heart. Ha ha ha, Kaido, don't give me that. As long as those on our ship truly want to become kings, let them be. The more people want to become kings, the happier this old man will be. Ha! Whitebeard laughed heartily. Seeing his attempt to sow discord fail, Kaido angrily drew his kanabo, charged with lightning, and swung it at Whitebeard. Charlotte Oven and Charlotte Daifuku had also arrived. They saw Marco clashing with Katakuri using Conqueror's Haki, and their eyes widened. Oven, I can't be mistaken, right? Marco is actually using Conqueror's Haki? Charlotte Daifuku said, dumbfounded. That's right. It really is the case. I didn't expect even Marco to awaken Conqueror's Haki. This is so strange. Oh no, we need to hurry and help Katakuri. Charlotte Oven clenched his fists. In the next moment, both of them launched an attack simultaneously. Under the powerful enhancement of the heat fruit, Charlotte Oven's fists turned a scorching red, evaporating the moisture in the surrounding air due to the immense energy. With a single punch, he suddenly created a wave of intense heat energy, like a massive cannonball, aimed directly at Marco. Heat wave fist. The scorching energy rushed toward Marco. Boom! The powerful energy slammed into the wings on Marco's back. Seeing that he had hit his target, Charlotte Oven was ecstatic. Great! The ambush was successful. Charlotte Oven said excitedly. But in the next moment, his previously excited expression instantly darkened. My heat wave fist disappeared. Charlotte Oven said, dumbfounded. This move combines the power of my heat fruit with my fists, reaching temperatures of several thousand degrees, capable of melting ordinary steel and even penetrating Haki. How could this not leave a single hair on Marco? As Marco was engaged in a clash of Conqueror's Haki, he glanced back and saw Charlotte Oven, immediately showing a look of disdain. What's there to be confused about? I possess the power of immortal freezing. Do you really think your heat-hot fruit is stronger than my freezing ability? Marco said with a grin, directly ignoring Charlotte Oven. Charlotte Oven was confused. He indeed had the concept of ice and fire being incompatible. However, his heat-hot ability could even boil the sea, and he originally thought it would have some restraining effect on Marco's immortal freezing power. But looking at it now, he realized he was overthinking it. The two energies did have a restraining effect, but it was his own ability that was being restrained. Chapter 165, Whitebeard. Those countless icebergs are summoned by my good son Charlotte Daifuku was not idle either. Oven, since yours is useless, I will use the steam man to deal with him. Then, Charlotte Daifuku began to wipe his body, creating a large amount of mist, and soon a blue lamp-like demon appeared in the sky. The demon, riding on the rising steam, charged straight at Marco. Charlotte Katakuri was not idle either, launching an attack alongside his brother. Marco, you're truly a formidable fighter. And since this war concerns the safety of our Big Mom pirates, you can't blame me for overwhelming you with numbers. After saying this, Katakuri's limbs suddenly turned into machi, extending towards Marco like giant black pythons, aiming to tear him apart. Marco is just too powerful. Owen, Daifuku, don't get too attached to the fight. We just need to entangle Marco and prevent him from reaching the main battlefield. Marco's wide-ranging hail attacks pose too great a danger to the battlefield. We absolutely cannot allow him to step into the battlefield so easily, Katakuri stated. Hearing this, Marco couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. It seems Katakuri still believes that their Yonko alliance can win. In fact, there's no need for me to go to the main battlefield. I know my brothers well. They will definitely perform well on the battlefield, and those elites of the Yonko Alliance will surely be dealt with by my brothers. Not going to the main battlefield and fighting against these 3 members of the Charlotte family here is already a pretty decent matchup. After the bitter smile, Marco activated his immortal freezing power. In an instant, a terrifying power of immortality and freezing erupted, instantly freezing the surrounding air. Along with it, Katakuri's armament-coated arm and the lamp demon were also frozen. Just one encounter was enough to neutralize the attacks of both. Daifuku was shocked, realizing that there was indeed a power gap between him and Marco. However, he never expected the gap to be so vast. His signature demon attack was easily countered in just one exchange. Fortunately, his demon was an illusion created by his devil fruit ability, not his real self. Otherwise, would he freeze to death? After the lamp demon was frozen, he appeared next to Daifuku with a serious expression. Daifuku, this person's ability is very powerful. I'm afraid we can hardly get close. Who on earth is this person to be so strong? That terrifying chill. Is it a devil fruit ability? The lamp demon said in astonishment and shock. Daifuku also furrowed his brows tightly and spoke solemnly. That should be the technological power recently acquired by their Whitebeard pirates. The uninformed Daifuku murmured. The lamp demon was completely stunned. The power of technology. This was the first time he encountered such terrifying technological strength. He originally thought that Germa's technological power was already formidable, but he never expected that the Whitebeard pirates possessed even more terrifying technological capabilities. The lamp demon also wore a serious expression. Katakuri's hands were directly frozen. Feeling Marco's terrifying corrosive power, Katakuri tightly furrowed his brows. What kind of divine enemies is my Big Mom pirates facing? The freezing power even carried a hint of corrosive force. Using his fruit ability, Katakuri continuously heated the rice cakes to warm his glutinous rice, and it took a lot of effort to clear the ice blocks from his arms. What is this ability all about? Why does it feel so much harder to melt than regular ice? Katakuri asked in confusion. Ha ha. This thing is called the immortal freezing power. The reason it's hard to melt is that I've infused it with the power of the phoenix, greatly extending the duration of the freeze. How about that? Isn't my idea great? Marco said with a grin. After hearing Marco's words, Katakuri's expression became increasingly serious. If what Marco said is true, then this Marco is quite troublesome. We absolutely cannot lose this battle, even if we have to hold Marco back. Charlotte Oven was furious. His body temperature had reached its limit, and around him was like a massive flame, as Charlotte Oven was currently in his strongest sun form. In this form, although it can only last for 1 minute, it can produce flames that generate 10 times the usual heat. Even if this Marco is terrifying, I believe that my strongest form of the heat fruit can still weaken him to some extent. Charlotte Owen clenched his fists and said, Ice and fire are inherently incompatible energies. In my normal state, my heat is weaker than Marco's, so I'm restrained by him. Now that I've activated my overdrawn state, the scorching flames will, to some extent, have an effect on Marco's undead freezing power. Upon seeing Charlotte Owen's thoughts, Marco's face instead revealed an excited expression. Oh, so you're trying to weaken me? That's wonderful. I was feeling a bit bored fighting the 3 of you, but now it seems I can just about accept it, Marco said with a grin. Hearing Marco's mocking words, Charlotte Daifuku became annoyed. Owen, use your heat fruit to help me. After saying that, Charlotte Daifuku wiped his body again, summoning the lamp demon once more. Demon Slash. The lamp demon appeared, wielding a long knife, and struck heavily at Marco. Marco was unfazed and slightly moved his fingers. The powerful icy intent surged again. Charlotte Owen seized the opportunity and suddenly clashed the scorching energy with Marco's undead freezing power, directly blocking Marco's coldness. The 2 energies collided in the sky, creating a massive cloud of smoke in an instant. The surroundings turned into a thick fog. The pirates around swallowed their saliva one by one. It's terrifying. Just the clash of fruit abilities can change the weather. Such dense fog. Feeling his freezing power being countered, Marco nodded appreciatively at Charlotte Owen. Not bad, not bad. I really didn't expect this guy. Your heat fruit ability is quite impressive. You can actually contend with me. Marco sighed lightly. It seems that the Big Mom pirates are not all just a bunch of drunks. Now's the time. Charlotte Owen shouted loudly. In this form, I can't hold on for long. So Katakuri and Charlotte Daifuku must finish this quickly. The red light flashed in Katakuri's eyes again, perfectly combining his armament haki with his fruit ability. Unmatched rice cake bullet. Katakuri shouted loudly. His arm transformed into the shape of a machine gun, aimed at Marco. A large number of haki-infused rice cake bullets suddenly shot out from Katakuri's arm. A massive volley of black haki bullets rained down like a storm, bombarding Marco relentlessly. At the same time, Katakuri, holding his trident, unleashed a powerful flowing cherry haki at Marco after firing a barrage of rice cake bullets. Charlotte Daifuku was not idle either. The steam demon was summoned again. The blue demon's knife was dyed red by Charlotte Owen's ability, infused with fiery power. The lamp demon wielded the large knife and began to slash wildly at Marco. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large number of slashing waves infused with firepower instantly poured down. These slashing waves directly sealed off all the paths that Marco could dodge. Now, you must be hurt a bit, right? Charlotte Owen said, breathing heavily. This result is achieved through tremendous effort, attracting all of Marco's immortal freezing power to clash with my fruit ability. Only then can I give my brother Katakuri a chance. Without the immortal freezing power, let's see how you Marco can play. However, I must admit that I overestimated the time I could clash with Marco. After the clash, Charlotte Owen truly understood the terrifying nature of this immortal freezing power. When clashing with me, the immortal freezing power was constantly eroding the heat generated by my heat-hot fruit. That terrifying eroding force completely suppressed me. Even when I entered a state of overexertion, I could only hold on for a few seconds. I had overestimated myself too much. Fortunately, this state can hold back your immortal freezing power, and I am quite satisfied with that. Brother Katakuri, just take down this Marco and let the Whitebeard pirates know the strength of our Charlotte family. Charlotte Owen let out a roar, and due to the effort, his face turned red. Hearing Charlotte Owen's roar and looking up at the sky, with countless slashes and the glutinous rice-colored bullets released from the Gatling, Marco couldn't help but laugh. Not bad, not bad. You've really worked hard to achieve this. But you don't really think I have no other tricks, do you? I have one more move, summoning thousands of icebergs. Would you like to see? Marco said with a grin. Summoning icebergs? This completely stunned the Charlotte family brothers. Icebergs can be summoned? Ice barrier, Marco shouted. The next moment, a terrifying chill was released again, and suddenly a gigantic glacier mountain range, stretching for thousands of meters, appeared in the sky, crashing heavily towards the battlefield where Marco was fighting. The massive iceberg blocked out the sun in the sky, making the entire ground look dim. Everyone on the battlefield noticed the gigantic mountain range. Some pirates had previously witnessed Marco's abilities in Wano country, but most pirates had never even heard of it, let alone thought that Marco possessed such a terrifying power. They began to discuss and speculate. My God, is that an iceberg? How did it fall from the sky? This is the first time I've heard of such a natural disaster. Is it a divine decree? Nonsense about natural disasters, if I'm not mistaken. That should be Marco's ability, summoning thousands of icebergs. One of the fortunate witnesses who had seen Marco's glacier range explained. Upon hearing this explanation, the pirates who were previously puzzled by the mountain range were now completely stunned in place. Goodness, what kind of divine technique has Marco learned? It's either a summoning that can erode people alive or thousands of icebergs. How can we fight like this? The fierce battle was also noticed by Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, and others who saw the iceberg summoned by Marco. Kaido, who had the misfortune of witnessing Marco's ability before and had his two front teeth broken by an iceberg, curled his lips and spoke first. This is the iceberg that bastard Marco summoned. I don't know which unlucky guy is fighting it, but he's probably going to die. Kaido complained. Big Mom, standing next to him, looked completely bewildered. What did you say? That giant thing in the sky was summoned by Marco. Is that guy Marco that terrifying? Big Mom said, her eyes wide in disbelief. Yeah, I've seen Marco's terrifying power before. Kaido replied honestly. As for the fact that Marco had smashed his own mouth with those countless icebergs, he naturally didn't mention it. After all, he was the strongest creature, and he had to maintain his dignity. If this is said out loud, wouldn't Big Mom laugh at him for a lifetime? After hearing this, Big Mom's face turned green. She had only heard Kaido mention that Marco was a tough opponent, but she didn't realize how powerful Marco actually was. Kaido, you bastard. How could you not inform me of such important news? You made me wade through this muddy water with you, Big Mom said angrily. To be fair, it was understandable for Big Mom to be furious. After all, it was her Big Mom pirates that first occupied the Fishman Island of the Whitebeard pirates, only to have it taken back by Whitebeard in the end. The Charlotte family didn't suffer any casualties. In the end, they just lost some money. The Beast pirates were different. Queen the Plague was directly killed by Marco, frozen into a pile of bones. A war between the Beast pirates and the Whitebeard pirates was inevitable, while the Charlotte family still had room for maneuver. Now, Big Mom realized she had been completely fooled by Kaido. She originally thought the alliance of the two emperors would surely win, but now it seemed that the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable for their alliance. Whitebeard, on the side, looked completely confused. What are you guys saying? That countless snow mountains were really summoned by my dear son Marco? How can I not believe it? Whitebeard waved his sword, completely bewildered. Chapter 166. I can't withstand this cold wind. Upon hearing this, Kaido of the Beasts felt his old face turn red. This old man with a white beard doesn't speak human language. The facts are right in front of us, yet he still doesn't believe it? Isn't this just taking advantage and acting innocent? The two were too lazy to waste words with Whitebeard and took out their weapons. Napoleon was surrounded by flames and lightning, while Kaido's Kanabo was enveloped in a massive amount of Conqueror's haki. The entire sea began to boil due to the anger of the two. Conquer the sea. With a shout from both, a colossal combination attack, infused with various mixed powers, charged directly at Whitebeard. At the moment of their strike, Kaido and Big Mom caused the sea behind them to surge, creating waves dozens of meters high. Upon seeing this, Whitebeard became even more bewildered and helpless. Why is it that every time I speak, Kaido and Big Mom get so angry? They previously thought I was pretending. Where exactly did I pretend? Frustrated, Whitebeard unleashed the full power of his shockwave, directly channeling it into his supreme blade, the tornado-cutting cloud, combining it with his skill, bloodthirsty slaughter. He swung at the two's combo attack, Conquer the Sea. Boom! The impact doubled instantly, and the resulting shockwave from the two forces killed a large number of small pirates within the Red-Haired Alliance. Marco, unbeknownst to himself, had only released an ice barrier, which triggered the fury of the three emperors. The powerful ice mountain range appeared before everyone in an instant. Boom! It crashed heavily onto the ground, shaking the entire land. Previously, Katakuri's various glutinous rice bullets and the slash of the Lantern Demon all struck the massive Glacier Mountain range. Boom! Boom! Although the collision created a tremendous noise that echoed through the heavens and the earth, their attacks failed to cause any damage to the glacier at all. Katakuri's eyes flickered with a red glow as he looked at the mountain towering dozens of meters in front of him, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. The mountain before him was so enormous, but the key point was, it was incredibly solid. His attacks didn't even knock off a single ice shard. Is this Marco still a person? As the vice-captain of the Big Mom Pirates, he has some experience. He has personally witnessed Admiral Akiji's Ice Age. However, even during the Ice Age, creating a hole was easy for him. What's going on? Facing this glacier mountain range now, it seems useless? Is it because my attack power isn't enough? Thinking of this, Katakuri Navelli decided to try again. His ability is ice, so I can use my baked rice cake attack to at least damage the mountain in front of me. Thus, Katakuri directly used his baked rice cake. The glutinous rice on his arm reached a temperature of thousands of degrees Celsius, transforming into a drill shape covered in haki, and he drilled straight into the mountain. The sound of drilling echoed across the glacier mountain range. Large beads of sweat flowed down Katakuri's forehead. He was using all his strength to break the ice mountain in front of him. However, Katakuri was shocked to find that even in this state, the glacier mountain range remained unmoved and as steady as a mountain. Damn! The usually composed Katakuri let out a curse. He never expected this ice mountain to be so difficult to deal with. Katakuri, Katakuri brother, save me, save me. At this moment, from the iceberg, Katakuri's expression suddenly became serious. It seemed like he heard Charlotte Oven's voice, but he couldn't see anyone. There was no choice but to push his observation haki to the limit. Soon, Katakuri finally sensed Charlotte Oven's presence. It turned out that before the giant iceberg arrived, Charlotte Oven was staring at the massive mountain in the sky, frozen in shock. He watched helplessly as the gigantic mountain filled his entire field of vision, and then, right on target, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Positioned below the glacial mountain range, Charlotte Oven had initially thought about using his heat devil fruit ability. After all, his fruit's power could even boil the sea. It shouldn't be a problem to melt an iceberg after activating his overdrawn state. However, when he used his devil fruit ability, he realized the terrifying nature of the iceberg. No matter how much heat he exerted, it ultimately vanished into the sea. Even his devil fruit power was completely exhausted. Yet he still couldn't melt even a single drop of water from the iceberg. Charlotte Oven fell into despair. There was nothing he could do. The mountains produced by the system were not something you could destroy at will within the specified duration. It wasn't until he heard his brother Katakuri's words that he regained hope. Brother Katakuri, save me. Charlotte Oven kept shouting. After hearing Charlotte Oven's words, Katakuri used his ability again and charged towards the mountain in front of him. On the other side of the mountain, Marco was leisurely smiling, walking step by step towards Charlotte Oven. Looking at Marco's smiling face, Charlotte Oven, for the first time in his life, experienced the feeling of fear. Such a large mountain range can be summoned with just a gesture. Even a powerful figure like a great ant might not possess such terrifying strength. This is simply the devil. What are you doing? Don't come over, don't come over. Katakuri brother, help me, please save me. Charlotte Daifuku shouted loudly. After hearing Daifuku's cry, Marco showed a hint of mockery and waved his hand at Daifuku. Don't waste your effort, Daifuku. This iceberg won't be broken in 5 seconds. No one could do it. Not to mention Katakuri, back when I caused a ruckus in Wano. Even Kaido tried to use his flame breath to break through my icy barrier, and he was almost out of breath, yet still helpless. So in these 5 seconds, it's just you and me. Let's have some fun. Marco smiled broadly. After hearing Marco's words, the corners of Charlotte Daifuku's mouth twitched. It was all the same. Death was inevitable. Damn it. Let's go for it. Then Charlotte Daifuku began to frantically wipe his body, summoning the lamp demon again. 5 seconds. Find a way to stall for 5 seconds. Without further explanation, Charlotte Daifuku said anxiously. Then Charlotte Daifuku and the lamp demon began to act simultaneously, wrapping their bodies in hockey armor, charging towards Marco. Marco's mouth curled up slightly, still thinking about a last-ditch counterattack. Isn't this too self-deprecating? Anyway, ever since I was tormented by Landry, the energy consumption of my devil fruit has qualitatively improved, so I don't need to worry about depletion at all. I'm feeling playful now. Marco just snapped his fingers. The ice phoenix spreads its wings. Suddenly, a huge dark cloud appeared in the sky, and then a large amount of hail began to rain down on Charlotte Daifuku. Charlotte Daifuku and the lamp demon found their movement speed suddenly halted. Damn it, is it this move again? Charlotte Daifuku felt as if his feet were weighted down with lead, making it impossible to move. And the armament hockey was continuously stripped away by this cold aura. Damn it, we just need to hold on for 5 more seconds. Once those 5 seconds pass, Brother Katakuri will come to save us. Seeing that he couldn't continue to walk, Charlotte Daifuku naively spoke to the lamp demon. Upon hearing Charlotte Daifuku's words, Marco showed a hint of mockery. You're too naive, Daifuku. You don't really think that that's all I've got, do you? Marco retorted. Upon hearing Marco's words, Charlotte Daifuku's inner thoughts were just, what is this, a joke? Such a terrifying move. It's either changing the weather or summoning a glacial storm that can freeze people to death within a square kilometer, or summoning countless icebergs that can kill without compensation. Aren't you satisfied yet? These 2 terrifying moves are just child's play in your eyes? Do you think they're not enough? What else do you want to do? Ascend to the heavens and become a god? Charlotte Daifuku fixed a resentful gaze on Marco, remaining silent. If I don't speak and ignore you, you want to be able to show off. Who knew Marco, upon seeing this, didn't he stop showing off? I can see it. You don't believe me, right? Fine. I'll make you convinced and let you see my new ultimate move. Marco said. Upon hearing this, Charlotte Dafu felt a bit scared. I believe. Don't use it. I can't handle just these two moves. However, Marco smiled slightly. No, you don't believe. You have to see it. My new ultimate move this time is the summoning of the bone-chilling cold wind. Marco said with a grin. Although Charlotte Owen was quite scared, there was still a hint of curiosity and doubt in her heart. Bone-chilling cold wind? If that is really the case, then this move should be the weakest one. After all, looking at the names, the glacier mountains and hailstorms must be more damaging than the wind. Thank goodness. It's probably just a normal move. Marco probably exaggerated when he called it an ultimate move. After all, for what I know, Marco really likes to brag. Charlotte Dafu comforted herself, her courage growing a bit. Bone-chilling cold wind, huh? Bring it on. You think I'm afraid of you? I'll tell you. As long as you can't defeat me within 5 seconds, when Katakuri brother arrives, we'll still have a way to deal with you. Charlotte Dafu said defiantly. Marco's lips curved slightly. Oh, I didn't expect you to have such spirit. Since you're so spirited, let us make a deal. If you can withstand this move, Marco, will surrender directly. Marco said confidently. This move, I had experimented with it before. To be honest, the lethality is so terrifying that I was scared myself. Naturally, I don't need to worry. This move can't deal with a mere Charlotte Katakuri. Really? Charlotte Katakuri was overjoyed. He immediately took a defensive stance, his observation haki fully activated, wrapping his entire body tightly. It's just cold wind. I can hold on for a few seconds. Charlotte Katakuri was also quite confident. Of course it's true. Have a good time. The frost is bone-chilling. In the next moment, Marco did not hesitate and shot out a blast of cold wind from his sleeve. Although the range of the chill was very narrow, it contained a massive amount of undead freezing power. Calling it a compressed version of undead freezing power is not an exaggeration at all. The powerful chill connected Marco and Charlotte Katakuri in a straight line, and this bone-chilling cold surged along this line towards Charlotte Katakuri at lightning speed. The space traversed by this straight line was filled with layers of ice crystals formed by the intense cold. Even the space itself became somewhat illusory from this cold wind. Charlotte Katakuri widened his eyes. What the hell? Is this the cold wind? How can it be such a cold wind? Even the 4 emperors can't withstand this. And you want me to endure it? Charlotte Dafu only felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and was shocked. He hurriedly summoned the lamp demon. And now the only thing he could do was let his lamp demon share the damage for him. After all, the lamp demon was just his ability. As long as the host didn't die, the ability would never disappear and the lamp demon would never die. So Charlotte Dafu directly summoned the lamp demon, who stood in front of him to block the biting cold wind. The blue lamp demon, upon being summoned by Charlotte Dafu, immediately understood the current battle situation. Holding the large blade in his hand, he struck heavily at the piercing cold wind. However, a strange scene occurred. The lamp demon's fierce strike, with its powerful sword intent, had no effect on the frosty cold wind at all. The biting cold wind simply passed through the lamp demon. The lamp demon widened his eyes in disbelief. Are you kidding me? Why can't I withstand this? Although I am a lamp demon, I clearly had a human body when I was summoned. Boom! The biting frost struck directly against the fully armored body of Dafu. The immense cold instantly eroded the armor on Dafu's body to pieces. Moreover, since Charlotte Dafu was caught in Marco's glacial storm, the biting frost triggered a special effect. Magic critical hit. Chapter 167. Katakuri's fury. The cold exploded, and the once compressed cold completely erupted. Charlotte Dafu had not yet reacted when he was transformed into a massive ice sculpture. The lamp demon also completely disappeared due to Charlotte Dafu's situation. At this moment, 5 seconds had passed, and Katakuri, at the other end of the massive iceberg mountain range, had just shattered the iceberg in front of him, rescuing Charlotte Oven. Immediately after, they witnessed Marco defeating Daifuku. Daifuku! Katakuri roared. Oven, hurry and use your ability to help Daifuku, Katakuri urged. Charlotte Oven quickly ran towards Daifuku, but internally he was struggling. He was severely injured and had previously entered a state of overexertion, and after being caught up in the iceberg summoned by Marco, he had been in a stalemate for quite some time. Inside him, there was already no trace of his devil fruit powers. Now, he was on the verge of overexertion again, but this time it posed a danger to his life. However, the three brothers had a deep bond since childhood, and Charlotte Oven was still willing to do it. Over here, Katakuri charged forward with his trident to cover for Owen. His battle intent surged to its peak, his eyes glowing red as he continuously observed Marco's movements. The massive trident, imbued with haki, stabbed towards Marco at high speed. "Bastard! I won't let you go, Marco!" Katakuri roared. Marco, however, just smiled. "In your desperate state before, you might have barely held me back, but now, well, just take a look at the gap between us as the vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates and the vice-captain of the Big Mom pirates," Marco said. Since the war was nearing its end, if he didn't take out the few in front of him, he feared that other captains would snatch them away. So, Marco decided to unleash his full power as a sign of respect for Katakuri. Chilling energy surged towards Katakuri, frost covering his limbs, and due to the torment from Landry, his limbs had large frostbite wounds. However, with his brother's safety in mind, Katakuri couldn't care less. His terrifying battle intent reached its maximum, and Conqueror's haki spread around him recklessly. Grilled rice cake. With a loud shout, Katakuri was surrounded by scorching rice cakes, reaching nearly 10,000 degrees. In addition to melting the ice on him, the heat caused blisters to form on his skin. Ignoring the pain, Katakuri seemed to feel nothing at all. The ground beneath him began to shake violently. Marco squinted slightly. "Is this what it looks like after a fruit awakening? I must say, that's quite impressive." "Marco, don't get too arrogant. The outcome is still uncertain. You just used so many large-scale attacks. Your abilities must be close to their limit, right?" Katakuri calmly analyzed. Then he let out a roar towards Marco. Flowing glutinous rice ball. The entire ground transformed into glutinous rice, wrapping around him like a python and charging directly at Marco. Marco smiled slightly, thinking to himself, "Is my devil fruit ability at its limit?" To be honest, ever since I got the Great Mask, my total devil fruit ability has doubled. If Katakuri knew this, he definitely wouldn't say such things. This didn't mean Katakuri was foolish. His analysis was quite on point, but unfortunately, Katakuri would never have dreamed that the Vice-Captain Yeyu was actually a top-tier blacksmith capable of crafting the Great Mask, such a monstrous piece of equipment. Useless. Trying to exhaust my devil fruit ability? You're mistaken, Katakuri, Marco said with a smile. The glutinous rice ball charged forward. The glutinous rice that was previously flowing and wriggling was instantly frozen into an ice cake, making it impossible to move. Seeing his attack neutralized, Katakuri didn't lose heart. With the intent to drain Marco's devil fruit abilities, he severed the glutinous rice that had been corroded by frost and attacked Marco again. "Nine-headed rice cake," Katakuri said seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, the flowing glutinous rice transformed into 9 donuts. Even more terrifying, 9 giant arms reinforced with glutinous rice extended from the donuts, slamming towards Marco from all directions. "Marco, this is my awakened power. Unless you freeze the entire glutinous rice earth that I've assimilated, you won't defeat me," Katakuri shouted loudly. The sky was filled with glutinous rice fists, overwhelming the entire area, and combined with haki, it created an oppressive atmosphere. Marco looked up at the various glutinous rice fists in the sky, nodding slightly with surprise. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect you, Katakuri, to have such strength," Marco said. He initially thought that given the strength of the Big Mom pirates, the gap between the vice-captains would be significant, but now he realized he had underestimated them. It turned out that the Vice-Captain Katakuri was indeed very strong, worthy of being a man with Conqueror's haki. Undying frozen phoenix seal. A chill surged, and Marco charged forward. The various haki-infused fists released by the donuts were instantly frozen by Marco. Katakuri wanted to exert more force, but found it hard to move. "Damn it," Katakuri roared. From beginning to end, he felt completely suppressed. To be honest, Katakuri hadn't faced such a situation in a long time, reminding him of his childhood. Back then, when his family was in danger, he awakened his conqueror's haki. Since then, he had always protected his family. He never expected to encounter a similar situation again. He just didn't know if he could protect his family once more this time. Katakuri's muscles bulged violently, and terrifying veins appeared all over his body. Zzzz. Strange sounds emanated from the ground, and a wave of scorching heat erupted at that moment. Marco frowned slightly. This was Katakuri using his awakened ability to turn all the assimilated glutinous rice into grilled rice cakes. Previously, he had never seen this move from Katakuri. In the sky, countless scorching donuts appeared again, with numerous black hands covered in haki extending from them. These arms, heated by the grilled rice cake ability, temporarily resisted Marco's undying frozen power. Grilled glutinous rice chant, Katakuri shouted. Countless giant arms extended from the donuts, slamming down towards Marco again. The sky was filled with enormous arms, blocking the sunlight, looking like countless giant black pythons attacking Marco. Under the powerful battle intent, lightning appeared in the sky. The giant arms moved at incredible speed, creating sparks as they passed through the air. Marco, I've infused all the glutinous rice with the power of grilled rice cakes, and with the heat generated from friction. Even your freezing power will struggle to freeze them. For the fight for my family, I, Katakuri, will not lose. Katakuri roared with excitement. At that moment, Charlotte Owen also saw this overwhelming attack and smiled. As expected of my brother Katakuri, after awakening, he can unleash such a terrifying attack. Haha, I guess Marco's freezing power won't work now. The man who would never touch the ground on his back, Katakuri, brother, you are my idol. Charlotte Owen smiled. Immediately influenced by Katakuri, he increased the input of his heat fruit, directing a massive amount of heat toward the ice surrounding Charlotte Daifuku. Finally, after exhausting his last bit of energy, he managed to completely eliminate the chill from Charlotte Daifuku. Afterwards, Charlotte Owen looked at Katakuri again, firmly believing that he could achieve victory, and then he fell heavily to the ground. Facing the countless giant arms above him, Marco's wings behind him suddenly shook, and in the next moment, he moved. Marco charged straight toward Katakuri's attack. Faced with Marco's actions, Katakuri was completely stunned. Does Marco still not understand this now? This move of his is a complete waste of all his hard work. Marco's immortality and freezing power cannot be stopped at all. How can he still think about going head-to-head with me? To this, Katakuri simply concluded that Marco is really too arrogant. Arrogant guy, Godi. Katakuri was full of dissatisfaction. He has already activated his strongest form and has broken through Marco's immortality and freezing power. Marco should be thinking about dodging this attack. Yet he chooses to face it directly, which is undoubtedly seeking death. At this moment, Katakuri felt that Marco was underestimating him too much, and he became furious, unleashing the powers of his mochi fruit once again. Do you really think my immortality and freezing power is that weak? Marco's lips curled slightly. Katakuri frowned slightly. Could it be that Marco has other tricks up his sleeve? Marco flickered continuously, and suddenly a wave of cold surged from beneath his feet, which he kicked upwards with a powerful strike. Ice flash. Marco shouted loudly. A huge block of ice suddenly appeared in the sky. The extreme low temperature froze the surrounding air, and the air around them emitted crackling sounds of freezing. The powerful cold collided directly with Katakuri's heated mochi attack. Boom! The entire ground split in two, one black and one white. One half was the white coldness from Marco's ice flash, while the other half was Katakuri's ultimate move, cloaked in a pitch-black armed color. The collision of these two forces created a gale of level 10, with clouds in the surrounding sky being swept up in the chaos, creating a truly shocking scene. In an instant, the entire ground produced an overwhelming silence. This fierce collision directly attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield. What a powerful clash this is. The collision between Marco and Katakuri, the vice-captain of Big Mom's pirate crew. My goodness, it's so shocking. It's Brother Katakuri. His moves are so cool. Victory must belong to Brother Katakuri. Even Kaido and the other emperors turned their gaze towards the battle. Lin looked quickly That your crew's Katakuri clashing violently with Marco. Kaido reminded. All three emperors were watching. Whitebeard's expression showed shock. Katakuri, that little rice dumpling. I didn't expect he has grown to such a level now. Big Mom, I have to say, having someone like Katakuri in your pirate crew is truly your luck. Whitebeard sighed. He really couldn't understand how Big Mom, with her character, could have such a good son. However, Big Mom's expression was not good. Kaido, do you think that little brat Katakuri can defeat Marco? Big Mom asked somewhat nervously. Can he defeat Marco? Kaido was also feeling apprehensive. He admitted that Katakuri was indeed a rare talent, and he had even thought about whether he could, while Big Mom was off guard, recruit Katakuri into the Beast Pirates. But unfortunately, his opponent is Marco. Who is Marco? He is a man that even I can defeat. I have to say, he is a whole level above Katakuri. To defeat Marco, you at least need to be a fellow emperor, right? And clearly Katakuri does not have that strength. Well, although Katakuri is very strong, it's impossible to defeat Marco. The only hope now is to at least hold Marco back. Kaido said weakly. What did you say? Big Mom exclaimed, shocked. I didn't expect Kaido to be so disrespectful. She thought about giving Kaido a couple of punches, but after considering it, Big Mom sighed helplessly. There's nothing I can do. The technological power of the Whitebeard pirates is just too strong. Kaido is speaking the truth. I just don't want to admit it. Meanwhile, Captain Zong of the Whitebeard pirates also noticed Marco, but their discussion was not about who would win or lose. Damn, so cunning. So cunning, Marco is really shameless. He actually lured away such a good experienced baby like Katakuri. Chapter 168, To Kill Whitebeard. First cut the milk, Dad. He even ran to such a far place, fighting so freely, giving us no chance at all. The captains were all downcast. There are quite a few captains who wanted to defeat Katakuri, but that shameless Marco directly lured Katakuri to the edge of the battlefield. Even if they wanted to fight Marco, by the time they got there, the battle would probably be over. On the battlefield, a fierce chill collided with Katakuri's super move. The massive chill only lasted for a second before completely suppressing Katakuri's sticky rice iron fist. Layers of ice crystals flowed over Katakuri's sticky rice iron fist, and then the powerful chill spread directly to Katakuri's body. Katakuri widened his eyes, unable to believe what was happening in front of him. The immense chill, no matter how hard he tried, Katakuri could not dissipate it. That feeling was just like when he pounded on an iceberg, making him feel incredibly small. How did you do this? Why is it that my full-powered strike still cannot shake your freezing power? Katakuri said in disbelief. Marco's mouth curved slightly upward. This was the first move that Vice-Captain Yu taught him, Ice Radiance. No matter what kind of enemy, as long as they are frozen, even Kaido, or even my old man Whitebeard, must be frozen for at least 1 second. This is called Ice Radiance. It is the fundamental skill that evolved my immortal freezing power. Even the immortal freezing power was created by it. It's strange that you can withstand it. Marco said with a smile. Katakuri furrowed his brows tightly, murmuring to himself, Ice Radiance is indeed a terrifying skill, Marco. You are the strongest opponent I have ever encountered. Katakuri said in shock. As soon as the words were spoken, Marco's massive ice flashed and struck Katakuri's body heavily. A chilling aura instantly spread, and just as Marco had said, no matter how Katakuri used his abilities, even with all 3 types of haki activated, he still couldn't break this terrifying chill. Crackling, layers of frost spread across Katakuri's body, and in the end, he turned into an ice sculpture. With a gust of cold wind blowing, this ice sculpture of Katakuri fell directly to the ground. The man known for never letting his back touch the ground was easily defeated by Marco. Thus, all 3 brothers of Katakuri from the Big Mom Pirates were defeated by Marco. Katakuri's defeat dealt a huge blow to the Yonko Alliance pirate crew, especially the Charlotte members of the Big Mom Pirates, who couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. Katakuri brother, how could he possibly fail? Yes, Katakuri brother. The man whose back would never touch the ground has fallen. And what about Charlotte Oven and Daifuku? Why couldn't they take down Marco? The Whitebeard pirates are now so terrifying. Big Mom saw Katakuri's defeat and immediately roared. Bastard! Marco, you defeated my strongest son. Prometheus, Zeus, and the 3,000 miles. In her fury, Big Mom summoned her territory. Mama, Mama, Mama. The homies all spoke to Big Mom seriously. Even the trump card, 3,000 miles, was summoned by Big Mom. The Whitebeard pirates are being too arrogant. Take down that old man in front of you, Big Mom said angrily. The divine god of full joy, the stolen fire. Zeus's thunderclouds appeared with an overwhelming presence, and the powerful electricity around them filled the air with the scent of lightning. Boom, boom. Each lightning bolt had consciousness, rushing toward Whitebeard. At the same time, Prometheus, like a rocket, charged violently at Whitebeard. The scorching temperature made the air seem to burn, and the sea boiled completely. Plus, Big Mom's latest move, 3,000 miles, a giant witch-like woman with a sinister smile, bombarded Whitebeard. Kaido was also not idle, with Conqueror's haki wrapping around his kanabo, his veins bulging as he struck heavily at Whitebeard. Whitebeard was also feeling gloomy. His sons were performing too well. As they fought, Kaido and Big Mom became enraged. However, Whitebeard saw that his sons were all very righteous. And most importantly, they showed no signs of defeat. He no longer had any reservations in his heart. Although feeling a bit confused, looking at it now, he realized he was the one holding them back. How could he let his sons look down on him? Kuhahaha. I'm gonna show some skills too, Whitebeard said excitedly. Since his sons were so brave, he could not shrink back, like a turtle hiding its head. Then, the supreme great blade, Cloud Cutter, spun in Whitebeard's hand. And with the power of the Tremor fruit, he swung the supreme great blade. Boom! The three forces collided again. The enraged Whitebeard triggered another critical hit. Buzz! The terrifying power directly pressured Big Mom and Kaido, leaving a bloody mark on their bodies. Blood arced through the air. Damn it! This Whitebeard is too powerful now. He actually inflicted damage on both of us at the same time. Kaido and Big Mom exclaimed in disbelief. At the same time, their attacks also struck Whitebeard's body, especially the attack from 3,000 miles, which knocked Whitebeard back several hundred meters. Various powers crashed against Whitebeard's body. Whitebeard's body also bore numerous wounds. Bruenheim's eyes shifted slightly, then a tune sounded, and a colorful light shot into Whitebeard's body. The wounds on Whitebeard's body healed at a visible speed. Kuhahaha, Bruenheim, my son, your ability is just too damn good. With this, I could become immortal, right? Whitebeard laughed heartily. Seeing the scene, Kaido and Big Mom wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths, each revealing a look of despair. Such severe injuries, and he actually recovered? Kaido exclaimed, wide-eyed. If we don't take down Bruenheim, I'm afraid we can never defeat Whitebeard. Big Mom muttered. It was only now they realized the crux of the problem. To kill Whitebeard, they must first take down the Milk Daddy. Kaido also realized the issue. In his half-beast form, Kaido's speed reached its peak, charging straight at Bruenheim. Oh no! Chapter 169. High-energy moment knocking Kaido out. Oh no! Whitebeard shouted. He never expected that in the heat of battle, Kaido, who was filled with hatred, would bypass him to target his son. Whitebeard readied his blade to stop Kaido. Above him, the figure of 3,000 miles suddenly appeared. Prometheus and Zeus also launched a flanking attack on Whitebeard. Big Mom was not idle either, delivering a heavy blow to Whitebeard with a powerful attack that could penetrate heaven and earth. Damn it! Whitebeard shouted, swinging the supreme great blade with the Tremor fruit in a wide arc. With the enhancement of bloodlust, the strike was immensely powerful. The powerful shockwave surged outward, and under the terrifying force, 3,000 miles and the homies were shattered to pieces. Even Big Mom was caught in this terrifying force, the massive power exploding against her iron body, leaving another shocking wound on Big Mom. The wound pulsated with shockwaves, continuously tearing at Big Mom's injury, making it hard to heal. A large amount of blood sprayed from Big Mom's mouth, yet she smiled happily. Edward Newgate, even if you hurt me, what does it matter? Kaido is going to succeed. Unu. Big Mom laughed loudly. Whitebeard's brows furrowed tightly. Bruenheim, my son, I have harmed you, Whitebeard said with a face full of regret. Bruenheim was targeted by Kaido entirely because of Whitebeard's own actions. If it weren't for Bruenheim constantly enhancing his status, making Kaido and Big Mom so furious. How could Bruenheim have encountered such a great disaster? While focusing solely on his own battle, he forgot about his son's safety, and now Whitebeard is filled with regret. On the other side, Blenheim was terrified by the enormous spiked club in the sky. Kaido! Blenheim shouted loudly. In the sky, Kaido in his half-beast form was furious to the extreme. It's you, isn't it? You've been healing Whitebeard all along, right? I really didn't expect you to have this ability. I underestimated you before. Prepare to die, Kaido roared. The next moment, with a powerful strike of Thunderbagwa, he swung it towards Blenheim. Oh no, I just healed Dad. And now the cooldown is up. I can't release it at all. No matter how hard he tried, Blenheim couldn't use his healing abilities again. It's over. Blenheim was completely dumbfounded. He closed his eyes, only to hear a tremendous roar. And when he came to his senses, he found himself completely unharmed. In front of him stood another figure. This person is the Gear brother. Blenheim was overjoyed. Blenheim, don't worry. Vice-Captain YuYu has entrusted your safety to me. I'm right beside you, so there's no need to be afraid. Star-piercing spear. At a critical moment, Blenheim threw the spear in his hand towards Kaido. The powerful spear, like a giant dragon, let out a dragon's roar and charged straight towards Kaido's Thunderbagwa. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spear moved at incredible speed, weaving through the air, leaving trails of flames behind it. Boom! The two forces centered on Kaido, and Gear erupted violently. After the massive explosion, the entire sky seemed to be smashed open. Kaido's mouth gaped open, his eyes wide with disbelief. You are Gear? Kaido said incredulously. Yes, although I don't appear often. Kaido, you should not recognize me, right? Gear said with a grin. Upon hearing Gear's words, Kaido gulped. It wasn't out of fear, but more out of surprise. He certainly recognized Gear. It's just that in his memory, wasn't he this Gear just one of the ordinary captains of the Whitebeard pirates? An existence that couldn't even rank among the Whitebeard pirates. Yet he could withstand his Thunderbagwa. Damn it, impossible. Kaido roared loudly. If even a mere 14 pairs are this strong, what is the point of having my own Yonko alliance? It's absolutely impossible to win. In a fit of rage, Kaido's eyes turned crimson. He could not allow these captains to survive. If they lived and developed slowly, it would only become more difficult in the future. Take this. Great Wado, Thunderbagwa. After saying this, Kaido wildly swung his kanabo in the sky and struck heavily at Killer. Bruenheim panicked beside him. Killer, I remember your move has a cooldown too. What should we do now? We're both doomed. Bruenheim anxiously said, realizing his healing skill was still on cooldown. Don't worry, Bruenheim, Vice-Captain YuYu. Since I am here to protect you, no one can harm you. Killer smiled mysteriously. Facing the pressure of the Yonko, Killer appeared remarkably calm. This is what you brought upon yourself, Kaido. After saying this, Killer actually charged forward with his shield as Kaido raised his hand. Shield bash. Killer leaped into the sky, bringing his shield down heavily onto Kaido's head. With a loud thud, Killer jumped into the air, and the massive shield crashed onto Kaido's head. Kaido felt a blur before he fell heavily to the ground, losing consciousness. Boom! His gigantic body crashed down, stirring up a cloud of dust. The so-called immortal Kaido actually fainted. Everything happened too quickly. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Time froze at that moment, and everyone's hearts were in turmoil, as if time had stopped, and the entire battlefield fell silent. This scene directly became a high-energy moment for KIR. Chapter 170. The Way of the Gale showcased after a moment of silence. Blenheim gulped. Wow, brother KIR, is this the move that Vice-Captain YuYu taught you? That's terrifying, right? You actually defeated Kaido of the 100 Beasts? Blenheim widened his eyes and said in disbelief. He thought his own abilities were impressive, but he didn't expect KIR to be even more terrifying, directly taking down an emperor. KIR smiled slightly. What are you thinking, brother Blenheim? This move didn't defeat Kaido, but it did put him in a state of dizziness. KIR said with a wry smile. Dizziness? Blenheim murmured. He had heard Vice-Captain YuYu mention this state, which could make the enemy faint. Although he didn't defeat Kaido, that's still incredible. What a good ability. Blenheim exclaimed in amazement. Even if you can't take down the enemy instantly, making them faint means you can do whatever you want next, right? The more you can output during this time, the more you can output against the enemy. The stronger you are, the more powerful the user becomes. This is Kaido. If it were anyone else, after fainting, Blenheim would definitely kill them in an instant. With the enhancement of Gil's own combat power, this move will definitely become stronger and stronger. However, those who are further away from the battlefield have no idea about Gil's abilities, especially the members of the Double Emperor Alliance. Each one was completely stunned on the spot, especially Big Mom, who just moments ago was laughing maniacally, feeling proud because she stopped Whitebeard, preventing him from saving Blenheim. Suddenly, her expression darkened, her mouth agape in shock. Kaido, looking at it now. All the effort she put in, getting beaten to the point of spitting blood, only to find an opportunity for Kaido, but Kaido didn't seize it at all. It's one thing that he didn't seize it, but the most crucial part is that Kaido was completely being hammered by the enemy. Big Mom spat out another mouthful of blood in anger, a dark line across her forehead. The Great Four Emperor, known as the world's strongest creature, Kaido, was actually taken down by the 14th captain of the Whitebeard pirates. If this gets out, won't people on the sea laugh their teeth off? In the same way, the Four Emperor's crew, Kaido is equivalent to the captain level of the Whitebeard pirates. This is not just Kaido losing face, but also making himself lose face. If this gets out, others will definitely say, Kaido and Big Mom, those two emperors have gotten weak. Their strength is comparable to that of a low-level captain in the Whitebeard pirates. When the world evaluates Kaido, they will definitely compare him to themselves. Whitebeard is also looking towards Kaido, and his shock is no less than that of Big Mom. These captains were all recognized as sons by Whitebeard, and he knows their combat abilities better than anyone. It's important to note that Kyu was the weakest captain in his own pirate crew, and now he actually managed to slap Kaido with a shield, sending him flying. Kaido, who has a health bar as thick as a city wall. Even before my seclusion, I wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat Kaido with a single blow. What's going on with my sons? Marco, Jaws. I can still barely understand how these captains have grown. The current state of Kizaru is terrifying, and Whitebeard can't make sense of it at all. Thinking back, during the battle, Kaido and Big Mom kept claiming that their Whitebeard pirates had acquired some technological power. Looking at it now, could it be true? Did the Whitebeard pirates really gain technological power stronger than Germa while he was gone? Hey, Big Mom, do you know what kind of technological power our Whitebeard pirates have really obtained? Even Kizaru can knock out Kaido? Unable to understand. Whitebeard had no choice but to throw this question to Big Mom. Since Big Mom and Kaido have been claiming that the Whitebeard pirates acquired technological power, they should know some inside information, so he could ask them. Upon hearing this, Big Mom's face darkened even further, and her fists tightened, cracking her bones and drawing blood. Isn't this Whitebeard being too pretentious? His own son just knocked Kaido out, and he comes to mock himself? Don't you know what kind of technological power your own pirate crew has gained? This is intentional, playing Versailles by yourself, right? Or, do you have to ask yourself again, revealing your scars? Whitebeard, a man can be killed but cannot be humiliated. I'm going all out against you. Bigo roared loudly, charging directly towards Whitebeard with a massive body. Whitebeard smacked his lips. What's wrong with me? Previously, you all said that our Whitebeard pirates gained the power of technology. I said I didn't believe it, and you said I was pretending. Now, I've admitted that our Whitebeard pirates indeed gained the power of technology. But just asking you about this technology, and you're fighting me? What do you want from me? On the other side, the pirates of the Yonko Alliance also witnessed this scene. They were all completely dumbfounded. Perospero's tongue stretched out long, and his eyes nearly popped out. What's going on? Lord Kaido was knocked out by a mere captain? This must be a joke, Perospero said incredulously. Beside him, Baron Egg was twitching at the corners of his mouth. Perospero, now that Kaido has been knocked out, what are we going to do? Baron Egg said with a worried expression. What to do? What do we do now? I never suggested Mom ally with that guy Kaido, because I knew he was unreliable. Now, look, as one of the top 2 combat powers of the Yonko Alliance, Kaido has fallen. We are bound to fail, Perospero said with a face full of regret. On the Beast Pirate side, Black Maria showed a worried expression upon seeing Kaido fall. Lord Kaido, such a strong man, has he really fallen? Black Maria said, her beautiful eyes flickering in disbelief. Jack the Drought, holding his short sword, stared wide-eyed at Kaido being knocked out, bloodshot eyes, completely dumbfounded. He then swallowed hard, paused, and began to scream frantically. Impossible, impossible. Lord Kaido is my idol. How could he be easily knocked out by someone like Kill? I must be seeing things. I definitely must be seeing things. Jean Rami, tell me, is what is happening real? Jack rubbed his eyes and asked Jean Rami beside him with a suspicious expression. Jean Rami also looked towards Kaido's direction and was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Jack, Lord Jack, although I don't want to believe it, but it's absolutely true. Lord Kaido has been knocked out, Jean Rami said with terrified eyes and trembling lips. Upon hearing this, Jack let out a loud roar towards the sky, then transformed into a gigantic mammoth. With his trunk, he sent Jean Rami flying. Bastard, bastard, Kill, I want to let you off. After saying that, Jack charged towards Kill, shaking the ground with every step. Just as Jack was rampaging, a black figure suddenly crashed down from the sky. Jack, who was charging fiercely, frowned upon seeing the newcomer. Isnt at Bista? Boom! Bista landed on the ground, creating a massive, deep pit. Ha ha! Finally found a worthy opponent. Jack, why are you running? Come fight me. Bista directly extended his long sword, blocking Jack's path. Marco and Jozu are really cunning. When they saw that the four emperors couldn't be defeated, they turned their attention to the vice-admirals. Now, the two vice-admirals of the Double Emperor Alliance, Karakuri and the Calamity of Fire, have already been snatched away by them. Now, the only thing left for him to do is to find some powerful pirates. Damn it, Bista. I don't have the mood to play with you right now. Jack's face was filled with rage. As Kaido's loyal fanboy, Jack was only thinking about avenging Kaido. After saying that, Calamity Jack directly ignored Bista and rushed madly towards Kaido's unconscious location. Bista was left standing alone in the wind, feeling a bit lost. How am I so unlucky? Not only can I not find a vice-admiral level opponent to fight, but now even a mere Calamity Jack looks down on me? Not going to fight me? Bista gritted his teeth. I wasn't chosen by the four emperors, and my vice-admiral was snatched away. If Calamity Jack doesn't fight me, as the world's greatest swordsman, should I go fight some small fry like Six Flying Brothers? The more Bista thought about it, the angrier he became. You say you won't fight me, and just like that, you won't fight? No way. Bista took advantage of the bodies of the small pirates to unleash his wave slash. Ha! Ha! A figure began to move continuously in the chaotic battle, like a ghost, crazily approaching Jack. The pirates of the Double Emperor Alliance hadn't reacted yet when Bista suddenly charged in front of them and killed them on the spot. Poochie, Poochie, bloodstains accompanied by screams of pain appear from time to time. Just 2 seconds after Jack started running, he suddenly heard a scream behind him. Turning his head slightly back, he saw Bista, who was charging towards him with wave slash. Bista, wearing a black top hat and sporting a black mustache, flashed a brilliant smile at Jack. This smile made Jack's hair stand on end. Bista was like a ghost, continuously teleporting from one position to another, and with each teleportation, a pirate from the Double Emperor Alliance would fall. Moreover, Bista's speed could be described as reaching the extreme. Although Jack was running with all his might, he was only running in a straight line. This Bista, constantly moving and running in all directions around itself, is unaware of how many times more distance it has covered than itself, yet can always follow itself. This also indicates that Bista's speed, if running a straight line, would be several times his own. You bastard, what kind of movement technique is this? Is your movement technique really this strong? Jack, the drought, looked incredulous. He remembered the last time he fought against Jaws. Bista didn't have such powerful movement techniques at that time. Just a few days have passed, and his speed has reached this level? With his observation hockey activated, he could only catch fleeting shadows. Swish, swish, swish. Bista was wildly darting around Jack, showing him a smile. Your opponent is me, Jack. I won't let you go that easily. In an instant, he struck directly at Jack. Facing the gale, Hasake. Jack was left bewildered. What is Hasa? And what the hell is facing the gale? Without giving Jack much time to think, in just a moment, a blade of light had already appeared in front of him. Jack was shocked. At this moment, he couldn't care less about Kaido. Although Kaido was unconscious, he was still Kaido. Jack believed that with Kaido's defense, getting injured or knocked out was possible, but to say he could be killed was absolutely impossible. Yet, Why does it feel so dangerous right now? Whoosh! The blade of the unsheathed sword slashed through the air, instantly striking in front of Jack. The dazzling light made Jack quickly activate his observation hockey, and the ivory above, under the enveloping of the hockey, instantly turned pitch black. At the same time, its hardness increased tenfold. These two tusks can be said to be Jack's strongest attack in the form of a mammoth, and also his strongest means of defense. One could even say that if his bounty is 1 billion, just these two tusks are worth 900 million. Bang! The slash landed directly on Jack's tusks. The powerful sword intent struck the mammoth, which weighed hundreds of tons, and it was forcefully sent soaring into the sky. After spinning several times in the air, the massive mammoth came crashing down heavily. At this moment, on the battlefield, Charlotte Kant was standing in place, still dazed after just stepping on a mushroom. Damn it, are the captains of the Whitebeard pirates all monsters? They're all so difficult to deal with. Just this mushroom alone has made it impossible for me to continue fighting. Fortunately, I had been cautiously using hockey while moving, or else I would have been knocked out like those guys from Charlotte Cadance. Looking at the scattered bodies of the pirate minions around him, as well as his brother who had fainted, Charlotte Kant complained. Feeling the dizziness in his head fading away, and after bandaging his wounds, Charlotte Kant prepared to move forward. But then he sensed a huge shadow above him, so he looked up. Chapter 171 Weak Chicken Jack. What you cut down is merely my illusion. What is that thing? Oh my god, a mammoth. It's a giant mammoth, and it's crashing down from the sky. I need to get out of here. Fast. Charlotte Kant's eyes widened in terror as he said. So, he hurriedly activated hockey and ran forward. In this frantic run, I felt as if I had stepped in something unpleasant. Boom! A giant mushroom bomb was detonated on the spot. A massive amount of toxins erupted from the mushroom, and Charlotte Kant's speed slowed down again, her body feeling weak from the poisoning. She wanted to speed up, but found it hard to move forward. Oh no! Why am I so unlucky? This time, instead of being poisoned to death, I was crushed to death. The mammoth above my head showed no signs of slowing down. Boom! With a weight of hundreds of tons, it came crashing down on Charlotte Kant's body. Charlotte Kant, already weak, was struck by Drought Jack and immediately spat out blood. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Jack slowly got up from the ground, feeling a hard impact on his backside. Turning his head to look, he realized that in the huge pit he had created, a member of the Charlotte family was lying there, undoubtedly crushed by his weight, their life or death unknown, not daring to make a sound. He quickly looked around and used his tusks to shovel some dirt, burying Charlotte Kant. To avoid being discovered. Drink, drink, drink. At this moment, Vista also quickly moved over. How about it, Jack? My Gale Path, how is it? Vista said, leaning against his unsheathed blade and trying to act cool. Vista had already decided that since he couldn't pick an ideal opponent, he would have to show off to the fullest. Otherwise, compared to Marco and Jaws, he would be at a disadvantage. Jack was also quite frustrated. The Whitebeard pirates, as their arch-rival pirate crew, already had Jaws and Marco out, which was annoying enough. Now Vista's combat power was also so terrifying. He had fought Vista before, and even when Vista used his ultimate move, Gaurand, he hadn't been this embarrassed. Moreover, relying on his tough skin and strong physique, he could barely go toe-to-toe with Vista. How come now, with just one strike, Vista had sent him flying? However, Jack was a brash character, and his mouth was tougher than anyone else's. Humph. What are you so proud of, Vista? I see your Gale Path is nothing special. It was still blocked by my ivory. Jack grinned through the pain. To be honest, his ivory was already bleeding profusely at the root of the gums, and there were huge cracks like spider webs all over it. But Jack pretended like nothing was wrong, not wanting to be looked down upon by Vista. Upon hearing this, Vista smiled slightly. In fact, he hadn't used his full strength just now. If he had gone all out, he could definitely have broken Jack's ivory. The only reason Vista did this was for one purpose, to show off. After hearing Jack's words, Vista was extremely happy. This was exactly what he had been waiting to hear Jack. Then, leaning against his unsheathed blade, Vista surprisingly took out a short flute from his sleeve. This short flute was something I realized the way of the gale after seeing it occasionally at a shop on the dock. At that time, I thought it would be great for showing off, so I bought it. Humph. Do you really think I can't cut through your ivory? Vista said with a grin. Then, in front of Drought Jack, he leaned against his unsheathed blade and, facing the wind, played the flute beautifully. A series of long flute notes echoed. Jack had a puzzled look on his face. What's going on? Is Bista crazy? I'm discussing battle with you, and you're playing the flute? Hey, Bista, what the hell do you mean? Drought Jack said angrily. Although he didn't know what kind of trick Bista was playing, putting the weapon for battle behind him and playing the flute toward himself clearly showed that he wasn't afraid of a sudden attack. In other words, in Bista's eyes, he was not a threat at all. Therefore, Drought Jack was very angry at this moment. Just when Jack was puzzled, the long flute sound suddenly stopped. Death is like the wind, always by my side, Bista said, putting away his flute with a pretentious look. What is he saying? I can't understand it all. Also, the flute sound has stopped, accompanied by the cessation of the flute. Jack suddenly felt something fall from his mouth to the ground. Jack instinctively looked over. His eyes instantly filled with bloodshot. What fell was none other than Drought Jack's ivory. Jack instinctively touched his mouth, and sure enough, the two large tusks he had before were now reduced to one. That ivory was worth 450 million berries. And it was just cut off by Bista. Bastard, you bastard. Jack completely went insane, and he couldn't care less about Kaido now. In a fit of rage, with his mind heated and his head hard, he rushed towards Bista with a short sword in his hand. Standing in front of Bista, Drought Jack raised the short sword high above his head and recklessly slashed at Bista. Bastard, do you think I'm someone else? I'm Drought Jack. Jack roared in fury. A torrent of slashes rained down on Bista. Facing the various fierce slashes in front of him, Bista smiled slightly. In the past, facing so many slashes, I would have to fight for hundreds of rounds. But now, that kind of situation won't happen at all. What I'm thinking about now is which method to use to counter this move more effectively. After contemplating, I decided to use the wave slash technique. It's pretty cool. So, Bista immediately utilized his wave slash, leveraging the other enemies. And in an instant, he disappeared from his original spot with a series of displacements. On board the Moby Dick, Nightwing was watching the battle of the three emperors with great satisfaction. It seems I didn't teach this group in vain. They're all quite fierce. Just right, this war can serve as a warm-up for the upcoming great battle. The strength of the Navy is definitely much greater than that of the Kaido and Big Mom Alliance. You have to know that in the anime, the two top-tier combatants of the Navy basically didn't make a move, and with two admirals slacking off, they still managed to defeat the Whitebeard pirates. From this, we can see how powerful the Navy is. What's even more terrifying is that the hidden forces of the world's governments did not appear at all during the Top War. Their absence does not mean they're not lurking around. The Navy is merely one of the many forces of the world's governments. The Air Force and Army led by Steelbone Kong, the CP organization, and even technological troops, as well as Seraphim, may have already been developed, but they just haven't been disclosed. This is not all. Behind them are the five elders, and that mysterious man, If all these people were combined, even if 4 emperors joined forces, it would be very difficult to achieve final victory. Doflamingo once said that the ruler of this sea is the Navy, and that is absolutely correct. Every generation will have a powerful rebel. Pirate King Roger rocks. The blank 500 years. The world government has been able to rule this world for 800 years without being overthrown, which definitely shows they have absolute power. Therefore, it's very necessary for these captains to warm up in advance to prevent any surprises. Naturally, there is no need to worry too much. Even if my captains combined can't match the hidden power of the Navy, there is still my own. My current combat power is absolutely at a god-level existence. I possess all the various equipment, skills, and weapons of the captains. Moreover, I also have a top-tier 3-color hockey, swordsmanship, and multiple devil fruits in this world. Right now, YuYu is definitely a boss-like presence. Ding. Detected host binding character. Vista, upgrading wave slash, level 3. Host synchronously acquires higher level skill, wave slash, level 4. While pondering this, a pleasant system prompt sound came through. YuYu couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. This Vista talent is quite impressive. Add a chicken leg. It must include a chicken leg. Speaking of which, right now on the battlefield, just clearing the minions hasn't even reached the finishing stage, and it has already brought tremendous rewards. The 3-color hockey, swordsmanship, and gold have all seen significant improvements, especially the gold, which has directly increased by 100,000. Host, YU Conquerors Hockey, 17,871 points Armament Hockey, 17,129 points Observation Hockey, 14,197 points Swordsmanship, 13987 items, 1 bottle of insect repellent, 10 diamond draws, 1 time, skills, Spike Defense, level 3, Ice Shining, level 3, Ice Barrier, level 2, Steadfast Courage, level 3, Frenzied Taunt, level 2, Glacier Storm, level 2, Star Piercing Spear, level 3, Steel Slash, level 3, Wave Slash, level 4, Wind Barrier, level 3, Gunfire Negotiation, level 2, Scurvy Treatment, level 2, Gunpowder Barrel, level 2, Cannon Barrage, level 2, Blinding Blow Dart, level 2, Shield Leap Strike, level 2, Frostbite, level 2, Swift Sonata, level 2, Bloodthirsty Slaughter, level 2, Mushroom Planting, level 2 Gold, 700527 Devil Fruits, Shock Fruit, Ignore Seaside Effects, Flash Fruit, Ignore Seaside Effects, Magma Fruit, Ignores Seaside Effects, Weapon, Blade of the Unscabbard, Thunder God Hammer Equipment, Lost Chapter, Landry's Torment, Reflective Armor, 14 Healing Orbs, 10 Small Knives, Purification. With these rewards, after the war, YU is confident he can successfully forge the furnace, then divide the fruits. When that time comes, YU is absolutely confident that he will definitely win the Marineford War. Even if the 5 elders participate, it won't matter. Except for him, that mysterious existence. However, YU doesn't believe that will be at the Navy headquarters. That proud woman would definitely not participate in such a low-level war for herself. Back on the battlefield, Jack, fighting desperately, unleashed various slashes, but the slashes only hit a shadow. Boom, boom. Various slashes, passing through Bista's phantom, struck the ground, leaving deep, bottomless cracks across the land under the wrath of the drought's slashes. The immense power of the slashes directly kicked up a large amount of dust on the ground. Looking at everything caused by his immense power, Drought Jack revealed an excited expression. Ha ha ha. I just saw Bista hit by me with my own eyes. Such a terrifying slash. Even you, Bista, must have been chopped into countless pieces by now. Ha ha ha. Drought Jack's metallic jaw shook up and down as he opened his mouth and laughed arrogantly. At this moment, Bista suddenly appeared behind Jack. Hey Jack, what are you grinning about? Bista spoke from behind Jack. Hearing Bista's voice, Jack jumped in shock and quickly turned around. The Bista he thought he had hit earlier had somehow made it to his back. What the hell? How is that possible? You clearly took most of my strikes, Jack said, touching his forehead in disbelief. Could it be that he was seeing things today? Your strikes? Such weak attacks. I'm really sorry. You were just hitting my illusion, Bista said with a grin. Illusion? Jack exclaimed in disbelief, wide-eyed. Could this be Bista's true strength? The earlier teleportation, although he found it unbelievable, at least he could sense it with his observation hockey. But now, with such terrifying agility, he hadn't even noticed. How could he be so strong? That's right, it must be the power of technology. This point was also mentioned by Lord Kaido. At that time, I didn't take it seriously, thinking that the Whitebeard pirates merely mastered technology similar to Caesar's, having just developed some more complete devil fruits a step ahead. Looking back now, the technology acquired by the Whitebeard pirates is truly terrifying. That's right. What you hit was just my illusion, you fool. I never would have thought that your beast pirates would have such a weakling like you. After all, you are one of the 3 main pillars of the beast pirates, right? To be honest, based on our respective ranks in our pirate crews, our strengths should be about the same. But look at you, you can't even touch my shadow. You're really embarrassing your beast pirates. If you ask me, just go commit suicide already and stop embarrassing yourself here, Bista said with a mocking expression. Bista, with a playful attitude, directly unleashed a barrage of verbal attacks on Jack. Chapter 172. Bista's Gale, Sword Technique Challenges 3. Jack's mouth twitched. How did I not notice earlier that this Bista was such a character? As a major figure of the beast pirates, Jack, known for leaving no grass behind wherever he goes, had never faced such humiliation before. Jack could no longer hold back and was utterly enraged. Bastard, it's just some technological power. What are you so superior about? Drought Jack nearly shouted. Then, with a roar, Drought Jack activated his powers, coating his trunk with armament hockey, and swung it fiercely at Bista. The massive black trunk filled Bista's entire field of vision, its size comparable to Bista's, looking very intimidating. Seeing the furious Jack, Bista's mouth curled into a smile. After witnessing his own formidable attack power, he still dared to attack me. It seems this Jack is indeed as reckless as the rumors say. Since you want to die, I can't help it then. Face the gale, Hasake. Bista drew his unsheathed blade and struck heavily at Jack's trunk. The powerful sword intent was triggered again, creating a flash of sword light that shone brightly in the sunlight. The black trunk and the white sword light clashed violently, two terrifying forces colliding right on the spot. Boom! Under the terrifying shockwave, surrounding pirates were directly blown away. Feeling the power that Bista brought him, Drought Jack felt his enormous body churning, almost vomiting. At the same time, the tip of Drought Jack's trunk was also severed. Drought Jack's massive body flew up again. The severed tip fell from the sky, blood splattering everywhere. The enormous figure reappeared in the sky, casting a giant shadow directly over Perispero. At this moment on the battlefield, Perispero had just used his fruit ability to turn a group of Whitebeard pirates into candy people. Suddenly, a gigantic figure appeared in the sky. Perispero squinted his eyes. A giant mammoth. If I remember correctly, this should be Drought Jack from the Beast Pirates. Perispero said, in surprise. The pirates of the Beast Pirates are really unreliable. If this bastard Jack hits me, won't he smash me to death? Perispero complained. Then, he directly used his fruit ability, and a huge candy hand rose from the ground, lifting Drought Jack's massive body. Got saved? Cold sweat broke out on Jack's forehead. His armament hockey-coated trunk couldn't even withstand a single blow. The candy hand gradually shrank, and Jack was sent back to the ground. Only then did Perispero see Jack's current state. Jack's hair was disheveled. One of his tusks was broken, and a section of his massive trunk was severed, blood flowing incessantly. Since Perispero had never supported an alliance with the Beast Pirates, he hadn't paid much attention to the battle. So when he saw Jack's current appearance, Perispero was still quite shocked. Perispero swallowed hard, a look of doubt on his face. Jack, who could have beaten you to this state? Perispero said, with confusion. Puffed. After stabilizing his figure, Jack first spat out a mouthful of blood before feeling a bit more comfortable. It was Bista, that bastard Bista. Drought Jack's forehead was bulging with veins as he spoke angrily. Bista. Upon hearing Bista's name, Krija, who was fighting alongside Perispero, also walked over. Perispero, that bastard Bista had previously tricked our Big Mom pirates out a lot of money on Fishman Island. I had insisted we take care of this Bista properly, but Mama disagreed. Now that Bista has returned to the Whitebeard pirates, it's like releasing a tiger back to the mountain. It's a huge disaster. Krija clenched his fists, speaking angrily. Perispero had also previously advocated for dealing with Bista, but Big Mom did not accept his suggestion. This matter had been on Perispero's mind for a long time. That bastard Bista. Why don't we just settle this guy on the battlefield and regain face for our Charlotte family? Once we deal with Bista and the war is over, Mama will surely regret rejecting our suggestion at that time and reward us well. Oh, Perispero said with a strange laugh. Just then, with a series of miserable cries, Bista's figure suddenly shifted to the front of Krija and the others. Perispero continued to laugh strangely. Oh, Bista, this is the rear of our Emperor Alliance. You dare to charge in here. It seems you don't want to live anymore. Krija also came over, mocking Bista. Ha ha ha, it seems you're really a fool. While fighting, you actually ran into the enemy's rear. Look around you. All the pirates here are from our Emperor Alliance. Ha ha, just wait to be killed by us. Krija said excitedly. Hearing their conversation, Bista also looked around. Sure enough, the area was full of pirates from the Emperor Alliance. His two attacks had directly knocked Jack away, right into the enemy's rear, and he had followed along. Unexpectedly, there were also two experts, Perispero and Krija, in the enemy's rear. Bista felt ecstatic. Ha! I didn't expect you two to be here too. That's great. Drought Disaster Jack is not enough for me to play alone. It's just right that both of you can play with me. Bista said with a big smile. From his perspective, If I have the 4 stars of the Kreja and add the eldest son of the Charlotte family, my luck is actually quite good. After hearing Bista's words, the expressions of Perispero and Kreja darkened instantly. I know you're strong, Bista, but do you really think you can defeat the 3 of us alone? Don't think that just because you defeated a few of our Charlotte family executives at Fishman Island and beat Katakuri in a one-on-one fight, you're impressive. The 3 of us are the great pirates of this world, and when we work together, no one can stop us except the 4 emperors. Kreja said angrily. Yes, you bastard. Kneel down and apologize to our Charlotte family, and return the money we are owed. Otherwise, I will make sure you die without a complete corpse. Perispero chimed in. Hearing the roars of Kreja and Perispero, Bista simply dug at his ears. Did I hear that right? Just you 3? And you can't be stopped by anyone except the 4 emperors? Why do you like to flatter yourselves so much? You should ask around and see what state I left the Beast Pirate's big shot Jack in. I beat him to a pulp, broke his nose, and shattered his tusks. Yet he still had the audacity to brag to me. Bista said with a grin. At this moment, the injured Jack the Drought slowly stood up. Blood was still dripping from the corner of his mouth, and upon hearing Bista's insults, he was filled with rage. As a prominent figure of the Beast Pirates, he had always been domineering and had never experienced such humiliation. Jack let out a roar towards the sky. Bista, I will fight you to the end. Mammoth charge. After saying this, Jack transformed into a massive mammoth and charged towards Bista once again. Oh, he's just dodging. How can his mental endurance be so weak? Bista sneered coldly to himself. He then drew his unsheathed blade, pointing it at Jack's head. Boom! In an instant, the mammoth, enveloped in armament hockey, slammed heavily against Bista's unsheathed blade. A huge sound erupted in the sky. The nearby pirates, most of whom were members of the Beast Pirates, all turned to look in Bista's direction. Jack! Lord Jack is furious. This time, facing the siege of 3 great pirates, Bista is doomed. What a fool. Lord Jack's mammoth charge can even shred armament hockey armor. This Bista is finished. The younger pirates, unaware of the situation, eagerly watched the battle. However, the scene they anticipated did not occur at all. A huge scream came from Jack's mouth. After the collision, Bista's unsheathed blade surprisingly lodged itself on top of Jack's head, and a large amount of blood instantly flowed from Jack's head. The surrounding pirates were completely dumbfounded. What kind of knife is this that is so hard? It even penetrated the armament hockey of the drought disaster. No longer showing their previous arrogance, everyone hurriedly dodged, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Beside them, Cracker and Perispero, seeing this scene, quickly rushed over. Cracker directly used his fruit ability, and with the continuous slapping of his palms, blocks of biscuit soldiers suddenly appeared out of thin air. In just a few seconds, he summoned a terrifying army of biscuits. The cookie army followed Perispero, charging towards Bista one by one. Oh, noticing the situation around him, Bista directly drew his weapon. As he drew it, a large amount of blood flowed again from Jack's mammoth head. Jack took the opportunity to roll on the ground, quickly escaping to a safe distance. Watching as Jack was stabbed in the head with a sword, still bouncing around, one can't help but admire Jack's terrifying defense. As expected of a Zoan type, truly tough to beat. After Jack escaped, the cookie army of Cracker had already arrived, each wielding their weapons and stabbing at Bista. Pretzel, pretzel. Hockey covered the weapons as they unleashed a barrage of attacks on Bista. However, Bista merely smiled slightly. He had previously fought against this Cracker and had to admit that this cookie soldier was truly disgusting. However, he was no longer the same as before. The seemingly imposing army of cookies in Bista's eyes was nothing more than a bunch of clumsy, experienced babies. Just perfect for some fun. A smirk appeared at the corner of Bista's mouth as he thought to himself. Then, Bista activated his wave slash, moving like a ghost, and began to play among the cookie army. Hee. As he weaved back and forth, Perispero and the others watching were almost dizzy. Then, during his swift movements, Hasake, with a quick slash, he drew a circular arc of slashing right in front of him. The cookie soldiers caught within the circular arc were instantly reduced to cookie crumbs. The cookie army has just been in battle for less than a minute, and nearly 100 cookie soldiers have already fallen. Seeing such a terrifying scene, Korea was instantly dumbfounded. What? What kind of swordsmanship is this? It's impossible to catch Bista's movements, and every time Bista appears in front of a Cookie Soldier, he can instantly take them out. Damn it, even Annie can't do this. Such a rapid kill of my Cookie Soldiers, right? How can this Bista achieve that? Korea said in disbelief. Beside him, Perospero was also completely stunned. He only knew that Katakuri was defeated by Bista, but he really didn't know that Bista's swordsmanship was terrifying to such a degree. He began to feel worried. There's no other way. Let's attack together. That's the only way to defeat this bastard. Perospero narrowed his eyes and said seriously, "Yes, Jack, stop lying down. Get up quickly. And let's take down Bista together." Korea also pushed the currently moaning and grimacing Jack, who was in pain on the battlefield. Hearing this, Jack endured the pain, coated his short sword with armament haki, and slashed at Bista. A series of fierce slashes cut through the sky, rushing towards Bista at an extremely fast speed. Perospero was not idle either, summoning a giant candy fist and smashing it heavily towards Bista. Korea's main body also infused a large amount of armament haki into his sword, combining it with his unique swordsmanship, unleashing a spinning armament haki shockwave aimed at Bista. Chapter 173. A single move of Hasake sends 3 major pirates flying in an instant. The entire sky was filled with various attacks. Bista, who was freely darting around, sensed the attack from above and revealed a disdainful smile. Looking at the attacks overhead, Bista didn't take it seriously at all, continuing to weave through the Cookie army. Moreover, along the way, he directly executed a Hasake. Groups of Cookie soldiers were once again shattered into pieces by Bista's powerful sword intent. As Cookie soldiers fell, Korea felt that the power of his slash had increased a bit more. On the Moby Dick, Yu slightly smiled as just now. This guy Bista had leveled up again. Ding. Congratulations, host. Bista's slash flash has leveled up, level 3. And the host synchronously gains the higher level slash flash, level 4. Bista has leveled up to surfing slash, level 4. And the host synchronously gains surfing slash, level 5. Level 5 surfing slash? Yi was very satisfied. This can basically achieve a seamless connection to the wave slash, and during battles, as long as there are enemies to leverage, it can definitely rival teleportation. Host, Yu, Conqueror's Haki, 17,871 points, Armament Haki, 17,129 points, Observation Haki, 14,197 points, Swordsmanship, 13987. Items, 1 bottle of insecticide, 10 consecutive diamond draws, 1 time. Skills, Spike Defense, level 3, Ice Flash, level 3, Ice Barrier, level 2, Tenacious Valor, level 3. Frenzied Taunt, level 2, Glacier Storm, level 2, Star-Piercing Spear, level 3, Steel Slash, level 5, Wave Slash, level 5, Wind Barrier, level 3, Gunfire Negotiation, level 2, Scurvy Treatment, level 2, Gunpowder Barrel, level 2, Cannon Barrage, level 2, Blinding Blow Dart, level 2, Shield Leap Strike, level 2, Frostbite, level 2, Swift Sonata, level 2, Bloodthirsty Slaughter, level 2, Mushroom Planting, level 2. Coins, 700527. Devil Fruits, Shock Fruit. Ignores C-side effects. Flash Fruit. Ignores C-side effects. Magma Fruit. Ignores C-side effects. Weapons, Blade Without Sheath, Thunder God Hammer. Equipment, Lost Chapter, Landry's Torment, Reflective Armor, 14 Healing Orbs, 10 Small Knives, Purify Erosion. At the same time, you also notice that if his bound captain upgrades their skills to the maximum level, he will still gain their advanced skills. This skill didn't even exist in the original game. This made Yu very excited. For example, if Bista obtained the max level skill, the system would grant him a peak skill of Wave Slash. With this skill, even without enemies, as long as there is air, one can use the air as a leverage point to directly complete positional movement. What's even more terrifying is that at the peak of the Wave Slash, the displacement is uninterrupted. This means that if one is willing, they can instantly move to any location with the help of the air. It is no exaggeration to say that this skill can completely rival a ninja technique, the Flying Thunder God. Back on the battlefield, Bista can feel that after experiencing 2 more slashes with his unsheathed blade, a rich sword intent has already gathered. The entire blade of the unsheathed sword is trembling continuously. Of course, this is not a terrifying tremble, but an excited tremble. The unsheathed blade is eager to release the sword intent within. The powerful sword intent has already gathered, and the attack above is approaching. A bold idea emerged in Bista's mind. Since his slash flash can trigger a curved slash during displacement, and his slash flash can also trigger a stun condition, why not try to activate both triggering conditions at the same time? This way, it is certain to achieve an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Ideally, as long as the sword intent of his slash flash is within range, it can deal damage to the enemy and induce a stun effect. This is so damn exciting. As Bista found a straight line of cookie soldiers while various attacks were about to hit him, he quickly used Wave Slash. Whoosh! In an instant, Bista's figure shot forward like lightning, racing towards the position of Drought Jack and the others. Meanwhile, various slashes and massive punches formed by devil fruits crashed down to the ground, causing no harm to Bista, but directly smashing the cookie soldiers of Cracker into pieces. Just moments ago, Cracker and his crew were feeling proud, but when they saw Bista charging at them like a missile, they were all dumbfounded. So fast. So fast. Is this lightning? Cracker widened his eyes and said in disbelief. Jack also stared wide-eyed, sensing impending doom, while Perispero, wanting to struggle, unleashed a massive candy wall in front of himself. However, Bista didn't pay any attention to Perispero's candy wall at all. He directly coated his body with hockey and charged right through. Boom! Perispero's candy wall was smashed to pieces, and Bista's figure fully appeared before everyone. Facing the gale, Hasake, a circular arc slash, appeared in an instant, carrying a terrifying element of wind, causing so much wind pressure that Cracker and the others could barely keep their eyes open. Boom! A massive sword intent erupted right in the center of the three, and under the terrifying force of the wind, Cracker, Perispero, and Jack were all blown away. The three of them showed peculiar expressions. What kind of ability is this? We were blown away. Drought Jack had a look of disbelief. If it were just Bista using his sword to knock himself away, that would be one thing. But now his massive body was actually blown up by the sword wind of Bista. He couldn't accept it. So Drought Jack tried to struggle his way back down while in the air. However, not to mention Jack, even if Kaido came, facing this forced knockback effect from the system, it would be nearly impossible to break free. These people are all within the rules. No matter how hard Drought Jack tried, he always felt that he hadn't broken free yet. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain all over his body, and then he fainted. Additionally, Perispero and Cracker also wanted to break free. Strange? What a strange wind. Being in it made it impossible to land, and he felt his body was out of control. Perispero used his fruit ability, trying to summon a candy giant to pull himself down from the air. However, when Perispero summoned the giant candy, it was quickly turned into dust in the fierce wind. Perispero widened his eyes, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. No way. This wind is so strong. The candy giant I summoned can't survive in this storm. Not even for a second. Perispero swallowed his saliva and said incredulously. Cracker, hearing this, showed a look of disbelief. Huh? How was that possible? Brother Perispero, look, I'm going to summon cookie soldiers to save us. Cracker murmured. Upon hearing this, Perispero showed a glimmer of hope. To be honest, the candy giant he summoned was not as powerful in attack or defense as Cracker's cookie soldiers. Maybe Cracker could really rescue them. All right, Cracker, if you can save us, you'll have done a great job. Come on, I believe in you. Perispero said excitedly, his eyes filled with hope. Cracker, upon hearing this, wore a proud expression on his face, and then he clapped his hands several times in the air, using his devil fruit ability. Clap, clap, clap. Accompanied by the sound of 3 claps, 3 giant cookie soldiers appeared in the strong wind. These cookie soldiers are elite cookies summoned by Klaja, each with a sturdy armor on their bodies, and they can even use hockey. The hockey attaches to the cookie armor, instantly turning the entire armor pitch black, making it look incredibly solid. Ha ha ha. Super cookies, find a way to save us from this damn sword wind. Kleja directly issued the command to these cookie soldiers. However, the summoned cookie soldiers did not respond to Kleja's intentions at all. There was no response to Kleja's command. Crash! Crash! The cookie soldiers, once fully armed, shattered into pieces in the fierce wind almost at the same moment they were summoned. The cookie crumbs were blown everywhere by the strong wind. Kliko's previously proud face instantly fell, his expression incredibly vivid. What the hell? Is this a joke? My super cookie soldiers turned into crumbs in this fierce wind. What kind of sword wind is this? Kliko was completely dumbfounded. Beside him, Perospero's face was also filled with distress. The little hope he had just moments ago had vanished. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have got my hopes up. Perospero sighed heavily. Perhaps this thing isn't a sword wind at all. Perospero said seriously. Not a sword wind? Klika was directly puzzled. Clearly, just now, Bista unleashed a sword intent towards them, and then they flew into the sky. I mean, it's very likely that it was a sword wind enhanced by technological power. Just think about the entire Whitebeard pirates. Marco, Jozu, aren't they all very different from before? This Bista must have also gained technological power. Perospero spoke up. Only then did Kreja understand what kind of powerful technological power has the damn Whitebeard pirates obtained. The surrounding pirates from the alliance of the two emperors, who were charging forward, also witnessed this scene. Look what's going on. A pirate looked towards Kreja's direction and saw the three super pirates from their alliance of the two emperors. Perospero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, Kreja, one of the four commanders, and even Jack the Drought from the Beast Pirates, were all blown into the sky by a strange gust of wind. Each one was still in an uncontrolled posture, looking quite pained. What kind of ghostly wind is this? The three super pirates couldn't resist and were blown up. Many pirates had question marks over their heads, let alone these big pirates. In the entire pirate world, even those with bounties reaching 100 million, which one of them isn't a powerhouse? Each one could easily take down sea kings or giant creatures. Now, they were actually blown up by a gust of wind. So, they were very curious about this peculiar phenomenon. Amidst the strong wind, Perospero and Kreja had just exchanged a few words when their minds instantly went blank. They couldn't react to what was happening and directly flipped their eyes back, fainting. Right before everyone's eyes, Bista suddenly began to take action. Taking advantage of the fact that Perospero and the others were in a dazed state, Bista's blade, with dark armament haki wrapped around it, instantly transformed into a black sword. Then, Bista directly slashed at the three in front of him. The powerful sword intent immediately attracted the attention of those around. The surrounding pirates saw this scene and exclaimed again, "This is not scientific. Lord Kreja, be careful, be careful. Lord Jack, watch out for Bista's attack." Pirates reminded the three big pirates who were blown into the sky. However, the three big pirates from the alliance of the two emperors, Perospero and the others, seemed to have fallen asleep and did not respond at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streams of sword light struck the bodies of the three big pirates. A large amount of blood appeared directly amidst the fierce wind. The surrounding pirates were completely dumbfounded, looking bewildered. What is going on? Can't Lord Jack and the others hear our warnings? No, it's not that they didn't hear. After all, the distance between us isn't that far. They seem more like they've fallen asleep. Fallen asleep? Suddenly falling asleep in the middle of a fight? This sounds so incredible. A group of famous pirates are in intense discussion, and you can see how shocked they are inside, how strong their feelings are. Chapter 174. Kaido is thrown away. The shame of the four emperors who? The raging wind has finally dissipated. The three super pirates in the sky have also fallen down, their bodies like kites with broken strings, plummeting straight down. In the end, the three of them hit the ground, creating three huge craters, especially Drought Jack. His massive body caused the surrounding earth to tremble. The pit created by Jack was the largest, directly smashing out a giant pit several hundred meters deep. Moreover, dozens of scars appeared on Drought Jack's body, drenched in blood. Jack was already severely injured, and now after being slashed so many times and falling from such a great height, he took a heavy hit. Even with the super strong defense of a Zoan-type devil fruit, he could no longer withstand it. He rolled his eyes back, drenched in blood, and completely fainted. The pirates of the Beast Pirates were all dumbfounded. their Lord Drought, who was known for his endurance and toughness throughout the pirate world. Who would have thought that one day Drought Jack would be knocked out cold? Is Bista's attack power really that strong? Jack! Jack! The pirates shouted Jack's name, but Drought Jack never responded, completely unresponsive, leaving them unsure if he was dead or alive. On the other side, Krieger and Perispero were not in much better shape. Perispero's defense was not high, and after being hit by several powerful attacks, he also fainted completely. However, Krieger's defense turned out to be quite strong. He did not completely lose consciousness. At this moment, Krieger was looking at Bista with a terrifying gaze. What kind of power is this? Why did I suddenly lose consciousness just now? Krieger said seriously, his lips trembling. Now Krieger finally understood why his brother Katakuri, such a strong man, could be defeated. Just now, he thought he could take revenge for the Charlotte family. But looking back now, what a ridiculous thought that was. Not to mention anything else, just the kind of power Bista displayed that could make a person dizzy. He probably wouldn't be able to withstand it in his whole life. This is called a knockback. It comes with a dizziness effect, you know. Bista said with a grin. What? Krieger looked completely bewildered. Such an impressive move, yet the name is so casual? Knockback. Dizziness. I just can't understand. And Bistaken didn't give Krieger much time to think, directly walking up to Krieger, the unsheathed blade in hand, aimed right at Krieger. It doesn't matter if he understands or not. Everything is over. After saying that, Bistaken, holding the unsheathed blade in his hand, unleashed a fierce slash towards Krieger. Krieger widened his eyes, wrapping himself in hockey. But it was of no use. Critical hit triggered. Boom! The immense power pierced through Krieger's hockey armor, killing him in one blow. The powerful sword intent swept past Krieger, leaving a long mark on the ground. A scar stretched nearly 1,000 meters. And the pirates watching the battle nearby were directly affected, being cut in half on the spot. The fierce slash instantly drew everyone's attention, and they all looked towards Bista's direction. Big Mom, who had already been beaten to the point of spitting blood by Whitebeard, was dumbfounded upon seeing this scene. Damn! That bastard Bista, has Korizumi been defeated as well? Big Mom clenched her fists, her face serious. From the current situation, it seems that the alliance of the two emperors is struggling a bit. Will this invasion, war, end up being a desperate defense? The more it goes on, the more fearful she becomes. At the same time, Big Mom also looked towards Kaido's direction to see how that guy was faring in the current situation. Over on Kaido's side, after being knocked out cold by Kill, he had no intention of continuing the fight. After all, his skills had cooldown reductions. So, leaving Kaido here posed a significant threat to Whitebeard's crew's caretaker, Brenheim. Thus, Kill directly took out the holy spear in his hand and stabbed it towards Kaido's heart. Star-piercing spear. Boom! The powerful spear broke through Kaido's armor and penetrated into his body, going a full decimeter deep. After that, he could no longer move. This left Kill feeling a mix of emotions regarding Kaido's strength. Truly, Kaido is impressive. Not only is his fighting power so fierce, but what is even more terrifying is his defense. My spear, the constellation, couldn't even break through to Kaido's heart. Beside him, Brenheim frowned slightly upon hearing this. What should we do? Kill pondered for a moment. It's fine, this Kaido, although his defense is astonishing. I still managed to inflict quite a bit of damage using the abilities taught to me by First Mate Yu. Although it wasn't a fatal injury, it was still significant. It won't be long before this Kaido wakes up. I think I should throw him out before he does. Keel murmured. After saying this, Keel grabbed Kaido's massive body, spun around 180 degrees, and then directly threw Kaido out. Thus, on the battlefield, Kaido's figure appeared flying high in the air. At this moment, the other members of the 100 Beast Pirates saw Kaido's figure. That was when they saw their captain, Lord Kaido, being thrown into the air and remaining unconscious. They were completely shocked. That was Kaido. The four emperors of this world, known as the most powerful beings, are now being toyed with like this. Kaido-sama, Kaido-sama. One by one, the small pirates below keep shouting Kaido's name. Big Mom also saw Kaido's embarrassing appearance, covering her head in frustration, looking despondent. She claims to be the shame of the four emperors. And now it seems that the shame of the four emperors is this bastard Kaido. He was actually thrown away by a nobody, a captain of the Whitebeard pirates who doesn't even rank. What a disgrace. What a disgrace. How could I have been so stupid to choose to team up with you? Kaido, this useless piece of trash. Big Mom is filled with annoyance and disdain. Meanwhile, Kaido is waking up in the air, but his head is still groggy, feeling the world around him rapidly retreating. He also feels the cool wind blowing around his head. Strange, who am I? Where is this? Kaido of the Beast looks completely confused. Suddenly, a wave of pain comes from his heart. Kaido is even more bewildered, wondering why his chest hurts so much. How did I get hurt? What exactly happened just now? As Kaido keeps thinking in the air, he doesn't even realize that he is falling. His massive body crashes heavily down into the center of the battlefield. At this moment, beneath where Kaido is falling, are is hiding in a bush, using his invisibility to release poison mushrooms. One by one, the poison mushrooms connect into a line, exploding wildly within the alliance of the two emperors. Pirates are knocked out on the spot from the explosions. A large amount of toxins spreads out, affecting groups of pirates. Ouch! Ouch! Damn it, damn it. I stepped on mushrooms again. It feels like stepping in poop. It hurts. It hurts too much. Pirates are gritting their teeth in pain, their screams echoing. At the same time, there are complaints from these pirates, as an antelope user is loudly complaining to another rabbit user. Bastard 8, you blind idiot. I've told you countless times to walk slowly, and you just step on it. The antelope user, with stars in his eyes, angrily scolds the rabbit user. The rabbit user looks aggrieved. Is it something you can see if you walk slowly? Also, I just saw someone trigger the trap, which detonated the mushrooms nearby. Who the hell knows there would still be those damn mushrooms in the area after it was detonated? The rabbit user retorts back. The two immediately start cursing at each other. At this moment, the invisible Teemo Harda emerged from the bushes. He taunted the pirates of the Beast Pirates, saying you guys are such a bunch of fools. Who told you that after the area is detonated, I can't continue to set traps? Harda smirked at the members of the Beast Pirates. Setting traps again? You bastard, that's just too damn sneaky. The surrounding pirates cursed at Harda, each feeling like crying inside. I was wondering why our team got completely blown to pieces. It's because this Harda has been right beside us, constantly setting traps. While the people around were cursing at Harda, a giver suddenly looked up at the sky. Wait, that person in the sky looks so familiar. One of the givers said drowsily. The other pirates, initially focused on arguing with Harda, thought, what the hell does the sky have to do with this? However, they couldn't help but glance up. Soon, they became unsettled. Wait, that person does look a bit familiar. A pirate from the Beast Pirates squinted. Then a more perceptive pirate, ignoring the pain from the toxins in his body, suddenly shouted, of course it's familiar. That person is Lord Kaido of the Beast. More and more people looked up at the sky, and indeed it was Kaido. How did Lord Kaido end up here? Moreover, he was descending vertically, making it look like someone had thrown him. Suddenly, someone realized the seriousness of the situation. Run, run. Lord Kaido's massive body could definitely crush us. At this moment, the pirates finally reacted. However, they were already affected by Harda's poison. When they tried to escape, they found that their legs were paralyzed by the toxin, and they couldn't move at all. It's over. They were already seriously injured, and if Kaido hit them again, there was no doubt they would be killed on the spot. Harda saw the reaction of the Beast Pirates and was also very puzzled. Kaido? What is that guy doing here? There aren't any powerful pirates in here. Not fighting old man, but coming to fight me instead? Harda looked surprised. Just as he was thinking, Kaido's massive body came crashing down. Damn! Harda cursed Kaido's ancestors for 18 generations, but unfortunately, even though he could become invisible, he didn't have any mobility skills. He was directly crushed into the ground by Kaido's enormous body. A huge pit was formed on the surface as Kaido landed. Boom! Kaido shook his head after hitting the ground, finally regaining a bit of clarity, seeing his disciples lying around in disarray, blown all over the place. Kaido stood up in anger. Bastard! He had been too focused on fighting Whitebeard earlier and didn't realize that so many of his disciples had been knocked out by that damned Harda. Furious, Kaido began to smack his forehead hard with his big hand. I remember now. That damn kill, I was knocked out by that damn kill. Chapter 175, Kaido confused. My Thunderbolt all ineffective the wounds on his chest, and the fact that he was thrown into the sky were likely because that damned kill did something to him after he passed out. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates, what the hell have they taken? Their fighting power is incredible. And that damn Harda, he actually killed so many of my disciples. Kaido cursed along with him. This sentence was heard by Harda. Just as Kaido stood up, Harda also climbed up from the huge pit. As soon as this came out, Kaido heard himself being cursed at. Damn you, Kaido, with such a big body, you've pinned me down in this pit, and I haven't even cursed you yet. And you're the one who started cursing me, right? The angry Harda directly began to curse at Kaido. Bastard Kaido! Harda shouted. Kaido, feeling someone cursing at him, looked down. He immediately saw the very short Harda. The stark contrast in size between Harda and Kaido was evident, but the small Harda showed no fear of Kaido, pointing at Kaido's nose and cursing again. You bastard, you have no ability, and you got beaten to the state by our Whitebeard pirates. You can't blame anyone else. Also, do you even know that when you fell just now, you hit me? Not just me. Even your disciples and grandchildren were crushed to death by you. You idiot. Don't you have eyes? Harda shouted at Kaido with his short sword in hand, spewing a barrage of insults. Kaido was completely dumbfounded, utterly stunned in place. What the hell is going on? A Harda actually dares to talk back in front of the strongest creature in its world, saying I'm a boss. And I'm so wronged. I'm so unjustly treated. It was because I hit you guys. It wasn't even my fault. I was knocked out by that bastard Keel, and then thrown over here by him, which is why I hit you. It has nothing to do with me. Kaido was getting angrier, feeling so aggrieved as a dignified Yonko. Even a little captain dares to point fingers at him. Gastard, Harta. You dare to talk to me like that? You must be looking for death, right? Just right. Killing you will avenge my beast pirates. Kaido's forehead was bulging with veins as he spoke angrily. The next moment, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning, and Kaido directly picked up the spike club in his hand, aiming at Harda, and unleashed a Thunderbagwa. Thunderbagwa, the massive spiked club, accompanied by various lightning bolts, struck Harda's face at lightning speed, without giving him a chance to react. Kaido's actions also startled Harda. Why is Kaido's temper so explosive? Without any warning, he just attacked. Just when a massive Thunderbagwa club was about to smash Harda into pieces, Harda urgently activated his blow dart. Whoosh! The blinding blow dart struck Kaido's arm. Although Kaido was a bit surprised, it didn't cause him any significant harm, and he didn't care, directly increasing the force in his hand. Boom! The Wolf Fang club slammed heavily into Harda's face, creating a huge noise. Due to the overwhelming power, even the surrounding dust was blown away. A large amount of dust soared into the sky, temporarily obscuring Harda's figure. Big Mom, who was watching the battle, saw this scene and suddenly broke into a strange laugh, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. You Whitebeard, your precious son has died. Ha ha ha. That Harda had previously used his traps to take down many of our Big Mom pirates. Now he has finally been taken down by Kaido. What a relief. What a relief. Big Mom said with a smile, thinking that Harda was just too infuriating. Looking at it this way, Kaido did a good job taking him down. Her previous complaints about Kaido had somewhat lessened. After hearing Big Mom's words, Whitebeard showed an extremely worried expression, swinging his Supreme Great Blade heavily at Big Mom. Boom! The Supreme Great Blade collided with Napoleon, producing a huge muffled sound throughout the battlefield. Under the terrifying force, Big Mom's hands went numb, and Napoleon was knocked away. A new scar appeared on Big Mom's body, which she claims to be a steel balloon. Damn Kaido! I will kill you! Whitebeard roared loudly. A surge of haki emanated from Whitebeard's body, and then he directly looked towards Harda's direction. Suddenly, Whitebeard's eyes widened in shock. On the battlefield, Harda seemed completely unscathed, touching his head with his hand, and then giving Kaido a cheeky smile. Kaido, your combat power is too weak. You can't even break my defense, Harda said with a smirk. Looking at Harda, whose skin wasn't even broken, Kaido's eyes widened in disbelief, completely stunned. This is impossible? Even the strongest man in today's world, that white-bearded one, would at least be injured after being hit by his own Thunderbagwa. What's going on with this Harda? Could it be because of that damn milk dad? Then Kaido looked towards the direction of Blenheim, only to find out that it wasn't Blenheim at all. What is going on? Kaido, you're just a fool. No need to look. No one is helping me at all. The reason you can't harm me is that your attacks are simply too weak. You call yourself one of the four emperors. A dragon? I see you as nothing but a pathetic worm. Harda continued to mock Kaido, showing absolutely no respect to the four emperor in front of him. Kaido, being insulted, twitched at the corner of his mouth. He actually called me a worm? Kaido was so angry that smoke seemed to rise from his head, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Bastard, I refuse to believe that I, the great four emperor Kaido, can't deal with you. A mere Harda. Kaido shouted furiously. Then Kaido picked up his kanabo again, and a wave of Conqueror's haki wrapped around it. The invisible haki greatly enhanced the power of the kanabo in Kaido's hand. Kunde. In the next moment, Kaido swung the iron rod with all his might, striking Harda's head again and again. Boom! Boom! Each strike of the kanabo exploded violently against Harda's head. However, no matter how hard Kaido tried, he still couldn't leave even a scratch on Harda's body. Wait, as the beast Kaido, with so many years of battle experience, he began to sense that something was off. It's not that my attacks are weak, but they all missed. But how could all the attacks miss? A bunch of question marks appeared above Kaido's head. What kind of power is this? My slash clearly struck Harda, but why? Why did it not inflict any damage at all? At this moment, Kaido was completely confused. Kaido, you really are an idiot. I've already told you that your attacks can't possibly hurt me. Why do you keep trying? Now, look at this. So many people are watching, and you didn't inflict a single bit of damage on me. Don't you feel embarrassed? Harta mo kid. This made Kaido's old face feel like it had no place to go, and his fingers began to tremble with anger. So, he picked up his kanabo again. Harda saw that things were looking bad. His current blinding ability was on cooldown, and he had no way to make Kaido ineffective again. So he smiled directly at Kaido. Hee hee, Kaido, you idiot. You're really too foolish, still thinking about hurting me, huh? You're hopeless. I have no intention of playing with you. Harda said sarcastically. Then Harda jumped into the grass, his small body disappearing into the foliage. The furious Kaido, wielding his kanabo, chased after him. However, when Kaido entered the grass, he found that he could no longer spot Harda's figure. This left Kaido feeling utterly confused. Damn it. Do you think I can't find you just because you're hiding? Kaido said angrily. However, he still couldn't see Harda's figure, so he activated his observation haki. Even at its peak, he still couldn't sense Harda's presence. Kaido was completely bewildered this time. What's going on? What the hell is happening? Why can't I use my observation haki? Not to mention anything else besides attacking. Kaido increasingly felt that something was off, especially when he recalled the abilities of Kill and Bruenheim. He gradually narrowed his eyes. It seemed that even Harda had acquired some remarkable technological power. From this perspective, the alliance of the two emperors seemed to be in a bit of danger. I can't stay here for long. I need to discuss this with the old hag and consider retreating if things look bad. With that thought, Kaido had no intention of lingering and prepared to leave the bushes. However, just after taking 2 steps, a mushroom suddenly exploded beneath his feet. Boom! The toxins within the mushroom were completely released at that moment, directly paralyzing Kaido's nerves and slowing down his movements. Kuahaha! Vigo, is this what you meant when you said Kaido killed Harda? I urge you to open your eyes and take a good look. My son ISNT, so easily taken down, even by the beast Kaido, Kuaha. On the other hand, it seems Kaido is having quite a hard time. Whitebeard laughed heartily. He drove the supreme great blade he held into the ground, exuding an overwhelming aura. Big Mom had been paying attention to Kaido's situation, and upon seeing his performance, she was nearly driven to the brink of fury. I'm here, fighting Whitebeard with all my might, getting beaten to the point of vomiting blood, just to buy you a little more time to take out Bruenheim from the Whitebeard pirates, right? And what have you done, Kaido? Not only did you fail to take down Bruenheim, but you also got beaten up by Kill and Harda. What kind of nonsense is this? I even boasted to Whitebeard that you could kill a squad leader, and you instantly slapped my face. Big Mom's face grew increasingly furious. Come back, Kaido. Aren't you embarrassed enough? Big Mom shouted angrily at Kaido through her homies flying in the sky. Kaido, looking frustrated, had completely given up on walking after stepping on several mushrooms. He activated his Devil Fruit ability and transformed into a gigantic azure dragon, flying towards Big Mom. In the blink of an eye, Kaido and Big Mom met up. Upon seeing Big Mom's state, Kaido was taken aback. Good heavens. She had a huge gash on her body, was spitting blood, and her hair was a mess, looking extremely disheveled. Ling, what's wrong with you? Kaido asked, puzzled. Hearing Kaido's question, Big Mom spat out another mouthful of old blood in anger. Is Kaido really an idiot? What the hell is wrong with you? Don't you know what's going on? It's because of you, you fool, that you were sent to deal with Blenheim. And after all this time, you still haven't taken him down. After wasting so much time, is this why you ended up like this after being beaten by Whitebeard? And you still have a nerve to ask me what's going on? The more I think about it, the angrier I get, and Biggin shouted at Kaido again. Kaido, you bastard, how dare you ask me what's going on? I ask you, how's Blenheim? I took all of Whitebeard's damage just so you could deal with that damn Blenheim. And what did you do? Damn it, I'm embarrassed to even talk about you. Getting beaten up by those useless captains like Gil and Harda. Do you even deserve to be called one of the 4 emperors? You're the shame of the 4 emperors. Big Mom unleashed a barrage of insults at Kaido. The shame of the 4 emperors? After hearing Biggin's words, Kaido's face darkened to the extreme. Chapter 176, Blamake. Should we just take Black Maria? This old witch really knows how to hit where it hurts, poking right at the heart, not giving any face at all. If it weren't for the looming threat, Kaido would have picked up his kanabo and given this old hag a few whacks. Kaido was so angry that his teeth were itching, and his face turned red from holding it in, but for the sake of unity, he endured and didn't say anything. This really made Whitebeard beside him very happy. Haha, thank you, Kaido, Whitebeard said with a smile. Kaido also looked bewildered. Thanking me? What does that mean? This old man Whitebeard, thanking me? Don't try to play tricks on me, Whitebeard, what do you mean by that? Kaido said angrily. After hearing Kaido's words, Whitebeard continued to smile mysteriously. Cool, Kaido, if it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know that my sons are all so strong. They can actually make the so-called strongest creature in the world, Kaido, spin around in circles. Shouldn't I thank you? Whitebeard laughed heartily. This sentence dealt another critical blow to Kaido. Kaido could no longer hold back, the veins on his forehead bulging, and his teeth grinding ominously. Damn old dog, I'm going all out against you, Kaido said furiously. Although Big Mom felt a bit frustrated, seeing Kaido attack made her join in as well. The two forces combined looked formidable, but both were already injured. In contrast, Whitebeard, boosted by the Barbarian King's skill, Bloodthirsty Slaughter, was growing stronger in battle. His critical hit chance and attack power had significantly increased, plus with Whitebeard's status as the strongest paramecia user in the world. He was single-handedly suppressing both Kaido and Big Mom with explosive force. The expressions on Kaido and Big Mom's faces were growing increasingly grim. At the same time, they turned their attention elsewhere. Originally, they intended to invade the Whitebeard pirates, but now it seemed they were the ones being beaten back. While Kaido was fighting, he suddenly slapped his own forehead. Oh no, this is bad. Big Mom looked puzzled. What's going on, Kaido? What did you realize? The more Kaido thought, the more frustrated he became. After blocking one of Whitebeard's attacks with his kanabo, feeling the immense power emanating from Whitebeard, he continued speaking to Big Mom. We've fallen into a trap. We've been tricked. Our Yonko alliance to invade the Whitebeard pirates was definitely planned by that old geezer. Big Mom's confusion deepened. Planned? How could he, a Whitebeard, possibly plan something involving the two of us, the Yonko? Her expression grew more bewildered. Think about it carefully, Lin. That old man Whitebeard pretended to be in seclusion to let our guard down, which is why we had the motive to look for the Whitebeard pirates. Marco and Vista were deliberately looking for trouble. Under such circumstances, we would definitely form an alliance to take down Whitebeard. And at that moment, we fell into his trap. Kaido clenched his fists tightly, frowning as he spoke. After hearing Kaido's analysis, Big Mom found it surprisingly reasonable. Big Mom was so angry she gritted her teeth. Old man, I really didn't expect you to be so scheming. I underestimated you before, she said resentfully. Now, the only thing she regretted was being so foolish as to agree to Kaido's alliance, only to fall right into Whitebeard's scheme. Analyzing the situation, both Kaido and Big Mom left Whitebeard completely bewildered once again. What kind of analysis is this? You guys thought of everything that I couldn't even imagine. Kaido, Big Mom, what are you talking about? I can't understand anything you're saying. Stop thinking about useless stuff all day, if you're not as skilled as others. You can't blame anyone else. Whitebeard said. All right, you Whitebeard, that's too harsh. We've fallen into your trap this time and are being humiliated by you. But we can't refute it. You're amazing, you're amazing. Kaido's anger surged, and with the injuries on his body, he spat out blood again. Big Mom's situation wasn't much better. Her face was flushed red, almost about to spit blood. Whitebeard looked even more bewildered, wondering what was going on. How could a single sentence have such a lethal effect? If that's the case, why fight at all? I'm afraid if I say a few more words, Kaido and Big Mom will just be so angry they'll die. On the battlefield, the pirates of the Yonko Alliance were gradually realizing that the situation was increasingly unfavorable for them. The 4 Emperor's crew members, including Charlotte Snack, Black Maria, Sasaki, Fuzz, Baron Egg, and Charlotte Amand, were now mixed up in the melee. The combat power of the Whitebeard pirates was simply too strong. It seems we've fallen into a trap, Black Maria said, her beautiful eyes filled with fear. Charlotte Snack frowned. Not only were the other battle locations in trouble, but even their mother Big Mom was being beaten to the point of spitting blood by Whitebeard. How about we retreat for now, so we can escape when the battle fails? Sasaki also began to think about retreating. Yes, let us step back a bit to avoid getting caught up. As one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Snack also dared not press further. They wouldn't dare to be labeled cowards. If Big Mom and Kaido found out, they would definitely be skinned alive. However, stepping back while waiting for the battle to fail so they could escape was still doable. How about we retreat a bit? Looking at the disheveled scene of the Yonko Alliance, Baron Egg also weakly suggested. Gulp, gulp. A group of people swallowed nervously, and in the end they all nodded. The battle ahead continued, but these elites of the Yonko Alliance began to retreat towards the back. At this moment, in the sky, Bramek was flying around with his Thunder God hammer. Damn it, those damn Marco and the others have taken all the enemies I could fight. I can only search for them one by one, Bramek complained. At the same time, while patrolling in the sky, Bramek spotted Charlotte Pudding and Charlotte Zekit from the Big Mom Pirates. The previously disgruntled expression on his face now showed a hint of excitement. Ha ha ha, finally found 2 well-known guys. Then, Bramek directly took out his Thunder God hammer. Instantly, lightning flashed in the sky. Boom, boom. Strikes of lightning shot down towards the ground. On the ground, Charlotte Pudding and Charlotte Zekit felt the sudden weather change. They frowned, wondering what was going on. Is it going to rain heavily? Damn this weather. If it's going to rain, just let it rain. But this lightning is real and wants to strike me dead. Just as they finished complaining, 2 extremely powerful thunderclaps suddenly erupted from the sky. Boom, boom. 2 thick bolts of lightning shot down towards them at high speed. Noticing something was off, Charlotte Pudding looked up at the sky, and her eyes went wide. She was frozen in place, swallowing her saliva, completely terrified. You curse crow's mouth, it really is going to strike. Charlotte Pudding stammered. Before she could finish her words, 2 bolts of lightning struck their bodies. The 2 were hit by the lightning, their bodies shaking violently and under the powerful voltage. Their skeletons were visibly outlined. Ugh! Their lips trembled from the shock, occasionally making sounds. In the end, after the electricity passed, the 2 became charred corpses, thick black smoke rising from their bodies. Their eyes rolled back, and they fainted completely. In the sky, feeling the immense damage caused by his Thunder God hammer, Bramek's heart was greatly satisfied. Ha ha ha, this is so convenient. Up in the sky, all I need to do is summon lightning to incapacitate people. It feels so good, Bramek said excitedly in the sky. After completing all this, Bramek was very satisfied and continued his patrol in the sky. He saw a particularly strong pirate and struck them down with a bolt of lightning, turning these poor pirates into charred remains on the spot. While flying in the sky, Bramek suddenly noticed that the group from the Yonko Alliance was slowly retreating. Noticing this abnormality, Bramek flew over. As he got closer, he finally saw clearly the figures of these retreating people. The 4 Emperor's crew members, including Charlotte Snack, Black Maria, Sasaki, Fuzz, Baron Egg, and Charlotte Amand, formed a small team and were slowly retreating. It's actually you guys. Bramek was stunned. He never expected that these people were all elites from the Yonko Alliance. Each of them was thinking about escaping the battlefield. Since he had run into them, he absolutely couldn't let them go. And more importantly, in this environment with many wolves and few sheep, Defeating these people would also help Bramink save face. In an instant, Bramink charged forward with his Thunder God hammer. In the sky, Bramink quickly arrived above the group. Holding his Thunder God hammer, Bramink revealed a mocking expression to the crowd. At any time, cowards are looked down upon by people from all worlds. So Bramink looked down on the cowardly behavior of Black Maria, Sasaki, Baron Egg, and others. Hey, you guys. Are you thinking of escaping because you can't beat our Whitebeard pirates? Bramink said with a grin in the sky. The crowd, slowly evacuating, heard the mocking voice and turned their gaze towards the sky. To their surprise, they saw a hefty figure weighing over 500 pounds, floating in the air while holding a Thor's hammer. Instantly, everyone was stunned. What the hell? Isn't this Brulank, the 6th Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates? He has actually learned the ability to fly. The members of the Beast Pirates had heard from Jean before that he had directly fallen into Brulank's hands. Looking at it this way, this Bramink really has some skills. He learned to fly directly. It must be the doing of the technological power of the Whitebeard pirates. How could a huge fat guy possess the ability to fly? Everyone was pondering, and Charlotte Snack, one of the 4 sweet commanders, was the first to speak up. You better not say that. We didn't escape at all. Charlotte Snack quickly explained, knowing Big Mom's temper well. If she found out that he led his brothers and sisters to escape, he would definitely face severe punishment. He might even have decades of his lifespan taken away. And that would be the end of him. Yeah, Bramink, you must be blind. How could we, traitors, do something like that? Black Maria also chimed in to explain. At this moment, Bramink turned his gaze towards the enormous Black Maria. He had heard that Marco had previously snatched 2 girls from the Beast Pirates, directly having Vice-Captain Yu guide Marco on many things. Looking at this, Black Maria was quite attractive. He thought, why not just tie her up and take her away? If he could gift her to Vice-Captain Yeyu, who knows? Maybe Vice-Captain Yeyu would be so happy that he would also give him some guidance. And wouldn't that mean he was on the path to success? The more Bramink thought about it, the more excited he felt. After all, Vice-Captain Yeyu had already given him a weapon that significantly boosted his combat power by several stages. If he could get more guidance from Vice-Captain Yeyu, he would definitely be on the rise. You guys are too afraid to admit it, but it doesn't matter. After all, you can't escape now. I'll deal with you right here, Bramink said with a grin. If he didn't take action, he would definitely suffer losses if other pirates got there first. Chapter 177, Bramink versus 6. I heard Lord Jean say that he was shocked by Bramink. So everyone must not let their guard down. Sasaki from the Beast Pirates reminded everyone. Upon hearing this, the people finally revealed serious expressions one by one. Black Maria took the lead, spreading her 10 fingers, and a huge spider web was launched from her palm. The enormous spider web instantly opened up in the sky, and Black Maria aimed to bind Blamink with this move. However, Blamink in the sky merely flickered and dodged past the giant spider web. Seeing Blamink evade her massive web, Black Maria did not show any signs of disappointment. On the contrary, she was filled with joy. Fool, you fell for it, Black Maria said with a grin. Then, a massive flame burst forth from the scepter in Black Maria's hand. Burr, Maria! With Black Maria's loud shout, the previously hundreds of square meters large spiderweb was instantly engulfed in roaring flames. The enormous fire expanded the attack range of the spiderweb to several thousand square meters, turning the entire sky into a sea of flames. The whole sky was dyed a bright red by the raging fire. The surrounding pirates, witnessing this scene, showed expressions of delight. Ha, Black Maria, I never expected you to pull this off so beautifully. Sasaki laughed heartily. Indeed, being able to take down Blamink, who defeated Ashes, is impressive. Very impressive. Fusif admired the burning flames in the sky and Blamink's disappearing figure. Even Baron Egg from the Big Mom Pirates showed a delighted expression. Now no one will know we are cowards, Charlotte Snag happily exclaimed. The pirates of the Double Emperor Alliance were filled with laughter and joy. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from another direction in the sky. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Do you really think that just one Black Maria could take me down? I think you all have some issues. Bramink, holding his Thunder God hammer, mocked the pirates on the ground. I have to say, having the Thunder God hammer is exhilarating. I can completely control its movement with my will. Just as the flames of Black Maria were about to engulf him, his body's potential was greatly stimulated. In an instant, he completed a teleportation. Charlotte Snack, Black Maria, and the others were startled to see Brahmank smiling in front of them. Then, they fell into a state of confusion. Strange? How is this possible? I clearly hit Brahmank with Burning Maria just now. Black Maria said, bewildered. Yeah, I was watching Brahmank's previous position the whole time. How did this guy evade? Charlotte Snack also said, very puzzled. This guy looks quite extraordinary. He must have used some technological power, probably a spatial displacement ability. Charlotte Almond pondered, squinting his eyes. Upon hearing this, Brahmank in the sky couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Saying he had spatial abilities was indeed a bit exaggerated. In reality, he was just moving at high speed. The speed was so rapid that he could complete a teleportation in a short time, leading people to speculate about spatial abilities. You fools, it's just that my movement speed is too fast. A bunch of shelter guys, Brahmank said mockingly while lying in the sky. Movement speed is incredibly fast? How is that possible? We were all focused on observing you, and I even activated observation hockey. How could you escape my perception without being detected? Sasaki said, narrowing his eyes in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Brahmank laughed again from the sky. Ha ha, isn't it normal not to be detected by you? Who do you think you are? Sasaki? Just a little 6 flying cell. Not to mention you. Even the calamities of your pirate crew wouldn't be able to catch my speed. Only Kaido among you might barely be able to perceive it. Brahmank said disdainfully. He had never regarded Sasaki highly before, and naturally, he wouldn't pay attention to a mere 6 flying cell now. Hearing this, Sasaki's face turned extremely angry, and he raised his weapon, launching several fierce slashes at the sky. However, just like before, Brahmank used the power of the Thunder God Hammer, deftly dodging the attacks. Brahmank's figure in the sky disappeared again, and then thunder rumbled, and dark clouds gathered above. This directly stunned Charlotte and the others. Is he going to unleash that move? I heard Lord Jean say that this guy possesses a technological power similar to the Rumble fruit. Sasaki spoke up. The people around showed serious expressions. Being able to stun the Flame Calamity Gene naturally meant dealing with them wouldn't be a problem. Everyone, pay attention. This guy's lightning power is very strong. If we huddle together to resist, sharing the power among us, we can withstand this strike. Charlotte Maid analyzed for everyone. After Charlotte Maid's analysis, the people around finally understood. At this moment, the lightning in the sky poured down directly. Boom! A deafening sound shook the entire world. The massive lightning, like thick hemp ropes intertwined, struck directly onto the 6 pirates in an instant. Seeing the thick lightning in the sky, these 6 pirates were immediately stunned. Charlotte Snack hurriedly used his bomb fruit ability, causing a large amount of water vapor to evaporate, creating a mass of hot air that formed a cloud-like protective shield in the sky. However, this defensive shield had no protective effect at all and was directly shattered by the lightning. Seeing that the defense he created was so disappointing, Charlotte Snack, one of the 4 stars, felt a bit embarrassed, with an awkward expression on his face. In this situation, I thought my position would rise, but I didn't expect my defense to be so weak. Black Maria saw that things were not looking good and released a huge spiderweb. Defend, Maria. The spiderweb was just released when it was instantly struck by a massive lightning bolt, turning to char in an instant and then disappearing into the sky as ash. The swordsmen were left powerless against the lightning, only able to unleash slashes to defend themselves. However, in the face of absolute power, their slashes were immediately drawn away by the powerful lightning, causing no damage at all. Sasaki was left dumbfounded. The power of this lightning is too terrifying, he said, staring at the massive lightning overhead. Now, he finally understood why even a powerful being like Lord Jean could be rendered powerless by this lightning. This electricity is far more frightening than the Thunderfruit. Even Captain Zeus doesn't have such terrifying power. Baron Egg also displayed a look of utter terror. One by one, the pirates looked up at the massive lightning, each falling into despair. Everyone focus on defense, shouted Charlotte Snack. In the end, everyone gathered their haki around their bodies, activating their defenses to the maximum state. They looked up at the sky, consumed by despair, swallowing hard in panic. Boom! The powerful electricity struck everyone's bodies directly. The fierce lightning surged crazily among them, like a giant thunder snake. However, since these people were together, they did indeed share some of the electrical pressure. Even so, their bodies were still crackling from the electricity, each twitching on the spot like a madman. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Finally, the power of the lightning began to gradually dissipate. The hair of the 6 individuals stood up, and smoke escaped from their mouths. This damn electricity is too fierce. No, we must bring down this Brayman K. Otherwise, if he stays in the sky, these bolts of lightning will surely electrocute us to death. Charlotte Snag spoke up. This constant exposure to electricity is indeed not a solution. This lightning strike, they can still barely accept it. After all, there are so many people to share the burden. However, this lightning is not just a single strike. If another hit comes, or 2, or even 10 strikes of the same magnitude, can they endure it? Carrying this burden all the time will ultimately lead to being shocked into a muggle, or even directly electrocuted to death. This is not a strategy. Attack, attack. Sasaki could no longer tolerate it and yelled to launch an attack on Brayman K in the sky. Let's attack together. Charlotte Almond of the Big Mom Pirates also shouted. As swordsmen, Charlotte Almond, Sasaki, Fuzz, and others had extremely fast attack speeds and immediately slashed at Brayman K in the sky. Several fierce slashes aimed directly at Brayman's face. Smuggy and others also initiated their attacks. Huge spider webs and boiling dark clouds directly sealed off Brayman's escape route. Ha ha ha, with this, that guy can't escape, Charlotte Smuggy said excitedly. The others also showed excited expressions. As long as they controlled Brayman's movements, they could definitely take him down. Noticing the various restraining skills around, Brayman K curled his lip slightly. No way, no way. Do they really think that by restraining my movements they could defeat me? Do they really think my Thunder God Hammer is just for show? Brayman K sneered inwardly. His escape route was indeed blocked. But to say that he was trapped like a fish in a barrel was impossible. There isn't a problem that the Thunder God Hammer's lightning can't solve. If there is, then solve it with 2 lightning strikes. Then, Brayman K directly picked up his Thunder God Hammer, with bolts of lightning surging around it, crackling with eerie sounds. And then he slammed it against the incoming slashes. Boom! Various slashes were completely conquered upon contact with the Thunder God Hammer's lightning. The powerful lightning, after dispersing the various slashes, surged towards the 6-member pirate crew. The 6 were once again shocked and shouted in panic. What the hell? It's coming again. It's coming again, Charlotte Snag exclaimed. This Brayman's technological power must be that hammer. I see the lightning in the sky is directly caused by this hammer. Charlotte Almond squinted his eyes, noticing something unusual. The others also realized that this Thunder God Hammer was indeed strange. Then let's target this Thunder God Hammer, Sasaki said. In the next moment, a massive bolt of lightning struck towards the crowd again. Boom! A huge sound erupted, and a bolt of lightning hit directly in the middle of the crowd. Under the powerful electrical force, a gigantic pit appeared on the ground. The tremendous explosive force caused significant explosions around the crowd, and the 6 famous pirates of the world were blown apart, falling from the sky. The last pirate landed on the ground, looking like charred remains. Charlotte Snag crawled out of the pit he fell into, then spat out a large amount of black smoke. This scene happened to be witnessed by Charlotte Mondor, who was in the midst of a battle. Noticing the familiar shadow in the pit, Charlotte Mondor hurriedly ran over with a book in hand. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the 4 commanders of the Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte Snack. What's going on? Snack, who did this to you? Charlotte Mondor asked in confusion. Chapter 178. Formulating a plan to deal with Brayman K. After being questioned by Charlotte Mondor, Charlotte Snack's already dark face became even darker. How can you, my younger brother, casually say that I was beaten to a pulp? That is too disrespectful. Charlotte Mondor, be mindful of how you speak to me, Charlotte Snack said. After all, Charlotte Snack is one of the 4 commanders of the Big Mom Pirates. After being reprimanded by Snack, Charlotte Mondor realized he had acted a bit out of line. So he smiled and spoke to Charlotte Snack. Snack, I didn't mean to disrespect you. What I meant was, you are one of the 4 commanders of our Big Mom Pirates. Who could possibly have done this to you? Charlotte Snack's mood eased a little at this. The one who did this to me was none other than Brayman K, the captain of the 6th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Charlotte Snack said heavily. What? Hummel? Charlotte Mondor looked bewildered. At the same time, a picture appeared in his mind. A guy weighing over 500 pounds, hefty, and wielding a big wooden hammer. It was hard to imagine that a 6th Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates could defeat a 4 commander of the Big Mom Pirates. There was still a trace of doubt. This Brayman K clearly did not possess a devil fruit ability, yet the damage Snack had sustained was evidently from lightning. All signs indicated that the damage did not seem to have been caused by Brayman K. Snack, are you sure it was Brayman K? Is he really that strong? Able to beat you like this in a one-on-one fight? Charlotte Mondor asked in confusion. After all, Charlotte Snack is a 4 commander of the Big Mom Pirates, a minister of fried foods, with considerable combat power. It seemed very unlikely that he could be defeated by a mere 6th Division captain. Perhaps he was overwhelmed by a group of people, so it was better to confirm again. Thus, Charlotte Mondor asked again for clarification. Upon hearing Charlotte Mondor's words, Charlotte Snack's face turned completely dark. He then spoke solemnly. One-on-one. You're thinking too much. It wasn't a one-on-one fight, not a one-on-one. That means Snack was indeed overwhelmed by a group of people, just as I suspected. After all, how could a 4 commander of the Big Mom Pirates be defeated by a mere 6th Division captain? However, the next words left Charlotte Mondor utterly dumbfounded. Charlotte Snack continued, It wasn't a one-on-one at all. You probably won't believe this, but that guy Brayman K took on 6 of us and defeated us. Charlotte Snack said, feeling quite frustrated. Gulp, gulp. After hearing Charlotte Snack's words, Charlotte Mondor was completely speechless. 1 against 6? Is this something that a mere 6th Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates can really accomplish? Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? If that's the case, where would the face of their ant pirate crew go? A 4 Emperor's commander, with the help of 5 other officers, actually got beaten to such a state by a 6th Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. How is this possible? Charlotte Mondor couldn't help but speak up. Beside him, Charlotte Snag also sensed Mondor's thoughts. Of course it's possible. In fact, that Brayman's personal combat power isn't that impressive. It's mainly his hammer that's just too damn bizarre. Charlotte Snag said resentfully. Charlotte Mondor was once again a bit confused. A hammer? Isn't it just a weapon? What's so strange about this? No matter how powerful a weapon is, what can it really do? Don't underestimate that big iron hammer. It can actually summon the power of thunder and lightning. Moreover, it directly grants Brayman the ability to fly. Charlotte Snarg exaggeratedly said. After hearing this, Charlotte Mondor was completely stunned. This was the first time he had ever heard of such a weapon, able to fly, and also possess the power of lightning. This weapon really doesn't seem like something this world should possess. Does such a weapon really exist? Charlotte Mondor still had some doubts. Can I really deceive you? To defeat Brayman, we must find a way to take down his weapon, Charlotte Snag said with resentment. Now Charlotte Mondor finally believes. It seems that Snaggo could suffer such a huge loss because of this weapon. This weapon. Wait, maybe I can solve this weapon. It's just a weapon. Maybe my ability will be useful, Charlotte Mondor said confidently. Charlotte looked at her brother again and tapped her forehead. That's right. Although her brother's combat power is not strong, his ability is still tricky, especially against various masters. Although he can't kill them, he has the ability to control them into the book. This is perfect for dealing with Brayman. With Brayman's strength, if he doesn't have Thor's hammer, it's really not easy to get out of the book world once he's locked in. Come on, I'll take you to deal with that guy Brayman. Ha ha ha, Mondor brother. If you could take care of Brayman, you'll have done a great service this time, and Mom will definitely commend you, Charlotte Snag said excitedly. This Brayman has certainly suffered a lot and feels quite aggrieved. Facing the Brayman flying in the sky, he can't even attack and can only endure various lightning attacks. One could say that Charlotte Snag has been holding in a lifetime of grievances. Now, his younger brother is actually able to stand up for him and take revenge, which makes Snag very happy. Oh, hearing that he will achieve great merit, Charlotte Mondor is also very excited. Thus, the two rushed towards the place where Brayman was before. On the battlefield, when Brayman saw the aftermath of his attack, he showed a look of surprise on his face. Wow, am I really this strong? He then slapped his forehead hard and complained to himself. Oh, I really overdid it. I'm such a fool. I finally found so many people to play with. As a result, these people were sent flying by my lightning, their lives uncertain. If I accidentally killed them, it'd be hard to find someone to play with again, Beuleman complained. At this moment, what excited LeBlanc was that, in his search for flying abilities, these people had not been blown up at all. He had found everyone again. As the people saw the flying Beuleman overhead, they all rushed over, and Beuleman happily gathered them together again. Damn it, this guy is really hard to deal with. We need to think of a way, or else this endless lightning will eventually kill us, Sasaki said, glaring with frustration. It's easy for you to say, but the key issue is Beuleman's damn flying ability. It's simply taken to the extreme. We can't inflict any damage on him at all. Fuzz complained. It's easy to talk, but the problem is that this kind of thing is simply impossible to achieve. Yes, any damage will just be dodged by this guy. We really have no way to fight back. It's truly infuriating. Charlotte Armand chimed in, just as everyone was at a loss. At this moment, Charlotte Mondor, along with the 4-star General Charlotte Snack, walked over confidently. Same attack. Let's go again. Trust me, this time we can definitely take him down, Charlotte Snack said with great confidence. Meanwhile, Charlotte Mondor, who was following him, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile. After hearing the words of 4-star General Charlotte Snack, the surrounding team members were somewhat skeptical. However, they truly had no other options at this point. So, they decided to try Charlotte Snack's method. Thus, the people around once again prepared to attack Bremenke in the sky. Bremenke, upon seeing this scene, felt even more excited inside. Having fighting spirit is good. Otherwise, it would be quite dull for him. He really had to thank this guy Charlotte Snack for reigniting the fighting spirit of these elite pirates. Moreover, what's more crucial is that this time, Charlotte Snack brought him a new opponent, Charlotte Mondor. At this moment, he was facing a continuous attack from 7 people all by himself. And these 7 were well-known pirates in this new world. If he could take them down, then please call me 1 against 7. In the sky, Bramink was happily thinking, while on the ground, Black Maria and Charlotte Snack had already begun their assault. It was the same old recipe, the same flavor. Black Maria first targeted Bramink, unleashing her signature move, a massive spiderweb that charged straight at him, burning Maria, accompanied by Black Maria's roar. The enormous spiderweb ignited in the sky, resembling a huge network of flames, which sealed off Bramink's escape route in advance. Charlotte Snack was not idle either. As one of the 4 Sweet commanders, his combat power was still formidable. Utilizing his Devil Fruit ability, Charlotte Snack released a thick layer of mist in the sky, which was actually ignited oil vapor. Under the influence of Black Maria's flames, it was immediately set ablaze. The oil and gas were ignited directly, forming a surrounding circle that enclosed Beulemank. The temperature around suddenly rose by several dozen degrees. Beulemank looked at the changes around him and showed a slight surprise to Snack. I really didn't expect this. Snack actually has some skills. If I hadn't received the teachings from Deputy Captain Yu, I would have to put in a lot of effort to face this kind of ability. Beulemank lay in the sky, commenting on the people below. It was obvious that Beulemank didn't take these people seriously at all. Then came the familiar sensation. Various slashing attacks came roaring towards Beulemank. Beulemank finally stood up slowly from his previous reclining position, looking at the wave of slashes in front of him with a disdainful smile. He then spoke slowly. You guys really never learn, huh? I've said it many times, your slashes are completely ineffective against me, no matter how I explain it to you. You just don't believe it. Seriously, do I have to demonstrate it to you again? After saying this, Beulemank picked up his thunder hammer and launched another attack towards the pirates below. Boom! The thunder hammer charged up, and the next moment, a massive bolt of lightning struck down towards the people on the ground again. Seeing the lightning in the sky, the 6-man group looked tense. Hey, pay attention to defense. The armament hockey must be activated to the strongest. Only in this situation can we share the damage effectively. Snag, can your method really work? If it doesn't, we'll have taken a huge lightning hit for nothing. It looks terrifying. Being hit would definitely cost us half our lives. Don't worry, it will definitely work. Mondor, don't be dazed, now's the time. Charlotte, Snag hurriedly reminded Mondor beside him. Charlotte Mondor's mouth curled up slightly. Then he flipped through the book in his hand. Book World. Accompanied by a roar from Charlotte Snag, the huge book seemed to sprout wings, taking advantage of Beulah distraction after releasing the lightning power, and directly slammed towards Beulah. Boom! Almost at the same time, Beulah massive lightning struck down on the ground. Chapter 179. Why can't I lift this hammer? The previous six-man group was once again blasted to pieces under the thick lightning attack, their internal bones visibly shattered. ZZ. One by one, they collapsed to the ground under the lightning's attack, spewing black smoke from their mouths. At the same time, the huge book also played its role at this moment, just as Beulah was about to unleash a second slash. He was directly lured into a world resembling an illusion by the book. In the real world, Beulah vanished from the sky, while the thunder hammer in his hand fell from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. Finally, it embedded itself into the earth. After doing all this, Mondor showed an excited expression. His fruit ability was indeed powerful, directly sealing the guy his siblings feared. At the same time, he looked towards the large pit where the pirate six-man group lay collapsed on the ground, their bodies charred from electricity, just like when he first saw Charlotte Snag. Those pirates who had previously been stunned by the electricity struggled to stand up, and upon seeing the scene before them, they all showed excited expressions. Ha ha ha! As expected, Snag didn't deceive us. He really resolved that Beulah guy, Charlotte Ammond said with excitement. Well done, Big Mom Pirates. Ha ha ha. Beulah, now you're in trouble, Sasaki exclaimed excitedly. This ability is really terrifying. It actually sealed Beulah. Haha. The users of your Big Mom Pirates are indeed tricky, Fusif also said happily. Hearing the words of the people around him, Snag was also very excited. Ha ha. This time we owe it all to Mondor. His book world devil fruit ability is simply too powerful. I will report this operation to Mama properly and definitely give you a major credit, Charlotte Snag said happily. After hearing the words of the four Emperor Charlotte Snag, Charlotte Mondor waved his hand. Actually, this is everyone's achievement. I really don't count for much. Everyone's contribution, huh? Charlotte Mondor said modestly. At this moment, Beulah, who was in the book world, looked utterly confused. His body was floating in the universe, and when he tried to exert force, he found he couldn't muster any strength at all. Where is this? Beulah furrowed his brows. He then began to recall madly, not willing to let go of any detail. Finally, he arrived at the crux of the matter. That is Charlotte Mondor's devil fruit ability. He had heard that guy's ability could trap people in the world of books, and during the previous battle, he was very sure that Charlotte Mondor had been hiding in the woods, not fighting at all, until he had unleashed his powerful lightning power. Only then did Charlotte Mondor use his ability. It must have been that damn guy who trapped him in the book world. It seems the Big Mom Pirate's abilities are indeed very tricky. No way. I must find a way to get out, Beulah thought to himself. But now he didn't have the thunder hammer in hand. The only thing he could rely on was his martial arts and hockey. So, Beulah tried to activate his armament hockey, wanting to punch a hole in the space to break out. The pitch-black armament hockey gathered on his fist, and he struck fiercely at the space in front of him. A powerful force surged forward. Only, in the end, there was no response at all. This made Bremen increasingly headache. It seems that getting out really requires more effort. Just as Bremen was at a loss, the surrounding pirates turned their gaze towards the Thor's hammer that was embedded in the ground. At this moment, the Thor's hammer was inserted into the earth, shining brightly under the sunlight, and occasionally emitting sparks of lightning power. This reminded the surrounding pirates of the trouble caused by the Thunder God hammer in the past. One by one, they moved closer to the hammer, looking around curiously. Was this the thing that caused us such a huge loss? Now we finally brought it down, Charlotte Snag said excitedly. At the same time, a hint of greed appeared in Charlotte Snag's eyes. His combat power was, to be honest, quite similar to that of Bremen. The reason Bremen was able to defeat him was because of this Thunder God hammer. Without this hammer, how could Bremen, a 6th Division captain, possibly take on 6 or 7 opponents? Not only Charlotte Snag, but everyone present had thoughts of claiming the Thunder God hammer for themselves, especially Fuzzver, who had been dreaming of becoming a big banner for a long time. With the help of the Thunder God Hammer, his combat power would definitely increase significantly. At that time, Lord Kaido would surely give him a prominent position to showcase his skills. This Thunder God Hammer seems quite strange. I'll take it first so we can research the technology of the Whitebeard pirates. When we fail, we can use the technology of the Whitebeard pirates to continue our alliance and defeat them. After saying this, Charlotte Snag walked towards the Thunder God Hammer. However, after taking just 2 steps, he was directly stopped by Fuzzver beside him. Fuzzver smiled at Charlotte Snag. I think it's better to let Caesar from our pirate crew study this thing. After all, he has his own unique insights into artificial devil fruits. And he can probably research this hammer as well. Fuzzver said with a grin. How could the members of the Beast Pirates not understand each other's thoughts? The 100 Beast Pirates clearly have ulterior motives, wanting to claim the Thunder God Hammer for themselves. Although they are currently a double Emperor alliance, they are still 2 separate pirate crews. Naturally, such an important item is something both crews want to possess. At this moment, Charlotte Mondor, holding her books, walked over with a cheerful smile. I think this thing should be taken by our Ant Pirate crew. After all, if that guy Bramink were to escape from my book world, the only one who could subdue him would be my own abilities. The corners of Charlotte Mondor's mouth curved slightly. Although it seemed on the surface that she was concerned about their Charlotte family, it was obvious to anyone watching. It is obvious that their 100 Beast Pirates combat power is really lacking, or is it that Big Mom Pirates are even stronger? This made Fuzzver's face quite awkward. Taking advantage of the Beast Pirates members' pondering, Charlotte Snag hurried towards the direction of the Thunder God Hammer, preparing to take this artifact away. At the same time, Charlotte Snag was extremely excited inside. Ha ha ha! At this moment, this thing belongs to our Charlotte family. If Mom is happy, she might just directly give this mysterious hammer to me. By then, with my Aunt Big Mom Pirates 4 Emperor's strength, I could at least take on a Vice Admiral. At that point, I would become a godlike existence in the Big Mom Pirates, just like my brother Karakuri. And I would definitely have a lot of younger brothers and sisters becoming my fans. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became, and Charlotte Snag reached out his hands towards the Thunder God Hammer with a strong pull. However, the Thunder God Hammer showed no sign of moving at all. At this moment, Charlotte Snag was completely bewildered. She clearly exerted a lot of strength, but why couldn't she lift it? That's right. Compared to other objects, this divine weapon must be made from special materials, so its weight is naturally very heavy. Therefore, this time, Charlotte Snag directly reached for Thor's hammer with both hands, using all her might just to pull it out. As a result, her face turned beet red, and there were still no signs of being able to lift Thor's hammer even a little. Instead, her hands began to tremble uncontrollably. This completely left his siblings dumbfounded one by one. What is Brother Snag doing? Is he performing acrobatics? Shouldn't he hurry up and give the God Hammer to Black Oil before the 100 Beast Pirates take action? So, Baron Egg approached. What's wrong with you? Quickly put that hammer away. Yes, hurry up and put it away so we can take it back and let Germa study it properly. Charlotte Mondor also hurriedly reminded him. But Charlotte Snag was sweating profusely and still couldn't move the Thor's hammer an inch. In the end, Charlotte Snag wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking unwilling, and cursed at the Thor's hammer in front of him. Damn it, I don't know what's going on. I just can't lift this Thor's hammer. Charlotte Snag said reluctantly. The members of the Charlotte family around him looked completely confused. Is this ridiculous? What can a hammer lift? Let me try again, Charlotte Snag said. Then, Charlotte Snag walked directly in front of Thor's hammer, activating his armament hockey. The people around him looked confused again. No way, no way. Is he really using armament hockey just to lift the hammer? Are we being pranked? But Charlotte Snag doesn't usually seem like someone who jokes around. And seeing his face turn red doesn't look like he's lying, so one by one, they look curiously back at Thor's hammer. Then Charlotte Snag, as if fighting someone, gathered all his strength, using everything he had, gritting his teeth, and even the veins on his forehead popped out. Still, he couldn't lift Thor's hammer. At this moment, not only were the members of the Charlotte family stunned, but even the elite members of the Beast Pirates were left speechless, each one gaping in disbelief. Could a hammer really be that heavy? Get up, let me try. Charlotte Armand couldn't stand it any longer. He never expected that his brother, as one of the 4 sweet commanders, would be so weak. unable to even lift a hammer. Thus, Charlotte Armand walked directly in front of the Thunder God hammer, activated his armament hockey, and with a serious expression, he exerted all his strength. However, the Thunder God hammer remained completely unmoved. This was strange, too strange. Why was this small hammer so heavy? It felt as if it weighed tens of thousands of tons. Charlotte Armand furrowed his brows tightly and spoke incredulously. Now, the members of the Charlotte family are all anxious. A hammer weighing 10,000 tons. Is it really that magical? I don't believe it. Brothers and sisters, let's work together. I don't believe that such a broken hammer can't be lifted by so many of us. Charlotte Snag said resentfully. Following that, Charlotte Mondor, Baronegg, and others also joined in, and the group lined up in a row, adopting a posture as if they were pulling up carrots. This scene was directly witnessed by the elite pirates of the Beast Pirates, and Sasaki, Fuzz, and others exclaimed that it was too painful to watch. Are you serious? It's just a hammer, and a pull-out. You even used the pose of teaming up to pull up a carrot? Brothers, on the count of 3, let's all use our strength together. Charlotte Snag, one of the 4 emperors, was the first to speak. 2, 3. Under Charlotte Snag's call, the members of the Charlotte family all activated their hockey in an instant, maximizing their strength and pushing in one direction. Then, with a loud bang, a large cloud of dust was kicked up at that moment. Chapter 180. The book world summons the Thor's hammer. The members of the Charlotte family all fell to the ground with a thud. When they stood up, everyone was dumbfounded. It turns out that so many of them couldn't pull it up. What on earth is this thing? The Charlotte family members who had exerted their strength all collapsed to the ground, each one of them swaying and cursing. Oh no, they got knocked out. What the hell is this heavy thing? Charlotte Snag said in confusion upon hearing this. This is too unscientific. Could there be some special ability in it? Otherwise, how could we not lift it? Charlotte Mondor said gloomily. Yeah, this hammer can't be a devil fruit ability, right? Charlotte Ammond also chimed in. The other members of the Beast Pirates were also stunned by this scene. What kind of hammer is this? So impressive. However, Fuzz couldn't help but smile at this situation. Since the Big Mom Pirates couldn't take the hammer, if he could take it, wouldn't he become a contributor to the Beast Pirates? Moreover, with the enhancement of this hammer, he could definitely become a major player, second only to Kaido. So, Fuzz smiled and stepped forward. Since you guys from the Big Mom Pirates can't take this hammer, I'll take it for you. Don't worry, after all, we are in an alliance, and when the Beast Pirates develop new results, I will share the secrets of this technological power with you first. After Fuzz finished speaking, he also walked towards the hammer. The members of the Big Mom Pirates felt a wave of disdain in their hearts upon hearing this. The Big Mom Pirates and the Beast Pirates are essentially in a competitive relationship. If the pirates of the 100 Beast Pirates could share the power of technology with them, that would be something. However, they can't lift this huge hammer right now, so there's no good solution. Perhaps we should wait a bit longer. Our Big Mom Pirates Germa technology will be even stronger. I think this thing should belong to our Big Mom Pirates. Charlotte Snack continues to argue. This sentence made Fuzufu chuckle inwardly. Wait a minute. Am I supposed to just wait for your Big Mom Pirates to come and take the Thor's hammer? Am I out of my mind? So, Fuzufu directly signaled to the people beside him. Black Maria and Sasaki immediately blocked the way in front of the Charlotte family members. Fuzufu bent down while continuing to speak to the Big Mom Pirates, trying to soothe them. It's not that I don't want to give it to you. The situation is just special right now. Are we really going to wait for others to arrive around this hammer? If we wait for our people from the Emperor's crew and end up attracting the Whitebeard pirates who are hunting us, what will we do? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? So, we must take it away quickly while we have the chance. Fuzufu said with delight. This is a hammer that can unleash the power of thunder and also fly in the sky. Now, finally, it can be returned to me. How can one not be excited? Watching Fosver's hand slowly reaching for the hammer, the members of the Ant Pirate crew were all in a panic. How could their luck be so bad? This hammerhead that can release lightning was originally forged by a member of their family using their abilities, and now they actually intend to hand it over to the Beast Pirates? This made members of the Charlotte family, such as Snag and Mondor, feel their hearts bleeding, especially Charlotte Mondor, as this was something he had fought for himself. Normally, his mother should have given him the credit, but instead, it was snatched away by those guys from the Beast Pirates. Charlotte Snag was equally restless. He could have explained himself well in front of his mother to showcase his leadership skills and earn the reward of that divine hammerhead. At that time, he would be able to become a beloved figure like his brother Katakuri. But he never expected that even picking up a hammerhead would be so difficult. Should he fight with the members of the Charlotte family? This idea was directly pondering in Charlotte Snag's mind. A fight would likely result in both sides being hurt, but if there was no fight, this enormous hammer will fall into the hands of the Charlotte family members, leaving Charlotte Snag feeling deeply troubled. As he pondered, Fuzzfur's large hand had already reached for the giant hammer. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Fuzzfur's mouth as he felt the hard texture of the hammer in his hand. Ha ha ha, it really is a great treasure. Fuzzfur's mind even began to fantasize about the glorious life he would have after becoming the big signboard. Then Fuzzfur started to exert force. But the feeling of the Thunder God Hammer was like a massive mountain, utterly immovable. Even with the use of armament hockey, he still couldn't budge the Thunder God Hammer even half a millimeter. This completely stunned Fuzzfur. This thing is too heavy to lift by itself. Fuzz's face turned red, and he awkwardly cleared his throat twice. Beside him, Black Maria and Sasaki immediately understood and came over to help lift the enormous hammer. The members of the Big Mom Pirates nearby saw that even Fuzz couldn't lift the Thunder God Hammer, and they couldn't help but smirk. Charlotte Snakeman also temporarily canceled his intention to fight the Beast Pirates. As a result, all the pirates of the Beast Pirates also took on a posture as if they were pulling up carrots, but in the end, they still couldn't budge the Thunder God Hammer. The Big Mom Pirates watched as the Beast Pirates members broke into a sweat, their faces turning red, and they all couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, you guys should stop trying. If we the Big Mom Pirates can't lift it, don't think you can take it away. Charlotte Amand said happily. Ha ha ha. Yes, just now I don't know who was so excited, thinking they could take this Thunder God Hammer away. In the end, just like us. So many people still couldn't lift it. Charlotte Mondor mocked. This thing, clearly brought down by ourselves, yet this group still thinks they can take advantage of it. Now, it's good. They're thoroughly slapped in the face. Ha ha. You members of the Beast Pirates, don't even think about privately keeping this hammer anymore. Charlotte Snack said without any mercy. Originally, they were just a temporary alliance. The pirates from the two major pirate crews didn't really have much of a relationship. Sorrowfully, he no longer hid it and directly mocked the members of the Beast Pirates. Hearing the mockery from the Big Mom Pirates, the faces of the Beast Pirates members turned dark. They wanted to refute, but they had no reason to do so. In the end, Fuzzfur couldn't help but speak up. This deadlock is meaningless. How about we reconcile? I think we should try to work together. The 7 of us can pull this hammer out together. After all, leaving this hammer to the Whitebeard Pirates wouldn't be good news for either of us. Fuzzfur furrowed his brows tightly and spoke. The surrounding pirates began to contemplate. Fuzzfur's words were indeed reasonable. If this strange hammer was left to the Whitebeard Pirates, they would definitely use it to attack both of their crews. Compared to giving this huge hammer to the Whitebeard Pirates, they would much prefer it to belong to their side. After all, that way their losses would be minimized. It was definitely better than leaving this hammer to the Whitebeard Pirates. In just a few seconds, all the elite pirates present understood this matter. Thus, the 4 commanders, led by Charlotte Snack, spoke first. What you said is not bad. In that case, how about we join forces? Charlotte Snack looked at his siblings and asked. The other members of the Charlotte family nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Now, there was only this method left. Regardless of the outcome, they absolutely could not leave this mysterious hammer that could unleash lightning power to the Whitebeard Pirates. Good. I must tell you, once we take this hammer, no one should harbor any ill intentions. We will first safeguard it together. The members of the Charlotte family nodded in agreement. Thus, a group of persistent individuals continued to work together, preparing to pull out the Thunder God Hammer. At this moment, in the illusory world, Blamank was unable to break free from the comfort of the book world no matter how hard he tried. Just as he was about to give up, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. Wait, since my main combat power is currently on that Thunder God Hammer, why not try to see if I can use the Thunder God Hammer to rescue myself? Blamank's eyes suddenly lit up, and he began to close his eyes in the book world, trying to calm his heart as much as possible. Then, after calming down, he really saw the outside world, and surprisingly, it was from the perspective of the Thunder God Hammer. From the perspective of the Thunder God Hammer, He could clearly see the members of the Big Mom Pirates and the Beast Pirates actually pulling on the Thunder God hammer. Moreover, their postures were quite strange. They lined up in a row, their faces turning red, looking very strained. This completely baffled Brayman K. What the hell is going on? Are these people really unable to move their Thor's hammer at all? And I can actually see from the perspective of the hammer through stillness. In that case, this Thor's hammer might really have some special connection to me, and only I can lift it. In this case, one can completely consider using this connection to summon the Thor's hammer back. Thinking of this, Blamank suddenly slapped his forehead. Then, Blamank directly imitated his previous actions and extended his palm. However, 2 seconds passed, and the Thor's hammer still did not appear in his hand. This won't do. So, Brayman K tried to calm down again. Then, he silently recited the name of Mjolnir in his heart and shouted into the void. Summon. In the real world, the pirates of the Double Emperor Alliance were sweating profusely and started to complain. What the hell is this thing? Why is it so heavy? The 7 of us can't even lift the hammerhead? Charlotte Snag said, feeling very frustrated. Yeah, if the other brothers and sisters find out about this, won't they laugh at us for a year? Charlotte Ammond also cursed. Together, put in effort, together, put in effort. Sasaki was still not giving up, drenched in sweat, trying his hardest, just as everyone was exerting all their strength. The Mjolnir in front of them suddenly emitted a burst of light. Then it began to loosen. It's moving, it's moving. Noticing the loosening of Mjolnir in front of him, Charlotte Snag's face showed an excited expression. The other pirate members were also very excited, each of them using all their strength at that moment. Then, Mjolnir flew up directly, and the other pirates felt their hands loosen, instantly falling backward. In an instant, the pirates of the Double Emperor Alliance fell down in droves again. However, this time their hearts were filled with joy. They had used all their strength to finally move the mysterious hammerhead in front of them, no matter what. They were all great contributors to various pirate crews. Chapter 181 Mjolnir Thunder Fruit Flash Fruit Supreme Great Knife. Ha ha ha. Great, we finally succeeded. Yes. Now we can grab the hammerhead and hurry to escape. Even if we are discovered as deserters, we can redeem ourselves. Everyone was very happy. Then they started to look for the existence of Mjolnir, but they could never find it, which left this group of pirates once again in confusion. Just when everyone was looking bewildered, Charlotte Mondor suddenly changed his expression dramatically. Wait, something's not right, something's wrong. My book world has been broken free, Charlotte Mondor said in shock. The people of the Big Mom Pirates looked confused, thinking to escape the book world. Isn't it necessary for someone from the real world to rescue them? Now that they were in the rear of the Double Emperor Alliance, how could Brayman K possibly be rescued? In a panic, Charlotte Mondor hurriedly flipped through his book, only to find that his book had been burned to a crisp. This completely stunned the people around them. If Brayman were to come out and regain the Thor's hammer, wouldn't they all be doomed? Forget about the books for now. We need to find that hammerhead quickly. If that hammerhead falls into the hands of that guy Brayman, we're definitely done for. Charlotte Snag reminded everyone. At this moment, the people around gradually realized the seriousness of the situation and began to search for the existence of the hammer. A familiar voice suddenly rang out at this time. I said, "You bunch of fools, there's no need to look for it. The Thor's hammer is in my hands now. A bunch of idiots, still thinking about stealing my Thor's hammer. Are you joking?" In the sky, Brayman had already transformed into a lightning state, facing everyone with a mocking tone. The pirate crew, upon hearing the words from the sky, all lifted their heads. They saw. Above them, Brayman had transformed into the Thunder God state, with space around his body constantly radiating lightning power. Seeing this scene, Charlotte Mondor widened his eyes, his lips trembling uncontrollably. This, how is that possible? How did you escape from my book world? Charlotte Mondor said in disbelief. The people around were also swallowing their saliva one by one, looking at Brayman's new form, filled with terror in their hearts. There is no doubt that anyone with a discerning eye could see that Brayman now was even more terrifying than before. If this catches Brayman's attention, a bolt of lightning will definitely make them unrecognizable. How did this happen? A smirk curved at the corner of Brayman's mouth. Anyway, these people can't escape. So why not just tell them? Fools, do you really think you can pull the Thunder God's hammer? Brayman said with a grin. The elite pirates on the ground were dumbfounded upon hearing this. What did Brahmank mean by that? Didn't they pull the Thunder God's hammer out? Although it was indeed quite difficult to pull out, they had worked together to do so. They just ended up throwing it away due to excessive force. Wasn't it like that? What do you mean by that? The Thunder God's hammer was pulled out by us in the first place. What does it have to do with you? Charlotte Mondor asked, confused. Upon hearing this, Brahmank laughed again. The pirate elites of the Royal Alliance are not only lacking in strength, but their intelligence is also quite frustrating. Well, I might as well tell these fools so they can lose with a clear conscience. You really are stupid. That Thor's hammer just now flew away because I summoned it. This Thor's hammer recognizes its master, and with you bunch of losers. Even if there were 100 of you, don't even think about lifting this hammer, Brahmank said with a grin, his eyes filled with disdain. This group of guys is simply stupid to the extreme. What? After hearing this, Sasaki and the others felt extremely embarrassed, their faces instantly dropping. They had worked so hard just now, only to find out that it was that guy Brahmank who summoned them away. They had been so excited earlier. Looking back now, they were simply too foolish. Brahmank continued, as for how I came out, it's because the Thor's hammer came rushing from the real world to my world and smashed your worthless book to pieces. Brahmank mocked Charlotte Mondor. Just now, this guy's book world had caused him a lot of trouble, so Brahmank decided that he would definitely pay him back double later. What goes around comes around. The mystery was finally solved, and the expressions of the pirates from the Double Emperor Alliance were quite awkward. They couldn't believe that there were weapons in this world that could recognize their masters. Who on earth crafted such a powerful Thor's hammer? Was there an existence even more terrifying than the top blacksmith who forged the supreme great knife? The Thor's hammer was originally something that should not exist in this world, yet someone was able to forge such a divine weapon. Isn't that a god? At the same time, there was a hint of fear in their eyes as they looked at Brahmank. The only ability that could restrain Brahmank's book world was also shattered by the Thor's hammer. The current situation looks quite dire. Run! Black Maria shouted in terror and suddenly began to flee rapidly. After a brief moment of confusion, the other pirate members finally reacted slightly. Indeed, if they didn't run now, when would they? Facing the even more terrifying Brahmank, who was surrounded by lightning, the answer was clear: impossible to win. So, now there was only one path left to choose. The elite members of the Beast Pirates, such as Sasaki and Fusef, also took off running, seeing the Beast Pirates fleeing in advance when disaster struck. Charlotte Snack felt a strong urge to curse. However, there was no time to think about that. He quickly shouted to his brothers and sisters, run fast. Remember, don't run in the same direction. Everyone split up. Charlotte Snack roared. The remaining elites of the Big Mom Pirates finally reacted and began to flee. Thus, a comical scene unfolded on the battlefield. As renowned pirates of this new world, Sasaki, Black Maria, Charlotte Amain, and Baron Egg each ran in different directions, clutching their heads in panic. At the same time, their eyes revealed expressions of terror, muttering to themselves, "Please don't pick me. Please don't pick me. I don't want to be struck by lightning. I don't want to be struck by lightning." They ran while trembling their lips, speaking in fear. Above in the sky, Brahmank, now over 500 pounds, was covered in the power of lightning. Crackle, crackle, under the powerful lightning force. Even the air around him was affected, making sounds intermittently. Crackle, crackle. Oomph. In my Thunder God form, my speed rivals that of lightning. You don't really think you can outrun lightning, do you? Brahmank said calmly, a slight smirk on his lips. Then, with just a glance, he focused on the fleeing Sasaki. Since you all are splitting up, fine, I'll take you down one by one. It saves me the trouble of worrying about accidentally zapping Black Maria if I unleash too much power. I wouldn't want to explain that to Vice-Captain Yuyu. Here I come, Sasaki. I am lightning. As soon as Brahmank finished speaking, he transformed into a bolt of lightning weighing over 500 pounds and shot towards Sasaki at high speed. The massive lightning flashed across the sky and in an instant appeared right in front of Sasaki. Just moments ago, while running, Sasaki suddenly felt a figure rush past him at high speed. He hurriedly turned his head to look. As a result, he suddenly discovered a giant, over 500 pounds, covered in lightning, charging straight at him. Sasaki's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape, trembling as he exclaimed, "No! Don't come near me!" Sasaki shouted, But how could Bramink possibly heed Sasaki's words? He showed no sign of stopping, instead accelerating his charge. In an instant, boom, Bramink crashed into him. Sasaki had no time to react. He was sent flying. Boom! After crashing through several mountain peaks, Sasaki finally fell unconscious amidst the ruins. His entire body was pitch black, surrounded by a thick cloud of smoke. With a tremendous amount of electricity crackling around him, crackle, crackle. Yet, no matter how much electricity surged, Sasaki remained completely unresponsive. Looking at what he had done, Bramink still wore a calm expression. He didn't even glance at Sasaki before rushing towards the next target, almost identical to Sasaki's fate. Those who spotted Bramink were knocked out cold after being completely rammed by him. After knocking out several people, Bramink smiled again and slowly spoke. Next, there are only Black Maria and that damn Charlotte Mondor left. Haha, the time for revenge has finally come, Bramink said with a grin. Then, his body transformed into a bolt of lightning again. A gust of wind blew by, leaving a trail of electricity, and he vanished from the spot. At this moment, Charlotte Mondor activated his ability using the power of the book's staircase and was sprinting through the air. After running several kilometers, Charlotte Mondor finally breathed a slight sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead on the sky staircase, gasping for breath. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Luckily, Bramink didn't chase me in this direction. I finally managed to shake off that guy. Otherwise, that fat bastard would have electrocuted me without hesitation. Charlotte Mondor said with a sense of relief. This sentence just happened to reach Bramink's ears, and he immediately turned dark-faced. What did you say? Bramink said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Charlotte Mondor had just lifted her head and was greeted by such a scene. The hairs on her body stood on end from the fright, knowing that this dead fat guy wouldn't let her off so easily. But how did this guy catch up to her after she had run so far? You bastard, I ran so far, and you still managed to catch up. What kind of power is this? Charlotte Mondor said unwillingly. What power? Ha ha. This is my new form, the Thunder God form. Vice-Captain Nightwing once described this form to me, saying it can reach the speed of light. At first, I didn't believe it, but now I do. Bramink said proudly. Reaching the speed of light? After hearing Bramink's explanation, Charlotte Mondor finally understood. No wonder she had run so far and still couldn't shake off this bastard Bramink. Being able to reach the speed of light, no matter how fast her group ran, they couldn't escape. At the same time, Charlotte Mondor was completely in awe of the Thunder God's hammer ability, having the speed of lightning and being able to summon thunder from the sky to attack. This is just too overpowered, right? This means whoever possesses Thor's hammer essentially has an unparalleled greatsword, along with a thunder fruit and a flash fruit. Thinking of this, Charlotte Mondor's mouth twitched. With such a powerful weapon, I could do it too. Chapter 182. Whitebeard, don't take my greatsword. I'm starving, unwilling to be defeated so easily. Charlotte Mondor used his ability again. In the sky, paper airplanes suddenly appeared and bombarded Bramink. Damn bastard, I'll fight you. Charlotte Mondor shouted angrily. Fate is just too unfair. Why can't I have such a good captain to guide me and forge powerful weapons for me? Unfortunately, I was born into the Big Mom Pirates. Even though I'm Mama's son, with Mama's personality, if I disrupt her eating, I could have my lifespan extracted or even face the death penalty. Filled with jealousy and unwillingness, Charlotte Mondor used all his power to attack Bramink. Facing the dense swarm of paper airplanes in the sky, Bramink smirked. Then, with the powerful Thor's hammer, electricity spread all over him, entering a godly state, and he charged directly at the paper airplanes. Boom, boom. In an instant, the paper airplanes exploded in black smoke under Bramink's charge. Watching this, Charlotte Mondor widened his eyes in disbelief. These were his devil fruits paper airplanes, which would automatically explode on enemies. But the explosions didn't pose any threat to Bramink. No, the explosive power must have damage. The only possibility is that Bramink's speed is just too fast. He dodged before the explosion could reach him. Damn it, Charlotte Mondor thought bitterly. In the next moment, Bramink appeared directly behind Charlotte Mondor, and a bolt of lightning struck his shoulder. The intense pain made Charlotte Mondor scream in agony. After the lightning, Charlotte Mondor clutched his shoulder, his face contorted in pain. It wasn't over yet. Bramink raised the Thor's hammer again and aimed another bolt of lightning at Charlotte Mondor's leg. ZZZZ. Under the fierce current, Charlotte Mondor's leg was charred to a crisp. Following that, bolt after bolt of electricity continuously struck Charlotte Mondor's body. And finally, the terrifying current targeted Charlotte Mondor's third leg. Watching the terrifying current crackling in front of him, Charlotte Mondor felt his scalp go numb. His heart completely collapsed. You bastard. Can you give me a quick end? I only locked you in the book world before. Do you really have to treat me like this? Charlotte Mondor said. His voice choked with tears. Upon hearing Charlotte Mondor's words, Bramink laughed. All right, I'll give you a quick end. After saying that, a massive bolt of lightning shot directly at Charlotte Mondor's third leg. ZZZZ. Under the powerful current, Charlotte Mondor's eyes widened. His expression exaggerated to the extreme. His hand instinctively wanted to point at Bramink, but his body wouldn't cooperate, starting to shake uncontrollably. You bastard, Bramink. I meant for you to just finish me off, not to zap my third leg. Do you understand that zapping my third leg could kill me? Bramink, you hold a grudge too much. Finally, Charlotte Mondor spat foam from his mouth and fainted completely. After doing all this, Bramink smiled and clapped his hands. Didn't you want a quick end? This time, I'll make sure you get enough of it. Then, Bramink took out the Thor's hammer again. Thor's hammer. Let's go chase the next target, Black Maria, Bramink said with a smile. The massive Thor's hammer, seemingly possessing a spirit, transformed into lightning and charged forward with Bramink again. At this moment, the towering Black Maria, in order to escape Bramink's pursuit, ran directly into a huge forest area. The exertion from running made Black Maria pant heavily. Bramink, that bastard, even escaped from a seal. There's no hope for the Thor's hammer now. I need to find a way to get out of here. Too exhausted, Black Maria lay in the forest, gasping for breath, her large chest rising and falling continuously. At that moment, a chilling voice suddenly emerged. You can't leave. Black Maria. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Black Maria swallowed hard. This familiar voice, isn't it Bramink, that devil-like guy? But this is unscientific, too unscientific. I have clearly run so far. Yet he can still catch up? Moreover, what does that bastard Bramink know my location? You bastard, how do you know I'm here? Black Maria, with her chest praying for blessings, asked in shock. Even if I die, I want to die understanding. Well, to be honest, I'm not really sure either. After all, I just wasted a lot of time dealing with Charlotte Mondor, and even when I was in the sky, I couldn't find your presence. With your massive figure, I know you must be hiding. The reason I was able to come here is simply because I told the Thor's hammer to search for Black Maria, and it automatically brought me here, Bramink said with a grin. To be honest, this Thor's hammer forged by the first mate YuShows is really useful. Now it even has a search function. After hearing Bramink's words, the corners of Black Maria's mouth twitched. Damn it, their pirate crew's vice-captain, YuShows. Is he even human? The weapons he creates don't seem like anything from this world. They even have an automatic tracking feature. Coupled with the powerful speed of the Thor's hammer, anyone targeted by Blamink would find it impossible to escape, even if they had wings. I was initially thinking about resisting, but when I recalled the terror of that massive hammer in Blamink's hands, Black Maria ultimately gave up on such foolish thoughts. So Black Maria chose to lie flat instead. With her graceful and enormous figure, she simply lay on the ground. Go ahead, I'm not going to resist. I just hope you can give me a quick end, Black Maria said, breathing heavily. This is directly overwhelming for Bramink. Aren't you going to resist? If you don't resist, I won't even know how to play. But then again, thinking about Black Maria's personality is also good. Otherwise, it would be just like that hot-tempered little sister, Runny, from the Beast Pirates. Doesn't this trouble Vice-Captain YuShows? A troublesome maid. Vice-Captain YuShows can still handle, but a good dragon can't withstand a flock of phoenixes. Black Maria is just a maid dedicated to Vice-Captain YuShows, but who knows if anyone else has provided maids for Vice-Captain YuShows? At first, Vice-Captain YuShows had no maids, and sending a maid like Runty would be acceptable. But now it's different. Vice-Captain YuShows has quite a few maids on hand. What if in this war, others also send maids to Vice-Captain YuShows, all of whom are obedient and sensible? While I send a hot-tempered woman, she would definitely be disliked. It's just right to send someone sensible to Vice-Captain YuShows. Although they may not be stunning, they would definitely be obedient. Especially someone of Black Maria's large size. I can totally suggest letting Black Maria be a bed maid for Vice-Captain Yu, or even a chair maid. Just by using her large body as a bed, letting Vice-Captain Yu lie on, it would definitely be more comfortable than a wooden bed. Then wouldn't Vice-Captain Yu be able to gift me something? The more Brahmank thought about it, the happier he became, even laughing out loud on the spot. Black Maria, lying on the ground, looked confused. She had already given up resisting. Why hasn't this Brahmank made a move? So Black Maria fearfully opened her eyes, confirming she was fine before asking Brahmank in confusion. What do you mean by not letting me go, but not making a move against me? Just be straightforward. Don't torture me. Black Maria pouted. Make a move? I need to take you to be our Vice-Captain Yu's maid. So naturally, I won't make a move against you as for. Leaving, you definitely can't leave, Brahmank said with a smile. Hearing Brahmank say he wanted to take her away to be their Vice-Captain's maid, Black Maria's face instantly turned red. She had previously been serving drinks for Lord Kaido, which she could barely accept, but now, to become a maid. Even a woman like Black Maria felt a bit embarrassed. No, don't come over. Why don't you find someone else for this? It's too humiliating. Black Maria glared with her beautiful eyes. If I have to serve drinks to Nightfeather myself, I can accept that. But if it's as a maid, then I would have no rights at all. Who knows if Nightfeather is some kind of pervert? How could Brahmank possibly listen to the words of a defeated general? He came over with a grin, then directly took out a huge, thick rope that had long been prepared from his body. Be smart and don't resist. I'll tie you up and hand you over to Vice-Captain Nightfeather. And you're still unwilling? Let me tell you, there are plenty of women who won't be Vice-Captain Nightfeather's maid. You're just lucky that I thought of offering you to Vice-Captain Nightfeather, which will at least serve to humiliate Kaido. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have the chance to be a maid. Do you know why all the captains of our Whitebeard pirates are so strong? It's all because of Vice-Captain Nightfeather. We have all become strong under Vice-Captain Nightfeather's guidance. Brahmank said, this Black Maria is just being pretentious. To be honest, if Vice-Captain Yu doesn't mind, I would even want to replace Black Maria and be Yu's maid. This way, I can get closer to Vice-Captain Yu, staying every day in Vice-Captain Yu's forbidden zone. How can I worry that Vice-Captain Yu won't teach me? Even if it's just one sentence a day, I would consider it a great gain. Black Maria instinctively wanted to resist. After all, the status of a maid is too low, completely incomparable to her previous position in the Beast Pirates. But as she heard the sound of Brahmank's thick Thunder God hammer shaking in her hand, Black Maria immediately became obedient. Being a maid is still better than being electrocuted. Now the only hope is that Brahmank is telling the truth. I hope this Vice-Captain you can really teach me. If I could elevate my strength by a level, being a maid wouldn't be a loss. So, Black Maria finally stopped resisting, picked up the huge rope that Brahmank handed her, and directly bound herself. On the other side of the battlefield, Whitebeard, relying on his bloody slaughter, became more ferocious as the battle progressed. The supreme great blade in his hand, infused with the power of the tremor fruit, slammed towards Kaido and Big Mom. My big knife is already itching for action. Whitebeard roared towards the sky. Strange. Why am I saying such words? Whitebeard felt a bit confused. The sentence almost slipped out. However, it doesn't matter. This sentence sounds quite bold, fitting the demeanor of the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. Chapter 183. The collapse of the Emperor Alliance. The two who had already been battered and bruised by Whitebeard's great blade looked at the old man Whitebeard, who was becoming more and more fierce in battle, and each one of them was crying out for their parents in their hearts. This old man is already so old, yet his physical abilities are getting stronger and stronger. Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates have now mastered the technology to restore youth? This looks too terrifying. Boom! Before they could continue to think, Whitebeard's supreme great knife struck towards Kaido and Big Mom. The two hurriedly defended. At the same time, Sanji, who was behind Whitebeard, took the opportunity while Whitebeard was fighting Kaido and Big Mom to rush up suddenly, preparing to launch a sneak attack on Whitebeard from behind. Filled with rage, Whitebeard directly used his supreme great knife, exerting his strength horizontally. The immense power directly suppressed Kaido and Big Mom, causing them to feel a violent tremor in their palms. And in their numb state, they dropped their Kanabo and Napoleon onto the ground. Whitebeard, holding his supreme great knife and using the power of the tremor fruit, struck down on Sanji's body. Boom! A powerful shockwave instantly appeared at the tip of Whitebeard's knife, causing Sanji to convulse on the spot. After being hit by Whitebeard, Sanji kept screaming in agony. The strong aftershock surged wildly around. The earth shook, and the surrounding seas of the small island boiled completely under this terrifying aftershock. The small fry from the 3 major Yonko crews, who were originally in battle, saw this scene, and some were happy while others were worried. The pirates of the Double Emperor Alliance showed expressions of fear. Why? Why is this happening? Lord Jin, Lord Jack, and even the 6 Flying Brothers have been taken down, and now even Lord Kaido is struggling? It's hard to believe that Big Mom and Kaido, facing just one Whitebeard, would actually be unable to win. Moreover, it seems that members of the Charlotte family, including Katakuri, have also been defeated. What should we do? This war is likely to fail. Our Double Emperor Alliance against a Whitebeard pirates crew actually has not achieved victory. This is too humiliating. What kind of technological power has the Whitebeard pirates obtained? It's too terrifying. Too terrifying? The pirates of the Double Emperor Alliance said in fear, one after another. The members of the Double Emperor Alliance previously felt somewhat calm with Big Mom and Kaido present. Now, seeing that even Kaido and Big Mom have shown signs of decline, their hearts were completely in chaos. Various deserters began to flee in panic. On the Whitebeard pirates' side, although they were outnumbered, their captain and the old man were too strong. They completely pressed the elites of the Double Emperor Alliance down to the ground and rubbed them in. This undoubtedly boosted the confidence of the Whitebeard pirates. Ha, brothers, charge! Dad and the others are showing signs of victory in their battles, so we can't fall behind. Dad is so strong, truly the strongest man in the world, single-handedly taking on 2 emperors. Even if the Pirate King Roger were still alive, he would probably be at this level too. Charge, charge! The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates shouted joyfully. Many of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates have already taken care of most of the officers from the alliance of the 2 emperors. One by one, they began to turn around and help the little guys of the Whitebeard pirates. Let's minimize casualties as much as possible. This gave Marco, Harda, and Izong their own opportunities to shine, especially Izong, whose cannon barrage could support globally, with various shells loaded. Izong aimed at the rear of the Double Emperor Alliance and unleashed a cannon barrage. Boom! Boom! The entire sky lit up like fireworks, instantly illuminated by the flames. At this moment, at the rear of the Double Emperor Alliance, nearly 1,000 pirates from the Beast Pirates were gathered. Among them were various types of enhancers. As they looked at the battlefield, fear was evident on their faces. If this continued, even Lord Kaido might be taken down by the Whitebeard pirates. Should we run away? A ram enhancer gazed at the battlefield in front of him and spoke in terror. After the camel gave the signal, more and more pirates realized that something was wrong on the battlefield. Run, run, if we don't run now, we might be too late. With a pirate's roar, 1,000 pirates instantly began to flee in panic. However, just as they had only taken a few steps away, they suddenly saw a fiery red in the sky. What is that? Is someone setting off fireworks? A turtle-like pirate said, looking up at the sky with a puzzled expression. The other pirates, while running, heard the warning and looked up as well. It did look a lot like fireworks. But who would be so bored as to set off fireworks in the middle of a great war? Look, could it be a cannonball? A young pirate suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation, swallowing hard as he spoke. Cannonball? The pirates looked up at the sky again, and then their eyes widened in shock. It was a cannonball, not fireworks. Run, run. After realizing it was a cannonball, this group of pirates, at this moment, the group of pirates finally reacted, and one by one, they displayed expressions of terror, desperately starting to run wildly in all directions. However, how could their speed possibly be faster than the cannon fire? The cannonballs of the cannon barrage had already heavily bombarded them all in an instant. In the pirates' line of sight, the bombs gradually filled the air. Some pirates saw the cannonballs in the sky and realized that it was already too late to run. They were directly scared to the ground, their faces showing panic and terror. Their bodies were unresponsive, and their lips trembled uncontrollably. It's over, it's over. Why? Why does the Whitebeard pirates have such advanced technology? How do they possess such terrifying firepower? A pirate's lips quivered as he spoke in fear. Boom! Boom! One by one, the cannonballs fell from the sky, creating a tremendous noise on the ground. Explosions everywhere. Each cannonball that exploded on the ground could create a massive crater. In an instant, dozens of pirates could be killed on the spot. Those pirates who had previously prepared to escape under this terrifying shower of fireworks wailed one after another. Damn it! They didn't even see where the cannons were positioned, and these damn cannonballs, so many of them, such terrifying firepower. Where on earth are they coming from? It's too terrifying, too terrifying. I want to escape from here. I want to get out of here. One pirate after another wailed, and eventually, as the cannon fires ceased, they fell completely silent. Along with them, their lives were taken away. After finishing everything, Izumi casually took out a telescope from his sleeve. Watching the explosive feast he had created, a slight smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha! Vice-Captain Yu's cannonballs are indeed impressive. They can hit from such a distance, perfect for harvesting the battlefield. Izumi excitedly said while holding his telescope. This skill has a cooldown time. If it didn't, with his infinite cannonballs, even a Yonko-level expert wouldn't be able to withstand his relentless bombardment. Harda was also quickly maneuvering on the battlefield. At first, with the battle unclear, Harda quietly set mushroom traps. Now, with the Whitebeard pirates on the verge of victory, it was only a matter of time, and Harda no longer hid. He directly moved to the center of the battlefield, drew his dagger, and instantly killed two unsuspecting small pirates, then right in front of the Yonko alliance. He began to plant mushrooms. One after another, mushrooms were thrown into the chaos, right under the feet of the Yonko alliance pirates. Boom! Boom! The mushrooms were thrown down, instantly exploding. The surrounding pirates were also affected by the mushroom bombs, collapsing in all directions with cries of agony. They frowned in unison. Damn it, which blind fool. Doesn't know to watch their step? How could they step on a mushroom if they saw it? Harda, that bastard, directly threw mushroom traps at our feet. I couldn't avoid it. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. Kill him. The pirates, bruised and staggering from the explosions, were filled with rage at that moment. Seeing them angrily approaching, Harda revealed a sly smile. Then he threw two more big mushrooms at the feet of the rushing pirates. Boom! Boom! The two mushrooms exploded on the spot, causing the pirates chasing Harda to roll their eyes and faint in an instant. Hey, with you guys, you think you can catch me? Dream on. Harda chuckled. The mushrooms in his hand didn't stop. With each one thrown, dozens of pirates met their doom. The guidance from Vice-Captain Yu was really satisfying. The feeling of these poisonous mushrooms exploding is so exhilarating, especially seeing them want to take me down yet being helpless. Just thinking about it makes me a bit excited. Harda said with an excited, mischievous smile. Marco, high in the sky, was watching the entire battlefield with great interest. Then he noticed a few thousand pirates from the Big Mom pirates preparing to sneak away while others weren't paying attention. Marco smiled in the sky. The pirates of the Big Mom pirates really seem cowardly. So many deserters. I absolutely hate deserters the most. It's perfect for me to teach these guys a lesson. Speaking of which, the Charlotte family should really thank me because I directly dealt with the deserters from their pirate crew, Marco said with a grin in the sky. Then, suddenly, a huge glacier mountain appeared in the sky, crashing down toward the escape route of these deserters. Boom! Accompanied by the massive glacier crashing to the ground. Some pirates from the Big Mom pirates were instantly crushed into the mountain, fainting on the spot. The remaining pirates looked at the towering mountain before them, revealing expressions of terror. During the previous battle, they had already witnessed Marco unleash the glacier mountains and understood his abilities. They were all in utter despair. This attack coming from the sky couldn't be wrong. It was Marco. Marco had arrived. This time we're doomed. We're done for. Who would have thought that, as deserters, they wouldn't be dealt with by Big Mom, but would end up dying at Marco's hands? One by one, the pirates slumped to the ground, fully aware of their fate. Chapter 184. Kaido and Big Mom's embarrassing escape. Sure enough, shortly after, hail began to pour down from the sky. Each drop of hail hitting the ground froze everything around it into popsicles. These pirates haven't reacted yet. One by one, they were directly turned into ice sculptures. From their expressions, it can be seen what kind of pain they have endured. The tormenting effect of Landry's enhancement means that even though these pirates have been turned into ice sculptures, they're still being tortured by pain. Their maximum health is constantly decreasing, and their fate is sealed. Within a minute, everyone will be tortured to death by Landry's torment. Marco has no intention of holding back against these pirates from the Yonko Alliance. These pirates, on ordinary days, would either beat or scold common people, and they wouldn't even regard the lives of ordinary folks at all. Now they're experiencing the same flavor. Marco is flying in the sky, like a bird of death, and everywhere he flies, there are frozen corpses of the Double Emperor Alliance. The captains on the periphery are also beginning to exert their strength. Among these subordinates, the massive little oars is the most ferocious. Seeing the pirates of the Yonko Alliance trying to escape, he immediately drew his great sword, with one slash after another aimed at the fleeing enemies. He slammed down from the sky. That's right, he slammed down. Little Oar's sword is exceptionally large, with a blade width of several meters. Facing these tiny pirates, it's more accurate to say he is smashing down rather than cutting. Boom! Boom! Each strike creates a massive pit in the ground. With every smash, countless pirates are sent flying, then crashing back down to the ground completely knocked out. The appearance of Little Oar sent the Yonko Alliance pirates into a panic, each one covering their heads and fleeing in terror. What on earth is this giant? It feels like a barbarian from our crew. However, his power is far more terrifying than that of a barbarian. Run, run. If he catches us, just stepping on us would be enough to kill us. Run. One pirate after another screamed as they quickly escaped, fearing that if they ran too slowly, they would end up dead at the hands of Little Oars. On the battlefield, under the powerful tremor ability of Whitebeard, the 1,000 Miles was roaring, its form completely shattered. The 1,000 Miles belonged to Big Mom's trump card, and most of its soul power was housed within it. Now, with the 1,000 Miles shattered, Big Mom's original soul was also severely damaged. She felt a sweetness at the corner of her mouth. A mouthful of fresh blood was instantly spat out by Big Mom. Seeing Big Mom's condition, Kaido hurriedly inquired about her injuries. "Linlin, what happened to you?" Kaido asked with concern. "That bastard Whitebeard, I didn't expect. He actually killed my 1,000 Miles with a single blow. My soul power has been severely damaged," Big Mom said seriously, spitting blood. Kaido himself was also battered and looked around at the scene. Corpses of the Yonko Alliance were everywhere. Even Jinbe and Jack were completely unaccounted for, their fates unknown. Kaido spat out a mouthful of his saliva and spoke to Charlotte Linlin beside him. "Linlin, how about we retreat?" Kaido said reluctantly. "Retreat?" Big Mom couldn't believe it. Someone with Kaido's personality would actually say the word retreat. This left Big Mom quite astonished. Even her reliable Katakuri from her pirate crew is nowhere to be found, let alone the sweet commanders who are even harder to locate. In her heart, Big Mom somewhat understands Kaido's intentions. The alliance of the two emperors came in full force. Yet the two pirate crews ended up being defeated by the Whitebeard pirates to the point of being unable to take care of themselves. Is this the rhythm of turning an invasion war into a defensive battle? Although I'm also very unwilling, but now I'm severely injured. With that Kaido guy, I can't rely on him at all. What else can I do? There's only one way left: to escape. While pondering, Whitebeard's supreme great blade, the cutting cloud, came slashing at the two again. "Kuha-ha, Kaido, Big Mom, I didn't expect you to have today. How refreshing." "How refreshing." That guy Nightwing was right. My physical strength is indeed more terrifying, getting stronger as I fight. Back to the peak. Whitebeard laughed boldly. Under the terrifying vibration power, critical damage was triggered. A massive sense of oppression suddenly appeared in the sky, and the space around Whitebeard was directly suppressed, resulting in one crack after another. Even in the air, faint small lightning appeared continuously. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin felt the terrifying battle intent brought by Whitebeard, and both frowned tightly. "Whitebeard, you bastard! Bastard!" The two hurriedly took out their weapons, executing a combination technique against Whitebeard's slash. "Over! See!" Kaido and Linlin roared simultaneously. Boom! Two terrifying forces collided right at the center of the three, and under the terrifying power, a strong shockwave instantly swept in all directions. The island where the two were battling had its surface shattered by this terrifying power, and the ground was cracked with one fissure after another. Even the sea began to surge violently under this terrifying collision. The powerful clash formed a terrifying shockwave circle at the center of the three, blasting out in all directions. The pirates within the shockwave circle were directly shaken to death. The clouds in the sky also created a huge crack due to this terrifying collision, looking as if the sky was being sliced apart. The powerful aftershock of this clash attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Marco and the others looked over, and the captain swallowed hard one by one. Although some of them had already stepped into the threshold of the Emperor level, there was still a gap between Emperors. All the captains, including Marco, Vista, and Jozu, displayed expressions of shock and admiration. Indeed, the Elder is still the spiciest. If we're talking about the strongest, it still pops. This terrifying collision, even the aftershock, is so horrifying. The sky has been severed. The captains swallowed their saliva, speaking in shock. The pirates of the Double Emperor Alliance, upon seeing Whitebeard take on two opponents and still possess such terrifying combat power, revealed expressions of fear. Run, run. This war can't be fought anymore. This war can't be fought anymore, the pirates said in panic. Previously, only a small portion of the people in the Double Emperor Alliance were preparing to flee. Now, when these small fry pirates saw Whitebeard's enormous slash, they instantly lost control. The portion of pirates who had been stubbornly resisting also no longer dared to fight. One by one, they dropped their belongings and began to flee in a panic. Instantly, the entire Double Emperor Alliance lost its morale. Night Feather, aboard the Moby Dick, looked at the situation on the battlefield and revealed a smile. Old man, you truly live up to your name. Just by learning a skill from the Berserker class, you became so formidable. With one person's strength, you suppressed two emperors. If you learned all the skills, wouldn't you just rub Pirate King Roger into the ground? Night Feather's lips curled up slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. From start to finish, he hadn't made a move. That's because Night Feather didn't take the mere Double Emperor Alliance seriously at all. It was better to let his subordinates take action and earn rewards for himself. Wasn't it? Since the war began, the reward notifications in his system had not stopped, accumulating various rewards. Once the war is over, he must take a good look with these rewards. Night Feather had already planned for a major distribution after the victory, to further enhance the combat power of the Whitebeard pirates. On the battlefield, Whitebeard's earth-shattering strike directly shattered the weapons of Kaido and Big Mom, and a powerful energy wave rushed towards the two. Under Whitebeard's terrifying power, Kaido and Big Mom trembled continuously under the shockwave, as if they were electrocuted. The powerful slash instantly left numerous blood marks on their bodies. After the aftershock, Kaido and Big Mom's clothes were already tattered. Gurgle, gurgle. They both spat out a large amount of blood. Kaido and Big Mom were both heavy-armored warriors. Kaido prided himself on his life force, while Big Mom took pride in her high resistance. Normally, they were like cockroaches that couldn't be killed. But this time, under Whitebeard's critical hit combined with the shock fruit ability, they were completely dumbfounded. Their own defense, all that health, all that high resistance, was useless against absolute brute force. Their bodies were already covered in injuries. Now, after suffering this powerful critical hit from Whitebeard, combined with the strongest paramecia attack from the shock fruit, it could be said that the wounds had spread to their internal organs. If they stayed here any longer, they might really get crushed to death by Whitebeard. Even if they weren't crushed to death by Whitebeard, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, each with their own extraordinary abilities, would definitely be able to finish them off. The expressions on their faces turned extremely dark as they looked around, seeing their own pirates from the crew retreating without waiting for their orders. Kaido and Big Mom's faces instantly turned red with anger. Their subordinates were running away. What were they supposed to fight for now? So after exchanging a glance, they both decided to retreat. After Whitebeard swung his sword, although they were heavily injured, they still exerted all their strength and used their combined skill again. Sea dominance. Whitebeard had just made this strike and was unaware that the two would react so quickly, hurriedly defending. Boom! The combined slash, sea dominance, collided with Whitebeard's supreme great blade, and under the powerful force. Whitebeard was forced back several steps. Go! Kaido and Big Mom's eyes widened, and they roared. Then, Kaido transformed into a blue dragon, stepping on flame clouds, while the other jumped on a Zeus, and the two quickly fled. Whitebeard, taking advantage of the moment, swung his sword at them again, a powerful slash cutting through the heavens and the earth, but Kaido and Big Mom, with their flying abilities, dodged in the sky. Chapter 185. A great harvest of victory. The powerful slash, passing over Kaido and Big Mom, directly struck an island nearby. Boom! A small island, after being struck by Whitebeard, crumbled like a block of tofu. Kaido and Big Mom looked at the island that was hit by Whitebeard, their brows tightly furrowed. If that strike hit them, they were already injured, and another blow would definitely be fatal. The two didn't even dare to look back and quickened their flying speed, fleeing rapidly in the sky. The pirates of the Double Emperor Alliance saw that Kaido and Big Mom had already escaped. One by one, they lost their fighting spirit. Their armor and weapons were instantly thrown to the ground, and they no longer had any intention of fighting. Watching the Whitebeard pirates achieve a great victory, Whitebeard laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! Linlin and Kaido, you two guys have today. How refreshing! How refreshing! Ha ha ha! Whitebeard held his supreme blade across his chest, laughing out loud. Kaido and Big Mom in the sky heard Whitebeard's mockery, their faces turning ashen. But there was nothing they could do, they were like. At the same time, Whitebeard also looked over the entire battlefield. Now, the pirate elites of the Double Emperor Alliance, including the Vice-Emperors, were all lying on the ground. The Whitebeard pirates could be said to have achieved a complete victory. Continuing to chase the Double Emperor Alliance didn't make much sense. Instead, the Double Emperor Alliance might set up an ambush, leading to the unnecessary sacrifice of his sons and disciples. Therefore, Whitebeard waved his hand decisively. My sons, don't chase the desperate enemy. Whitebeard spoke boldly. Upon hearing Whitebeard's voice, the members of the Whitebeard pirates also stopped their pursuit, each displaying excited expressions on their faces. Ha ha! We won this war. We won! The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates shouted excitedly. Kuahaha, boys, clean up the battlefield. Confiscate all the treasures from these bastards, burn the dead on the spot, and take the survivors as prisoners. Whitebeard said with an excited smile. Then he waved his hand again. Tonight, we will hold a victory banquet, Whitebeard said with a grin. Upon hearing that a banquet was to be held, the entire Whitebeard pirates erupted in excitement. Due to Ace's reasons, the Whitebeard pirates hadn't held a large banquet in a long time. Now, it was just the right time to celebrate and set a good tone for the upcoming Great War. As the pirate subordinates cleaned up the battlefield, Whitebeard took big strides towards the Moby Dick. Because of this war, Whitebeard hadn't met many people, and now he could have a good chat. The entire battlefield was being quickly tidied up, and the elites of the Double Emperor Alliance, such as Drought Jack, Flame Calamity Jin, Smoothie, and Katakuri, were all directly arrested and imprisoned in the Whitebeard pirates' prison. On the battlefield, the treasures these pirates carried were almost completely looted. Various treasures from the enemy ships were also being transported to the warehouse of the Whitebeard pirates. This included all sorts of gold, silver, jewelry, artificial devil fruits, and even Drought Jack's ivory. After the cleanup, Whitebeard and the others gathered on the Moby Dick. Kuahaha, it still sounds a bit unbelievable, Nightwing. These captains just needed your guidance, and they became this strong? Whitebeard still found it hard to believe. Hearing this, the other captains showed excited smiles. Yes, Dad. We really just became stronger after being guided by Vice-Captain Nightwing, Jozu said excitedly. Others echoed in agreement. However, Whitebeard still didn't believe it. He knew better than anyone how his foolish son's talents were. If Marco could comprehend a powerful ability, he could somewhat believe it. But to say that Jozu, Blenheim, Kyle, and others could gain new abilities just by hearing Nightwing's teachings, he wouldn't believe it even if he died. Especially Blenheim. When he fought against Kaido and Big Mom earlier, he personally experienced Blenheim's terrifying ability, long-range defense. He could actually withstand attacks from the four Emperors Kaido and Big Mom. This is definitely a very terrifying ability. One could even say it rivals the powers of devil fruits. How could this devil fruit ability be acquired just by being guided by one person? That's a bit too far-fetched. It's impossible. If you said that your strength was improved through guidance, I would believe it. But various abilities, just like eating a devil fruit, if you say I gained them under your guidance, that's just too easy. And, with that said, Whitebeard suddenly turned his gaze towards YuShows. Other captains can be excused. After all, I don't have a say. But, what is this sudden feeling of my physical condition returning to a barely manageable state? And what about that critical hit you mentioned? I didn't even practice, and I just knew it on the battlefield. That doesn't seem like something you taught me. It feels more like you bestowed a special ability upon me. Whitebeard showed a cunning look, sizing up YuShows as he spoke. This Night Feather, from the first day I saw him, I already felt that this little guy was extraordinary, definitely possessing special abilities. Now, after just a short period of time, the entire Whitebeard pirate strength with Night Feather's help has surprisingly received such a terrifying boost. It's hard not to doubt myself. After hearing Whitebeard's words, the other captains were also smacking their heads. Indeed, at that time, we were all focused on verifying whether Vice-Captain YuShows' guidance skills could succeed, and we never thought about why it succeeded so quickly. We thought it was because of our own strong talents. Looking at it now, what Old Man said does make some sense. What is going on with Vice-Captain YuShows? The ability I have to heal others, the more I think about it, the more it feels off. I haven't eaten a devil fruit, so why am I so strong? Brenheim suddenly remembered the scenes when YuShows guided him, and he spoke with a puzzled expression. Yes, and what about me? With the same cannonball, why does it have such great power when it comes out of my sleeve? Moreover, it's just firing cannonballs. Why is there a cooldown time? It just doesn't work. Izan also had a face full of suspicion. Previously, he only had a slight doubt. But now, after hearing the old man analyze it, he felt more and more that something was off. The other captains also reacted one by one, voicing their own doubts. Seeing Whitebeard's cunning eyes, YuShows couldn't help but smile bitterly. I didn't expect. The old man is actually the smartest one. Even Marco, it seems age does bring wisdom. Now I can't deny it anymore. However, I won't talk about the system. It's better to say less about such things, and even if I did say it, I doubt anyone would believe it. Ahem, old man, you rascal. All right, I admit, actually, this is my devil fruit ability, a paramecia-type enhancement fruit. As long as someone eats the fruit from the tree I planted and uses the weapons I crafted, you can become stronger. YuShows nodded and said, it sounds much more reasonable than just saying that guidance makes you stronger. The other captains were all shocked, their mouths agape. So it's your fruit ability. No wonder you suddenly asked me to eat the fruit in your restricted area. This was the reason, Marco realized and spoke up. And me, Vice-Captain YuShows. What you said about physical training was all a lie, wasn't it? Jozu murmured. So even the Gale swordsmanship was a deception. This is actually your fruit ability. Vista looked incredulous. Vice-Captain YuShows, with this ability, I can't believe I was deceived by you. Facing the captain's confusion, you could only smile bitterly and nod. I had no choice. After all, there were too few fruits before, and there were too many of you, so it was completely insufficient to share. I could only ease your fruit-eating progress under the pretense of guidance. YuShows casually fabricated an excuse. That's true. These captains believe that if they eat a fruit, they can become stronger, and for that fruit, they would definitely fight. However, Whitebeard still has some doubts. He had never heard of a paramecia-type auxiliary enhancement fruit before. Whitebeard tapped his head and pondered aloud. Never heard of it? That's quite normal, old man. You haven't looked at the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, so not knowing is completely understandable. This sea is so mysterious, it's impossible for humans to understand everything. Nightwing said, it's true that without seeing the complete Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, no one can claim to know all the devil fruits. Naturally, this includes the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. That's right. Whitebeard nodded. If that's true, then your devil fruit is really terrifying. Goodness, with this support fruit, every one of my Whitebeard pirates has been turned into emperors. Such a terrifying fruit is truly a blessing for our Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard said excitedly. YuShows suddenly curved his lips into a smile. Speaking of which, I have good news to share with everyone today. After hearing YuShows' words, the surrounding captains all had gleaming eyes. They all focused their attention on YuShows, full of anticipation. The Night Vice-Captain, YuShows, is probably going to select a few people to distribute the fruits. I remember that before the war, there were still several fruits on that tree. As they expected, it is indeed a fiefdom, but The rewards for the fiefdom have completely excited these captains. Yu continued, to celebrate the victory of this great war, I have decided to hold a grand fiefdom before tonight's banquet. Everyone present will get a share. Yu said with a smile. Buzz. The previously lively Moby Dick fell silent immediately after Yu's words. The entire scene plunged into a very quiet atmosphere. Fiefdom means to enhance the strength of the captains and distribute the fruits, right? Everyone gets a share? Did I hear that wrong? Previously, Vice-Captain Yu would guide them one by one, but now Vice-Captain Yu is going to guide them all at once. At this moment, everyone didn't take off directly, especially those captains who had always wanted Yu to provide guidance but ultimately didn't get the chance. Now they could actually obtain fruit, and their hearts were absolutely overjoyed. Even Whitebeard became interested. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Just right. Let me see your fruit ability, kid. Whitebeard said excitedly. Thus, this group of people went straight to the Forbidden Zone. In fact, the reason Yu dared to say this was completely because the rewards from this great battle were too generous. With many people working together, these captains managed to help Yu earn quite a few rewards. Chapter 186. 3-Color Hockey Breaks 2000. Comprehension of Time-Space Prediction Super Flowing Cherry. It turned out that even the legendary 10 consecutive draws from the Kings were revealed. The 3-Color Hockey and Swordsmanship, under the enormous rewards, directly reached over 20,000. There were also as many as 1.5 million gold coins. Previously, the advanced forging furnace that Yu had been thinking about could finally be unlocked. After unlocking the advanced forging furnace, Yu could forge all weapons, even including mythological weapons. Moreover, the advanced forging furnace greatly shortened Yu's forging time. Currently, it was still affordable for Yu to forge a mythological weapon for everyone. These equipment will undoubtedly enhance the captain's strength significantly, allowing the Whitebeard pirates to reach new heights based on their current foundation. Host, Nightwing Hockey. Conqueror's Hockey, 21. 871 points Armament Hockey. 21. 129 points Observation Hockey. 24. 197 points Awaken Hockey. Observation Kill, Super Flowing Sakura, Time-Space Prediction, 1,000 kilometers, 1 hour. Swordsmanship, 23. 987 items. Diamond 10 pull, once. King S 10 pull, once. Skills, Spike Defense, level 3. Ice Radiance, level 3. Ice Barrier, level 2. Stalwart Courage Tune, level 3. Frenzied Taunt, level 2. Glacial Storm, level 2. Star Piercing Spear, level 3. Wave Slash, level 5. Wind Barrier, level 3. Gunfire Negotiation, level 2. Scurvy Treatment, level 2. Gunpowder Barrel, level 2. Cannon Barrage, level 2. Blinding Blow Dart, level 2. Shield Jump Strike, level 2. Frostbite, level 2. Swift Sonata, level 2. Bloodthirsty Slaughter, level 2. Mushroom Planting, level 2. Thor's Hammer, Time-Space Summon, Skills, Special Slash of Steel, Using Air, Wireless Shuttling, Coins. 1. 500, 527 Devil Fruits. Tremor Fruit, Ignore Sea Drawbacks. Flash Fruit, Ignore Sea Drawbacks. Magma Fruit, Ignore Sea Drawbacks. Weapons, Blade of No Sheath, Thor's Hammer Equipment. Lost Chapter, Landry's Torment, Reflective Armor, 14 Healing Orbs, 10 Small Knives. Purification, Opening his own panel. Nightwing's 3-Color Hockey has received a qualitative enhancement and has directly awakened unique skills. Observation Kill, can influence the enemy's mindset with his super strong Conqueror's Hockey, making it impossible for them to use Observation Hockey correctly. Super Flowing Sakura, Armament Hockey attack that can penetrate the enemy's surface, directly causing 80% penetrating damage inside the enemy. This means that his attack has 80% of its power, directly hitting the enemy's undefended vital organs. Time-Space Prediction, can lift certain time-space restrictions and view the time-space scenes he wishes to see. This skill can continue to upgrade in the future. Currently, it can foresee anything that will happen within 1,000 kilometers in an hour. Since the gold coins have exceeded 1.5 million, the first thing Nightfeather does is to use the coins to directly upgrade the forge. System, 1 million gold coins. Upgrade the forge for me. Nightfeather said excitedly. With Nightfeather's command, the forge suddenly emitted a golden light, dazzling the surrounding captains, who widened their eyes in shock. After the golden light faded, The entire forge was completely renewed, and the materials inside had all turned to gold. Just looking at the massive forge, its weight must be several tons. Marco swallowed his saliva, approached the forge, carefully stroked it with his hand, and then spoke to Night Feather with an incredulous expression. Vice-Captain Night Feather. I remember this forge was made of fine steel before, but now, this color, it can't be gold, can it? Marco said in shock. Baby 5, Runny, Speed, Myhawk, Doflamingo, and others also rushed over to see the dazzling sight. Doflamingo, being an expert on gold, gently touched it with his hand, and after using a special device to test gold, he immediately knew the material of the forge. Even someone like Doflamingo was astonished and clicked his tongue in amazement. This is gold, and it's pure gold. 100% purity. This is simply a miracle. You have to know that the gold on the market has a higher concentration, and the corresponding price is also higher, which is why merchants want to create the highest purity gold. However, due to various factors, the maximum purity that can be produced is 9,999, and it's impossible to create 100% pure gold. Doflamingo said in shock. Doflamingo's words immediately unsettled the surrounding captains. Wow, a forge made of pure gold. Is it really that extravagant? So I want to ask, how much would such a forge sell for if sold as pure gold? Bista curiously asked, voicing a question that everyone around wanted to know. The other captains looked at Doflamingo with curious eyes after hearing this. Doflamingo swallowed hard. This kind of thing doesn't exist in the market, so I'm not quite sure about the exact price. However, one thing I can be sure of is that conservatively estimated, it would be worth at least 100 billion berries. Doflamingo said seriously. Gulp, gulp. The people on site were completely dumbfounded. They felt it was too exaggerated. Just the raw materials of a forge were worth 100 billion berries. So, Vice-Captain Night Feather is definitely a wealthy man. Hey kid, you've been eating and drinking for free in our Whitebeard pirates for so many years, and it turns out you're the real wealthy one. Whitebeard waved his hand, feeling deceived. It was hard to believe that a kid who only knew how to plant trees could actually be a billionaire. No, old man. Vice-Captain Night Feather's forge just turned into gold today. Marco expressed his confusion. Vice-Captain Night Feather, what exactly is going on? Why did your forge suddenly become a golden forge? Night Feather chuckled. Well, it's actually because my own devil fruit ability has been further developed, so this forge has also been enhanced. Night Feather murmured. Upon hearing that Night Feather's forge had been enhanced, others also became interested. This forge can create terrifying equipment, especially Marco's Landry Torment and Jaws anti-armor. Once equipped, their combat power received a qualitative boost. Other captains also at least obtained the Night Feather healing gem, so they understand the importance of equipment. And the equipment is forged from this furnace. Deputy Captain Night Feather, after upgrading this forge, besides being able to use gold as raw material, what other effects does it have? Diamond Jaws said excitedly. The upgrade of this forge means that if it can create more pieces of equipment, it will undoubtedly have a significant impact on the combat power of the Whitebeard pirates. So Jaws is quite looking forward to it. The others also seemed excited. Generally, just obtaining a healing gem greatly enhances one's recovery ability. And if they could also get equipment comparable to Marco's, wouldn't Jaws be able to soar in place? Yu cleared his throat and coughed a couple of times. After the upgrade of the forge, it would take less than a minute to create a piece of equipment. Moreover, the more critical point is that it can forge mythic equipment. Yu's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a smile as he spoke. Nowadays, he could be considered a newly rich person, and providing each of these captains with a piece of mythic equipment is not a problem. Although, these captains may not know what mythic equipment is. Just from the way Yu speaks, they can tell. This mythical equipment is definitely more impressive than the gear they obtained before. Everyone couldn't help but smile in excitement. Vice-Captain Yu, hurry up and craft it for us. Let us see this mythical equipment. Yes, Vice-Captain Yu, the ordinary equipment you crafted before has already shocked us enough. If you craft mythical equipment in the future, we will definitely soar to the skies. Vice-Captain Yu, your superhuman support enhancement fruit is simply too outrageous. With you, our Whitebeard pirates can definitely walk sideways on this sea in the future. Hurry and let us see what mythical equipment is like. One captain spoke up, his eyes filled with anticipation. Who knew? Yu chuckled and waved his hand to everyone. Don't worry. I said everyone will get one piece. It definitely won't be less. But before that, I need to guide you on your skills. Once your skills are determined, I can prescribe the right equipment for you, Yu said with a smile. Then, everyone went directly to the skill fruit. Upon arriving in front of the skill fruit, they realized that there simply weren't enough fruits to go around. So, one by one, they expressed their doubts again. Vice-Captain Yu, there aren't enough fruits. Yu waved his hand and then opened his system panel. He discovered he still had a diamond 10 draw and a king 10 draw, so he prepared to draw the diamond 10 draw first. System, diamond 10 draw activated. Yu excitedly said to the system. Ding. Detecting host will, now activating diamond 10 draw. Ding. Detecting host will, now activating diamond 10 draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 20,000 mall coins. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2,000 points of Conqueror's Hockey. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1,000 points of Observation Hockey. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1,000 points of Armament Hockey. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1,000 points of Swordsmanship. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Berserker type skill fruit. Contempt. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Berserker type skill fruit. Whirlwind Slash. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Berserker type skill fruit. Endless Fury. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Thunder fruit. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the equipment. Endless Blade. After hearing the system's pleasant notification sounds, Yu's mouth curled up high. Wow. Just the diamond 10 draw is already so impressive. If the King's 10 consecutive draws are opened soon, wouldn't it be explosive? Contempt. Facing fleeing enemies, a roar directly slows down their speed. Against enemies who confront you head-on, a roar reduces their attack power. Whirlwind Slash. Spin with your weapon to move to the next position, dealing damage to enemies you pass by. Endless Fury. Immunity to death for 5 seconds. Gaining a large amount of rage points. These skills are perfect for that old man Whitebeard. And this Infinity Blade, from the previous version, 80 attack power, 25 critical hit chance, and 50 increased critical damage. This is the perfect equipment for Whitebeard, who can naturally build up critical hits through skills and rage. Originally, Whitebeard's critical damage was double, but with the passive effect, it will increase to triple damage. I ask you, Kaido, are you afraid of Whitebeard when you meet him next time? With critical hits and the explosion of the Tremor Fruit, won't he directly beat the other Yonko to a pulp? Indeed, 3 brand new fruits have matured on the skill fruit tree. Excited? Yu picked these 3 fruits and handed them directly to Whitebeard. Old man, you're our captain, so let us start with you, Yu said with a slight smile. Whitebeard didn't hold back, took the fruit from Yu and laughed heartily. Then I won't be polite. Yu, I'm curious how much stronger I can get after eating the fruit that you, this little brat, helped to hatch. After saying that, Whitebeard directly swallowed the fruit whole. He didn't even chew. Gulp, gulp, gulp. All 3 fruits went down. Ding. Detected that Whitebeard swallowed the skill fruit. The host synchronously gains the higher level skill of that skill. Chapter 187 Whitebeard joyfully acquires the Endless Blade indeed. Yu's system has already displayed. Host, Yu Conqueror's Hockey, 23,871 points Armament Hockey, 22,129 points Observation Hockey, 25,197 points Awaken Hockey, Observation Kill, Super Flowing Cherry Blossom. Time and Space Prediction, 1,000 kilometers, 1 hour, Swordsmanship, 24987 items. King's 10 consecutive draws. 1 skills, Spike Defense, level 3, Ice Flash, level 3. Ice Barrier, level 2, Steadfast Courage, level 3, Frenzied Taunt, level 2, Glacier Storm, level 2, Piercing Star Spear, level 3, Wave Slash, level 5, Wind Barrier, level 3, Gunfire Negotiation, level 2, Hemophilia Therapy, level 2, Gunpowder Barrel, level 2, Cannon Barrage, level 2, Blinding Blow Dart, level 2, Shield Leap Strike, level 2, Frostbite, level 2, Swift Sonata, level 2, Bloodthirsty Slaughter, level 2, Mushroom Planting, level 2, Thunder God Hammer, Temporal Summon. Contempt level 2. Whirlwind / level 2. Endless Fury, level 2. Catalytic Skill, special level / flash. Utilizing air, wireless shuttle. Coins, 500,527 Devil Fruits. Tremor Fruit, ignores ocean side effects. Flash Fruit, ignores ocean side effects. Magma Fruit, ignores ocean side effects. Thunder Fruit, ignores ocean side effects. Weapons, Sheathless Blade, Thunder God Hammer Equipment. Endless Blade, Lost Chapter, Landry's Torment, Reflective Armor, 14 Healing Pearls. 10 Small Knives, Purifying Erosion. Afterwards, Yi began introducing these skills to Whitebeard. Although the other captains hadn't eaten, they listened like elementary school students listening to a teacher, focused and attentive. Old man, the 3 fruits you just ate are called Contempt, Whirlwind / and Endless Fury. In future battles, relying on your talent, it will be easy for you to comprehend them. I'll give you a brief introduction now. Yi began. First, Contempt can slow down the movement speed of fleeing enemies, and Whirlwind / allows you to reposition and deal damage to enemies in your path. As for, this Endless Fury is something else. With this skill, you could truly master the essence of the Berserker type. Yi suddenly paused, saying excitedly. Whitebeard's eyes lit up with excitement. Quick, tell me more. Whitebeard urged eagerly. The other captains leaned in, listening intently. Endless Fury. This skill allows you to gain a large amount of rage points, and you will be immune to death for 5 seconds. Yi said with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, the previously lively crowd instantly fell silent. Everyone present was stunned. Immune to death for 5 seconds? What concept is this? It means that if the old man learns this skill, he won't die from any kind of injury within 5 seconds, even if he has to withstand the combined attack of 3 admirals alone. Or even the joint attack of Carp and Sengoku, he won't die. This is so terrifying. Make good use of this skill, ignore the enemy's attacks, and fight for your life. Even if the enemy is a level higher than us, we shouldn't be afraid, right? Gulp, gulp. Marco heavily swallowed twice, then looked at Nightfeather. Vice-Captain Nightfeather, is this ability you mentioned real? If it is, that's terrifying. Marco said. The other captains also spoke up. Yeah, Vice-Captain Nightfeather, is it true? If it is, our abilities seem a bit lacking. It's frustrating. I thought I would learn some amazing skills from you, Vice-Captain Nightfeather, but compared to what Dad and the others can do, we really don't measure up, the captain said enviously. Even Whitebeard showed an expression of disbelief. If this is true, wouldn't it make oneself invincible if used well? In the upcoming Great War, I must advance to the execution platform and give the warring states a good beating. It is indeed true, Yi said in an undeniable tone. If it were in the past, the members of the Whitebeard pirates would definitely not have believed it. But now, they have witnessed Yi's abilities and firmly believe in his words. The other peripheral organizations like Hawkeye Mihawk, Don Quixote Doflamingo, and the Maid Corps were left speechless in shock. Doflamingo felt a surge of excitement inside. You see, what I call the New World has arrived. The entire world will undergo earth-shattering changes, and as the leader of this new era, it is naturally Yu. Doflamingo was very glad that he chose to stand in the right position, selecting such a massive backing as Yu before the New World arrived. Yu, who possesses the abilities of a Paramecia-type Devil Fruit user with enhancement powers, undoubtedly has the ability to create emperors. For decades, there have only been 4 emperors on the seas, yet Yu just picks a few fruits and becomes one of the 4 emperors. This ability is simply too abnormal. At the same time, Doflamingo nearly drooled, thinking how nice it would be if he could get a taste of Yu's Vice-Captain's fruit. Unfortunately, he regretted not recognizing Whitebeard as his father earlier. Hawkeye Mihawk, although he considered himself to have traveled far and wide and seen the world, still found it hard to believe that eating a fruit could grant one invincible abilities, something he had never heard of before. Sigh, I have offered everything from the entire Kuraikana Island. When will Vice-Captain Yu grant me a fruit so I can return to being the world's greatest swordsman? Mihawk thought with emotion. As for those maids who had never seen the world, they were even more shocked. Good heavens! The skills Yu grants are becoming increasingly abnormal. At the same time, Runti was also very grateful that the Whitebeard pirates had brought his brother over. Otherwise, the Brook pirates and the Whitebeard pirates have always been deadly rivals. With his brother's temper, he would definitely follow Kaido to his doom. All right, old man, just remember what I said. There are so many people here, I need to speed up. This is for you, old man. It's called the Endless Blade. Yu said. Then, Yu directly took out a super large sword, looking at the giant sword in front of him. Whitebeard scratched his head with his big hand and then asked Yu with confusion. I say, Yu, you don't mean for me to use a sword from now on, do you? My supreme greatsword, the Cloud Cutter, is very comfortable to use, and I've developed feelings for it, so I can't possibly change weapons. Whitebeard said. Yu rolled his eyes inwardly. Good heavens, you're still picky. Don't worry, old man. It's not about changing your weapon. This thing is called equipment, and it will automatically integrate into your body. It enhances your normal attack power. Yu explained to Whitebeard. The people around seemed to have understood that sentence. All the internal captains present had once used Night Feather's equipment, such as healing gems and knives. Most of them had also seen Jaws wearing a vest and Marco wearing a mask, so they were no longer surprised by equipment that could disappear. Instead, they looked at Whitebeard with envy and jealousy. Old man, you just arrived, and you already obtained a reward from Vice-Captain Night Feather. Your luck is simply unbelievable. We have been looking forward to Vice-Captain Night Feather's equipment for a long time. Old man, you just got here and received such an impressive piece of equipment. It's so damn enviable. The captains around said one after another. Whitebeard had a question mark on his head as he looked at the surrounding captains. Just now, Night Feather said that this equipment can automatically merge with the body. Do you believe it? Whitebeard asked in confusion. The other captains smiled wryly. The old man was completely unaware of his good fortune. They were giving him equipment, and he was still in doubt? Only you, old man. If it were any other captain with this kind of performance, we would have snatched it for ourselves. Of course we believe it. We have all received rewards from Vice-Captain Night Feather. The younger captains excitedly chimed in. Old man, if you don't want it, you can give it to me. Marco looked at the weapon in Night Feather's hand with shining eyes. Get lost, Marco. Do you have no shame? You want to lay your hands on the old man's equipment? This equipment is a sword. It will be most suitable for a swordsman like me. Vista said, unashamed. Even Jaws was thinking of how to trick the equipment from Whitebeard's hands. Seeing this, Whitebeard exclaimed, goodness. He had indeed been a bit doubtful earlier. But after seeing the greedy eyes of his sons around him, all like wolves and tigers, Whitebeard suddenly had no doubt in his heart. He hurriedly took large strides to Night Feather's side and reached out toward the Endless Blade. When the other captains saw this, they also exclaimed, goodness. Just a moment ago, he looked disdainful, but now that he sees the performance of all the captains, he no longer finds it disdainful. And then, just as Night Feather had said, when Whitebeard's palm touched the Endless Blade, it actually disappeared into thin air. Immediately, a powerful force surged through Whitebeard's entire body. After that, Whitebeard felt as if he had become even younger. Regarding the equipment that Night Feather had given him, Whitebeard couldn't help but marvel. No wonder. All my sons wanted to claim this Endless Blade for themselves. Whitebeard could feel. Indeed, it was a good thing. Night Feather, I never expected you. Kid would have such powerful auxiliary enhancement abilities. Although I haven't made a move yet, the feeling in my body can't be wrong. The muscle strength of my peak period has returned, Whitebeard said excitedly. At the same time, the bold and grand Whitebeard decided to demonstrate his strength on the spot. So, he directly picked up his supreme knife, Song Yun Chia, aimed at a mountain peak on the other side of the Forbidden Zone, and directly chopped down. Being from the Barbarian King lineage, he already had a critical hit bonus. And with the Endless Blade, gifted to Whitebeard by Night Feather, it raised his critical hit rate to a new height. The first slash triggered a critical hit. Buzz! The powerful slash directly roared toward the mountain peak opposite, although it didn't carry the power of the Tremor fruit. The Endless Blade allowed Whitebeard's slash to increase critical damage by half, while the attack power bonus from the Endless Blade itself also gave Whitebeard's ordinary slash a tremendous boost. Boom! Accompanied by a loud, muffled sound, the powerful slash instantly exploded on the opposite mountain peak. The overwhelming explosive force turned the mountain peak on the opposite side into dust under Song Yun Chia's slash. This effect reminded Whitebeard of his Gura no Mi, but he knew very well that he hadn't used any devil fruit abilities just now. Whitebeard couldn't help but feel emotional. Wow, this is really something. a normal attack comparable to the power of the Gura no Mi. Is this the essence of the strongest support enhancement fruit? Indeed, terrifying. The other captains are all dumbfounded. Goodness, this is just an ordinary strike, directly reducing the entire mountain to powder. If this is combined with the power of the Tremor fruit, then what will happen? Kuhaha. Not bad, not bad. Endless Blade. Indeed, it's not just ordinary strength. Chapter 188. Activate the King's 10 consecutive draws. If I had obtained such powerful equipment earlier, I fear that in the recent battle, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin would have long been defeated under my cloud-cutting blade. Haha. Whitebeard laughed heartily while holding the cloud-cutting blade. After sending gifts to Whitebeard, Yu once again turned his gaze to the captains. The rest is up to you. Don't worry, no need to fight. Everyone get to share, Yu said with a smile. At this moment, the captains also had thoughts in their hearts. Although this time the rewards are shared by everyone. But who can guarantee that the gifts given to each person will be absolutely fair? Thus, Yu had not yet distributed the rewards. Some captains had already spoken. Wait, Bramek was the first to speak. Vice-Captain Yu, this is the gift I brought for you. I hope you will like it. Bramek hurriedly said. A gift? Yu also looked puzzled. Then, in front of everyone, Bramek directly took out a huge burlap sack. Then Bramek had his men bring up a bound Black Maria. At this moment, Black Maria was tied up, with her mouth sealed, mumbling when she spoke. Whitebeard was directly dumbfounded. Why bring a captive from the Beast Pirates as a gift? Whitebeard didn't he understand? The other captains, however, understood one after another. They scolded Bramek in their hearts. Good job, Bramek, not learning anything good. You've learned to send maids to Vice-Captain Yu like Marco and the others. Despicable. So despicable. Why didn't we think of this during the war? It's really too silly, only knowing to show off on the battlefield, but forgetting the most important thing. We should have sent Vice-Captain Yu some maids. The captains showed dejected expressions on their faces. Bramek, you're really too cunning. But Whitebeard still didn't he understand. Bramek, what do you mean by this? What kind of gift is this? Whitebeard asked in confusion. Upon hearing this, Marco immediately explained to Whitebeard. Dad, you don't know this, right? Our vice-captain, Yu has a maid group, all the maids we sent. And you see that Runny, Speed, they're not here. That's because I sent them. This Black Maria is definitely a maid sent to Vice-Captain Yu, Marco said excitedly. He regretted that this time he was too busy showing off on the battlefield, and completely forgot the most important thing, to send some trophies to Vice-Captain Yu. If I had known, I would have caught some beauties as well. Sigh, so frustrating, so frustrating. After hearing Marco's words, Whitebeard's mustache was blown up, exclaiming, good fellow. This kid Yu looks like such an honest person. Has he been so wild during my absence? Moreover, from what I know, this Black Maria is Kaido's lover. Now, Kaido's lover has actually become the maid of my pirate group's vice-captain. This status has definitely dropped several levels. If Kaido finds out about this, wouldn't he be so angry that his face turns green? The more I think about Kaido's reaction to this matter, the more amused I, as his arch-rival Whitebeard, feel about the brilliant expression on Kaido's face. Gua, Nightwing, you little rascal, impressive. Whitebeard directly gave Nightwing a thumbs up, revealing a meaningful look. Nightwing couldn't help but smile wryly in his heart. Although he had the idea of taking a maid, especially Hancock, however, to be fair, he really didn't encourage his subordinates to snatch Kaido's subordinates or his lovers to become maids. This is all, not something I asked them to do. If there's anyone to blame, I can't blame myself. I can only blame my subordinates for being too considerate. In front of so many people, Yu naturally had to act polite, otherwise people would spread rumors that he was a music demon. His reputation would be ruined. This Black Maria, isn't it a bit inappropriate for a maid? Isn't she too big? Yu frowned and spoke. In reality, his inner thoughts were completely different. No matter the size, as long as she's beautiful, it's all good fun. When the other captains heard this, they all showed expressions of glee. Ha ha ha. Bramek, aren't you cunning? The gift you sent, Vice-Captain Yu, is not satisfied. Ha ha ha. When Bramek heard this, he really thought Vice-Captain Yu had a problem with his maid, so he hurriedly ran out to explain to Yu. Vice-Captain Yu, I know you don't lack maids, but didn't you tell me before that your bed was a bit small and uncomfortable? and that you had trouble falling asleep at night. Don't worry, this Black Maria's main task is to help you sleep. With her large body, she would be perfect as your bed. Moreover, when you can't sleep, she can also lull you to sleep with her pleasant voice. Trust me, she is definitely a good maid, Buramank hurriedly said. After hearing Buramank's words, it did seem to make sense. You can even come up with the idea of sleeping in bed with Black Maria. At this moment, Yu just wants to speak to Buramank. You really are talent. Buramank. All right, then accept it. From now on, you'll sleep comfortably, Yu reluctantly said. Upon hearing this, Buramank was excited and hurriedly took out the object from Black Maria's mouth. What are you doing? I don't want it, I don't want it. Black Maria struggled and said, Welcome, Buramank. From now on, you'll join the maid group, and I'll take care of you for now. Baby 5 walked over with a smile and then directly took Black Maria to the maid training base. There's no helping it. Newly arrived maids must first be trained by Baby 5 before they can start working. Otherwise, if the number of maids increases, wouldn't it wear Yu out to train them every day? Whitebeard saw this scene and exclaimed, Impressive. So, during my absence, every member of my pirate crew has turned into a human trafficker. All right, Deputy Captain Yu, please wait a moment. Ja's voice interrupted Yu again. Yu was a bit confused. What is going on today? Wasn't it just to announce a big division? Why are so many people interrupting him? As a result, Jaws directly took out a burlap sack. Then, he gave Yu a silly smile. Yu's mouth twitched. Could it be that this Jaws also... The other captains also secretly felt that something was off, and their regret grew even stronger. Oh no, even Jaws knows to send maids to Deputy Captain Yu. We never thought of that. How foolish, so foolish. Sure enough, in front of everyone's eyes, Jaws opened his burlap sack, and a long-legged beauty dressed in a professional teacher-maid outfit appeared from inside. When Yu saw this, he was stunned. Isn't this Smuggy? Why is she dressed like this? The other captains also widened their eyes. With Whitebeard's age, he nearly fainted. Jozu, what's up with her outfit? Yeah, Jozu, where did you get this outfit? Jozu, you've gone bad. One by one, they spoke to Jozu. Jozu chuckled, revealing his white teeth. Huh, I know Vice-Captain Yu has a taste for this. So, I specifically bought it when I went out on a mission. Now, it's finally come in handy, Jozu said excitedly. Then, rubbing his hands, he looked at Yu. Vice-Captain Yu, this Smuggy still has some strength, so I won't untie her. How about letting Baby 5 teach her a lesson first? Jozu said with a grin. At this moment, although Smuggy's mouth was gagged and her body was tied up, she could still hear, and she fully understood what was happening. She is one of the 4 commanders of the Big Mom Pirates, the daughter of the Yonko Big Mom. As a maid, this shameful thing, how dare they make me do it? How dare you treat me like this? Do you want to die? Oh, wait. Smuggy suddenly realized something was off. The Whitebeard pirates really dared to treat her this way. After all, this Whitebeard pirates had just directly beaten the Yonko alliance into a state of panic. She was right there. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been captured. So this kind of thing, the Whitebeard pirates definitely had the guts to do it. If there's someone to blame, it's only her bad luck for choosing Jozu as her opponent, getting knocked out in no time. Helpless Smuggy looked at the strong figures around her, her face filled with worry. How is she going to live her life from now on? This would definitely be embarrassing for the Big Mom Pirates. Nightfeather looked at Smuggy's outfit, feeling slightly dizzy. Ahem. Don't do this kind of thing again in the future. Let's just take this Smuggy for now. Nightfeather coughed a couple of times. Then, under Nightfeather's signal, Smuggy was bound hand and foot, with her mouth stuffed, and was taken away by Baby 5. All right, don't interrupt me anymore. Nightfeather directly issued the order. Since they were going to distribute, they definitely needed to start the King's 10 consecutive draw. Then he directly opened the King's 10 consecutive draw in his system. Start the King's 10 consecutive draw for me. Nightfeather directly issued the command. Ding. Hosts will detected. Now starting the King's 10 consecutive draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 points of Conqueror's Hockey. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 points of Observation Hockey. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 points of Armament Hockey. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10,000 points of Swordsmanship. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the strongest king fertilizer package. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 prediction skill fruits. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Mundo skill package. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Star Guardian skill package. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Little Fishman and Joker skill package. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Undead Warlord and Brown skill package. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Even someone like Nightfeather, who had seen big scenes, was completely stunned. The King's 10 consecutive draw, truly the top tier 10 consecutive draw in them all. My goodness. How many skills does this require? Chapter 189. Royal Level Grand Distribution, Electric Blade in Hand, Whitebeard's Critical Strike, although no gold coins were dropped this time. Yu knew that it was probably because he was currently a tycoon. He didn't need any gold coins at all. With a high-level forging furnace, he could forge 1 piece of equipment every minute. Moreover, the more terrifying part is, any equipment can be forged. He wasn't short on money, and he could directly purchase materials from the mall to create mythical equipment. Let's set a small goal first. Each team leader will get 1 piece of equipment for everyone. Skills like Heart of Steel and Transformer Jacks can all be forged for them. After that, Yu continued to look down at the system panel. After upgrading the 3 color dominance, Yu's corresponding awakened skills were also enhanced. Various skill packs were perfect for those team leaders who didn't have skills. As for the rewards, it seemed that there was an extra skill pack. Yu thought for a moment, and then immediately found his answer. Little Oz. He could give Little Oz a template of the Undead Warlord. Without mentioning anything else, just the size of Little Oz. Let me ask you, when the war starts, if Little Oz charges in with a big move, would you be scared? Ramming charge. Charge in one direction for 8 seconds. During the charge, he will be immune to all control effects. When colliding with an enemy or wall, he will deal 150,300,450 for additional AD, physical damage, and a knock-up effect to all enemies in a small area near the collision point, as well as a 75-second stun effect. In addition, enemies slightly farther from the collision point will take the same amount of damage and receive a 40-45-50 slow effect, lasting for 3 seconds. As the charge distance increases, the damage will rise to 400, 800, 1200, 8 additional AD, and the stun duration will increase to 75 seconds. With such a large size and such a fast speed, if it wants to crash into someone, it probably wouldn't be able to dodge at all, right? Not only would it cause blood loss upon impact, but it could also stun the enemy. During a great war, wouldn't someone get killed in just a few seconds while under the influence of this stun? If Little Oz uses this reckless charge to kill someone, it wouldn't be just an ordinary car accident scene. With Little Oz's size, it must be a super truck, a large crushing scene. Yi was extremely excited inside. There are 3 prediction skill fruits, which can definitely predict some powerful ultimate skills, and there's also the King's fertilizer pack. Just from a name, one can tell that their skill tree will definitely yield a lot of good things. Opening his interface. Host, Yu King's Hockey, 33, 871 points Armed Hockey, 32, 129 points Observation Hockey, 35, 197 points Awaken Hockey. Observation Kill, Super Flowing Cherry Blossom, Time Space Prediction, 5. 000 kilometers, 5 hours, Swordsmanship, 34, 987 items, 3 prediction skill fruits, 1 King's fertilizer pack skills, Spike Defense, level 3, Ice Flash, level 3, Ice Barrier, level 2, Tenacious Courage, level 3, Frenzied Taunt, level 2, Glacier Storm, level 2, Star Piercing Spear, level 3, Wave Cutting Slash, level 5, Wind Barrier, level 3, Gunfire Negotiation, level 2. Scurvy Treatment, level 2. Gunpowder Barrel, level 2. Cannon Barrage, level 2. Blinding Blow Dart, level 2. Shield Leap, level 2. Frostbite, level 2. Swift Sonata, level 2. Bloodthirsty Slaughter, level 2. Mushroom Planting, level 2. Thor's Hammer, Time Space Summon. Contempt, level 2. Whirlwind Slash, level 2. Endless Rage, level 2. Little Merman, Star Mother, Joker. Undead Ward, God, Mundo Brown, all skills. Catalytic skill, special grade / flash, utilizes air, wireless shuttling, coins, 500, 527 devil fruit, tremor fruit, ignore C effects. Flash fruit, ignore C effects. Magma fruit, ignore C effects. Thunder fruit, ignore C effects. Weapons, sheathless blade, Thor's hammer equipment. Endless blade, lost chapter, Randallie's torment, thorn armor. 14 healing orbs, 10 small knives, purification. Yi revealed a satisfied smile. Since that's the case, let's see the effect of the King S Fertilizer Pack. Shall we? System. Activate the King S Fertilizer Pack. With Yi's command, the entire skill fruit tree suddenly grew dozens of meters tall. This scene startled the people around. Deputy Captain Yi's devil fruit tree suddenly grew. Yes, it's so amazing. It feels like something good is definitely going to happen today. The captains around all showed excited expressions. Yi was even more thrilled. Detection. Power Sprint Skill Fruit. The user curls into a ball and continuously accelerates, gaining up to 150 movement speed bonus for 6 seconds. He will stop upon colliding with an enemy, dealing 100,130,160,190,220 100 AP magic damage and applying a knockback effect to nearby enemies, slowing them by 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 for 1 second. Sky Smash Skill Fruit. The user jumps into the air and violently crashes down at the target location, dealing 100,175,250 6 spell power, magic damage, and applying a 15-17 520 slow effect to nearby enemies for 5 seconds. It causes aftershocks around the target location for 4 seconds, dealing 20, 30, 40 1 spell power, magic damage, and stacking slow effect layers on enemy heroes, with a maximum of 4 stacks. Depending on the distance of a hero's jump, the damage in the center of the aftershock area can increase up to 150. Yi used his detection and immediately detected these 2 fruits. After this, Joz is fully skilled. But thinking about it, it's indeed time for Joz to be fully skilled. If his skills aren't maxed out, it's like I'm losing out on his behalf. After all, Joz was the first to acquire skills. Meanwhile, the main forces of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco and Vista, are already fully skilled. Moreover, today, Joz even gifted himself a professional outfit of a smuggy maid. I should take care of him too, right? Then, you continue to scan. Scanning. The skill result of Heroic Ode deals 40,70,100,130,160 5 AP magic damage to the 2 most recent enemies, heroes prioritized, and changes her passive bonus to Crescendo. The skill result of Rhapsody of Madness, active, forces enemy heroes to be stunned and dance for 5 seconds with irresistible notes, dealing 150,250,350 5 magic damage. This is Blenheim's skills, which means Blenheim is considered fully skilled now. With these 2 skills, one is a heroic hymn that attacks, and the other is an ultimate move that can put enemies in a stunned state. In the future, Blenheim will have self-protection capabilities when enemies try to engage. Otherwise, if things remain the same as before, like in the previous Double Emperor Alliance War, Kaido wanted to kill Blenheim. If Gil didn't protect him, it might be that his own milk dad would just be GG. As a milk dad, he is the source of motivation for the warriors. He was directly killed. This is a major taboo in war. In addition to these skills, all the skills of the Pantheon template are complete. Divine Spear Formation. It blocks all non-tower damage from the front for 5 seconds and deals 64 physical damage to enemies in a cone area. Starfall. His power allows him to leap into the air and then fall like a meteor to the target area after a few seconds. It can deal up to 300,500,700 100 AP magic damage to enemies in a straight line. The skills of the Teemo template, including Move Quick and Toxic Shot, are also all gathered. If that's the case, the core captains of my Whitebeard pirates, along with the peripheral captain Little Oars, have all gained full skills. Since that's the case, there is no need for me to hold back anymore. Soon after, Yu directly opened his pure gold forging furnace and started hammering away. In just a few seconds, the entire forging furnace suddenly radiated a brilliant light. Then, Yu opened the furnace. Zizzazizi. Zizzazizi. The sound of thunder echoed from within the forging furnace. The other captains, one by one, gathered around with curious eyes. Wow, what kind of equipment is this that even contains thunder? Could it be that he forged the thunder fruit? It comes with thunder upon appearance. I have a feeling this equipment is definitely impressive. The people around spoke up out of curiosity. Yi remained calm, a smile appearing on his lips, and then he directly pulled out a thunder sword from within. Zizzizizi, zizzizizi. The sound of thunder occasionally resonated from the weapon. Even after taking this thunder sword out of the pure gold forging furnace, it was still surrounded by various lightning powers. The other captains swallowed hard one by one. This is the weapon forged by Vice-Captain Yu. Just as I guessed. It's impressive. This can't be for me, right? If it were given to me, I would definitely take off right here. Vice-Captain Yu, what is the name of this weapon? Please tell us. The surrounding captains eagerly looked at the weapon in front of them, discussing fervently. Yu smiled slightly. Listen carefully. This weapon is called the Electric Blade. In addition to increasing the user's slashing power and critical hit rate, it has one more important feature. Yu deliberately paused for effect, and the other members focused intently, swallowing hard. What is it? Hurry up and tell us, Vice-Captain Yu. Yu smiled slightly. That is, this weapon will accumulate thunder power when you attack, and when fully charged, it will unleash a bolt of lightning. It can increase attack speed by 40, critical hit rate by 25, and movement speed by 7. This bolt of lightning can hit multiple targets and enjoy critical hit effects. Yu smiled slightly and said, Buzz. The entire scene fell silent in an instant. I knew Vice-Captain Yu's weapon was not simple, a weapon that could carry the characteristics of a thunder fruit, and it can also crit. Isn't this equivalent to not only giving the user an enhanced, powerful slashing ability, but also being akin to having the thunder fruit's critical hit version? Bista was extremely excited. Not to mention that astonishing lightning critical hit, just the basic attributes had him drooling with excitement. With the critical hit gloves, Bista naturally understood the benefits of critical hits. If used well, a single critical hit could potentially take down an opponent stronger than himself. Additionally, it could significantly enhance his sword drawing speed and his own agility. These are the attributes that swordsmen are most passionate about. This equipment is perfect for me. Give it to me, please. Bista's heart was shouting. His eyes openly revealed his desire. However, one sentence from Yu immediately made Bista's heart sink. Old man, this weapon is for you, with your own passive attributes. Now you will have full critical hits. Every time you trigger lightning, it can be a magical critical hit. Yu said, Chapter 190, Jaws gets the Sunfire Cloak. Even dogs don't want to eat the burning fruit then. Yu directly gave the weapon to Whitebeard. Upon hearing that the weapon was for him, Whitebeard's face showed an excited expression. Kuaha! Critical hits with every blow. I love that phrase. With his critical hit, when I see Kaido again, big guy, you don't need to heal me. Just watch me smash them to bits in no time. Kuahaha! Whitebeard laughed heartily. An overwhelming aura of a strong man instantly spread around. After the laugh, the electric knife in his hand merged directly into his body. In an instant, Whitebeard felt his strength grow even stronger, and his body felt much lighter. Not only had he restored the power of his peak period, but he could also clearly feel that the supreme great knife was filled with the power of lightning, with a feeling of about to explode at any moment. Now he was probably already stronger than in his youth. Looking at his father's joyful expression, Bista couldn't be happy at all. It's gone. It's gone. The weapon I've always dreamed of is gone just like that. It has completely merged into Whitebeard's body, and I have no more chances. Whitebeard was not idle either, grinning at everyone. Kuahaha! Let me try the knife. Don't worry, I definitely won't use my full strength. Whitebeard said with a smile. Previously, the captains would always like to test their abilities after gaining them, and, as a result, they directly destroyed the mountains and lakes around Yu's Forbidden Zone. Now Yu was somewhat worried that once they destroyed everything around his Forbidden Zone, his standing Forbidden Zone on the mountain would inevitably collapse. However, refusing the old man was something he couldn't do. There was no choice but to agree. Then take it easy, Yu said helplessly. Kuahaha, don't worry. After the laugh, Whitebeard directly took his supreme great knife and casually struck at a mountain peak 10 kilometers outside the Forbidden Zone. Boom! In an instant, a violent slash appeared before everyone. The slash, with lightning speed, rushed towards the peak. Just as it was about to hit the opposite mountain, the slash, surprisingly, transformed into an electric dragon. The next moment, it collided directly with the mountain. Boom! Under the immense critical power of the endless electric blade, both physical and magical critical hits. With such powerful force, the entire mountain was instantly shattered, and the terrifying electric current spread directly across a larger area of the mountain. Zzzz. More and more peaks were blown apart by the electricity, and even those farther away, including the forested areas, turned into charred remains due to the lightning's impact. Columns of black smoke continuously rose from the peaks. Fortunately, the air was very humid today, preventing a fire. Yiyu's mouth twitched uncontrollably. You really expect me to feel at ease? You just blew up a mountain peak, and even the other peaks were left with nothing. The nearby ecological environment was damaged. This forbidden zone of mine will definitely be affected. Yiyu even felt an urge to kill the old man with the white beard. How could you expect me to feel at ease? It's just too unreliable. Vista felt a pang of bitterness in his heart upon witnessing such a scene. The stronger the power of the white-bearded man, the more uncomfortable Vista felt inside. Deputy Captain Yiyu, haven't you thought that this equipment is more suitable for me? Vista was extremely frustrated. The other captains were also staring with their mouths wide open. A mountain was directly shattered, along with other peaks, which were left barren under the impact of thunder and lightning. This light strike is surprisingly terrifying. When Dad makes a move, it really packs a punch. It's not an exaggeration to say that Dad has obtained a second devil fruit. Even Whitebeard himself looks completely bewildered. I clearly just waved lightly, and I didn't even use hockey, so how can it be this terrifying? Is this the power of a magical critical hit? With my current strength, let alone Kaido and Big Mom, even my old friend Roger and Whitebeard would be confident enough to go all out and chop him down with 3 strikes. Yiyu, I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to. If you have to blame someone, blame yourself. Who told you to create such a powerful weapon? Whitebeard touched his forehead and chuckled. Yiyu twitched his mouth, a black line appearing directly on his forehead. Old man, you bastard. You are banned from coming in while I test the sword from now on. Although, it was a bit unexpected. However, the great partitioning still has to continue. Yiyu started his grand partitioning again. Next up, 1st Division Captain Marco, come forward. Yiyu called out. Hearing his name, Marco rushed over. Then, Yiyu began hammering away at his forge with a clanging sound. A dazzling light appeared once again. Soon, the pure gold forge opened. Everyone around looked on with great interest. Inside appeared a staff, radiating a light like water droplet emeralds under the sunlight. Seeing the curious gazes of the captains around, Yiyu began to explain to everyone. The staff of the Archangel. It increases Devil Fruit strength by 65, Devil Fruit ability consumption by 500, and health by 200. It can provide a skill cooldown reduction equivalent to 0. 5 of extra mana. Mana accumulation. Hitting a target with a skill will consume 1 layer of charge and provide 3 extra mana. If the target is a hero, the extra mana provided will double, providing up to 360 extra mana, and at this time, this equipment will transform into Embrace of the Seraphim. The staff of the Archangel can increase. So, Marco, you need to fight more in the future as this way. Your Devil Fruit consumption limit will also be enhanced accordingly. Yiyu explained to Marco. Marco nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Marco understood that with this equipment, both his Devil Fruit attacks and his own defenses, cooldown times, and his Devil Fruit limit would be comprehensively improved. It can be said to be very comprehensive. After this, his overall combat power will definitely reach a new level. Moreover, when the consumption limit of your Devil Fruit refreshes to a certain extent, it can also upgrade this equipment. Yiyu continued to speak. Equipment upgrade? Marco was slightly surprised. As expected of Vice-Captain Yiyu, he was able to introduce such a concept. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't even be able to imagine it, right? What effects will there be after the upgrade? Marco asked curiously. So Yiyu explained the situation after the upgrade to Marco. The Seraphim's contract, once generated, will not only significantly enhance Marco's magic power and devil fruit energy value, but also add a layer of shield when Marco is on the verge of death. With the Phoenix Fruit ability, his recovery is already incredible, and with his shield on the brink of death, combined with the rebirth after death from the Ice Crystal Phoenix, it would be extremely difficult for Marco to die. A massive amount of mana is also something that Marco, who consumes a lot of mana with his big moves, desperately needs. This equipment is perfect for Marco. After hearing YuShows' explanation, Marco was extremely excited. As a result, the staff of the Archangel was successfully absorbed into Marco's body. In an instant, he felt much refreshed. Next, the third item, the Golden Sun Cloak. Following that, a series of hammering sounds came from YuShows' pure gold forging furnace, producing two new pieces of equipment. The Golden Sun Cloak. The shapeshifter Jozu. One cloak was directly taken from YuShows' hands, radiating dazzling light under the sunlight. Yi directly draped it over Jaw's body. Golden Sun Cloak provides 425 health and 60 armor. Unique passive, Sacrifice, deals 25 magical damage per second to surrounding enemies. Every 12 seconds. Your next immobilizing skill will deal 26 to 43, 4 additional health, damage to all enemies hit. And unleash a ring of flame Nova to deal equivalent damage to those around you. Jaw's Winter Dash can easily trigger a ring of flame Nova upon colliding with enemies, making this equipment perfect for him. The higher the health, the greater the area magical damage dealt, while ensuring Jaw's strong defense. It also grants explosive area magical damage. If it can be used in conjunction with Jaw's reflective armor, the area damage could even surpass that of Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Jaws. With this equipment on, in the Great War, all enemies within a kilometer radius will be engulfed in flames. Just this one skill alone. Ordinary Navy personnel below the rank of Rear Admiral wouldn't last 10 seconds within your kilometer range. As for other strong opponents, while it may not kill them, believe me, they will definitely suffer burn damage. Yu said solemnly. The other competitors were stunned upon hearing this. Standing still for 10 seconds and then being able to burn to death Navy personnel below the rank of Rear Admiral with flames? This is a bit unreasonable, isn't it? Doesn't this mean you're a small mobile volcano? Even Whitebeard showed great interest. Previously, I thought that my electric knife was definitely the best among the equipment crafted by Nightwing. But now it seems that basically every piece of equipment is of similar quality to my electric knife. The enhancement ability of this Night Feather's Devil Fruit is just too terrifying, isn't it? Does this thing need to be activated by Haki? Whitebeard asked curiously. His electric knife's lightning power still takes time to trigger, while this sun flame continuously burns. Just standing there can deal fire damage to enemies. If it doesn't require anything else to activate, that would be unreasonable. If that's the case, who would eat the burn fruit? The other captains shared the same thoughts as Whitebeard. This thing must be activated by the domineering ability or the devil fruit ability, right? Otherwise, it just appears out of thin air without needing anything, which doesn't comply with the law of conservation of energy. No need, it won't consume anything from you. Yi said straightforwardly and confidently. Yi's response completely negated the thoughts of the people around him. Produced by the system, and you're still talking about conservation? What conservation? If it were truly conserved, then what would you call it, a system? The noisy crowd around fell silent once again. No need to activate anything. Just generate flames within the body to burn the enemy. Wow. Coupled with Jaw's terrifying physical strength, this is absolutely a living death bulldozer during battle, burning and rebounding. Even if Joe just runs forward, doing nothing, the average Navy would be directly killed, and the other vice admirals and admirals would definitely be in deep trouble. This makes people admire Jaw's luck. Excited Jaws was drooling. Without saying a word, he hurriedly put on the daylight cloak. Soon, a wave of scorching energy erupted from within Jaw's body. As expected, layers of invisible flames appeared within a kilometer radius. Chapter 191. The resilient and powerful Dragon Tortoise War. God, Jaws, the surrounding captains could clearly feel this heat. Yet it caused them no harm, which left them once again shocked and speechless. This is the flame that Vice-Captain Yu spoke of. It surprisingly did not harm our own people. Incredible. Of course, the equipment crafted by Vice-Captain you cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Joz was indeed extremely lucky. Some captains even began to feel jealous of Joz. Not to mention other attributes. He just picked up a burning fruit that doesn't consume any energy. If Ace were here, he would probably cry. Thank you so much, Vice-Captain Yu. Joz said excitedly. He then prepared to leave, but was once again stopped by Yu. Did I say you could leave? There are other pieces of equipment I need to give you. Yu said. Other pieces of equipment? Joz's face turned red with excitement upon hearing this. The other captains also showed envious and jealous looks, especially Marco and Vista. Just now, Marco only received one piece of equipment. Why does Joz get two? And Vista, who had been thinking about the electric knife, had just given it to his dad. Joz actually got two pieces of equipment. What are we going to do with all this good stuff being taken away? Vice-Captain you are being biased. I only got one piece of equipment. Why does Joz get two? Marco said enviously. Yes, Vice-Captain Yu. If you give Joz two pieces, you must give me two as well. Vista chimed in. The other captains also started clamoring for more equipment. Seeing the reactions of the surrounding captains, Yu felt overwhelmed. Now, the speed at which he crafts equipment has improved. However, his gold coins are limited. Just one piece of mythical equipment per person already costs nearly 300,000. He still needs to save money for other purposes. He really can't make two pieces for everyone right now. Everyone, quiet down. I forgot to tell you. This time, I will choose some people to receive more equipment. You explained. The other captains, including Whitebeard, were somewhat puzzled. Seeing the confused expressions of the people around him, Yu continued. The reason for this is the upcoming Great War. Upon hearing Great War, the captains instantly quieted down, their faces showing serious expressions. The upcoming Great War. Whitebeard's expression gradually became stern, and everyone began to listen seriously to Yu's explanation. The Navy is the overlord of this sea. Although you have all made significant progress under my guidance, we still cannot be careless in the face of the enemy. I already have my battle plan for the upcoming Great War against the Navy, old man. Take a listen and see if it works. I plan to primarily craft equipment for those charging at the forefront, such as jaws and little oars. Naturally, those at the forefront will take on more damage, so they need very strong defenses. Their own defense is strong, combined with the abilities I give them, which is why I am making them more defensive equipment, allowing them to charge as far as they can when the war begins. Only in this way can we break through the Navy's formation. You explain it. The key to victory lies with these tank-type fighters. As long as they do not fall and absorb a large amount of damage, those of you in the back can output to your heart's content. Otherwise, everything is meaningless. After that, besides the tanks in front, you also explained the specific formation of the Whitebeard pirates to Whitebeard. After listening, Whitebeard exclaimed, "Awesome! Formation! Formation! I never thought of that. You really are something, you. What tanks, assassins, archers, mages, etc. I've learned a lot. Truly learned a lot. Ha ha ha. I've been roaming this world for decades, and yet I don't know as much as you, a little brat." Whitebeard laughed heartily. In fact, a person like Whitebeard had never considered formations. Previously, he only thought about using camouflage to infiltrate underwater, then charging forward under the leadership of each captain to catch the Navy off guard. As for coordination and formations, he hadn't even thought about it. Now, hearing you say this, he realized how important coordination and formations are. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, you old fool, just wait. Haven't you always wanted to eliminate me? When a great war comes, let's see who eliminates whom. At that time, Sengoku, I can imagine your expression. It must be quite wonderful. Kuhaha. Thinking of this, Whitebeard couldn't help but burst into another hearty laugh. The other captains, hearing Yu's incredible ideas, were all amazed by him. Vice-Captain Yu is just too extraordinary. Not only does he have top-notch strength and the level of a master blacksmith, but he is also so skilled in military tactics. What did Vice-Captain Yu just say about warriors? Everyone has their own roles and coordinates with other captains. Such a genius idea is just amazing. With Vice-Captain Yu here, how can our Whitebeard pirates not win? Just wait. Navy. Now I'm somewhat looking forward to the upcoming Great War. Ha ha. The surrounding captains showered Yu with compliments. However, please rest assured, after the distribution, there will also be tasks, and if everyone completes them, there will be rewards. Yu continued. The other captains, upon hearing that there were rewards for completing tasks, quieted down one by one. After all, these captains during the time when Vice-Captain Yu was in charge of the Whitebeard pirates. Many of them haven't contributed anything to the crew, so they didn't have much to say. All right, I'll continue. Then, I directly brought Joz to the forge and took out a piece of equipment from inside, the chameleon jacks. And next to the chameleon jacks, there's also a pair of armor boots. Chameleon jacks. Health, 400 armor, 30 magic resistance, 30 ability haste, 20 passive, void creatures resilience in battles against heroes. Every second provides 2 armor and magic resistance, stacking up to 8 layers. When fully stacked, it grants a buff that instantly drains nearby enemies to deal magic damage equal to 3 of your maximum health, reduced to 1 against minions, and heals you for the same amount, increasing your double resistance by 10, lasting until the end of the battle. Mythic passive. For each legendary item you equip, you gain 5 armor and magic resistance. The armor boots, in addition to providing armor and movement speed, also grant a percentage damage immunity against normal attacks. With Jaw's armor, normal attacks hitting him would originally deal single-digit damage. Now, with the addition of the armor boots, it further reduces the damage on top of that single-digit number. Needless to say, if a swordsman from the top war dared to fight Jaws, he would definitely cry to death. With these 2 pieces of equipment combined with Jaws' reflective armor and spiked defensive armor doublet, not to mention magic resistance, just considering armor, at maximum value, it will definitely exceed 1,000. And, don't forget, Jaws is originally a Diamond Devil Fruit user. He has a natural advantage against physical damage. When the swordsman slashes, even if they break through Jaws' 1,000 armor, only deal dozens of points of damage. Can you be sure that those dozens of points can overcome Jaws' diamond ability plus his hockey armor? Just asking who can defeat Jaws? Moreover, Jaws' passive ability means that the higher his armor value, the stronger his attack and rebound damage will be. Such great armor, even the damage from the rebound, is equivalent to the slashes of a great swordsman. Not to mention, there is also the fire damage from the sunfire. By then, even if Jaws just stands there, the damage will be maxed out. Yi was deep in thought, while on the other side, Xiaozi had already put on 2 pieces of equipment. Vice-Captain Yu, after putting on these shoes, I feel a lot lighter. It must have increased my agility. I just want to ask, what does the Changer Jacks do? Xiaozi asked innocently. Yi nodded. The Changer Jacks can enhance your defense. That's it? Xiaozi asked. I thought the equipment crafted by Vice-Captain Yu all had their own abilities. Now, the introduction from Vice-Captain Yu seems a bit too simple, Xiaozi thought, scratching his head. Yu smiled slightly. The introduction of this equipment is indeed quite ordinary, but once you actually use it, you'll understand what it means to be part of the Thousand Changes Alliance. I won't elaborate further. Jaws. However, I can responsibly tell you about the various attribute bonuses this equipment provides. Health, defensive resistance, cooldown for ability release, and a powerful recovery capability. Your defense will naturally double as the battle continues to deepen. Yu spoke. After hearing Yu's words, Jaws couldn't help but swallow hard. Wow, an equipment that doubles your defense. This is amazing. Even without additional abilities, this is enough. Haha, I got it. Vice-Captain Yu. Jaws' face was filled with excitement. Then, Yu patted Jaws on the shoulder. Come on, Jaws. When the war starts, it will be up to you to hold the front line, Yu said with satisfaction. Jaws grinned widely. Ha, you can count on me, Vice-Captain Yu. Seeing Jaws' assurance, Yu was also very pleased. Next, let's continue with the distribution. 5th Division Commander, Bista, stepped forward. Yu said. Upon hearing his name, Bista excitedly walked out. Previously, Yu had already given Bista many critical hit gauntlets. So now Bista only needed 1 major critical hit piece of equipment to reach 100% critical hit rate, just like Whitebeard. So, Yu continued to hammer away at the forge, and after a few seconds, he opened the furnace. There was a sizzling sound of electricity. When he opened the forge, Bista immediately broke into a smile. This is an electric knife? Haha, Vice-Captain Yu, you really thought of everything. I said that the equipment from Dad was really suitable for me. I didn't expect that I would get the same equipment as Dad. Bista said happily, scratching his head. The other captains laughed as well. Indeed, just now even Dad was envious of Bista, having obtained the equipment he had long desired. Bista couldn't stop smiling. With this equipment, his agility, critical hit rate, attack speed, and burst damage all received a significant boost. Just wait when the war starts. I will definitely blow them up, Bista said excitedly after absorbing the electric knife. Yu patted Bista on the shoulder. Do you remember what I told you when we discussed the factions earlier? Yu reminded him. Bista laughed heartily. Ha ha. Vice-Captain Yu, you can rest assured. Chapter 192. Little Oz becomes a king. Artemis receives the Heart of Steel. You said my attack is strong, but my defense is lacking. When the battle starts, I'll find a safe place to take out the enemies from behind, Bista said with a smile. Yu nodded in satisfaction. The grand distribution was underway, and most of the experts received at least one major piece of equipment. Among those Yu was particularly concerned about, many received multiple pieces of equipment, including the Undead War God Template, Little Oz. Due to Little Oz's size, he was prone to taking damage. Therefore, Yu made an exception and directly crafted 6 pieces of equipment for Little Oz, instantly elevating him to a king. Although his attack wasn't strong, the life value bonus from the Sun Flame made the burning damage emitted by Little Oz even stronger than Jaws. Relying on this equipment, Little Oz gained offensive capability. Additionally, Little Oz's skills allowed him to infinitely increase his life value limit. In terms of overall defense, Little Oz undoubtedly stood as the first, definitely able to withstand the defense of 4 or 5 Kaidos. This won't kill you. It will wear your opponent down, burn your opponent, plus all kinds of control skills, and you can still become a king. Little Oz, the gear I've crafted for you, besides the Shapeshifter Jashu, Sunfire, and armor boots, also includes the Berserker armor, green armor, and nature's power. No need to say more. Once you put on this 6-piece set, you will be the newest king of our Whitebeard pirates. Yu said all 6 pieces in one breath. Even Jaws was envious. Noticing the reactions of the people around, Yu smiled wryly. It seemed he needed to explain. Naturally, during a great war, it's impossible for Jaws to hold the front alone. Jaws' main defense is against physical damage, and even if this guy Jaws has strong defense, he can't withstand simultaneous attacks from 3 admirals alone, right? So, others are still needed to help Jaws share the damage. Little Oz is one of them, Yu explained to everyone. After hearing Yu's explanation, the surrounding captains finally understood. Little Oz was so excited to become a king on the spot. He never expected that one day he could also become a king. Little Oz put on each piece of armor, and Yu patiently explained to him, I want to talk about the Sunfire and such. The Berserker armor increases your health by 450 points, magic resistance by 55 points, 100 base health regeneration, and 10 cooldown reduction, and also increases all healing effect you receive by 30. Nature's power, health, 350 magic resistance, 60 movement speed, 5 absorption when receiving skill damage. You gain 6 movement speed and 4 magic resistance, lasting 5 seconds, up to 5 stacks. Each independent skill grants you a layer. This nature's power, along with the Berserker armor, can greatly enhance your defense against Devil Fruit users. And the last one, the Berserker, besides increasing your health limit, also significantly boosts your health regeneration. Remember my words. If you lose too much blood on the battlefield, you must stop charging, Little Oz. As long as you don't die, within 10 seconds, all your wounds will completely heal. Yu said solemnly. Gurgle, gurgle, the last Berserker. The shock it caused among the people around was immense. Deputy Captain Yu, are you still talking personally? What do you mean by resting for a few seconds and fully resurrecting? If that's the case, how would you let the Navy on the other side play? As long as you don't die, you fully recover. What does that mean? Marco swallowed hard, curious as he asked. Exactly, all scars can recover to their original state, not even leaving a scar, Yi said with a smile. Buzz. The surroundings fell completely silent. In the pirate world, due to the generally much lower recovery abilities compared to the heroes in the League of Legends world, People in this world need recovery abilities even more. The surrounding captains were all completely agitated. What the hell is this divine equipment? Especially for Marco. Even with his own mythical beast ability, the Phoenix, it's hard to believe he could fully revive in just a little over 10 seconds after being heavily injured. This madman, surprisingly, has a more terrifying ability than my Phoenix. The other captains also cast envious glances one by one. Little Oz, you really hit the jackpot this time. Being tall has its benefits. With Vice-Captain Yiyu's care, he directly ascended to the throne. With so much equipment, even if Kaido and Big Mom teamed up to fight, it would probably take them a whole day. A whole day. Little Oz rests for just a few seconds and continues. Isn't this going to tire out the other 4 emperors to death? They began to discuss mockingly. After Little Oz equipped all the gear, he felt that his agility and defense had qualitatively improved. He tightly clenched his fists and bowed to Yiyu. Thank you, Vice-Captain Yiyu. I have remembered what you said. Don't worry, in the upcoming Great War, I will definitely not disappoint you. I have also memorized the tactics you mentioned. I won't seek to kill, but will try my best to shield the captain from damage while using my stun ability to annoy the enemies, allowing my teammates to output crazily under my massive hips. Little Oz memorized Yiyu's words perfectly. Even that line about outputting crazily under my hips, he repeated verbatim. Yiyu smiled bitterly. This Little Oz does have a good memory. Not bad. Not bad. This child can be taught. You can go now. Yiyu nodded in satisfaction. Besides Little Oz, the Itemas who received the Mundo skill set also gained Yiyu's favor. For Itemas, Yiyu specifically chose magic resistance equipment. After all, Joz had already acquired high armor, and during the battle, he had instructed him to find strong opponents without Devil Fruit abilities. The remaining Devil Fruit users, like Aokiji and Akainu, who deal high magical damage. If they attack, someone must bear this damage, and Yiyu entrusted this damage absorption role to Itemas. With the Mundo template, Itemas has Mundo's E-skill, which allows him to gain the maximum percentage of magic resistance when taking damage. If all of it is used to stack magic resistance, without a doubt, Itemas will be the one who benefits the most. Itemas, listen up. You will have the same treatment as Little Oz, Yiyu said as he patted Itemas. After hearing about Little Oz's treatment, the other captains were all enviously discussing Little Oz's treatment. Meant something that they had just witnessed. That treatment is even more terrifying than the top 3 of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco, Vista, and Joz. Marco and the others could become emperors not only because of Vice-Captain Yiyu's guidance, but also because of their own strength. And Little Oz could ascend to the throne directly, with over 90% of the reason being Yiyu. Directly the undead template plus 6 godly items. This treatment. Even Jozu feels ashamed. Artemis, you lucky dog. Having the same treatment as Little Oz means 6 pieces of equipment. Good gracious. Just one piece of equipment can elevate someone to a whole new level. And now with 6 pieces at once. Just like Little Oz, you'll be a king right away. Speaking of which, what exactly are these 6 pieces of equipment? I'm really looking forward to it. The captain looked curiously at the forge, wondering what kind of equipment Deputy Captain you could forge this time. As a squad leader in the Whitebeard Pirates, Artemis originally thought that getting one piece of equipment would be good enough. But then, joy came from the heavens. Feeling excited, Artemis felt a bit unsteady on his feet. Clang, 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 as Yiyu continuously hammered at the forge. A total of 6 pieces of equipment were brought out one after another. Let me introduce them to you. The 6 pieces of equipment are Magic Resistance Boots, Berserker, Heart of Steel, Green Armor, Wraith Veil, and Gargoyle Plate. I want to introduce the ones I've already mentioned, but I'll tell you about the ones that haven't been introduced yet. Yi said lightly, Magic Resistance Boots can help you deal with enemy slow control abilities, such as Aokiji's freezing power, allowing you to break free from his freeze effect faster. Wraith Veil, 500 health, 70 magic resistance, 100 base health regeneration. Grants a layer of spell shield that can block one enemy skill. If you do not receive damage from a hero within 40 seconds, this shield will refresh. Gargoyle Plate, armor 60, magic resistance 60, skill haste 15. Grants a shield value that decays over 5 seconds, 100 bonus health. And Fortify, when taking damage from a hero, provides an additional 5 armor and 5 magic resistance, up to 25. This veil can create a protective barrier, allowing you to withstand an attack from a devil fruit ability without taking damage. This gargoyle plate allows you to actively trigger a defensive escape at a critical moment. Just like your ability, you can decide when to activate it. Yu explained to Artemis. After hearing Yu's series of explanations, Artemis was very excited. A shield that can block any devil fruit attack, plus a protective barrier. Before this, he wouldn't even dare to imagine it. Little did he know, Yu's next words would leave Artemis and everyone around him even more shocked beyond measure. The previous equipment. People could still imagine it and relate it to the abilities of devil fruits. But the abilities that followed completely surpassed their imagination. Then Yu directly took out something from the forge that looked somewhat like a heart. This thing is called Heart of Steel. Yu said with a slight smile. Health 800, health regeneration 200, skill haste 20. Passive, Colossal Devour. When an enemy hero is within 700 yards, it will charge a powerful attack on the hero over 3 seconds. The charge attack will deal 125/6 additional physical damage and heal you for the same amount of health, providing you with an amount equal to 10 of that damage as maximum health. There's a 30-second cooldown for each target. Mythic passive. For each legendary equipment you equip, you will gain 1 additional health and 6 hero size. With this equipment, in the future, if you deal a normal attack to a new enemy within 30 seconds, you can gain dozens of health points. You ain't playing it lightly. Buzz. As soon as this sentence was said, the captains around felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. These people have been following Yu for some time, so they naturally understand the importance of life value, which is the most practical means of defense. Just a few dozen points of life value are equivalent to having a regular animal-type devil fruit. In just 30 seconds, a person can refresh it, which theoretically in the pirate world is equivalent to infinite refreshing. Moreover, each time it refreshes, it's dozens of points. But I wonder if there's a limit? Vice-Captain Yu, this equipment must have a refresh limit, right? Otherwise, if it keeps refreshing like this, wouldn't it be against the heavens? Jozu, who was nearby, asked seriously. Chapter 193, The Outbreak of the Celestial Dragon Incident. You go catch a Kizuru to liven things up. Other captains also came over one after another. Yes, this kind of equipment is too against the heavens. If it refreshes infinitely, wouldn't that theoretically be another form of immortality? The other captains spoke up. When a person's health points increase infinitely and you can't kill them, they naturally become immortal. Yu understood the sentiments of these captains. After all, the game world has time limits. At most just over an hour until the day ends. However, in the pirate world now, it could refresh for decades without issue. To be honest, even he felt that it was a bit abnormal for this equipment to appear in this world. I say system. Such an overpowered piece of equipment shouldn't exist. It really affects the gaming experience. Yu helplessly smiled, then told everyone the answer. This piece of equipment does not have a health point refresh limit. After hearing Yu's words, the surrounding captains were completely stunned. It actually really has no limit? Then, theoretically speaking, if the time is long enough, it seems no one could easily kill Artemis. Artemis's face turned red, and he was so excited he couldn't speak. Good heavens! He would be the second person after Little Oars to be made a king by Vice-Captain Yu on the spot. Subsequently, Artemis excitedly held the heart of the brave in his hand, and a powerful energy instantly surged towards his heart. Then, Artemis felt as if his heart had expanded a circle, becoming many times stronger than before. Along with this came an extreme resilience of life. Just like that, the entire Whitebeard Pirates division was finally completed under Yu's forging furnace. Watching the Grand Division come to an end, Doflamingo and Mihawk felt an urgency in their hearts. Finally, at Mihawk's gesture, Doflamingo slowly walked forward and respectfully bowed to Yu. Vice-Captain Yu, how should we cooperate with you in the upcoming Great War? Don't worry. We will definitely follow your instructions, Vice-Captain Yu, and fight to the death against the Navy. So, please tell us. Vice-Captain Yu, how should Mihawk and I fight to cooperate with you in the Great War? Doflamingo lowered his status and murmured. How could Yu not understand the thoughts of Doflamingo and Mihawk? These two individuals are willing to sell off all their family assets. and even actively let their subordinates serve as maids. Isn't it all just to seek guidance from their subordinates and thereby enhance their own strength? However, one must admire Doflamingo's intelligence and emotional quotient. He doesn't even mention being taught, but instead states that he will give his all in the upcoming Great War. You couldn't help but laugh. Well, you two may not have any achievements, but back then, you were willing to empty your entire fortune just to join our Whitebeard pirates. Moreover, when the Whitebeard pirates are facing such a great challenge, you are still willing to risk it all. Before the Great War, I'll just assign you to a task. You said calmly. Upon hearing that he would be assigned a task, the highly intelligent Doflamingo immediately understood that Vice-Captain Yu was looking to cultivate him for this great war, including various jewels, artificial devil fruits, and Jack's ivory. You need to find a way to sell them for me. Also, before he could finish speaking, a seagull in the sky dropped a newspaper. Whitebeard caught it with his large hands. Then, after reading the newspaper, he burst out laughing. That straw hat kid Luffy, Ace's brother, really is guts. He actually beat up a celestial dragon on Sabaody Archipelago. Whitebeard exclaimed excitedly. Since the pirate King Roger, Whitebeard rarely saw such a bold pirate. Seeing a passionate young man like Luffy made him laugh uncontrollably. The other captains, upon hearing this news, also engaged in intense discussions about the incident. Ace's brother. This kid has a bright future. The celestial dragons are a taboo in this world. He dares to fight them. Truly a fearless young bull. However, that being said, if the celestial dragons are attacked, the Navy must send an admiral to suppress it. Right? That's right, it really is the case, so that little Luffy might be in danger. The surrounding captains expressed their concerns one after another. Meanwhile, Yu showed a faint smile. It seems the Marineford War will start soon. He walked over to Doflamingo and the others. Well, since that's the case, you should go to the auction house on Sabaody Archipelago. By the way, bring back the admiral sent by the Navy. It's just right to dampen the Navy's spirit before the Great War. Yu said with a smile. The reason Yu did this was also a test for the two of them. In ancient times, this was also called a token of allegiance. After all, these two individuals are not the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, and no one knows if they're secretly colluding with the Navy. With Yu's thoughts, these two must have already been intimidated by him, but just to be safe, it's best to ensure their loyalty. So let these two deal with Admiral Kizaru to express their allegiance to Whitebeard rather than the Navy. Upon hearing Yu's bold idea, both Doflamingo and Mihawk were taken aback. After pondering for a moment, they began to secretly admire Yu. What a clever strategy. Generally speaking, in such situations, to avoid complications, the Whitebeard pirates should stay at their stronghold and not go anywhere. But Vice-Captain Yu is going against the grain. No one would expect the Whitebeard pirates to go to the troublesome Sabaody Archipelago during a battle with the Navy. We understand, Vice-Captain Yu. We believe we will not disgrace our mission. Mihawk and Doflamingo said excitedly. Although the opponent would at least send one admiral, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. After all, with Mihawk's support, even if the enemy has an admiral stationed, it wouldn't be a problem. The risks are moderate, and if they succeed in the end, the rewards will be substantial. This point doesn't need much explanation. Just look at the captains of the Whitebeard pirates and their current improvements. As a businessman, Doflamingo naturally understands the reasoning behind this. After the two received their orders, they prepared to head to the Sabaody Archipelago, but were called back by Yu once again. When they turned around, they saw Yu holding 2 skill fruits in his hands. Earlier, Yu had used 2 prediction skill fruits. One was Hex's ultimate, the Hexdeck Ultimatum, and the other was the Alpha Strike skill fruit from the Mastery class. Hexdeck Ultimatum temporarily becomes untargetable and jumps to an enemy hero, locking that hero in a designated area from which they cannot escape for 2, 5, 3, 25, 4 seconds. Other enemies will be knocked back. Her basic attacks deal additional magic damage to the target enemy, with damage equal to 5, 10, 15 plus 4, 6, 8 of the target's current health. Alpha Strike. The user becomes untargetable and launches a rapid strike against nearby enemies, dealing 30, 60, 90 million, 120,000, 150, 60 attack damage, physical damage. This attack reduces the cooldown of this skill by 1 second. These 2 fruits were specially prepared for Kizaru, Others may not know who the Navy Admiral will send this time. As a time traveler myself, how could I not know? Regarding Kizaru, Nightwing absolutely believes that Hawkeye and the others can defeat him, but whether they can actually hold him back. Nightfeather really couldn't be sure about this. After all, Kizaru possesses the power of the Pika Pika no Mi, and in terms of speed, he can be said to be much faster than both Akiji and Akainu. Therefore, to counter Kizaru, Nightfeather must choose skills that restrict a person's movements, and giving S a final ultimatum is a very good choice. It directly locks you in a certain area, and let's see how Kizaru can run. No matter how fast you are, you can't escape this area, and in the end, you'll just become a turtle in a jar. The other skill Nightfeather prepared, Alpha Strike, is also very effective against Kizaru. Even if you run with one Alpha Strike, I can charge right in your face. So I ask you, Kizaru, are you scared? Seeing the skill fruit in Nightfeather's hand, Doflamingo and Mihawk were both excited. Deputy Captain Nightfeather, what is this? Doflamingo was already smiling broadly in his heart, but he still pretended to look confused on the surface. Nightfeather rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking that Doflamingo really is a true businessman, so good at acting. This fruit is just a reward to wish you all the best in completing your mission in advance. Nightfeather said with a slight smile. Gulp, gulp. After hearing what Nightfeather said, Doflamingo swallowed hard. Although it was clear that Deputy Captain Nightfeather wanted to give him the skill fruit, hearing it directly from Nightfeather made Doflamingo very excited. Previously, Doflamingo was a bit worried, fearing that this skill fruit wasn't for him. Now, that suspenseful heart could finally be set at ease. On the side, Mihawk, although he still appeared expressionless on the surface, was even more excited inside than Doflamingo. This was because his belief and desire to break through his swordsmanship were more steadfast than anyone else's, especially after being pounded repeatedly by Jozu and Vista. His self-esteem shattered. Mihawk's desire to advance further in swordsmanship grew even more urgent, and Mihawk knew that to achieve success in the way of the sword, relying solely on himself was no longer enough. He had to rely on this man in front of him. This is the reason why he would rather leave the quiet place of Kuraika Island to join the Whitebeard pirates. It's all for the cultivation of Yiyu. The two of them excitedly consumed the skill fruit, and in the next moment, an indescribable power instantly engulfed their entire bodies. Doflamingo, the skill fruit you just consumed is called the Hex's Ultimatum. It can directly lock onto an enemy for release. After releasing it, in addition to increasing your damage, this enemy, no matter who it is, will be unable to leave your restricted area for a period of time. Doflamingo nodded. This skill is quite similar to my ultimate move, the Birdcage, but has higher damage and is more suitable for combat. After all, the limitations of the Birdcage are too large, and it's not easy to shrink it and reduce its range. But this Hextech Ultimatum is different. The restriction area is extremely small, making it more suitable for capturing enemies in battle, and it also increases my damage, which is perfect. I understand. Vice-Captain Nightwing, an excited Doflamingo said. It turns out this time, it wasn't in vain. Nightwing nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at Mihawk again. Mihawk, the skill fruit I'm giving you is called Alpha Strike, Nightwing said. Alpha Strike? Hawkeye Mihawk squinted his eyes slightly. This is indeed a very peculiar name. Chapter 194. The power of space is not an auxiliary fruit. Hawkeye Mihawk squinted his eyes slightly. This is indeed a very peculiar name. Then, Nightwing continued to explain to Mihawk. This Alpha Strike can be understood as an ancient sword technique. It can lock onto a target and put you in an invincible state, then directly teleport to the enemy's body to deliver a more powerful area slash than your usual strike. Nightwing explained. Upon hearing Nightwing's simple explanation, Hawkeye Mihawk's heart surged. Every half sentence that Nightwing spoke could make the sword fanatic Hawkeye Mihawk's heart race wildly. Sword techniques that can lock onto enemies. He had never heard of such a sword technique. Generally, if the opponent's movement is strong, it's easy to dodge, and locking onto an enemy means they cannot evade. For Swordsman, an attack that cannot be dodged is extremely terrifying. Previously, he always thought that devil fruits were trash, until Nightwing revealed that the devil fruit he consumed was a Paramecia-type auxiliary enhancement fruit. Hawkeye-Mihawk's thoughts completely changed. After struggling for decades to comprehend the way of the sword, he was directly defeated by Jozu and Vista. The swordsmanship I've comprehended over the years is not as good as a single fruit on a Nightwing tree. Not only that, but it also allows me to be in an invincible state while attacking. On one hand, I am in an invincible state, making it impossible for the opponent to target me. On the other hand, my attacks cannot be dodged by the enemy within my attack range. This sounds really too overpowered. I'm afraid that with just this invincibility combined with the inability to evade, I could break through the bottleneck that has been unbreakable for decades. Perhaps the only way for the enemy to evade is to completely distance themselves from me. But this skill, on the other hand, allows me to teleport instantly. This trick is similar to spatial skills. As a swordsman, Mihawk has an exceptionally strong talent. In just a few seconds, he has thoroughly analyzed the words spoken by YuShows. A skill that is so multifunctional and powerful makes Mihawk's heart race with excitement. If there is a single drawback to this skill, it would be the relatively long release interval. Otherwise, it would be too overpowered. While Mihawk was pondering this, YuShows' words came again. Moreover, this skill can reduce the cooldown of your normal attacks by up to 1 second. YuShows said, "Buzz." After hearing YuShows' words, Mihawk felt his head buzzing. Such a perverse skill, being able to shorten the release time through one's own slashes. Does that mean Hawkeye-Mihawk, will surpass the Emperor's? In fact, Nightwing naturally noticed this. In the world of pirates, it's possible to slash dozens of times in a second, especially for a great swordsman like Hawkeye-Mihawk. With this skill, not to mention playing him without cooldown, a classic frequency of releasing one within a few seconds is still achievable. Alright, I've introduced you to these skills, and when you come back, I'll give you the rewards for the equipment. Nightwing said to the two. Host, Nightwing Conqueror's Hockey, 33. 871 points Armament Hockey, 32. 129 points Observation Hockey, 35. 197 points Awaken Hockey. Observation Kill, Super Flowing Cherry, Time-Space Prediction, 5,000 kilometers, 5 hours, Swordsmanship, 34. 987 items. 1 Prediction Skill Fruit. Skills, Spike Defense, Level 3. Ice Flash, Level 3. Ice Barrier, Level 2. Tenacious Courage Tune, Level 3. Frenzied Taunt, Level 2. Glacier Storm, Level 2. Star Piercing Spear, Level 3. Wave Slash, Level 5. Wind Barrier, Level 3. Gunfire Negotiation, Level 2. Scurvy Treatment, Level 2. Gunpowder Barrel, Level 2. Cannon Curtain, Level 2. Blinding Blow Dart, Level 2. Shield Leap Strike, Level 2. Frostbite, Level 2. Swift Sonata, Level 2. Bloodthirsty Slaughter, Level 2. Mushroom Cultivation, Level 2. Thunder God's Hammer, Super Time-Space Summon. Contempt, Level 2. Whirlwind Slash, Level 2. Endless Fury, Level 2. Little Merman, Star Mother, Joker, Undead Warlord Mundo, Brown All Skills. Alpha Assault, Level 2. Hexdeck Ultimatum, Level 2. Catalytic Skill, Special Level Slash Flash. Utilizing Air, Wireless Shuttling, Gold Coins, 500. 527 Devil Fruits, Tremor Fruit, Ignoring the Sea Side Effects, Flash Fruit, Ignoring the Sea Side Effects, Magma Fruit, Ignoring the Sea Side Effects, Thunder Fruit, Ignoring the Sea Side Effects, Weapons, Blade Without Sheath, Thunder God's Hammer Equipment, Endless Blade, Shapeshifter Jashu, Lost Chapter, Randallie's Torment, Thorned Armor, Green Armor, Nature's Power, Berserker, Electric Knife, Staff of the Archangel. These two people directly consumed their 2 prediction skill fruits, but you felt it was worth it. After all, these two were originally supposed to pose a great threat to the Whitebeard pirates during the Marineford War, according to the plot development. Now, with the 2 fruits, they can actually turn enemies into friends, and YuShows is quite satisfied with that. Moreover, these 2 fruits are quite effective against Kizaru. Just wait, Kizaru. Before the Marineford War, let's capture a Marine Admiral to dampen the Marine spirit. Mihawk and Doflamingo deeply bowed to YuShows again. Since they have already understood the skills mentioned by Vice-Captain YuShows, there is no need for them to stay here any longer. It's better to hurry up and complete their mission so they can return and receive the gifts that Vice-Captain YuShows has prepared for them. Then, Vice-Captain YuShows will take our leave. The two said respectfully. Wait a moment. Yu unexpectedly continued to stop their departure. This left Mihawk and the heavenly demon Don Quixote da Flamingo in shock. The other captains were also quite puzzled. The rewards have all been distributed. If we don't hurry to complete the tasks, does Vice-Captain Yu still need to continue distributing rewards? Then, Yu slowly spoke. After the incident with the Celestial Dragons, the Navy will definitely send a general to arrive at the first opportunity. Have you thought about what you would do if the person the Navy sends is Kizaru? Yu murmured. At this point, Mihawk and Don Quixote da Flamingo were both slightly taken aback. Indeed, if it's Kizaru's speed, I'm afraid by the time they arrive, all the events on the island will have been dealt with, and the Navy would have already withdrawn their troops. This is really f-ing ridiculous. The fruit has already been eaten, and the mission can't be completed. Isn't that embarrassing? I don't know. That guy Kizaru has the light fruit ability. If it's really him, we won't be able to catch up with him. Doflamingo said, scratching his head. This is indeed quite difficult. Mihawk also frowned and said, he is absolutely confident in defeating Kizaru himself, but when it comes to speed and support compared to Kizaru, he really can't keep up. After finally getting a mission where Nightwing can give him some pointers, if he fails to complete it, he won't have the face to stay in the Whitebeard pirates. So, Mihawk was quite troubled. Marco hurried over from the side. Why don't you give me this mission? I have the ability to fly. I could be a bit stronger than the two of them, Marco said with a grin. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo and Mihawk both inwardly cursed Marco. Doflamingo didn't dare to say anything, but Mihawk couldn't care less about that. Hey Marco, you've already taken on enough missions before, but this is our first mission that we finally got. It's really cruel of you to snatch it from us. Mihawk said, his mouth twitching. Nightwing also smiled slightly and quickly went to persuade him. Marco, don't make things worse. Even if you have the ability to fly, your speed still can't compare to Kizaru's light fruit ability developed to its peak. So it would be useless for you to go. Nightwing said with a wry smile. The people around began to show worried expressions one by one. If that's the case, before the Great War, we should capture a general to establish our authority. Such an impressive idea, but it can't be realized. Just when everyone was at a loss, Yu once again approached Doflamingo and the others, patting them with his hand. It doesn't matter. I will take action. I'll send you over in advance. Before the yellow ape arrives, Yu said with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. The people around are completely confused. Sending them over? What does Vice-Captain Yu mean by that? He's Kizaru with the speed of light. Even if you're Vice-Captain Yu, can you send someone over at faster than light speed? So the captains around started speaking up. Marco directly approached Yu. Vice-Captain Yu, even if you send them, they can't go faster than light, right? Marco said with a puzzled expression. Mihawk and Doflamingo also had the same look of confusion. Vice-Captain Yu, do you have a way? If it's really Admiral Kizaru suppressing this celestial dragon incident, can you really send us there at faster than light speed? The two asked, confused. Yu smiled slightly. Although I can't give you faster than light speed, I can make sure you arrive before Kizaru. Yu said confidently. In his system store, there was a teleportation skill. Even though he hadn't unlocked it, he could rent it with system coins. With teleportation, he could send the two directly to Sabadi Archipelago in just a few seconds. The Navy was likely still discussing who to send, so he could easily send Doflamingo and the others over before Kizaru arrived. How do you plan to do that? Mihawk squinted his eyes, curious. This young man always astonished him, and this time he wondered what immense power Yu would demonstrate. Mihawk was increasingly looking forward to it. Simple. I can send you over directly through spatial transmission, Yu said casually. Spatial ability? Now, the people around were once again shocked. Among the devil fruit abilities, there indeed exists a space type, but they were hearing about a devil fruit ability that could transfer spatial positions over such a long distance for the first time. The most terrifying space ability they knew of was only Brulee's mirror space ability, but Brulee's spatial teleportation required a mirror as a medium. As for how Nightwing's space ability worked, they had no idea. However, there was one thing they were most puzzled about. That wasn't Nightwing's ability a paramecia type enhancement fruit? How could a space type suddenly appear now? Could it be that Nightwing was a multiple devil fruit ability user? That was impossible. In this sea, aside from a few individuals with special bodies, consuming a devil fruit would lead to immediate death. Deputy Captain Nightwing, how do you possess the power of space? Aren't you a Paramecia-type enhancement devil fruit user? Marco stepped forward, voicing his doubts. The other captains also looked curiously in Nightwing's direction. Nightwing suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. It was really a lie that needed 1,000 more lies to cover it up. However, not telling a lie was not an option. If I say I came from another world with a system, and that skill is called TP, which I usually use while gaming, would you believe me? I still need to come up with an explanation. So, Nightwing cleared his throat. That's right, this is indeed a space ability, but it's not a space fruit. Nightwing continued to start talking nonsense seriously. This completely stunned Marco. With the ability to manipulate space, why isn't it a space devil fruit? Marco asked in confusion. Are you stupid, Marco? Look at all of you. Under my guidance, haven't you all gained different abilities? Since I can bestow abilities upon you, I can naturally enhance my own abilities too. This ability is still a Paramecia-type auxiliary enhancement fruit, Nightwing said. After being confronted by Nightwing, Marco thought about it and realized it was indeed the case, who said that I could only assist others and not myself. Then, seeing that the people around him had no doubts, Nightwing directly activated the teleportation skill. Now, having crafted so much equipment and purchased teleportation skill usages, Nightwing really didn't have much money left. However, in order to capture Kazaru, Nightwing still bit the bullet and spent several tens of thousands of berries, after which the system showed 5 uses of teleportation. After completing the purchase, Nightwing prepared to use it and appeared in front of Mihawk and Doflamingo. I'm sending you over now, Nightwing said. He then directly used the teleportation skill, which was applied to Mihawk's body. A burst of red light suddenly appeared from the sky, directly locking onto Mihawk. The people around were also astonished. Red light? It actually shone down directly from the sky. An auxiliary enhancement type. This is the most impressive devil fruit I've ever seen. Yes, if you say you have an auxiliary enhancement type, doesn't it mean that in some sense, you effectively possess all the devil fruits in this world? Just as people were intensely discussing the sudden beam of white light that fell from the sky. The next moment, Mihawk suddenly widened his eyes. That was because no matter how hard he tried, he found that his body was completely immobilized by this red light, unable to move an inch. This surprised Mihawk greatly. After all, he used to be the world's greatest swordsman. Although he ultimately lost to Jozu, Vista, and others, his own strength was still quite terrifying. To think he could be immobilized by a single beam of light from Nightwing? Even with immense power, he couldn't break free. Fortunately, this was a teleportation skill. However, a bold idea began to rise in Mihawk's mind. What if Vice-Captain Nightwing used this skill against an enemy? A direct red beam to suppress the enemy, rendering them unable to draw their sword, and then the suppressed enemy is definitely doomed. As I pondered, in the next moment, Hawkeye Mihawk's figure suddenly vanished without a trace. The surrounding people gasped in amazement. He disappeared. It really is the ability of the Space Devil Fruit. Observation Haki can no longer capture Mihawk's figure. Vice-Captain Yu is just too powerful. Soon after, Yu directly used the skill on Doflamingo's body. Amidst the astonishment, Doflamingo's figure also completely vanished. At that moment, however, an information officer from the Whitebeard pirates suddenly approached. Reporting to Vice-Captain Yu, red-haired Shanks requests an audience. The information officer said urgently. Yu frowned slightly. According to the plot in the original work, red-haired Shanks shouldn't be coming at this time. At this point in time, it must be that my arrival has caused a series of chain reactions in this world. However, since red-haired Shanks is here, I naturally won't miss the opportunity to meet him. Let's go meet this Shanks. With a command from Yu, the captains around him began to head outside one by one. When they finally arrived on the Moby Dick, Yu finally saw red-haired Shanks, who clearly seemed much more subdued than before. He didn't even unleash his Conqueror's Haki on the surrounding small fry. Yu also walked over. Red-haired Shanks looked very surprised, while his companions, Lucky Roo, Yasopp, and Beckman, all appeared to be deep in thought. Upon seeing Yu and Whitebeard arrive, Shanks' expression turned even more shocked. He immediately went to greet them. Whitebeard, you have finally returned, red-haired Shanks exclaimed. Upon seeing Shanks, Whitebeard broke into a big grin. Ha ha ha, it's you, Shanks. What brings you here? Seeing that Whitebeard could still laugh, Shank's expression was even more astonished. Hey, Whitebeard. I've heard that due to your pirate crew's previous actions being too arrogant, Kaido and Big Mom's pirate crews are going to take action against you. I could have arrived earlier, but there was a sudden change in weather at sea, so I was delayed a bit. Big Mom and Kaido's crews should have already made their move. What exactly happened to make their actions stop? Could it be that they heard my name, red-haired Shanks, and were intimidated by my reputation? So, they dared not act against you? Shanks murmured. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard felt a wave of disdain in his heart. Good for you, Shanks. You really know how to flatter yourself, thinking they were intimidated by you? Even I, the world's strongest man, wouldn't say such things. How can you say that without any face? So, Whitebeard decided to wake Shanks up quickly. What kind of dream are you having, Shanks? Because of your face, you scared away the Yonko crew. To be honest, the war is already over, Whitebeard said directly without giving red-haired Shanks any face. After hearing Whitebeard's words, Shanks was full of question marks. The others, including Law and the others, also looked confused. It's over? This is impossible. This doesn't look like a scene after a battle. Everything is so ordinary. Not to mention that all the captains are safe and sound, with no signs of battle on them. Even the entire Moby Dick is undamaged. This has to be said. After experiencing the siege of 2 major pirate crews, the Whitebeard pirates were able to remain unscathed. I can't believe it, even if I die. Don't joke around, Whitebeard. None of the people on your ship were injured. Not even the ship itself sustained any damage. And you tell me the war is over? Who believes that? Red-haired Shanks spoke up. Marco couldn't hold back any longer. How stubborn could Shanks be? We've already told you that this war is over. Yet you still refuse to believe it until the facts are right in front of you. What is there not to believe? I'll bring you the prisoners from this war to take a look, Marco said impatiently. Then, at Marco's gesture, one prisoner after another was brought up. As they passed by the prisoners, Shanks and the others were left dumbfounded. First, Katakuri walked over wearing handcuffs. Katakuri, just now Whitebeard said that your Emperor Alliance actually lost. Is that true? Red-haired Shanks said, his eyes wide in disbelief. Although he was reluctant to believe it, Katakuri nodded, acknowledging the defeat, and then walked away. Katakuri, the man whose back would never touch the ground, actually lost. The chicken leg in Luffy's hand dropped to the ground. Then, Drought Jack also walked over. Previously, Jesus Burgess had faced off against Drought Jack, although he had the advantage. Jack was just too tough, and his bullets didn't inflict much damage. Looking at someone he once found nearly impossible to break through, now beaten black and blue, his tusks even broken, Jesus Burgess swallowed hard. Unbelievable. That tough guy Drought Jack had his tusks broken. Next, the arrival of Black Maria, Smoothie, and others completely stunned Shanks and the red-haired pirates. What the hell? Are you kidding me? The once high and mighty Flying Six, even the All-Stars, have actually been reduced to mere maids? Red-haired Shanks gaped, unable to close his mouth for a long time. To be killed is acceptable, but to be humiliated. The Whitebeard pirates are preparing to humiliate the Beast pirates and the Big Mom pirates to the extreme. Shanks thought in shock. The other elites of the red-haired pirates were also exclaiming how impressive it was. From this perspective, it seems that the Whitebeard pirates truly defeated the 2 major Yonko crews with 1 against 2. I say, Jesus Burgess, the Whitebeard pirates really know how to have fun. Look, Smoothie has even been dressed up in a teacher's maid outfit. Stimulating. Looking at their swollen butts. They probably got beaten for being disobedient. Hearing the words around them, Smoothie and the 2 in black felt their faces flush red. They wanted to explode, but couldn't speak. There was no way. They were currently captives, and every time they had rebelled or talked back before, they had been beaten badly. Now, none of them dared to talk back anymore. After confirming, Yi waved his hand, and all the captives were taken down. Kuahaha. So, do you believe it now, Shanks? Whitebeard laughed heartily. Shanks and the others swallowed hard. The facts were right in front of them, and they couldn't deny it. However, the confusion in their hearts was even more evident. You actually managed to defeat 2 pirate crews with just 1 crew. How did you do it? Even if your crew's Jozu reached the level of an emperor and Whitebeard returned. But the other side has 2 major pirate crews, outnumbering you. Yet you managed to drive them back completely unharmed. Shanks exclaimed in shock. It was incomprehensible, completely incomprehensible. Jesus Burgess and the elites of the red-haired pirates were all filled with doubt, waiting for the Whitebeard pirates to reveal the secret to them. What is there to it? To tell you the truth, under the guidance of our Vice-Captain YuShows, our entire pirate crew has undergone a qualitative improvement. The current Whitebeard pirates are more than twice as strong as the previous Whitebeard pirates. Marco was the first to speak, excitedly saying, "The elite captains of the red-haired pirates." Upon hearing this, felt their hearts shake once again. One person actually managed to double the combat power of the world's strongest pirate crew. Is this Nightwing a devil? Shanks looked serious. All the captains have gained a qualitative improvement? Indeed, this Nightwing is this powerful. The problem still lies with the new vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Nightwing. Last time, I challenged Nightwing and failed because I couldn't defeat Jaws. Since that failure, I have been practicing my hockey diligently at home, and now my hockey, as well as my swordsmanship, have undergone a qualitative improvement. Red-haired has gained the confidence to defeat Jaws. Last time I failed. It was quite regrettable. This time, Shanks the red-haired pirate must regain his honor. As a result, Shanks's expression gradually became serious. Shanks of the red-haired pirates earnestly requested to challenge Vice-Captain YuShows. Shanks the red-haired shouted loudly. Without any hesitation, Shanks directly issued a challenge, just like last time. This startled the white-bearded man nearby. Is this Shanks going crazy? Suddenly, he just let out such a roar. Also, as the captain of the red-haired pirates, he actually directly challenged a vice-captain. It feels like something is off. Whitebeard doesn't know about the challenge Shanks made before, but everyone else does. Ha ha ha. You still want to challenge our vice-captain? You better get past me first. Jozu walked out with a grin. Shanks twitched at the corner of his mouth. You black fat guy. Chapter 196 Nightwing Jozu. You're kind of bullying Shanks here. How dare you mock me? All right, just you wait. I'll pay you back for the last grudge. Just as he was about to speak, Nightwing spoke up first. Jozu, you're really kind of bullying Shanks, aren't you? Nightwing said. This sentence is indeed not wrong. Jaws has just obtained the equipment forged by Nightwing, including the Changer armor and the Sun Flame. Before, Shanks could at least fight Jaws on equal terms, but now, it's Jaws' peak period, and defeating him has become impossible. So, Jaws fighting Shanks is just bullying. How about this, Jaws? Since you've already fought against the Emperor level, let's give the opportunity to the other brothers. Blamank, you go and fight Shanks. Nightwing said directly. Nightwing decided that letting those with Emperor-level strength fight against Emperor-level warriors would also be beneficial. Consider it practiced before the war on top. The vice-captain of Nightwing personally issued the order, and Jaws didn't dare to say anything, scratching his head as he stepped back, still looking regretful. Sigh. I was hoping to see if I could defeat Shanks in one hit, but now that opportunity is gone. What a pity, Jaws said regretfully. Upon hearing this, Blamank immediately showed a proud expression. Thank you, Vice-Captain Nightwing, for giving me this opportunity. Haha. I was feeling frustrated for not being able to spar with an Emperor-level fighter in the previous war, but now I have such a training partner. It's fantastic. Blamank said excitedly. The other captains of the Whitebeard pirates also clenched their fists, looking at Shanks with a sense of anticipation. Feeling the attitude of the Whitebeard pirates' captains, Shanks felt like he was about to explode with anger. What the hell is this attitude from all of you? I'm the Emperor, Shanks. The last time I lost to Jaws was just because I was careless. Why does it feel like I've become your training partner in your eyes? If Jaws, Vista, and Marco treated me as a training partner, I could barely accept that. But now even a 6th Division captain from the Whitebeard Pirates dares to treat me as a training partner? Moreover, what infuriated Shanks even more was that this Blamank was acting as if victory was assured. Good grief. If I get defeated by a mere 6th Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, I won't be able to show my face in this new world anymore. The other captains of red-haired Shanks were also extremely angry. That is their emperor they are protecting. Now, in the eyes of the Whitebeard Pirates, he is just someone who can fight against a 6th Division captain. If they come to the Whitebeard Pirates, wouldn't they be ranked outside the top 10? This is so insulting. What do you mean? Open your eyes and take a good look. This is our old man Shanks, the youngest emperor on these seas. How can your Whitebeard pirates just randomly send someone to fight against our old man? Rikiru's temper flared up, and he said angrily. Originally, Rikiru wanted to continue saying that if you want to defeat our old man Shanks, you have to get past me first. But he was directly stopped by the serious-faced Shanks. "This is not your concern, Rikiru. Since the Whitebeard pirates look down on me, I will let them see what the power of the four emperors truly is. Blamank, Jaws, Nightwing, I will defeat them one by one." Red-haired Shanks said solemnly. In the next moment, a terrifying Conqueror's Haki radiated from Shanks' body, feeling the Conqueror's Haki of red-haired Shanks. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were all momentarily taken aback. Although Shanks seems a bit more restrained compared to the last time he boarded the ship, I have to say, his habit of unleashing his Conqueror's Haki at the slightest disagreement hasn't changed. Since that's the case, let's help him adjust that habit. It's clearly very impolite to release Conqueror's Haki in other pirate crews, so the captains of the Whitebeard pirates are quite displeased with Shanks' behavior. In the next moment, without much communication, Jozu, Vista, Marco, and the others all release their own Conqueror's Haki. The three streams of Conqueror's Haki formed together and surged towards Shanks' Haki. Although Shanks' Haki is individually above any of the three, when the three of them combined their Haki, it created a crushing trend against Shanks' Haki. Buzz! A powerful, invisible force surged forth. Under the terrifying pressure of the Conqueror's Haki, beads of cold sweat appeared on Shanks' forehead. Behind Shanks, Jesus Burgess, Lucky Roo, and Beckman widened their eyes in disbelief. Conqueror's Haki. Vista. They all have Conqueror's Haki. With Whitebeard included, wow. That's 4 Conqueror's Haki on one ship. Beckman's mouth dropped open, his eyes wide. Jesus Burgess was so shocked, he kept swallowing, feeling his heart racing uncontrollably, his head buzzing, squinting in astonishment. Moreover, the quality of these 3 people's Haki is not low. Even I was affected. This inexplicable panic is really annoying. Lucky Roo's large elbow slipped from his hand, and his black sunglasses shattered at that moment. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki. The terrifying Whitebeard pirates. The terrifying Nightwing. Feeling the invisible pressure on his body, Lucky Roo's expression turned serious as he spoke solemnly. Finally, the tumult of the sea gradually quieted down. The clash of Conquerors' Haki slowly faded, and everything returned to how it was before. However, the sweat on Shanks' forehead had not dissipated. But in front of so many people, Shanks couldn't wipe away the sweat. After all, he was the one who released the Conqueror's Haki first, only to be slapped in the face by the others, with his Haki being suppressed instead. Shanks tried to maintain a calm demeanor. Not bad, not bad. The 3 of you actually have Conqueror's Haki. Congratulations, Whitebeard, Shanks said, cupping his fists to Whitebeard. It's nothing, just a few more awakenings of Conqueror's Haki. Nothing to congratulate about. Whitebeard laughed heartily, showing off to the extreme. Shanks' heart went pfft. Good grief, I intended to show off and regain some face this time, but unexpectedly, I ended up being outdone by this bastard. A miscalculation. Next time, I absolutely can't release any Conqueror's Haki in front of the Whitebeard pirates again. This is just looking for trouble. According to Shanks' speculation, it's very likely that Nightwing also possesses Conqueror's Haki. Combined with Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki, the Whitebeard pirates must now have at least 5 users of Conqueror's Haki. If these 5 people unleash their Conqueror's Haki together next time, I probably won't be able to pretend to be calm anymore. Come on, let's fight, Brayman K. I'm in a hurry. Shanks drew his famous sword griffin, pointing it at Brayman K, and said seriously, since he didn't gain any advantage from his Conqueror's Haki. Shanks didn't want to continue discussing the topic of Conqueror's Haki. Based on Shanks' understanding of the Whitebeard pirates, this group of pretentious guys will definitely show off about the Conqueror's Haki topic. So, Shanks chose to change the subject directly, not wanting to humiliate himself. After hearing Shanks' words, Brayman K chuckled inwardly. Failed to show off with Conqueror's Haki, and now thinking of regaining face through me. It seems I've really been underestimated. Well, it's just right. Let me show you my current strength. All right. If it's a fight, then let's fight. Come on, to the duel arena. Brayman K took out his Thor's hammer and spoke seriously. A group of people made their way to the duel arena. At this moment, Jaws directly mocked Jesus and the others. Hey, last time your boss lost quite a bit of money to us. How about we gamble again this time? Jaws said with a grin. What kind of bet? Beckman squinted his eyes and asked. Let's bet on whether your boss Shanks can win. If your boss wins against us, we will pay you money. But if Shanks loses, you will pay us money. The odds are 1-to-1, Joz said with a smile. Beckman, Jesus. And the other three were clearly taken aback. This is a bit unusual. Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates really think that Blackbeard can defeat the four emperors? What an international joke. Isn't this looking down on our red-haired pirates too much? So Beckman no longer hesitated. All right, if we're betting, I'll bet 100 million berries. Behind him, Jesus Burgess and Lockie also followed suit, betting a total of 300 million berries. When Jozu saw this, he was delighted. Wasn't this just giving him money? However, he didn't have much saved up either, with only 100 million berries left in his pocket. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates all started to follow suit with the remaining 200 million berries, and some even began to complain. Oh no, it's all my fault. I usually spend money lavishly, using it all to buy drinks, and now, with such a chance to get rich, I can't seize it. How about this, brothers of the Automos? Can you lend me 100 billion berries? Claro frowned and said. Automos shot Claro a glare. Go away. If I lend you money, how am I supposed to make a profit? To be honest, all my money is bet. The reason these captains are so confident is because of the previous grand distribution by YuShows. Although it didn't grant Bramink any skill effects, it provided him with a truly terrifying piece of equipment. The Hat of the World Destroyer. The user gains an additional 120 magic damage and increases their total magic power by 35. Therefore, Bramink is definitely full of power right now. Additionally, Bramink already possesses the divine artifact, the Hammer of Thor. Back during the peak of the Great War, Bramink directly eliminated the vice-captain of the 100 Beast Pirates, Ember Calamity. This terrifying combat power, naturally in their eyes, defeating a Yonko is not a big deal. So, they thought about making some extra money through betting. Looking at the attitudes of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, Jesus Burgess and the others were extremely angry, it seems. They really guessed right. The Whitebeard pirates clearly looked down on Captain Shanks. A mere 6th Division captain dares to look down on a Yonko? Go for it, Captain Shanks. The elites of the red-haired pirates began to cheer for Shanks one by one. This is about their face. It has to be a beautiful win. Hearing the encouragement from his crew, Shanks the red-haired slightly curled the corner of his mouth. Just wait. Shanks the red-haired, will regain the face I lost here, no matter what. This battle will be the start. Shanks thought to himself. Bramink also pulled out his own Thor's hammer. Looking at Bramink's new weapon, Shanks narrowed his eyes. Wait a minute, Bramink. Wasn't your previous weapon a big wooden stick? Why has it changed to a small hammer now? Shanks the red-haired asked in confusion. Seeing that Shanks was interested in his Thor's hammer, Bramink proudly began to introduce it. Ha ha ha. This is a weapon crafted for me by our Vice-Captain YuShows. It's way better than that big wooden stick. When the battle starts, you'll feel it. Ha ha ha. Bramink grinned and said, That YuShows again. Chapter 197, Red-Haired Bramink. Why so many abilities? I didn't expect him to craft weapons for the captains. And after so many years of using his weapon, Bramink just switched it out. Shanks the red-haired thought, ultimately concluding that this inconspicuous little hammer must be extraordinary. It seems that during the battle, I need to be careful of this weapon, Shanks mused. The next moment, with a command from Whitebeard, the duel began. The atmosphere on site soared to a climax. Both of them showed no hesitation, directly swinging their weapons at each other. Their figures moved at incredible speeds. But as one of the four emperors, it was clear that Shanks' speed was even more astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the two were face to face, their weapons crashing toward each other. Beckman, who was below the duel arena, narrowed his eyes. Ha ha ha. Speed, strength, and dominance are all above Bramink. It seems Bramink will suffer in this first encounter, Beckman said excitedly. The other two also had slight smiles. They had been observing the actions of both sides through observation hockey, and it was evident that Shanks was much stronger in combat. Foolish Bramink, choosing to clash head-on with our captain. If you had used a flanking tactic and retreated while fighting, you could have lasted a few rounds against Captain Shanks. Now you've chosen a direct confrontation. Aren't you just prolonging your defeat? The elites of the red-haired pirates teased. On the Whitebeard pirate side, they also cheered for Bramink. Although they could tell Shanks' overall strength was crushing Bramink, they had no worries. After all, The weapon Bremen-K held was crafted by Vice-Captain YuShows himself. On the battlefield, their weapons collided. A massive amount of sparks erupted at this moment. Under the powerful impact, the surrounding air began to stir. Under the terrifying momentum, the clouds in the sky were torn apart, creating a gap. The ground of the duel arena beneath them also completely cracked at this moment, with fissures appearing and then instantly collapsing. The scene before the red-haired pirates left them momentarily in disbelief. What a joke! Bremen-K actually withstood our Captain Shanks' attack. Jesus and the others widened their eyes in shock. They thought that this collision would send Bremen-K flying 10 meters away. But the two were actually evenly matched. What a joke! Can even Bremen-K, the 6th Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, be comparable to an emperor? On the battlefield, Shanks the red-haired's expression was shocked to the extreme. His flowing cherry slash was actually blocked by Bremen-K. Moreover, Bremen-K's terrifying strength even made his fingers ache. No way. Shanks' eyes suddenly became sharp as an eagle. The flowing cherry slash wasn't blocked by Bremen-K's strength. It was because of this hammer in front of me. Shanks suddenly realized the issue. The reason my hands are shaking is entirely because of this hammer. What is this thing? It's even better than my famous sword Griffin? Shanks was stunned. It should be known that his sword was one of the best in the world, and his weapon was actually not as hard as Bremen-K's hammer. This made Shanks question his life. Hee. I told you long ago, this is a weapon personally crafted for me by Vice-Captain YuShows. How could your broken griffin withstand my Thor's hammer? Bremen-K said with a grin. Shanks felt a bit emo. Broken griffin? Broken griffin? What do you mean by broken griffin? My weapon is one of the supreme great swords in today's world. In your eyes, is it just a broken sword? Shanks was extremely angry, but ended up laughing. I didn't expect that under YuShows' guidance, you guys from the Whitebeard pirates would be so terrifying now. I was planning to hold back some strength, but it seems there's no need for that. Shanks said. The fighting spirit within him surged to the extreme at this moment. Good. Just right. I wasn't satisfied either. Let us not hold back and go all out together. Bremen-K felt Shanks' fighting spirit and smiled as he spoke. After hearing Bremen-K's words, Shanks was left with a black line on his forehead. Are you still not using your full strength? What a ridiculous joke. You're merely relying on the quality of your weapon to barely withstand one of my casual strikes. And you really think you could defeat me? Shanks thought angrily. The next moment, Shanks did not hold back, aiming his sword at Bremen-K. The terrifying hockey wrapped around Shanks, the red-haired's griffin accessories, transforming into a pitch-black dragon. After losing to Jaws last time, Shanks had been brooding over it, and during this time, he had not slacked off in his training. The long dragon entwined with hockey that wrapped around Griffin is the result of Shanks recently practicing his conqueror's hockey with all his might and finally succeeding. I have to give it my all, or else. Don't blame me, Shanks muttered. Although he was quite angry, he didn't have any grudge against Bremen-K. So Shanks still reminded Bremen-K in advance, to avoid causing serious injury later, which would definitely lead to trouble on his side. Feeling Shanks' fighting spirit, the elites of the red-haired pirates looked surprised one by one. Captain Red-Haired is actually going to get serious? If that's the case, he might directly cut Bremen-K to death. This is bad. This is bad. Captain Shanks must have been completely provoked. If he really kills Bremen-K, our red-haired pirates will become enemies with the Whitebeard pirates in the future. Jesus Burgess, LaCrue, and Beckman all frowned slightly. Even the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were sweating for Bremen-K. Although Bremen-K had equipment and the Thunder God Hammer support, Bremen-K's lack of royal-level combat experience might really put him at a disadvantage. Be careful, Bremen-K. Jaws shouted a reminder to Bremen-K in the duel arena. Yet, YuShows still appeared calm. The reason he hadn't given Bremen-K any skill fruits was simply because the Thunder God Hammer is just too strong. The slash in front of Bremen-K transformed into a dragon of hockey, charging straight at him. Feeling the terrifying slash brought by Shanks, Bremen-K gasped. Holy crap! A hockey dragon! Shanks, do you really want to kill me? Bremen-K exclaimed in shock. Shanks also felt that his move might be a bit excessive. However, Bremen-K's Thunder God Hammer is extremely hard. It should be able to block my slash. There shouldn't be any significant damage. What are you still dawdling for? Use your Thunder God Hammer to block it. Shanks hurriedly reminded. Fortunately, I have the Thunder God Hammer. Otherwise, you would really have taken me out. Bremen mumbled. However, You want me to use the Thunder God Hammer to block your slash? I can only say, you're overthinking it. The Thunder God Hammer is not used like that. Then, Bramink tightly gripped the Thunder God Hammer, and just as the slash was about to reach his face, suddenly a flash of lightning streaked across. In the next moment, Bramink vanished like a ghost, the electric light flashing, and he directly dodged and flew into the sky. Shanks widened his eyes, unable to believe what was happening before him. My previous strike was so swift. This Blavank actually avoided the past. Could it be, this Bramink, can it really fly? But wait, with such a massive body, how could Bramink possibly fly? Could it be that it has eaten some special devil fruit? A powerful slash flew towards the area around the Whitebeard pirates' dueling ground. The small minions behind Whitebeard turned pale with fear, looking terrified. Seeing the scene, Jozu leaped forward, activating his diamond fruit to its fullest, easily deflecting the massive slash. Captain Jozu truly lives up to his name. The minions behind him showed expressions of joy again. They had several emperors around them and had instinctively reacted in panic just now. They had almost forgotten about this. Then, Jozu revealed a smile. Haha, this Bramink, I thought it wouldn't be able to handle it, but unexpectedly, it just flew into the sky with a Thor's hammer. Marco also showed a smile on his face. I have to say, this Thor's hammer is really strong. Its speed. I think it even rivals the light fruit, right? Marco showed an envious expression. If only he could have Vice-Captain Yu craft a weapon for him as well, like this Thor's hammer, which is equivalent to a combination of several devil fruits. It's hard not to envy this. The other captains of the Whitebeard pirates burst into laughter. Well, Bramink, we thought you were done for just now. Never expected that with the Thunder God Hammer, your speed would be this fast. As for Jesus Burgess, Beckman, and Lakalu, they were left dumbfounded. The three of them frantically rubbed their eyes, swallowing their saliva in disbelief, questioning if they were seeing things. No way did he really dodge. He actually dodged. Could it be that this Bramink guy, who weighs even more than me, can actually fly? Lakalu looked incredulous. That's right, unbelievable. The terrifying strike from Captain Shanks, and this Bramink guy actually dodged it so casually. Jesus Burgess squinted his eyes and said, as a sniper, he had the strongest observation hockey among the three, and he had just witnessed. Just when the terrifying slash was about to hit Bramink, he seemed to transform into lightning, dodging it with a speed like thunder. The speed was unimaginable. If it's not flying, then what is it? As for Beckman, the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates, he also extinguished the cigarette in his hand. He looked at Bramink in the sky, remaining silent for a long time. What exactly is the Whitebeard pirates? The improvements are not just a little bit. On the battlefield, after dodging Shank's strike, Blavank stroked his Thor's hammer. In fact, he could feel that his Thor's hammer had become even stronger than before. And this had a lot to do with the world-ending hat that Nightwing had given him. Sure enough, anything produced by Vice-Captain Nightwing is bound to be top-notch. Ha! Red-haired Shanks, it seems you've really been angered to strike me so fiercely. Next, it's my turn to attack, Blavank said from the sky. Then, the Thor's hammer in his hand began to emit various thunderous sounds. A huge dark cloud appeared directly in the sky. The previously calm, windless weather suddenly turned into a storm of thunder and lightning at this moment. Boom! Boom! In an instant, various bolts of lightning struck directly onto Blavank's Thor's hammer. Shanks, with his red hair, was completely dumbfounded, his eyes nearly popping out. What exactly is this Bramink situation? Chapter 198, Red Hair. Why do you have the power of thunder and lightning? It's one thing to be able to fly. I could just assume you ate the flash fruit. But, are you trying to tell me that you've also eaten the thunder fruit? Jesus Burgess' eyes narrowed into slits, his brow furrowed. What is going on? What the hell is happening with the Whitebeard pirates? They're all acting so abnormal. Why? Why does this Bramink guy have a thunder fruit? Jesus Burgess said in disbelief. Right, this Bramink, who could fly before. Didn't he already have a devil fruit? How? Now, does he have a thunder fruit again? This defies logic. Lucky Lou swallowed his saliva, his face serious as he spoke. Beckman suddenly realized something. Do you think it could be because of this guy's weapon? Weapon? The people around turned their attention to the sky. That's right, it's not the devil fruit. That weapon is definitely abnormal. It might even possess the abilities of a devil fruit. Beckman suddenly shouted loudly. The enormous sound was directly heard by the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, each wearing a cheerful expression. Hee. No doubt about it, this power of lightning, along with that power of flight, is all thanks to this Thor's hammer. After all, it's a weapon crafted personally by our Vice-Captain YuShows, Marco said excitedly. The other captains also burst into laughter. Buzz. Hearing this speculation directly from Marco's mouth made the elites of the red-haired pirates tremble. They even felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. On the battlefield, Shanks, the red-haired, was still in shock when the lightning in the sky transformed into a massive dragon, charging towards him. The terrifying electric dragon darted across the sky, leaving trails of lightning in its wake, emitting crackling sounds. Even Brayman K himself did not expect that a casual strike could reach 100 million volts, directly achieving the realm of the lightning dragon. It seems that the world-destroying god hat gifted to me by Vice-Captain YuShows is indeed extraordinary. The terrifying electric dragon left Shanks with no opportunity to think. With his observation hockey pushed to the limit, Shanks revealed eyes as sharp as my hawks. In that moment, his figure moved rapidly. Boom! The electric dragon, moving in incredible speed, exploded in the very spot where Shanks had stood moments before. The explosive force created a massive pit several hundred meters deep on the dueling ground. A large amount of stone fragments were scattered by this terrifying electric force, soaring hundreds of meters into the air, falling down piece by piece. Although he managed to evade this powerful attack, the electric dragon still unleashed a powerful electric current after the explosion. The currents of radiation surged directly toward Shanks. Shanks frowned slightly. He never expected that Brahmank's casual strike would wield such terrifying power. Sensing the incoming radiation currents, Shanks gripped his griffin tightly, gathering his armament hockey. With a sharp slash, he arced his attack towards the currents. Boom! The two forces collided at the center of the two individuals, and the terrifying shock waves spread out in all directions. Although he managed to counter it, Shanks still felt a lingering fear. You bastard! Why do you possess the power of lightning? Isn't that ability Enel's? Could it be that Enel has already fallen? Shanks shouted towards Brahmank in the sky. There was no way around it. The abilities within Brahmank's body left him utterly shocked. Even now, as one of the four emperors, facing someone with such a plethora of terrifying abilities like Brahmank made him wary. Chapter 199. Brahmank calls down a thunderstorm on Shanks. Shanks held on his griffin even more tightly. What the hell is going on with the Whitebeard pirates? They all look like they've taken some kind of drug. If that guy Brannock manages to take them down, it'll be way more embarrassing than being taken out by Jaws. If I lose to Brayman K, word gets out, and I'll definitely be laughed at by the other strong ones in the New World. Meanwhile, Brayman K in the sky looks quite at ease. Haha, if I can take down Red-Haired, then I, Brayman K, will definitely make a name for myself. Brayman K said with a grin to Shanks on the ground. This sentence completely irritated Shanks. You all think I'm just a rookie, right? Am I really that weak? Shanks could no longer contain his emotions. After all, he is the king of this sea. Those strong ones who looked down on me before were numerous. But in the end, weren't they all dealt with one by one? Now, a Brayman K dares to look down on a king? The next moment, Shanks didn't hesitate. He wrapped his conqueror's hockey around his famous sword, Griffin, and aimed the blade at Brayman K in the sky. Kid, you're going to die. Shanks shouted fiercely. In the next moment, Shanks's wrist spun rapidly, and a series of fierce slashes were instantly unleashed from his hands. The terrifying sword intent surged forth, rushing towards Brayman K in the sky. The sky was instantly engulfed by slashes. Feeling Shanks's powerful sword intent, Brayman K nodded in satisfaction. Is this the might of a king? Now you have the means to be defeated by me, Brayman K said arrogantly from the sky. This sentence also reached the ears of the captains of the red-haired pirates who were watching the battle at that moment. It sounded particularly harsh. What the hell are you saying? What do you take our captain for? Do you really think you can treat our captain like some experienced baby? Beckman's expression was extremely serious. What are you saying, Brayman K? Mind your identity. Our red-haired captain is fighting you because he wants to spar with your vice-captain Nightwing. So he has to defeat you first. You don't really think you can take down our red-haired vice-captain, do you? Beckman said angrily. Rijiru also showed a trace of anger. Yeah, Brayman K, our red-haired captain is fighting you out of respect, just to teach you a couple of moves. You don't really think you're capable, do you? Rijiru clenched his hefty fists, his eyes filled with rage. Jesus was also frowning, his brows tightly knitted. Damn, Brayman K, you're so arrogant. I really want to teach you a lesson for the red-haired captain. Jesus said with a face full of anger. However, facing the shouts of these people, Brayman K didn't take it seriously at all. In the next moment on the battlefield, facing the various sword intents released by Shanks, Brayman K once again took out his Thunder God Hammer, crackling. Crackling. The Thunder God Hammer was continuously emitting strange sounds of electricity. Then, a powerful current attached itself to the Thunder God Hammer. A smile appeared on Brayman's lips. And in the next moment, a strong current suddenly surged from his hand. The powerful current, under Brayman's manipulation, directly transformed into electric dragons. The electric dragons let out a series of roars in the sky, resembling thunder. In the next moment, they charged towards Shanks/Wave with lightning speed. Two powerful forces collided in the sky. Boom! Boom! The entire sky erupted with a deafening sound. The onlookers, whether from the Whitebeard pirates or the red-haired pirates, all displayed expressions of immense shock. Goodness, it seems that Brayman's electric power has become significantly stronger than before. Marco, feeling the power of Brayman's lightning from the side, murmured, "Yes, at this rate, Brother Brayman K is likely to become an emperor." Jozu said excitedly from the side. Initially, he thought he would have to fight against the red-haired, but now it seems just Brayman K alone might be able to stop Shanks' advance, leaving him no chance to intervene at all. Whitebeard also showed great interest. "Wow, you really are something. Your support fruit is too overpowered. At this rate, I fear no one in the whole world can shake our Whitebeard pirates. Ha ha." Whitebeard laughed heartily. One family rejoices while another worries. The members of the red-haired pirates all revealed extremely serious expressions, as they never expected. That Brayman K could release dozens of those terrifying electric currents at once. This terrifying power, I'm afraid it's even more frightening than Enel's rumble fruit. Jesus, Burgess, Beckman, and the others all gasped in shock for Shanks. "Captain Shanks, be careful." "Yes, Captain Shanks, don't underestimate this Brayman K. His equipment is truly bizarre. Right? You must not let your guard down. Use all your strength to fight, otherwise. I'm afraid this time you still won't be able to fight their vice-captain Yeyu." The crew members of the red-haired pirates spoke with anxious expressions. Facing the now powerful Brayman K, they no longer held their previous dismissive attitude. Each one displayed a serious expression, reminding Shanks. Boom! Boom! Powerful forces collided in the sky. The weather in the entire sky changed due to this intense clash, becoming unpredictable. The strong aftershocks surged wildly around, and the powerful electric aftershocks surged toward the surroundings, with a large portion of the lightning power crashing toward Shanks. Bolts of electricity crackled in the air, and the entire surrounding space became extremely dry due to this terrifying lightning power. In the next moment, the powerful current directly struck the ground beneath Shanks. Under the influence of the terrifying current, a horrifying explosion sound erupted around Shanks. Chapter 200 Shanks, I will kill you. Fatty did a hit. The onlooking Jesus, Burgess and others showed expressions of immense shock. According to their observations, this terrifying current had completely struck Shanks' body, yet Shanks stood still, unmoving. Even if you're a Yonko, facing such terrifying currents, you'd probably lose a layer of skin, right? However, in the next moment, Shanks' figure suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. It turned out that what Brayman K hit was just an illusion of Shanks. The real body had somehow appeared behind Brayman K. The crew members of the red-haired pirates once again showed excited expressions. Ha ha, almost forgot about this. Captain Shanks is a man with observation hockey. In terms of conqueror's hockey, Brayman K could never catch up. Beckman's previously serious expression gradually relaxed, revealing an incredibly excited gaze. Captain Shanks, as expected of the captain, no matter how strange the opponent's abilities are, So what? The final victor will definitely still belong to the red-haired pirates. Yes, relying solely on one's weapon to enhance combat power is just a side path. True strong warriors are powerful because of their 3 types of haki in this. Bremen could never catch up to Captain Shanks. Rikiru happily chimed in. Let's take this momentum and take down that arrogant brat Bremen. Captain Shanks. Jesus Burgess also cheered for Shanks from his side. On the battlefield, Shanks instantly moved in front of Bremen, the griffin in his hand aimed at Bremen. Faced with such a multitude of abilities from Bremen, Shanks did not dare to be careless. He thrust at Bremen's waist, just at that critical moment. The Thunder God Hammer seemed to have a life of its own, and it directly charged toward Shanks' griffin. Bang! A powerful collision sound erupted, and a large number of sparks shot out into the sky, resembling a fireworks display. The Thunder God Hammer, relying on its own powerful quality, not only blocked Shanks' attack, but more importantly, under the immense force, it caused Shanks' griffin to tremble. Instantly, a dark line appeared on Shanks' forehead. Before this, he always thought that true experts rely on their 3 types of haki. However, it wasn't until he fought Bremen that he realized that good weapons are even more important than the 3 types of haki. Just like in the previous battle, he first used his powerful Conqueror's haki to make Bremen mispredict and hit his illusion. Then, he used his observation haki and physical abilities to directly lock on a Bremen, instantly advancing to Bremen's front. Finally, he unleashed a deadly blow using his armament haki. But what the hell was the result? All his flashy maneuvers were not as good as having a good weapon. His actions, although they successfully tricked Bremen, even he couldn't believe it, the result was that Bremen's weapon actually automatically protected its master. This damn thing is fighting on its own. Why is it so difficult? Not only do I need to trick Bremen, but I also have to trick his weapons. Do I really have to deceive them too? Shanks' face turned darker than charcoal. What the hell is this weapon? It has far exceeded human understanding. The red-haired pirate crew members on the ground were just as shocked as Shanks, their eyes wide open, almost popping out. They admitted they were completely bewildered. Captain Shanks, what kind of enemy has he encountered? No, it shouldn't be said like that. It should be said, what kind of divine weapon has Captain Shanks encountered? Is it really a weapon from the human world? Beckman's mouth dropped open in disbelief as he said, yes, this is the first time in my life I feel sorry for Captain Shanks. The opponent, Bremen is simply inhuman, completely relying on his weapon to win. And Captain Shanks actually can't defeat a weapon. Isn't that frustrating? La Galoo showed a sympathetic expression directly at Shanks. In this situation, anyone would probably explode with anger on spot. Sure enough, Shanks in the sky had a very dark expression. His treasured sword, Griffin, was struck by that damned hammer and was still trembling. Shanks firmly believed that if he hadn't used haki just now, the outcome would have been even worse. It's possible that the treasured sword Griffin, which he had worked so hard to obtain, might have even been chipped. Below, the Whitebeard pirates watching the battle all showed expressions of surprise. Ha ha ha, that kid Shanks must be on the verge of exploding with anger. This made me think of the time when my Supreme Blade was chipped by that kid Nightwing. No need to say, Shanks must be very frustrated right now. I understand that, Whitebeard said with a smile. Marco also revealed a smile. Ha ha ha, as one of the 4 emperors. To think that one day he would be made to spin around by a weapon. I bet Shanks never expected this either. Marco laughed heartily. However, speaking of which, Vice-Captain Nightwing, the weapon you forged is truly formidable. To be honest, I'm a bit envious, Bista said with jealousy. Nightwing had indeed forged weapons for Bista, but compared to Bremen's Thunderhammer, it was naturally lacking. Joz directly rolled his eyes at Bista. Just be content, Bista. The weapon Vice-Captain Nightwing forged for you is many times stronger than your previous one. At least Vice-Captain Nightwing has made a weapon for you. We haven't even touched a weapon crafted by Vice-Captain Nightwing. Joz mumbled. This whole situation is quite helpless. How can a fight remind them of me? If everyone were to create a powerful weapon for you, wouldn't that just wear me out? In the sky above, seeing his own weapon personally saving the master, Brammink's mood was at its peak. Holding his own Thor's hammer, Brammink was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, I never expected it. Really didn't expect my weapon could be this impressive? Sorry, Shanks. Haha. I never thought a weapon could actually save the master. This was personally crafted by our Vice-Captain Yeyu, and I was even told at the time that it had such capabilities. You've really suffered, Shanks, Bramink said with a grin. Shanks, who was already feeling quite gloomy, turned even darker upon hearing Bramink's words. After a brief moment of confusion, red-haired Shanks continued to wield his griffin and charged at Bramink. He couldn't believe that as a dignified emperor, he would be defeated by a weapon. Unwilling to accept this, Shanks gathered his haki and launched a second strike directly at Bramink. Bastard, what are you showing off in front of me for? Isn't it just relying on a weapon to block my move? What is so great about it? Shanks yelled at Bramink. What is so great about it? Bramink chuckled at Shanks. Ha ha ha. Shanks, sorry. Having such a powerful weapon is impressive. Isn't it? If you have the ability, come and hit me. Ha ha. Bramink said with a grin, fully embodying the culture of the Whitebeard pirates. Upon hearing Bramink's words, Shanks's mouth twitched. His mouth even twisted, and he increased the strength in his hand. Boom! The two powerful weapons collided again. Under the immense force, the sky turned unstable. Bramink didn't hold back against Shanks either. The electric power of Thor's hammer was turned to its maximum. Boom! A lightning dragon appeared out of nowhere, lunging at Shanks, and in the next moment, under the powerful force, Shanks was directly knocked flying. Watching the scene in the sky, the members of the red-haired pirates widened their eyes. I can't be seeing this wrong, right? Captain Shanks was actually knocked flying? How is that possible? Beckman said incredulously. Other members also showed worried expressions. This was the first time they had seen Shanks in such a state. On the battlefield, although the powerful electric current had knocked Shanks away, fortunately, he did not suffer any particularly serious injuries. Once Shanks steadied himself, he prepared to unleash a second wave of attacks against Bramink. However, he suddenly discovered that his supreme great sword Griffin had a large crack appearing on it. This is the supreme great knife, and there are only 12 of them in the entire world. No matter where you look, it is something that people from all over the world are vying for. I went through quite a few fierce battles and faced a lot of difficulties just to obtain this famous weapon. Now, it has actually been broken by that bastard fat man, Blamake. At this moment, Shanks felt his heart bleeding. That fat bastard, I'll kill you. Shanks' forehead was bulging with veins as he spoke angrily. The next moment, Shanks unleashed his conqueror's haki to the extreme. The entire sky was filled with red lightning because of Shanks. Boom, boom. Even the air pressure around them became extremely unstable due to Shanks' influence. A violent gale blew in from who knows where. Chapter 201. Shanks' furious bet on the dignity of the Emperor. It was as if the winds were arrogant from all directions. The entire duel arena and the sea within 100 kilometers became agitated due to Shanks' conqueror's haki. Waves rose up several meters high. The surrounding animals and birds all showed expressions of terror, fleeing in panic. Seeing Shanks' transformation, the members of the red-haired pirates all displayed looks of surprise. This is strange. Captain Shanks has always been very calm. Why is he so out of control now? Beckman squinted his eyes, speaking with confusion. To be honest, Shanks has faced many storms before, while Bramink's strength is indeed surprising. However, compared to the powerful enemies Shanks has encountered before, there is still some gap. Beckman just couldn't understand why the usually steady Shanks was now so out of sorts. Locky Lou's brows furrowed tightly, his lips trembling slightly. Yes, I also can't figure out why Captain Shanks would be so out of sorts. After all these years with him, this is the first time encountering such a situation. Honestly, it shouldn't be. Locky Lou murmured. Yes, what's going on? Beckman also didn't know when he lit a cigarette, asking seriously. Then, Jesus Burgess revealed a bitter smile. If I tell you, you might not believe it. Captain Shanks, Jesus Burgess stammered. This left the onlookers in a state of panic. What exactly is going on? Come on. Jesus. Beckman took a heavy drag from his cigarette, his face serious. After all, in his heart, Shanks rarely showed such a lapse in demeanor. So, Beckman was very worried about Shanks' current situation. Jesus Boo's mouth twitched. Don't worry, Captain Shanks is fine, but his weapon, the Supreme Great Blade Griffin, has indeed suffered significant damage, with a crack directly smashed into it by that damn Brayman K. Jozu said helplessly. What the hell, did we hear that wrong? The Supreme Great Blade, the quality of its blade, is the top tier in this world. Now, you, Jozu, are telling us that the Supreme Great Blade has been smashed to pieces. Is Brayman's weapon really that abnormal? Could it be that something is wrong with our ears? The two couldn't believe what Jozu said and activated their observation hockey to probe Shanks' griffin. Sure enough, just as Jozu mentioned, a huge crack had indeed appeared on Shanks' blade. Seeing such a scene, Beckman and the others all gasped in shock. No wonder that weapon was something Captain Shanks had worked hard to obtain, and now it had been smashed by Brayman K. It would be strange if Captain Shanks didn't get angry. That guy from the Whitebeard pirates called YuShows is a freak. Not only is he incredibly powerful himself, but he can also forge such extraordinary equipment. He can only be described as a freak. Helpless, Beckman could only shake his head with a bitter smile. This kind of thing, even the great Shanks can encounter. Can only be said that the luck of the old man Shanks is at its lowest point. Over on Whitebeard's side, upon seeing the situation on the battlefield, they all displayed shocked expressions. If I'm not mistaken, ha. This time, that guy Shanks is really experiencing the pain I felt back in the day. Whitebeard said with an excited grin. Back then, my supreme greatsword, the cloud cutting, was directly smashed by that kid YuShows, leaving a huge dent. Because of that, I was quite depressed for a long time. Now, that guy Shanks has tasted this feeling too, and Whitebeard felt incredibly pleased inside. What? Old man, are you saying that the collision just now smashed Shanks' griffin to pieces? Wow. Is the weapon crafted by Vice-Captain YuShows that terrifying? Marco said with a shocked expression, swallowing his saliva. Yes, it's much stronger than my weapon. If I had the Brayman weapon, even if it was just its quality, my combat power would definitely reach another level. Vista also said with a look of shock. Everyone showed envious expressions towards the Brayman weapon. On the battlefield, Shanks had activated his Conqueror's Haki to its strongest form. The dense Conqueror's Haki seemed to be about to take shape. Feeling Shanks' Conqueror's Haki, the members of the Whitebeard pirates displayed shocked expressions one after another. Especially Marco, Jozu, Vista, and others who had recently acquired Conqueror's Haki. They distinctly felt that, just in terms of Conqueror's Haki, the gap between their Haki and Shanks was still very large. This Shanks, although he doesn't have any devil fruit abilities, but I have to say, this guy's mastery of Haki is indeed high. Marco showed a serious expression and murmured, Yes, it seems that we still need to keep working hard on our Haki. Jozu also followed up. Although he had once defeated Shanks with a slight advantage, he knew that when it came to Conqueror's Haki, he would definitely not be Shanks' opponent. Even Whitebeard rarely showed a shocked expression. If we're talking about Conqueror's Haki, even I wouldn't necessarily be Shanks' match. I have to say, this guy Shanks, being able to reach the level of an emperor without consuming a devil fruit, still has his own set of skills. Whitebeard said very seriously. Meanwhile, the members of the Red Hair Pirates were all showing expressions of joy. This Blamink has smashed Shanks' Supreme Big Knife, which is just right to boost his own boss's fighting spirit to the strongest state. Indeed, this is just the thing to ignite Captain Shanks' fighting spirit. Ha, Brayman K. No matter how powerful your weapons are, do you know that to stand on this sea, it all comes down to one's own strength. And the most important aspect of that is the level of one's Conqueror's Haki. And this is something you can never catch up to our Captain Shanks. Beckman took a heavy drag from his cigarette and said excitedly, Yes. Ha. Brayman K, having angered Captain Shanks, just wait to be defeated by him. Ricky Lou shouted from his side. Jozu also had a slight smile on his face. It's clear that in the current situation, they believe their Captain Shanks will not lose. On the battlefield, the powerful pressure of Conqueror's Haki instantly surged towards Brayman K. Brayman K could clearly feel the terrifying pressure weighing down on every nerve in his body. No wonder he is the emperor of this sea. Your Conqueror's Haki is indeed frightening, Brayman K exclaimed. However, Shanks showed no sign of appreciation. Just wait, Brayman K, this time I'll make you pay. For the revenge of my treasured sword, Griffin, Shanks said with a face full of anger, gritting his teeth. What does it mean to take revenge for your sword? Brayman K didn't understand, so he specifically paid attention to the griffin in Shanks' hand. As a result, He was shocked when he saw it. Goodness, when did Shanks' sword develop such a huge crack? Shanks, did I smash your sword? Braymonkay tilted his head, squinted his eyes, and asked in confusion. Hearing Bramank's words, Shanks' mouth twitched, and his anger grew even more. Oh, you bastard. You broke my weapon like this, and now you're pretending, right? You're dead meat. The veins on Shanks' forehead instantly bulged, and he shouted furiously at Braymonkay. Braymonkay looked completely bewildered. What does that mean? I just asked you a question. Why are you so worked up? That's your supreme great sword. Are you sure I broke it? You're not trying to frame me, are you? However, Shanks didn't give Braymonkay a chance to continue speaking. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki wrapped around Shanks' treasured sword. This is a move that I have never used, even when facing Hawkeye Mihawk. The reason I can dominate terrifying fighters like Beckman is that I don't possess strength that surpasses theirs. Moreover, after my defeat against the Whitebeard pirates, I specifically went back to enhance this move. It is no exaggeration to say that what I am demonstrating now is my strongest form. With such powerful strength, even the aura behind Shanks started to become illusory. A huge dragon head instantly appeared behind Shanks. Seeing the scene, Jozu below couldn't help but sigh. It seems even stronger than when I fought back then. Jozu remarked. In the sky, the gigantic dragon head, under Shanks' control, instantly transformed into a powerful sword intent, rushing towards Braymonkay with great force. On the ground, Vista also wore a shocked expression. This powerful sword intent is even stronger than Hawkeye Mihawk's. Could the world's greatest swordsman be Shanks? But I clearly heard before that Shanks' swordsmanship is not as good as Hawkeye's. Vista showed a puzzled expression. The members of the red-haired pirates nearby heard Vista's words and began to smile. Ha ha ha. Vista, there's one thing you must not forget. The statement that Shanks' swordsmanship is beneath Hawkeye Mihawk refers only to swordsmanship. The reason our boss Shanks lost to Mihawk in swordsmanship is entirely because, during their previous match, they didn't use Conqueror's Haki. Beckman exhaled a smoke ring and said solemnly, "Oh, the members of the Whitebeard pirates were completely unaware of this. Hee hee. So, if we were to use all our strength, our Captain Shanks' combat power is naturally above that of Mihawk. This is beyond doubt." Locky Lou excitedly pulled out a large chicken leg and started munching on it. Chapter 202. Shanks' defeat. At this moment, Whitebeard also stood up. What they said is true. Mihawk is indeed very strong, but his strength lies in his swordsmanship. On the other hand, red-haired Shanks, as one of the four emperors, naturally has a comprehensive ability that is much stronger than the seven warlords. It's no exaggeration to say that before I received guidance from Yu, Shanks' combat power was actually not much weaker than mine. Whitebeard murmured, giving Shanks a fair evaluation. Upon hearing this, everyone finally had a new understanding of Shanks' strength. So, if that's the case, the final victor of this battle is still hard to say. Marco looked up at the sky again, showing a curious expression. In the sky, a terrifying sword intent, along with Shanks' supreme Conqueror's Haki, heavily attacked Blamank. It was hard to believe that such a massive sword intent could possess such lightning-like speed. In just an instant, it was already in front of Blamank. The massive red dragon roared at Blamank. Shanks beside him revealed a smile. Ha ha ha. Fatty, let's see how you dodge this time. With such a large range, your Thunder God hammer can't possibly evade, right? Shanks said with a slight smile, his lips curling upwards. Blamank looked at the gigantic sword intent in front of him with a shocked expression. You really want to do this, huh? And you even call me Fatty? Do you think only you can get angry, and I can't? Blamank clenched his fists. Throughout his life, the thing he hated most was being called Fatty. In the next moment, Blamank showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he took out his Thunder God hammer. The best defense is offense. His Thunder God hammer was originally a weapon for main attacks. Terrifying currents began to swirl wildly around Blamank's Thunder God hammer. This was the first time Blamank had unleashed his potential to its maximum extent. Thunder God hammer, unleash your most powerful form. This Shanks actually dared to call me Fatty. That is absolutely unacceptable. Blamank roared in anger. In the next moment, a gigantic figure appeared behind Blamank. Everyone present gasped in shock. Behind Blamank, a giant Thunder God appeared, holding a gigantic Thunder God hammer almost similar to Blamank's. With a fierce glare, It exuded an overwhelming presence. Its enormous form looked even larger than Shank's dragon. Thunder God, 1 billion volts. Blamank roared. The giant Thunder God and the giant red dragon locked eyes in midair. On the ground, the members of the Whitebeard pirates all widened their mouths, shocked beyond belief. Wow, Blamank is this strong? Why didn't I notice it before? Marco stared at the scene in the sky, his eyes wide, murmuring. The other captains also displayed expressions of extreme shock. Yes, Blamank really hit it deeply. He managed to keep it a secret even from us, that sly guy. Summoning the Thunder God directly, damn. This is a move I've dreamed of having. I didn't expect that Blamank would actually possess it. So envious. The captains began to discuss, revealing their barely concealed envy. Whitebeard looked at EU. Based on his understanding of his son, Blamank didn't seem like the type who enjoyed hiding. So, the reason must lie with EU. Feeling Whitebeard's gaze, EU helplessly smiled and shook his head. Blamank, now summoning the Thunder God form, is probably due to the World Destroyer hat. That piece of equipment has maximized his lightning power, so that's how Blamank could summon the Thunder God form. EU explained to everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone finally understood that it was because of Vice-Captain EU's equipment. They had to admit, their admiration for Vice-Captain Yu had reached the point of being completely awestruck. Just as they were in shock, the collision in the sky had already begun. Two terrifying powers, centered around Blamank and Shanks, erupted with terrifying force in between them. Boom! Accompanied by a massive sonic boom, the entire sky seemed to be blown out with a huge hole. The lightning power of the Thunder God slammed hard against Shank's red sword in tent. The powerful lightning power instantly enveloped the red dragon. Under the influence of 1 billion volts, even Haki was instantly vaporized at this moment. The red dragon let out a roar and made its final struggle. It called out to the Thunder God, activating its energy to the maximum state. A sharp sword intent shot toward the Thunder God. The giant Thunder God also wielded its weapon, and a massive current appeared in an instant. The two terrifying energies collided violently. Boom! Two forces surged toward both of them with lightning speed. Seeing the aftermath before him, Shanks widened his eyes, unable to believe that his desperate strike had failed to stop Blamank's lightning power. Does this mean his sword intent has failed? Having faced countless terrifying opponents without ever being defeated, why is it that today, against a mere Bremenke, a captain of the Whitebeard pirates, my strongest attack seems to have no effect? ZZZZ. ZZZZ. The terrifying electric current surged mostly towards Shanks. Damn, is Bramank's electrical power really this terrifying? Shanks clenched his teeth tightly. In the next moment, he activated his Haki, a suit of armor enveloping his body. Waves of lightning energy continuously coursed through Shanks' body. Under the powerful aftermath, the lightning power was not fully released, still surging in all directions. Thousands of lightning bolts, each one striking the ground, could unleash a terrifying force. Under the immense lightning power, each strike created a massive crater on the ground. Boom! Boom! Looking around, the entire duel arena was filled with craters. There were at least thousands of deep pits. It was a scene of devastation. The officers of the red-haired pirates, seeing such a sight, all widened their mouths and stared with shocked expressions. It's so terrifying. I never expected Bramank's lightning power to be this fearsome, Lakiro said, dropping the chicken leg in his hand, looking stunned. Yes, I never expected it, really never expected it, Jesus Burgess said with wide eyes. Beckman's cigarette also slipped from his hand at that moment. Looking at the surrounding craters, he swallowed hard. Captain Shanks, he be in trouble? Beckman said with a serious expression, squinting his eyes, revealing a worried look. Then, a figure slowly began to rise from the ground. Seeing their familiar captain, the members of the red-haired pirates swallowed hard. Because in front of them, the once high and mighty captain who always led them to victory now appeared tattered and ragged. Looking like a beggar, everyone couldn't help but grimace. Captain Shanks, are you okay? Jesus Burgess stammered. Feeling that even his own pirate officers were starting to doubt him, Shanks' anger reached its peak. No matter what, he was the youngest of the 4 emperors in this world. Once a favored child of destiny, when had his officers ever worried about him losing? But now, Even his own officers began to think he would lose. In an instant, Shanks was furious, his mouth twitching. Bastard. I'm not dead yet. Just watch me. I will definitely take down that bastard Bremen-K. Shanks shouted loudly. In the sky, Bremen-K also sensed Shanks' anger, a look of surprise on his face. I really didn't expect it. Shanks, your combat power is actually quite impressive. Bremen-K murmured. And this statement sounded very harsh to Shanks. What is this about? How dare you speak like that? It seems like I am the newcomer, and you are a famous pirate, encouraging the newbies? Damn it, Bremen-K, don't be arrogant. This time, I will definitely take you down, Shanks said seriously. The next moment, a huge conqueror's hockey dragon appeared again behind Shanks. This made the people around feel a sense of emotion. Indeed, the four emperors are the four emperors. After such an intense battle, to be able to unleash that level of technique once again, the powerful conqueror's hockey gathered once more around Shanks. The surrounding energy was completely concentrated. Feeling Shanks' power, Brammink's Thor hammer in his hand seemed a bit inadequate. After all, Brammink had only possessed the Thor hammer for a few days, and his control over it was not yet good enough. The significant achievements he had before were entirely due to the fact that he equipped the Annihilation God hat given to him by Yeyu, which allowed him to achieve such results. Now, to summon bolts of lightning again, he was still in cooldown. This is really putting myself in a difficult position. No, I absolutely cannot let that guy Shanks unleash that move. Otherwise, I won't be able to defend against it, Bremen-K said with concern. In the next moment, without any hesitation, Bremen-K instinctively took out his MJ-Ulner and aimed it at Shanks. And under his intention, the MJ-Ulner actually activated. It slammed violently towards the red-haired Shanks. At this moment, Shanks had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. Seeing the MJ-Ulner in front of him, he smirked and smiled slightly. He really underestimates me. Does he think he can hit me with just a hammer throw? If he summoned the power of lightning, I might still have some fear, but now he's just throwing a hammer at me, so of course I have nothing to fear. In the next moment, Shanks activated his observation hockey to its strongest state, and with just a slight movement, his body, like a ghost, began to shift directly. Boom! The massive hammer only struck a residual shadow and then heavily crashed into the ground. The entire ground, due to the massive hammer, suddenly created a huge pit. The depth was nearly 1,000 meters. Chapter 203. Shanks asks Vice-Captain Yu for a chance to challenge this left everyone present in shock. Everyone around was stunned by the two. For Shanks, the members of the Whitebeard pirates all gaped. They never expected Shanks' speed to be so terrifying. Marco thought to himself, if it weren't for his Phoenix ability and flying capability, he would have definitely been hit. Yet Shanks managed to evade it purely with his physical prowess. Even Whitebeard cast an approving glance at Shanks, acknowledging his skill. The strength of the four emperors is indeed formidable. As the youngest of the four emperors, Shanks has received recognition from many unparalleled powerhouses. Whitebeard murmured. On the other side, the members of the red-haired pirates also expressed their admiration for Bramank's attack power. This Bremen-K, this bastard, his attack power is so freakish. Is he trying to kill Boss Shanks? Jesus, Burgess muttered, smacking his lips. Yes, it's really hard to believe. That damn hammer not only has the power to summon lightning, but is even more terrifying because its physical attack is so strong. Bikmon Liesiga, frowning and speaking solemnly. However, it's fortunate that our boss Shanks managed to evade, or else he would really be smashed to death by that damn hammer. Locky Lou bit into his chicken leg and seriously added. On the battlefield, after Shanks evaded Bramank's attack, he slightly curved his lips into a smile. You think you could defeat me with such methods? You're a bit too naive. All right, next is your death. After saying that, Shanks continued to gather his conqueror's hockey. However, behind Shanks, the cadres of the red-haired pirates were all excitedly shouting. Boss Shanks, behind you. Behind you. Be careful, be careful. Dodge. Pay attention to dodging. The three cadres shouted loudly. Shanks was confused. I'm about to win this fight. Why are you all shouting at such a critical moment? Don't you know it will affect my technique? Right now, I'm gathering Conqueror's hockey and need to focus all my energy. Even the perception of the environment with observation hockey will be affected. It's really inappropriate for you to disturb me at this time. Shanks internally cursed the shouting crew members with helplessness, just as Shanks was about to turn around to see what was happening behind him. A terrifying scene appeared. A huge hammer suddenly appeared in front of Shanks, completely occupying his field of vision. What the hell? Symbols appeared above Shanks's head. He gulped heavily. Just now, he was so focused on gathering his conqueror's haki that he momentarily did not notice the situation behind him. This has led to the situation where Bramank's huge hammer is about to smash into his own face, and he hasn't even realized it yet. In this situation, Shanks is filled with regret. And you bastards, why didn't you tell me sooner? Now that their Thor's hammer is about to hit their face, what good does it do to tell me now? Frustrated, Shanks has no choice but to prepare to use all he has learned to evade the hammer strike. However, the scene before him completely breaks Shanks' defenses again. Just as Shanks is ready to use all his skills to avoid the hammer attack, the giant hammer suddenly accelerates its strike speed towards him. Shanks is utterly speechless. What the hell? This Thor's hammer can suddenly accelerate in midair? K, you bastard, you're really going to kill me this time? Shanks thinks helplessly. The next moment, the enormous Thor's hammer indeed crashes heavily on a Shanks' head, and there's no way to dodge due to its speed. Boom! With a loud sound of metal colliding with skull, Shanks is forcefully smashed to the ground. Boom! Shanks' body completely loses consciousness and collapses onto the ground, no longer moving. ZZZ. Watching such a rapid turn of events, the members of the red-haired pirates all gasp in shock. Captain Shanks has been knocked down? Indeed. No matter how they call out to their Captain Shanks, he cannot hear their response. At this moment, Whitebeard also activates his observation haki, sensing Shanks' presence and confirming that he has indeed fainted. No need to call anymore. Your Captain Shanks has passed out. Mank, according to the agreement, you should pay a wager of 100 million berries. Whitebeard also announced the outcome of this battle. Hearing Whitebeard's words, the members of the red-haired pirates all widen their eyes, displaying looks of disbelief. They really didn't expect that their Captain Shanks, who had just been so spirited in the blink of an eye, has been knocked unconscious by Bramank's hammer. Moreover, as one of the four emperors, to be knocked out like this must be unprecedented. The red-haired pirates have really messed up this time. Thinking of this, Beckman reluctantly handed over the 100 million berry wager to Whitebeard and then hurried towards his captain. A group of them shook Shanks. Captain Shanks! Captain Shanks! Shanks, being shaken, slightly opened his eyelids. What's going on? Did I fail? Shanks said, feeling a headache and confused. Upon hearing Shanks' words, everyone fell silent for a moment. It was Beckman who spoke first. That's right, Captain Shanks, although it's hard to admit, we did indeed fail. Beckman frowned tightly, speaking helplessly. We actually lost. Shanks found it hard to believe for a moment. He couldn't understand how he, a dignified for emperor, could be defeated by a mere captain like K. Captain Shanks, if we stay here any longer, I think our red-haired pirates will lose face. Why don't we evacuate now? Lakey murmured, lowering his voice. Shanks' face instantly turned red, and he scolded Lakey in his heart. Can you not say that in front of so many people? Do you want to embarrass me even more? After standing up, Shanks signaled the other captains not to support him. Don't help me. I just fainted for a moment from being hit. It's nothing serious, Shanks said. Then, Shanks once again turned his gaze to Yeyu. I can't accept this. I'm really not willing. Coming here twice and not even getting the chance to challenge you, directly losing to Whitebeard's captains. Just thinking about it is quite embarrassing. So, does that mean I will never have the chance to challenge you for the rest of my life? But when I think about it carefully, it really is the case. After all, from what we can see now, the Whitebeard pirates, under Yeyu's leadership, have been advancing with a combat power that is like a rocket. On my side, almost everyone has reached their limits, and there is no potential for further development at all. So, if I challenge again in the future, Shanks has no doubt it will be even harder than today. The first time I lost to Jozu, the second time I lost to Blamek, and next time I might even lose directly to Izong. The further it goes down, the more Shanks doesn't dare to imagine. It's too cruel. I'm a dignified emperor of the sea. Does heaven really have to treat me this way? No way. This time, even knowing that he would lose, he absolutely had to fight Night Feather properly. Only then would it be worth the trip. So, Just when Beckman and the others thought that the red-haired Shanks, being such a proud person, would leave the Whitebeard crew, who would have known that Shanks actually clasped his hands together and looked at Nightfeather. Red-haired Shanks requested Vice-Captain Nightfeather to give him a chance to challenge. Red-haired Shanks directly clasped his hands together and looked at Nightfeather, and an aura of a king instantly emanated from Shanks's body, showing no signs of defeat or regret. Upon hearing Shanks's words, Beckman, Lockie Lou, Jesus Burgess, and the others were all taken aback. Is this still the Shanks who values face above all else? Surprisingly, after clearly having failed, he is asking for a duel like a junior? The elites of the red-haired pirates stared wide-eyed in disbelief at their captain, Shanks. Even the members of the Whitebeard pirates were equally astonished. When they previously met Shanks, he always exuded a fearless demeanor, even towards his own father. Shanks maintained an air of superiority. Now, he is willing to humbly request a duel with Vice-Captain Yiyu? Everyone turned their attention to Yiyu. At this moment, Yiyu became the center of attention in the entire duel arena. After hearing Shanks' words, Yiyu was not particularly surprised. After all, both Jozu and Blamenko gained the strength to defeat Shanks under his guidance. So in Shanks' heart, the reason for his failure is himself. In this situation, the more proud Shanks is, the more likely he is to give up his so-called face in order to fight against himself. However, can one really be challenged just because someone else says so? Yiyu stepped forward in front of everyone. All attention was focused on Yiyu, and they were intensely curious about this young man before them. On one hand, they were curious whether Yiyu would give Shanks face under such circumstances. On the other hand, they were also very curious about Yiyu's true combat power. Chapter 204. Shanks vs. Yiyu after hearing Akatsuki's answer. The crowd gradually retreated one by one. At the same time, in the Dakinan village, Yiyu and others also arrived. The group quickly found the host of the Seven Tails. Upon seeing their arrival, the Seven Tails host displayed a calm expression. It seemed he already knew his fate. There was no other way. In the world of Naruto, most tailed beasts seem to have a life worse than that of ordinary citizens. During times of peace, most hosts had some distance from their villages. Therefore, many hosts lived alone, which also greatly facilitated the capture by the Akatsuki organization. Secret technique. Scale powder hidden technique. Upon seeing the crowd, the Seven Tails host said little and directly launched his attack. Countless particles of scale powder were spat out from the Seven Tails host's mouth. These scale powders could paralyze the opponent's movements and obstruct their vision. It was a very good escape skill. Seeing this move from the Seven Tails host, Akatsuki's member instantly widened his eyes and began to curse at him. How cunning. This guy, we haven't even spoken yet, and you already attacked first? Akatsuki's member exclaimed. Even Deidara was influenced by Akatsuki's member and immediately started cursing as well. Bastard. This guy actually not saying anything. Wait a minute, Yiyu-kun. Deidara suddenly muttered as he shook his lips. In the next moment, Yiyu activated his search ability, moving through the massive scale powder as if it were an empty space. He dashed towards the Seven Tails host like the wind, and Deidara, upon seeing Yiyu's figure, soon lost sight of him amidst the huge scale powder. Akatsuki's member was also shocked. He possessed the Sharingan, so he could see even more clearly than Deidara. In his observation, Yiyu moved as if in an uninhabited realm. This made Obito feel the terror of Yiyu, and at the same time, a look of deep suspicion appeared in Obito's eyes. Could this guy have the same Sharingan as me? If so, that would be a big problem, after all. I am a sinner of the Uchiha clan. However, I just can't make sense of it. The Uchiha clan members, except for Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha, should have all been taken care of by me. How could someone with a Sharingan suddenly appear? Obito's heart was filled with doubt. At the same time, he wanted to go see Yiyu's battle, as this would help him better understand the situation. Senior Deidara, shouldn't we follow? After all, that's Yiyu's battle. Who knows what other tricks this Seven Tails Jinchuriki has? Akatsuki said, pretending to be worried. Hearing Akatsuki's words, Deidara felt that it made a lot of sense. So, he directly issued orders to his clay bird. The massive clay bird bomb, upon receiving Deidara's command, flew rapidly towards Yiyu. On the battlefield, in order to catch up with the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, Yiyu also directly activated his flash fruit. Whoosh! In an instant, Yu had already rushed in front of the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki. The Seven-Tails Jinchuriki, who was originally trying to escape, thought he had made it this time. But when Yu suddenly appeared right in front of him with a flash, the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki was completely stunned. How is this possible? I have the ability to fly, and my speed is certainly not to be underestimated. This person actually surpassed me in speed. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that despite releasing so much of my scales, it seemed like he could see right through them so easily. I had heard before that there was someone in the Akatsuki organization who was exceptionally powerful and had a strong insight. It could very well be that man. The name of that man is Uchiha Itachi. The Seven-Tails Jinchuriki thought to himself, are you Uchiha Itachi? The Seven-Tails Jinchuriki squinted his eyes and murmured, Uchiha Itachi? Hearing the words of the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki, Yu slightly narrowed his eyes. To be mistaken for Uchiha Itachi, Yu found it somewhat amusing. I am a new member of the Akatsuki organization. My name is Yu said with a smile. Yu. After hearing this, the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki showed a look of surprise. He had never heard this name before. When did such a figure appear in the Akatsuki organization? And such a powerful one, and I didn't even know. However, this was a matter of life and death, so the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki didn't think too much. In the next moment, his body was filled with various tailed beast cloaks. Faced with a terrifying guy like Yu, he had no intention of holding back, and directly activated his tailed beast ability. In the next moment, a massive fist was hurled towards Yu. Boom! The powerful fist slammed into Yu's body. The tremendous force echoed throughout the sky. Moreover, the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki's fist was filled with various kinds of blood. Within a meter of Yu, a powerful conqueror's hockey shield appeared. No matter how hard the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki tried, his fist could not advance an inch. What is this thing? The Seven-Tails Jinchuriki's eyes widened in shock. This is called the Conqueror's Hockey Shield, Yu said. Then, Yu once again mobilized the Conqueror's Hockey within him. The powerful energy rushed heavily towards the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki. This is called Conqueror's Hockey Manifestation, Yu said with a slight smile. The powerful Conqueror's Hockey transformed into a giant fist and slammed towards the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki. Although the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki couldn't see the powerful fist, he could sense the dangerous aura through his awareness. Utilizing his flying ability, combined with all his strength, the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki activated his flying ability to its maximum state. Boom! The invisible Conqueror's Hockey heavily struck the ground. With immense power, the entire ground was instantly blasted into a massive pit. The pit was several hundred meters deep. Seeing the pit before him, the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki was instantly dumbfounded. If this had hit him, he would definitely be severely injured. Moreover, that kind of invisible power. This was the first time he had encountered it. Just as the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki was pondering, Yu's next attack slammed towards him once again. Various flash bombs, in an instant, exploded on the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki's body. Boom! Boom! Various explosive sounds erupted on the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki's body, and even with the tailed beast cloak, under the powerful force, the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki was still blasted to the point of spitting blood. Feeling Yu's immense power, the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki felt a sense of danger for the first time. Thus, without any hesitation, he directly activated his full-tailed beast mode. Seven-Tails slammed towards Yu. Insect bite. The huge Seven-Tails quickly attacked the enemy. But in the face of such a physical attack, Yu remained calm and composed. At this moment, in the sky, Deidara and Akatsuki had arrived. They saw the attack from the Seven-Tails. Deidara and Akatsuki hurriedly reminded, "Be careful, Yu." Upon hearing their words, Yu glanced at them slightly, thinking, "These guys, why are they still acting so shocked at this point? With my Conqueror's Hockey protecting me, how could I possibly be injured by a mere tail beast?" After seeing Yu's reaction, the Seven-Tails also revealed a proud expression. It was unexpected that Yu's reaction was so slow. Initially, it thought that facing someone with Yu's strong combat power would lead to its failure. But it never expected that Yu would have such great speed and attack power, yet still react so slowly. This is just right. This time I've really got it. After dealing with the Seven Tails, I can continue to use my speed and my scale powder to quickly leave this place. The Seven Tails Jinchuriki has already formulated my strategy. In my plan, it is already destined for the Seven Tails to fail at my hands. Rumbling, rumbling. The Seven Tails heavily slammed onto the body of the Seven Tails. Various powers erupted completely on the body of the Seven Tails. A large amount of dust instantly rose from the ground. Then, a large amount of dust gradually dissipated. The Seven Tails himself seemed to be unaffected. You really are something. How did you raise so much dust? Luckily, I have the protection of the Conqueror's hockey shield. The Seven Tails said ungraciously. Gulp, gulp. Seeing the performance of the Seven Tails, Deidara and Fei each swallowed heavily. The reason the Seven Tails remained motionless and chose not to dodge was entirely because he possessed powerful defensive capabilities, completely dismissing the Seven Tails' attacks. The Seven Tails, seeing the unmoving Seven Tails who stubbornly took his attack, opened his mouth wide in disbelief. He really didn't expect his attack to have no effect on the Seven Tails. Antenna collision. In the full Seven Tails state, the giant horn on the Seven Tails' head attacked fiercely towards the Seven Tails. Looking at the Seven Tails in front of him, the Seven Tails smiled slightly. You don't really think that changing the attack this time will allow you to defeat me, do you? A foolish thought. The Seven Tails smiled slightly. My Conqueror's hockey defense, even the Nine Tails might not be able to penetrate. So, facing the Seven Tails' attack, the Seven Tails was completely unmoved. Boom! Sure enough, the powerful antenna struck the body of the Seven Tails in an instant. After crashing into the body of the Seven Tails, his powerful Conqueror's hockey armor reappeared. Although the powerful force caused quite a stir around, the Seven Tails still appeared nonchalant. I told you long ago, your attack means nothing to me. Wait, why did it disappear? The Seven Tails raised an eyebrow, frowning. Senior Seven Tails, that Seven Tails escaped. Chapter 205. The Seven Tails counter armor. Just when the powerful sword intent was about to slam into his body, the Seven Tails directly activated his clones, summoning a clone in an instant. He also used his invisibility skill, the illusion magic. It could be said that right in front of everyone's eyes, the Seven Tails directly used his top-level trickery. What is presented to everyone is just a clone of the Seven Tails. However, this clone naturally possesses the damage of the Sun Flame, counter armor, and Landry's abilities, along with the various powerful attribute boosts of the Seven Tails, making the damage still considerable. On the other side, Shank's powerful slash showed no signs of slowing down, seemingly intending to destroy everything in this world with the strongest Conqueror's hockey. And now, these terrifying Conqueror's hockey slashes had only one goal, which was to completely destroy the Seven Tails. The powerful slash was getting closer and closer to the Seven Tails. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. 1 meter. Initially, the members of the Whitebeard pirates thought that the vice-captain of the Seven Tails was bold and skilled, preparing for a risky operation against Shank's attack. However, when the terrifying slash was only 1 meter away from the Seven Tails, the members of the Whitebeard pirates finally could not maintain their calm expressions. Wait. What's going on? Could it be that the vice-captain of the Seven Tails, his observation hockey, isn't working well, and he didn't dodge? Marco stammered. He really didn't expect that the vice-captain of the Seven Tails, who was his idol, would have such a dreamy start. Vista also widened his eyes, watching the scene in the duel arena. The vice-captain of the Seven Tails, will he be okay? Shank's strike is not easy to withstand. What's going on? Why didn't the vice-captain of the Seven Tails react? Vista said worriedly. At this moment, the cadres of the red-haired pirates beside them relaxed from their serious mood. They originally thought their captain would undoubtedly lose, but now, it seems there is still a high probability of winning. After all, although Nightwing has strong guiding abilities, they have never seen his true combat power. It is not impossible that Nightwing's overall combat power is below Shank's. If that is the case, then the red-haired pirates would regain their pride. One by one, they looked at the battlefield, revealing excited and thrilled expressions, laughing joyfully. Ha ha ha, your vice-captain Nightwing didn't react. That's because of our Captain Shank's observation hockey. Ha ha ha. The red-haired pirates burst into laughter. Buzz, the members of the Whitebeard pirates changed their expressions. especially Blamank and Jaws, although they defeated Shanks. Both of them undoubtedly had experienced Shanks' observation hockey. Objectively speaking, Shanks' observation hockey is indeed powerful. It is possible that Nightwing was affected by Shanks' observation hockey. Jaws himself has strong defensive power. Even if he was hit by observation hockey, he could withstand it, so the influence of observation hockey on Jaws is not that significant. Blamank has the Thunder God Hammer. Even if he was hit by observation hockey, he has a good hammer that can automatically attack and defend for him. Therefore, Blamank also has a countermeasure against Shanks' observation hockey. However, whether Nightwing has these two items is unknown, and he might be restrained by Shanks. Especially, Blamank is even more worried at this moment. Vice-Captain Nightwing can create such terrifying weapons, but he doesn't use them and instead gives the Thunder God Hammer to himself. This is too selfless. But who would have thought this would affect Nightwing himself, now facing red-haired, a presence that his own teammates can deal with, but he finds it difficult to deal with. Boom! A powerful force heavily struck Nightwing's clone. Nightwing beside him revealed a smile. A spectacular scene was about to unfold. After his clone was smashed, it would directly turn into a clown box, and when that time comes, it would be the time to watch the show. Boom! A powerful force unleashed immense energy as the terrifying energy completely erupted on Nightwing's clone. However, this blow did not cause Nightwing to suffer significant damage. The powerful force triggered a large amount of rubble, and as the rubble slowly dissipated, Nightwing's figure finally emerged. Seeing this scene, the members of the Whitebeard pirates all revealed excited expressions. Ha ha! Great! I didn't expect Vice-Captain Nightwing also has the same defensive power as Jaws. Marco said excitedly. Yes, we should have noticed this earlier. Nightwing can guide someone like Jaws so naturally. His own defensive power must not be weak. Vista said enthusiastically. Jaws also had an excited expression. Ha ha! Vice-Captain Nightwing, whether in attack or defense, is probably very terrifying. This time he will definitely make Shanks drink a pot. Nightwing, however, was stunned. There is one thing he forgot. His body's defense is indeed too strong, with all kinds of defensive equipment like berserkers, green armor, and anti-armor. This has led to the fact that even his own clone possesses formidable defensive capabilities. For Shanks to eliminate his own clone in a short time is truly not an easy task. Sigh. At this moment, Yu, who is hidden in the Colosseum, feels a wave of emotions. It seems impossible for Shanks to break through his clone's defenses in a short period of time. Even Jaws' defenses took Shanks a long time to overcome, so breaking his own defenses in a short time is naturally even harder than reaching the sky. Fortunately, he has Teemo's passive ability, which allows him to become invisible as long as he remains still. Right now, he can only stay hidden and quietly observe as a spectator. However, to be fair, the combination of the Joker and Teemo's invisibility is indeed quite useful. Meanwhile, the others who are unaware of the situation are still watching the battle in the arena. After delivering his strike, the red-haired Shanks revealed a serious expression. As expected, as their mentor, your defensive capabilities are quite strong. Looking at this, the outcome of the battle seems uncertain. Shanks squinted his eyes, not feeling fear from Yu's overwhelming strength, but rather showing a hint of excitement. Since the battle against his enemies, when he became one of the four emperors, he hasn't encountered such a terrifying opponent. If he could defeat Yu, the humiliation he suffered before would be washed away. And more importantly, he would be on his way to becoming the Pirate King, right? The more he thought about it, the more excited Shanks felt. Naturally, Yu's clone could also speak. Stop saying nonsense. The outcome of this battle has already been determined from the start. That is your complete failure. Without any suspense, the clone of Yu said. Instantly, a bucket of cold water was poured over Shanks. The corners of Shanks' mouth twitched. Don't underestimate people, Shanks said angrily. In the next moment, terrifying Conqueror's hockey erupted once more from Shanks' body. If one were to say that the reason Shanks still held a glimmer of hope for victory, it was because of his observation hockey. Previously, he could clearly sense that Yu had fallen victim to his observation hockey. As long as his observation hockey could take effect again, he would be able to continuously attack Yu. The more he thought about it, the more excited Shanks became. His Conqueror's haki reached its peak as he charged towards Yu again. At this moment, Yu, who was in a state of invisibility, felt the Conqueror's haki from the red-haired Shanks and was filled with emotion. Is this the Conqueror's haki of the red-haired Shanks? I have to say, it's really weak. After Shanks unleashed his Conqueror's haki, he immediately activated his observation haki. Faced with a formidable opponent like Night Feather, red-haired Shanks naturally wouldn't dare to hold back. In the next moment, taking advantage of the fact that Night Feather was affected by his observation haki, Shanks lunged at Night Feather with his weapon, Griffin, ready to strike. This time, there were no powerful sword waves, but instead, holding his own Griffin, he struck at Nightwing, chopping down one blow after another, at zero distance. Boom! Boom! Each slash that hit Nightwing's body produced a loud thud. The members of the Whitebeard pirates watching the battle were all stunned. Strange. Why is Vice-Captain Nightwing not reacting? Marco looked shocked. Could it be because of that observation haki? Vista also showed a doubtful expression. Although Shanks' observation haki is indeed quite formidable, it's a bit exaggerated for someone like Nightwing to be completely immobilized. If this continues, I wonder if Nightwing's body can withstand it. Even Whitebeard showed a worried expression. The cadres of the red-haired pirates gradually relaxed inside. If Shanks' Conqueror's haki observation can continuously affect Nightwing, then perhaps in the end, their Captain Shanks really might achieve victory. One slash, another slash. Continuously striking Nightwing's body, Shanks' excited face was turning a bit red. Ha ha, Nightwing, I admit your defense is quite powerful, but are you sure? Under the influence of my observation haki, you can achieve final victory? Shanks said triumphantly. Oh, Shanks, it seems you don't see your current situation. Nightwing said with a smile. Upon hearing Nightwing's words, Shanks narrowed his eyes. To be honest, Nightwing hasn't launched his attack yet. Could it be that this time, Nightwing is about to attack? Shanks' gaze gradually became serious. The members of the Whitebeard pirates watching the battle also showed curious expressions, each casting expectant glances. Vice-Captain Nightwing. Is he about to attack? They had only heard that Nightwing once smashed the old man's cloud cutter with a hammer, but they still didn't know what kind of attack methods Nightwing truly had. At that moment on the battlefield, those slashes that Shanks had previously sent out were all rebounded back due to Nightwing's counterarmor effect. Chapter 206, Shanks. This is the terror of Nightwing. The entire sky was densely filled with the slashes rebounding from Nightwing. A thick, dark mass, making people's scalps tingle. Jozu saw this scene, his mouth agape, eyes wide open. Isn't this my own technique? Jozu said in shock. So that's how it is. We should have thought of this long ago. Vice-Captain Nightwing, since he can craft equipment for us, then crafting some equipment for himself is also completely logical. Marco slapped his forehead and suddenly said. The red-haired pirates also showed shocked expressions. They never expected that besides Jozu from their last battle, their vice-captain also possessed such a terrifying ability. Just when everyone thought it was over, almost at the same moment, the effect of Nightwing's clone's sun flame also came into play. A ball of red, invisible flames suddenly appeared within a 100-meter radius around Nightwing. In an instant, beads of cold sweat appeared on Shanks' forehead. This is Jozu's technique. You must be the same type as Jozu, right? No wonder you can withstand so much. And this damn flame, how annoying. Does every member of your Whitebeard pirates have so many abilities? Shanks narrowed his eyes, muttering. The previous carelessness was no longer present. Shanks' expression became serious again. Among the Whitebeard pirates, the captains began to discuss amongst themselves. Vice-Captain Nightwing possesses the power of Sunflame. So that means Vice-Captain Nightwing should have no problem taking down Shanks, right? After all, with our equipment, if Nightwing wears a few pieces, his combat power would definitely be greatly enhanced, right? At this moment, Nightwing, who was hiding to the side, kept shaking his head. He was almost laughing himself to tears. It's just one of his clones. Shanks, are you preparing to battle for 300 rounds? I beg you to hurry up, Shanks. It seems like it's going to take me a lot of time to take you down. Nightwing thought helplessly. Without a plan, he just wanted to use the clown clone to play around with Shanks, letting Shanks destroy his clone. He would then use the box that exploded from the clone to take down Shanks. Who would have thought that Shanks' attacks would be so weak? hitting his own clone, constantly talking trash, yet he couldn't even deal any damage. Now, facing a clone that didn't even unleash a basic attack, it was still an intense back and forth. Damn it, Yi really doesn't know whether to laugh or cry right now. On the battlefield, a powerful reflection slash rushed towards Shanks at high speed. Facing this strike, Shanks drew his famous sword Griffin, his lips trembling. Originally, with such a surprise attack from you, I could easily fall for it, but don't forget, your team Jozu has the same ability as you. So haha, this move is useless against me now. Shanks murmured. Yiyu's clone couldn't take it anymore. Are you done talking? Just defeat me already, I beg you. Can you hurry up? Yiyu's clone said directly in a pleading tone. Hearing the words of Yiyu's clone, Shanks felt the sheer humiliation. This was the first time he had heard someone ask their enemy to quickly take them out. Doesn't that mean my attack isn't strong enough? As one of the four emperors, Shanks naturally understood this. Reverse taunts, the most lethal. In the next moment, Shanks, as if going crazy, wielded his griffin and slashed at Yiyu's rebound attack, cutting through it all. At the same time, he activated his Conqueror's Haki to counter Yiyu's flames. Crackle, bang bang. In the sky, Shanks used all his might. Facing Yiyu's rebound attack, he began to slash in the air, one slash after another. The sound of Shanks clashing with the reflective armor echoed everywhere in the sky. With each clash, Shanks's palm trembled. The effect of Yiyu's reflective armor greatly exceeded Shanks's expectations. The pressure of each slash seemed even more explosive than Jozu's rebound. And even with his observation Haki fully activated, his body was still taking damage. There was no way around it. The rebound power of Yiyu occupied almost 80% of the force he used to swing his slashes. Shanks never expected this at all. What's even more terrifying is that while Shanks was wielding his slash to counter the rebound force from Yiyu, the powerful sun flame was constantly eroding him as well. Shanks had to divide some of his power to deal with Yiyu's sun flame invasion. Ziz. Wounds appeared on Shanks' body, and finally, he managed to sever all of Yiyu's rebounding attacks. The members of the red-haired pirates watched Shanks and couldn't help but break into a sweat. Meanwhile, the members of the Whitebeard pirates were all puzzled. Yiyu, take this opportunity to attack. Whitebeard reminded. Jozu had an anxious expression. Yes, Vice-Captain Yiyu, launching your counterattack together with your own attack can exert the maximum effect. You should know this, Jozu said, confused, as he couldn't understand why Vice-Captain Yiyu wasn't attacking at all, and Yiyu was also quite speechless at this moment. Do you think I don't want to attack? It's just that Shanks is too weak. I originally wanted to show off my skills, but Shanks is so weak that if I use my clone, I would defeat him directly. Then I wouldn't be able to use the box after my clone is killed. This is something that Yiyu was quite frustrated about. The only way he could think of now was to keep enduring Shanks' attacks. Only in this way could he finally summon his clone box. The next moment, Shanks, with cold sweat dripping from his forehead, held his griffin with a serious expression. Yes, yes. As expected of the vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates, I didn't expect you to be so terrifying. Just standing there without moving can give me wounds. And I happen to be using my only advantage, the Conqueror's Haki, refusing to let you make a move, but now I've changed my mind. No matter what, I have to see how strong your combat power really is. I'm willing to risk failure for this, Shanks said confidently as he charged forward. The watching members of the red-haired pirates were all completely excited. Their captain Shanks, after experiencing setbacks in the Whitebeard pirates, was finally standing up again. Great, the fearless Captain Shanks is back. Lucky Roo, munching on a big chicken leg, said enthusiastically. Beckman took a puff of his cigarette, looking respectful. Yes, Captain Shanks, go for it, regardless of win or lose we believe in you, Beckman said seriously. At this moment, the Whitebeard pirates were also cheering. Vice-Captain Yiyu, go, clash with Shanks. Yiyu, I'm so speechless. You think just using a clone makes you superior? Huh. Swish, swish, swish. The next moment, Shanks' figure was darting around. Yiyu, helpless, took out his fist and started to pretend. A sharp sword shadow appeared. Shanks' griffin then crashed down on his fist in an instant. Boom! Accompanied by a huge muffled sound. Everyone forgot the past. Shanks only felt that his famous sword griffin seemed to bend at that moment. Damn, Is this some kind of illusion? Shanks instinctively felt he was hallucinating. After all, what he held in his hand was the famous sword griffin, an unparalleled great sword. Its quality goes without saying. If it weren't for that bastard Bravman-S Thunder God hammer, his weapon wouldn't have broken. However, Bravman-S weapon is still a weapon, but Yu is different. Just a fist. Could a mere flesh and blood body really smash his sword? Shanks thought this way, but reality slapped him hard. The next moment, a huge force came from Shanks' body. Feeling this terrifying power, Shanks' cheeks twisted. Boom! The powerful force completely erupted through Shanks' weapon. How could there be such terrifying combat power in this world? It's unscientific, too unscientific. Shanks himself is like a cannonball being fired. Under this terrifying power, he was blown away on the spot. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe it no matter what. There are actually such terrifying beings in the world. The cadres of the red-haired pirates. Each one of them was completely stunned. Chapter 207. Everyone shocked by the disappearance technique. They never expected that Nightwing wouldn't make a move, but once he did, it was directly aimed at taking the opponent's life. Such talent is the most terrifying. Captain Shanks, Captain Shanks. Everyone was desperately searching for Shanks' position in the sky. In the sky, Shanks was sent soaring into the clouds. A chilling light constantly swept over Shanks' body. Just a slight movement. ZZ. The flesh on the wound was instantly torn apart. The pain made Shanks grit his teeth. So painful. Is this Nightwing's true strength? Shanks' eyes widened in shock, tightly clenching his fists. With someone like me, I can't even defeat the Whitebeard pirates. Yet I dare to dream of finding the One Piece. It's simply laughable. Is this how it ends? Time and again, being defeated by the Whitebeard pirates. I, who pride myself on my dignity, never expected to end up in such a state one day. Shanks clenched his fists tightly, and a voice deep within him kept calling out, Shanks, have you forgotten your dream? You are the man who will become the Pirate King in the future. How can you fail here? That dream, which had always been hidden deep within Shanks' heart, was once again successfully summoned. I, Shanks, will never back down. Shanks tightened his fists and shouted loudly at the sky. A mouthful of blood gushed out from Shanks' mouth. However, Shanks couldn't care less about that now. What he thought about was defeating Nightwing, ultimately obtaining the One Piece and becoming the Pirate King. In the next moment, the terrifying three-colored haki strangely fused together. Shanks widened his eyes in shock. This won't be wrong. The reason why the Pirate King Roger was so powerful is partly because he could integrate the three types of haki into one. And now, under the attack of Night Feather. Unexpectedly, in this desperate situation, he actually comprehended it. Shanks, who benefited from this misfortune, felt a surge of excitement in his heart. In the next moment, the three-color haki within him began to surge wildly, and ultimately flowed onto his famous sword Griffin. Feeling the powerful fusion of the three-color haki, Shanks suddenly felt that he was capable again. At this moment on the ground, Night Feather, who was hiding, felt like he wanted to cry. Their own selves had just used their own clone for a single strike, and directly sent a Yonko flying? They wouldn't dare to write this in a novel, right? Shanks, if he doesn't destroy his own clone, he would have failed at showing off. Yi felt a wave of frustration. Just when everyone thought this battle was about to come to an end, a voice from Shanks echoed in the sky. Yi, our battle is not over yet. Shanks, high in the sky, said excitedly. Above Shanks' griffin, there was an eerie red dragon circling. Under the immense power, the entire sky was affected by Shanks. Bolts of lightning relentlessly struck down from the sky, pushing the atmosphere to its strongest state. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Yu's mouth. Shanks was fired up again. That's how it should be. Otherwise, how can I break my clone? At this moment, the members of the Whitebeard pirates were once again in awe of Shanks. At the same time, they started reminding Nightwing one by one. Nightwing, strike now. Shanks' punch is no joke. Indeed, he is the youngest of the four emperors, and Shanks has become even more powerful. It was clear that they were quite anxious. Nightwing simply curled his lip. He wasn't stupid. This time, he definitely wouldn't make a move. It was hard for Shanks to regain his strength, and if he landed another punch on him, it would completely demoralize him. Who the hell broke my clone? How am I supposed to maintain my cool? No matter how much the people around urged Nightwing, he remained completely unmoved, even leaning his face closer. In that case, perhaps I can withstand a bit more damage. Seeing Nightwing's move, Shanks, who was fighting hard in the sky, suddenly felt insulted. Damn, brat, don't be so arrogant. I become even stronger, Shanks said angrily, a flame of fury burning in his heart, and Shanks' power became even more formidable. Take this hit, Shanks roared, and a powerful force rushed toward him in an instant. Even Shanks' weapon let out a dragon's roar that echoed throughout the sky. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were all stunned. What is Nightwing trying to do? It's the first time they've seen someone let themselves be hit like this. Nightwing, even if you have Jozu's defense, Shanks' strike is not to be underestimated, the members of the Whitebeard pirates said with concern. However, Nightwing seemed determined, completely ignoring everyone's reactions. The powerful force struck Nightwing's body in an instant, and under the terrifying power, the entire dueling arena began to crumble. A large amount of rubble and dirt exploded from the ground. The entire ground cracked open. The red-haired Shanks, who delivered this attack, did not stop his assault, but continued charging forward with his griffin in hand. A fierce slash, without a hint of hesitation, came crashing down. Boom! After Nightwing withstood Shanks' Conqueror's Haki, Shanks once again closed in and unleashed his slash at Nightwing. I know your defense is strong. I'm well aware of that. So, after the previous slash, I directly unleashed a second close-range attack on you. To deal with you, I used up all my Conqueror's Haki. This means I won't be able to handle your rebound next. However, I, Shanks, will not regret it, after all. I am the ultimate victor of this battle, Shanks said excitedly. Having secured the final victory, he regained his pride, and he had become stronger, so this bit of damage was nothing. Just then, Nightwing unexpectedly revealed a faint smile, which caught red-haired Shanks off guard for a moment. However, Shanks did not hesitate. Boom! The powerful slash struck Nightwing's body once again. The strong aftermath caused the ground beneath Nightwing to completely collapse. The entire ground seemed to tremble like an earthquake. Finally, I have won. Seeing Nightwing fall, Shanks couldn't contain his smile. After experiencing so many battles with the Whitebeard pirates, he finally succeeded. Although it was a bit difficult to win, he ultimately reached the place he wanted to be. Even Shanks' eyes were a bit moist. These are tears of excitement. It has been difficult to reach this point today. I've taken another step closer to becoming the Pirate King. Bang! Just as Shanks was about to announce his success as the victor, with a crisp sound, Nightwing's body disappeared. In its place were 3 devil boxes, each launching an attack at the red-haired pirate. Under the powerful fear effect, Shanks, who possesses a strong Conqueror's Haki, for the first time in his life, felt a fear that came from the deepest part of his soul. How terrifying! What on earth is this? It feels like I've been hit by a super Conqueror's Haki, Shanks thought to himself, and in the next moment, the feeling of fear engulfed his entire body, causing even his legs to tremble uncontrollably. In the end, Shanks simply couldn't bear it and collapsed to the ground amidst the gaze of the crowd. Unable to stand up again, at this moment, whether it was the members of the Whitebeard pirate crew or the red-haired pirate crew, everyone showed expressions of shock and disbelief. They couldn't comprehend what had just happened. What was presented before them were merely 3 devil boxes. Only one person widened his eyes, looking at the boxes, and then spoke in shock. Isn't this the ultimate move that Vice-Captain Nightwing entrusted to me? I originally planned to use it in the upcoming battle against the Marines. I didn't expect Vice-Captain Nightwing to use it before me. So it turns out Vice-Captain Nightwing can also use our technique, Cleo murmured. Now, the people around finally understood. At this moment, YuYu's voice also rang out. Sorry, Shanks, you put in so much effort to fly, but the ultimate winner is still me, YuYu said with a grin. Only the voice was heard, but the person was not seen. Such a strange scene unfolded. The members of the red-haired pirates widened their eyes in shock. What's going on? Just now, it seemed I heard YuYu's voice, but where is he? Lucky Lou's big elbow fell directly, shocked. Yes, where is he? Just now. After YuYu transformed into a few strange boxes, he disappeared, Jesus Boo said in disbelief. Chapter 208. Shanks' heartfelt defeat. Beckman also showed a face full of suspicion, then activated his observation Haki. But no matter how hard he searched, he still couldn't find Yu's presence. Then they looked at La Xiao. I really don't know about this. La Xiao said innocently, if I could turn invisible for 2 or 3 seconds, that would be no problem at all. But to turn invisible for more than 10 seconds, I really can't do it. Harda swallowed his saliva. If I'm not mistaken, this wouldn't be my invisibility ability, would it? Harda swallowed again, shocked. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that since Deputy Captain Yu was able to enhance their abilities, then enhancing his own abilities was also quite an easy task. Perhaps the current Yu might even possess all of their abilities. This sounds just too terrifying. You see, among them there are many abilities, and once they combine, they become an invincible existence. That's right, it's your ability, Harda. Sorry, I just forgot to cancel my invisibility state. I didn't scare you, did I? Nightwing said awkwardly, then moved and revealed himself. The members of the red-haired pirate crew were still not giving up. Seeing Nightwing's arrival, they surrounded him. So, the person our Captain Shanks was fighting against before. Nightwing smiled and nodded. That's right, your captain was only fighting against my clone. Nightwing said with a smile. A gust of wind blew, causing Nightwing's coat to flutter, further enhancing his current aura to the extreme. Wow! The cadres of the red-haired pirate crew had their mouths twitching, almost crooked. At this moment, Shanks awakened directly from the fear of the Devil's Box. When he heard Nightwing's words, his old face flushed. He hurriedly closed his eyes again. There's no way around it. Honestly, his earlier battle was impressive, only to find out that the reality was so cruel. After all his hard work, his opponent turned out to be just Nightwing's clone. At this point, Shanks felt more awkward than if he had been killed. He simply pretended to faint, saving some face for himself. Noticing Shanks' unusual behavior, Whitebeard and Nightwing exchanged smiles. The members of the red-haired pirate crew also showed awkward smiles, and so they did not expose Shanks. This time, we have lost the battle. We will no longer stop you. They're all monsters. We even think that in the upcoming war, even a navy won't be enough for you to fight against. So goodbye. The cadres of the red-haired pirate crew bid farewell one after another. The Whitebeard pirates also symbolically tried to keep them, but the red-haired pirates naturally wouldn't stay. Now, they really embarrassed themselves, and it was quite awkward to continue eating here. Thus, the red-haired pirate crew left again, leaving only their face behind. Watching the red-haired leave, Whitebeard suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, good kid, you've got it. I'm looking forward to the upcoming Great War even more. However, speaking of which, it's time for Mihawk and Doflamingo to show their loyalty, right? Sabaody Archipelago. Mihawk and Doflamingo also arrived on the island. The people of the entire island were fleeing in panic. Groups of pirates were wailing as if something terrifying was behind them. Mihawk directly grabbed one of the pirates, asking where that guy Kizaru was. Mihawk squinted his eyes, speaking in an undeniable tone. Upon hearing Mihawk's words, the pirate was instantly dumbfounded. He couldn't believe he heard correctly that someone was actually going back to find that terrifying guy. Kizaru. Just a moment ago, he had witnessed with his own eyes how that terrifying guy, Kizaru, kicked his boss, the strange monk, into a sorry state. Moreover, even among the supernovas, those top pirates like Monkey D, Luffy, Kid, and Law were like little brothers in front of Kizaru. How could someone think of going to find that monster, Kizaru? Could it be that the two people in front of him were out of their minds? Because this small fry had too low qualifications and didn't really understand some things in the pirate world, so, facing the two people in front of him, this small fry had no idea. Therefore, he didn't know that the two people in front of him were the famous Dracula Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, and the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo. The small fry looked shocked. Do you guys know? The person you're looking for is a monster, the small fry said in a panic. Hearing such spineless words from the small fry, Doflamingo laughed directly. Fufufu. What a spineless guy. You just need to tell us. You don't need to worry about the rest. Doflamingo said directly, lifting the small fry with one hand, speaking in a threatening tone. Feeling the pressure from Doflamingo, the small fry broke out in a cold sweat. I'm not sure exactly where, but it's in the direction right behind me, the small fry said in fear. Upon hearing the small fry's answer, Doflamingo threw the small fry away with one hand, and he crashed heavily to the ground. Although Doflamingo showed his devilish smile again, The two walked deeper into Sabeti archipelago. Once they saw that Doflamingo and the others had walked far away, the small fry struggled to get up. Looking in the direction Doflamingo had gone, he spat heavily on the ground. I already kindly warned you, but you didn't listen. You can't blame me for this. Just die at Kizaru's hands, you two fools. After saying that, the small fry got up and began to run away into the distance. On the other side, Kizaru was intensifying his pursuit of the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy and the others kept running, but how could their speed possibly surpass Kizaru's? Sanji, Zoro, the Straw Hat shouted loudly. There was really no way. Under Kizaru's feet, these so-called supernovas were completely insufficient. While kicking, Kizaru kept mumbling, so scary. How come they all seem like monsters? He said with a smirk. Straw Hat Luffy was almost at the point of despair. In front was Kuma, the pacifista, and behind was the Admiral. This is Monkey D. Luffy, experiencing despair for the first time. Just as Kizaru was about to rise and kick again, Dracula Mihawk and Don Quixote Doflamingo suddenly descended from the sky. Seeing their arrival, Kizaru squinted his eyes, and a white light reflected off his sunglasses. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's you two guys. Kizaru said with a grin. What's wrong? Have you two come to your senses and want to join us in the Navy to deal with the Whitebeard pirates? Kizaru said with a smiling face. Unfortunately, I have never regretted abandoning the Navy's encirclement of Whitebeard. Mihawk wiped his weapon, smiling as he spoke. The Straw Hat crew also noticed the arrival of the two. That's the target Zoro has always dreamed of defeating. Dracula Mihawk. Could it be that he has colluded with the Navy? Nami said calmly. Zoro, covered in wounds, struggled to stand up. Upon seeing Mihawk's arrival, he clenched his fists tightly. I don't need your pity, Mihawk. I won't fail until I defeat you. Zoro said resolutely, gritting his teeth. The corner of Mihawk's mouth slightly curved into a smile. Roronoa Zoro, unfortunately, you think too much. I'm not here to save you this time. Mihawk said coldly as well. At this moment, Kizaru squinted his eyes even more. Then I don't understand. You two are together, and still on Sabeti Archipelago. I wonder, what are you here for? Kizaru said with a puzzled expression. Fufu. We are here to arrest you. Admiral Kizaru of the Navy. Trafalgar Law struck a defiant pose, staring intently at Kizaru, murmuring. Upon hearing this, Kizaru was utterly perplexed. What the hell have I done to provoke you? You 7 warlords. Even if you don't help the Navy, you wouldn't become our enemies. Right? You've decided to be against the Navy. Are you looking for death? Or have you found a bigger backing? Kizaru murmured, squinting his eyes. At this moment, Nami suddenly spoke up. Whether they came to save you or not, now is the best time to escape. Run, Nami said in panic. Taking advantage of the conversation between Kizaru and the others, the Straw Hat crew, led by Luffy, made a mad dash to escape. Seeing the scene, Kizaru's mouth twitched. Sengoku, you take all the pacifists and chase after the Straw Hat Kid Luffy, Kizaru said angrily. But, leaving you alone to face 2 troublesome opponents, I can't just let that go. Sabo said worriedly. Don't worry about me, Kizaru said in an undeniable tone. The reason he dared to say this was entirely because Kizaru had his own special ability, being the owner of the Pika Pika no Mi. Kizaru's speed should not be underestimated. Even when facing these 2 troublesome opponents, Kizaru was absolutely confident that he could escape. If he couldn't win, he could still run. Seeing Kizaru's relaxed demeanor, Sabo led the pacifists away from the scene. Meanwhile, Kuma, who had been reading, also silently vanished from the spot in an instant. The entire battlefield was left with only Kizaru, Mihawk, and Doflamingo. Since Mihawk's strength was greater than Doflamingo's, Doflamingo wisely gave way to Hawkeye Mihawk. Chapter 209 The War on the Top is imminent. Admiral Sengoku in a jam, however, as a businessman. Doflamingo naturally had his own demands, which were, he had to use the skills that Nightwing taught him when Kizaru made his escape to familiarize himself with them. Eagle Eye Mihawk naturally did not refuse this. You all have thought it through, being enemies with the Navy. Are you sure you're not afraid of the Navy's retaliation? Kizaru said seriously. After hearing Kizaru's words, Don Quixote Doflamingo laughed arrogantly. Well, anyway, you'll be caught by us, so I'll tell you the truth, so you can die knowing. Doflamingo said with a grin. In fact, we have already joined the Whitebeard pirates, and you should have figured that out by now. After all, If we weren't backed by such a big tree, how would we dare to take action against an admiral? After hearing Doflamingo's words, Kizaru was completely stunned, and at the same time, a trace of anger grew in his heart. Hey, I'm asking what you're thinking. The Navy has not treated you poorly, right? Do you really think that the Whitebeard pirates can contend with us, the Navy? The cost of choosing the wrong side, I believe all of you understand very well. Kizaru narrowed his eyes and said very seriously, Heh. The Navy and the Whitebeard pirates? To tell you the truth, the current Whitebeard pirates are not something your Navy can provoke. Doflamingo said with great confidence. After hearing Doflamingo's words, Kizaru became even more confused. What the hell are you talking about? If a typical small pirate doesn't understand, that's fine. But Don Quixote Doflamingo is a smart person. How could he not know who the king of this sea is? What nonsense are you spouting, Tenryubito? Have you all been brainwashed by the Whitebeard pirates? Kizaru said, speechless. Hawkeye Mihawk's eyes suddenly burst with a sharp light. There's no point in talking to him. He won't believe it anyway. Just attack. The ruthless and succinct Hawkeye Mihawk didn't hesitate much. The next moment, he swung his supreme great sword, Yoru, towards Kizaru. A terrifying slash was effortlessly summoned by Mihawk. Looking at the massive slash summoned by Mihawk, which possessed the power to destroy the world, Kizaru also didn't dare to be careless. He quickly activated his Pika Pika no Mi. Just as the terrifying sword intent was about to touch Kizaru's body, he transformed into a yellow flash. A yellow afterimage appeared, and the next moment, Kizaru vanished from his spot and appeared in the sky. Boom! The powerful slash. Kizaru squinted his eyes in the sky. Come on, let me see how strong the world's #1 swordsman really is. All right, I remember the latest intel. It seems the world's #1 swordsman has changed, ha ha ha. Kizaru said, half-mockingly, trying to provoke a rift with the Whitebeard pirates. However, Hawkeye Mihawk wasn't buying it at all. Do you really think your flash can be faster than my sword? Hawkeye Mihawk's lips curled into a slight smirk as he coldly said. The next moment, Hawkeye Mihawk actually disappeared from his spot. This left Kizaru with an incredibly incredulous expression. He never expected that Hawkeye Mihawk's speed could be this fast. If this is the case, it could no longer be described as mere movement speed. To put it bluntly, Hawkeye Mihawk has completed his teleportation. Recently, I've heard that something very strange has happened with the Whitebeard pirates. That is, the two major pirate crews of Kaido and Big Mom have joined forces to attack the Whitebeard pirates. But what is unexpected is that after Kaido and Big Mom attacked, they did not see their return at the critical junction. Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates wiped them all out? Kizaru pondered quietly. The news that the Whitebeard pirates had taken down the Emperor's alliance had not yet spread. So Kizaru was unaware of what had happened in the region of the Whitebeard pirates. And if it really was as he speculated, that the Whitebeard pirates could even take down the Emperor's alliance, then he would undoubtedly be in trouble this time. After all, if the strength of the Whitebeard pirates had greatly increased, then it was certain that they must have their own secrets. As a member of the Navy's technology department, Kizaru firmly believed that the Whitebeard pirates might have already obtained the top-tier mature artificial devil fruit abilities. If that were the case, he could really be in trouble. Dealing with a Hawkeye Mihawk might be manageable. But what about a Hawkeye Mihawk who has eaten a devil fruit? Plus, what about a Don Quixote Doflamingo who has also eaten a devil fruit? Whether he could handle that was a big question. In the next moment, Hawkeye Mihawk suddenly appeared in front of Kizaru. A fierce slash followed Kizaru and struck directly. Damn! Tench K10. Kizaru, being a master swordsman himself, did not hesitate at all. Utilizing his light speed abilities, he directly created a sharp weapon. He clashed directly with Hawkeye Mihawk. Faced with Mihawk's strike, Kizaru dared not be careless, activating the full power of his light sword ability. A beam of light slash appeared. Two fierce slashes, one yellow and one black, appeared in the sky. Like fire and water, the two fierce slashes erupted with an irreconcilable momentum. Boom! At the center where Kizaru and Hawkeye Mihawk stood, two terrifying forces collided. The powerful impact caused the surrounding air to become agitated. Waves of aftershocks began to scatter across Sabati archipelago. Boom! Boom! Wherever Kizaru's light shards passed. Each shard of light could create a massive pit in the ground. Hawkeye Mihawk's slash shards were even more terrifying. Where they passed, deep ravines appeared. The Marines stationed on Sabeti Archipelago felt the tremors coming from the earth and showed expressions of shock. Who is it? Who is it? The destructive power is so great that the entire island's ground is starting to shake. Are the supernovas this strong? It can't be. One Marine said in confusion. At that moment, an intelligence officer rushed over. Report, Major Rika. It's Hawkeye Mihawk and Shichibukai, Don Quixote Doflamingo. They are actually fighting against Admiral Kizaru. An intelligence officer gasped, his eyes wide with fear. What? Upon hearing the intelligence officer's words, the rear admiral stationed in the area widened his eyes, revealing an incredulous expression. Hawkeye Mihawk. He was once the world's greatest swordsman. And Doflamingo. Aren't they supposed to be targets we can win over to our side? How come now? One after another, they are rebelling against us. The rear admiral said in disbelief. But the facts were right in front of him, and even if he didn't want to believe it, there was no way around it. Quickly, hurry and inform the Navy headquarters about what's happening on Sabeti Archipelago. Existences at the level of Hawkeye Mihawk and Don Quixote Doflamingo can only be dealt with by Admiral Kizaru. There's nothing we can do. Now the only thing we can do is to quickly call the Navy headquarters and wait for their rescue. The rear admiral showed a look of dread, trembling as he spoke. The intelligence officer also realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately relayed this information to the Navy headquarters. At that moment, within the Navy office, preparations for welcoming the Whitebeard pirates were in complete chaos. Admirals Akainu, Akiji, and others were all present. Akainu, with a cigar dangling from his mouth and arms crossed, had a cold look in his eyes. What? That guy Doflamingo actually dares not to come to our Navy's aid? Doesn't want to live anymore, using the Shichibukai privileges we gave him, and yet he keeps declaring. I think there's no need to continue the Shichibukai system at all, Akainu said angrily. Akiji also looked grave. I originally thought that Hawkeye Mihawk would help our Navy, but now it seems he has no intention of helping us at all, Akiji said calmly. Meanwhile, Sengoku was already feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Things were not developing as he had intended, and there was even worse news that needed to be announced. And what worries me even more is that the intelligence officer I sent out said he has seen Don Quixote Doflamingo and Dracula Mihawk in the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he spoke. After hearing Sengoku's words, a row of question marks appeared above everyone's heads. This is a major piece of news. Admiral Tsuru swallowed her own saliva, frowned slightly, and looked at the currently flustered Sengoku. What did you say? Sengoku, have Mihawk and the others chosen to side with Whitebeard? Tsuru said incredulously, her eyes wide open. The other people present were also taken aback. Even Garp looked over. Doflamingo could be dismissed. His strength was lacking, relying only on the advantage of being a celestial dragon. But Mihawk was different. He was once the world's greatest swordsman. If he were to confront the Navy, it would undoubtedly be a significant challenge. After a brief silence, Sengoku gradually began to speak. Looking at it now, it's quite possible. But I wonder what kind of spell Whitebeard has cast on them to make them choose to join the pirate faction. Sengoku squinted his eyes and said, Chapter 210, Admiral's Office. When did the Whitebeard pirates become so powerful? At the same time, there was a growing sense of worry in his heart. Could the rumors be true? Did the Whitebeard pirates acquire technology even more powerful than Vegapunks? If that is the case, the Navy would be in big trouble. Sengoku was deep in thought, anxious. The 7 warlords are just a bunch of thugs. I've said before that they shouldn't be given any privileges. Now it seems that a thug is still a thug after enjoying such treatment for so long. Now, one by one, they choose to join the Whitebeard pirates. Indeed, they are ungrateful wolves raised with a fist, Akainu said angrily. Just then, the door to the Admiral's office suddenly made a sound. Sengoku, currently in a fit of anger, had a grim expression upon hearing the knock. Do you not know that I am currently holding a high-level Navy meeting? How dare you disturb me at this time? Sengoku slammed his hand on the desk in front of him and said angrily. Outside the door, the intelligence officer was clearly taken aback and hurriedly spoke up. Report to Admiral Sengoku. This is an urgent intelligence matter. I apologize for interrupting you, but this news concerns the safety of Admiral Kazuru and information about the Whitebeard pirates. The intelligence officer said seriously. Oh. The intelligence officer's words were like a bomb exploding in the deep sea, directly causing an explosion in their hearts. Each one gasped in shock. The two pieces of news just mentioned by the intelligence officer were both matters of great concern to them. The first, the safety of Kazuru, was shocking enough. After all, Kazuru is a genuine admiral of the Navy. With the power of the Pika Pika no Mi, he possesses the speed of light. Such a general, since his life is threatened, it proves that those who threaten him are at least of the Emperor's caliber. As the great battle approaches, who exactly dares to do this? There's another piece of news concerning the Whitebeard pirates, which goes without saying. Sengoku is currently very suspicious that the Whitebeard pirates have obtained top-level technology. From the looks of it, perhaps this is the message that needs to be reported. In this moment, Sengoku's heart is also racing. Come in, Sengoku said, clenching his fists. His heart was pounding. I hope these two pieces of news aren't too bad. After the intelligence officer arrived, he gave a typical military salute to Sengoku. Report, Lord Sengoku. Kazuru was attacked by Hawkeye Mihawk and Don Quixote da Flamingo at Sabati Archipelago. The intelligence officer dropped a bombshell. The people around all had question marks written all over their heads. Sengoku's eyes nearly popped out. Akiji's expression twitched. These guys actually dared to provoke the dignity of the Navy. Who gave them such boldness? Vice Admiral Tsuru felt her head spinning. What nonsense is this? We haven't blamed them for not joining the Navy. That was already a huge favor. What are they thinking to choose the path of rebellion against the Navy? Vice Admiral Tsuru squinted her eyes, incredulous. Carp beside her also showed an expression of disbelief. Yeah, these damn guys, I should have wiped them out back then. Carp said angrily. Sengoku felt dazed. Akiji, I think you should go after him. Kizaru alone might not be enough to handle them, Sengoku said with a weary expression. He then looked directly at the intelligence officer in front of him. Continue. With the second piece of news, Sengoku said, somewhat helplessly. At the same time, he was hoping that it wouldn't be too bad. The intelligence officer finally spoke up. It's like this, Lord Sengoku. It seems that Hawkeye Mihawk has gained a new ability, the intelligence officer murmured. Oh. The people around were all taken aback. This is greatly beyond their expectations. After all, Hawkeye Mihawk has always considered himself a pure swordsman and looked down on any devil fruit abilities. Now, how could he have eaten a devil fruit? Wait. Even if Hawkeye Mihawk did eat a devil fruit, isn't this the first piece of news? What does it have to do with the second message about Mihawk? And the intelligence officer's next words also provided the answer to everyone. According to my investigation, the ability of Hawkeye Mihawk is very likely obtained from the Whitebeard pirates, the intelligence officer said. What? Upon hearing this, Sengoku stood up straight from his commander's chair and directly approached the intelligence officer, gripping him tightly. What you just said, I didn't hear clearly. Could you please say it again? Sengoku said nervously. The others also felt their hearts in their throats. If what the intelligence officer said is true, then a very serious problem would arise. The problem is not just that these 7 warlords have all joined the Whitebeard pirates. There is an even more terrifying issue, which is that the Whitebeard pirates have acquired extreme technological power. Next, when it comes to the war against the Whitebeard pirates, you tell me, now that the Whitebeard pirates have mastered extreme technology, can they create artificial devil fruits? How can I have a Navy plane now? Especially with sweat dripping from my forehead. I originally thought that I could achieve a great accomplishment by the time I retire, but now the great accomplishment is gone, and I might end up losing all the hard work I've put into the Navy headquarters over the years. What should I do? If I had known this would happen, wouldn't it have been better to retire peacefully? Now I'm in a position where I have to act. Even if I don't want to go to war with Whitebeard, it's no longer possible. I heard that Hawkeye Mihawk has gained the power of the Whitebeard pirates. No, not just Hawkeye Mihawk. It seems that the Night Demon has also obtained incredible abilities, but when I left, he hadn't shown them yet. After hearing the words of the intelligence officer, Sengoku directly slumped back down into his marshal's office chair. This sentence exploded in their hearts like a massive deep-sea bomb. How? Is this possible? Akainu clenched his fists tightly. As we all know, a person can only eat one devil fruit. If they eat more, they could die. The veins on Akainu's forehead stood out as he spoke in disbelief. Akiji was also shocked by this statement and had not moved until now. Yeah. What on earth is going on? Akiji said, puzzled. Sengoku let out a heavy sigh. Akiji, you should leave for now. No need to say more. I think this is happening because the Whitebeard pirates have already mastered this powerful technology. Sengoku continued. For example, allowing someone to eat a devil fruit while still being able to consume another artificial devil fruit. Others nodded in agreement. At present, this was the only possibility left. Upon hearing this, Akiji realized the current situation of the Navy. Without saying much, he put on his Navy coat and quickened his pace towards the Sabaody archipelago. Only the people in the Admiral's office were left, each expressing their sighs. Even Carp, such an optimistic man, furrowed his brow tightly, stopping his action of eating senbei. He showed a serious expression. Those damn guys have actually allowed the Whitebeard pirates to gain such abilities. This is undoubtedly the worst news for the Navy. Carp muttered. The Whitebeard pirates. They're the most powerful pirate crew in this world. Once they master this heaven-defying technology of multiple devil fruits, it will undoubtedly be a major disaster for the entire world. Carp clenched his fists and said seriously. At the same time, this also made him feel a sense of crisis. The feeling of crisis was last experienced when I faced rocks, just when everyone was at a loss. A scout came over again. Report, Admiral Sengoku, major news. There is news about the Bigo pirates and the Beast pirates. Their pirate crew was completely annihilated when facing the White Tiger pirates. Moreover, most of the elites were captured by the Whitebeard pirates in this battle. Only Kaido, Bigo, and a few others managed to escape from that great war. The scout said excitedly. Undoubtedly, this was another major piece of news. Sengoku and the others narrowed their eyes, falling into deep thought for a long time. If this is true, then there is no doubt about the strength of the Whitebeard pirates. Damn! With the war approaching, the Whitebeard pirates' combat power has increased so much. Akainu frowned and said seriously. Garp also clenched his fists, biting his teeth. I didn't expect that after gaining technological power, that guy Whitebeard has become so strong. Kaido and Big Mom, those two belong to the Rocks Pirates. Their combat power is not weak. Garp murmured. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku's previous weary expression disappeared, replaced by a hint of joy. The others, upon learning of the Whitebeard pirates' formidable strength, were instead surprised to see Admiral Sengoku's happy expression. One by one, they expressed their confusion. What's going on? Could it be that Sengoku was so stimulated that he became foolish? In this situation, Akainu is the happiest. If Sengoku were to be foolish, then undoubtedly he would have a great chance of being elected as the next fleet admiral. Sengoku, why are you so happy? Could it be that you found a strategy to deal with this? Vice Admiral Tsuru asked, voicing everyone's thoughts. Sengoku chuckled. This is great. It's like heaven is helping me. Chapter 211. The Night Demon Kizuru. I am issuing you a final ultimatum. Since Charlotte Linlin and Kaido have already been defeated by Whitebeard and are missing then, we can take this opportunity to win them over, Sengoku said excitedly. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Vice Admiral Tsuru's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Sengoku, are you suggesting that we team up with Kaido and Linlin to take down Whitebeard? Akainu seemed somewhat impatient. Those two aren't exactly good people. Are you sure you want to collaborate with such trash? Akainu expressed his dissatisfaction. Sengoku sighed. Right now, this is the only method we have. As for Kaido and Linlin, I don't think they will recover anytime soon. Whitebeard has completely destroyed their pirate crew, so they must be severely weakened. During this time, we can effectively utilize Linlin and the others. Since the warlords are not useful to us, using the four emperors is also an option. Sengoku stroked his beard and murmured. Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded. Sengoku is right. We can definitely use Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. The reason we couldn't cooperate with them before was that they viewed our navy as enemies, and they had a massive power of their own. Now, their forces have been completely crushed by the Whitebeard pirates, and more importantly, their biggest enemy is Whitebeard, not our navy. Given this point, we can fully utilize it. We could even let them supplement the warlord system, allowing those defected warlords to restore balance to the sea. Vice Admiral Tsuru's eyes sparkled with excitement as she spoke. As expected of a strategist in the Navy, she succinctly pointed out the crux of the issue. Even Akainu, who had been opposed until now, was convinced by Tsuru at this moment. He nodded heavily. If there's really no other way, then we'll have to do it this way. However, after the great battle, we must take the opportunity to significantly weaken Kaido and Charlotte Lean's pirate crews. Akainu said, squinting his eyes. Sengoku also nodded. In that case, I will trouble you to make the trip personally, Tsuru. Sengoku said, narrowing his eyes. In the Navy, it was difficult for others to communicate with pirates, but Vice Admiral Tsuru, with her exceptional intelligence, naturally became the only candidate. After receiving her orders, Vice Admiral Tsuru left. The remaining people were filled with joy. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard, you old man, didn't see this coming. Even though you've obtained top-tier technology, your pirate crew is just too ostentatious. So sorry. This great war is not just our navies, but also your arch-rival, Kaido, and Big Mom. Now, let us see how you fight. Sengoku's mood lifted, and he could already imagine his life in his later years. At this moment, on Sabedi Archipelago, Kizaru himself did not expect that the guy, Mihawk, could actually keep up with his light speed, and it seemed to involve spatial abilities. He was astonished. His mouth agape. Wow, what a terrifying monster. As the world's greatest swordsman, he actually possesses the ability of spatial displacement. Kizaru's sunglasses reflected beams of light as he murmured. The two showed no hesitation and continued their sword fight. By the way, this ability of yours must have been given to you by the Whitebeard pirates, right? Kizaru said, his eyes glinting mischievously. That's right. This ability was taught to me by Nightwing, the vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Mihawk replied truthfully. Vice-captain? The Whitebeard pirates actually have another vice-captain. I didn't know about this. It seems that today's trip to Sabedi Archipelago has yielded quite a lot. Thus, a smile crept onto Kizaru's face. It seems I won't be able to personally take down Luffy and his crew this time. However, being able to learn so many secrets about the Whitebeard pirates. I can't say this trip was in vain. So goodbye, everyone. Kizaru still maintained a calm demeanor. This was because his Pika Pika no Mi ability had already been developed to its ultimate state. Aside from the attack-type skill, the Yada no Kagami, he also possessed powerful escape abilities. He could completely transform into light using his strong fruit powers. Although Kizaru appeared carefree on the surface, he could definitely be considered battle-hardened. You, Mihawk, can have strikes comparable to displacement. I believe you can catch up to me in the short term. However, once I keep transforming into light and compare our sustained abilities, you 1T keep your spatial abilities on to chase me. Will you? So, Kizaru had already formulated his strategy from the start, with the goal naturally being to extract as much information from the enemy as possible. In that case, I can earn the intelligence bonus, since I obviously can't gain any advantage by continuing to fight. Moreover, the key point is that I won't get a raise for this mission, so I might as well just run away. Earning tens of thousands of berries a day, what am I risking my life for? In the next moment, as the corner of Kizaru's mouth twisted, my body instantly transformed into a flash of light, starting to madly escape towards my Navy headquarters. Hawkeye Mihawk saw the scene before him and immediately launched an alpha strike. In an instant, he was already in front of Kizaru, delivering a massive slash. Boom! With powerful force, a terrifying sword intent rushed towards Kizaru. Kizaru, while flying, was not idle either. He took out the Amitsukami sword to defend. Boom! A fierce collision occurred. In the sky, various sparks appeared. This time, Kizaru could clearly feel that Hawkeye Mihawk's slash was even more terrifying than before. Although he managed to withstand the blow, the slash enhanced by Alpha Strike still made Kizaru's internal organs churn, causing him to spit out blood. It seems that Hawkeye Mihawk has not only gained the ability to move, but even more importantly, his slashes have become stronger than ever. How many moves have passed? I was directly hit until I spat blood. No matter what today, I must leave this place and definitely convey the news here to the Navy. Thinking this, Kizaru's speed reached its peak at that moment. However, Dracula Mihawk didn't expect that Kizaru would be so shameless. After his Alpha Strike, if he kept attacking the enemy with slashes, he could reduce the cooldown time. But Kizaru had no intention of actually fighting him at all. After just 2 moves, he chose to run away. Facing such a slippery opponent like Kizaru left him feeling helpless, as he had no opportunity to refresh his cooldown. However, Hawkeye Mihawk didn't take it to heart, just a wry smile. Fortunately, Vice-Captain YuShows had the foresight and had anticipated Kizaru's abilities early on. Aside from himself, he also sent someone like Tion Yacha to assist him. Hey, Don Quixote da Flamingo, hurry up and take action, otherwise Kizaru will escape. Hawkeye Mihawk reminded. After all, it was his first mission, so it was better to be cautious just in case. Otherwise, having shamelessly received the guidance of Vice-Captain YuShows, if he couldn't even complete his first mission, he would really have no place to put his old face. Da Flamingo, who was beside him, heard Mihawk's words, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, revealing a hint of a smile. Fu, you don't need to worry about that, Mihawk. As long as I lock onto that guy, Kizaru, my ultimate move will ensure he can't escape, no matter what. Even if he has spatial abilities, it won't matter. Da Flamingo said confidently, licking his lips. After hearing Tion Yacha's words, Hawkeye Mihawk nodded slightly. It seemed that among the peripheral captains, he wasn't the only one with a freakish ability. After all, it was the auxiliary fruit ability of Vice-Captain YuShows, and it was unlikely that a useless skill would even appear. At that moment, Da Flamingo looked at Kizaru as if he were staring at a prey. Before being taught by Night Feather, facing the general alone, he would never have had such thoughts. And, while flying, Kizaru also heard the conversation between the two. Faced with the Sky Knight Demon, Kizaru showed a hint of disdain. What a joke, even if it's Mihawk. You, Da Flamingo, are nothing to be afraid of. You dare to say you've locked onto me, and I can't escape? Kizaru didn't take Da Flamingo seriously at all. You, Da Flamingo, isn't locking onto me, just relying on your string fruit? That kind of trash fruit barely gives you the ability to fly. How can it compare to my light speed? Even if you could catch up to me, with your level, you think you can intercept me? Aren't you afraid that I'll just blast all your strings away with my lasers? Just an arrogant fool. At the same time, he even felt a little smug inside. After all, just now Mihawk personally said, he can no longer catch up to me. Now that I'm in the sky, isn't at a free flight? Just when Kizaru was feeling proud, Da Flamingo's laughter suddenly came from behind him. Upon hearing such a devilish laugh, Kizaru showed an extremely surprised expression. Strange, why do I hear the voice of the Sky Knight Demon? With his half-hearted ability, relying on his string fruit to barely fly, he can catch up to me the light? However, Kizaru still instinctively looked back. There, at his height, was Da Flamingo, dressed in a red feather coat. Strange, how could Da Flamingo's speed be faster than mine? For a moment, Kizaru was completely bewildered. So, in the next moment, Kizaru accelerated his speed. However, it seemed that Da Flamingo was also keeping pace with his speed. His figure appeared directly above him. I surrender. Kizaru, you can't escape. The final ultimatum from Hex. Da Flamingo roared loudly from above Kizaru. Chapter 2:12 Kizaru. It's unscientific that even the Sky Knight Demon can do this to me, Da Flamingo roared loudly from above Kizaru. Kizaru was filled with question marks. What is this, Da Flamingo's new move? What final ultimatum? Kizaru had big question marks over his head. And, Da Flamingo, without hesitation, the next moment, powerful strings suddenly fell from the sky, directly forming a surrounding circle. These huge encirclements directly bound Kizaru within. Kizaru's head was filled with question marks. By the way, I do remember the last guy who had the line devil fruit ability. His big move was to create a gigantic birdcage. It was very difficult for anyone to pass through. Looking at it now, it seems very likely that Da Flamingo created a small version of the birdcage. However, facing the birdcage created by Da Flamingo, Kizaru still smiled. This ability might work against others, but trying to deal with a powerful wife, that's simply a bit of wishful thinking. In the next moment, the stubborn Kizaru, without a hint of hesitation, revved up his power and charged right in. Boom! Kizaru pushed his speed to the maximum. The stubborn Kizaru, without any hesitation, imagined that he could break through the cage of the Night Demon with his speed. The result was predictable. Kizaru felt as if he had crashed into a steel cage. The immense force caused a large bump to form on his forehead. At the same time, Kizaru's entire body started to bleed. Seeing this scene, Doflamingo let out his characteristic eerie laugh. Ha ha ha, Kizaru, you really don't think you can break my cage, do you? Not to mention you, even if your god of war carp came. I fear he would also be helpless against my cage, Doflamingo said excitedly. Hearing Doflamingo's words, Kizaru widened his eyes, unable to believe that Doflamingo would dare to say such things. If it were an ordinary vice admiral, that would be one thing. But now, Doflamingo seemed to look down on Carp. Was he feeling bold? However, this was not the time to think too much. In the next moment, Kizaru continued to increase his power and charged toward the cage in front of him. This time, the large bump on the yellow ape's head was completely smashed. A of fresh blood instantly flowed out from the yellow ape's head. The yellow ape covered his head and let out a wail. Oomph. Yellow ape, this time you can't escape. Let's see how you face my slash. What made the yellow ape even more frustrated was that Hawkeye Mihawk, at this moment, launched an alpha strike, delivering a fierce slash towards the yellow ape in the cage. Boom! This time, the powerful sword intent was unleashed once again from Huang Yuan's body. Under this terrifying sword intent, Huang Yuan was directly forced to retreat more than several steps. A large amount of blood instantly flowed from the corner of Huang Yuan's mouth. Even more frustrating for Huang Yuan was that his body directly crashed into Doflamingo's cage, resulting in a secondary injury to his own body. Until now, Huang Yuan still couldn't understand why Doflamingo's string fruit was so powerful. Otherwise, he could have escaped. Bastard, you guy, tell me, what the hell is going on? Doflamingo, what kind of methods did you use to cultivate your devil fruit to such a level? Have you guy, awakened your devil fruit? Huang Yuan said with great frustration. This damned cage, even if I bomb it with my own 8-foot Xiongouyu, has no effect at all. This truly shocked Kizaru completely. Ha ha, Admiral Kizaru, did you ever think that one day you would be outsmarted by me, Don Quixote Doflamingo? Since you want to know, I don't mind telling you. Doflamingo murmured. Kizaru immediately perked up his ears. Even if it meant death, he wanted to understand. This is not my devil fruit ability awakening. But Doflamingo deliberately paused, causing Kizaru to become increasingly anxious. Seeing Kizaru's reaction, Doflamingo couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. If this were earlier, I fear I would never have such treatment. To directly make a general show such an expression, for me, Don Quixote Doflamingo, it would not be in vain to come to this sea. Listen well, Kizaru. The reason I have this ability is because of the teachings from our Vice-Captain Nightfeather. It has nothing to do with my string fruit, Doflamingo said with a faint smile. A head full of question marks appeared again on Kizaru's head. Did I hear that right from that guy, Doflamingo? It's that Nightfeather again. And this time it's even more exaggerated. He actually taught a new ability. I want to ask, can new ability really be taught? Kizaru's mouth twitched, unable to believe what he had just heard. You must be joking, Doflamingo. Everyone knows that if someone eats 2 devil fruits, they will lose their life, Kizaru said loudly. Now, Kizaru felt that Doflamingo might be playing tricks on him. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo continued to wear a proud smile. You don't know this, do you, General Kizaru? Anyway, since a battle is about to start, I'm not afraid to tell you. Under our Vice-Captain Nightfeather's ability, a person can not only possess one devil fruit ability. Even possessing multiple devil fruit abilities is completely possible, Doflamingo said with a proud smile. What? Kizaru's worldview was shattered this time. How could it get more absurd? However, if this is true, then it's a serious matter. The Whitebeard Pirate's Vice-Captain Nightfeather. An existence I hadn't heard of before. Now that I look at it, it's completely a monstrous existence. If someone has the ability to allow their subordinates to possess multiple devil fruit abilities, then without a doubt, this person could definitely lead a team to rise rapidly. If such an ability falls into the hands of a pirate, it will be a super pirate, even more terrifying than rocks. This will undoubtedly be a major disaster for the Navy and even the world. And it seems that the worst-case scenario has occurred. The one who possesses this ability turns out to be the Whitebeard Pirates, the most powerful pirate crew in the world. There is no doubt that the world will be thrown into chaos. The entire Navy is likely to be no match. No, I must inform the Navy about this. In a moment of desperation, Kizaru had no choice but to choose Don Quixote Doflamingo as his target. After all, although Doflamingo has gained a new ability in terms of combat power, he is still quite a distance away from Dracul Mihawk. So, right now, the only breakthrough point is Doflamingo. In the next moment, without hesitation, Kizaru directly unleashed his ultimate move, Jata no Kagami. In the next instant, a large number of light projectiles emitted from Kizaru's body. These shells have only one target, Don Quixote Doflamingo. And Doflamingo has shown a resolute expression. He is not that weak. He remembers that Vice-Captain Yeyu once told him that after he activated this move, it would temporarily enhance his combat power, although he doesn't know how much his combat power can increase. At this moment, Doflamingo did not hesitate and directly chose the way of a true man to respond. There is no choice, mainly because he has been with the Whitebeard pirates for so long. The pirates there, take that Bremen K for example, actually had less combat power than him before. But after receiving guidance from Vice-Captain Yeyu, his combat power skyrocketed. Thinking about the speed at which these captains' combat power increased, Doflamingo's own heart is also very excited. After all, his previous combat power was not weak, and now he has also received guidance from Vice-Captain Yeyu. Although, his guidance is certainly not as good as those internal captains in the Whitebeard pirates. But his expectations are not high. He doesn't seek to reach that level, just wants to maintain a royal level standard on ordinary days. He only asks that when he activates his ultimate move, he can withstand an admiral for a while. Is that request too much? Doflamingo thought about it, and realized that his request really isn't excessive, after all. The situation of those captains, after their combat power was enhanced, is right there. So, Doflamingo did not hesitate any further and charged forward. They are now in the midst of his ultimate move, and besides, you, Kizaru, are still in an injured state. Should I be afraid of you? Kizaru's eyes widened, unable to believe the scene before him. Are they really so stubborn, these Doflamingo guys? Do they look down on me? Admiral Kizaru. All right, I'll show you my power. Boom, boom. Kizaru increased the release intensity of his Yasakani no Magatama. Waves of light bombs continuously exploded on Doflamingo's body. Doflamingo concentrated his haki in his feet and launched a series of kicks at Kizaru's Yasakani no Magatama. Boom! Boom! Various types of projectiles exploded directly in front of Doflamingo, one after another. Feeling the impact of the barehanded blasts, a smile appeared at the corner of Doflamingo's mouth. Ha ha ha! Is this the technique that temporarily boosts my combat power? I have to say, it really feels amazing. Doflamingo's creepy laugh echoed again. After hearing that typical eerie laugh, Kizaru showed a shocked expression. What? Damn, this is just too unscientific. Chapter 213. Kizaru captured on Sabaody Archipelago. What the hell is going on with you? You actually withstood my Yari no Shida? Kizaru exclaimed in shock. I'm at the level of an admiral. And what about Doflamingo? He's just a mere warlord. My combat power shouldn't be this lacking. So there can only be one possibility. That is, Doflamingo didn't deceive me at all. That bastard Doflamingo really obtained an incredible power from Nightwing. Even more terrifying is that Doflamingo actually possesses the abilities of two devil fruits. Kizaru couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Could it be that Nightwing is a devil? With such terrifying power, the upcoming Great War of the Navy might be lost. Kizaru's heart was in a state of panic. Meanwhile, Mihawk wasn't idle either. The next moment, he launched an alpha strike, fiercely slashing at Kizaru. Already injured, Kizaru was instantly cut down by Mihawk's overwhelming power. After doing all this, Mihawk and the others had a slight smirk on their faces. Sorry, Kizaru. According to our Vice-Captain Nightwing's orders, it seems you have to come with us. Doflamingo, the Heavenly Night Demon, said with a smile. What? I originally thought I just happened to run into these Heavenly Night Demon guys. But now it seems I was targeted by this Vice-Captain of the Whitebeard pirates long ago. Why am I so unlucky? Usually, I just take my salary and slack off. I haven't done anything out of line towards the Whitebeard pirates. What's going on now? That this new Vice-Captain wants to arrest me. Kizaru's mood could be described as painfully tearless. Sea Prism stone handcuffs were instantly clamped onto Kizaru's arms. Kizaru was completely deflated. After capturing Kizaru, the two didn't rush back. Doflamingo, the Heavenly Night Demon, had also stayed in Sabaody Archipelago before. So they headed directly towards the auction house. Along the way, they encountered a large number of pirates. These pirates are not lacking in this world's supernovas. Some of them are lucky enough not to have been attacked by Admiral Kizuru yet. The reason they are desperately fleeing is because they fear the immense power of Admiral Kizuru. When these lucky ones saw Kizuru, they all widened their eyes and displayed exaggerated expressions. Capone Beej was shouting for his subordinates to board the ship. However, some of the small fry were just too slow. In the end, Capone Beej couldn't hold back. Damn it, you guys are too slow. Helmsman, set sail, let's go now. We are facing an opponent of Admiral level. No one can win in the end. Capone Beej shouted. He had a clear understanding of his own combat strength. Just as Capone Beej was about to set sail and leave, he discovered a bizarre scene. His eyes nearly popped out, his palms were sweaty, and even his breathing became rapid. If I'm not mistaken, the guy who got arrested, isn't that Admiral Kizuru? My God, the Admiral Kizuru who came to suppress us has actually been captured? Capone Beej widened his eyes and collapsed onto the ground in disbelief. The expressions of the small fry nearby were even more exaggerated. They stood there like wooden chickens, completely stunned. After a long while, one pirate took out a picture and looked at the image. The person who got arrested looked exactly like Kizuru. It can't be wrong. That person is Admiral Kizuru. Capone Beej almost screamed. The small fry around him all collapsed to the ground. Boss Beej, who could it be that can capture a Navy admiral? The small fry said, swallowing their saliva in disbelief. Beej took out a cigar from his pocket. After a while, he calmed down a little. He exhaled puff after puff of smoke and suddenly realized something. In this world, those who could defeat Kizuru can be counted on one hand. They must be long-established figures. Right. Hurry and bring over the bounty posters from our ship. Those two people must be on that list of big pirates, Beej said, his eyes widening. Not long after, a small fry came over with several bounty posters. Upon seeing the posters, Beej began to search frantically and finally found the two figures who had previously captured Kizuru. The first one is the current Shichibukai, known as the Underground Emperor, the Joker, who manages the underground arms trade. Beej exclaimed as he looked at the image in front of him. Hearing his words, the small fry around him all showed serious expressions. The Shichibukai has actually rebelled. This is a significant piece of news. Capone Beej continues his search. The second, ZZZZE. Even Capone Beej gasped in surprise after seeing the second portrait. Because the Navy's bounty notice hasn't been updated yet, the Mihawk on the portrait is still labeled as the World's #1 swordsman. Dracul Mihawk. The second one is none other than the World's #1 swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Capone Beej exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, the surrounding lackeys widened their eyes in shock once again. Wow, that's the world's #1 swordsman. No wonder, no wonder. Capone Beej was completely stunned. He never expected that there were actually two heavyweight figures among the 7 warlords who had rebelled, and even personally captured Admiral Kizuru. This is indeed a significant piece of news. It could very likely have a major impact on the world's landscape. Meanwhile, Kid, who is on the run, also noticed the scene of Admiral Kizuru being arrested. He was completely stunned on the spot. Killer was also swallowing his saliva like crazy. The lackeys behind Killer started to tremble uncontrollably. Previously, they had witnessed Kizuru's terrifying combat power firsthand. One kick could take out a supernova. Moreover, Kizuru possesses the power of the Pika Pika no Mi, a strong devil fruit ability that many people dream of having. Such a powerful Navy general now actually has handcuffs on his own hands and is being escorted by others. This is somewhat shocking. Kid's lips trembled continuously. How many strong individuals are there in this world? To him, the seemingly invincible Admiral Kizuru was already terrifying. And now, there are actually people strong enough to capture Admiral Kizuru. Killer, who exactly are those two guys? Admiral Kizuru was actually captured by them. Kid widened his eyes and trembled as he spoke. Brother, those two individuals. One is the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo, the Underground Emperor, also known as the Joker. The other one is Dracul Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman. How many swordsmen dream of defeating him in their lifetime? Killer trembled as he spoke. Sweat started to bead on Kid's forehead. No wonder. These are all prominent figures in today's world. What shocked Kid even more was that the 7 warlords have been cooperating with the Navy. Moreover, he even heard that the Navy has recently joined forces with the 7 warlords to fight against the Whitebeard pirates. What exactly happened that made the 7 warlords choose to rebel against the Navy during such a sensitive time? Kid thought in shock. Although he had never been able to figure out the specific reason, he wasn't foolish. He knew very well that the world was about to be in turmoil again. This is an existence even more turbulent than my group of supernovas. Bonnie was also running away when she suddenly saw the scene of Admiral Kazura being captured. Her red lips were wide open in shock. What is going on? Admiral Kizaru has actually been captured? From Bonnie's eyes, one could see her exaggerated expression. She never imagined that someone would dare to take action against an admiral and actually succeed. It seems like this world is about to undergo a great change. The terrifying Kizaru probably never thought that one day he would be captured, right? Bonnie murmured. At the same time, the 3 major figures of the supernovas, Law, also witnessed this scene. Admiral Kizaru was captured. The person who captured him was. Unlike other supernovas, Law immediately recognized that the person who captured Kazuru was no other than one of the men he had always wanted to kill, Don Quixote Doflamingo, and the other person was none other than the world's #1 swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Law narrowed his eyes. What do these two want to actually capture Kazuru? It seems that this world is really about to experience a major upheaval. Law murmured. Mihawk and Doflamingo were walking casually, fully aware that their actions had already been seen by these pirates. But it didn't matter. Previously, the Whitebeard pirates had been quietly developing, so many things were kept from the world. But now it was different. Now, their pirate crew had grown strong, even easily dealing with the double yellow pirates. Even the Navy, as long as Vice-Captain Yu was present, was completely unafraid. So, the two chose to walk boldly towards the auction house. While they were on their way, some Navy personnel also spotted them. Major Polka, leading several hundred Navy troops, was stunned when he saw Kizaru's expression. The previously imposing Admiral Kazuru was now so disheveled. That is Admiral Kazuru. Admiral Kazuru has actually been tied up. What is going on? Major Polka said incredulously. Chapter 214. The pitiful and lowly Navy Admiral pleads with the Gora CI after Major Polka's reminder. The other Navy personnel finally noticed Admiral Kazu. Bastards, who are you to treat our Admiral Kazara this way? Your actions have seriously violated our Navy's will. You are opposing the ocean's overlord of this world. The Navy lackeys shouted angrily, one after another. Then, a group of Navy lackeys rushed forward, weapons in hand, shouting to rescue their Admiral Kazu. However, their outcome was predictable. Don Quixote Doflamingo, the Knight Yasha, activated his Conqueror's Haki before they arrived. Under the powerful oppressive force, the Navy personnel felt their legs go weak. It was as if they were tied down by lead balls under their feet. They wanted to move forward, but couldn't at all, and in the end, one by one, they fell heavily to the ground. One after another, they collapsed heavily onto the ground. Here comes a dog eating shit. Submit, 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 submit. The ocean's overlord? Sorry, the new world has arrived. The future ocean's overlord is the Whitebeard pirates. Don Quixote Doflamingo said with a grin. Major Polka of the Navy also showed a look of horror, sweat pouring down his forehead. Is this the Conqueror's Haki? It's truly terrifying. Moreover, the world's greatest swordsman hasn't even made a move yet. If the world's greatest swordsman were to personally intervene, I fear I would face even more ferocious attacks. What should I do? What should I do? Even Admiral Kazuru cannot achieve final victory in this battle. I'm just a mere rear admiral. How can I face such terrifying individuals? Also, wasn't the 7 warlords established by the Navy? Now, why is it that one by one, they are all rebelling? Various doubts appeared in the rear admiral's mind. Dracula Mihawk also wore a stern expression. Go back and tell your Navy that I, Mihawk, along with Don Quixote Doflamingo, officially withdraw from the 7 warlords. From now on, please call us the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates' outer crew. Mihawk said coldly. Huh. What? Mihawk? Doflamingo is withdrawing from the 7 warlords? And when did those 2 guys start joining the Whitebeard Pirates? This is super big news. Major General Polka thought in shock. The next moment, Tion Yacha, Mihawk, and others directly walked past Polka. What a joke. It's just a small major general after all. These two people, however, did not pay any attention to this little major general. They simply chose to ignore him. Major General Polka had a horrified expression. The two walked past him. He originally thought they would attack him, but now it seemed he was completely overthinking it. The two had not launched any attacks on him at all. It looked like he was completely ignored. Major General Polka helplessly said, "No, I have to quickly report this news to the naval headquarters." Suddenly, Polka remembered something. The next moment, he hurriedly dialed his phone book. Beep, 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 beep. The phone rang in the marshal's office. The people nearby, upon seeing the call was from the Sabati archipelago, looked over very seriously. Sengoku, who had just answered the call, widened his eyes. What? Kizaru has already been captured by Mihawk and the others. Sengoku, whose mood had just slightly eased, showed a surprised expression upon hearing the words from the Sabati archipelago. He never expected that Kizaru would be defeated so quickly. The others also stood up one by one. Kizaru, although he usually had some suspicion of slacking off. But that aside, this guy indeed had the strength of an admiral. How could it be that only a short time had passed, and Kizaru was directly captured by Mihawk and the others? This truly astonished these people. They originally thought that Admiral Kizaru at least had the strength of a general. With the help of the Navy, dealing with Dracula Mihawk and Don Quixote Doflamingo, it was certain that they couldn't win. But at the very least, he should be able to hold them off for a while, waiting for Akiji's arrival. Waiting for the Navy support. But who would have thought that he would be defeated so quickly? If that's the case, Kizaru's speed will definitely not be able to catch up. A dignified Marine admiral has actually been kidnapped by two warlords. If this gets out, I don't know where the Navy will put its face. And these two guys, Mihawk and Doflamingo, not responding to the Navy summons is one thing. But now, they actually chose to kidnap Admiral Kizaru. Are they planning to rebel? The people around were filled with anger, especially Akainu, who clenched his fists tightly. His heart was filled with the desire to tear those damn pirates to pieces. Where do those damn pirates think they can put the face of the Navy? Just wait, I will definitely tear them to shreds, Akainu said angrily. Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone, the Major General continued his report. Also, Hawkeye Mihawk and Don Quixote Doflamingo have rebelled against our Navy and joined the Whitebeard pirates. Moreover, it seems that both of them have gained some incredible powers, Major General Polta said with a serious expression. Nanny, upon hearing this, everyone around was completely shocked. You rebel against our Navy, and now, just before a major battle, you actually betray us. This is an existence that no one can tolerate. The Navy has made a big show of letting the whole world know. They invited the 7 warlords to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. Now, what's worse is that the people they invited not only refused to join their camp, but they actually joined their enemies instead. From the Navy's perspective, this is completely a slap in the face. What do they take the Navy for? Damn it, those 7 warlords have completely embarrassed our Navy, Akainu said angrily. Sengoku also clenched his fists. It's no longer just a matter of losing face. Dracula Mihawk and Don Quixote Doflamingo are not stupid people. These two people actually chose to join the Whitebeard pirates, so there must be a reason for that. As we all know, the 7 warlords are like a bunch of reeds swaying in the wind. What if Doflamingo and Mihawk chose to join the Whitebeard pirates? Don't you think there's a possibility that the 7 warlords believe their chances of winning are greater by joining the Whitebeard pirates? Sengoku expressed his worries with concern. What do you mean? Even Garp rarely showed a serious expression. Sengoku nodded. It's very possible that they gained incredible abilities from the Whitebeard pirates. Moreover, my previous terrifying speculation seems to be correct. That is the first mate mentioned in the latest intel, Nightwing. He seems to possess the ability to grant others the powers of different devil fruits. Even more terrifying is that someone like Doflamingo, who already has a devil fruit power, can still gain new abilities through Nightwing's methods. I think perhaps this is the reason why people like Mihawk and Doflamingo have started to rebel against our Navy and join the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku analyzed. After hearing Sengoku's analysis, everyone around felt a jolt in their hearts. Sengoku's analysis made a lot of sense, and if that's the case, facing a Whitebeard pirates with multiple abilities, whether our Navy can fight against them is indeed a question. Just now, a group of Navy elites were relieved to have secured the alliance with the two emperors. But upon hearing Sengoku's words, they all revealed serious expressions once again. After a long while, it was Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, who spoke first. In that case, I think I need to call the higher-ups. For this war, I think we need the help of the Navy's technology department and the CP organization. Otherwise, just relying on the alliance with the two emperors, I fear it won't work, Sengoku said with a sense of insecurity. In fact, Sengoku didn't want to communicate with the higher-ups, because in such matters, asking for help often results in being scolded by the five elders, which is a normal occurrence. No one wants to be scolded. Moreover, he has always been at odds with the CP organization. Now asking them for help might only lead to more difficulties for himself. However, the current power of the Whitebeard pirates really left Sengoku feeling uncertain. So he truly had no choice. If he didn't make this call and lost the war, it wouldn't just be a matter of being scolded. Who knows? It might even affect his later years. Garp, watching his old partner looking weary, felt a pang of pain. But there was nothing to be done. Reality is so cruel. Soon, Sengoku would be scolded by the five elders. Understanding the situation, Garp chose to leave. The others also took the hint and left one after another. Sengoku was left alone, helplessly dialing the phone to the five elders. Beep beep. Beep beep. The phone of the five elders rang. The long-bearded elder answered the call. What is it, Sengoku? Just say it directly. Sweat was trickling down Sengoku's forehead. It's like this, five elders. I want. Sengoku stammered. The five elders had never seen Sengoku so hesitant. The long-bearded elder felt a bit impatient. What is it? Just say it. We have to go to Lordham soon. So don't waste our time. The long-bearded elder said impatiently. Sengoku wiped the sweat from his forehead. Five elders. I want the CP organization to participate in the upcoming war against Whitebeard. And also, I request the use of the technology department, those semi-mature seraphim, Sengoku said with a sense of insecurity. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, the five elders all stood up collectively. Is Sengoku losing his mind? It's just dealing with a Yonko crew. Is it really necessary to mobilize so many forces? Chapter 215 Kizaru, is Nightwing really that young? What are you talking about? The CP organization is directly commanded by the Celestial Dragons. I don't think you could be unaware of that. And the technological troops, they are one of our world government's ultimate weapons. How can we hand them over to you? The Gorsei said one by one in a serious tone. But now, our navy is facing the Whitebeard pirates, and it's very difficult to achieve victory, Sengoku said hesitantly. As a fleet admiral, before the battle has even begun, you're telling me that it will be very difficult for you to achieve victory? Is this something a leader should say? The five elders became even more enraged, each one starting their reprimands towards Sengoku. Sengoku, you've been in the Navy for so many years. We thought you should be quite mature by now. But looking at the situation, you're simply not fit to be a fleet admiral. How could you say such demoralizing words? Yes, Sengoku, dealing with a mere Whitebeard pirates. You have the entire Navy's power at your disposal, with 100,000 elite soldiers drawn from all over the world, and even the warlords of the sea have been summoned by you. Yet you say you still need reinforcements? This makes us doubt whether you, as fleet admiral, are too incompetent. Otherwise, facing a mere Yonko crew you would be so lacking in confidence? What a joke. Don't think the whole world revolves around your Navy, I tell you. The CP organization and the Navy's technological units are completely independent of your existence. The face of your Navy is merely an external facade. How do you think you can mobilize the Celestial Dragons troops? Don't you know your own worth? The five elders took turns berating Sengoku. Listening to this, beads of sweat began to drip down Sengoku's forehead. He waited for the five elders to finish their scolding before daring to respond. Report to you, esteemed five elders, I truly have a difficulty in explaining. According to intelligence, the Whitebeard pirates recently have a vice-captain named Nightwing, whose abilities are quite tricky. He can grant his subordinates multiple devil fruit powers. Moreover, just a few days ago, the Whitebeard pirates, without sustaining any damage, directly defeated the Kaido and Big Mom Alliance. So, facing the current Whitebeard pirates, I genuinely feel quite helpless. Sengoku said helplessly. No one wants to be a bear, But if the Navy is truly defeated by the Whitebeard pirates, then I would be even more unfortunate. Not only would my previous achievements be negated, but I would also be nailed to the pillar of disgrace in Navy history for a lifetime. This is what Sengoku fears the most. After hearing Sengoku's words, the 5 elders became even more furious. They were so angry they could hardly contain themselves. Even facing Sengoku, the fleet admiral of the Navy, they directly started cursing. You fucking have no confidence, no assurance. Why did you provoke the Whitebeard pirates? Now, even if we don't want to fight, we can't back down. The 5 elders spat at Sengoku. Sengoku felt quite embarrassed, sigh. If I had known how powerful this vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates was, I would never have engaged in battle with them. But the problem is, I didn't know before now. I didn't know, but it's too late. I sincerely apologize if you do not support. I truly cannot guarantee whether the Navy will achieve final victory, Sengoku said solemnly. The 5 elders twitched their mouths upon hearing this. This kind of thing, if they don't take care of it, won't work either. I'm really going to be driven crazy by that idiot Sengoku. Sengoku, you fool. Did you do something so stupid and expect us to clean up after you? Damn it. I never expected you to be this foolish. However, there's no way around it. The CP organization and the Navy Science Department, we will talk to the Celestial Dragons about it. Whether it will succeed is another matter. But remember this, even if the CP organization and the Science Department go, they will act independently, and you have no time to interfere. After this great war, you should retire. The 5 elders said one after another, angrily. It was clear that the 5 elders were very dissatisfied with themselves, and were even starting to suggest that they step down from their positions as admiral. However, it doesn't really matter. Being an admiral is not something anyone can just decide to do. If you want to step down, then go ahead. Understood, my lords. Sengoku gritted his teeth and said solemnly. Then, both sides hung up the den mushi. Sengoku also sighed in relief. No matter what, the 5 elders had already agreed to seek support for him, and now he just needed to think about how to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. Back in the Navy office, Sengoku issued another order, preparing to discuss new combat plans thoroughly before the Great War. On Sabaody Archipelago, Mihawk and others had also arrived near the auction house. However, the people around, due to the Celestial Dragon incident, were all desperately fleeing. Fortunately, Don Quixote Doflamingo had been here before and was somewhat familiar with the people here. He saw a manager from the auction house and immediately picked him up. The staff at the auction house, upon seeing Doflamingo, widened their eyes, displaying a look of fear. Doflamingo, Lord Doflamingo. Doflamingo let out a strange laugh. Ah, you still recognize me. Hurry up. I have something to auction for you. The auction staff showed an incredulous expression. But, Lord Doflamingo, you must know, right? This is a time of turmoil, with admirals arriving and pirates causing chaos. We can't do business here, the auction staff said in terror. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo, Mihawk, and the others all smiled. Pirates. Those guys are all so cowardly that they are fleeing in all directions. As for the Navy, you don't need to worry. You see, this is Admiral Kazuru, and he is already captured by us. Just do your business honestly, Doflamingo said in an undeniable tone. What? The Admiral of the Navy has actually been captured? Upon hearing Doflamingo's words, the intelligence officer immediately showed a look of horror. Even his body started to tremble involuntarily. He never expected that the dignified Admiral of the Navy, that S.N. Admiral, would actually be captured by Shichibukai. Moreover, what does this crazy guy Doflamingo want to do? That S.N. Admiral, are you trying to betray the entire Navy? Admiral, War Nightmare you. Just as he wanted to say something, Doflamingo's eyes immediately turned cold. Do you think this is something a small fry like you can manage? Just focus on running the auction house for me, Doflamingo said in an unquestionable tone. Upon hearing the anger in Doflamingo's tone, the auction staff dared not continue to inquire. Understood, Lord Doflamingo. Thus, Doflamingo and the others boldly walked into the auction house. They threw everything at this auction staff member. The first item made the auction staff member completely dumbfounded. If I'm not mistaken, this is mammoth ivory? The auction staff member said in confusion. Hearing the staff's words, Doflamingo and the others burst into laughter again. Don't underestimate this piece of ivory. This is the ivory of Jack the Drought from Kaido's Beast Pirates. It must be worth at least 900 million berries, right? Doflamingo mocked. Gulp, gulp. Upon hearing Doflamingo's words, the auction staff kept swallowing their saliva. These guys in front of me are indeed ruthless people, capturing an admiral of the Navy and pulling out the ivory of the drought. These matters are likely the kind of existence that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to imagine. Yet the individuals before him have all achieved it. Therefore, during the following time, the auction house staff dared not lower any prices for the gold, silver, and jewels brought by Doflamingo and others. They were all given the highest prices. In fact, to curry favor with the ruthless Doflamingo, the auction house staff even offered prices far exceeding the market value. The entire process went exceptionally smoothly. In the end, Doflamingo and others directly obtained a massive sum of 500 billion berries from the auction house. Gentlemen, here is the berries for your items. Please take a look. The auction house staff said respectfully. Doflamingo directly grabbed it. No need. If you dare to give us even one berry less, rest assured, I will make sure your auction house cannot continue. After saying that, the two left the island. The entire process was extraordinarily smooth. During this trip to the Shabandi archipelago, they not only captured Admiral Kizaru, but also obtained 500 billion berries. Both of their moods were quite good. Ha ha ha, if we go back. Vice-Captain Yi, you will definitely reward us handsomely, right? Doflamingo said excitedly, licking his lips. Mihawk also showed an excited expression, even if it's just a piece of equipment. That'll be fine. Having witnessed weapons like Vista's electric knife, Mihawk's heart was extremely excited. In the Whitebeard Pirates area, Yi was enjoying a massage from the newly arrived slave, the professional teacher smoker. Looking at Kizaru, who was tightly bound, a playful expression appeared in his eyes. To be honest, he didn't dislike Kizaru, who liked to clock in for work and casually talk nonsense. After all, he was also a youth of the 21st century and understood Kizaru's mindset quite well. Better not to kill him. If we can exchange him for some money, that would be good. He didn't care about an admiral. In front of his strength, no matter how many admirals there were, they wouldn't be enough to fight him. The reason for tying Kizaru up was entirely to let the world know about the strength of the Whitebeard pirates. At the same time, it was also to completely embarrass those Navy members who looked down on them. When Kizaru entered Yiyu's restricted area and saw Yiyu's true self, he was greatly shocked. He never expected that the so-called vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates would be so young. Chapter 216. The Five Elders Sengoku. You just sent troops, and now you come to plead with me originally. He thought that Yiyu should be an old man around the same age as Whitebeard, but he really didn't expect that he was overthinking it. The young man in front of him looked like he was even younger than Marco. At such an age, he could become the vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates, and also make Mihawk, Doflamingo, and others so obedient. He was definitely a prodigious existence. Moreover, he had even made Smoker, who was one of Big Mom's sweet commanders, so obedient that he was doing foot washing and massages. Kizaru was utterly shocked. Even more, he revealed a wary expression towards someone like Yiyu in his heart. Such a thunderous character, and he still doesn't know whether he will be executed directly. Seeing the worried look in Kizaru's small eyes, Nightwing laughed out loud. Ha ha, Kizaru, do you want to live or die? Nightwing said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Kizaru, as if granted amnesty, hurriedly nodded. Just let me live. In Kizaru's heart, as long as he wasn't forced to betray the Navy, his life was very important. All right, you go call the Navy and tell them. Not less than 100 billion berries. Nightwing said with a grin. What? Kizaru was stunned on the spot. Even if he worked for 1,000 years, he wouldn't earn that much money. Do they really think the Navy's money comes from the wind? Kizaru showed a painful expression. Nearby, Mihawk and Don Quixote Doflamingo, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle. They respectfully addressed Nightwing. Vice-Captain Nightwing, if you ask me, guys like Kizaru, we should just execute him on the spot. After all, this guy is a Marine Admiral. In the future battles with the Navy, he will surely bring us quite a bit of trouble. Doflamingo said with a grin. Hearing Doflamingo's words, a lot of sweat appeared on Kizaru's forehead. I didn't provoke you or anything. Doflamingo, why do you have to harm me? Why do you have to harm me? Kizaru thought gloomily. This time, Huang Yuan no longer dared to hesitate. Since even Jack's ivory could be directly broken off, It was certain that this Yi was definitely a ruthless person. In the face of such a ruthless person, preserving one's life was the priority. So, Huang Yuan hurriedly spoke up. Vice-Captain Yi, let me make a call. I'll make the call. I can forego my salary from now on. I just want to keep my life. Huang Yuan said anxiously. This is quite perceptive. Night Feather revealed a satisfied smile and directly handed a snail phone to Kizuru without any hesitation. Kizuru quickly dialed the number to the marshal's office. Beep beep, beep beep. Inside the marshal's office, Sengoku had just been disturbed and was not in a good mood. However, in order to achieve victory in the upcoming Great War, Sengoku insisted on continuing the meeting. The purpose was to discuss how to fight against an even stronger Whitebeard pirates in the upcoming Great War. Hearing the phone ring, Sengoku frowned. But since only a few people knew the number to his office's phone, he still answered it. On the other end of the line, an anxious voice came through. Moses, it's Kizaru. Upon hearing Kizaru's voice, everyone in the meeting was startled and gathered around Sengoku's snail phone. Great, it's Kizaru. Does this mean Akiji successfully rescued him? Akina said excitedly. In that case, the face of our navy seems to have been saved. However, the next words left the people in the marshal's office completely stunned. Akainu, what nonsense are you talking? I haven't seen Akiji at all. I'm currently with the Whitebeard pirates, and I've been captured by them, Kizaru said anxiously. Boom! Like a thunderclap on a clear day, it resounded in everyone's hearts. They never expected that Kizaru would be defeated so quickly and taken by the Whitebeard pirates. Now he's a captive. As a Marine Admiral, he actually became a prisoner. Feeling that the Navy's dignity had been insulted, Akainu's fingers cracked as he clenched them. You've been captured, how? Can you still have the nerve to call us? If I were you, I would have committed harakiri right on the spot. Akainu said, his forehead bulging with veins in anger. Kizaru's face instantly turned dark. Harakiri? Sakazuki, you bastard. Is that even human talk? You go and commit suicide if you want. I want to keep my life. Shut up, Akainu. I don't have a mood to talk to you right now. Marshal Sengoku, you have to save me, Kizaru said helplessly. Marshal Sengoku's face was also ashen. But as the marshal, he couldn't just disregard the lives of his subordinates or their demands. Sengoku predicted that these guys were likely trying to exchange for Ace. This point, I absolutely cannot agree to. Just now, the 5 Elder Stars just responded. The CP organization, the technology troops, although it is unclear who will be sent, they have already clearly stated they will send troops. At this moment, his chances of winning have increased several-fold. So, if anyone wants to stop this great war now, they absolutely cannot agree. Unexpectedly, it was Kizaru who spoke up. Ransom, I need a ransom. The reason why Yi did not demand Ace's release was that he had his own reasons. That is because Yi knew that Sengoku would definitely not agree to such a request, and he was fully capable of rescuing Ace himself. So at this point, Yi wanted to properly humiliate the Navy. He wanted the whole world to know the consequences of offending the Whitebeard pirates. Hearing that it was not a request for Ace's release, Sengoku let out a slight sigh of relief. How much? Sengoku asked. 100 billion berries. Kizaru gulped nervously and said, What? 100 billion berries? You must be joking, right? You should know that even Whitebeard's bounty is only over 50 billion berries. You, a Marine Admiral, have a bounty that has been the highest in the world from ancient times to the present. Akainu clenched his fists in anger. Kizaru, what the hell are you talking about? 100 billion berries? Don't you know that even if you worked your whole life, you couldn't have 100 billion berries? Akainu said angrily. Kizaru couldn't help but curse Akainu in his heart. Damn it, do you think I want this? Is this price set by me? Right now, I'm surrounded by a group of ruthless people. Facing so many ruthless people, do you think I have room to negotiate? If I dare to negotiate even a little, I might lose my life. Kizaru was also at a loss. No matter if I can earn 100 billion berries in my lifetime, you all remember this. I came here on official business, and this accident happened. This also counts as being injured on duty, right? According to the Admiral's contract at that time, the Navy should reimburse me for all expenses. Kizaru rebutted. Sengoku's face was very gloomy. I understand, Kizaru. I will try my best to fight for you. To everyone's surprise, Sengoku did not directly refuse. Kizaru finally breathed a sigh of relief. Akainu looked at Admiral Sengoku in confusion. I mean, this is 100 billion berries. Are you sure you want to fight for it? Akainu said, very puzzled. Sengoku was also helpless. He didn't want to either. But Kizaru is, after all, the top combat power of the Navy. When it is still unclear what kind of people the Science Department and CP organization will send Kizaru as an admiral-level combat force, he must be fought for. At other times, it could be overlooked. But now is a critical period. Every soldier must be fought for. He understood warfare, perhaps because the Navy lacked an admiral-level combat force. The final outcome would be completely opposite. It seems he would have to be reprimanded by the Gora CI again. No, if things go poorly, even the retirement bonus discussed earlier might be gone. Sengoku could only sigh heavily. You all go down first. At this moment, Sengoku seemed to have aged several years. Seeing Sengoku's appearance, Garp also shook his head helplessly. This is the reason why I don't want to become a general. The higher their position, the more worries they have. With these concerns, it's better to enjoy some rice crackers. So, Garp wisely left the place. Akainu wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Sengoku's gesture. Helpless, Akainu also left in anger. Only Sengoku remained, and after a heavy sigh, he dialed the phone to the Gora CI's office again. Sengoku, you don't need to thank us. Just perform well in the upcoming Great War. The Gora CI each thought that Sengoku was there to thank them. The entire expression on Sengoku's face turned red on the spot. 5 Elder Stars, there's something else I need to report during this call, Sengoku said nervously. The 5 elders frowned in unison. It turned out they were not here to thank them. Each of their tones became stiff again. What is it? What happened? Could it be that you're asking us for something again? The 5 Elder Stars said with a more rigid tone. Sengoku wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's like this, during the incident in suppressing the Wano country, Kizaru was captured by that damned Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku said nervously. What? How could this happen? How are you handling your position as admiral? Can't you be a bit more flexible? With the Whitebeard pirates being so powerful, you still let an admiral go out alone? With a major battle approaching, we can't afford to lose an admiral. You think of every possible way to get Kizaru back to me. The 5 elders said angrily. Sengoku's face looked like a bitter melon. Sigh. That's why being an admiral is tough. Chapter 217 Kizaru, what the hell? Why does my hawk have a thunderfruit? Regarding their celestial dragon incident, didn't you say we had to send an admiral? Also, when I sent Kizaru, I had no idea the Whitebeard pirates were this strong. I had no idea. Now, I know, but it's too late. Sengoku wanted to cry without tears. However, he didn't dare to argue with the 5 Elder Stars. After all, he was the one in need of their help now. There's already a solution. The Whitebeard pirates want a ransom. Sengoku murmured. Ransom? Upon hearing this, the mood of the 5 Elder Stars eased a bit. They weren't lacking money. For the celestial dragons, matters that can be resolved with money are not a big deal. Thinking about it, the Whitebeard pirates are indeed a bit foolish. With a major battle approaching, they actually want money to return an admiral-level combatant. What else could it be but foolishness? It seems that the pirate's nature will never change. Everything is for treasure and beautiful women. A Kizaru, if there's a bounty, is worth about 50 billion berries. Even if the pirates double it, it's only 100 billion berries. This amount of money, the 5 Elder Stars still have the authority to mobilize. So, how much is it? This time, we'll give you the money, but in the future, don't let us clean up your mess again. Understand? The tone of the 5 Elder Stars started to turn cold. They were increasingly dissatisfied with Sengoku. They were already eager to have Akainu take over Sengoku's position. Well, Kizaru said he needs 100 billion berries. Sengoku weakly said, 100 billion berries. Wait, did you say how much? Did you just say 100 billion berries? Did you make a mistake, Sengoku? It should be 10 billion berries, right? The 5 Elder Stars, who were just drinking tea, all spat it out at once. This is their 100 billion berries, and even for those in high positions of power, it is an absolute number that could bankrupt them. And no, that's right. I have confirmed it. It is indeed 100 billion berries. Sengoku said weakly. The 5 elders were collectively stunned, collectively dumbfounded. Is this even human language? 100 billion berries? Damn it. Are these pirates out of their mind for money? We can't come up with that much. At this moment, on the other end of the Whitebeard pirates, Kizaru was listening clearly. No, please. Lord Gora CI, I'm willing to work for the Navy until I die. I don't want a single berry of salary. You have to save me, Kizaru said urgently. Sengoku knew that, as the fleet admiral, he indeed felt a sense of responsibility. Moreover, this war was something he had personally planned and instigated. If Admiral Kizaru hadn't been present, in the end, the Navy would have failed, and I really couldn't bear that responsibility. So Sengoku immediately spoke up. I am willing to put all my retirement savings on the line, as well as my salary that I usually don't spend, which should add up to about 10 billion berries. Sengoku said through gritted teeth. This really makes me bleed. The 5 elders all showed expressions of difficulty. Even so, Kizaru and Sengoku can at most contribute 20 billion berries. There's still a shortage of 80 billion berries. They are unwilling to use their own money. How about this? We really can't go to Lord him. We already faced a lot of criticism because of your issues before. If we go again, I'm afraid we might get directly dismissed. So, what we can do is to divert a portion of the Navy's operational funds. Just don't make it public. This includes funds for building pacifists and purchasing warships. There's about 60 billion berries. Those old foxes, not willing to spend a single cent, taking out the Navy's operational funds, and still managing to save themselves. Sengoku felt a wave of contempt in his heart. But, for now, this is the only way. Anyway, I won't be the commander for much longer. This big hole, let the next unfortunate marshal figure it out. All right, thanks a lot, 5 Elder Stars. Sengoku said helplessly. There's nothing he could do about the remaining matters. He still had to find a way himself. Kizaru, we're still short 2 million berries. I'll try my best to figure it out. Sengoku said with a headache. He said that, but such a large sum of money. Even Sengoku really couldn't manage it. Well, in my backyard, I have 100 billion berries that I've saved up over half my life. You can take that. As for the remaining 100 billion berries, Marshal Sengoku, I'll trouble you with that. Kizaru said helplessly. Hearing Kizaru's words, Sengoku was completely dumbfounded. Wow, just wow. He really didn't expect that Kizaru's little treasury would be so substantial. Although every member of the Navy has a little treasury, having a full 1,000,000 berries is indeed a huge amount. Even his own little treasury didn't have that much money. However, at this moment, Sengoku naturally wouldn't ask Kizaru about the source of this money. Every time they carried out a mission, like wiping out a pirate crew, Navy generals would naturally take a portion of the pirates' money. This has almost become a common practice. The higher-ups turn a blind eye to such matters. After all, keeping a general-level combat power is definitely worth more than those meager salaries. Besides, this kid Kizaru is usually very frugal, and he might even have a side job. Having such a large sum of money makes sense. All right, I understand, Kizaru. You don't have to worry about the remaining 1 million berries. I will arrange for our Navy to donate to you. Even if I have to raise it, I can get you that remaining 1 million berries. Sengoku said. After hanging up the phone, Kizaru finally let out a sigh of relief. Now it seems that my dog's life can be saved. Nightwing was very satisfied with Kizaru's performance. This time, he really slapped the Navy in the face. All right, I'll leave this matter with Kizaru to you. Remember, only when the 100 billion berries come in can you send Kizaru over. Just give him 1 day's time. If the money doesn't come in within a day, Kizaru will be dealt with on the spot, just buried. And make sure to tell the whole world about this. I want the Navy to lose all their face. What a bunch of nonsense about being the overlord of the sea. I, Nightwing, can capture whenever I want. Nightwing said indifferently. Although his tone was calm, his words made Kizaru break out in a cold sweat inside. This time, arresting Kizaru actually brought a huge amount of fertilizer packages. It just so happens that I can reward my hawk and Kizaru well. You two have completed the task perfectly this time, and I am very pleased. The skills and equipment are ready. Electric knife, holy separator, you can use them, Yi said faintly. Then, Yi directly opened his system, pulled out all the skills of leg sister and swordsmanship, and took out the equipment that had already been forged in the furnace. Host, Yi Conqueror's Hockey, 33. 871 points Armament Hockey, 32. 129 points Observation Hockey, 35. 197 points Awaken Hockey. Observation Kill, Super Flowing Sakura, Time and Space Precognition, 5,000 kilometers, 5 hours. Swordsmanship, 34. 987 items. Teleportation usage times, 3 times skills. Spike defense, level 3. Ice Shine, level 3. Ice Barrier, level 2. Resilient Courage, level 3. Frenzied Taunt, level 2. Glacier Storm, level 2. Star Piercing Spear, level 3. Wave Slash, level 5. Wind Barrier, level 3. Gunfire Negotiation, level 2. Scurvy Treatment, level 2. Alpha Raid, Hex's Ultimatum. Powder Keg, level 2. Cannon Barrage, level 2. Blinding Blow Dart, level 2. Shield Leap Strike, level 2. Frostbite, level 2. Swift Sonata, level 2. Bloodthirsty Slaughter, level 2. Grow Mushroom, level 2. Thor's Hammer, Time Space Summon. Contempt, level 2. Whirlwind Slash, level 2. Endless Fury, level 2. Lil Merman, Star Mom, Joker, Undead Warlord, Mundo, Brown, all skills. Leg Sister, Sword Saint, all skills, catalytic skill, special level wave flash, utilizing air, wireless shuttling, gold coins. 30. 827 Devil Fruits, Shock Fruit, ignores ocean side effects. Flash Fruit, ignores ocean side effects. Magma Fruit, ignores ocean side effects. Thunder Fruit, ignores ocean side effects. Weapons, Sheathless Blade, Thor's Hammer Equipment. Endless Blade, Shapeshifter Jashu. Lost Chapter, Landry's Torment, Reflective Armor, Green Armor, Natural Power, Berserker, Electric Knife. Archangel Staff, hearing that he would receive the reward of as the Vice-Captain, comparable to an official member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Doflamingo and the others were momentarily so excited that they were somewhat incoherent. Thank you. Vice-Captain Yu. A great favor, unforgettable, the two said excitedly. Originally, they thought that being able to obtain 1 or 2 skills from Vice-Captain Yi would already be a blessing. However, they really didn't know that the reward would be so generous. They could actually get all skills, and there were additional equipment. At this moment, they really transformed from sparrows into phoenixes. The excitement of the two was all written on their faces. Meanwhile, the yellow ape, who was standing nearby, was completely dumbfounded by such a scene. What's going on? Equipment? ISN Teaegis weapons? Hawkeye Mihawk himself possesses the strongest supreme great sword in the world. Does he still need equipment? And Doflamingo, an emperor who controls the underworld market. Shouldn't he be so excited just facing one piece of equipment? Everything seems a bit off. Kizaru's small eyes also quietly squinted. Mihawk should know the power of this electric sword. I won't elaborate further, Nightwing said lightly. Although, he directly took out the electric sword that Mihawk had been thinking about. After obtaining his weapon, Mihawk improvised a strike. Instantly, a powerful sword intent filled the entire sky. A giant mountain peak 10 kilometers away was directly split in half. Even more terrifying was that after this, a powerful force of lightning surged in an instant. The strong lightning directly struck the surrounding 10 giant peaks. Zizzizizi, zizzizizi. Under the terrifying impact of the lightning, the other peaks and the forests on the mountains were all turned into charcoal. The scene was extremely spectacular. Upon seeing this, Kizaru was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? How did that guy, Hawkeye, suddenly gain the power of the Thunder Fruit? Could it be he has multiple Devil Fruit abilities? Chapter 2:18 Kizaru the Electric Sword is terrifying when the world's #1 swordsman possesses multiple Devil Fruit abilities. His combat power can be imagined. How terrifying it would be. However, wait a minute. Multiple Devil Fruit abilities shouldn't exist over this sea. Kizaru suddenly recalled the weapon in Hawkeye Mihawk's hand. It seemed to be called the Electric Sword. Could it be that because of that piece of equipment, Mihawk gained the power of lightning? Thinking of this, Kizaru's eyes widened. He showed an expression of disbelief. This is just too unscientific. It shouldn't be right. However, the next words finally made Kizaru understand. Thank you, Vice-Captain Yu. With this equipment, I've not only gained critical strike ability for slashing, but also the power of lightning. With this, my combat power is likely to have doubled. Mihawk clasped his fists and said excitedly. Kizaru didn't understand the first half of the sentence. What the hell is a critical strike? However, he understood the second half. This is insane, the power of lightning. The power of lightning, just from a piece of equipment. Isn't it a crying shame for Enel, who has eaten the Rumble fruit? No wonder. The world's #1 swordsman today, along with the unruly Don Quixote Doflamingo, These two characters actually chose to join the Whitebeard pirates as mere subordinate captains, leading the Whitebeard pirates. It seems there are huge benefits to be gained. Just like what Mihawk just said, it directly doubled his combat power. Look. Is this even human language? As a general myself, my combat power is about the same as Mihawk's from before. So I understand the frustrations of high-level combat power very well. Once you reach a certain realm, continuing to improve is harder than reaching the sky. Even if you want to, increasing your combat power by just 10% could take a lifetime of effort. But Mihawk, on the other hand, gets a piece of equipment that can double his combat power. It really is a bit beyond reason. I can't imagine how many people would be envious to death on the spot. Nightwing's ability, looking at it now, is truly terrifying. Just by forging a piece of equipment, he can double the combat power of Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. So, what if Nightwing wants to increase the combat power of the entire Whitebeard pirates? ZZZZ. This made Kizaru gasp in shock. He didn't dare to think any further about what would happen next. The upcoming Great War on the Navy's side was extremely unstable. He hadn't finished marveling at Hawkeye Mihawk. And then, Yu began explaining the equipment to Don Quixote da Flamingo. The equipment I'm giving you has never been obtained by anyone before. Let me explain. Yu said calmly. Upon hearing Yu's words, da Flamingo swallowed his saliva. Equipment that no one else has had. Ha, that must be quite impressive. He thought to himself. He quickly bowed to Yu. Holy Separator, HP 400, attack power 35, skill cooldown 20. Curse Blade. After casting, the next normal attack will deal additional physical damage equal to 6, 3 for ranged, of the target's maximum HP. The attack effect has a cooldown of 5 seconds. If the target is a hero, it restores health equal to 50 of the damage dealt, 30 for ranged. You try to use terms that Doflamingo could understand. This piece of equipment is called the Holy Separator. The user can increase their defense, physical damage, and also refresh their skills faster. Upon hearing Yu's explanation, Doflamingo showed an excited expression. Looking at it this way, he really did gain a lot of attributes. It truly is a good piece of equipment. Kizaru, standing nearby, showed an incredulous expression. Am I hearing things? Originally, I was already very surprised by Hawkeye Mihawk's equipment. And who would have thought this one would be so unique? It can actually allow a person to gain so many attributes. Although Kizaru didn't fully understand these attributes, he could still grasp some of the details. Increased defense, increased attack power, and a higher frequency of using devil fruit abilities. This is truly an all-purpose equipment. Yi did not stop and continued to explain to Doflamingo. And after you obtain this equipment, you will also gain a passive ability. That is, after you have used your ability once, you will receive a strengthened attack. This strengthened attack can deal 6% physical damage to the enemy's defenses. Moreover, it can also heal your injuries, with the amount of healing equivalent to half of the 6% damage you dealt. Yu explained to Doflamingo. At this moment, Doflamingo seems to understand. It's such a pity. Not only can it deal damage to enemies. What excites Doflamingo even more is that this equipment can also heal himself. When it's a tough battle against the enemy, it can definitely be considered a good piece of equipment. This really has the yellow ape confused. The damage caused to others is actually percentage damage? I can't be mistaken, right? If it's percentage damage, wouldn't a big meat shield like Kaido also be able to take damage from him? In this case, this damage means that it becomes stronger when facing stronger opponents. Moreover, there's one thing that Yellow Ape finds most difficult to understand. That is, this equipment can actually have a healing effect on itself. This was a huge surprise to Kizaru. This sounds too unscientific. I can't understand how one person can hurt another and still be able to heal themselves. This completely surpasses one's own understanding. Does this kind of thing really exist? Next, Yu distributed his skill fruits to Doflamingo and others again. With Kizaru's worldview already shattered, he brought another earthquake to Kizaru's world. At the same time, at the Navy headquarters, the fundraising for Kizaru has already begun. So, this time, everyone should donate as much as they can. After all, if we don't gather this 100 billion berries, I'm afraid Admiral Kizaru will be in life-threatening danger. Sengoku began his speech. The senior officers of the Navy were brainwashed by Sengoku one by one, and they all took out their donations. Akainu gritted his teeth, feeling ashamed of the Navy's cowardly behavior. However, for the upcoming Great War, he also took out his savings. The entire fundraising event went surprisingly smoothly. The 100 billion berries that Kizaru needed was gathered in a very short time. Sengoku redialed the phone to the Whitebeard Pirates area. 100 billion berries were also transferred to the account of the Whitebeard Pirates. Doflamingo and Mihawk had just received YuShows distribution, and they were in a good mood. So the two, after confirming that they received the money, did not make things difficult for Kizaru. All right, Kizaru, since we have received the money transferred from the Navy headquarters, you can leave. However, there is one thing I still need to remind you. Doflamingo said with a grin. There will be no good outcome for those who oppose our Whitebeard Pirates. Go back and tell that damn Sengoku and those celestial dragons. This world has changed, a new era has arrived, and the scales of justice have tilted. But unfortunately, it is not tilted towards your Navy, but towards us, the Whitebeard Pirates, Doflamingo said with a smile. In the terrifying Delta region, a tall, sharp-headed figure was laughing maniacally. The Navy still needs my strength. They personally came to invite me to defeat the Whitebeard Pirates. Hey, I'm going to set out now to hunt down the Whitebeard Pirates. This time, I will be able to harvest a large number of high-quality shadows, and looking at it this way, my combat power will increase significantly again. Just wait, I will definitely take revenge. The speaker was none other than the warlord Gecko Moria. However, just as Moria was about to leave, he ran into a man wearing a watermelon hat, with guns and cannons strapped all over him. Hillier? Gecko Moria's eyes widened in surprise, showing an exaggerated expression. This person is actually an acquaintance of mine. Previously, he caused quite a bit of trouble for my legion. Besides Kaido, that straw hat kid, this man in front of me is the one I'm most annoyed with. You Whitebeard Pirates are about to be completely annihilated by the Navy. At this moment, you still dare to show your face in front of me? I see. Khalil, you really don't want to live anymore. Fine, I'll take care of you right now, Moonlight Moria said excitedly. After hearing Moria's words, Khalil did not show much of an expression. This time, I have come at the request of Vice-Captain Yu. To deal with that guy, Moonlight Moria, you wanted to join the Navy and harm our Whitebeard Pirates, right? Well then, I can take this opportunity to show you my current combat power and take you down. It would also be a small gift to the Navy headquarters. Moonlight Moria, who is going to deal with whom? I don't think it's so clear yet. And do you really think the Navy can annihilate our Whitebeard Pirates? That sounds really funny. Coolier mocked. After hearing Coolier's words, Moonlight Moria showed a look of surprise. Is Coolier really so fond of bragging now? I remember. He wasn't like this before. Chapter 219. Coolier's Revenge. Moria's death in this sea. Does he really think that the Whitebeard Pirates are the strongest? It's true. If we're talking about pirate crews among pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates are indeed very strong. But that is only within the ranks of pirates. As everyone knows, the true ruler of this sea is the Navy. No matter how strong your Whitebeard Pirates are, you can never be a match for the Navy. Don't talk big. I'm going to take you down, you arrogant fool. And who knows? The Navy might give me a nice bounty. When enemies meet, there's extra animosity. Gecko Moria had no intention of continuing to tangle with Khalil and directly took action. Come forth, Shadow Army. Gecko Moria roared loudly. In the next moment, a large number of zombies awakened from the ground, all crying out and rushing towards Khalil. At the same time, members of Gecko Moria's pirate crew also approached. Chatter. So Khalil now, do you still dare to say you want to take me down? Gecko Moria said excitedly. His enemy dared to come to his lair to fight him. To him, it felt like a pie falling from the sky. He simply couldn't understand why Khalil was so foolish, coming to his home to offer his head. Well, he would gladly accept it. Seeing the scene, Khalil remained calm. If he didn't have complete confidence, he naturally wouldn't come here. Then let me show you my current strength. Bio Barrage. In the next moment, the cannon in Khalil's hand aimed at the army in front of him. Under his Bio Barrage, he could deal maximum health damage, and also have a much greater attack range. Moreover, he had received boosts from Vice-Captain Nightwing's Hurricane and Hydra. AoE damage fully loaded. His current strength could be described as a meat grinder. You, Gecko Moria, still dare to think about fighting me? This is a bit too fantastical, isn't it? It's not like I would come to fight you, Coolier, if I didn't have complete confidence. The next moment, like bursts of fiery eyes, various shells suddenly fell from the sky, targeting Moonlight Moria and his army. They shot forward rapidly. It was like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. The shells looked extremely dense, completely occupying the entire sky. Seeing such a spectacular scene, Moonlight Moria widened his eyes in surprise. He didn't expect that after so many years, this Coolier's firepower had increased significantly. However, what good is that? Now he was fighting on his own territory, and Moonlight Moria still had absolute confidence in his army. Everyone charge. Moonlight Moria stood on the high ground and said seriously. The minions, hearing Moonlight Moria's command, each quickened their pace. However, the next moment, when all the shells in the sky exploded on the ground, they realized Coolier's true strength. Boom! Boom! A large amount of artillery fire exploded on the ground, and with the influence of the Hydra, the AoE reached its maximum at that moment. Each shell that exploded on the ground could kill a large number of minions. In just 1 second, the ground was filled with continuous artillery fire. Even more terrifying was that Coolier's fire support speed was extremely fast. In less than 0.5 seconds, even before the first wave of explosions had ended, the second wave of damage was already coming. Boom! Boom! The wails echoed across the entire battlefield. These little minions seemed to be trying to escape, but they soon realized that the entire battlefield is filled with Coolier's artillery fire, leaving them no place to run. As a result, in the end, their bodies are all engulfed in a massive amount of flames. These pirate minions fell one by one to the ground, rolling around in chaos. From their faces, one can see the agony they have endured. Each face is filled with confusion, horror, and pain. The continuous explosions lasted only 2 seconds, and the legion sent out by Gecko Moria was completely wiped out by Khalil. Upon witnessing this scene, Gecko Moria was left dumbfounded. Could it be that they were not mistaken? This is a legion that I have painstakingly nurtured. How could it be so vulnerable? No, it's not that my legion is weak, but that this guy Coolier has somehow drastically increased his firepower damage. This is the result of my hard work throughout my life. Moonlight Moria gritted his teeth. Damn it, this is the army I painstakingly created, and you just destroyed it so easily? Damn it, I will never forgive you. Moonlight Moria said angrily. After hearing Moria's extreme words filled with rage, Khalil revealed a smile. I see that you still don't understand the situation. Don't you know that my firepower has not only increased in range, but also in strength? In the next moment, artillery fire shot towards Moonlight Moria. Under the terrifying power, the powerful artillery exploded continuously on Moria's body. Boom! Boom! Every shell that hit Moria's body brought excruciating pain, causing Moria's insides to churn. Under such immense power, Moria nearly passed out. Only now did he finally understand why his minions were so easy to defeat. He never expected that these shells would be so terrifying. Even though he activated his armament hockey armor, he still found himself helpless against the artillery. Every shell that struck his body made him spit out large amounts of blood. His body was battered and torn apart. Damn Khalil, why is he so terrifying now? Moonlight Moria couldn't understand why his hockey couldn't withstand mere artillery fire. The only option left now is to escape, Moonlight Moria thought to himself. However, in the next moment, Khalil executed a final ultimate move. In an instant, various terrifying artillery shells continued to rain down on Moonlight Moria. Moonlight Moria was completely stunned. In the sky above, countless shells were all aimed at him. This is bad, I could die like this. Moonlight Moria said in horror. Even if he wanted to run, under the fierce artillery fire, he couldn't escape at all. And for some unknown reason, his observation hockey was completely ineffective. These cannonballs, like they have their own eyes, are always able to find me, even though I have tried to avoid them through observation. The powerful attack range, immense damage, frantic fire rate, and built-in targeting, all of this is something a sniper dreams of. And Coolier, that guy, has gotten it all. Even if he wanted to escape, it would be impossible at this moment. Moonlight Moria fell into a state of despair. Damn it, how did you become so strong? When he realized that his fate was destined to be unchangeable, Moonlight Moria voiced his inner doubts. After hearing Moonlight Moria's words, coolly Air smiled. This is a skill taught to me by our Vice-Captain Nightwing. By the way, it's called Biochemical Barrage. Coolly Air said. These words left Moria looking bewildered under the moonlight. Biodart Barrage? Who came up with this name? It feels so strange. And what exactly is the situation with the Nightwing Vice-Captain you mentioned? A mere Vice-Captain could actually elevate you to the point of defeating me in an instant. A question mark appeared above Moonlight Moria's head. However, there was really no way out. Moonlight Moria could not continue to inquire. That's because, at this moment, bombs were appearing above Moria's head, all aimed at him and exploding. Damn. I haven't even figured it out yet. I still have so many questions to ask. Moonlight Moria couldn't continue to ponder. A large number of bombs had already exploded on Moonlight Moria's body. Under the powerful explosion, Moonlight Moria's body was blown into pieces. Even Moonlight Moria's lair collapsed at this moment. The entire delta turned into a hell of flames under the bombardment of Curiel's cannon fire. Curiel had no intention of holding back against this enemy. Thus, all the Shichibukai who wanted to make a move against the Whitebeard pirates during the Marineford War, whether to win them over or directly suppress them, had all been accounted for by Nightwing. Kuma was just a modified human, and the Empress, due to Luffy's influence, was actually leaning towards the Whitebeard pirates. So, Nightwing had already dealt with all the Shichibukai. After completing all this, Curiel reported to Nightwing about the successful completion of his mission today. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Nightwing's mouth. Well done, Curiel. Do you remember the teleportation I gave you before? Use it directly? The next great war is about to begin, Nightwing said with a slight smile. At your command, Vice-Captain Nightwing. At Marine Headquarters, Sengoku also received the news of Moonlight Moria's death at the first opportunity. However, upon hearing this news, Sengoku did not have too much emotional fluctuation. In this world, the strong are respected. Moonlight Moria was merely someone he had brought in to fill the ranks of the Shichibukai. Chapter 220 Nightwing, I grant you the power of space to help us save Ace. His true strength was still far from that of the Shichibukai. Therefore, Sengoku did not say much about Moria's death. His mind was entirely focused on the upcoming Great War. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin. These were the targets he truly wanted to contend with. After intense discussions, the 100,000 Navy soldiers had all been arranged, each one filled with killing intent, just waiting for the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. Due to the betrayal of most of the Shichibukai, the front line was now replaced by the Seraphim and Kuma, the Empress. The CP organization was also hidden in the shadows, likely not to emerge until the battle reached its most intense moment. These old foxes wouldn't show themselves. Furthermore, various types of artillery were also positioned at high points in the Crescent area, just waiting for the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates to encircle their ships and capture them easily. The Navy fleet was also hidden in the Crescent area. The three admirals were stationed far behind, guarding the Marine headquarters. Moreover, Garp, Sengoku, and these historical powerhouses were near Ace's execution platform, preventing anyone from getting close. Under Sengoku's influence, the entire Navy could be said to be ensnared in a net, just waiting for the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. As the mastermind behind this war, Sengoku personally inspected the exercise plan and finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. Report to the Marshal. The two admirals, Kizaru and Akiji, have returned. An intelligence officer excitedly reported to Sengoku. Upon hearing the arrival of the two admirals, Sengoku's heart was filled with excitement. Good. At this moment, Admiral Tsuru also returned to the Navy headquarters. Sengoku excitedly stepped forward. I wonder how Kaido and Big Mom are doing? Sengoku said nervously. Although both of the two major Four Emperors crews have been thoroughly beaten by the Whitebeard pirates, Kaido and Big Mom are still two of the Four Emperors with combat powers that surpass even the admirals. With their defense, the Navy's chances of winning would definitely increase significantly. Seeing Sengoku's anxious expression, Admiral Tsuru smiled slightly. Don't worry, Sengoku, look. Soon, two familiar faces appeared at the Navy headquarters. They were none other than the two great four emperors who command respect on the seas. The immortal beast Kaido and Big Mom, with her powerful body like a steel balloon and formidable soul power. These two figures, even stomping their feet in the New World, could make the world tremble with their unparalleled strength. Their arrival could be said to be a great boost for the Navy headquarters. We're just waiting for them. After both of them took their positions, the Navy headquarters deployment was officially established. We just need to wait for the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates, and we'll take them down. The arrival of the two caused a huge stir at the Navy headquarters. One by one, the Navy personnel saw the two super pirates swaggering into the Navy headquarters, each showing a look of surprise. Isn't that the four Emperor Kaido and the four Emperor Big Mom? The Navy and they have always been incompatible. So why are they coming to the Navy headquarters now without anyone stopping them? Yeah, it's too strange. These two are the most wanted targets of the Navy, and now no one's questioning them. Could there be some huge conspiracy? Everyone be careful. Even more, some Navy personnel drew their weapons, ready to arrest Kaido and the others if they attempted to attack the Navy. Seeing the angry expressions of the surrounding Navy personnel, Sengoku hurriedly explained, "Everyone, don't be agitated. Kaido and Big Mom are my personal guests," Sengoku said. The reason he said this now was that he didn't know how Admiral Tsuru's progress was. If he had said it earlier and then Kaido and Big Mom didn't come, it would have been a huge blunder. Now, Admiral Tsuru successfully brought Kaido, Big Mom, and the others here. He could finally announce this matter properly. After hearing Sengoku's words, everyone showed even more surprised expressions. What? The Navy is actually going to ally with the pirates? The Navy personnel exchanged glances. At this moment, Sengoku continued to speak. Everyone do not panic. Currently, Kaido and Big Mom have completely torn their faces with the Whitebeard pirates for the justice of the Navy. They have come to help us. Sengoku brainwashed the Navy personnel one by one. After hearing his words, the Navy was successfully brainwashed by Sengoku, each showing an excited expression. Long live Navy justice. Long live Navy justice. Hearing Sengoku's few words stirred up the emotions of these people. Kaido and Big Mom, on the other hand, showed a mocking expression. The two stepped forward towards Sengoku. "Sengoku, you really can talk nonsense. We are not here for your Navy's so-called justice. We are here for revenge," Kaido said fiercely, holding his kanabo. Big Mom also burst into laughter. Speaking of which, Sengoku, no wonder you could become Fleet Admiral. It turns out it's all thanks to your mouth. However, there's something I think I should tell you in advance. After we take down the Whitebeard pirates, we won't be staying with the Navy. Also, you Navy must return the captives of the Whitebeard pirates to us. Big Mom suddenly said seriously. A glint of cunning appeared in Sengoku's eyes. Don't worry. We Navy will definitely do this. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. After saying that, Sengoku extended his palm to shake hands. However, Big Mom and Kaido chose to ignore it directly. By the way, our position is at the back. Really, we can't wait to take our revenge, Kaido and Big Mom said. Seeing Big Mom and Kaido so arrogant, Sengoku narrowed his eyes. In his heart, he thought that Kaido and Big Mom were merely being used by him. These two people, if after the great battle, listen to their own words, it would be fine. But if they don't listen to their own words, then they wouldn't mind letting the underwater prison have two more Emperor-level strongmen. Sengoku's glasses reflected a white light as he clenched his fists and walked step by step towards the execution platform. Go ahead, Ace. You can go to the execution platform, Sengoku said seriously. After hearing Sengoku's words, the mole directly accepted his orders. On the other side, inside the Forbidden Zone, the members of the Whitebeard pirates gathered together. It was obvious that even including Whitebeard, all the captains were very worried. Vice-Captain Nightwing. Ace's execution is about to happen, Marco said anxiously. Yes, Vice-Captain Nightwing, Ace is about to be executed, and we haven't set off yet. I'm afraid by the time we arrive, the food will be cold, Jozu said in a very honest manner. In the end, even Whitebeard couldn't hold back anymore. Nightwing, what exactly are you planning? I really can't wait any longer. Are we leaving now? Whitebeard said with frustration. Hearing the captain's words, Nightwing's mouth slightly curved up. Don't worry, I have a way. Then, Nightwing pointed to a little pirate. Come here. I have a power that I need to teach you, Nightwing said. The little pirate was so excited when called by Nightwing that he ran over eagerly. This is a privilege only captains have, and now, unexpectedly, I can enjoy it myself. The more he thought about it, the more excited this little minion became. Yu directly opened his shop, chose a prediction skill fruit, and then used it to exchange for the ultimate move, the Curved Realm Leap skill fruit. After consuming it, the user can gain the ability to teleport through space. Moreover, what is even more terrifying is that this teleportation ability is not just for a single target, but a real group teleportation. Curved Realm Leap opens a teleportation portal to another location. After 2 seconds, all friendly units standing near the portal will be teleported to that location. This fruit, you eat it, Yu said with a slight smile. Hearing that he had to swallow this magical fruit, the little minion couldn't stop swallowing saliva. For a moment, he was so excited that he was stunned in place. Seeing the little minion's expression, Yu found it very amusing. What's wrong? Do you think I look down on this skill fruit? Yu teased. After hearing Yu's words, the little minion quickly bowed his head. Deputy Captain Yu. That's definitely not it. It's just, I was too excited just now. After saying that, the little minion hurriedly took the fruit in his hand and swallowed it. In an instant, a surge of power seemed to appear within him, filling his body with an indescribable strength. You want to save Ace, right? Yu continued. Do you want to save Ace? Is there any need to say this? I'm naturally very willing. This is, of course, Captain Ace is very good to us. To save Captain Ace, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my own life, the little minion said excitedly. Although his combat power is not strong, he absolutely would not be the kind of coward who backs down in the face of danger. Hearing the little minion's response, Yi was very satisfied. Not bad, not bad. Since that's the case, then I'll leave the matter of going to the Navy headquarters to you, Yi said with a slight smile. What? The little minion was instantly dumbfounded. The other captains were also completely bewildered. What is Yi talking about? A small minion is supposed to lead them to the Navy headquarters? Chapter 221. A surprise for the Navy. The Moby Dick descend from the sky, but Vice-Captain Yu, I can't. The small minion said nervously. Yu smiled slightly. Why can't you? I said you can. So you can? Just now. I made you consume the ability fruit of the space system. You just need to follow my instructions. Also, you all, the Great War is about to begin in just a few seconds. Are you ready? Yu asked. Now the people around finally understood. So, Vice-Captain Yu wanted this little minion to use his abilities. Everyone hurriedly prepared, revealing anxious expressions. Whitebeard tightly gripped his supreme great knife, Songyun Chia. Marco clenched his fists, ready for battle at any moment. Jozu and the other meat-type tanks also activated their sun flame. In an instant, the eerie earth fire filled the entire land. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates all activated their abilities. Under Yu's power, rows of figures piloted their gigantic warships, appearing directly from the sky. At the Marine headquarters, Sengoku stood on Ace's execution platform. For some unknown reason, his hands kept trembling slightly. Feeling the unease within him, Sengoku took out his binoculars to scout the enemy's situation. However, to Sengoku's surprise, he had not detected any signs of movement. Strange. Could it be that Whitebeard and the others are really afraid and dare not come? Sengoku murmured to himself. Beside him, Akainu Sakazuki approached, displaying a look of disdain on his face. Pirates? They're just a bunch of profit-seeking scoundrels. Even that old man Whitebeard wants to save Ace, but his little minions won't agree. I estimate Whitebeard himself is helpless, Akainu Sakazuki said disdainfully. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Tsuru also approached. In that case, we won't be able to capture the Whitebeard pirates all at once. The only thing we can do now is execute Ace, Vice Admiral Tsuru murmured. On the side, Ace, who was bound, secretly let out a sigh of relief. The mistakes he made, he would bear the consequences himself. If because of his issues he delayed his old man's crew, then Fire Fist Ace would truly become a sinner throughout history. Ace thought with emotion. The various vice admirals in front also showed mocking expressions. Ha ha ha, I originally thought the Whitebeard pirates still had some guts, but unexpectedly, they're just a bunch of cowards. Their own son has been kidnapped, and he's about to be executed. Yet they don't dare to come to the rescue. Ha ha ha. This time, Our Navy indeed has its own strength, including the CP organization and technological troops. It's only reasonable that they don't dare to come. At the same time, a group of vice admirals also turned their gaze toward the Seraphim. Those things are truly terrifying. They had witnessed firsthand the tests conducted on them before the Great War. Guess what? Goodness. The strength of those Seraphim is horrifying to the extreme. With super fast movement speed, top-tier power, and laser beams, even the devil fruit abilities of the 7 warlords. So many elements combined. I'm afraid their strength, even when facing the 7 warlords, won't back down. Therefore, these robots completely possess the strength to replace the 7 warlords. Moreover, among this time's 7 warlords, the Empress Hancock has arrived. Hancock, along with the strength of the Seraphim, represents a combat power that is even stronger than what the Navy had previously anticipated. Added to that, their geographical advantage makes it nearly impossible for Whitebeard to defeat the Navy. It's simply a dreamer's delusion. However, not everyone in the Navy thinks this way. That person is the king of leisure, Kizaru. At this moment, Kizaru looked very tense. He is very aware of the combat power of the Whitebeard pirates. When he was captured back then, he had witnessed quite a few people's abilities. He wanted to inform the Navy about this, but Sengoku said that this matter might affect the morale of the Navy. Furthermore, the Navy has already received powerful external support from the Gorosei, so Kizaru was not allowed to continue speaking. Kizaru anxiously looked up at the sky, revealing a worried expression. I hope those terrifying monsters don't come. Is it really worth risking everything for such a small salary? Kizaru thought sadly. But fate does not always align with wishes, and the next moment, huge suddenly appeared in the entire sky. This caused a wave of astonishment among the entire Navy headquarters. Strange, how could such a bizarre halo appear in the clear sky? Just as the entire Navy was filled with confusion, the expressions of the people in the sky suddenly became strange. One by one, they opened their mouths wide. They simply couldn't imagine that such a massive pirate ship could directly fall from the sky. The sailors of the Navy headquarters displayed expressions of utter shock. In the far back, Sengoku, Garp, and the 3 admirals also showed looks of surprise. The great battle is imminent, and suddenly so many ships appear in the sky. Curious, Sengoku picks up his telescope, forgetting the past, and then his eyes behind the glasses widen in shock. It's the Whitebeard pirates. The Whitebeard pirates are coming. Sengoku takes out his loudspeaker and shouts with all his might. After hearing Sengoku's words, the Navy soldiers finally react. It's the Whitebeard pirates. They actually came down from the sky. Engage, engage. The Navy soldiers shout loudly. Meanwhile, the Navy station at Crescent Bay are mobilizing their cannons, aiming at the Whitebeard pirates in the sky. The Moby Dick and they fire heavily. Boom, boom. Rows of cannons fire almost at the same time, unleashing a fierce barrage. Seeing the scene, Whitebeard suddenly grins widely. Ha ha ha. Sengoku the old thief, as you wish, our great war has begun. With a loud roar from Whitebeard, all the cameras from the Navy are directed over. People from all over the world can watch this super battle through the big screens. This is the Navy's purpose, to execute Ace in front of everyone, to cut off the thoughts of those who still want to go to sea and become pirates. The Great War has begun. Yes, this is incredible. If that's the case, I'm afraid the White Tiger pirate crew will be destroyed this time. If it's pirates, then let them be destroyed. They are all wicked scoundrels. However, I've heard that the Whitebeard pirates have never harmed the common people. Moreover, many of them have reportedly become exceptionally strong. So this war is really hard to predict. Kid 2 showed an expression of shock in front of the big screen. Even Kid's lips began to tremble. Is this the Great War? Just the appearance is so cool. Moreover, what's even more terrifying is that the personas of these characters, my goodness, each one is a figure known throughout the world, and now they have gathered together to begin the Great War. If it were my pirate crew facing such a lineup, I fear they would be torn to shreds in an instant. It seems I still need to continue to strengthen my power, Kid said with deep emotion. At the same time, Law also saw such a terrifying Great War. Law's eyes narrowed tightly. The appearance of the Whitebeard pirates looks so cool. Although my ability is also a space ability, compared to them, I'm just too far behind. Their ability can actually displace thousands of troops, while my ability can only displace a single entity. The Whitebeard pirates truly deserve to be the strongest pirate crew in the world. Law squinted his eyes, feeling a sense of awe. On the battlefield, the fleets of the Whitebeard pirates descended from the sky. Whoosh, 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 creating a massive sound of wind. Whitebeard saw the Navy's attack and showed a hint of disdain on his face. Umph, those damn Navy. Who do you look down on? I am Whitebeard. After saying this, Whitebeard directly picked up his supreme blade, the Tsong Yun Xie, and with a gentle sweep towards the incoming cannonballs. In the next moment, it felt as if the entire sky was splitting apart. Boom, boom. Those cannonballs didn't even touch the Whitebeard pirate ship, and instead exploded in the sky. Cool, ha ha ha. Looking at his masterpiece, Whitebeard laughed heartily again. At this moment, 100,000 Navy soldiers saw Whitebeard's terrifying power, each one gaping with wide eyes, their expressions exaggerated to the extreme. It's an air tremor, an air tremor. Is this the power of the world's strongest man? Is this the destructive power of the superhuman devil fruit ability? Terrifying. Too terrifying? Each voice trembled as they spoke. Sengoku took out his telescope, his brows tightly furrowed. It seems Whitebeard has recovered quite a bit from his ailments. This isn't good news for the Navy, Sengoku said with concern. In the next moment, an even bigger surprise arrived. This was because the Whitebeard's warships, after triggering the Navy's cannonballs to explode prematurely, directly crashed onto one of the cannon platforms. Those cannon platforms, which had been full of vitality just moments ago, were now crushed by the Whitebeard pirate ship right before everyone's eyes. Chapter 222. The Great War begins with a reckless charge. The three admirals also showed shocked expressions, especially Kizaru, whose face looked the worst. I said it long ago, didn't I? The Whitebeard pirates are not to be trifled with. Now all we can do is pray for ourselves. Amen. Kizaru had already started silently praying for himself before the war even began. The Great War at this moment has truly begun. Charge! Both sides roared loudly. In the front line of the pirates were Jozu, Atmos, and Oz, three massive meat tanks, facing the Navy's cannon bombardment. They showed no fear at all. Jozu wanted to demonstrate his bravery, activated a skill, curling his body into a circle, and rolled forward. Where he passed, the Navy's small fry felt as if their bodies were suddenly on fire. One by one, the pirates showed expressions of surprise and terror. What is this situation? Where did the flames come from? Could it be Fire Fist Ace? But that's impossible. Fire Fist Ace is tied to the execution platform and can't use his powers at all. It hurts too much. One by one, the pirate minions began to roll on the ground desperately, hoping that the flames on their bodies would extinguish. Joe's was like an invisible barrier. Wherever he passed, those rushing small fry were all ignited. Seeing such a shocking scene, Kobe was almost scared to the point of wetting himself. This is too terrifying. Too terrifying? Barmaida, have you seen it? The invisible flame. It is indeed an invisible flame. KB almost shouted in a roar. Sengoku, who was at the back, frowned tightly as he witnessed this scene. Carp, what on earth is going on? Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates have gained some incredible power? Sengoku said with a puzzled expression. Carp also strained to widen his eyes. The current situation is not just about Jozu, who is at the forefront, being able to create such terrifying flames. Oz, who is behind him, has also formed a huge invisible zone, echoing with Jozu. The two, one in front and one behind, left a trail of raging flames wherever they went. The battle has just begun, and already thousands of naval soldiers have lost their combat effectiveness due to being unable to withstand the terrifying flames. Neither Sengoku nor Garp expected this at all. I don't know, perhaps the Whitebeard pirates obtained some strange and bizarre ability from their vice-captain. Garp clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he spoke. However, at the same time, a glimmer of hope also emerged in Garp's heart. What if the Whitebeard pirates could achieve victory? Wouldn't Ace be saved? Thinking of this, Garp quickly shook his head. How could he have such ridiculous thoughts while wearing a Navy uniform? Sengoku, who was beside him, also noticed Garp's little thoughts. Bikapai, He hurriedly reminded Garp. I say, Garp, you idiot, you must not be foolish. You represent the justice of the Navy. Sengoku said through gritted teeth. Garp tightened his fists. Got it. Damn it. Ace, who was beside them, also widened his eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief. Fire. The power of fire. When did my teammates gain the ability of fire? So, does that mean anyone can have the ability of flames? I really chose the wrong fruit with my burn fruit. On the battlefield, Jaws finally charged in. After all, against the powerful Navy. Most of these people are colonels and major generals. So, facing Jaws' flames, although they were injured, they gritted their teeth and endured. One by one, the Navy soldiers swung their weapons at Jaws, with sharp slashes aimed at him. From the rear, Sengoku saw such a scene, and finally relaxed his brow. Fortunately, although Jaws' flames are powerful and have a wide range, their damage isn't high. Once they reach the elite level of the Navy, it won't be effective. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Beside him, Crane wiped the sweat from her forehead. Yes, if the intensity were any stronger, just Jaws alone could restrain most of our combat power, and this great war would be impossible to fight. On the battlefield, facing the enemy's slashes, a smirk appeared at the corner of Jaws' mouth. He chose to ignore them. The damage from the attack struck Jaws' body, but caused him no harm. Seeing Jaws' terrifying physique, the Navy soldiers were clearly taken aback. However, they were given no time to be shocked. The next moment, various attacks suddenly appeared in the sky. These attacks were exactly the same as those previously released by the Navy, all aimed heavily at these people. Due to the suddenness of the situation, these elite Navy members didn't react at all. They stood there dumbfounded. It was only when those rebounding attacks struck their bodies that they revealed expressions of immense shock. What is going on? Why did such a strange slash appear? Yes, it looks too much like my slash. Stop talking. Dodge, dodge. In the next moment, blood marks appeared in everyone's sight. Everything happened too suddenly, and these people didn't even react to what was happening. One by one, they fell into pools of blood. Behind the Seraphim, Kaido and Big Mom both smiled. After confirming that the Navy had even dispatched organizational and technological support, they believed that the Navy would definitely achieve final victory. However, this was not good news for them. They understood the Navy's thoughts. Once they utilized their victory, how would they deal with the previous 4 emperors? This was still an unknown. So, to be safe, they still felt they couldn't let the Whitebeard pirates achieve final victory. But, at the same time, they absolutely couldn't let the Navy win too easily. The best outcome would be a Pyrrhic victory for the Navy, which would be the best result for Kaido and Big Mom. Therefore, the two of them didn't share with the Navy the abilities of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates that they already knew, in order to make it so that the Navy wouldn't achieve victory so easily. This scene made Sengoku, who had just relaxed his furrowed brows, furrow them tightly again. What kind of ability is this? I've never heard of it before. Sengoku widened his eyes and said incredulously. Now Sengoku was starting to have a headache again. This Jozu seemed to be much stronger than he had imagined. I wonder if Jozu's ability has awakened? That guy is naturally resistant to physical attacks. Vice Admiral Tsuru squinted her eyes and murmured. With Tsuru's reminder, Sengoku began to ponder slightly. Then let the Devil Fruit ability group move out. Following that, Sengoku made adjustments to the Army's combat strategy. One by one, the ability users stood up after receiving Sengoku's orders. They were all elites in the Navy who had consumed Devil Fruits, possessing various abilities like shooting flames, strong winds, hail, and so on. They were just right to deal with Jozu, who had the Diamond ability and was immune to most physical damage. Subsequently, various magical attacks rained down from the sky towards Jozu. Even Empress Hancock began to take her position before Luffy arrived. I'll choose the relatively weaker Atmos. This way, it won't have too much impact on the battlefield. The Empress did not choose Jozu, allowing him to continue charging. It might affect Atmos a bit, but there was nothing to be done. Since Sengoku had given the order, it would be unreasonable not to comply. Everything would have to wait until Luffy arrived to decide who to fight. Before that, she could only make do with those weaker members of the Whitebeard pirates. After all, her petrification could be undone. If Luffy chose to fight the Navy, she could just remain petrified. Originally, Jozu who was next to Atmos and little Oars, suddenly distanced himself from them. This left little Oz and the others feeling quite upset. It was agreed that the three main tanks of the Whitebeard pirates would be at the front to draw damage. But now you, Jaws, want to steal the spotlight all by yourself. Isn't that a bit too much? Then, Atmos directly activated Mundo's ultimate. With advanced recovery speed and high healing, he started rampaging across the entire battlefield. His speed was even hinting at surpassing Jaws. Seeing this scene, the Navy soldiers were all stunned. Who is this person, acting like a madman? Are they really in such a hurry to seek death? At least Jaws has his powerful diamond fruit, which can withstand a lot of physical damage. You're just an ordinary captain, charging in like this. Aren't you afraid of being activated by the Navy and completely done for? Sengoku smiled upon seeing this scene. Ha ha ha. Although, the Whitebeard pirates, these guys, their combat power is indeed quite impressive. But, I have to say, a pirate is still a pirate. They have no brains at all. This kind of fighting style, in an invisible way, has weakened their own team's strength, Sengoku said excitedly. Yu also showed a face of helplessness. The plan formation was good, but once the battle started, these guys, one by one, were completely disregarding the formation for their own achievements. Chapter 223. The Navy is stunned. Little Oar's recovery ability is terrifying. The only benefit now is that, even though they are not caring about the formation, at least they're still charging forward and not running away. So, the output environment from the back is still quite good. On the entire battlefield, in the sky, various devil attacks appeared. These demons are all attacking Jaws, just as Jaws was about to activate his haki to defend himself. The familiar figure of Atomos suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking at Atomos, Jaws was startled. How'd you get here so fast? Jaws exclaimed in surprise. Atomos, however, chuckled and revealed his white teeth. Ha ha! Of course, I can't let you, Jaws, show off all by yourself. Otherwise, others might think that our Whitebeard pirates only have you as the big shot. Atomos said with a grin. Jaws' mouth twitched. These captains nowadays, one by one, I don't know who they learned from. How can they be so cunning? Just when Jaws was pondering, Atmos was not idle. He jumped high into the air. Those skills that were supposed to hit Jaws, instead, all struck towards Atmos. And Hancock's skill also came into play, being the first to strike Atmos' body. However, something unexpected happened. The petrification ability of Empress Hancock had no effect on Atmos. That was because Atmos was protected by the veil of the siren. So, Empress Hancock's ability was directly nullified. It was that cheeky. Empress Hancock was left dumbfounded. Her petrification was actually ineffective against this man in front of her. How is this possible? Afterwards, various demons attacked, striking Atomos' body one after another. Flames, freezing, concentrated acid, toxic gas, all kinds of damage, even causing chemical reactions on Atomos' body. However, Atomos appeared unscathed. Ha ha ha. I won't mention anything else. Just this frenzied green armor, the damage from these two pieces of equipment hitting me, is still less than what I can recover. So how about it, Jaws? When it comes to resistance against the devil fruit, even you, Jaws, can't compare to me. Atomos said excitedly. The high-ranking officials of the Navy were left dumbfounded. This is one of their Jaws, and being so strong is something one can accept. After all, Jaws can also be considered one of the three captains of the Whitebeard pirates. However, you, an admiral, to be honest, many high-ranking Navy officers, if they don't think carefully, can't even remember this person. How could someone like him withstand so many elite Navy officers' magical attacks? This is a bit unbelievable, isn't it? The three major generals looked shocked. Is this a joke? Although those Navy elites, their devil fruit abilities are not strong. But combined, those attacks would probably be equivalent to my meteor volcano, and it didn't work? No damage at all? Akainu's eyes widened in disbelief as he said, Yes, that monster, that Atmos, is also a monster hidden in the Whitebeard pirates. Kizaru said in shock. Akiji fell silent as well. Could it be that the Captain Nightwing from the Whitebeard pirates did this? If you were to raise the fighting power of all the captains, my goodness, I can only describe it as terrifying. Sengoku in the back became tense again. What on earth is going on? What on earth is going on with that guy? Isn't he just a small, inconspicuous captain from the Whitebeard pirates? How can he be so terrifying? I don't know. Vice Admiral Tsuru was also confused. Even Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and others who had previously fought with the Whitebeard pirates were completely dumbfounded. This Atomos, is he that brave? I didn't know that. On the battlefield, after seeing Atomos again, it has already been Yang Ming. Little Oz couldn't help it either. All right, originally, Vice-Captain Yu clearly stated that the three of US should fight side by side. Now, you two are actually trying to take all the credit? No, I can't just let you two have all the glory. I, Little Oz, also have to put on a good show. After saying that, Little Oz just went for it. He directly unleashed his ultimate move. At this moment, Little Oz transformed into a seasoned driver, driving a 10,000-ton big truck. He played his charge at the Navy headquarters. Rumbling, rumbling. Little Oz, with his massive body, drifted at the Navy headquarters. His frame made the entire ground tremble completely. At this moment, everyone on the battlefield seemed to be looking over. The warring states widened his eyes. What's going on? What on earth is happening here? Why is Little Oz so brave now? Does even an outer captain want to show off at the Navy headquarters? The captains of the Whitebeard pirates, M.O. Fei, what kind of drugs are they on? Otherwise, how could they possibly be so fierce? Kaido and Big Mom were also dumbfounded. Could it be that the little oars didn't fight with all his strength when battling them before? My God, at this moment, it felt like their worldview was about to collapse. A mere outer captain, when dealing with their double emperor alliance, actually hadn't gone all out? What did they take their double emperor alliance for? Ace, wait for me to rescue you, Little Oars shouted. Seeing this scene, Ace's eyes widened in shock, revealing an exaggerated expression. These people are very familiar to me. I haven't been out with the Whitebeard pirates for many days. What is going on one after another? Why is it so fierce? However, Ace quickly shook his head and started to shout to stop Little Oars. In front of him, there are not only the Navy, but also the Archangels, the 3 Admirals, the 4 Emperors, and even Sengoku. If Little Oars wanted to save himself, it would be akin to seeking death. Little Oars, don't come over here, Ace shouted loudly. However, Little Oars didn't stop at all and charged straight towards Ace's platform. The Navy soldiers on the road tried to stop Little Oars by Chupai, but they quickly realized that it was nothing short of fantasy. Little Oars, with his massive body and insane speed, could be said to be demonstrating Newton's laws in a clear way. Those Navy soldiers who tried to stop Little Oars were sent flying the moment they made contact with him. In the end, they crashed heavily onto the ground, bloodied and battered. Little Oars was going crazy on his own. In an instant, he was even closer than Jaws and Atmos. Stop him. Hurry and stop him. Sengoku, located at the rear of the Navy headquarters, could no longer bear to watch. If no one stops this, I'm afraid this Little Oz is really going to crash down the high platform of the Navy headquarters. In that case, the Navy would really be embarrassed. Kizaru thought with a grim expression. After hearing Kizaru's order, a large group of giant vice admirals took out their weapons and charged towards Little Oars. Now it's up to us to deal with this damn Little Oars. After all, this guy's body is just too huge. A large group of giant vice admirals spoke up. Then, this group of vice admirals formed a massive human wall. Now only we, the giants, can withstand his charge. And Little Oars naturally felt the presence of these vice admirals, opening his mouth, revealing a disdainful smile. Humph. A bunch of guys, just because they're a bit big, they really overestimate themselves, don't they? Boom. Like a giant train, Little Oars showed no intention of stopping. On the contrary, his speed was increasing. Boom! Finally, Little Oars' body crashed heavily into the bodies of the giant vice admirals. It was like a major car accident scene, erupting with a tremendous sound. Those giant vice admirals who tried to stop Little Oars all fell to the ground. Instantly, they were sent crashing to the ground, bleeding from their heads. Most of the vice admirals were knocked out completely. Seeing such a terrifying scene, Sengoku's mouth twitched, feeling a pang of pain. That was a carefully selected group of giants he had painstakingly chosen from the Navy. Yet, they were so easily knocked out by Little Oars, just through a collision. However, fortunately, 2 giant vice admirals, one holding a spear and the other a big sword, managed to stand up unsteadily. Good. Stop Little Oars' advance, Sengoku shouted. How long has it been since the Whitebeard pirates? It had only been less than 5 minutes, and they had already penetrated the Navy's vice-admiral encirclement. This is too dangerous. This is very unstable for the morale of the troops. Therefore, we must stop Little Oz. We cannot let Little Oz affect the morale of the Navy. Once the morale is in chaos, it will really be difficult to fight. After hearing the orders, the two vice-admirals stood up one by one, shouting as they charged at Little Oz. However, Little Oz looked at their actions with disdain, allowing them to attack him. Ziz! 2 fierce slashes appeared. They struck Little Oz's body, and the wounds they left healed instantly. Upon witnessing such a scene, the vice-admirals were all stunned. What a joke! Is Little Oz a devil? Why does it feel like I'm not fighting against Little Oz, but rather against Kaido the Beast? This defense is simply terrifying. Chapter 224. There are assassins after Little Oz healed his wounds. He slightly curled his lips, revealing a smile. Hit. Have you all had enough fighting? Next, it's my turn to attack, Little Oz said excitedly. In the next moment, Little Oz took out the large knife in his hand and charged towards the 2 lieutenants in front of him. The 2 generals directly witnessed the terrifying recovery ability of Little Oz. At this moment, they were still immersed in Little Oz's defense, and for a moment, they didn't even react. With just 1 slash, the power knocked these people completely unconscious. Blood flowed everywhere. Little Oz let out an angry roar at the Navy. Defeat the Navy! Save Ace! Little Oz shouted loudly. The other members of the Whitebeard pirates seemed to be inspired. In an instant, the morale of the Whitebeard pirates surged. Encouraged by Little Oz, they charged toward the Navy headquarters with their weapons in hand, shouting loudly. Meanwhile, the Whitebeard pirates in the rear were also filled with the sounds of battle. With the 3 tanks clearing the way, their offensive became much simpler. Marco made a slight move. A terrifying chill descended from the sky. Seeing Marco's attack, the Navy soldiers showed expressions of surprise. Strange? Isn't that the ability of Admiral Aokiji? Why? Is it coming towards me? Yes. What is going on? Admiral Aokiji seems to not have made a move. So, who is attacking? Wait, why does it look like Marco's attack? My God! When did that guy Marco transform into an ice crystal phoenix? If one person eats 2 devil fruits, shouldn't they die immediately? What is going on? The Navy soldiers displayed expressions of utter astonishment. The terrifying chill in the sky reached them in an instant, not giving them a chance to continue being shocked. The next moment, these Navy soldiers turned into ice sculptures one by one. From their frozen expressions, it was not hard to see. These people had extremely complex expressions, including fear, suspicion, and deep pain. Upon witnessing this scene, Kaido felt a hint of pain. Back then, Marco used his new ability to make himself suffer quite a bit. Aokiji was completely stunned in place. What exactly is their situation? Isn't that my ability? Aokiji is completely out of it, the kind that can't even speak. Seeing Marco brought a huge shock to the entire Navy. Even Vista couldn't hold back. He drew his weapon and, facing the Navy in front of him, made a slight slash. The next moment, a slash wave appeared directly. In the blink of an eye, it struck towards these Navy members, fast as lightning. Boom! There was no time for anyone at headquarters to react. In an instant, it reached the front of everyone. The powerful slash directly hit a group of elite Navy members. The immense force exploded into a huge crater on the ground, sending these Navy members flying into the sky. However, this was not the end. The next moment, an even more terrifying lightning appeared in the crater, and then shot towards everyone. Crackle, crackle. The powerful lightning force spread recklessly, and in the end, all the Navy members within a kilometer radius were engulfed by this immense lightning. One by one, they were left with tingling scalps, completely fainting. Seeing this scene, the 3 admirals stationed far behind all showed exaggerated expressions. This is just too exaggerated, isn't it? Just having the insane, freezing power. They were already ridiculous enough. But now they even have the thunder fruit, that Enel's fruit, too? What the hell is going on? The frustrated Sakazuki directly grabbed Kaido by the collar from behind. You bastard, Kaido. You clearly know that it's Marco's ability that's causing this. I heard that Marco had been to your place and stirred up a lot of trouble. It must be that guy Marco who has unlocked his new ability, right? You bastard. How could you not tell us such important information? Sakazuki said angrily. Kaido looked helpless. He could only deny it now. Don't slander me, Sakazuki. How could I possibly know about this? But you Navy, don't you already know about the Whitebeard pirates? Did you intentionally withhold that information from me to win us over for war? Or is Big Mom smarter? Turning the tables on the Navy directly. The high-ranking officials in the Navy's rear were in a heated argument. Meanwhile, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were also showcasing their skills. Krayu activated his invisibility ability and charged straight towards the Navy Rear Admiral. He directly attacked the mole with a black tiger heart extraction. Although the mole had activated his observation haki during this great war, he didn't notice Hark's invisibility ability at all. He was hit by this attack and suffered severe damage. Damn it, you bastard. What kind of ability is this? The mole was dumbfounded. How could it be possible to sneak past so many people without anyone noticing and arrive right in front of him? Could it be that Krayu has also unlocked his new ability? The mole thought in shock. However, Krayu just smiled slightly. This ability is called invisibility. You would understand even if I told you. In the next moment, a terrifying box was placed directly in front of the mole. What is this thing? The mole instinctively wanted to destroy the box, which was indeed a strange discovery. The box actually launched an attack on itself. In the next moment, the mole's vision went black, and he fainted. And Cleo chuckled, disappearing from everyone's sight once again. The speed was simply too fast. So much so that, by the time the people around were waiting for the mole, he had already collapsed on the ground. Only then did they realize. A clearly terrified Navy soldier screamed out, Admiral Mole! Admiral Mole! Damn! What on earth happened? Why did Admiral Mole faint? It left the Navy with only confusion and fear. Everyone be careful. There are assassins. There are assassins. The Navy became even more panicked. And Sengoku, seeing such a scene, was frightened as well. He moved closer to Ace. If in the Great War, Ace is kidnapped, I really have no place to put this old face of mine. Cooliel and Fasa formed a small team. One of them possesses strong protective and control abilities, while the other has powerful offensive capabilities. It can be said to be a perfect combination. Boom! Boom! Under Fasa's protection, Cooliel attacks madly. Shell after shell is fired from his cannon. Each impact deals massive damage to the enemies. Wherever they go, the cries of the naval soldiers can be heard. Fasa, with a skill, using their powerful abilities, they actually reach the front of the Seraphim. Upon seeing the two arrive, the Seraphim receive their orders. In the next moment, 7 Seraphim simultaneously launched their attacks. The captains behind them were all taken aback. What is that thing? It looks so similar to the 7 warlords. Yes, Cooliel, be careful. That thing seems to be even more terrifying than the Seraphim. Other captains reminded. Jaz and Little Oz also noticed Cooliel's position. Oh no, we momentarily forgot about the formation. We need to protect Cooliel's output. Cooliel, brother, wait for us to take the damage. With that, those big guys started moving towards the Seraphim. Various attacks were hurled at them. In the sky, all kinds of laser beams seemed to be trying to dye this world yellow. Faced with so many attacks, the other captains gasped in shock. What should we do? Coolier is very fragile. At this moment, Fasa suddenly raised a huge shield. Everyone, stay alert. With me here, Coolier will be safe. In the next moment, this enormous shield was erected in front of Coolier. In the sky above, a large number of laser beams were also coming in at this moment. Yes, that's right. First suppress their morale. The warring states on the execution platform roared loudly. Carp, Crane, and others also showed relaxed expressions. In that case, I could at least regain a bit of face. The 3 admirals also showed signs of joy. If you want to defy the will of our Navy, then be prepared for death. Akainu clenched his fists and said. The next moment, a powerful shockwave surged through the sky, finally landing in front of Fasa. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions erupted at that moment. The entire ground was filled with dust due to the powerful explosions. It hit. Sengoku, who was positioned behind the execution platform, exclaimed excitedly while holding his binoculars. However, just as the smoke cleared the figure of Fasa, Cooliel reappeared before everyone. Seeing the scene, Sengoku was left dumbfounded. That was the seraphim he had requested from the 5 elders. Its strength still reached the level of the warlords. How could it be that against the Whitebeard pirates, just 2 mere captains, it caused no damage at all? No way. Aokiji is going to engage Jozu in hand-to-hand combat at this moment. Sengoku finally lost his composure. He felt completely miserable, as if he had eaten something terrible. Right now, the entire strength of the Whitebeard pirates had far exceeded his expectations. Therefore, at such a moment, Sengoku no longer held back. He picked up a loudspeaker and shouted across the battlefield. 3 admirals, no more hesitation. All of you mobilize to stop the Whitebeard pirates. Otherwise, they will definitely take Marineford and rescue Ace. Sengoku shouted loudly. After hearing Sengoku's words, the 3 admirals all moved at once. Aokiji flew into the sky, and then a chilling aura enveloped his body. From my observation, Jozu, that guy has absolute defense against physical damage. So if that's the case, Jozu, let's see how you fare against freezing. Aokiji narrowed his eyes. The next moment, the cold aura behind him transformed into a freezing time capsule. Aokiji shouted, and the terrifying freezing time capsule shot directly toward Jozu. Atmos saw this scene, and a hint of disdain appeared on his face. Captain Jozu, do you need my help? I actually love magical damage coming at me. Atmos said with a grin. Seeing this, Jozu smirked. Ha ha ha. No need, Atmos. Although I have strong physical resistance, my magical resistance is not weak either. This point. Vice-Captain Wong, you would definitely not forget. Vice-Captain Wong, you had already equipped me with the shapeshifter Jashu and magic resistance boots. I won't be afraid of this attack. The next moment, Jozu charged forward. The fierce chill instantly struck Jozu's body, freezing him in place. But it was only for that brief moment. Besides his indomitable armor, Wang Yu had also granted Jozu a lot of resilience to prevent him from being stunned. Moreover, the sunlight on Jozu's body naturally burned against the ice. Therefore, Aokiji's freezing only lasted for an instant before Jozu easily broke free. Seeing this, Aokiji's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? This is my freezing time capsule, and it was so easily dispelled by Jozu? At this moment, Aokiji began to doubt his life, and Jozu's next words made Aokiji's mouth twitch. Ha ha ha, so refreshing, so refreshing. That feeling just now was really refreshing. Is there any more? Can anyone else freeze me again? Jozu grinned, looking completely like a masochist. Seeing Jozu's attitude, Aokiji was infuriated. Bastard. You bastard. Jozu, do you treat my attack as a tool to cool you off? Aokiji felt like he had never been this angry in his life. Bastard. Even without the devil fruit ability, I will still take you down. Aokiji's mouth twitched, then he launched another attack on Jozu. Since his devil fruit was useless, he could just try to see what effect his martial arts would have on Jozu. While Aokiji was proficient in devil fruit abilities, he was also a martial arts master. After all, Aokiji was Carp's top disciple, having followed Carp since he was young, learning to use his fists to smash warships. Therefore, Aokiji's martial arts were among the top 3 in the Navy. His power was incredibly formidable. Then, Aokiji lifted his fist, the size of a cooking pot, and heavily struck towards Jozu. Seeing Aokiji actually trying to attack him with his fists, Jozu showed a look of disdain. I say, Aokiji, you cooling me down is actually quite nice. Why do you have to think so irrationally and want to engage me in close combat? Jozu shook his head helplessly, smiling bitterly. The reason he was able to break Aokiji's freezing ability was not because he was a meat shield specialized in dealing with magical damage like Atmos. His greatest strength was still in reducing physical damage. The only reason he could withstand Aokiji's magical attack was that his health was too thick and the effect of a mere pair of shoes. Originally, Aokiji's offensive strategy was very effective, but he just wouldn't listen to advice. He insists on thinking of himself as a magic-resistant warrior like Atmos. There's nothing that can be done. All right, Aokiji, since you want to engage in close combat with me, then I'll show you what a physical nemesis looks like. Jozu grinned and charged toward Aokiji. His speed is still too slow, Jozu. A punch came crashing toward Jozu's face. Just as it was less than a centimeter away from Jozu's face, Aokiji's lips curled into a slight smile. After all these years of following Vice Admiral Garp and learning martial arts, it wasn't in vain. This time Jaws at the end. Although his Devil Fruit ability is quite terrifying, Jaws is really lacking when it comes to physical skills. He couldn't even react to his own attack hitting his face. Such a low-level observation hockey, no matter how powerful the Devil Fruit ability is. What difference does it make? Aokiji, at this moment, felt that the face he had lost before was finally regained. His heart was naturally extremely excited. This scene was also witnessed by everyone on the battlefield. Ace, on the execution platform, loud a howl. Jaws, be careful. You don't have to save me. There's no need to save me. Ace shouted loudly. At the same time, Ace's heart was filled with regret. He was too young back then. Ignoring Dad's advice and acting recklessly led to the brutal war in Marineford today. If I, Ace, am guilty, I should bear it alone. There's no need to drag so many brothers down with me. Ace's eyes gradually became moist. Meanwhile, Carp, who had activated his observation hockey, saw Aokiji's fist as big as a pot, about to smash down on Jaws, and Carp revealed a satisfied smile. Not bad, not bad. It seems that over the years, although you have gained freezing powers, your martial arts haven't fallen behind at all. Carp nodded, very pleased. Sengoku, on the execution platform, also looked at Ace. Ace, it's useless to say anything now. Although your Whitebeard pirates have gained some decent abilities, their martial arts and hockey have not changed at all, relying solely on Devil Fruit powers without focusing on physical strength and hockey will never make you a true strong fighter. Sengoku said triumphantly. Sakazuki, who was standing nearby, saw this scene and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yes, that's right, Aokiji. With this, our navy can at least regain some of the momentum that was just lost to the pirates. I didn't expect you, Aokiji, to take the lead. This should have been my glory. Sakazuki smirked, thinking that Aokiji would definitely beat Jaws up this time. After all, true strong fighters rely on hockey and martial arts, not on flashy Devil Fruit powers. On the other hand, Kizaru's expression was quite strange. He had been terrified by the abilities of Doflamingo and Mihawk back then. Those abilities seemed not like they should exist in this world. So, regarding whether Aokiji could defeat Jaws, Kizaru felt quite uneasy. Now Kizaru could only pray that Jaws and the others weren't that strong. After all, even Doflamingo and Mihawk, those peripheral captains, had gained such terrifying powers. So, the core captains of the Whitebeard pirates gaining terrifying abilities would only make them even stronger, right? Thinking of this, Kizaru could only silently pray. As for the Whitebeard pirates, they saw this scene, but appeared quite calm. Some even couldn't help but snicker in such a serious battlefield. No way. Aokiji actually wants to engage in hand-to-hand combat with Jaws? Marco thought it was the biggest joke. He couldn't help but recall the time when he and Jaws clashed fists after Jaws gained the Dragon Turtle ability. Thinking about it now, Jaws' combat power had increased exponentially compared to when he first gained his abilities. This Aokiji, isn't he looking for death? Marco let out a wry smile. Vista, on the other hand, started mocking him directly. Ha ha, Aokiji, you're the most stubborn man I've ever seen in my life. Even I, the world's #1 swordsman, wouldn't dare to confront Jozu, that hedgehog. You, Aokiji, you're simply reckless, Vista said, laughing heartily. On the battlefield, Whitebeard stroked his beard, putting on a look of anticipation. Kuha-ha, Jozu beat him to a pulp. And let these damn Marines see whether my Whitebeard pirates are easy to mess with, Whitebeard said, laughing loudly. On the battlefield, Aokiji's massive fist finally slammed into Jozu's head. However, the sensation was different from what he imagined. It felt like hitting something, like a mace. It hurts so much. Aokiji screamed in agony. Upon closer inspection, he found that his fist had actually been punctured with several bloody holes. Looking back at Jozu, he saw Jozu grinning with his white teeth, wearing a mischievous smile. Moreover, Jozu had somehow grown spikes all over his body, just like a giant black porcupine. Aokiji completely broke down. Damn, Jozu, what the hell is this ridiculous ability? It hurts so much, Aokiji shouted, covering his hand. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard and the captains of the pirate crew all showed expressions of glee. Ha ha ha, this Aokiji is definitely a big fool. Just keep using your freezing ability, maybe you can somewhat reduce Jozu's attack speed. Engaging in direct combat like this is just looking for death. Chapter 226. Aokiji gets beat up, I'm afraid. Captain Jozu could just stand there and let you hit him, and you still wouldn't be able to win. The Whitebeard pirates erupted in laughter at Aokiji's expense. Seeing this scene, Sakazuki's mouth twitched, and he furrowed his brow tightly. Damn it, Aokiji, what the hell are you doing? Don't you realize you're embarrassing our navy? Sakazuki clenched his fists tightly, speaking with immense anger. Sengoku, seeing this scene, also covered his head with his hand. What the hell? What is Aokiji doing? The guy's just standing there, letting you hit him, and you still can't win? In the end, you even hurt your own hand. This is simply a tremendous humiliation for the Navy, Sengoku said, utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Ace was completely stunned. A bold thought began to emerge in Ace's mind. Could it be that our pirate crew has all gained an increase in power? In that case, there might really be a possibility of saving myself. However, speaking of which, who on earth has such great ability to allow so many captains of the Whitebeard pirates to obtain terrifying devil fruit powers? Ace sighed deeply. On the battlefield, Aokiji was loudly shouting in Marineford, and at that moment, a massive fist invisibly smashed towards Aokiji's eye again. With one punch, Aokiji's eye was directly turned into a panda eye. Huh? Ace on the execution platform widened his eyes even more. What is happening? Was that attack just now released by Jozu? Ace stared wide-eyed, looking completely bewildered. This further confirms Ace's guess. Seeing this scene, Sengoku was even more infuriated. Aokiji, what are you doing? Don't engage him in close combat. He has the ability to rebound physical damage, Sengoku said with a serious expression. After hearing Sengoku's words, Aokiji's mouth twitched. The next moment, he immediately tried to retreat. Seeing Aokiji wanting to leave, Jozu grinned widely. You can come and go as you please. What do you think of me, Jozu? Also, seeing you, I don't know why, but I feel an inexplicable anger, Jozu said furiously. The next moment, he activated his ability, taunting, just when Aokiji was thinking of leaving. Under this skill, he charged towards Jozu again. Why? Why? Aokiji was completely dumbfounded. I clearly wanted to leave this plague called Jozu. Why can't my body stop and keeps punching Jozu? Aokiji was on the verge of tears. Subsequently, Aokiji heavily struck Jozu again, and it wasn't just one punch. Each punch was heavy and powerful. A series of punches bombarded Jozu. No, I don't want to attack anymore, Aokiji shouted loudly, feeling extremely frustrated. Meanwhile, Jozu just smiled. No, you need to. Then Jozu activated his ability, along with the effect of his reflective armor. Punch after punch hit Jozu's own body, causing almost no damage. But Jozu used his reflective armor ability to inflict tons of damage. One punch after another directly hit Aokiji's body. Even Aokiji was directly made to spit blood. Seeing this scene, Akainu couldn't help but think how foolish it was. Aokiji, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you? Don't use physical attacks on Jozu, Akainu said, feeling very frustrated. On the execution platform, Sengoku's sunglasses reflected a white light. His expression suddenly became extremely serious. No, Aokiji must have been affected by some other devil fruit ability. Damn it, how do the Whitebeard pirates have so many abilities? Sengoku thought seriously. Then, suddenly, he had an idea and shouted loudly at Aokiji. Aokiji, use your freezing ability. Vice Admiral Tsuru, who was beside him, also immediately noticed the problem. Picked up a megaphone and prompted Aokiji. Freezing ability. Activate your freezing ability. Although the damage to Jozu can basically be ignored, but can at least block Jozu for a while, right? Freezing ability? At this moment, Aokiji, whose head was spinning from the blows, finally reacted a bit, hurriedly activating his freezing ability, hoping to freeze Jozu and escape. However, Aokiji found again that now, apart from acting like a fool and attacking Jozu, he couldn't use any other moves. There's no way. Even my freezing ability has disappeared. Aokiji furrowed his brows tightly, almost in despair. After hearing Aokiji's words, the Navy was utterly hopeless. If what Aokiji said is true, that Jozu has the ability to make people lose their devil fruit powers and has the ability to keep trading blows, then doesn't that mean Jozu is invincible? Kizaru covered his forehead and let out a bitter laugh. It seems my guess was correct. None of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates are easy to deal with. Didn't Fleet Admiral Sengoku say there were other forces to help? They should hurry up and show up. I really don't want to risk my life for this meager salary. Kizaru felt like crying without tears. Seeing such a scene, Whitebeard picked up his supreme-grade great knife again and unleashed a tremor attack at the front. Ha, interesting. It's really too interesting. Navy, dare to arrest Ace. I will make you pay the price. Whitebeard roared. The next moment, a powerful tremor instantly spread across the entire battlefield. On the ground, a gigantic crack over a kilometer long was forcibly created. The Navy on Marineford were all knocked unconscious by the shock. Children, Navy, there's nothing to fear, charge. With Whitebeard's shout, groups of pirate subordinates began to recklessly charge towards the Navy. On the battlefield, the Navy's momentum was instantly suppressed by the Whitebeard pirates. People around the world also witnessed this shocking scene through live broadcasts, all widening their eyes in disbelief. On Sabeti Archipelago, Rayleigh stood up from his seat at Shaki's bar. A white light reflected off his glasses. I had heard before that the Whitebeard pirates had gained some impressive abilities, even defeating alliances like Kaido and Big Mom. At first, I didn't believe it. But now, seeing Jozu's performance, I truly believe it, Rayleigh said in disbelief. Shaki beside him also looked serious. Is this the new ability that Jozu has gained? If used well, it seems Jozu is on the path to being invincible, right? Shaki said, also in shock. After all, Aokiji is a combat power at the admiral level, yet now, he is so easily overwhelmed in front of the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. This surprised Rayleigh and Shaki. In a hidden area, the revolutionary dragon looked at everything in front of him with a serious expression. What is going on with the captains of the Whitebeard pirates? Each one is so strong. They can even easily handle combat power at the level of an admiral. Sabo, go check what kind of secret is behind this. Dragon said, looking very grave. People all over the world were also getting restless. No way. That has combat power at the admiral level. And Jozu is just the 3rd division captain of a Yonko crew. Could it be that the strength configuration of the pirate crew is even stronger than the Navy? People around the world were filled with emotion. On the battlefield, seeing the Whitebeard pirates charging towards them like a tidal wave, Akainu squinted his eyes tightly. Damn, due to Aokiji's mistake, the pirates are becoming more and more rampant. We absolutely cannot let these trash succeed. In that case, let me take care of Whitebeard first. Let's crush the pirates' morale. Akainu's face was fierce, and then he directly extinguished the cigar in his mouth, aimed at Whitebeard, and unleashed his attack. Meteor Volcano. In the next moment, the sky was filled with dense magma meteors, and the entire sky was illuminated red by the magma meteors. The morale of the Navy instantly surged. It's Admiral Akainu. Admiral Akainu is going to attack Whitebeard. Everyone had excited expressions. However, the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates looked up at the sky filled with magma meteors, and their expressions changed drastically. Magma meteors, it's a meteor shower. Everyone run. At this moment, high in the sky, a blue immortal bird displayed a disdainful expression. Just a mere admiral. How can you deal with our king? A phoenix cry echoed through the sky. In the next moment, Marco flapped his wings, and a wave of cold air instantly surged towards the entire sky. Previously, the magma meteors in the sky were directly frozen one by one under Marco's chilling aura. Then, the entire sky's meteors turned into ice balls, completely frozen in the sky. Seeing this scene, Akainu's mouth twitched. Earlier, when the war had just begun, Akainu had already witnessed Marco's strength. He never expected that, just a short 10 minutes later, Marco had already rushed over. Damn! Akainu clenched his fists tightly. I absolutely cannot let you trash take Ace away. What do you think our Marine headquarters is? Akainu clenched his fists tightly. In the next moment, he charged directly towards Marco. Seeing Akainu charging over, Marco also wore a mocking expression. ISNT this, just a little brat with a candle? As my opponent, you barely pass, right? Marco said sarcastically. Hearing Marco's words, Akainu was even angrier, his hands shaking. Marco is several years younger than him. How dare he call himself a little brat with a candle? This is simply a great humiliation. In the next moment, Akainu's face was filled with anger. A massive amount of magma gathered directly above Akainu's fist. The entire sky was filled with thick smoke due to the magma gathered by Sakazuki. Seeing the intense magma released by Sakazuki, the Navy on the battlefield all showed a hint of relief. It's Sakazuki, Admiral Sakazuki. He is the most terrifying existence among the three admirals. This time, it can at least help the Navy regain some face, right? Chapter 227. Frozen Magma. The Navy on the Marineford battlefield spoke with anticipation. Big fire, little brat. I will turn you into a roasted bird. Sakazuki roared loudly. In the next moment, a giant magma fist shot towards Marco at high speed. Upon seeing this, Marco narrowed his eyes slightly. I already told you, you're just a little brat lighting a candle. Do you really think of yourself as something special? Big fire? Where's the fire? Marco taunted. In the next moment, a terrifying chill instantly rushed towards the giant magma fist in the sky. Under the powerful freezing ability, the previously aggressive magma fist was unexpectedly frozen by Marco's influence. Turned into a frozen fist sculpture. Sakazuki was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Meteor volcano can be excused. After all, it's a group skill. The heat isn't very high, so being frozen is normal. But big fire is a punch concentrated with intense energy. I could be easily blocked by you. Sakazuki's eyes widened in disbelief. Sakazuki's gaze grew even more peculiar. He had long heard that the Whitebeard pirates had all acquired new abilities. They are dual devil fruit users. At first, Sakazuki didn't believe it. But now, after witnessing the performances of the leaders of the Whitebeard pirates, it was impossible for Sakazuki not to believe it. Then, Sakazuki's face turned furious. He threw a heavy punch towards Marco. Terrifying haki gathered on his fist. Boom! A punch struck Marco, but Marco remained calm and composed. In the next moment, he simply waved his hand. A massive iceberg was easily summoned by Marco. Sakazuki's fist heavily crashed onto the iceberg. Boom! Even the entire earth shook violently. However, facing the iceberg released by Marco, it remained completely unmoved. Moreover, Sakazuki felt a wave of pain in his fist. What the hell is going on? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Looking at the giant iceberg in front of him, as a Marine Admiral, a punch infused with terrifying haki had no effect on this iceberg at all. Sakazuki felt that the scene before him was simply too unreal. It's so fucking exaggerated. And at this moment, Marco transformed into a phoenix. Looking at Akainu with a mocking expression. Ha ha ha. Admiral Sakazuki, are you surprised? Didn't Kaido and the others tell you that my iceberg cannot be shattered by any attack? Marco said with a smile. After hearing Marco's words, Sakazuki gritted his teeth tightly. Damn pirates, they really are unreliable. After the battle, I must find Kaido for revenge. Forget it, I don't want to ask too much about your alliance army. In the next moment, a wave of cold air appeared near the iceberg, and under the terrifying chill, the entire earth was frozen into a massive glacier. Sakazuki looked around. The area within a kilometer was engulfed by the enormous chill. On the ground, countless Navy soldiers turned into ice sculptures. If it was just freezing, it'd be fine. Sakazuki could clearly feel that these glaciers also carried a terrifying corrosive power. I need to get out of here quickly. However, Sakazuki realized again that his movement speed was greatly affected in this glacier. He wanted to run, but he couldn't get out at all. Meanwhile, Marco was floating in the sky, directly launching a giant ice egg at Sakazuki. What the? Sakazuki squinted his eyes tightly. Although he didn't know the exact power of this attack, one thing he could be sure of was that it was extremely dangerous. Big fire. Akainu's arms were filled with flowing magma, and then he heavily launched it toward the ice projectile released by Marco. However, under the terrifying impact, the giant ice egg released by Marco was not consumed by Akainu's big fire. Instead, it bypassed the big fire and crashed heavily towards Akainu. Huh? Nanny? Seeing this scene, Akainu's face showed a completely confused expression. What the hell, my big fire has failed? Why does it seem useless against Marco's attacks time and again? Sakazuki's face was filled with frustration. The giant ice egg was crashing down towards Sakazuki. Seeing this scene, Sakazuki's eyes widened. This is bad, I need to escape. Rational Akainu decided not to resist anymore. In the next moment, He activated the Marine 6 style through, and then disappeared from his original spot. Boom! The giant ice egg exploded right where Sakazuki had been. A terrifying chill surged around in an instant. Seeing this scene, Marco slightly frowned. He never expected that in my hailstorm Sakazuki, this guy, could move so quickly. Quite rare. Marco squinted his eyes and suddenly smiled slightly. However, I wonder how you will dodge this strike. Marco's lips curled up, and the next moment, he unleashed his attack towards Sakazuki again. Looking at the icy wind and the ice shards in the sky, Sakazuki squinted his eyes. That damn bastard Marco has unleashed so much power, including a huge glacier within a kilometer. How come he still has endless devil fruit abilities? Sakazuki's face was grim. However, facing Marco's new attack, he still had no way to withstand it. Chapter 228, Carp Strikes. A battle-hardened Sakazuki naturally understood that the only thing he could do now was to quickly leave this terrifying glacier. So, Sakazuki continued to move towards the outer area of the glacier, preparing to escape. Hut, hut, hut. A series of sounds of footsteps on the ground appeared, and the next moment, Sakazuki suddenly disappeared from his original spot. Then, Sakazuki suddenly reappeared in another direction, gasping for breath. Damn glacier area, it greatly restricted my movement. If it weren't for me exhausting my stamina to use shave, I would probably be really done for this time. Sakazuki gasped. Looking at the glacier's edge that was about to be reached, Sakazuki finally revealed a smile. Fortunately, I can finally escape from here. Sakazuki let out a heavy sigh of relief. However, the next moment, a terrifying chill surged towards Sakazuki with great force. What? Sakazuki's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? Does Marco's attack have automatic tracking? Sakazuki was astonished. The next moment, just as the attack was about to hit him, he dodged with all his might. However, unfortunately, his guess was correct. The terrifying attack instantly struck Sakazuki's body. Boom! Then, the terrifying chill instantly spread over Sakazuki's body. Under the terrifying chill, Sakazuki felt that all his internal organs were severely damaged. A mouthful of blood spewed directly from Sakazuki's mouth. The blood that just sprayed out has already turned into chunks of blood ice. Seeing this scene, Sakazuki's eyes widened in shock. Damn it! Marco, you bastard! What the hell is this move? Sakazuki asked with an expression of extreme anger. Marco slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile. I heard you, Sakazuki. This move is called Magic Critical Strike. As long as you're affected by my chill, this cold wind will deliver a critical hit on your body, Marco said teasingly. Bastard. Sakazuki was furious to the extreme. He finally left Marco's encirclement of the glacial storm. However, it could be seen that now countless wounds had appeared all over Sakazuki's body. These wounds make it almost impossible for Akainu to continue fighting now. It must be a quick resolution. Akainu had a serious expression on his face. Fortunately, he had focused on his physical skills when he was younger, so now he could still manage to fight. Bang, bang, bang. Then, Akainu charged towards Marco. Trash. Just trash. No matter how terrifying your abilities are, Akainu will definitely take you down. Akainu's face was filled with anger. Then, he rushed towards Marco. Akainu stomped the ground hard, and with terrifying power, he flew up. Seeing Marco in the sky, Akainu tightly clenched his fists, enveloped in hockey. Bastard Marco, this will send you to your end. Sending you trash to die is my absolute justice. Akainu said with a face full of rage. Looking at Akainu, Marco slightly curled the corners of his mouth. Now, with just a mere Marine Admiral trying to defeat me, Marco is almost impossible, Marco said with a smile, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Then, Akainu's hockey-encased fist struck heavily on Marco's body. Under the terrifying force, Marco's body instantly transformed into blue flames, dissipating into the air. Akainu looked excited. However, in the next moment, Marco's figure reappeared. I told you, Akainu, your physical attacks are completely useless against my phoenix form, Marco said mockingly. Bastard, then let us see this move. Hellhound! Akainu roared in fury, and in the next moment, massive amounts of magma gathered on his arm, crashing heavily towards Marco. Seeing this scene, Marco's mouth slightly raised again. You don't really think that your hockey can't harm me, so your devil fruit ability would hurt me, right? Marco's mouth curved into a smirk again. The massive hellhound looked fierce. Even the surrounding Marines widened their eyes. Admiral Akainu is unleashing his ultimate move. Damn, Marco, die for me. The surrounding Marines shouted loudly. However, in the next moment, the terrifying attack had no effect on Marco at all. Under the devastating impact, Marco suddenly released a vast amount of cold air. The hellhound that Akainu had unleashed was instantly turned into an ice sculpture under Marco's powerful icy influence. Seeing this, Akainu's eyes widened. He spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. Bastard! You actually turned my hellhound into an ice hound? Akainu's face was filled with frustration. This is his most proud move. In fact, if the Whitebeard pirates had not received Wang Yu's enhancement, Sakazuki dares to believe that this strike could potentially take off half of the Yonko's face. However, facing a mere Marco, his attack had no effect. This made Sakazuki very frustrated. The next moment, Marco suddenly flew down. Then, with a heavy kick, he struck hard at Akainu's body. Akainu was sent flying, and then his whole body turned into an ice sculpture. Through the live broadcast, people all over the world erupted in excitement upon seeing this scene. At this moment, on Sabidi Archipelago, the Dark King Rayleigh's glasses reflected a white light. This guy, Marco, I remember back then. Then, Rayleigh recalled that during the battle between his pirate crew and the Whitebeard pirates, back then, he was able to stop Marco's attack with just a single finger. Now, so many years have passed, and Marco has become a combat power at the level of a Yonko's first mate. This is not the most exaggerated part. What's even more outrageous is that under the leadership of the mysterious Vice-Captain Wang Yu of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco, this guy, was actually able to take down one of the 4 emperors. This means that, nowadays, Marco's combat power has already surpassed himself. Then, the Dark King Rayleigh took a heavy sip of his drink. Not simple at all. I really didn't expect that Marco, this guy, now has such terrifying combat power. Even I have no way to deal with him. Rayleigh, the Dark King, had a look of emotion on his face. Beside him, Shaki smiled slightly. At your age, you shouldn't compete with the young ones, Rayleigh. However, it's not Marco who is strong, but it's King Yu, Shaki said seriously. Here, in a mysterious area, a man with scars on his face suddenly appeared in the storm. I didn't expect that the Whitebeard pirates are now so terrifying. From the looks of it, I'm afraid the Navy won't last much longer. Such terrifying combat power, if it could become part of the Revolutionary Army, I think toppling the rule of this world wouldn't be a difficult task. The Revolutionary Dragon said seriously. On the sea, Shanks looked at the fierce combat power of the Whitebeard pirates and swallowed hard on the deck. This person is Marco? I have to be cautious even against Sakazuki, and I didn't expect Marco to defeat him. Red-haired Shanks felt a wave of emotion. Nowadays, in the face of the combat power displayed by the Whitebeard pirates, the royal level seems to be increasingly devalued. This made Shanks, the red-haired pirate, show a slightly awkward expression on his face. Beside him, Beckman also had an awkward look. It should be noted that there have actually been quite a few exchanges between the red-haired pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. And among the red-haired pirates, his counterpart is Marco from the Whitebeard pirates. Back then, the two of them were actually quite evenly matched, and even his combat power was slightly stronger than Marco's. But who would have known that now? Marco's combat power has already surpassed that of the admirals. After this, I'm afraid that when I see Marco, I'll also be subjected to abuse. The supernovas around the world are all looking at the big screen, revealing expressions of envy. This is Marco, who, after receiving the blessing from Wang Yu, has such combat power? It's truly terrifying. The people exclaimed with envy. On the battlefield, the battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy is still ongoing. At this moment, on the battlefield, Akainu was easily defeated by Marco. Sengoku, who was on the battlefield, widened his eyes. Damn it, even Akainu has been defeated. The combat power of the Whitebeard pirates is far beyond my imagination. Sengoku covered his head, his face filled with anger. Now, the only ones who can save the Navy are probably just me and Garp. Garp! Sengoku looked seriously at Garp, who was next to the execution platform. Garp also clenched his fists tightly. The Whitebeard pirates have all received epic enhancements. What should we do? Garp also looked grave. Sengoku squinted his eyes tightly. In that case, Garp, you go fight first, Sengoku said, clenching his fists tightly. Although this would increase the risk of saving Ace, right now, this is the only method left. If the two of us don't act, the entire Navy will face the danger of annihilation. Garp nodded heavily. However, Sengoku still felt uneasy and looked at Garp with a serious expression. Garp, don't do anything foolish, remember. You are the Navy? Sengoku tightly clenched his fists and said earnestly. Garp turned back to look at Ace, who was bound by shackles, then sighed and charged toward the battlefield. Chapter 229 Garp versus Whitebeard. Garp's expression also tightened. I understand. Damn Sengoku. In the next moment, Garp's iron fist smashed heavily towards the Whitebeard pirates. Under the terrifying power, Garp's single punch instantly knocked out thousands of members of the Whitebeard pirates in front of him. Naturally, Whitebeard also noticed Garp's presence. Garp! Whitebeard roared loudly. Garp narrowed his eyes and looked at Whitebeard. These two people can be considered old acquaintances. Back then, when Garp was chasing Roger around, he naturally also clashed with Whitebeard. It's just that there were more battles with Roger. The combat power of the two has always been evenly matched. Whitebeard, relying on the devil fruit now, his body is already weakened, while Garp, relying on martial arts, have laughed until the end. Garp's mouth slightly curled up, feeling a wave of emotion. After hearing Garp's words, Whitebeard slowly opened the corners of his mouth. Oh, is that so? In that case, let's give it a try, Garp. I won't use the Tremor fruit, and we'll fight you with martial arts. How about that? After hearing Whitebeard's words, Garp's eyes suddenly narrowed, looking at Whitebeard with a face full of surprise. He understood Whitebeard's personality. He wasn't the type to joke around. However, Whitebeard actually said he wouldn't use the Tremor fruit's power. He simply wanted to fight with martial arts. This is nonsense. You have to know that Whitebeard is already sick, and on top of that, with the side effects of the devil fruit, fighting against himself. It's just a death wish. Thinking of this, Garp clenched his fists tightly. All right, Whitebeard, since it's like this, then let me see just how strong your combat power really is. Garp let out a furious roar and then charged forward. A thick layer of Busashoku haki wrapped around Garp's fists, and he struck heavily towards Whitebeard's head. Upon seeing Garp approaching, Whitebeard's mouth curled into a slight smile. Ha ha ha, Garp, it seems like you're really full of energy, huh? Whitebeard laughed heartily. In the next moment, Whitebeard raised his supreme great knife, with Busashoku haki coiling around it, and struck forward. Boom! The two collided directly. The terrifying shockwave instantly spread out in all directions. The horrifying shockwave rippled around. Under the immense power, the earth shattered, and the entire battlefield was engulfed in a terrifying whirlwind. In the sky, bolts of lightning relentlessly struck down. Boom, boom. The atmosphere of the entire battlefield instantly became extremely tense. The surrounding pirate subordinates, witnessing such a terrifying scene, all stared wide-eyed. This is the collision between Garp and Whitebeard. It's just too terrifying. The pirates exclaimed in fear. Under the terrifying shockwave, a large number of pirates were directly affected by the aftermath, and in the next moment, they completely fainted. Those surviving pirates also trembled, looking towards the direction where Whitebeard and Garp were fighting. If they don't use their devil fruit abilities, then Garp, the vice admiral, should have the upper hand, right? The Navy members curiously remarked. Meanwhile, Akainu, who was fighting, also glanced towards the direction where Garp and Sengoku were battling. With a cold snort, "Humph, you think you can defeat the heroes of our Navy without relying on the devil fruit? It's simply a dream. Just wait. Pirates, Garp, Sengoku, these two top-tier fighters, we haven't shown our full strength yet." Akainu smirked. Sengoku also narrowed his eyes tightly, looking towards the battlefield where the two were fighting. This time, it's up to you, Garp, Sengoku said seriously. Right now, the morale of the pirates on the battlefield was rising rapidly. They were in urgent need of a Navy hero to create a breakthrough. However, the pirates on the battlefield began to cheer. Great, Dad, ha ha ha, just like that. The pirates cheered across the battlefield. Sengoku was completely dumbfounded. What is going on? Then, on the execution platform, Sengoku and Ace also looked towards the battlefield where Garp and Whitebeard were fighting. Soon after, both of them widened their eyes. Sengoku's body trembled. Garp, you bastard. Did you go easy on him? Sengoku almost roared. If Whitebeard used his devil fruit abilities, or even the power of Nightwing, I could still understand. But the reality is that Garp and Whitebeard were clashing with pure martial arts, and Garp was actually sent flying. This made Sengoku doubt. Could it be that this guy Garp is holding back? Ace, who was on the execution platform, kept swallowing his own saliva. How could this happen? Dad, could it be that Dad's illness has been cured? Ace was filled with surprise. On the battlefield, seeing such a reaction, the Navy members' faces instantly darkened. Garp. Vice Admiral Garp was actually defeated by Whitebeard? How could this happen? Garp is a hero of our Navy. Did Whitebeard defeat Vice Admiral Garp without using his devil fruit powers? The Navy members showed expressions of disbelief. Even Admiral Tsuru squinted her eyes tightly. How could this happen? Could it really be that bastard Garp is holding back? Admiral Tsuru said incredulously. On the battlefield, Garp drew an arc in the air and then fell heavily to the ground. After that, Garp got back up, looking seriously at Whitebeard in front of him, gritting his teeth tightly. You bastard! Whitebeard, how on earth do you have such terrifying physical abilities? Garp said in disbelief. Don't think that just because I'm old now. I still have confidence that, in terms of physical ability, my combat power is the best in the Navy, even able to easily suppress a Kainu. But facing a Whitebeard who is gravely ill, Garp actually lost. This made Garp very unwilling. Seeing Garp's bewildered expression, Whitebeard directly placed his supreme great blade, the Tsung Yun Xia, upright on the ground, and laughed heartily at Garp. Kuhaha! This is the ability granted to me by our Vice-Captain Yu. It allows my physical abilities to receive a qualitative enhancement, especially in ordinary attacks, Whitebeard said proudly. Ordinary attacks. Garp squinted his eyes tightly, but then understood it was probably just normal attacks without using devil fruit powers. At this moment, far behind, on the execution platform, Sengoku's glasses reflected an arc. Garp, you bastard. Don't hold back on me. This concerns the future of the Navy. Sengoku shouted loudly. Hearing Sengoku's roar, Garp's mouth twitched. This time, I truly feel more wrong than dough. However, Garp, I can't be bothered to explain. Instead, I got up from the ground. My previous gaze suddenly became as sharp as an eagle's. I never expected it. Whitebeard, your combat power is so fierce. Since that's the case, I can only activate my overdraft form now. Garp let out a roar. Although this form will seriously damage my body, right now, I have no other choice. The next moment, Garp's muscles seemed to shrink significantly. Everyone present was taken aback by this scene. On the battlefield, Vice Admiral Crane, seeing Garp's appearance, widened her eyes. Garp, that bastard, at his age, still using that move? Vice Admiral Crane's eyes showed a very worried expression. The Navy members also exaggeratedly gaped in shock. What a joke. Why has Vice Admiral Garp's body become so weak? Everyone gasped in astonishment. On the execution platform, Sengoku's glasses reflected a dazzling white light. At this moment, he finally understood. Garp didn't hold back at all. Damn it, does that mean becoming stronger is also part of Yu's ability? Why are we in the Navy facing such a terrifying enemy? Sengoku nearly shouted. On the battlefield, after his body shrank, Garp's speed and strength reached an almost perfect level. Then, Garp, like a phantom, dashed towards Whitebeard. With his powerful speed, behind Garp, there were directly multiple afterimages. This terrifying strike was formed by overdrawing my body and burning my muscles. I don't believe you can withstand this. Take my punch. Above the sky, bolts of lightning struck down. Then, Garp heavily struck towards Whitebeard. Seeing Garp's punch, Whitebeard also showed a hint of surprise. Garp, you bastard, this punch looks almost as fast as my critical hit. Whitebeard sighed. However, soon, the corners of Whitebeard's mouth revealed a slight curve. Looking at the battlefield now, the pirates had almost taken the lead. Whitebeard couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement. Although I can withstand your attack, I just won't let you hit me. Whitebeard thought with a slight smirk. The next moment, a terrifying giant fist appeared above Whitebeard. He could even clearly feel the terrifying pressure from above, seeing that Whitebeard had no intention of attacking. Instead, he looked like he was enjoying it. Garp felt even more frustrated. Bastard. Whitebeard. What do you mean by this? Synopsis. With the top war approaching, Whitebeard goes into seclusion for treatment, entrusting the task of enhancing the captain's strength to YuShows. When Whitebeard returns from seclusion, he is completely dumbfounded. Jaws, what? Swordmaster? No matter how many there are, I'll take them all. I'll use spike defense plus counter armor to kill them.